100 billion individuals across the globe were transported through time in a single night. This is a fantastical maritime realm where sea beasts roar, demons wreak havoc, and myriad races vie for supremacy. Upon their arrival, each person possesses nothing more than a rudimentary wooden vessel as their starting point for survival. Some awaken formidable talents, while others command specialized ships, each showcasing their unique prowess. However, Lu Chen, afflicted with a terminal illness, finds himself the victim of fate's cruel jest. He neither awakens a talent nor acquires a specialized vessel. Indeed, due to his precarious health, his fundamental attributes are lamentably low. Yet, there's always a glimmer of hope. Lu Chen receives a compensation package from a celestial decree, which astonishingly contains a God-Tier behemoth from the North Sea. This North Sea behemoth not only becomes his loyal companion, it possesses the extraordinary ability to absorb talents and attributes from its host. Thus, Lu Chen embarks on a path to defy destiny and alter his fate. Chapter 1. The Failure to Awaken a Talent. Welcome to the ocean survival game. This is humanity's sole opportunity to endure. In this boundless ocean, opportunities and dangers coexist. Only through continuous evolution can one survive in this vast expanse. Remember, your vessel is an extension of your life. Protect it, upgrade it, and transform it into a sturdy fortress amidst these waters. A cold and commanding voice reverberates in Lu Chen's mind. Crash! The waves roared, and the icy, biting sea water suddenly splashed against Lu Chen's face. The briny, fishy amalgamation created an indescribable taste. Lu Chen slowly opened his heavy eyelids. Where am I? Before him lay an expansive, boundless azure sky, seamlessly connecting to the vast, limitless ocean beneath, glimmering with light that extended beyond the horizon. Glancing around, countless rudimentary wooden boats were scattered across the sea, each carrying an individual with a look of bewilderment. Lu Chen lowered his gaze and, indeed, found himself aboard a similarly modest wooden vessel. I have crossed over? Unlike the confusion and panic of others, Lu Chen felt a surge of joy within. He understood well that in countless novels, crossing over often signifies a rebirth, a release from the shackles of the past. Lu Chen suffers from severe neurological degeneration, with significant muscle atrophy in his legs. The doctors have already issued a death notice, declaring he has less than a month to live, suggesting he indulge in whatever he desires. In the novels, doesn't the protagonist's ailments get cured upon crossing into a survival world? Does that mean my illness has been healed? However, when he eagerly lowered his gaze to his legs, his heart plummeted instantaneously. Those legs remained withered and deformed, devoid of any sensation, as if mocking his naivete. At that moment, the authoritative voice resonated once more. Evolutionary, welcome to the 1000th Novice Ocean Domain, where the initial number of participants is 1,000. You currently reside within the Novice Protection Shield, a sanctuary of the Celestial Oracle, designed to safeguard you from maritime perils and sea beasts. The Celestial Oracle interface has been activated. With but a thought, you may summon it at any time. As the voice faded, a semi-transparent panel suddenly manifested before Lu Chen, revealing two clearly visible options: personal information and chat channel. With a subtle shift in his thoughts, the personal information gradually unfolded. Name: Lu Chen. Level: 1-0-100. Strength: 1, average is 10. Agility: 0, average is 10. Constitution: 1, average is 10. Perception: 8, average is 10. Talent: none. Skills: none. Vessel: beginner's wooden boat. Comprehensive combat power evaluation. Tier 1. Your combat prowess is so abysmal it is insufficient to describe you as merely Tier 5. The reason you share the same combat tier with others is due to the minimum ranking being Tier 1. Gazing at his statistics, the corners of Lu Chen's eyes twitched slightly. Good heavens, I am precisely as I was before, am I not? And they claim I am even inferior to Tier 5. What sort of ridiculous celestial oracle has summoned a terminally ill patient like me for this maritime survival nonsense? Is it my fault? Lu Chen took a couple of deep breaths to steady himself. Lamenting was futile now. Regardless, it was better than lying on a hospital bed awaiting death. Perhaps a miracle awaited him here. Above all, a massive transparent dome enveloped everyone, resembling a protective umbrella. This was indeed the novice protection shield mentioned by the celestial oracle. Subsequently, Lu Chen accessed the public chat channel, which displayed 1000th Novice Ocean Domain, with a survival count of 1,000, 1,000. The chat channel was abuzz with commotion as everyone expressed their shock and confusion regarding the sudden turn of events. What on earth? What is this ocean survival game? Have I been abducted? Can anyone explain what is happening? Have you seen Squid Game? Are we being forced to participate in some death game too? Ah, doesn't that mean we are all in danger? No way, I haven't even gotten married yet, sob sob. Who has a phone with signal? Hurry, call the police. I am the police. I was on duty when everything went dark, and then I suddenly found myself here. We're doomed. Even the police are in the same predicament as us. It seems we are utterly without hope. Just as the crowd buzzed with chatter, the Celestial Oracle's voice echoed again. Announcement. All evolutionaries have awakened. In 1 minute, the talent awakening ceremony will commence. Each evolutionary will awaken different talents based on their fundamental attributes and potential abilities. A fortunate few may awaken both personal and vessel talents simultaneously. Upon hearing this news, the chat channel erupted with excitement. Awakening talents? This plot feels like a game. Yes, we are participating in a real-life version of the ocean survival game. I wonder what talent I will awaken. I am so eager. According to the Celestial Oracle, talents are related to our basic attributes. I glanced at my attributes, and they seem fairly normal. Tier 1 combat power I might just scrape by. Haha, I am a fitness instructor, and my strength attribute shot up to 20, reaching the pinnacle of Tier 1 combat power. I feel like I am about to soar. Big Shot upstairs. Please take us along. Big Shot. Once you awaken your talent, do not forget about us little brothers and sisters. I just checked the Celestial Oracle Encyclopedia. Talents are classified into 7 grades. F, E, D, C, B, A, S. I wonder what tier I can awaken as a rookie. Sob. I am a girl with only 6 points in strength. My speed and constitution are pitifully low. It's so unfair. Upon reading this, a sense of foreboding washed over Lu Chen. Even a delicate young girl had 6 points in strength, while he languished with a mere 1 point. Aside from perception, which was barely acceptable, his other attributes were lamentably dismal. What if I failed to awaken? Lu Chen's heart raced anxiously. Just then, 1,000 dazzling white lights descended from the sky, enveloping each individual within them. Ah, this feeling. I am undergoing a transformation. It was exhilarating. Is this the power of evolution? Those enveloped in white light wore expressions of pure bliss, except for Lu Chen, who felt nothing at all. As the white light gradually dissipated, expressions of delight blossomed on everyone's faces. Some even experienced dramatic transformations in their wooden boats. Of course, Lu Chen remained unchanged. Congratulations, evolutionary Lu Chen. Due to your exceedingly low attributes, you have failed to successfully awaken a talent. Failed to awaken? What sort of congratulations is that? Lu Chen seethed with indignation. This damned Celestial Oracle. Had I known it would come to this, what was the point of going to such lengths to bring me here? If I were to die on Blue Star, at least I would have a burial urn. Dying in this wretched place would merely serve as fish feed. Just as Lu Chen simmered with resentment and erupted in curses, the Celestial Oracle's voice sounded once more. In light of evolutionary Lu Chen's unfortunate circumstances, the Celestial Oracle has graciously bestowed a care package upon you. As space trembled slightly, a dull, shiny box, seemingly unremarkable, appeared atop Lu Chen's small boat. Care package. Lu Chen paused for a moment. Care package. Upon opening, there's a 95 chance of receiving a black iron grade reward, a 4.9 chance of receiving a bronze grade reward, and a 0.1 chance of receiving a higher grade reward. If you were to woo the goddess of luck, you might just unearth a divine item here. The grades are sequentially classified as black iron, bronze, silver, gold, diamond, epic, legendary, and divine. It seems this is the Celestial Oracle's form of compensation for me. Lu Chen murmured, his hands trembling slightly as he slowly lifted the lid of the care package. Guji, accompanied by a gentle flicker of white light, a soft and plump creature leaped from the gift box and nestled into Lu Chen's embrace, incessantly rubbing against his chest. A octopus? Lu Chen glanced down, astonished to find a small, adorable octopus with 8 delicate tentacles gazing up at him with its large, watery eyes, filled with curiosity and excitement. Guji, Guji. The little octopus seemed to exude an aura of affection towards Lu Chen, emitting joyful sounds continually. Congratulations, you have acquired a divine-level pet, the giant abyssal demon, Juvenile. Stunned by the voice resonating in his mind, Lu Chen could hardly believe that the plump, rosy creature before him was divine level. Chapter 2. The Ocean Survival Game officially commences. Divine level. Divine level. Truly divine. Lu Chen was jolted awake, an indescribable wave of ecstasy surging within him. He hurriedly accessed the detailed panel of his little companion. Pet name, North Sea Behemoth, divine level. Owner, Lu Chen. Level, 10,000, larval stage. Currently lacks direct combat ability, strength, agility, constitution, perception, talent, abyssal grasp, SSS level. The larval form of the North Sea Behemoth can absorb all things in the world to nourish its mother or its master upon maturation. This talent will evolve into the Abyssal Sovereign. Skill 1, not yet awakened. Skill 2, not yet awakened. Comprehensive combat power assessment, unable to evaluate. Although the larval form of the North Sea Behemoth possesses no direct combat capabilities, its assistance to the host surpasses that of 1,000 troops. Only those who wield it truly understand. Little Goody, you are remarkable. Lu Chen couldn't help but lift Goody high into the air, as expected of a divine level. Its innate talent is even SSS level. It is worth noting that, according to the Tianshu Encyclopedia, the highest recorded talent level is merely S level, indicating that SSS level talents are considered beyond their current reach. Goody Goody. Little Goody joyfully swayed its tentacles. I need to give you a name. Your round, plump body is soft and squishy, resembling a little dumpling. How about we call you Tuanzi? Lu Chen grinned widely, baring his teeth. Goody. Tuanzi mimicked Lu Chen's toothy grin adorably. However, Tuanzi, what specific effects does your talent possess? The introduction is rather vague. Lu Chen stroked his chin, pondering for a moment. Absorbing all things in the world sounds quite impressive, but its practical application remains to be tested. He planned to find something for Tuanzi to experiment with its new skill shortly. At that moment, Lu Chen recalled the others and wondered about their situations. He opened the chat channel, which was already bustling with activity. Haha, I awakened AD level talent for ice manipulation. Now, with a wave of my hand, I can freeze the surrounding seawater. So cool. I'm doing well too. I got E-level strength enhancement, and I feel like I could knock out a cow with one punch. I awakened an E-level talent for X-ray vision. Those lovely ladies have quite the figures. I can't take it anymore. Nosebleed alert. Hey, you upstairs. You awakened a talent just to do that. Of course, where there are joys, there are sorrows. Woo-woo. Why are your talents so practical while I ended up with an F-level enhanced smell? What use is that? You upstairs. At least your talent can be useful in certain situations. What about me? F-level enhanced touch. Can someone tell me what this talent is good for? Am I supposed to wait until nightfall to feel around in the dark? I want to cry too. I awakened an F-level enhanced vision, and all it did was correct my nearsightedness. Although everyone's talents varied, at least they had all gained something. Lu Chen navigated through the messages, searching for information that concerned him. I remember Tianshu mentioning that ships can also awaken talents. Why has no one brought this up? Lu Chen pondered to himself. In his view, enhancing their vessels was perhaps more critical than individual talents, as they were currently adrift upon the vast ocean, and a formidable ship was their foundation for survival. Thus, Lu Chen sent a message in the chat channel. Has anyone's ship awakened a talent? I would like to see. This message immediately captured everyone's attention. Indeed, we were so engrossed in discussing our talents that we forgot to ask. Has anyone's ship awakened a talent? Now that you mention it, I'm curious too. Can ships awaken talents? What could they be like? Whose ship has awakened a talent? Come forth and let us behold. At this moment, an avatar named Zhou Xiang bounced into view. Everyone, my ship has awakened a talent. Saying this, Zhou Xiang promptly shared his ship's attributes in the chat channel. Novice wooden ship, special vessel, Captain, Zhou Xiang. Level, beginner. Crew, 1, 4. Durability, 100. Speed, low paddling. Defense, none. Talent. Ecological symbiosis, D level. The ship can establish a symbiotic relationship with surrounding marine life, attracting them to assist in navigation, such as dolphins for guidance and birds for warnings. Wow, it's a special vessel that has awakened a talent, and it's a D level talent. Doesn't this mean the captain can indirectly control marine creatures? That's incredible. Zhou Xiang, please let me cling to your coattails. Is there a vacancy for crew members on your ship? Announcement. The talent awakening ceremony for the 1000th novice marine area has been completed. 3 special ships have awakened D-level talents. 1 special ship has awakened AC-level talent. 749 individuals have awakened F-level talents. 207 individuals have awakened E-level talents. 41 individuals have awakened D-level talents. 2 individuals have awakened C-level talents. 1 individual has failed to awaken. Indeed, awakening high-level talents is exceedingly difficult. Among the 1,000 individuals in the novice marine area, only 2 succeeded in awakening C-level talents. However, what surprised Lu Chen was that only 4 special ships had awakened talents, especially since there were 43 individuals who had awakened talents of D level or higher. This stark contrast highlighted the rarity of special ships with skills. Shortly thereafter, Tianshu's voice echoed once more. Announcement. All evolutionaries have undergone their respective transformations. The ocean survival game is officially underway. Game content. All evolutionaries must navigate out of the novice marine area within 10 days. The first to successfully exit will receive substantial rewards. After 10 days, toxic gas will permeate the novice marine area, and those who have not ventured out will be poisoned to death. Friendly reminder. Outside the novice marine area, fierce winds and monstrous waves rage. Only by upgrading the novice wooden ship to a single-masted sailboat can one safely pass through. The emotionless voice of Tianshu instantly chilled the hearts of all, which had just been ignited with excitement from their awakened talents. What does this mean? Are we going to die if we remain here for 10 days? It seems likely. I am near the edge of the protective barrier, and I can see sharks prowling outside. If we venture out, they will surely tear us to shreds. Damn Tianshu. If you want us to go out and gather resources, at the very least, you should provide us with decent weapons for self-defense. As if hearing the people's grievances. Tianshu's voice resonated again, randomly distributing weapons. Buzz. Accompanied by a flicker of space, a glimmering sailor's cutlass appeared before Lu Chen. Sailor's cutlass. No grade a crude and poorly made cutlass, the most commonly used weapon among sailors at sea. Upon seeing the cutlass before him, Lu Chen's eyes brightened. With this, he could test Tawanzi's talent. Tawanzi, activate Abyssal Grasp. Goody. Tawanzi obediently responded, extending its two lovely pink tentacles, enveloping the sailor's cutlass. Immediately, a startling scene unfolded. The sailor's curved blade appeared to be corroded by some mysterious force, visibly decaying at an alarming rate until it ultimately transformed into a mere pile of scrap iron. Gurgling with excitement, one of Tawanzi's tentacles eagerly entwined itself around Lu Chen's hand, as if transmitting a surge of energy. Ding! Due to the feedback from the North Sea Giant's innate ability, your constitution has increased by 2 points. Goodness, is this even possible? Lu Chen felt a palpable surge of vitality coursing through him, coupled with a remarkable enhancement in his physical condition, leaving him utterly astonished. In that moment, he grasped the terrifying capabilities of a divine pet. Tawanzi could absorb and convert the energy from various substances to bolster Lu Chen's strength. Wait, if Tawanzi can absorb beneficial materials, could it also eliminate harmful substances or impurities? A spark of inspiration flashed in Lu Chen's mind, leading him to conceive a bold experiment. He glanced down at the small wooden boat beneath him. Novice wooden boat, Captain, Lu Chen. Level, beginner. Crew, 1, 4. Durability, 100. Speed, low paddling. Defense, none. Tawanzi. Try to see if you can extract the impurities and decay from this wooden boat and observe what transpires. A glimmer of anticipation shone in Lu Chen's eyes as he issued the command. Gurgling happily, Tawanzi responded affirmatively, extending a tentacle to gently press against the boat's planks. What happened next left Lu Chen utterly dumbfounded. The once rough and dilapidated wooden vessel began to transform, visibly becoming smoother and more resilient as if it were being reforged right before his eyes. Abyssal absorption successful. The impurities and decay within the novice wooden boat have been completely eradicated, promoting it to a reinforced novice wooden boat. Reinforced novice wooden boat, Captain, Lu Chen. Level, beginner. Crew, 1, 4. Durability, 150. Speed, low paddling. Defense, low light armor. Chapter 3. The Dangers of Overindulgence. Indeed, it is possible. Lu Chen's heart raced with excitement. Tawanzi's innate ability not only allowed for absorption, but also refinement. Gurgling with satisfaction, Tawanzi had absorbed a multitude of impurities from the novice wooden boat. Its little face flushed with effort, and it extended its tentacle, seeking a hug from Lu Chen. Startled, Lu Chen quickly responded, Tawanzi, hurry and spit out what you've just absorbed into the sea. It was absurd. While Tawanzi's absorption of beneficial materials could enhance Lu Chen's attributes, its mouth was now filled with impurities and decay. Who knew whether ingesting such substances might lead to dire consequences? After all, he had just fortuitously acquired a golden finger. It would be utterly frustrating to die so soon. Wow. Upon hearing this, Tawanzi opened its tiny mouth and expelled a jet of pitch-black impurities, instantly tainting the waters beneath the boat. Next, they would venture forth to scout, while Lu Chen prepared to gather the spoils from behind. He gently patted Tawanzi's small form, contemplating his next move. It seemed imperative to upgrade the novice wooden boat to a single-masted sailboat to ensure their survival. After consulting the Tianshu encyclopedia, he discovered that one must first upgrade to an intermediate novice wooden boat, followed by an advanced upgrade, before finally attaining a single-masted sailboat. Good heavens! Merely advancing from beginner to intermediate required 20 units of wood and 1 second-tier crystal core. The wood was manageable, but what on earth was a second-tier crystal core? It seemed that only the heads of second-tier sea beasts contained such treasures. Alas, did this imply that to survive, they would have to venture out and hunt sea beasts? Was there any hope for rescue if they remained here? Huh, are you still indulging in such unrealistic dreams? Tian Shu is a force to be reckoned with. Capable of transporting us here in the blink of an eye, we should heed its guidance. Sighing, Lu Chen conceded. However, he noted that their boat could carry 4 people. Did this not suggest the possibility of forming a team? Form a team? Indeed. Brother Zhou Xiang, I wish to join your crew. I possess E-grade speed enhancement. Big brother, take me with you. I just obtained a crossbow for ranged attacks. In an instant, everyone began seeking companions. Among them, those with special boats became the center of attention, as it became evident that individuals possessing such vessels often had exceptionally powerful awakened abilities. Particularly, Zhou Xiang and Yang Zimo were highly sought after, especially Yang Zimo, who not only possessed a C-grade talent, but also owned the only C-grade special boat in the novice zone. Thus, he was hailed as the strongest among the 1,000 novice players. Many flocked to curry favor with him, hoping to join his crew. Of course, there were also some who preferred to stand apart. Suddenly, a man radiated a bizarre red light, and with a swift punch, he unleashed a force akin to thunder. Boom! The sea was instantly torn apart by this power, generating a towering wave that reached 3 meters high. The tremendous sound drew everyone's attention, and this terrifying force could have been deemed superhuman just moments ago. Under the astonished gazes of the crowd, the man wore a disdainful smirk, his eyes brimming with defiance and arrogance. Heh, a bunch of cowards, just a few sharks, what is there to fear? Someone in the crowd quickly recognized him. I know him. He is the mighty Zhao Lei, a powerhouse with a strength of 20 points. Brother Zhao Lei is a fitness trainer, right? His physique is impressive. I admire him greatly. The awakened talent of this champion must be E-grade strength enhancement. With a base strength of 20 points, combined with the amplification from his talent, he could probably knock a bull dead with a single punch. What a formidable figure. The crowd's praises swelled Zhao Lei's ego. Observing this, Lu Chen's eyes glimmered with cunning, and he called out loudly, since Brother Zhao Lei is so incredible, those few sharks 1T stand a chance. You could easily crush them. Let us into battle. His voice ignited the fervor of those around him, and everyone chimed in. Yes, Brother Zhao Lei, please take the lead. Brother Zhao, you're the most handsome. Amidst the throngs of admiration and flattery, Zhao Lei's already inflated ego reached new heights. Gripping his steel spear, he boasted exuberantly, "Ha! Today I shall show you what true strength is. What a champion! Brother Lei is amazing." Under the gaze of the crowd, Zhao Lei's small boat slowly navigated towards the protective barrier, though he was not foolish enough to choose a location thick with sharks as his point of entry. However, just as his vessel departed the safety of the barrier, a lurking shark swiftly detected his presence. The shark turned sharply, propelling its massive body towards the small boat. Come on, let me see what makes these otherworldly sharks so different. Zhao Lei's body glowed red once more, his immense power bolstering his confidence. Unfortunately, before he could wield his steel spear, the shark surged forward, crashing violently into the side of the boat. Bang! The small boat suddenly rocked violently, causing Zhao Lei to stagger and nearly plunge into the sea. In a frantic attempt to regain his balance, he grasped the ship's railing with his right hand. Just then, a shark leapt out of the water with startling ferocity. Its massive form made Zhao Lei's pupils constrict in disbelief. How could it possibly be this enormous? If the sharks in the Blue Star Aquarium were akin to a husky in size, then the one before him resembled a tiger. Before Zhao Lei could react, the shark clamped down on his right arm with tremendous force. He let out a piercing scream, only to be mercilessly dragged beneath the waves by the creature. The once azure waters were instantly stained crimson, a sight most harrowing. After Zhao Lei ceased to struggle, the shark merely sampled him before disdainfully swimming away, leaving his mangled corpse to drift upon the surface. Ding, the evolutionist you followed, Zhao Lei, was slain by a megalodon, Tier 1. Such ferocity from a mere Tier 1 megalodon suggests that upgrading the ship to a single-masted sailboat would be no trivial endeavor. Lu Chen pondered, gently stroking his chin. He understood well that if a Tier 1 sea beast was so formidable, then acquiring the Tier 2 crystal core necessary to evolve the novice wooden vessel to an intermediate level would be an even greater challenge. Looking around, he noted the previously carefree expressions of the crowd had transformed into grave concern, their faces frozen in shock. Fear spread across their features like a contagion, with many eyes brimming with dread. No one had anticipated that someone as powerful as Zhao Lei could perish so effortlessly. Moreover, that shark was merely the lowest tier of sea beasts. Lu Chen quietly calculated that among the 1,000 individuals present, Perhaps only a handful would survive to navigate out of the novice sea zone. Chapter 4. Absorbing Talent, a Bountiful Harvest. Fear not, everyone. For those lacking confidence, seek out allies and do not act recklessly. A resolute man clad in a police uniform rose slowly. He was Yang Zimo, possessing not only a sea-level rubberization talent, but also the unique sea-level special vessel, regarded by many as the strongest in District 1000. At this moment, his small boat was already filled to capacity with 4 individuals, indicating that a team had been formed. Time is of the essence. If we linger here, we shall surely find ourselves in dire straits. The only way forward is to fight our way out and upgrade our vessels to seize a glimmer of hope. After delivering this proclamation, Yang Zimo's boat began to glide toward the waters where Zhao Lei had met his demise, a location where sharks were fewer in number. Unlike Zhao Lei's reckless approach, Yang Zimo was evidently well prepared. All 4 members aboard his vessel possessed talents at D level or higher. The megalodon that had devoured Zhao Lei, sensing fresh prey, roared and lunged forward. However, having learned from Zhao Lei's misfortune, Yang Zimo was far from careless. Suddenly, the wooden boat beneath him erupted with brilliant light, and a formidable rhino phantom materialized, roaring forth as the vessel was imbued with wild strength, accelerating like a swift arrow and colliding forcefully with the megalodon's body. Bang! A thunderous noise shattered the ocean's surface as the megalodon's resilient skin was torn apart under the impact of the rhino phantom, leaving a gaping wound that sent the colossal beast reeling in agony, disoriented. This was the unique sea-level talent of Yang Zimo's special vessel, Rhino Charge, its might truly astonishing. Attack! Yang Zimo bellowed, prompting his comrades to unleash their assaults. Flames, ice shards, crossbow bolts, and steel spears all converged upon the dazed megalodon, which was swiftly vanquished. The successful slaying of the megalodon instilled a surge of encouragement among those within the protective barrier. Yang Zimo is incredible. Compared to him, Zhao Lei was merely a brute. Let us join in. What's there to fear? Death is inevitable, so we might as well fight. Those who had yet to form teams rallied under Yang Zimo's leadership, and soon over 300 wooden boats amassed into a formidable fleet, charging forth toward the barrier's edge. Meanwhile, Lu Chen, who was scarcely worth a mention, was overlooked by the crowd. Before long, within the protective barrier, only Lu Chen and a few timid women remained. Ding! Evolutionist Yang Meng was slain by a megalodon, Tier 1. Ding! Evolutionist Li Jinjin was slain by a megalodon, Tier 1. Though the megalodon was powerful, humanity's sheer numbers prevailed. The creatures lurking beyond the protective barrier were swiftly exterminated. As the sounds of battle outside the barrier began to wane, Lu Chen realized it was time to seize the opportunity. He swiftly configured the panel to receive notifications of all evolutionist deaths, ensuring he would be the first to know where fatalities occurred. Subsequently, he strained as he paddled his boat toward the barrier's edge, but after only a few strokes, his arms felt as heavy as lead and trembled uncontrollably. Alas, my strength is insufficient. Lu Chen sighed ruefully. After all, suffering from myasthenia gravis, merely being able to move his arms was a stroke of luck, yet rowing remained a daunting task. As he labored, Tawanzi nudged him and then leapt into the sea, its 8 tiny tentacles propelling it through the water with vigor. Good job, Tawanzi. Lu Chen smiled faintly. Thus, through the relentless efforts of man and beast, Lu Chen's small boat finally reached Zhao Lei's remains. At that moment, Zhao Lei's right arm had vanished, his chest torn open, and his entrails floated grotesquely in the water, a scene too horrifying to behold. Having lived in peaceful times, Lu Chen had never witnessed such brutality. I can do this. I must survive. I must regain my health, for I have much yet to accomplish. After taking a deep breath to steady himself, Lu Chen turned his gaze to Zhao Lei's unblinking eyes and softly spoke. Tawanzi, initiate abyssal absorption on this corpse and see if we can extract his talent. If attributes can be absorbed, why not talents? Lu Chen was eager to test this theory. Gugu, Tawanzi responded affirmatively, gently placing a tentacle upon Zhao Lei's body. In an instant, a peculiar energy was drawn from within Zhao Lei, causing his corpse to rapidly desiccate into a withered shell. Gugu, Tawanzi chirped joyfully, extending a small tentacle, and Lu Chen understood, reaching out to clasp it. In that moment, a surge of energy flowed into Lu Chen's body. Ding! Successfully absorbed evolutionist Zhao Lei. You have acquired E-level talent, strength enhancement, gaining 2 points of strength. It worked. Lu Chen's once frail and muscle-less arms visibly filled out at an astonishing rate, restoring his strength to that of a child. Most importantly, he finally possessed a talent of his own. Tears of joy welled in Lu Chen's eyes. Of the 1,000 individuals present, he had been the only one without a talent, so pitiful that even the system had taken pity on him, granting him a consolation package. Now, he finally possessed a talent of his own. Talent, strength enhancement, E-level, double strength. With a thought, Lu Chen activated the strength enhancement ability as crimson light enveloped him. His own strength attribute instantly doubled from 3 to 6 points, reaching the level of an average woman. Tawanzi truly is my treasure, Lu Chen mused, gently ruffling the little creature's head in his embrace, his eyes brimming with emotion. One could say that this tiny being cradled in his arms had granted him a new lease on life. Good job. Ha ha ha, that tickles. Enough of the antics, Tawanzi. Let us get down to business. With a gentle pat on the playful Tawanzi, Lu Chen's gaze swept across the scene before him. Where the once azure sea was now littered with the wreckage of wooden boats and corpses, a veritable tableau of chaos. He then began to row towards the belly-up corpse of a megalodon, his newfound strength of 6 points allowing him to propel the boat with considerably greater speed. Ding! Successfully absorbed megalodon. Agility increased by 2 points. It appeared that consuming the carcass of the megalodon granted him agility. As Lu Chen observed his previously emaciated legs, now infused with a modicum of flesh, his heart swelled with excitement. In that moment, he glimpsed the hope of standing upright once more. Ding! Successfully absorbed the evolver. Yang Ming, you have acquired F-level talent, enhanced olfaction, strength increased by 2 points. Ding! Successfully absorbed the evolver. Li Jinjin, you have acquired E-level talent, enhanced speed. Agility increased by 2 points. Subsequently, Lu Chen absorbed all the corpses and weapons scattered across the surface of the sea, culminating in a total of 8 constitution points, 6 strength points, 8 agility points, and 3 talents. Enhanced speed, E-level. Enhanced olfaction, F-level. Enhanced vision, F-level. His current attributes were as follows. Name, Lu Chen. Level, 1, 0, 100. Strength, 9. Agility, 10. Constitution, 11. Perception, 8. Talents. Enhanced strength, E-level. Enhanced speed, E-level. Enhanced olfaction, F-level. Enhanced vision, F-level. Skills, none. Vessel. Beginner's reinforced wooden boat. Comprehensive combat power assessment. Peak Tier 1. Among humans, you are considered formidable. Chapter 5. The first battle. I am standing. I am truly standing. Slowly rising to his feet, Lu Chen felt a surge of emotion as his eyes glistened with unshed tears. With the increase in attributes, his physical condition had restored to that of a healthy man. For more than a decade, he had been bedridden, enduring the relentless agony of illness. And the mere thought of walking freely like a normal person had once seemed an unattainable dream. Yet, at this moment, that dream had finally materialized. Ding! The evolver you were tracking, Zhou Xiang, has been slain by the bloodthirsty eel, Peak Tier 1. Taken aback by the notification, Lu Chen recalled Zhou Xiang vividly. Wasn't he the one who possessed a D-level anomalous ship? Lu Chen distinctly remembered that Zhou Xiang's vessel had gathered 3 D-level talent evolvers. And Zhou Xiang himself boasted a C-level talent, making them the most formidable group in the novice area. How could such an individual perish so quickly after leaving the protective barrier? Just as Lu Chen pondered this, the system chimed thrice more with announcements of evolver deaths, each one attributed to the bloodthirsty eel. Clearly, their ship had encountered a formidable foe and was utterly annihilated. A thought flickered in Lu Chen's mind. With Zhou Xiang's demise, his anomalous ship would be left unclaimed. Tawanzi had the ability to absorb human talents. Could it perhaps absorb a ship as well? With that thought igniting a fervor within him, Lu Chen resolved to investigate. He immediately began to row towards the direction Zhou Xiang had taken, though danger undoubtedly awaited him. The rarity of an anomalous ship compelled him not to forego this opportunity. Moreover, there were 4 corpses with talents exceeding D-level. If he could absorb them all, it would be a tremendous gain. Soon, Lu Chen spotted the half-submerged wooden vessel alongside the remains of Zhou Xiang and his companions. It seemed that the marine life here did not consume humans after slaying them. Rather, they reveled in the act of killing. It appeared that Zhou Xiang and his companions had initially sheltered on their ship, but it could not withstand the ferocious assault of the bloodthirsty eel and had splintered, leading to their downfall in the water. Lu Chen's keen gaze swept the surroundings, swiftly reconstructing the sequence of events. Where was that eel? He refrained from impulsively approaching the corpses to absorb them, as the bloodthirsty eel was likely still lurking nearby. Enhanced vision. Enhanced olfaction. Upon activating his talents, Lu Chen experienced a tenfold increase in both sight and smell, allowing him to detect a massive shadow languidly gliding beneath the shattered wooden vessel, accompanied by a barely perceptible scent of blood. It was indeed the bloodthirsty eel. It had not departed. If he wished to absorb its talents, he would first need to eliminate this creature. Casting a glance down at Tawanzi, who clung tightly to his leg, Lu Chen murmured softly, "With you by my side. If my only goal were survival, I doubt anyone could claim my life. However, since the system has granted me a chance to start anew, I shall ascend to the pinnacle of this world and relish all its wonders." The bloodthirsty eel must be dealt with. Resolutely. Lu Chen handed the refined steel spear he had scavenged from Zhao Lei to Tuanzi. Tuanzi, please imbue this with your essence. We have work to do shortly. Good Jai. Tuanzi responded, its tentacles waving. Moments later, a gleaming, enhanced spear materialized, radiating a chilling brilliance. Lu Chen took hold of the spear, testing its heft, and found that Tuanzi's enhancement had multiplied both its resilience and sharpness manifold. Tuanzi, when the time comes for battle, find a safe place to hide. Good Jai. Tuanzi shook its head, spreading its 8 tiny tentacles in a fierce display, indicating its desire to assist. Haha, you are still young. Once you grow, you will be able to aid me. For now, be obedient, or I shall have to divide my attention to care for you. Lu Chen chuckled, affectionately ruffling Tuanzi's head, gently persuading it. Good Jai. Tuanzi's tentacles drooped weakly as it crawled to the bow of the boat, visibly dejected. Though still in its juvenile form, its intelligence was remarkably high. It understood that even if it could not be of assistance, it must not become a hindrance. All right, great long worm, I shall confront you. A glint of sharp determination flashed in Lu Chen's eyes as the small boat gradually advanced forward. As the vessel drew near, it quickly caught the attention of the prowling, bloodthirsty eel, which darted towards Lu Chen's boat with astonishing speed, twisting its body like a dragon in flight. Lu Chen barely had time to react before the small boat was violently struck, shaking violently. Ding! The reinforced novice wooden boat has been attacked by the bloodthirsty eel. Durability, 15. The bloodthirsty eel exhibited remarkable agility, striking and retreating in an instant, plunging into the depths of the sea, leaving Lu Chen with no opportunity to retaliate. Just one collision had cost him 15 durability points, and its cunning and nimbleness revealed to him the reason for Zhou Xiang and his group's unfortunate fate. A grave expression flickered in Lu Chen's eyes. Realizing that Zhou Xiang and the others had likely not even grazed the surface of the bloodthirsty eel before being overwhelmed by its cunning assault, resulting in their vessel sinking. The 4, lacking in swimming prowess, would find themselves at the mercy of the eel as it picked them off one by one. The bloodthirsty eel had evidently intended to employ the same tactic once more, attempting to obliterate the small wooden boat through another collision. However, this reinforced vessel proved far sturdier than it had anticipated. The recent impact left it dazed, and should it continue its assault, it would likely perish before the boat sank. Consequently, the bloodthirsty eel altered its strategy, beginning to circle the small craft, seeking the opportune moment to strike. A cold smile crept across Lu Chen's lips. It appeared that the reinforced boat was impervious to the creature's forceful impacts, which was a fortuitous development. Maintaining his enhanced vision, his eyes locked onto the rapidly darting bloodthirsty eel beneath the surface, reminiscent of a hawk honing in on its prey. Suddenly, a violent disturbance shattered the tranquility of the water as the bloodthirsty eel's body tensed, propelling itself from the depths like an arrow, directly targeting Lu Chen. Now, a sharp glint ignited in Lu Chen's eyes as he activated his speed enhancement talent, nimbly sidestepping the eel's gaping maw filled with razor-sharp teeth, narrowly avoiding disaster. Beast, do you understand why humanity is strong? It is because of our intellect, Lu Chen sneered. And it was then that the bloodthirsty eel became aware of the glinting steel spear embedded behind Lu Chen, poised like the scythe of death, awaiting its inevitable collision. With a muffled thud, the steel spear plunged mercilessly into the gaping mouth of the bloodthirsty eel. Its 2-meter-long body thrashed violently atop the small boat, contorting as if in its final throes. Chapter 6, Frenzied Absorption. It's over. Lu Chen bellowed, unleashing his full strength enhancement. His right hand transformed into a claw, striking with thunderous force towards the eel's eye. With a sickening pop, the immense pressure caused the eel's eye to explode, yet Lu Chen's hand did not relent, plunging deeper until it obliterated the creature's brain. Ha ha ha, I did it. I truly did it. Lu Chen gazed at the bloodthirsty eel, now ceasing its struggles, a victorious smile illuminating his face. At that moment, the little creature clumsily crawled over from the bow, excitedly leaping into Lu Chen's embrace, as if celebrating their hard-won triumph. Ding! You have slain the bloodthirsty eel, peak first stage, gaining 50 life energy points. Is this evolution energy? Lu Chen's gaze fell upon his status panel. Level 1, 25, 100. It seemed that accumulating these life energy points would allow for a level up. He eagerly anticipated the transformations that such an upgrade would bring. However, a sudden realization struck him. Wait, I received 50 points of energy, yet it only displays 25 here? Furrowing his brow, he noticed the little fellow beside him, whose status panel read, Level 1, 25, 10,000. It dawned on him that half of the evolution energy had been absorbed by this little creature. Having just tasted the sweetness of life energy, the little one waved its tentacles joyfully, appearing insatiable. Tongzi, You little glutton. Lu Chen observed the creature's staggering requirement of 10,000 points for evolution and shook his head in resignation. While he needed a mere 100 points for his own upgrade, Tongzi required 100-fold more. Nevertheless, he understood that the creature's high grade naturally necessitated a far greater amount of energy for evolution. Seemingly attuned to Lu Chen's emotions, Tongzi affectionately rubbed against him. All right, it's time to get down to business. Lu Chen affectionately patted Tongzi on the head, then pointed to the floating half of the wooden boat. Tongzi, see if you can absorb the talent from this boat and grant it to our vessel. With a chirp, Tongzi responded and dove into the sea with its tentacles. Ding! Successfully absorbed the talent of the foreign boat. Your vessel has acquired the D-grade talent, ecological symbiosis. It truly worked. Lu Chen's heart soared with joy. He had feared this attempt might fail, given that the talent was meant for the boat, not himself. Tongzi did not disappoint, living up to its reputation as a divine pet. Now, Tongzi, can you also help me eliminate the impurities within my body? Lu Chen mused, considering that if Tongzi could manage this, it would be akin to a body refinement for him. Yet, Tongzi shook its tentacles, seemingly declining. Very well. If that is the case, let us absorb all the useful resources here. Although uncertain of Tongzi's refusal, Lu Chen dared not risk experimenting with his own body. Ding! Successfully absorbed evolutionary Zhou Xiang. You have acquired the C-grade talent, plant affinity, increasing perception by 2 points. Ding! Successfully absorbed evolutionary Lu Yang. You have acquired the D-grade talent, flame manipulation, increasing strength by 2 points. Ding! Successfully absorbed the bloodthirsty eel, peak first stage. You have gained 3 points of agility. After a flurry of activity, Lu Chen found himself with an abundant yield, 4 new talents. Plant affinity, C-grade. Flame manipulation, D-grade. Ice manipulation, D-grade. Bone spike mutation, D-grade. Along with an increase of 4 in strength, 9 in constitution, 3 in agility, and 2 in perception. He directed Tongzi to absorb every weapon in sight. But as the number of weapons increased, Lu Chen noticed that the attribute points provided by Tongzi for absorbing them diminished. Eventually, upon absorbing a longsword, there was no increase in attributes at all. It appeared that there were limits to enhancing one's strength through ordinary weapons. Lu Chen slowly picked up a hefty steel crossbow, his gaze reflecting deep contemplation. Yet, the bloodthirsty eel had provided him with 3 points of agility, indicating that to continue growing stronger, he must set his sights on more formidable creatures and higher quality items. Indeed, to attain strength, one must avoid complacency. Lu Chen extended his right hand, his fingertips stirring, causing the surging waves around him to crystallize into translucent ice, glimmering with a cold light. In comparison to the attribute points, acquiring 4 talents was a significant windfall. He murmured, a satisfied smile gracing his lips, especially at the thought of Zhou Xiang's plant affinity, which could control flora. Zhou Xiang possessed an exceptionally high talent, akin to a child of nature. With the ability to command marine life through his ship and control plants through his own gift, such an individual, if nurtured, would undoubtedly achieve great heights. Unfortunately, he had perished prematurely, leaving Lu Chen to reap the benefits. Zhou Xiang's demise at the hands of the bloodthirsty eel indicated that his ecological symbiosis talent was insufficient to manage creatures of such overwhelming strength. But what of the seabirds? As Lu Chen's heart stirred, the wooden boat beneath him subtly emanated a barely perceptible aura, akin to the whispers of the ocean or the call of nature itself. Suddenly, a bird's song pierced the vast sky. A seagull, seemingly drawn by some mysterious force, gracefully alighted upon Lu Chen's shoulder, its eyes revealing a glimmer of curiosity and submission. Indeed, this innate talent, in its nascent stage, proved far more advantageous for reconnaissance than for combat. Go, Lu Chen chuckled softly, gesturing gently, and the seagull took to the skies, merging seamlessly into the azure horizon. At that moment, Lu Chen's vision seemed to intertwine with that of the seagull, as if he had transformed into that free-flying creature, surveying the expanse of several nautical miles, with every detail laid bare before him. The higher one soars, the farther one sees. Through the seagull's perspective, Lu Chen soon discerned a diminutive island ahead, marked by signs of biological activity. The presence of life indicated that this tiny island must harbor a water source. In the struggle for survival at sea, fresh water and sustenance are of utmost importance. As for food, hunting sea creatures would certainly provide ample life energy. However, fresh water is a different matter altogether. Without a source of hydration, even the most robust of evolved beings could not endure for long. With this thought in mind, Lu Chen promptly steered the boat towards the island. Chapter 7. I Refuse. Not far into his journey, Lu Chen's gaze fell upon an ice crocodile tortoise, viciously assaulting a wooden boat. With a deafening roar, the tortoise's massive jaws opened wide, and several sharp ice spikes shot forth like arrows. A strikingly beautiful girl, caught off guard, was instantly pierced through the neck by an ice spike. The remaining 3 companions, seizing the moment, launched a fierce assault against the ice crocodile tortoise. Leading the charge was a man cloaked in flames, his visage somewhat grim. Lu Chen recognized him. His name was Lu Chen. Endowed with D-grade flame manipulation abilities, his strength assessed as peak first tier while within the protective barrier. Transform this into roasted tortoise. Lu Chen bellowed, his hands sweeping outward, and immediately, flames surged downward like a tidal wave, enveloping the tortoise completely. The fire blazed fiercely, causing the tortoise to crackle and writhe in agony. Ultimately, under Lu Chen's relentless fiery onslaught, the already battered tortoise could endure no longer, emitting a wretched scream before succumbing to its fate. Simultaneously, a gentle white light radiated from within Lu Chen, and his aura grew increasingly powerful. Haha, Brother Nan is simply incredible, leveling up to 2 so swiftly. Brother Nan is truly remarkable. That tortoise stood no chance against him. The other 2 exclaimed in admiration. Within this brief span of time, Lu Chen had established considerable authority within this small group, thanks to his formidable prowess. Announcement: 3 individuals in the novice area have reached level 2. Now revealing the ranking list. 1. Yang Zimo, level 2, 60, 300, 2. Li Sini, level 2, 30, 300, 3. Lu Chen, level 2, 0, 300, 4. Li Ming, level 1, 90, 100, 100. Li Xiaoming, level 1, 30, 100. Wow, Brother Nan ranks 3rd. That's simply astounding, exclaimed Wang Hao, his yellow hair framing a face filled with admiration as he gazed at the leaderboard. Of course, our Brother Nan possesses immense talent. As long as we stick with him, we're bound to thrive. Yang Fan chimed in eagerly, his small eyes glinting with flattery. Both knew they were merely E-grade talents and realized that their survival in this cruel world hinged on clinging to Lu Chen's coattails. Rest assured, as long as you heed my words, I will lead you to forge a remarkable path, Lu Chen mused. A triumphant smile gracing his face as he reveled in the surge of power coursing through him post-upgrade. He found himself increasingly enamored with this world. The sensation of wielding such formidable strength filled him with exhilaration and satisfaction. However, his gaze soon fell upon the girl whose neck had been pierced, and his brow furrowed. What a misfortune! Had I known, I would not have taken on this burden. Lu Chen had initially been drawn to her beauty, planning to indulge once the situation stabilized. But now, her swift demise was unforeseen. Throw her overboard. She is utterly useless, unable to evade even 2 ice spikes. Yes, Wang Hao and Yang Fan promptly complied, carelessly discarding the girl's lifeless body into the tumultuous sea. Brother Nan, look over there. Yang Fan squinted, suddenly brightening as he pointed towards Lu Chen. That fellow seems to be rowing over from the direction of Zhouxiang. Wang Hao also noticed Lu Chen and turned to Lu Chen, saying, Brother Nan, we came here for that special vessel from Zhouxiang. Do you think this guy has already claimed it? Lu Chen's expression darkened, a glint of malice flashing in his eyes. Let us pursue him. As they spoke, the 3 of them vigorously paddled towards Lu Chen. Oh, are they coming for me? Lu Chen had initially contemplated waiting for them to depart before scavenging the corpse, yet he chose not to flee. After all, with 3 of them rowing together, he held no advantage in speed as a solitary figure. Thus, Lu Chen stood quietly, observing their movements while discreetly gripping the crossbow concealed within his coat, ready for any unforeseen circumstances. Before long, Lu Chen and his companions reached Lu Chen's vicinity. When Lu Chen's gaze fell upon the reinforced novice wooden boat beneath Lu Chen, a flicker of greed ignited in his eyes. At this moment, the little creature had cleverly concealed itself. Lu Chen attempted to examine Lu Chen's information panel. Evolutionary being. Lu Chen, level. Strength. Why are all these question marks? Lu Chen pondered, a sense of confusion washing over him, unconsciously muttering aloud. Brother Nan, Wang Hao and I already checked. This guy isn't even in the top 100 on the leaderboard. Yang Fan's words instantly eased Lu Chen's anxious heart. Not even in the top 100? Just a level 1 nobody, ripe for the taking. With this thought, Lu Chen's demeanor shifted to one of arrogance. Kid, consider yourself fortunate. Our boat currently has an opening. I offer you a chance to join us, and in the future, you'll enjoy the finer things in life by my side. The nearby Wang Hao immediately chimed in. Indeed, this is the 3rd-ranked Lu Chen extending an invitation to you. You've struck it lucky. Had we not just lost a team member, you would never have this opportunity. To them, Lu Chen's invitation was a tremendous favor, and Lu Chen should gratefully accept. Lu Chen planned to have Lu Chen relinquish ownership of the boat, claiming it for himself. As for Lu Chen, if he knows what is good for him, he should accept being my subordinate. If he is foolish, I shall simply cast him into the sea, for this place is devoid of any order. To my surprise, however, Lu Chen merely shook his head and replied indifferently, I refuse. I prefer to walk alone. He was unaware of the character of the three individuals before him, and given the multitude of his own secrets, solitude seemed the wisest course. Upon hearing Lu Chen's rejection, Yang Fan's eyes widened in disbelief, his voice rising an octave. What, kid? Do you realize how many people long for this opportunity? Wang Hao sneered derisively. Humph, I advise you not to be ungrateful. What right does a nobody, who can't even make it onto the leaderboard, have to act so aloof? Faced with the trio's aggressive demeanor, Lu Chen merely regarded them coolly, his gaze unmistakably conveying his refusal. Chapter 8. Heaven's Revelation, I report cheating. If you choose not to join, then leave your ship behind. Lu Chen crossed his arms over his chest, his cold visage radiating a blatant threat. You, worthless scum, are unworthy of possessing such a formidable vessel. Clearly, Lu Chen believed that the ship beneath Lu Chen was Zhou Xiang's special craft. Evoker, Lu Chen. Level 20300. Strength 17. Agility 17. Vitality 18. Perception 25. Talent, Flame Manipulation D grade. Skills, none. Ship, Beginner's Wooden Vessel. Comprehensive Battle Power Assessment, Second Stage. Lu Chen scrutinized the three before him, his eyes narrowing slightly. Among them, only the Level 2 Lu Chen presented a significant challenge. The other two were both mere first-stage fighters, possessing talents of Body Enhancement, E grade, and X-ray Vision, E grade. It was evident that these three were not here with benevolent intentions. Should they draw near, the concealed presence at the bow of the ship would be exposed. For Lu Chen, that presence was an absolute taboo. He would never allow it to face even the slightest peril. A glint of cold determination flickered in his eyes. Brother, look, Wang Hao exclaimed, pointing at the corpse of a bloodthirsty sea eel floating on the water, his face a mask of incredulity. This bloodthirsty sea eel was actually killed. Could it have been this kid? Lu Chen's gaze was likewise drawn to the fish carcass, silently pondering. Impossible. The bloodthirsty sea eel is at the peak of the first stage. Even Zhou Xiang and his companions couldn't defeat it. So how could this kid have done it alone? Just as the three's attention was diverted to the fish corpse, a sudden shift occurred. Whoosh! A sharp crossbow bolt sliced through the air, hurtling directly toward Wang Hao's forehead. Thud! With a muffled thump, Wang Hao's head was instantaneously pierced by the bolt, and he collapsed into the sea, splashing water everywhere. Damn it, it's this kid. Get him! Lu Chen and Yang Fan gasped in shock. However, before they could react, a chilling creak echoed ominously, and Yang Fan's body began to visibly freeze at an alarming rate. Ah, it's an ice-type talent. Brother, save me. Yang Fan managed to shout, but before he could utter another word, he was completely immobilized by the frost. Damn it. Watching his two subordinates fall within the blink of an eye, Lu Chen gritted his teeth in fury, summoning the fiery power within him without hesitation. Yet, at that moment, a gleaming steel spear pierced through the raging flames, appearing before him. Lu Chen. He had simultaneously shot the crossbow bolt at Wang Hao and unleashed his ice manipulation to freeze Yang Fan. In a 1 versus 3 scenario, with an additional level 2 evolver opposing him, Lu Chen understood that to seize victory, he must strike unexpectedly and take the initiative. Activating strength enhancement and speed enhancement, Lu Chen propelled himself off the ground, leaping toward Lu Chen, the steel spear aimed squarely at him. As the spear tip drew near, a razor-sharp pressure surged forth like a tempest, striking Lu Chen's face. His pupils constricted instantly, in this life-or-death moment. Lu Chen desperately channeled the boiling flames within him, causing the spear tip to glow red-hot, warping the very air around it with its intense heat. He attempted to force Lu Chen to retreat with this display. However, all he could see in Lu Chen's eyes was an unwavering ferocity and resolve. With a whoosh, in the midst of the fiery chaos, Lu Chen's clothing ignited instantly, and his skin crackled under the extreme heat, each inch of him enduring unimaginable agony. Yet, Lu Chen seemed utterly oblivious to it all. His right hand remained as steady as a rock as he thrust forward. Thud! The spear tip pierced Lu Chen's right eye, unleashing a spray of crimson. Ah! Lu Chen let out a heart-wrenching wail. His right eye had been impaled by the spear. For an ordinary person, this would undoubtedly be a fatal injury, but with nearly 20 points of vitality backing him, he was not only able to move, but found the flames on his body flaring even more violently. At that moment, Lu Chen was engulfed by an indescribable fear. How ruthless! Lu Chen was truly ruthless. Without a second thought, he unleashed lethal force, not only against his enemy, but against himself as well. Lu Chen watched in horror as Lu Chen's skin burned and cracked, yet it was as if he felt no pain whatsoever. Every strike, every maneuver, exuded a determination to perish together. In that instant, Lu Chen regretted it all. He regretted provoking Lu Chen, regretted harboring covetous thoughts toward him. This man before him was simply terrifying. "Spare me," Lu Chen cried out in despair. Yet, Lu Chen extended his charred right hand, pressing it against Lu Chen's forehead, and coldly declared, "Too late." In an instant, a pale bone spike erupted from his palm, piercing Lu Chen's skull. Bone spike mutation, degrade. The raging flames that had consumed Lu Chen extinguished in that moment. Meanwhile, Yang Fan, frozen in place, could only stare in disbelief. What transpired occurred in the blink of an eye. He had witnessed the crossbow bolt that killed Wang Hao, then felt the icy grip that bound him, and finally saw Lu Chen, the one they had looked down upon, the one who hadn't even made it into the top 100 of the leaderboard, kill Lu Chen, who ranked third, with a single shot. It all happened too fast for him to even process. It was all over before he could react. How could you possess two talents? Yang Fan's voice trembled with fear, his eyes wide with incredulity. Wasn't he an ice-type talent user? What then was this bone spike in his hand? Was it not the case that one could only possess a single talent? Why did he have two? Heaven's revelation. I must report that someone is cheating. However, this was not a virtual game world, and Heaven's revelation would not respond to his cries. "Oh, so you've discovered my secret?" Lu Chen slowly turned his head, a faint smile gracing his lips. The skin, charred black by the flames, cracked open in an instant, blood gushing forth, rendering him a demon that had crawled forth from the depths of hell. "Then I shall have to silence you," he declared. "No, please. I am blind. I cannot see anything." In that moment, Yang Fan was at a loss, tears welling in his eyes as he longed to kneel before Lu Chen. But his body was frozen, utterly immobile. "Spare me." Accompanied by Yang Fan's desperate wails, a sharp bone spike extended mercilessly, piercing through his heart. After dispatching 3 individuals in quick succession, Lu Chen leaned wearily against the side of the wooden boat, his hands trembling uncontrollably, his chest heaving like a battered bellows. At this moment, his body was severely burned, the excruciating pain crashing over his nerves like relentless waves. However, compared to the physical torment, the turmoil within his heart was far more profound. Chapter 9. The Evolution of Talent. Just moments ago, he had taken 3 lives. Lu Chen, who had always been well protected by his homeland, could scarcely fathom that he had so coldly extinguished the lives of 3 individuals. Guguwei. At that moment, the silent little creature peeked out cautiously, and upon witnessing its master's dire state, it instantly became flustered, hastily crawling towards Lu Chen. Guguwei. Watching the little one tenderly lick his wounds, a soft glimmer appeared in Lu Chen's eyes. With this creature by his side, everything was worthwhile. Guguwei. The little one's eyes were brimming with tears, clearly distressed. "It's all right. Back on Blue Star, I faced far more terrifying ailments every day. Now, this is merely a trifle." Lu Chen patted the creature, laughing heartily. Then, his gaze shifted to Yang Fan. "Guguwei, absorb these fellows' talents and attributes for me. I shall recover swiftly." Upon hearing that it could aid in Lu Chen's recovery, the little creature's several tiny appendages swiftly glided to Yang Fan's corpse, beginning to siphon off his talents. As Lu Chen observed the creature's busy figure, his thoughts drifted back to the earlier battle. Just moments ago, Lu Chen had mentioned something about a panel filled with question marks. Could it be that they could not see his panel? Reflecting on the multitude of question marks he encountered when looking at the creature's panel, Lu Chen could not help but chuckle softly. Indeed, it was only natural that others could not see specific information, as even he, the creature's master, could not discern the details of its attributes. Realizing this, Lu Chen gradually exhaled a sigh of relief. The ability to conceal information was indeed a boon. After all, if his panel were visible to others, the astonishing list of talents would undoubtedly make him a target, attracting endless troubles and conflicts. Guguwei. Just as Lu Chen was lost in thought, the little creature had completed the absorption of talents from the 4 corpses of Lu Shuinan's team and the ice crocodile turtle, waddling over to Lu Chen with a round, proud form. "Guguwei, you truly are my little lucky star." Lu Chen smiled, extending his hand to grasp the creature's appendage. Ding. Successfully absorb the evolver, Lu Shuinan. You have acquired D-level talent. Flame manipulation, perception increased by 4 points. Ding. Successfully absorb the evolver, Yang Fan. You have acquired E-level talent. Physical enhancement, constitution increased by 2 points. Ding. Successfully absorb the evolver, Wang Hao. You have acquired E-level talent. X-ray vision. Strength increased by 2 points. Ding. Successfully absorb the ice crocodile turtle, first stage. You have gained 2 points in constitution. Ding. Successfully absorb the evolver, Liang Bingbing. You have acquired F-level talent. Auditory enhancement, agility increased by 2 points. accompanied by a series of prompts. Lu Chen immediately gained 4 talents and a substantial number of attribute points. Oh, a talent duplication? He mused. Lu Shuainan's flame manipulation had already been acquired from a corpse in the Zhouxiang team. So was this not a waste? After all, it was a D-level talent. Just then, the voice of the system resonated. Ding, Evolver Lu Chen's D-level talent, flame manipulation, meets the evolution conditions, successfully evolving into C-level talent, Inferno Control. Upon hearing the system's notification, Lu Chen was momentarily taken aback, then a joy he could hardly contain blossomed on his face. It has leveled up? This talent can actually evolve. He gently waved his finger, and a flame, several times hotter than before, leapt forth. Its control and ferocity surpassing the previous D-level flame manipulation by several magnitudes. This evolved talent was indeed extraordinary. Excitement sparkled in Lu Chen's eyes. With the little creature by his side, his talents could continuously evolve. C-level was already so formidable. What terror could await should he evolve to B-level, A-level, or even S-level? In that moment, he profoundly understood why the system held the little creature in such high regard. Indeed, it was a priceless treasure. Although Lu Chen possessed the talent of flame, his resistance to fire was insufficient, and he remained vulnerable to flame damage. Now, Lu Chen's panel displayed. Name, Lu Chen. Level 1, 25-100. Strength, 15. Agility, 15. Constitution, 24. Perception, 14. Talents, Flora Affinity, C-level. Inferno Control, C-level. Ice Manipulation, D-level. Bone Spike Mutation, D-level. Strength Enhancement, E-level. Speed Enhancement, E-level. Physical Enhancement, E-level. X-ray Vision, E-level. Olfactory Enhancement, F-level. Visual Enhancement, F-level. Auditory Enhancement, F-level. Skills, none. Vessel, Beginner's Wooden Boat, Enhanced. Overall Combat Power Assessment, Peak 2nd Stage. Although your level is only 1, your overall combat power has far exceeded that of an ordinary 2nd Stage Evolver. Lu Chen scrutinized his attribute panel, nodding in satisfaction. Although he was merely level 1, his attributes were comparable to Lu Shuainan, who was at level 2, and his overall combat power had soared to the peak of the 2nd stage. With a gentle flash of green light, the physical enhancement activated. The burns on Lu Chen's body began to visibly heal at an astonishing pace. The charred dead skin fell away, replaced by smooth, fresh skin as if he had never been harmed at all. At that moment, the chat channel of the Novice Sea Area 1000 erupted in excitement. What is happening? I just received a notification from the system that the esteemed Lu Shuain and I follow was killed by Lu Chen. Yes, I received it too. My goodness. Lu Shuainan is the ruthless 3rd ranked on the level leaderboard. Who exactly is Lu Chen? Why have I never heard of him before? Not just Lu Shuainan. I followed every member of their team, and they all fell at the hands of Lu Chen. As this news broke, the entire chatroom fell into a brief silence, clearly overwhelmed by the shocking revelation, leaving them momentarily at a loss for how to respond. After a few seconds of silence, someone finally tremulously sent a message. Are you saying that the illustrious Lu Chen single-handedly annihilated the team of Lu Shuainan, currently ranked 3rd on the leaderboard? My heavens, who exactly is this Lu Chen? This is utterly ruthless. I must swiftly check his rank on the leaderboard. The response from above was immediate. No need to search. I have scoured the leaderboard multiple times from top to bottom and have not found Lu Chen's name at all. Upon hearing this, the crowd was further astonished. What? How can this be possible? Lu Chen's level is so low that he can't even make it onto the leaderboard? While this revelation was indeed surprising, it was important to remember that level alone does not determine everything. Otherwise, the Tianyu system would not have deemed it necessary to assess our comprehensive combat capabilities separately. Perhaps Lu Chen possesses an astonishingly formidable overall combat strength. Chapter 10. He will deliver a stinging blow to your pride. At that moment, a sweet-voiced girl captured everyone's attention as she spoke. I remember now. I have seen Lu Chen before. The crowd urged her on. Quickly, tell us. I'm dying to know what kind of person Lu Chen truly is. Yes. What talents does he possess? How many teammates does he have? I didn't pay much attention, but at the time, Lu Chen was among the last to leave the protective barrier with us timid girls. So I caught a glimpse of him. As she spoke, a faint blush appeared on the girl's cheeks. Lu Chen is quite handsome. Wait. After all this anticipation, you tell me he is just handsome? Exactly. Can you share something of substance, dear? Does he have any teammates? The girl's profile flickered. No, Lu Chen is a lone wolf. However, his ship is quite special, as if it has been enhanced. I see. It must have been that Lu Shuainan, seeing Lu Chen alone with his enhanced ship, thought to claim it for himself, only to be unexpectedly countered by Lu Chen. What you say is true. Lu Shuainan is selfish and domineering. I have witnessed him seize others' weapons due to his overwhelming strength. Indeed. My bow was taken by that scoundrel Lu Chen. Because of him, I still dare not leave the protective barrier. Bravo, Lu Chen. You are ridding us of harm. If it weren't for Lu Chen's intervention, Lu Chen would run rampant. The chat room erupted with applause. At that moment, Yang Zimo's profile flickered. Everyone, in these tumultuous times, we must unite and support one another. I, Yang Zimo, vow that within our novice zone 1000, we shall not tolerate any further bullying or plundering by the likes of Lu Chen. Otherwise, I will not hesitate to punish severely. Wow, it's Yang Zimo speaking. His words carry such reassurance. Support for Yang Zimo. Just then, an announcement from Tianyu was broadcasted. Announcement: the ship upgrade reward system is now in effect. The first individual to upgrade to an intermediate novice wooden boat will receive a bronze-level ship weapon. The second individual will receive a black iron-level ship weapon. The third individual will receive a common-level ship weapon. Ship weapons can significantly enhance a vessel's naval combat capabilities. So I encourage all evolvers to strive for ship upgrades, as this will greatly increase your chances of survival. Upon the release of this information, the chat channel erupted into a frenzy of discussion. Wow. The first place will receive a bronze-level ship weapon. What could it be? A cannon? It's certainly 1 TB lacking. I haven't even seen a black iron-level item yet. I'm so excited. This instantly boosts my motivation. Why is everyone so overly excited? With Yang Zimo and Li Xin around, we should just step aside. Well, striving for third is still not bad. Don't forget, there's also Lu Chen. He's the one who single-handedly wiped out a team. Then I suppose I'll just go along for the ride. Upon seeing Lu Chen's name, he immediately wilted. Though he felt respect towards figures like Yang Zimo or Li Xin, he was genuinely afraid of Lu Chen, the one who had annihilated Lu Chen's team single-handedly. Hey, who do you think will be the first to upgrade to an intermediate novice wooden boat in our novice zone 1000? Isn't it obvious? Yang Zimo. Without a doubt. Not only is he extraordinarily powerful, but he also commands 3 top-tier experts on the leaderboard. That bronze-level weapon will undoubtedly be his. Not necessarily. I believe Li Xin also has a chance. Her magnetic control is extremely formidable. I've seen her fight, and she's like Magneto. Opinions varied, with some supporting Yang Zimo and others favoring Li Xin. At that moment, the girl who had seen Lu Chen's profile flickered again. I think it might be Lu Chen. He seems capable of creating miracles. Ha, little girl. I acknowledge that Lu Chen is indeed powerful, but his level is simply too low, someone retorted. What was mentioned above is valid. The critical point is that Lu Chen has no teammates. No matter how strong one person is, how can they compete with an entire team? In response to the skepticism, the girl's profile lit up once more, her tone imbued with determination and defiance. Humph. I just believe Lu Chen is different. Just wait. He will deliver a stinging blow to your pride. With a thunderous wail, a massive sea bull collapsed. Yang Zimo, with arms as flexible as rubber, slowly retracted his hand, shaking his head gently, a hint of melancholy in his gaze. Sigh. Even a first-tier pinnacle sea beast is this ferocious. It seems we need more time to accumulate before challenging second-tier sea beasts. Haha, old Yang, why the rush? You are currently the leader on the leaderboard. That bronze-level ship weapon is surely yours. Li Ming, clad in a firefighter uniform, laughed heartily. As the 4th-rank powerhouse, he possessed a D-level lightning control talent. Indeed, old Yang. In our novice zone 1000, who can compare to us? Dragon Howren, dressed in a Shunsha military uniform, clapped Yang Zimo on the shoulder, his expression one of unconcern. He was ranked 6th on the leaderboard, proficient in D-level earth manipulation. However, Yang Zimo's expression remained grave. We cannot afford to be careless. Our Shunsha is full of hidden talents, and until the last moment, we cannot predict what may transpire. At that moment, a graceful figure materialized beside Yang Zimo, as if stepping directly out of thin air. Brother Yang, are you worried about Li Xin? This was Zhou Yu, ranked 8th on the leaderboard, endowed with D-level stealth talent. Yang Zimo shook his head gently, his gaze profound and distant. No, Li Xin, in terms of talent and team strength, is significantly lacking compared to us. What truly concerns me is Lu Chen. Lu Chen, Zhou Yu raised an eyebrow. That guy who can't even make it onto the leaderboard? Haha, old Yang, you're being overly cautious. While Lu Chen has some strength, his level is simply too low to pose any threat to us. Li Ming chuckled, shaking his head dismissively. Let us hope that that's the case. Yang Zimo nodded slightly. Yet a lingering unease stirred within him. The fact that Lu Chen managed to annihilate Lu Shuai's team, which had already advanced to level 2, despite being of such a low rank, was a testament to Lu Chen's formidable combat prowess, innate talent, and potential. Most crucially, everything concerning Lu Chen remained shrouded in mystery. This very uncertainty often proved to be the most perilous and daunting. Chapter 11, Goblins. A solitary seagull, its feathers as white as snow, circled relentlessly above the minuscule island. its keen eyes scrutinizing every inch of land below. There was one second-tier green-skinned beast and 12 first-tier green-skinned creatures. On the wooden boat, Lu Chen's expression was gravely serious. Through the vision shared by the seagull, he discerned that the island was already overrun by a horde of muscle-bound, fearsome green-skinned monsters. Clearly, these creatures belonged to the same species. Any assault on one would surely incite them all to retaliate. Lu Chen's brow furrowed slightly as his gaze continued to search the island meticulously. The terrain of the island sloped gently from west to east, and on the eastern side, the land abruptly ended like a blade's edge, forming a sheer cliff several dozen meters high, beneath which lay a treacherous mass of sharp rocks. Upon his eyes landing on this precipice, a glimmer of inspiration sparked within him. There was a solution. With a newfound resolve, Lu Chen deftly paddled the boat closer to the island. Armed with a steel crossbow and a fine steel spear, he cautiously disembarked onto the shore. At that moment, the dozen or so green-skinned monsters were seated in a circle, indulging in their repast. Concealed behind a tree, Lu Chen peered closely and was horrified to discover that the food they were consuming was human flesh. From the grotesquely mangled visage and the outstretched, blood-soaked fingernails of what had once been a young girl, he could discern the tragedy of her fate. Whether she had met her demise at sea, only to be washed ashore on this desolate isle, or had stumbled upon it during her exploration, only to fall victim to these green-skinned fiends, remained a mystery. Holding his breath, Lu Chen quietly accessed the information panel of the green-skinned monster before him. Beast, goblin. Traits: savage, lustful, fond of fresh flesh, capable of summoning kin. Talent: none. Skills: none. Combat assessment: first tier. Do not underestimate these green-skinned creatures. They can easily rend a human asunder. Gazing at the brawny, muscular goblins, Lu Chen felt a mix of resignation and disbelief. Did novels not portray goblins as weaklings? Such notions were utterly absurd. Their muscular physiques rivaled that of bodybuilding champions. Yet, their stature was indeed diminutive, with these goblins averaging around 5 feet tall, except for the one in the center. Beast, goblin captain. Traits: brutal, fond of fresh flesh, capable of summoning kin. Talent: strength enhancement E. Skills: none. Combat assessment: peak second tier. If you encounter it, just run, provided you can escape. So, it was a second-tier goblin captain, which explained its towering height of nearly 6.5 feet. Notably, this goblin captain possessed a talent of its own, a revelation that brought a slight sense of relief to Lu Chen. If monsters could awaken talents, it would alleviate their reliance on consuming human corpses for evolution, especially considering the limited number of potential victims in the novice zone and the fact that at sea, bodies would quickly be devoured by marine beasts or sink to the ocean's depths. Solely depending on human consumption for talent evolution was evidently not a sustainable strategy. With steady hands, Lu Chen raised his steel crossbow, aiming at a regular goblin. Whoosh! The bolt whizzed past the goblin captain, striking fiercely into the eye of one of its kin. A piercing scream erupted from the struck goblin, the sudden assault alarming its companions. They abandoned their gruesome feast, rising to their feet and unleashing a cacophony of warning cries. Despite the bolt embedding itself in its right eye, the injured goblin did not succumb. Instead, it grasped the arrow lodged in its eye socket and yanked it out with a harrowing display of brutality. The scene was grotesque and heart-wrenching. Damn it! Why does the goblin possess so much more vitality than a human, despite being of the same tier? Lu Chen silently cursed, yet his actions remained unfaltering. He swiftly drew another bolt from his quiver and expertly loaded it into the crossbow. A goblin with an arrow to its head would have been slain instantly, but not this one. Before Lu Chen could finish loading, the goblin captain's ears twitched. Suddenly, it raised its stone axe, pointing directly in Lu Chen's direction, and let out a thunderous roar. Instantly, all the goblins seemed to receive a command, erupting into a frenzy as they charged towards Lu Chen. That keen hearing, Lu Chen's heart raced with alarm, but he reacted with remarkable speed, turning and sprinting towards the towering terrain to the east. However, these seemingly short goblins exhibited astonishing speed and agility, closely pursuing him like shadows, particularly the imposing goblin captain, which lunged forward with the ferocity of a beast. In the blink of an eye, the goblin captain had closed the distance, its stone axe whistling through the air as it swung down towards Lu Chen's back. A chill ran down Lu Chen's spine. Even with multiple talents, his mental fortitude was finite. If he were surrounded by a dozen goblins, even he would be in dire peril. With this thought, Lu Chen unhesitatingly activated his speed enhancement. His velocity surged instantly, transforming him into a mere blur. The goblin captain's massive axe narrowly missed Lu Chen, crashing down onto the hard ground with a resounding thud. Boom! The ground erupted in a shower of debris. Dust swirling into the air. Roaring in fury, The goblin captain pounded its chest in frustration before resuming its relentless pursuit. With Lu Chen in the lead and the goblin captain in hot pursuit, the ordinary goblins quickly fell behind. As the bushy cliff loomed closer, Lu Chen realized it wasn't the right moment yet. Gritting his teeth, he halted, initially planning to use the cliff to dispatch all the goblins. However, they had split into two groups. If he utilized the terrain to dispatch the goblin captain now, the remaining 12 would undoubtedly become vigilant, making it infinitely more challenging to eliminate them all later. Very well, let me personally experience the strength of a second-tier creature. Lu Chen scoffed softly, his fine steel spear trembling in his grasp, its tip aimed directly at the goblin captain's vital points. How? The goblin captain trembled, enveloped in a crimson glow, its strength surging as its massive stone axe sliced through the air with a thunderous roar, descending upon Lu Chen. So, you possess strength enhancement too. Lu Chen bellowed, his own body igniting with a similar crimson aura. Clang! A resounding metallic symphony erupted as the steel spear clashed violently with the massive axe. Chapter 12, Ascension. Astonishingly, the spear, fortified by the enhancements of the dumpling, was instantaneously riddled with fine cracks under the tremendous impact, and then shattered with a thunderous roar. The seemingly crude stone axe wielded by the goblin captain exhibited an unexpectedly formidable resilience and power. With relentless force, the axe continued its descent, aiming to cleave through Lu Chen. In a life-or-death moment, Lu Chen reacted swiftly, summoning two sharp bone spurs from his palms, crossing them defensively before his chest, barely managing to withstand the lethal blow. Even so, the immense force propelled him backwards several paces before he could stabilize himself, his blood surging within, nearly uncontrollable. Despite both combatants having enhanced their strength, it was evident that the goblin captain's might was superior. After Lu Chen's desperate block, the 12 goblins trailing behind had caught up. Seeing this, Lu Chen swallowed the blood rising in his throat and sprinted toward the cliff without a moment's hesitation. Having finally located a target, the goblins were not inclined to let Lu Chen escape easily. They howled with ferocity, pursuing him more aggressively. Dense thickets lay ahead like an intricate web, and Lu Chen felt a chill in his heart. He knew that beyond the thicket lay the precipice. Come on, let me take you to the skies, Lu Chen bellowed, plunging into the underbrush with fervor. The goblins followed closely, their cries echoing, but when they burst through the foliage, they were met with the shocking sight of a steep cliff. Due to their speed, the goblins could not halt their momentum, and in their panic, they screamed as they plummeted alongside Lu Chen into the abyss. Yet, at that moment, a robust vine, like a serpent, swiftly coiled around Lu Chen's waist, suspending him precariously in midair. The goblin captain, witnessing this, felt a flicker of despair and resentment. Roar! He bellowed, desperately grasping for anything that might save him. But alas, he lacked the affinity for plants. Ultimately, he could only watch helplessly as he and his entire clan tumbled down the cliff. With a series of dull thuds, the goblins crashed onto the razor-sharp rocks, sculpted by the sea, instantly becoming a grotesque smear of flesh and blood. Ding! Killed 12 goblins, Tier 1, gained 360 life energy. Upon hearing the notification from the celestial system, a faint smile crept upon Lu Chen's lips. Monsters truly were foolish, always chasing blindly. With a thought, the vine around his waist gently lowered him to the cliff's base. This C-tier affinity for plants was indeed remarkably useful, proving invaluable in critical moments. Lu Chen silently marveled at its efficacy. Just as he regained his footing, pure life energy began to emanate from the goblin's remains, coalescing into a stream that surged into his body. Lu Chen felt a refreshing tide coursing through him, invigorating every fiber of his being, as if a dam had burst within him. Ding! Successfully leveled up to level 2. Strength 10, Agility 10, Constitution 10, Perception 10, gained 5 free attribute points. No wonder Lu Chen possessed such high attributes. It turned out that leveling up directly granted so many attribute points. A glimmer of joy flickered in Lu Chen's eyes. Ascending from level 1 to level 2 represented a qualitative leap for an evolver. This upgrade not only enhanced his foundational attributes, but also made him acutely aware that as levels increased, the disparity in power among evolvers would become increasingly pronounced. The difference between level 1 and level 2 was already as vast as the heavens and the earth. It seems my affinity for plants has also strengthened. Lu Chen waved his right hand lightly, and the grass behind him, as if infused with magic, grew rapidly, swaying gracefully with his intent. Before the upgrade, his plant affinity was limited to simple manipulation of their movements, without affecting their growth. However, now he could control the growth rate at will, marking a substantial advancement. Not only was it his plant affinity, he was astonished to discover that all his talents, including strength enhancement and acute hearing, had received varying degrees of augmentation. The strength attribute could amplify vigor, Agility could enhance speed and reaction time, and constitution could bolster defense and vitality. None of this was unrelated to the potency of his talents. The only conclusion could be that perception was the key. Perception was directly tied to the potency of talents and the mental energy required to wield them. Enlightened, Lu Chen realized he had previously misunderstood the significance of perception. It was, in fact, the most crucial of the 4 attributes. With this revelation, he unhesitatingly allocated all his free attribute points to perception. Perception 5. Just then, a faint, pained groan interrupted Lu Chen's thoughts. Following the sound, he spotted the goblin captain lying nearby. This pinnacle beast of Tier 2, despite its tenacious life force, could not escape the consequences of such a high fall. The goblin captain, with broken legs and a chest gored by rocks, revealed dark red innards, gasping for breath. Hey, you formidable creature, you truly are resilient. However, I shall now send you to reunite with your kin. A faint smile graced Lu Chen's lips as he approached the goblin captain. The once fierce and brutal gaze of the goblin captain was now replaced by profound fear. It could not comprehend why, despite both having plummeted from the cliff, this seemingly frail being before it remained unscathed. It wished to plead for mercy, but found itself unable to articulate its thoughts in human language. Simultaneously, the chatroom in the Novice Sea Area 1000 erupted once more. What is going on? I blinked, and Lu Chen directly climbed from over 100 to 3rd on the leaderboard. At that moment, the leaderboard clearly displayed 1. Yang Zimo, level 2, 150, 300. 2. Li Sini, level 2, 120, 300. 3. Lu Chen, level 2, 105, 300. 4. Li Ming, level 1, 90, 100. Originally absent from the leaderboard, Lu Chen now surged like a comet into the top 3. Wow, it seems Lu Chen is about to soar. I always knew he was extraordinary. I even said that Lu Chen could annihilate Lu Shuainan. How could he not make it into the top 100? And now, he is directly in the top 3. Truly remarkable. This growth in experience is astonishing. How many monsters has he slain? I counted carefully. The experience increases by 15 points each time. And he has risen 12 times. 15 points? Wait, isn't the kill of a Tier 1 sea beast supposed to yield 30 points of life energy? Why did he only get this much? Chapter 13, Level 1. An avatar belonging to an individual named Tang Hong flickered, his words laden with palpable jealousy. Humph. It seems Lu Chen only targets monsters that are weaker than Tier 1, barely scraping together a count of 12 kills. This statement was met with immediate rebuttals from the crowd. Oh please, open your eyes and look around. Are there any weak monsters left in this ocean? Indeed, besides, even if those monsters were weak, achieving 12 kills in one go is something that most could not accomplish. Tang Hong's retorts were met with skepticism, his defiance evident. So what? What is so impressive about Tier 1 sea beasts? Perhaps he merely stumbled upon a den of cubs, leading to such meager gains in life energy. If he truly possessed skill, he should attempt to slay a Tier 2 sea beast. However, just as his words left his lips, the leaderboard suddenly displayed Lu Chen's experience points surging by 50, his ranks soaring like a wild stallion, surpassing Li Sini and Yang Zimo to firmly secure the top position. 1. Lu Chen, level 2, 155, 300. 2. Yang Zimo, level 2, 150, 300. 3. Li Sini, level 2, 120, 300. How is this possible? Tang Hong's eyes twitched at Lu Chen's dazzling ranking, feeling as though he had been struck across the face. Ha ha ha, everyone. Come look at this clown. His slap in the face is faster than the speed of light. Shout now, why are you silent? Can you really question the strength of the esteemed Lu Chen? He is truly remarkable, rocketing from over 100 ranks to 1st place. Despite the ridicule and scorn directed at him, Tang Hong remained obstinate, resolutely defending his position. I haven't said anything wrong. I acknowledge that Lu Chen has some skill, but that 50 points of experience he just gained could at most reflect a single Tier 1 pinnacle sea beast. Yang and Li could achieve that too. Tang Hong, you are the most shameless person I have ever encountered. While Yang Zimo and Li Sini could indeed accomplish that, they had the support of a team. Exactly. It took their 4-man team to kill a single Tier 1 pinnacle sea beast, while Lu Chen accomplished it single-handedly. Moreover, prior to this, he had already slain numerous smaller sea beasts. I still believe Lu Chen is exceptional. At that moment, a sweet girl-esque avatar flickered, proposing a bold hypothesis. No, I suspect that Lu Chen may have just killed a Tier 2 sea beast. Among the 1,000 of us in the Novice Sea Zone, who has ever witnessed the cubs of sea beasts? The weakest sea beast we've encountered is at least Tier 1. Therefore, I deduce that Lu Chen must have slain 12 Tier 1 sea beasts along with 1 Tier 2. Her statement sent ripples through the chatroom, igniting a fervor. Indeed, where are the shadows of sea beast cubs here? I too believe the notion of cubs is sheer nonsense. Every monster we've encountered is formidable. But why does the energy value gained from slaying sea beasts differ for Lu Chen? The girl's avatar flickered again, analyzing. I surmise that Lu Chen possesses some form of pet or equipment that enables him to absorb life energy, resulting in him only receiving half of the energy value. Upon hearing this, Tang Hong's face twisted in disdain. Come now, beauty, don't be ridiculous. If what you say is true, then Lu Chen must have killed a Tier 2 pinnacle and a full 12 Tier 1 monsters. These creatures, even an entire 30-member team, would struggle to defeat. Let alone just Lu Chen. Is he a god? In response to Tang Hong's skepticism, the girl's avatar flickered with determination. Just wait and see. Lu Chen's abilities are beyond your imagination. Haha, fine, I'll wait. If Lu Chen truly did slay a Tier 2 sea beast, I, Tang Hong, will call him father. However, as soon as Tang Hong's words were sent, an announcement from the game echoed. Announcement. Evolver Lu Chen has successfully upgraded the novice wooden boat from beginner to intermediate level. As the first evolver to complete the upgrade of the novice wooden boat, a reward of 1 bronze level ship weapon and 1 evolution point has been awarded. We urge all evolvers to take Lu Chen as an example and strive onward. With this announcement, the previously bustling chatroom fell into an eerie silence. All present rendered speechless. After several seconds, someone finally broke the quiet. What is happening? Did Lu Chen just take first place? Wasn't he upgrading a novice wooden boat supposed to require a Tier 2 crystal core? Could it be? Goodness, what that girl said was true. Lu Chen truly did annihilate that many monsters all by himself. Realizing that Lu Chen had indeed slain a Tier 2 creature, the crowd erupted in astonished admiration. Lu Chen is incredible. Please, take me as your crew. Lu Chen, allow me to serve you. I would do anything for you. Lu Chen, you are my deity. From now on, we should no longer refer to him as Lu Chen. He should be called Lu Chen the Great. Simultaneously, Tang Hong's complexion turned ashen, cold sweat beading on his forehead. Internally, he lamented, "This is a disaster, I've made a grave mistake." He regretfully slapped his forehead, filled with self-reproach. It was all due to his momentary jealousy that led him to mock Lu Chen. The thought of Lu Chen's formidable strength sent shivers down Tang Hong's spine. If Lu Chen bore a grudge and sought retribution, what chance would he have of survival? In a moment of desperation, Tang Hong's eyes darted, and he hastily called out in the chatroom, "Lu Chen, father, your son Tang Hong has been waiting for you." Yet, his antics only incited bursts of laughter. Ha ha. That clown Tang Hong has recognized his father. This is too funny. What a fool. If he had known this would happen, he wouldn't have acted so foolishly. He may have spoken his truth, but even if he wishes to call Lu Chen father, Lu Chen wouldn't recognize him as his son. In an instant, Tang Hong became the laughingstock of the entire novice sea area, his reputation in tatters. Chapter 14. Acquiring the bronze-level whale hunting crossbow. Meanwhile, after dispatching the barely alive goblin captain, Lu Chen gained another 100 points of life energy, along with the 12 ordinary goblins he had previously defeated. He amassed a total of 460 points of life energy. The little bundle of joy, receiving a substantial influx of life energy, bounced around excitedly, chattering incessantly. Despite sharing half of the life energy with the little creature, Lu Chen ascended to the top of the leaderboard. Surely, the goblin captain's head concealed the Tier 2 crystal core necessary for upgrading his boat. Contemplating this, Lu Chen swiftly extended his bony spikes, precisely cleaving the captain's head, revealing a clear, radiant green crystal core. Crystal core, Tier 2, the life source of a ferocious beast, a hard currency more valuable than gold. With this in hand, I should be able to upgrade the novice wooden boat to intermediate level. Lu Chen carefully extracted the still warm crystal core, eagerly making his way to where the boat awaited. The first individual to upgrade the novice wooden boat shall be rewarded with a bronze-level ship weapon from the Celestial Covenant. Lu Chen, undeterred by the urgency, recognized that the materials required for the upgrade included 1 second-tier crystal core and 20 units of timber. On this resource-rich micro-island, timber was readily available. With little effort, Lu Chen felled a tree, amassing the necessary wood. Detected that the evolver has gathered all materials required for the upgrade. Would you like to upgrade the novice wooden boat immediately? Upon Lu Chen's consent, the crystal core and timber seemed to be drawn by an unseen force, gradually merging into the boat. The once modest 5-meter-long novice wooden vessel began to elongate to 8 meters, its overall texture and aura significantly enhanced, rejuvenating its appearance. Novice wooden boat, Captain, Lu Chen. Level, intermediate. Crew, 1-6. Durability, 200. Weapon slot, small weapon 0-1. Speed, low paddle. Defense, low light armor. Talent, ecological symbiosis, D grade. Following the upgrade, the capacity for crew members increased by 2, and an additional small weapon slot was added. Gazing at the upgraded boat's panel, A flicker of surprise danced in Lu Chen's eyes. Clearly, with continuous evolution, this once rudimentary wooden vessel was destined to transform into an invincible battleship sweeping across the seas. Congratulations on becoming the first evolver in the novice area to upgrade the novice wooden boat to intermediate level. You have obtained a bronze-level ship weapon, the whale hunting crossbow. Whale hunting crossbow, bronze beginner, equipped with a rope and a massive bolt, requires one small weapon slot. This device is intended for whaling. Using it against people would be excessively brutal. The reward had arrived. A wave of joy surged within Lu Chen as, with a tremor in the air, a towering bolt appeared at the bow of the ship. Rather than a mere bolt, it resembled a crossbow cannon. Fortunately, the upgrade had enlarged the novice wooden boat considerably. Otherwise, this imposing weapon would have caused it to capsize. Lu Chen gently touched the broad tip of the giant bolt, marveling at its craftsmanship. Truly, a reward befitting the first place, indeed formidable. If this bolt were to strike, even a second-tier sea beast would suffer grievous wounds. In light of Evolver Lu Chen being the first to complete the ship upgrade, a special reward of 1 evolution point has been granted. The voice of the Celestial Covenant echoed again, leaving Lu Chen momentarily stunned. An additional reward? Evolution points? He hastily checked his attribute panel and noticed a new entry. Evolution points. 1. What purpose do these evolution points serve? Lu Chen quickly accessed the Celestial Encyclopedia for clarification. And upon reading, his heart raced with excitement. It turned out that evolution points could be used to upgrade talent levels. This was exceptionally advantageous. Lu Chen instantly felt that this adventure was immensely worthwhile. Not only had he acquired a bronze-level ship weapon, but most importantly, he had obtained evolution points that could facilitate the advancement of his talents. In a certain sense, the value of this evolution point exceeded that of the whale hunting crossbow. After all, he was well aware of the power of high-level talents, which would provide him with formidable assistance. With this in mind, Lu Chen scrutinized his panel, and indeed, beside each talent he possessed, the required evolution points for upgrades were clearly indicated. Plan Affinity, C grade 8 points. Flame Control, C grade 8 points. Ice Manipulation, D grade 4 points. Bone Spike Mutation, D grade 2 points. Strength Enhancement, E grade 2 points. Speed Enhancement, E grade 2 points. Constitution Enhancement, E grade 2 points. X-Ray Vision, E grade 2 points. Olfactory Enhancement, F grade 1 point. Visual Enhancement, F grade 1 point. Auditory Enhancement, F grade 1 point. It was evident, and Lu Chen's mind began to strategize. It appeared that upgrading F grade talents required 1 point, E grade needed 2 points, D grade required 4 points, and C grade demanded 8 points. Alas, this single evolution point was indeed insufficient. Just as he lamented, Lu Chen's gaze suddenly sharpened. Wait, why does the Bone Spike Mutation, also a D grade talent, only require 2 points for an upgrade? After some exploration of the Celestial Encyclopedia, Lu Chen finally understood. It was because the Bone Spike Mutation belonged to the Necromancy talent category, and his affinity with necromantic talents was remarkably high, thus necessitating fewer evolution points. Pondering while stroking his chin, Lu Chen fell into deep thought. However, why was the Bone Spike Mutation categorized under necromancy? After a moment, he shook his head, deciding not to dwell on it. Very well, it seemed he would prioritize cultivating necromantic talents in the future. After all, utilizing talents with high compatibility would yield greater power while consuming less mental energy. Therefore, he resolved to allocate this single evolution point to the Bone Spike Mutation. With his decision made, Lu Chen turned his attention to Tuanzi, who was joyfully bouncing around on the rocks, chirping gleefully. Tuanzi, come. It's time for us to get to work. Gugug. Upon hearing Lu Chen's call, Tuanzi bounded over like a playful puppy, wiggling its tentacles in excitement. Lu Chen couldn't help but chuckle at the sight. Oh Tuanzi, you are a mighty deity of the North Sea, yet you behave like a little puppy. Gugugug. In Tuanzi's innocent mind, it was oblivious to the concept of being a deity or a giant from the North Sea. It only knew that Lu Chen was its entire world. Subsequently, Lu Chen, accompanied by Tuanzi, swiftly began to absorb the corpses of the goblins. He was acutely aware that only freshly deceased bodies could provide him with valuable attribute points. Previously, Lu Chen had encountered a decaying sea beast carcass, but Tuanzi had failed to extract anything of worth from it. Thus, he understood the importance of acting swiftly after a hunt to avoid missing opportunities. Successfully absorbed Goblin Captain, 2nd tier Pinnacle. You have acquired E-grade talent, Strength Enhancement, E-grade. Strength increased by 6 points. Chapter 15, another evolution point gained. Successfully absorbed 12 goblins, 1st tier. Strength increased by 24 points. A bountiful harvest. This latest absorption allowed Lu Chen's strength to surge by a remarkable 30 points. His strength had more than doubled, skyrocketing from 25 points to 55 points. Invincible. Ding, Evolver Lu Chen's E-grade talent, Strength Enhancement, meets the evolution conditions and successfully evolves into D-grade talent, Strength Amplification. Given that Lu Chen already possessed Strength Enhancement, the additional strength harvested from the Goblin Captain directly evolved into D-grade Strength Amplification. Congratulations on becoming the second evolver in the Novice area to upgrade the Novice Wooden Boat to Intermediate level. You have received a Black Iron level ship weapon, Beast Horn. Yang Zimo and his 3 companions, after much toil and effort, finally managed to slay a second-tier Sawtooth Ray beast. After considerable effort, they gathered the materials needed to upgrade their Novice Wooden Boat to Intermediate level. However, upon gazing at the Beast Horn before them, the 4 exchanged glances of disbelief. Was Lu Chen truly that fortunate? Despite their hurried efforts, he had managed to outpace them. Zhou Yu's words were filled with frustration. Alas, it seems that old Yang was right. Our divine summer is indeed a land of hidden talents. We originally thought we could secure this bronze-level weapon, yet it appears. Li Ming shrugged, his face a portrait of resignation. Long Howren hoisted the heavy shield back onto his shoulder, a bitter smile curling at the corners of his lips. It seems we have all underestimated Lu Chen. Yang Zimo sighed softly, his gaze profound. Well, perhaps this black iron-grade beast's horn is tailor-made for our unicorn rhinoceros. However, a hint of expectation laced his tone. I truly wish to meet this Lu Chen and witness the extraordinary talent that allows him to outpace the 4 of us single-handedly. Suddenly, Long Howren erupted into laughter. Ha ha ha, a criminal police captain, a firefighting hero, a military elite, and a top student. And yet a young man has managed to surpass them all. Hearing this, Yang Zimo, Li Ming, and Zhou Yu could not help but share in the bitter laughter. Though the defiance in their eyes was unmistakable, let him have this one step ahead, but next time, we shall not grant him any opportunity. Zhou Yu clenched his fists, his youthful face radiating stubbornness and determination. You're right, scholar. Our journey is still long, Yang Zimo remarked, a glimmer of wisdom in his eyes as he patted Zhou Yu's shoulder. Since there are rewards for upgrading to intermediate wooden boats, the rewards for advanced wooden boats must surely be even more substantial. Indeed, we have plenty of opportunities ahead. We must put in more effort. Let us go. No more idle talk here. Let us slay some monsters. I can hardly wait to surpass him. At that moment, Lu Chen's attention was drawn to the stone axe in the Goblin Captain's hand. Granite battle axe, black iron low level. Though its exterior is rough, it is exceedingly durable. Do not attempt to clash with this weapon head-on. I knew that the steel spear shattered too easily. It turns out this axe is indeed a weapon of quality. Aside from the whale-hunting crossbow awarded by the Celestial Edict, this was Lu Chen's first encounter with a weapon of rank. Since he currently lacked a suitable weapon, this axe would serve him well for the time being. Lu Chen picked up the stone axe and strode into the depths of the small island, determined to search thoroughly for any valuable resources. Not far along, a clear spring caught his eye. As I expected, where there are goblins' dwellings, there must be a water source to nourish them. Suddenly, a patch of vibrant herbs drew Lu Chen's attention. This is strengthening grass, a rare medicinal herb that can be used for both medicine and direct consumption, providing a permanent boost to one's physique upon ingestion. A herb that can enhance attribute points. What a treasure! Scanning the area, he noticed at least 100 stalks of strengthening grass swaying gracefully. If all of these were consumed, it would yield over 100 points in physique, such an opportunity for soaring growth. Lu Chen hurriedly plucked several stalks of strengthening grass and stuffed them into his mouth. Consumed strengthening grass, physique 1. Consumed strengthening grass, physique 1. However, his physique had only increased by 3 points, and further consumption yielded no additional effects. In that case, Tuanzi, it's your turn. Gug. Since eating them raw proved ineffective, let us try absorption. Lu Chen firmly believed that Tuanzi's absorption ability would be far more efficient than mere ingestion. After all, an SSS-level talent is not to be taken lightly. Successfully absorbed strengthening grass, physique 2. Successfully absorbed strengthening grass, physique 2. Indeed, direct consumption yielded only 1 point, while Tuanzi's absorption doubled the gain. After absorbing 3 stalks, Tuanzi also reached saturation. In a short span of time, Lu Chen's physique had increased by a total of 9 points. Quite a fruitful endeavor. We cannot waste this. Lu Chen bent down by the spring, first taking large gulps of the refreshing water, and then proceeded to uproot all the strengthening grass he could find. These treasures that enhance attribute points would surely fetch a handsome price if sold. Wait a moment. A thought struck Lu Chen. Sell? Yes, of course. Since the Celestial Edict has transported so many people here in an instant, trading across dimensions should not be an outrageous notion, should it? After some tinkering, Lu Chen indeed discovered the trading interface. Subsequently, he listed all the strengthening grass for sale, and after a moment's contemplation, he added the fresh spring water he had collected to the trading list as well. Announcement: Evolver Lu Chen, as the first user of the Celestial Edict trading system in the Novice Sea area, receives a reward of 1 evolution point. The cold, mechanical voice of the Celestial Edict echoed in the minds of every evolver, momentarily leaving all in stunned silence. Not only others, even Lu Chen was taken aback. This is possible? Such ease in receiving an evolution point? The previously quiet chat channel erupted into chaos. What is going on? What precious item has Lu Chen sold? A trading system? Can we really trade across dimensions like in novels? I'm even more curious about what the evolution points can be used for. Lu Chen had received one before. You don't even know the use of evolution points? Let me enlighten you. For an F-grade talent like you, just 1 evolution point is enough to upgrade to E-grade. Upon hearing this, a wave of regretful lamentations filled the channel. What the heck? It's that outrageous? Why didn't I think of selling something earlier? Aw, just 1 evolution point. I regret it so much. Had I known, I would have listed my socks for sale. That's disgusting. With your stinky socks, no one would buy them anyway. That's not important. What matters is the evolution point. Huh, what exactly did Lu Chen put up for trade? Chapter 16, The Phantom Ship Emerges. System announcement. Evolver Lu Chen has added new trading items, freshwater. Freshwater, 500 milliliters. Exchange requirement. 1 first-tier Savage Beast Corpse, condition. Death time within 24 hours, and must possess talent. System announcement. Evolver Lu Chen has added new trading items, Strengthening Grass. Strengthening Grass 1. Consuming it increases physique by 1 point. Exchange requirement. 1 second-tier Savage Beast Corpse, condition. Death time within 24 hours, and must possess talent. No crystal core required. Upon seeing the items Lu Chen had listed, another wave of uproar ensued. Freshwater. Lu Chen actually has freshwater for sale. Lu Chen, can I exchange it for an ordinary Savage Beast Corpse? I'm so thirsty. Now I understand why Lu Chen was able to reach the top of the leaderboard. It turns out he found a small island and cleared all the monsters on it. Wow, this strengthening grass can permanently boost physique by 1 point. What a rare treasure. Yes, I want it too, but unfortunately, I need a second-tier Sea Beast Corpse to exchange for it. Sob, I can't defeat it. Haha, I just happened to hunt a first-tier Sea Beast with talent, and I was worried about what to do with its corpse. I'll go to Lu Chen and exchange it for some fresh water to quench my thirst. Lu Chen, big brother, I really want that strengthening grass. Can you give me a share? I can be your crew member and do anything for you. Give it up. Who doesn't know that Lu Chen is a lone wolf? With your F-grade talent, how could you catch his eye? Not necessarily. As Lu Chen's ship grows larger, he will need people to row for him, right? Yes, Lu Chen, if you're looking for crew members, you must consider me. I possess an E-level power enhancement, allowing me to paddle with remarkable speed. How I wish to share a vessel with the esteemed Lu Chen. Just as the crowd was engrossed in lively conversation, a piece of news suddenly captivated everyone's attention. What in the world is happening? Half of Li Sini's team has perished. Not only that, but Li Sini's D-level special ship has also been destroyed. My goodness, hasn't Li Sini already advanced to level 2? How could such misfortune befall her? As the crowd stood in astonishment, Li Sini's cool avatar flickered to life, saying, "Everyone, I encountered a ghost ship at sea. You must exercise extreme caution. That ghost ship is beyond our current capabilities. It is Li Sini. Even the third-ranked Li Sini cannot contend with it. This is becoming increasingly terrifying. A ghost ship has emerged. A ghost ship? Will there be spirits aboard? I dread such things the most." Li Sini's special ship possessed the D-level talent of speed. The terror of its destruction is truly unfathomable. At this moment, an avatar that rarely spoke lit up. It was Lu Chen. Li Sini ghost ship? Could you kindly disclose its precise location? Lu Chen's sudden interjection stirred a tempest in the chat. My heavens, it is the great Lu Chen. He has finally spoken. Wow, Lu Chen's avatar looks incredibly handsome. It seems the great Lu Chen is quite interested in the ghost ship. I wonder what his intentions are. Li Sini swiftly responded. The location is 352789. You must stay far away from that area. The ghost ship is exceedingly terrifying, were it not for its inability to move on its own. I fear I would not have escaped. Lu Chen replied, not far from there. I shall go take a look. Li Sini retorted, have you lost your mind? You are courting death. That could very well be a tier 3 creature. Do you comprehend what tier 3 entails? Even Yang Zimo chimed in. Lu Chen, young brother. With such remarkable talent, you should focus on steady development and refrain from recklessness. However, there was no response. Lu Chen closed the chat room. A glimmer of determination in his eyes. If I were to develop steadily, I would not possess my current strength. Upon arriving in this ocean, Lu Chen understood a fundamental truth. The greater the risk, the greater the reward. The resources in this world are finite, and competition is merciless. If he wished to stand atop this world, he must seize the initiative from the outset, swiftly distancing himself from others. Only then could he accumulate advantages like a snowball rolling down a hill. leaving all others in awe of his prowess. Such a bizarre ghost ship must hold immense benefits. Moreover, the wreckage of Lu Chen's special ship lies there, and he yearned to absorb its talent. In the chat channel, discussions erupted. Why has the great Lu Chen ceased speaking? Is he truly preparing to confront the ghost ship alone? Surely not. Lu Chen has already warned that Tier 3 creatures may lurk aboard. I struggle against Tier 1 creatures. It's hard to say. If it were us, we would certainly flee far away, but he is not us. He is Lu Chen. Indeed, the title of great is not given lightly. I am increasingly curious. If the great Lu Chen were to confront the ghost ship head-on, who would emerge victorious? I doubt a confrontation will ensue, as the Great One said. He is merely going to take a look, and perhaps he will return without incident. Huh, do you truly believe someone like the great Lu Chen, who can annihilate Lu Shuai and slay 13 fierce beasts, would merely be sightseeing? As the crowd debated, Lu Chen was already paddling towards the location provided by Lu Chen, cradling a small bundle in his arms. As he paddled, he examined his status panel. This expedition to Goblin Island had yielded tremendous rewards. Name: Lu Chen. Level: 2, 155. 300. Evolution points: 2. Strength: 55. Agility: 25. Constitution: 43. Perception: 29. Talents: Plant Affinity, C level. Flame Control, C level. Ice Control, D level. Bone Spike Mutation, D level. Power Amplification, D level. Speed Enhancement, E level. Constitution Enhancement, E level. X-Ray Vision, E level. Olfactory Enhancement, F level. Visual Enhancement, F level. Auditory Enhancement, F level. Skills: None. Vessel: Intermediate Novice Wooden Boat, Enhanced. Comprehensive Battle Power Assessment. Tier 3. Those who underestimate you will pay a heavy price. Although Lu Chen's level is merely 2, his overall prowess is comparable to that of Tier 3 evolvers, perhaps even surpassing them. Particularly in terms of strength, he has achieved a staggering 55 points. With the augmentation of D-level power amplification, he is confident that he could punch through even the hardest steel. Furthermore, Lu Chen wields an impressive 11 talents. And the astute combination of these talents allows his actual combat power to far exceed what mere statistics can convey. Chapter 17, Bone Control, Undead System Talent. My comprehensive battle power assessment has already reached Tier 3. How swift. Lu Chen gazed at his attribute panel, a satisfied smile gracing his lips. With his current strength, even when faced with a peak Tier 3 monster, he is confident of victory. According to Lu Chen, the ghost ship's battle power hovers around Tier 3. He is fully capable of handling it. Yet, Lu Chen remains cautious. He understands that every battle requires utmost effort to ensure he is in peak condition. For this is not a game, and there are no opportunities for a second chance. A misstep could lead to irrevocable consequences. After careful consideration, Lu Chen decisively allocated his 2 evolution points entirely to the Bone Spike Mutation talent. Ding! 2 evolution points consumed. Bone Spike Mutation, D-level, is evolving. Bone Spike Mutation has successfully evolved into Bone Control, C-level. Success! Lu Chen's heart swelled with joy. At this moment, aside from Plant Affinity and Flame Control, he had successfully acquired a 3rd C-level talent. Recalling the awakening ceremony conducted within the protective shield, only 2 individuals within the novice area possessed C-level talents. Now, he alone possesses 3 C-level talents, a testament to his formidable strength. Bone Control. The name of this talent bears a certain resemblance to the undead system. Lu Chen's body trembled, and instantly, 8 pale, jade-like skeletal limbs erupted from his back, their sharp extremities gleaming with a chilling light. These limbs served as additional appendages, and with a mere thought, they propelled him upward, allowing him to scale cliffs like a spider. Remarkable. However, the potential of a C-level talent should extend beyond this. Shouldn't it? Let us see if it can be released externally. As Lu Chen focused his thoughts, a bone spear, exuding an aura of frigidness, swiftly coalesced before him. Go! Lu Chen murmured softly, and the bone spear immediately sliced through the air, vanishing into the horizon. Indeed, its power could rival that of a high-caliber sniper rifle. However, Lu Chen's thoughts continued to wander. If I could manipulate bones externally, could I summon skeletons like the necromancers in novels? After all, controlling bones is a talent of the necromancy branch. It seems reasonable to summon a skeletal undead. Crack, crack, crack. A pile of bones swiftly accumulated before Lu Chen, ultimately transforming into a grotesque skeleton that loomed in front of him. Yet, when Lu Chen's mental focus wavered even slightly, the skeleton crumbled instantaneously, disintegrating into a heap of shattered bones. This won't do. This skeleton is merely a framework, devoid of soul or spirit, lacking any combat capability. Lu Chen shook his head but remained undeterred. After all, his current control over bones was only at the C level. In the future, it would continue to evolve to be level, A level, or even S level. Perhaps by then, with a mere flick of his hand, he could summon an endless tide of undead to sweep across the realm. Brother Yang, do you truly intend to exchange the corpse of the Sawtooth Ray Beast for that so-called strength-enhancing herb? Zhou Yu asked, furrowing his brow in confusion. The strength Lu Chen possessed was undoubtedly connected to the corpses he acquired. If this Ray Beast's corpse were given to him, he would surely grow even stronger. In contrast, obtaining that herb would merely grant a meager increase of 1 point in physical constitution, a trivial gain lacking any significant utility. According to the information gathered by Yang Zimo and his companions, wherever Lu Chen went, all the corpses appeared desiccated, as if all essence had been absorbed. Yang Zimo turned to Long Howren and Li Ming. What are your thoughts? Long Howren crossed his arms, his demeanor calm. Old Yang, you make the decision. I will follow your lead. Li Ming nodded in agreement. Very well, let me share my perspective. Yang Zimo surveyed the three before finally fixing his gaze on Zhou Yu. His tone steady and profound. Although we are rivals to Lu Chen, we are ultimately all citizens of the divine Xia. Zhou Yu, have you considered that in this vast oceanic world, we are not the sole inhabitants of divine Xia? Zhou Yu hesitated, evidently harboring suspicions. Indeed, as you surmise, other nations from Blue Star may very well have arrived here. Yang Zimo continued, his eyes revealing profound insight. Even without the threat of other nations, we are bound to encounter the indigenous creatures of this land. Future conflicts are nearly unavoidable. The emergence of a genius like Lu Chen is a blessing for us. And for divine Xia, engaging in trade with him undoubtedly represents a mutually beneficial choice. We must adopt a broader perspective, not merely fixating on immediate gains and losses. Furthermore, I have a strong suspicion that this suddenly appeared ghost ship is no ordinary vessel. Lu Chen's endeavor may not proceed smoothly. If this formidable beast's corpse can aid him, it would be our modest contribution to divine Xia. After all, the presence of a super-strong individual holds immense significance for a nation and its people. We are all aware of this fact. Upon hearing Yang Zimo's words, Zhou Yu felt a wave of shame wash over him, lowering his head as a flush crept onto his cheeks. He realized that his previous mindset had been overly narrow, rendering him insignificant in comparison to Yang Zimo's farsightedness. Brother Yang, you are right. I have been too fixated on victory and defeat. He candidly acknowledged his mistake. Yang Zimo chuckled, patting Zhou Yu on the shoulder with a grand tone. Having a competitive spirit is commendable, but it does not hinder us from achieving a win-win situation with Lu Chen. We must continue to strive, aiming to surpass him as soon as possible. Indeed. Meanwhile, Lu Chen was not idle on his journey. He instructed Tuanzi to enhance all the equipment he would soon utilize, including the intermediate novice wooden ship, granite battle axe, and giant whaling crossbow. Ding! Yang Zimo exchanged one corpse of the Sawtooth Ray Beast, Tier 2, for one strength-enhancing herb. Lu Chen raised an eyebrow, a flicker of surprise washing over him. Someone indeed exchanged a Tier 2 corpse? He hadn't held high hopes for this, as Tier 2 sea beasts were not only formidable but also difficult to provoke, especially those with innate talents. Yang Zimo. Lu Chen recalled the figure clad in a police uniform, his expression resolute. It turned out he was the foremost powerhouse of the novice zone, which explained everything. At that moment, Lu Chen noticed that two others had also exchanged 2 Tier 1 sea beast corpses for water sources, though he had been too preoccupied to pay attention earlier. Subsequently, Lu Chen extracted the 3 sea beast corpses from the trading space. Boom. The massive corpse of the Sawtooth Ray Beast crashed down onto the wooden ship with great force. Gulp. Tuanzi, startled, puffed up its tiny fur, baring its little teeth and unfurling its 8 tiny tentacles. Upon seeing this, Lu Chen quickly scooped Tuanzi up, reassuringly saying, "Don't be afraid, it's just me who summoned it." Chapter 18. The Corpse Shark, targeting the ghost ship. After calming Tuanzi, Lu Chen turned his attention to the 3 corpses. One was a Tier 2 Sawtooth Ray Beast, and the other 2 were a Tier 1 Great White Shark and a man-faced fish, both possessing innate talents. Lu Chen's eyes sparkled with excitement. Ever since he learned that absorbing creatures with the same talent could lead to evolution, he had welcomed them all. Successfully absorbed the Sawtooth Ray Beast, gaining speed enhancement, E level. Agility increased by 6 points. Successfully absorbed the Great White Shark, gaining smell enhancement, F level. Agility increased by 2 points. Successfully absorbed the man-faced fish, gaining hearing enhancement, F level. Perception increased by 2 points. Having all 3 talents, Lu Chen experienced an immediate evolution. Speed enhancement evolved to speed super enhancement, D level. Smell enhancement evolved to smell super enhancement, E level. Hearing enhancement evolved to hearing super enhancement, E level. The emergence of speed super enhancement was undoubtedly a boon for Lu Chen. As his agility had been the lowest among all his attributes, which had detracted from his combat prowess. However, speed super enhancement resolved this issue. As for smell super enhancement and hearing super enhancement, although they did not directly elevate combat capabilities, their roles as auxiliary talents were not to be underestimated. There are no useless talents, only ineffectual individuals. Tawanzi, come inside. We have arrived, Lu Chen declared, his gaze sharp as he surveyed the path ahead. Gulp, Tawanzi obediently acknowledged. Sliding into the backpack Lu Chen had specially crafted for it from leaves. Sister Cinny, do you think that Lu Chen will actually come? Spoke a youthful girl with a doll-like face. She was Fan Yingying, ranked 11th, endowed with a D-level ice manipulation talent. At that moment, she sat in the wooden boat, her eyes glistening with tears. The ghost ship was terrifying. Wang Ying and Tao Dao had all perished at the hands of those monsters, along with our white horse. Fan Yingying's voice trembled, reflecting her lingering fear. Standing beside her was a tall beauty with cascading hair, none other than Li Cinny. He has already arrived. Li Cinny spoke slowly, her voice icy and calm. As Fan Yingying followed Li Cinny's gaze, she beheld a medium-sized wooden boat drifting gently downstream under the setting sun. Upon this vessel stood a strikingly handsome youth, exuding an air of confidence. The gentle breeze tousled his dark hair, revealing his deep, starry black eyes. Li Cinny? Lu Chen nodded amiably at the two women. To her surprise, you actually came to enjoy the scenery. It seems you have ample time to squander. Li Cinny slightly elevated her chin, a hint of barely perceptible pride seeping into her words. Clearly, deep within her heart, she believed that Lu Chen posed no significant threat to the ghost ship. Observing Li Cinny's haughty demeanor, akin to an arrogant swan, Lu Chen raised an eyebrow, inwardly scoffing. This woman, having just suffered a defeat, how can she maintain such an air of superiority? Unbeknownst to him, in Li Cinny's mind, her ability to escape unscathed from the pursuit of a third-tier fierce beast was a feat worthy of pride, especially given her own second-tier status. Lu Chen, you're approaching the attack range of the ghost ship. Just observe, but do not take any risks, Fan Yingying warned, wiping the corner of her eye. In the waters ahead, 2 of her teammates had perished, and she wished for no more casualties. Lu Chen smiled nonchalantly. It's fine, I'll scout ahead. No sooner had he spoken. The surface of the sea began to roil, and a massive great white shark slowly emerged. Great white shark, Fan Yingying exclaimed in alarm, raising her hand to strike. Yingying, don't be hasty, Li Cinny promptly intervened. That shark is under Lu Chen's control. Really? Fan Yingying gasped, covering her mouth in astonishment. Even now, many struggled to confront a great white shark alone, yet Lu Chen could command it as if it were a pet. With this alone, he had surpassed the vast majority of evolutionary beings. As Lu Chen willed it, the great white shark surged forward, its massive body slicing through the waters. After the novice wooden boat's upgrade, the ecological symbiosis skill had strengthened. On the wooden boat, Lu Chen's black eyes glimmered with an eerie light. The view of the sea ahead laid bare under the shark's shared vision. However, just as the shark swam a short distance, a dark creature began to glide toward them. What is that? Another shark? Lu Chen furrowed his brow. As the two creatures drew closer, he discerned that it indeed was a shark, albeit a peculiar one. Its body was half decayed, with rotting flesh exposing stark, white bones beneath. Its milky eyes lacked any sign of life, clearly not a living being. What in the world? Lu Chen scoffed, immediately commanding the great white shark to bite down on the carcass. Yet the decayed shark appeared utterly unperturbed, thrashing violently as the great white tore away chunks of rotting flesh. In a sudden twist, it opened its foul, gaping maw and retaliated ferociously. Despite its battered form, the attack was alarmingly fierce. Within mere moments, Lu Chen's controlled great white shark met its demise. How does it feel? Li Cinny teased, noting Lu Chen's furrowed brow. Was it a wasted trip? She had warned him beforehand, yet he had chosen to ignore her counsel, and now he faced the consequences. Lu Chen remained silent, activating ecological symbiosis once more, prompting a seagull on the boat to take flight. Since the sea presented no viable path, he would attempt the skies, first determining the location of the ghost ship. However, before the seagull had flown far, a decayed sea eagle appeared within sight. This time it was worse. The seagull had no chance to retaliate and was swiftly torn to shreds. Yet, a sharp glimmer flashed in Lu Chen's eyes. At the very moment the seagull was engulfed in darkness, he keenly spotted a pitch-black vessel, shrouded in eerie black mist, appearing intermittently amidst the waves. Surely, that must be the so-called ghost ship. Subsequently, Lu Chen, amidst the astonished gazes of Li Cinny and Fan Yingying, wielded his oar, and the small boat swiftly cleaved through the water towards the unknown terror. What are you planning to do? Li Cinny's eyes widened in disbelief. She had anticipated that after 2 setbacks, Lu Chen would wisely choose to retreat, yet she was utterly unprepared for his reckless determination to charge ahead. Of course, To slay the monstrosities aboard that ghost ship, Lu Chen replied, maintaining his momentum, casting a sidelong glance at Li Xin. Your inability to accomplish something does not imply that I too am powerless. Chapter 19. Perilous Situations. You. Li Xin's brow knitted in displeasure. Her tone tinged with irritation as she felt Lu Chen was merely boasting. I remind you, that ghost ship is far more terrifying than you can imagine. Fan Yingying quickly interjected, worry gleaming in her eyes. Lu Chen, don't challenge Xin. That ghost ship is truly formidable. It would require at least 4 third-tier evolvers working together to have a chance of victory. Our escape this time was solely due to Xin's magnetic manipulation ability. Otherwise, none of us would return alive. However, Lu Chen paid no heed to the women's concerns, as the wooden boat gradually navigated into the eerie waves ahead. Shortly after, the decayed shark resurfaced, its shadow flickering in the water, radiating an ominous aura. Undead, decayed shark, traits, no pain sensation, grows fiercer with each battle, low intelligence. Talent, none. Skills, none. Combat power assessment, peak first tier, a bizarre creature teetering between life and death. No wonder my great white shark couldn't prevail. It's a peak first tier creature. Watching the approaching shadow, Lu Chen smirked coldly. But can you withstand this? With that, Lu Chen pulled the trigger of the whale-hunting crossbow, the sound reverberating with a thunderous boom, causing the boat to shake violently. A colossal bolt, as thick as an arm and nearly 2 meters long, hurtled through the air like lightning, striking the decayed shark. In an instant, half of the creature's body exploded into countless fragments, the bits of rotting flesh sending ripples through the water. Huh, a creature teetering between life and death? I'll shatter you and see if you can die. Lu Chen was quite pleased with the whale-hunting crossbow's power. It was indeed a formidable bronze-grade naval weapon. Capable of such devastating force, even a peak first-tier undead could be slain in one strike. Notification, killed decayed shark, peak first tier, gained 50 points of death energy. Death energy? Why not life energy? Hearing the system's prompt, Lu Chen furrowed his brow, realizing that killing this decayed shark would not yield him any experience points. He swiftly perused the system's encyclopedia, and after some exploration, he finally understood. It turned out that slaying the undead yielded no life energy. As they were not living beings, how could there be life energy? Instead, death energy could bestow intelligence upon undead creatures, enabling their evolution. Upon witnessing this scene, Lu Chen's eyes sparkled with intrigue. Could it be that the energy of death could bestow sentience upon undead beings? If so, would it not imply that the next time he summoned a skeletal warrior, he could transform it into a true undead creature using this very energy? The more he pondered, the more feasible it seemed. Yet he recognized that now was not the time for such experimentation. Addressing the ghost ship was the priority at hand. Meanwhile, Fan Yingying observed this spectacle, her hand instinctively covering her red lips in awe. How impressive! The peak-tier corrupted shark was so effortlessly dispatched. In contrast, Li Xin remained unfazed. Her gaze unwaveringly fixed ahead, her tone nonchalant. It was evident that Lu Chen's ascent to the top of the rankings was not without merit. She then subtly turned her head toward Fan Yingying and inquired, Yingying, how long do you think he can hold out? Although Lu Chen is undeniably handsome and powerful, his arrogance may soon lead him into peril. Do you think he might perish there? Fan Yingying's eyes betrayed an unmistakable flicker of fear, reminiscent of her previous harrowing experiences. Li Xin gently patted her shoulder, offering reassurance. As long as he remains cautious, he should return unscathed. Those creatures, while terrifying, should not be able to ensnare him. As the two conversed, Lu Chen's small boat continued its advance toward the ghost ship. Suddenly, an intermittent, mournful wail pierced the water's surface, echoing all around them. The chilling cries, reminiscent of lost souls, grew increasingly distinct as they approached, resembling a throng of homeless spirits lamenting their misfortunes. No, the sound was emanating from beneath the water. A sense of foreboding gripped Lu Chen's heart. Without warning, a skeletal hand, its fingers gnarled and emaciated, emerged from the depths, clutching the side of Lu Chen's boat. Fragments of decayed flesh clung to it, instilling a sense of dread. Lu Chen spun around to see a half-rotten corpse slowly rising from the water, its hollow eyes devoid of life, yet brimming with hatred and envy toward the living. Undead, drown one. Traits, no pain, grows stronger in battle, low intelligence, harbors hatred for the living. Talent, none. Skills, none. Combat assessment. Peak Tier 2, the corpses of sailors who perished from drowning. Each alive being is a target of their wrath. Enough of this folly. Lu Chen scoffed coldly. His granite battle axe gripped tightly in his right hand, swinging down with a fierce gust of wind. With a dull thud, the axe bit deep into the drowned one's seemingly decrepit skull, sending putrid flesh flying. However, to his astonishment, the skull proved remarkably resilient, akin to iron. trapping the axe firmly in place. A sinister smile crept across the drowned one's face, as if mocking Lu Chen's ineptitude. Smile, clenching his left fist. Lu Chen drew back to gather his strength, activating his power surge. Strength tripled. He then unleashed a fierce punch. Empowered by 165 points of strength, his fist flew forth like a cannonball, crashing into the drowned one's visage. With a resounding bang, the drowned one's head shattered like a watermelon, sending bits of rotten flesh and shattered bones spiraling through the air. The corpse, once half risen, collapsed lifelessly into the frigid waters. Notification: drowned one, peak tier 2, slain. Gained 100 points of death energy. Yet, before Lu Chen could catch his breath, the haunting sound of climbing once more echoed in his ears, now multiplied to a terrifying degree. Countless pale hands clung desperately to the boat's edge, grotesque faces of the drowned ones slowly surfacing from the icy depths. Good heavens! So many! Lu Chen's heart sank. Even with his tier 3 combat prowess, facing such a horde of drowned ones would spell disaster. Chapter 20. The Cursed Captain of the Ghost Ship, Jack. However, Lu Chen chose not to retreat. Instead, he seized control of the wailing crossbow, locking onto the ghostly silhouette of the ship that faintly materialized through the fog. An ancient saying from the divine summer echoed in his mind. Since he had come this far, he could not leave empty-handed. Go! Lu Chen commanded fiercely, the massive bolt, thick as a man's arm, lunging forward and embedding itself deeply into the ghost ship's shadowy hull. The rope tautened, forming a makeshift bridge connecting his small boat to the ghostly vessel. With a determined motion, Lu Chen leaped onto the rope, his arms outstretched as he swiftly traversed toward the ghost ship with the agility of a monkey. He intended to use this bridge to board the ghostly vessel. Witnessing this, Li Sini gasped. Is Lu Chen really going aboard the ghost ship? Is he courting death? Fan Yingying's face paled, and she shouted urgently. There are tier 3 beings aboard the ghost ship. Lu Chen, come back. Activated by a burst of speed, Lu Chen swiftly crossed the length of the rope, leaving the anguished roars of the drowned ones far behind. Before him, the ghost ship's dark, ancient hull loomed closer, and without hesitation, he leapt upward, gripping the edge of the ghost ship's side. With a powerful push off the rope and a surge of strength in his arms, he gracefully vaulted over the side. At last, the ghost ship, shrouded in mist, lay bare before Lu Chen's eyes. The deck was cloaked in a thick layer of moss, rendering the surface treacherous. An indescribable odor filled the air, a grotesque amalgamation of brine and decay, assaulting Lu Chen's nostrils. The interior of the ghost ship was a realm of desolation and ruin, with rotting planks, shattered masts, and forgotten corners exuding an eerie and uncanny atmosphere. This must be the tier 3 creature Li Sini mentioned. Lu Chen's gaze fell upon a formidable figure not far away, compelling him to grip the axe's handle tightly. Undead, cursed sailor. Traits: no pain, grows stronger in battle. Low intelligence, harbors hatred for the living. Talent: none. Skills: none. Combat assessment: tier 3, a common sailor from the Black Obsidian, cursed to become undead. Indeed, a tier 3 entity. Though it posed a challenge, it was not insurmountable. Lu Chen's eyes burned with battle fervor. Yet, just as he was about to act, an abrupt applause interrupted him. Then, a voice, laced with mockery and a carefree tone, drifted toward him. Ah, it seems we have a guest aboard the Black Obsidian. As the last echoes of his words faded, a decayed figure, clad in a tattered captain's garb and sporting a tilted triangular hat, emerged from the captain's quarters, slowly clapping. Lu Chen's gaze fixated upon this spectral captain, his pupils constricting sharply as the terrifying aura emanating from the ghostly figure nearly suffocated him. Undead, cursed captain, Jack. Attributes: insensitivity to pain, grows stronger with battle, high intellect, cunning. Talent: undying curse, grade B, cursed by Eleanor, possessing an immortal body. Hey, though turned into an undead. Having an immortal form isn't too shabby, is it? Skills: mastery of swordsmanship, grade B, an unparalleled expertise, where the tip of his sword can shatter all that stands in its way. Combat assessment: 4th tier, congratulations, you have encountered the infamous Captain Jack. Meeting him means you might as well write your will. 4th tier. Lu Chen's breath quickened involuntarily. At a time when the majority of evolvers were merely 1st tier and 2nd tier individuals were as rare as hen's teeth, he had stumbled upon a 4th tier ghost captain, a mockery. The most alarming aspect was that peculiar talent of immortality. However, before Lu Chen could fully process this, the ghost captain's voice, now laced with mockery, rang out again. You swine, we have guests, yet you lie there feigning death. Oh, I forgot, you are already dead. Even so, move. What transpired next drove Lu Chen to the brink of despair. The coral, which had previously stood still beside him, began to tremble unnaturally. Gradually, a distorted visage emerged from the coral cluster, revealing a third-tier undead sailor, encrusted with coral and seaweed. And that was not all. The shells, decayed wood, and even seemingly inconspicuous fragments of ship planks surrounding him began to quiver, all of them revealing themselves as the undead crew of this ghost ship. These sailors had likely slumbered in darkness for eons, their bodies having long since melded with their environment, rendering them grotesque and decrepit. Yet, despite their dilapidated forms, the chilling and horrific aura they exuded still sent shivers down his spine. In an instant, Lu Chen found himself encircled by over 23rd-tier undead sailors, along with the 4th-tier ghost captain. Witnessing this scene caused Lu Chen's eyes to twitch involuntarily. Is it truly acceptable to unleash such an unbalanced ghost ship in a novice zone where monsters typically range from 1 to 2 tiers? Nevertheless, Lu Chen understood that this was not a game. No one would patch up the bugs for him. Once death claimed him, it would be an everlasting end. Although he had confidence in his own abilities, he dared not be reckless at this moment. He swiftly scanned his surroundings, his gaze ultimately landing on the rope that connected the canoe to the ghost ship, his only means of retreat. Just as he prepared to act, the ghost captain shook his finger, a sly smile curling at the corners of his mouth as he taunted. "Oh, it seems our esteemed guest is rather displeased with the welcome ceremony aboard the Obsidian. Wishing to leave, are we?" At this juncture, Jack's tone turned icy. "However, since you've arrived, you shall not depart." Accompanied by Jack's cold words, one of the undead sailors nearest to the rope suddenly swung a rusted sailor's knife. With a sharp crack, the rope snapped, sealing Lu Chen's only escape route. In the distance, due to Lu Chen's earlier intrusion, the dense black mist enveloping the ghost ship gradually dissipated, akin to a stage curtain being drawn back, allowing Li Xin and Fan Yingying to clearly witness the scene aboard the ghost ship. 4th tier. Li Xin's pupils constricted sharply, her entire being seemingly frozen in place, her body trembling involuntarily from shock. She had never anticipated that the one who had attacked her on the ghost ship was merely an ordinary sailor, while the true boss aboard was a staggering 4th tier. "Sister Xin, it's 4th tier. It's an undead of 4th tier." Fan Yingying's voice quivered with a hint of tears, her grip on Li Xin's arm tightening, her eyes filled with anxiety. "What about Lu Chen? He is surrounded by so many undead on the ghost ship. What are we to do to save him?" Li Xin, awakened by Fan Yingying's shaking, inhaled deeply, striving to regain her composure. "Yingying, we cannot save him. No one can." She gazed towards the ghost ship, a deep sense of helplessness and guilt flashing in her eyes. 4th tier. How could there be a 4th tier undead here? She could not fathom why such powerful undead beings would exist in an area meant for novice trials. Chapter 21. 2nd tier versus 4th tier. Confronted with the severing of his only escape route, Lu Chen surprisingly found himself calm. With circumstances as they were, evasion led only to a dead end. Only through a desperate struggle could he hope to seize a glimmer of survival. He swiftly surveyed the encroaching undead, realizing that apart from the ghost captain, all the undead sailors possessed low intelligence. Low intelligence meant they could execute only simple commands, incapable of communication or negotiation. With his thoughts racing, Lu Chen contemplated the advancing undead sailors, formulating a strategy in his mind. This indicated that they were all under the command of a high-intelligence undead, the ghost captain. If he could eliminate the captain, the imminent threat would be dispelled. With this in mind, Lu Chen resolutely aimed his battle axe at Jack, a smirk of disdain playing on his lips. "What? Planning to overpower me with numbers? Is this your way of hosting guests?" Hearing Lu Chen's words, the ghost captain Jack's eyes glinted with amusement. He raised his hand, signaling all the undead sailors to halt, and spoke in a mocking tone. "Oh, it seems our esteemed guest is a bit discontented. How about this? You may choose any one of my crew for a duel. If you emerge victorious, perhaps I, Captain Jack, in my good grace, might allow you to leave. What say you?" However, upon hearing Jack's proposition, Lu Chen could not help but scoff internally. "Let me leave? How absurd. If I were to triumph over one undead sailor, I would undoubtedly be inundated by all the undead crew thereafter, against 20 or so 3rd tier undead. Even if I possessed godlike abilities, I would still meet my demise here." Thus, seizing this moment while the ghost captain, evidently long deprived of human interaction, harbored a flicker of curiosity, I must challenge him. This, indeed, is Lu Chen's only chance for survival. Victory means life, defeat means death. Lu Chen's gaze bore into the ghost captain's pale eyes. "Your minions are unworthy to engage with me. I challenge you, Jack." The ghost captain erupted into laughter. "Ha, you? Dare to challenge me?" Jack was utterly taken aback that a mere 2nd-tier individual would have the audacity to confront a 4th-tier powerhouse. In this realm, a single tier of difference often signified an insurmountable chasm in strength. He simply could not comprehend where this human found the gall. "Very well. I too have grown somewhat bored. Let us entertain this little game. The sailor behind the ghost captain reverently removed his tattered cloak as the captain flexed his decayed hand, the joints emitting a chilling creak. A sinister smile curled at the corners of his mouth. What I relish most is the act of crushing the bones of the living, savoring their agonized cries as they writhe on the ground. Now, that is true delight. Behind him, Lu Chen. Could he truly dare to challenge the ghost captain? After all, he was a fourth-tier undead. Fan Yingying clasped her hands over her mouth, her eyes wide with shock. Had she been in his position, facing such a formidable fourth-tier undead, she would hardly be able to stand. His bravery was astonishing, his fearlessness remarkable. No wonder he had achieved the top rank. Li Xin gazed at Lu Chen, surrounded by countless undead, yet standing tall, a glimmer of intrigue flashing in her beautiful eyes. Such a prodigy. If he could survive today's ordeal, his future would surely be limitless. Xin, do you think Lu Chen can win? Fan Yingying asked, her eyes glistening with unshed tears as she turned to Li Xin. It's difficult, Li Xin replied, shaking her head with a grave expression. If he were facing a third-tier undead, there might be a glimmer of hope, but against a fourth-tier? The disparity is too great. Yet, despite her words, a faint voice within her whispered of the possibility of miracles in this world. The ghost captain slowly drew his sword from his waist, his aura sharp and formidable. I hope you can entertain me fully, he declared. No sooner had he spoken than a black flash swept across the deck, a sound that tore through the air like thunder. Under Lu Chen's piercing gaze, the previously motionless ghost captain suddenly erupted into a blur, moving with astonishing speed. Simultaneously, he thrust his sword forward with tremendous force. Whoosh! The sword sliced through the air, emitting a shrill whistle as it closed in on Lu Chen's chest, accompanied by an overwhelming pressure that sent chills down his spine. The shadow of death loomed over Lu Chen as a tidal wave of urgency surged within him. In that fleeting moment, he could only raise his granite war axe to shield his chest. Boom! The sword's brilliance clashed violently with Lu Chen's axe, unleashing an indescribable surge of power that forced the axe from his grasp, sending it spiraling away. In a single blow, Lu Chen's once proud strength was met with unprecedented domination, the fearsome might of a fourth-tier undead. Yet, this was merely the beginning of the battle. With a flick of his wrist, the ghost captain's sword twisted like a serpent striking, aimed directly at Lu Chen's throat. Lu Chen's gaze sharpened, on the brink of life and death. He activated his abilities: enhanced speed, enhanced hearing, enhanced smell, enhanced vision, enhanced physique. In an instant, all his auxiliary talents surged to their zenith. He moved with ethereal grace, slipping back like a wraith, the deadly sword narrowly grazing his throat, leaving behind a chilling glint. As the ghost captain's strike missed, Lu Chen seized the moment to counterattack. Ice manipulation. Crack, crack, crack. With the piercing sound of ice forming, the ghost captain's body gradually became encased in frost, swiftly transforming into a crystalline statue. However, this icy confinement lasted but a heartbeat. With a violent tremor, the ghost captain shattered the ice like arrows scattering in all directions. The frost not even able to hold him for a second before collapsing into ruin. An ice-based talent? Huh. Child's play. The ghost captain, surrounded by an eerie chill, smirked disdainfully. I've had my fun. It's time to send you on your way, brat. He prepared to deliver the final blow to the struggling insect before him. But Lu Chen raised his right palm, pointing it at the ghost captain. Flame control. Ignite. In an instant, a torrent of blazing flames surged forth, engulfing the ghost captain's entire form. Crackle, crackle. The ghost captain crackled as he burned, yet he remained unperturbed. With the power of your talent, even if I stand still and let you burn me for 2 minutes, you won't be able to harm me. Just as the ghost captain basked in his confidence, an ominous premonition surged within him. Something felt amiss. Wait, wasn't this brat an ice-based talent user? Why was he spewing fire? How could he possess 2 talents? A wave of unease washed over the ghost captain. This human was peculiar. Crack. Suddenly, under the searing flames, cracks appeared along the length of his sword. Chapter 22. I will blow your head off. How is this possible? The ghost captain's pupils dilated in shock as he stared at the horrifying fissures on his sword. Before he could react, he was astonished to discover that his bones were similarly riddled with numerous terrifying cracks. In an instant, he felt his body becoming alarmingly fragile. Brat, what sorcery have you unleashed? That flame cannot possess such power. The ghost captain was truly enraged. He had not anticipated that this insect-like being would pose such a nuisance. Seeing the cracks on the ghost captain's face, Lu Chen's heart soared with joy. He had succeeded. In the land of Xinxiao, there is a widely known adage: master physics and chemistry, and you shall fear no one. Lu Chen had applied this simple physical principle: thermal expansion and contraction. The ghost captain, having suddenly transitioned from an extremely cold environment to an intensely hot one, experienced unimaginable stress due to the drastic temperature differential, causing both his sword and bones to crack. This scientific common knowledge, even elementary students in Xinxiao were aware of, was unknown to the Ghost Captain, who was nothing more than a brute with formidable strength. With the Ghost Captain's defenses now at their lowest, Lu Chen could not let this once-in-a-lifetime opportunity slip away. He clenched his right fist, activating power amplification and bone control, unleashing both talents in an instant. Suddenly, a fiery red glow enveloped Lu Chen, his strength surging more than threefold. Countless fragments of bone surged forth, wrapping tightly around his right fist, transforming it into a bone gauntlet adorned with sharp spikes. The reason Lu Chen had refrained from using power amplification and bone control until now was for this very moment. Victory and defeat hinged on this singular strike. Die! Lu Chen's roar echoed like thunder, and with an astounding force of 165 points propelling his right fist, he struck like a meteor through the night sky, delivering a blow with the potential to devastate the world towards the Ghost Captain. You insignificant human. Today I shall make you aware that the majesty of a fourth-tier overlord is not something you can lightly insult. The Ghost Captain bellowed, thrusting his sword towards Lu Chen, aiming to pierce his throat. Boom! The bone gauntlet struck like a dragon, and upon contact with the sword, it shattered into pieces. How can this be? How could the strength of this insignificant ant suddenly become so formidable? Could he possibly possess some form of power enhancement? The ghostly captain was utterly astonished, realizing that his long sword felt feeble in his grasp, and he feared his very bones were no stronger. As he beheld Lu Chen's fist, glowing ominously red and drawing ever closer, the ghostly captain dared not underestimate the situation. He attempted to evade, but his right leg felt as if ensnared by invisible chains, rendering him immobile. What is this? In a frantic glance, he noticed the moss beneath him growing with wild ferocity, wrapping tightly around his leg and immobilizing him. A plant-based affinity? How could this wretched lad also possess such a gift? At that moment, a profound and indescribable fear surged within the depths of the ghostly captain's heart. He had never encountered such a peculiar and powerful human adversary. In an instant, the skeletal gauntlet descended like a meteor, striking him squarely in the face, accompanied by a bone-cracking sound that sent chills down his spine. The decaying flesh upon the captain's visage seemed to be swept away by a tempest, scattering in all directions, while his body, propelled by the tremendous force, flew backward like a marionette severed from its strings, crashing violently against the ship's rail, igniting a storm of splintered wood and dust. This is impossible. How could you possess so many talents? The ghostly captain was left dazed by Lu Chen's overwhelming punch. Feeling stars burst before his eyes as the world spun around him, his mind echoing with the sound of shattering bones. Yet, Lu Chen granted him no respite. In a flash, he closed the distance, almost as if he were a shadow, just as the captain was about to hit the ground. He knew all too well that this opportunity was born from the captain's underestimation of him. Should he fail to exploit this chance and annihilate him, he would inevitably plunge into a state of irretrievable despair. You swine, stop watching the show and come help. The ghostly captain began to call out, but his words were abruptly cut off as a long hand pressed down upon his skull with force. Bang! The tremendous power slammed his head against the deck. His words were silenced. He looked up in terror, meeting a pair of deep, cold black eyes that loomed over him, as their owner slowly prepared to deliver the final blow. No way. The ghostly captain was struck with dread. He never anticipated that he would be so thoroughly suppressed by one he had deemed an insignificant ant, unable to even cry for help. Lu Chen's stance lowered, and his right fist began to rain down like a tempest, splintering wood and causing the entire ghost ship to tremble. Bang! 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 The force of his strikes howled through the air, increasing in speed until they became nearly indistinguishable to the naked eye. He understood that the ghostly captain possessed an immortal body. Should he manage to call forth the surrounding 20 or so undead sailors, they would swarm him without hesitation. Finally, with a punch of immense weight, the captain's skull shattered like fragile pottery, scattering into pieces. Lu Chen came to a halt, his handsome visage revealing a touch of wild ferocity. Even if you can resurrect, it will take time to recover from having your head smashed to bits. Won't it? Breathing heavily, he surveyed his surroundings. Having lost the captain's control, the undead stood frozen like puppets, no longer posing any threat. This time, he had triumphed. Behind him, Li Xini and Fan Yingying, who had been observing Lu Chen, stood in utter disbelief. Am I seeing things? Fan Yingying murmured, rubbing her eyes vigorously as if to confirm the reality before her. I think I just saw Lu Chen overpowering a fourth-tier ghostly captain. Her words were stammered, clearly reflecting her own incredulity. Not only Fan Yingying, but Li Xini beside her also found the scene surreal. However, the undeniable clarity of the spectacle kept reminding her that it was indeed happening. Lu Chen is so formidable. Lu Chen's lips parted slightly, ultimately uttering just those 4 words. This was her first time witnessing Lu Chen in action. His movements flowed like water, and the boundless power behind his attacks flushed her usually composed cheeks with warmth. Before her crossing, Lu Chen had been the CEO of a renowned enterprise on Blue Star, decisive in her actions and proud in her heart, always believing herself to be the most exceptional presence wherever she went. Yet, witnessing Lu Chen's astonishing combat talent, and recalling the predicament she had faced while fleeing from an undead sailor, the disparity became glaringly apparent. The most disconcerting part was that she had previously boasted about her ability to evade the undead sailor's attacks. In comparison to Lu Chen, she felt like a mere jester. The thought left her cheeks burning even more. Chapter 23. The Watcher, the survival bet commences. Congratulations to the evolver Lu Chen for defeating the cursed captain, Jack. Huff. Is it over? Lu Chen gasped for breath, his clothes clinging to his back, drenched in sweat, as a wave of dizziness washed over him. A sign of his mental exhaustion. The ghostly captain had been the most formidable enemy he had encountered since arriving in this world, without exception. During the recent battle, Lu Chen had held nothing back, utilizing nearly all of his talents. The immense power unleashed by the synergy of over a dozen talents allowed him, a mere level 2, to dominate a 4th-tier ghostly captain. However, deep down, Lu Chen understood that this victory was predicated upon the captain's underestimation of him. As the celestial decree had noted about him, all who belittled him would pay a steep price. Was that only a defeat notification? No death energy? No additional rewards? Lu Chen's brow furrowed slightly, pondering to himself. Logically, this was a battle of difficulty spanning 2 tiers. How could it conclude so simply? Never mind. Let the little dumpling absorb the rewards, since this ghost ship itself is a considerable prize. Just as he was about to instruct the dumpling to act, the voice of the celestial decree resounded once more in his ear, imbued with a solemnity. Evolver Lu Chen, congratulations on successfully passing the Celestial Decree's hidden trial. The Watcher Selection. Watcher Selection Criteria. An Evolver must independently defeat an evil entity of level 4 or above while at level 2 or below. The Watcher, tasked with overseeing all living beings, holds the authority to judge and eradicate any evil entities that defy the Celestial Decree's laws. There exists only one Watcher seat in the Blue Star Battle Zone. Reminder, accepting the inheritance will bestow upon you unparalleled power and potential, but will simultaneously make you a target for all malevolent entities. Please consider carefully. What is this nonsense? Lu Chen was bewildered by the series of notifications from the Celestial Decree, questioning what a Watcher and what evil entities were. He meticulously scrutinized the Celestial Decree's message, gradually grasping its implications. It turned out that the inheritance of the Watcher was the true reward for defeating the ghostly captain. Lu Chen stroked his chin, lost in thought. The criteria for selecting the Overseer are exceedingly stringent, demanding that an evolver be capable of independently defeating a level 4 adversary by level 2. Were it not for the formidable assistance of my companion, Dango, and the enhancement of my numerous talents, it is likely that no one would be able to fulfill such rigorous assessments. Given the severity of these evaluations, one can only surmise that the power of the Overseer is indeed extraordinary. Subsequently, Lu Chen cast his gaze upon the introduction regarding the Overseer, perceiving this figure as the enforcer of the world of Tianyu. Although met with animosity from all malevolent entities, how could an enforcer possibly tremble before such nefarious beings? Moreover, the fact that there exists but a single Overseer slot in the entire Blue Star Battle Zone speaks volumes of the rarity and preciousness of this legacy. Thus, with a firm resolve, Lu Chen unhesitatingly chose to accept it, declaring, Tianyu, I accept the legacy of the Overseer. Ding. Evolver Lu Chen has chosen to accept the legacy of the Overseer. Legacy commences. As the voice of Tianyu faded, a profound, inky black light swiftly enveloped Lu Chen, and in an instant, his figure was consumed by the darkness, rendering him completely invisible. His aura, his name on the leaderboard, and all traces of his existence quietly vanished in that moment. Not far away, 2 women, immersed in excitement, suddenly witnessed an ominous black light spreading forth, and Lu Chen's form was entirely swallowed by the encroaching night, disappearing from view as if devoured by a ghostly ship. From their perspective, it appeared as though Lu Chen himself had been consumed by the phantom vessel. Fan Yingying, who had been cheering for Lu Chen, was struck dumb, her eyes wide with disbelief. Lu Chen, where has he gone? Lu Chen was equally astonished. She had originally planned how to sincerely apologize to Lu Chen upon his return, for she had misjudged the creature's level on the ghost ship, mistakenly reporting the level 4 beast as level 3. Had it not been for Lu Chen's extraordinary prowess, he would have surely fallen into an irretrievable abyss. Yet now, with Lu Chen's abrupt disappearance, An inexplicable sense of foreboding rose within her. She hastily accessed the panel, her gaze desperately searching the leaderboard. Her complexion paling in shock. He has gone. Lu Chen's rank has vanished from the leaderboard. Trembling, she attempted to access Lu Chen's personal page, but was met with a void of silence, a blackness that only the deceased evolvers leave behind. How could this be? He had clearly triumphed. Even with Li Sini's typically composed demeanor, her eyes began to glisten with unshed tears. Sini, do you think Lu Chen was consumed by the ghost ship? Fan Yingying's voice quivered with a hint of tears. It's all our fault. We are to blame for mentioning the ghost ship to him. He is so powerful. Had it not been for us, no one could have harmed him. No, this is not your fault, Yingying. Li Sini grasped Fan Yingying's hand. Her gaze hollow as she stared into the distance at the ghost ship once more shrouded in black mist, her heart heavy with guilt and remorse. It's my fault. I misjudged the situation, leading to his demise. Her voice dwindled, nearly fading into a whisper. I'm sorry. Lu Chen was the most extraordinary person she had ever encountered. If the ghost ship truly harbored only level 3 creatures, Lu Chen should have emerged unscathed. However, it was her misjudgment that led to the fall of such a prodigious talent. At that moment, many in the chat channel had already noticed Lu Chen's name had vanished. Wait, why did the great Lu Chen suddenly disappear from the leaderboard? Indeed, not only is he missing from the leaderboard, but his name has also turned gray in the following list. Doesn't that mean the great Lu Chen has fallen? Impossible. Lu Chen is so strong. He easily slayed 13 ferocious beasts. How could he? Just as the crowd was engulfed in shock and speculation, a sudden announcement from the heavens reverberated through each person's mind like thunder. Emergency announcement. In the Fusang Battle Zone, New BC Area number 903. Kenta Nakamura has activated a survival bet. Survival bet participants. Fusang Battle Zone number 903 New BC Area, vs. Xingxia Battle Zone number 1000 New BC Area. Survival bet commences. Survival bet. The losing side will see the storm intensity outside the poisonous mist increase by 20, and all players will permanently lose 20 attribute points. The winning side will see the storm intensity outside the poisonous mist decrease by 20, and all players will gain 20 permanent attribute points. Chapter 24. The Triumph of the Fusang People. Upon hearing the sudden announcement, the chat channel erupted into chaos. What the hell? A survival bet? What is this? It seems we have been challenged. The losing side faces not only an increase in storm intensity, but also a direct reduction of 20 points to all attributes. No way. My total attributes are only 26 points. If I lose 20 points, how will I survive? That's not even the worst part. The storm intensity will increase by 20. Remember, we have only 8 days until the toxic gas is released. If we can't navigate through the stronger storm then, we will all perish in this sea. Exactly. We cannot afford to lose this bet. The consequences could mean total annihilation. Wait, I just realized. The ones challenging us are those despicable Fusang people. Damn it, we absolutely cannot lose to this bunch of scoundrels. Yes, we must win this time. Upon discovering that their opponents were the Fusang people, the inhabitants of New BC Area number 1000 were filled with fervor. Due to the historical and contemporary entanglements, the relationship between Xingxia and Fusang had always been tense and delicate, and this bet further united them against a common foe. However, how is victory defined? Yes, I can hardly wait to make these little Fusang people regret their actions. Announcement. The rules of the bet are as follows. A special parallel sea area will be established within both New BC areas. Evolvers from both sides may teleport to the vicinity of the parallel sea area at any time, but only novice wooden boats of intermediate level and above are permitted to enter the parallel sea area for unrestricted combat. At the core of the parallel sea area stands a spatial crystal. Whichever side occupies the spatial crystal for 1 hour shall be deemed victorious. The evolver who contributes the most to the winning side will receive additional rewards. The parallel sea area will officially open in 10 hours. All evolvers are encouraged to prepare during this time. Reminder, the chat channels of the 2 New BC areas have been interconnected. Both sides can browse each other's chat content, leaderboard, and other information, but direct communication is not permitted. Reminder, the survival bet is of utmost importance. All evolvers must give their all. Fusang Battle Zone number 903 has participated in 1 survival bet, achieving 1 victory. Xingxia Battle Zone No. 1000 has participated in 0 survival bets, with 0 victories. With the detailed elucidation of the survival wager system, the participants finally experienced a moment of clarity. It became evident that this so-called survival bet was a fierce contest pitting 2 novice maritime realms against each other within the parallel seas. By heavens, this now allows us to slay the enemy without remorse. I can hardly contain my excitement. Hey, my friend upstairs. Take a moment to calm down and thoroughly peruse the rules. Only intermediate novice boats are permitted to venture into the parallel seas. Has your vessel been upgraded? Not yet. In our entire novice zone, only the esteemed Lord Lu Chen and the illustrious Yang Zimo have managed to upgrade their ships to intermediate. No need to panic. We all entered the fray simultaneously, and we possess only 2 intermediate vessels here, while the Fuso side likely has a scant few as well. Indeed, with both Lord Lu Chen and Lord Yang Zimo on our side, what do we have to fear? But have you noticed? They seem to have already triumphed in a survival wager. Goodness, I just noticed that. Does that mean everyone on the opposing side has attributes exceeding ours by 20 points? That can't be true, can it? Everyone, remain calm. The chat channels of both zones have now been interconnected. Let us first investigate the situation over in Fuso. Yes, knowing our adversary is crucial. We must ascertain their capabilities that embolden them to challenge us. Subsequently, a multitude of evolvers from the 1000 novice zone eagerly opened the chat channel for Fuso 903. Unlike the confusion experienced by the denizens of Shinya, the Fuso residents, having undergone a survival wager, evidently possessed far more experience. At this moment, the comments section erupted in fervent cheers, as if they had already secured victory in this wager. Yoshi, Lord Nakamura Kinta's choice of adversaries is astutely sharp. The opponents are none other than the Shinya people. Shinya people? In the previous round, a novice from Shinya boldly challenged us, only to be ruthlessly defeated by Lord Nakamura, generously gifting each of us 20 attribute points. Arigato. It appears the Shinya people are indeed quite generous. Given our matchup against the Shinya, victory for Fuso is assured. Historically, they have never bested us. And that remains unchanged. Naturally, with Lord Kinta among us, who serves as the invincible Onmyoji of our great Fuso Empire. How could those feeble Shinya ever hope to contend with us? Mr. Kobayashi, everyone, we mustn't be complacent. The Shinya of today is unlike the past. Their intelligence is remarkably high, and they exhibit tremendous unity when faced with external threats. Baka, Miss Haruko, the battle is about to commence. How can you utter such demoralizing words? Indeed, we Fuso people possess the finest genes and the strongest physiques in the world. Those Shinya people are simply incomparable to us. Just then, the illustrious Lord Nakamura Kenta spoke. There is no need for concern. I just glanced at the Shinya's situation. Their highest level individual has yet to reach level 3, and their intermediate warships are exceedingly scarce, with only a couple at most. This survival wager is undoubtedly ours to win. Upon hearing Lord Kenta's words, the chat channel erupted into a chorus of jubilant cheers. His proclamation was akin to a potent stimulant, igniting fervor within the channel. It's Lord Kenta. His wisdom is unparalleled. Those Shinya people truly are weak. They still haven't produced a single level 3 individual, while Lord Kenta is on the brink of reaching level 4. Moreover, their intermediate warships are so few, while we boast a formidable fleet of 6 intermediate vessels. Yoshi, it seems that in 10 hours, I shall once again acquire 20 attribute points. I've already decided to allocate them all to strength. I aspire to become a one-punch hero. I suspect those Shinya who falter in this survival battle will likely meet their demise in the next 9 days. Alas, contemplating their impending fate, Aikido, there is no need to pity them. Only powerful nations like us Fuso are worthy of survival. Matsumoto, I do not pity them. The mere thought of their demise excites me. Chapter 25, B-Rank Talent? In stark contrast to the jubilant revelry of the Fuso camp, a heavy atmosphere of anxiety permeated the Shinya chat channel. Goodness, how is that Nakamura Kenta nearing level 4 already? Moreover, all 5 of their top-ranked individuals have reached level 3, and the top 20 are all at level 2. Their rate of advancement is astonishing. Damn, they previously triumphed in a survival wager, granting each participant an additional 20 attribute points, elevating their average level by half a tier. How can we possibly compete? Even more outrageous is that Nakamura Kenta possesses a B rank Onmyoji talent. The highest in our zone is merely C rank. How is that fair? He must have encountered numerous fortuitous events, amassing a vast amount of evolution points to elevate his talent to B rank. TMD, I just realized. They have a total of 6 intermediate novice boats. What about us? How many intermediate novice boats do we possess? One from Lord Lu Chen and one from Lord Yang Zimo. It seems that's all. How can we possibly fight under such circumstances? The disparity is insurmountable. Are we destined to lose? No, I'm only level 1. If they deduct 20 attribute points, I'll be utterly useless. Now we can only hope that Lord Lu Chen and Lord Yang Zimo can turn the tide for us. Yes, and Lord Lu Chen is with us. He has always been a formidable force. He must have a plan. As they mentioned Lu Chen, a flicker of hope ignited within the group. Where has Lord Lu Chen gone? Why has he suddenly vanished from the rankings? Just then, Yang Zimo's avatar flickered. Li Sini, did Lord Lu Chen go to see you? Where is he now? We need him. Lord Yang has appeared. The enemy is at our doorstep. Please consult with Lord Lu Chen about our course of action. By the way, Lord Lu Chen mentioned wanting to check out the ghost ship that you, Li Sini, referred to. How is he faring? Has he dealt with that ghost ship? Li Sini, dear. Please respond. Instantly, the chat channel was inundated with messages calling for Li Sini. After a prolonged silence, her response finally materialized in the chat. Laden with an indescribable weight. Everyone, Lord Lu Chen is truly remarkable. I previously provided incorrect information. The monsters aboard the ghost ship are not Tier 3, but Tier 4. Nonetheless, Lord Lu Chen managed to vanquish the Tier 4 undead. He is indeed the strongest individual I have ever encountered. Upon reading Li Sini's words, the tension that had gripped the group began to dissipate. Dear, could you refrain from gasping so dramatically? You nearly frightened me to death. I thought Lord Lu Chen had fallen. Lord Lu Chen is incredible, capable of defeating even Tier 4 undead. As expected of a true master, with him around, those pampered creatures from Fuso are doomed. The group echoed in agreement, their morale seemingly rejuvenated. However, Yang Zimo keenly detected an anomaly in Li Sini's words, a sense of foreboding stirring within him. Li Sini, what became of Lord Lu Chen after he vanquished the Tier 4 undead? Is he still safe? Upon receiving the news from Yang Zimo, Li Sini felt a sudden sting in her eyes, as an overwhelming sense of guilt washed over her. Li Sini, Lu Chen was consumed by the ghost ship after vanquishing the ghost captain. It is my grave miscalculation of the ghost ship's strength that led to Lu Chen's demise. I bear an inescapable responsibility. In the forthcoming battle against the Fusang people, I shall be the first to charge forth. Upon seeing Li Sini's message, the chat channel fell into a momentary silence, as the flickering hopes of all present were abruptly shattered, giving way to a tide of pessimism. It is over, utterly over. Our average level was already inferior to that of the Fusang, and now with the fall of the great Lu Chen, we are devoid of hope. Stop. I am merely 18. I have never even had a boyfriend. I do not wish to die. Yang Zimo, witnessing the scene, let out a deep sigh. His greatest fears had materialized. It was imperative to prevent this despair from spreading. Yang Zimo, everyone, do not succumb to despondency. As the people of Xinxia, we fear no adversity. Since we have witnessed the rise of Lu Chen, we can certainly usher in a second, a third. Yang Zimo, the battle has yet to commence. The outcome remains uncertain. We, the people of Xinxia, shall not easily bow to the invaders. Long Hauren, my family has served in the Xinxia military for 3 generations. My grandfather never bowed to the invaders, even in the direst of times. Today, I too shall not waver. Indeed, Li Ming sent a fist-clenching emoji. What is there to fear from those little Fusang folk? My lightning will show them no mercy. Zhou Yu, exactly. Let us unite and confront these invaders head-on. Damn it. Yes, I refuse to believe those little devils can outmatch us. They merely had the luck to win a survival gamble and gained a fleeting advantage. This time, we shall make them relinquish all their attribute points. Unity. We must stand together. Yang Zimo, take command. We shall follow your lead. The chat channel erupted with resolute affirmations. And under Yang Zimo's leadership, morale began to soar once more. Yang Zimo, very well, everyone, teleport to the vicinity of the parallel sea. We have a mere 10 hours until its opening. We must seize every moment to bolster our power and upgrade our ships. Anyone with valuable information or resources, please share immediately. All right, I will return at once. Yang Zimo, I just discovered some herbs on a small island that can enhance agility. I found a wounded second-tier sea beast at coordinates 376, 976. I had planned to hunt it once I leveled up, but now I shall not wait. Yang Zimo, you must quickly organize a team to retrieve it. My bow is of black iron quality, but I am only level 1. I cannot assist in the upcoming chaos. Please take this longbow. I have some healing herbs on hand for emergencies. I know where there are abundant wood resources. I have stored enough fresh water. Everyone can use it without concern. As Haruko noted, when faced with external threats, the people of Xinxia exhibited remarkable cohesion, united in their resolve to overcome adversity. Yang Zimo swiftly organized and established 4 hunting fleets consisting of 200 members each. Based on the clues provided by the group, the fleets struck with precision, concentrating their efforts to hunt the second-tier sea beasts. The final, fatal blow was reserved for the most talented and highly ranked combatants. At that moment, all those in the novice area 1000 seemed to coalesce into an unstoppable force, akin to a mighty fist, prepared to confront the impending challenge. Chapter 26. The Template of the Overseer, Invincible. Lu Chen felt the scene before him twist and contort, as if drawn by an unseen force. He instantaneously traversed the boundary between reality and illusion, arriving in an unknown otherworldly realm. Here, the sky was shrouded in a stifling dark purple hue, with stars concealed, and only wisps of ghostly light meandered through the void, lending an eerie ambience to this desolate expanse. He steadied himself, and wherever he gazed, he beheld a surreal landscape of desolation intertwined with the bizarre. At that moment, a figure cloaked in black robes slowly entered his line of sight, wielding a long sword that shimmered with a chilling light, exuding a disquieting sharpness. Opposite the figure stood a colossal being, a three-eyed giant towering 1,000 meters high, its form immensely imposing. Its skin was as unyielding as rock, with muscles coiled like vines, each containing the potential to wreak catastrophic destruction. The three massive eyes glimmered with varying shades of emotion, rage, defiance, and a yearning for survival. It pounded its chest with its hands, emitting a deafening roar that reverberated through the otherworld, conjuring visible ripples of sound. Overseer, I have merely adhered to the laws of this world, consuming the flesh of a nation. In this realm of the survival of the fittest, is that not commonplace? Why can you not spare me? The voice of the three-eyed giant was suffused with defiance and provocation, as it appeared to hold no remorse for its actions. The figure in the black robe stood silently, its face entirely obscured by the hood, revealing only a pair of cold, star-like eyes. The survival of the fittest is indeed common, it spoke with a deep, detached tone. Therefore, it is equally normal for me to slay you. With that, the robed figure slowly raised the long sword, the blade lightly touching the ground, as if at that moment, the entire space held its breath. Three-eyed giant, I, the overseer, declare you a scourge. Your execution is imminent. The voice of the robed figure echoed throughout the otherworld, each word resonating like thunder in Lu Chen's heart. Overseer, you are overly arrogant. I shall slay you. Upon hearing this, the three-eyed giant's roar intensified as it summoned all its strength, its three eyes simultaneously unleashing brilliant beams of light, attempting to engulf the figure in black. Yet, faced with this cataclysmic assault, the black-robed figure merely waved the long sword with a gentle motion, uttering a low command, Windbreaker. In an instant, a radiant sword light cleaved through the heavens, akin to a meteor streaking across the night sky, its speed so swift that it was almost imperceptible. This sword light embodied boundless majesty and power, cleaving space itself in twain. The colossal three-eyed giant, beneath this sword light, appeared as fragile as paper, instantly cleaved in half, its massive form crashing to the ground and stirring up a tempest of dust and debris. The black-robed figure sheathed the sword, remaining steadfast in place, as if the preceding conflict had been a mere trifling effort. Lu Chen, witnessing this awe-inspiring battle, felt an indescribable shock swell within him. Is this the might of the overseer? The mere thought of potentially becoming an overseer, transcending all beings, sent a thrill coursing through Lu Chen's chest. The power and grace of that single sword strike from the black-robed figure left him utterly captivated. At that moment, the black-robed figure slowly turned, its profound gaze seemingly penetrating the fabric of time and space, locking onto Lu Chen. In that instant, an immense torrent of information surged into Lu Chen's mind like a dam bursting forth. What follows is a profound understanding and essence analysis of the Windbreaker sword just executed by the figure in the black robe. Every detail, every subtle path of power circulation, is vividly manifested within his consciousness. Lu Chen seems to be engulfed in a whirlpool of time, experiencing a transcendental journey of cultivation that spans centuries. In this moment, his comprehension and mastery of the Windbreaker reach an unprecedented pinnacle. As the torrent of knowledge gradually subsides, Lu Chen slowly opens his eyes, and everything around him appears altered. He has departed from that otherworldly realm, returning once more to the deck of the ghost ship, where the sea breeze caresses him, imbued with a hint of saltiness and decay. Beep, you have successfully acquired the legacy of the Overseer. Power 20, Agility 20, Constitution 20, Perception 20, gained 10 free attribute points. Acquired skill, Windbreaker, exclusive to the Overseer. Obtained Overseer template, earning 2 attribute points with each level up. Accompanied by a series of notifications echoing in his mind, Lu Chen feels a surge of formidable power swell throughout his body, causing him to tremble with exhilaration. He has struck gold. He gazes at his attributes, his heart racing with anticipation. The legacy of the Overseer is truly remarkable, elevating Lu Chen by a staggering 2 levels in attribute points. Even more astonishingly, it has bestowed upon him a unique and unparalleled template, granting him double attribute points with each upgrade. This signifies that while an ordinary individual gains 45 attribute points upon leveling up, 10 points in each of the 4 dimensions, and 5 free points, he is poised to receive a total of 90 attribute points. It is worth noting that he is currently only at level 2. As his level continues to rise, the chasm between him and others will become insurmountable. Yet, what fills Lu Chen with the greatest joy is the newly acquired skill, Windbreaker. He has witnessed firsthand the black-robed figure effortlessly wield this sword, cleaving a towering, fearsome three-eyed giant in half, an awe-inspiring spectacle. Now this skill, capable of instilling sheer terror in his foes, is firmly within his grasp. Skill, Windbreaker, exclusive to the Overseer. When the opponent perceives this move, they will truly understand despair. After allocating all 10 of his free attribute points to perception, he opens his status panel. Name, Lu Chen. Level, 2, 155, 300. Position, Overseer, 0, 10,000. Evolution points, 0. Power, 75, average for this level, 20. Agility, 53, average for this level, 20. Constitution, 63, average for this level, 20. Perception, 61, average for this level, 20. Talents. C grade, Bone Control, Plant Affinity, Flame Control. D grade, Ice Manipulation, Power Amplification, Speed Amplification. E grade, Constitution Enhancement, Enhanced Smell, X-ray Vision, Enhanced Hearing. F grade, Enhanced Vision. Skill, Windbreaker, exclusive to the Overseer. When the opponent perceives this move, they will truly understand despair. Ship, Intermediate Beginner Wooden Ship, Enhanced. Comprehensive Combat Strength Evaluation, Level 4. Level 6, to the Overseer, realms are but a jest. Anyone relying on realms to confront an Overseer will meet a grim fate. Chapter 27, Subduing the Ghost Captain. The first underling. Though his level stands at a mere 2, his attributes far exceed those of his peers, typically. A Level 2 Evolver's combat strength assessment hovers around Level 2. However, Lu Chen's formidable attributes, combined with numerous talents, have led to his combat prowess being astonishingly rated at Level 6. This implies that, in the eyes of the Heavenly Edict, with Lu Chen's current strength, even devoid of skill, relying solely on brute force would suffice for him to contend with a Level 6 powerhouse. Indeed, the greater the risk, the greater the reward. Lu Chen muses with heartfelt sincerity. Although this journey aboard the ghost ship was fraught with peril, the rewards reaped have wholly extricated him from the realm of ordinary mortals. Armed with the boundless potential he now possesses, he feels confident in his ability to forge a legacy, even without the aid of a companion in the future. What does that number after Overseer signify? Position, Overseer, 0, 10,000. After consulting the Celestial Encyclopedia, Lu Chen realizes that every time an Overseer vanquishes a malevolent entity, they accrue evil energy. The undead he previously dispatched do not qualify as malevolent beings. Once this evil energy reaches its zenith, he shall unlock new skills exclusive to the Overseer. Understood, it seems he must seek out more malevolent beings in the future. First, let us scour this area for resources. And then it will be time to upgrade the Intermediate Beginner Wooden Ship to an advanced version. To upgrade to an advanced beginner wooden ship, he requires 40 units of wood, 1 level for crystal core, and 5 iron ingots. While wood and iron ingots are readily obtainable, the level 4 crystal core poses a challenge. However, for Lu Chen, level 4 creatures are not insurmountable. He is eager to elevate his wooden ship to a single-masted sailboat, to venture beyond the novice sea and witness the world beyond. Oh, I thought you'd scurry away with your tail between your legs. I never imagined you would have the audacity to remain here. At that moment, the ghost captain's voice, laced with mockery, rang out abruptly. Jack, cradling his head, slowly stepped into Lu Chen's line of sight. Gazing at Lu Chen, Jack felt a lingering ache in his skull, unable to fathom the humiliation of being bested by this mere level 2 human. A truly disgraceful defeat. Revenge. It is imperative that I avenge myself. The more Jack thought about it, the angrier he became, gritting his teeth as he vowed, "This time, I will not underestimate you. I shall grind every bone in your body to dust, forcing you to howl for mercy upon the deck." Yet, as Jack spoke, his voice gradually diminished. Something is amiss. Shouldn't my revival only take a few hours? Why has this human's presence experienced such a dramatic transformation in this short span? Though Lu Chen still appeared to be at level 2, an inner voice warned Jack that this peculiar human was exceedingly dangerous. The more he looked at Lu Chen, the more unsettled he felt, his heart pounding in trepidation. As the ghost captain and the surrounding undead crew closed in once more, the same scene unfolded, the same predicament. Yet Lu Chen's mindset had undergone a radical transformation. "You wish to crush my bones?" He cast a sidelong glance at Jack, a cold smirk gracing his lips. "Perfect. I shall use these undead to test my newfound strength." The moment their gazes met, Jack felt as though he had been ensnared by the gaze of an ancient behemoth, his body involuntarily shuddering. Something is wrong. This sensation, this aura, it bears a resemblance to the legendary Overseer. Could it be? He had just inherited the legacy of the Overseer. As this thought emerged, Jack's body began to tremble uncontrollably. The more he contemplated, the more plausible it seemed. Possessing numerous talents, he, a mere second-tier being, could effortlessly crush a formidable fourth-tier powerhouse like himself. Moreover, his mental resilience and combat intuition were extraordinarily keen, far surpassing that of an ordinary person. Was there any semblance of a normal individual in him? Wait, could I possibly be the monster subjected to the Overseer's assessment? Jack felt an overwhelming urge to weep, for it was no wonder that his ship, the Obsidian, had been unable to leave this place after arriving. It turned out he was merely a concealed test for the Overseer. Despite the turmoil within, Jack straightened his back and feigned bravado, saying, "Young one, although you have just irked the great Captain Jack, I have always held a deep respect for brave souls. In light of your audacity and willingness to confront me, I shall generously grant you a path to escape. Depart swiftly." On the surface, Jack attempted to project an air of magnanimity, yet internally, he was frantically urging, "Leave. Please, just leave. I would rather you obliterate my head than continue this confrontation. Please, I implore you." However, his hopes were dashed as Lu Chen casually twisted his wrist and replied, "At present, it is not a matter of whether you allow me to leave, but rather how I shall resolve your predicament." Jack's heart sank in despair. The very scenario he had dreaded had come to pass. The thought of being targeted by an overseer brought him to the brink of tears. Shouldn't overseers be preoccupied with vanquishing great demons and dispelling wickedness? Here was Jack, merely a cursed soul struggling to survive. Wasn't it an overkill to deploy an overseer against him? Wait, a curse? Yes. With this realization, Jack's eyes gleamed with a feigned nonchalance as he declared, "Humph, young man, do not say I did not warn you. I am immortal. Even if I stood here for you to strike me down, you would not be able to harm me in the slightest. Before I change my mind, you should hasten your departure." Immortal? Lu Chen raised an eyebrow, having momentarily overlooked that detail. Nevertheless, it was of little consequence. "Tuanzi, emerge, we have work to do." "Guji." Tuanzi, who had been stifled within Lu Chen's backpack, immediately slid out joyfully, affectionately nuzzling Lu Chen's face. This scene left Jack, already questioning his existence, utterly stunned. A North Sea Leviathan. Such legendary creatures capable of devouring entire plains were thought to be extinct. How could there still be one? Jack, who had previously relied on his curse of immortality, was now plunged into despair. He understood all too well that his immortality would prove utterly futile against the Leviathan's appetite, despite the creature before him being merely a juvenile. Just as Lu Chen was about to make a move, a strange sound interrupted him, followed by a sight that left him astonished. The once arrogant, ghostly Captain Jack suddenly knelt before him, his demeanor shifting as if he had transformed into an entirely different person. "Please, don't kill me. I am willing to offer half of my soul, just to serve at your side, willing to brave fire and water without hesitation." The abruptness of this transformation startled Lu Chen. Had this ghostly captain not always been so defiant? What caused this sudden change? Ding, the cursed captain, Jack, is willing to offer half of his soul as a price to become your vassal. Upon accepting this condition, you will gain absolute control over Jack's life and death. Do you accept? Chapter 28. Lu Chen is cursed. Weren't you the one who wanted to crush my bones inch by inch? Lu Chen found it amusing. This ghostly captain must have been experiencing a split personality. Just moments ago, he had appeared intent on violence, and now he was kneeling, calling Lu Chen boss. Jack's eyes darted. A fawning smile plastered on his face. Hee, as the saying goes, those who recognize the times are wise. How could I, Jack, dare to oppose someone as distinguished as you? It is far wiser to be prudent than to face another beating. Oh, it was unexpected that this ghostly captain could be so astute, but I currently require a fourth-tier crystal core. How shall I resolve this? Lu Chen feigned a frown, pretending to be troubled. Upon hearing this, Jack's face fell, and he lamented, "Boss, do I look like someone who possesses a crystal core with this skeletal frame? Besides, if you were to accept me as your vassal, wouldn't that make me a fourth-tier sea beast? I assure you, I will bring two back for you." Jack patted his chest, fervently promising. Observing Jack's eager demeanor, Lu Chen's eyes narrowed slightly. Jack had clearly discerned something, perhaps uncovering the secrets of the Overseer or recognizing Tuanzi's true identity. Regardless of what he had discovered, Jack was no ordinary individual. With him by my side, I might avoid much trouble. Moreover, as my ship continues to upgrade, the novice wooden vessel has grown more substantial, necessitating crew assistance. With Tuanzi present, I cannot recruit humans as crew members. Thus, a being like Jack, who would be entirely at my command, is indeed an ideal candidate for a crew member. With this in mind, Lu Chen nodded slightly, deciding to accept Jack. Subsequently, a wisp of green soul fire drifted from Jack's head and slowly integrated into Lu Chen's body. From that moment on, with but a thought, Lu Chen could command Jack through this soul fire. Upon witnessing this, Jack's face lit up with joy, and he promptly performed an elegant noble bow. "I, Jack, pay my respects to the captain." I shall be willing to brave fire and water for you. Rise. Lu Chen replied nonchalantly, scanning the ghost ship for any useful items. Jack grinned widely, responding with unwavering confidence. Hee, Captain, your choice to accept me is indeed wise. The renowned Jack will not disappoint you. While much of the obsidian has decayed, I believe there is one item that will certainly pique your interest. With that, Jack swiftly made his way to the captain's cabin and soon emerged holding a rust-covered spear, presenting it to Lu Chen with both hands. This weapon, once of intermediate black iron quality, had deteriorated over time, now reduced to a low-grade black iron status. Nevertheless, its sharpness remained formidable. Lu Chen accepted the spear, noting its entirely black surface and substantial weight, clearly indicative of its exceptional quality. Decayed Wavebreaker Spear, low-grade black iron. Though its quality has diminished due to decay, its sharpness remains reliable. The quality diminished due to decay? While others might find this a challenge, it posed no issue for Lu Chen. Tuanzi, refine this weapon. Guji. After a soft acknowledgement, the two delicate, pink tentacles extended, enveloping the long spear. Subsequently, to Jack's astonishment, the rust on the spear's surface rapidly faded away, revealing its gleaming form. Enhanced Wavebreaker Spear, Black Iron Advanced, a masterfully crafted spear by the dwarven race, capable of piercing through monstrous waves to deliver a fatal blow to enemies. This, indeed, is the power of the North Sea Leviathan. Jack's eyes widened, his body trembling slightly, overwhelmed by shock. It seems you have truly recognized the identity of the Tuanzi. Lu Chen gazed deeply at Jack, inquiring, what else do you know? Jack paused for a moment, then awkwardly smiled and replied earnestly, Captain, the North Sea Leviathan is an unparalleled beast. Who does not know of it? However, you must exercise utmost caution, for the juvenile form of the North Sea Leviathan is immensely precious. Do not reveal it lightly before the world, lest it attract the covetous eyes and fierce competition of countless powerful beings. Lu Chen regarded Jack without uttering a word, aware that Jack was no ordinary individual. Nevertheless, there were more pressing matters at hand. Tuanzi, see if you can absorb this ghost ship. Lu Chen recalled their previous encounter with the ghost ship. Having faced attacks from rotting sharks, decaying sea eagles, and the drowned, it was highly likely that these were manifestations of the ghost ship's innate abilities. Should they claim it for themselves, it would undoubtedly become a formidable force. However, Tuanzi extended its tiny tentacles, chittering incessantly, seemingly conveying a sense of unease. Observing Tuanzi's reaction, Lu Chen knew that this ghost ship was undoubtedly problematic. Cursed vessel, obsidian, severely decayed, uncontrollable. Level, dual-masted warship. Innate ability, ghost ship, B-grade. Once a powerful dual-masted warship, now transformed into a ghost ship due to the curse of Eleanor, possessing the power to resurrect and control corpses, indeed. This is the terrifying ghost ship. Lu Chen gently stroked Tuanzi and softly asked, are you worried about the curse aboard this ship? Tuanzi nodded vigorously. Captain, you need not be overly concerned about this curse, Jack interjected while picking his nose. Why? Lu Chen raised an eyebrow. Because you are already cursed. Jack shrugged. What? A sudden chill ran through Lu Chen's heart as he hastily checked his status panel. Indeed, the previously pristine name now bore the addition of cursed. Moreover, a new ability appeared in the talent section. Ability, Undead Curse, B-grade, cursed by Eleanor, possessing an immortal body. Enjoy your fleeting days as a human, for you are soon to become a wraith. Although he had unexpectedly acquired a B-grade talent, Lu Chen felt no joy. He had witnessed Jack's decayed state. How did I come to be cursed? Lu Chen's voice was low and oppressive, his gaze sharp as a blade directed at Jack. Faced with Lu Chen's murderous glare, Jack shrank back, responding somewhat sheepishly. Captain, didn't you just absorb half of my soul? So this curse is. Then why didn't you mention it earlier? Lu Chen gritted his teeth. You didn't ask. Jack weakly retorted, his voice barely above a whisper. Taking a deep breath, Lu Chen made a concerted effort to quell the impulse to obliterate Jack. After being cursed, how long until I transform into an undead? About a year or so. But Captain, you must be cautious. Do not die. Although you will resurrect, it will greatly accelerate your transition into an undead. Jack clearly had considerable experience with this curse. Chapter 29. The New Ghost Ship, The Underworld. Captain, but you need not worry too much. Becoming an undead form has its perks. Just think. You would no longer fear death. How wonderful is that? Do you have taste when you eat? Can you set foot on land? Is your manhood still functional? Lu Chen fired off 3 questions in rapid succession, causing Jack, who had been feigning nonchalance, to freeze in place. Jack, staring down at what had once filled him with pride, fell into despair, clutching Lu Chen's leg and weeping. Captain, I am truly miserable. I cannot taste food. Everything I eat has the same flavor. I am eternally bound to this sea. unable to even experience the sight of greenery up close. Most crucially, my manhood is no longer usable. Captain, you must help me lift this curse. Observing Jack clinging to his leg, sobbing uncontrollably, Lu Chen couldn't help but feel a twitch at the corner of his eye. This rascal, I knew being cursed would not bode well, if it had no side effects. It would not be termed a curse, but rather a blessing. The first two side effects he could begrudgingly accept, but the third, losing the use of his manhood, was entirely intolerable. This is absurd. Without that precious part of himself, what joy could life possibly hold? This curse must be lifted within a year. Otherwise, once fully transformed into an undead, the chance to step onto land would be forever lost. At that point, attempting to lift the curse would be far more challenging. However, the immediate priority was to escape this novice sea area. Tuanzi, absorb the ghost ship. Lu Chen sighed helplessly. Do not worry about the curse. We are already ensnared. Tuanzi responded with a dejected goo, then initiated the abyssal absorption of the ghost ship. As Tuanzi absorbed, the eerie black mist enveloping the ghost ship dissipated, and the dazed undead sailors emitted mournful wails, transforming into heaps of skeletal remains. The once dreadful ghost ship was instantaneously reduced to a collection of dilapidated wreckage. Witnessing this, Lu Chen swiftly maneuvered his wooden boat closer, allowing Tuanzi to infuse the recently acquired power into the wooden vessel. In an instant, the previously unremarkable novice wooden boat became shrouded in black mist, with faint wails emanating from within. This novice wooden boat appeared to inherit the soul of the long-gone obsidian, transforming into a newly reborn ghost ship. Wow, Captain, is this our new ship? What shall we name it? Jack's eyes sparkled with excitement. Although this novice wooden boat was pitifully smaller than his obsidian, it was a vessel that could move. Having been trapped aboard the immobile obsidian for so long, he felt as though he might suffocate. Now that Lu Chen had become his master, he could finally leave that lifeless ship. Well, since you mentioned it, I suppose it's time to name our ship, Lu Chen mused while stroking his chin. How about this? There are 3 of us aboard. So let each of us propose a name, and then we will vote. I go first. I go first. Jack eagerly raised his hand, exclaiming, let us call it the invincible, beautiful girl. Goo. Tuanzi also raised a tentacle, indicating its desire to name it the Goo ship. Listening to the 2 proposals, Lu Chen helplessly rubbed his forehead, knowing all too well that consulting the 2 was a futile endeavor. Very well, taking into account the opinions of all 3, I have decided to name the ship the Phantom. Lu Chen declared firmly. Captain, that's not what you said earlier. Weren't we supposed to vote by raising hands? My invincible, beautiful maiden sounds much more appealing. Jack was clearly reluctant to concede. Gugugugu. The octopus, refusing to be outdone, raised its 8 tiny tentacles, implying that with its many appendages, it had triumphed, and thus the ship should be named Gugugu. I am the captain, and my word is final. Lu Chen shot a glare, completely disregarding the protests of the skeleton and the octopus. He could not possibly accept that a ghost ship could be named Invincible Beautiful Maiden or Gugugu. At that moment, Lu Chen suddenly recalled that Licini's special vessel had apparently sunk nearby. Jack, before I arrived, did you sink a wooden boat? Ah, that did happen. Jack scratched his head, reminiscing. There was a beautiful lady aboard. Her figure, her face, TSK, truly stunning. Too bad she was just out of my reach. I randomly ordered a sailor to attack a few times, but she managed to escape. What a pity. Jack lamented. I wasn't asking about that. Where did that ship sink? Lu Chen looked at Jack with disdain. You don't have a chance with her. Why does her beauty concern you? Oh, it seems to be in that direction. Jack pointed not far away. Lu Chen's thoughts sparked, and 2 terrifying, ghastly corpse sharks surged toward the direction Jack indicated. Soon, the corpse sharks dragged a dilapidated wooden boat wreck to the surface. Tuanzi, give it a try and see if you can absorb the ship's innate qualities. Gugugu. Moments later, Lu Chen's Phantom gained an additional attribute. Speed, D level. Reinforced beginner wooden ship, Captain, Lu Chen, cursed. Level, intermediate. Crew, 2, 6. Durability, 300. Weapon slots, small weapon 1. 1. Reinforced whaling crossbow. Speed, medium, paddling. Defense, medium, light armor. Attributes, ghost ship, B level. Ecological symbiosis, D level. Speed, D level. The ship still lacked 4 undead crew members. If I were to summon skeletons again and bestow upon them death energy, I should be able to transform them into undead beings. Previously, when Tuanzi absorbed the ghost ship, all the undead sailors dissipated, and the death energy within them instantly returned to Lu Chen, amounting to a substantial 3,500 points. Without hesitation, Lu Chen activated bone control once more. In an instant, countless fragments of bone materialized before him, swiftly assembling into form. Before long, 4 complete skeletons stood before him. Go! Lu Chen commanded, and 4 flames coalesced from death energy, floated toward the skeletons. However, the outcome did not entirely align with his expectations. Only 2 of the skeletons successfully ignited their darkened eyes, while the other 2 crumbled into scattered bones under the scorching flames. I see now. It appears the level of undead I can create cannot surpass my own realm. Lu Chen understood instantly. Previously, he had infused the 4 skeletons with 1st, 2nd, 3rd, and 4th tier death energy, but only the 1st and 2nd tier skeletons managed to survive. Having grasped this principle, Lu Chen once again utilized 300 points of death energy to successfully create 4 peak 2nd tier skeleton warriors. Excellent. It seems I indeed have an affinity for necromancy. Lu Chen nodded in satisfaction. The 4 skeleton warriors before him, although possessing limited intelligence and capable only of executing simple commands, were undeniably formidable 2nd tier apex beings, exuding an aura of dread. Chapter 30, Jack's Mountain. Creating each peak 2nd tier skeleton warrior required 100 points of death energy, and with over 3,000 points currently at his disposal, it was undoubtedly sufficient to sustain a lengthy period of consumption. With these 4 skeleton warriors, Lu Chen would no longer need to paddle the ship himself. Captain, this is the axe you used before. I brought it back for you. Jack hurried over, clutching the granite battle axe eagerly. Do you have any other weapons? Lu Chen inquired, recalling that Jack's longsword had been shattered by his punch. I do. I have a spare. Thank you for your concern, Captain. Jack beamed, devoid of the imposing terror Lu Chen had previously evoked. Yet, Jack felt no grievance. Instead, he felt fortunate. What a joke. My boss is an overseer. Even his pet is the legendary behemoth of the Northern Sea. Talk about protagonist treatment. With such a leader, where could I not walk with swagger? The behemoth of the Northern Sea was Lu Chen's pet, while he was merely Lu Chen's subordinate, which made him feel as though he were a behemoth himself. He felt invincible. Lu Chen nodded slightly, already formulating a plan in his mind. The granite battle axe held no value for Jack since the skeleton warriors came equipped with their own bone weapons and required no external gear. Since the axe was of no use, why not employ it to test a hypothesis of his? Tuanzi, absorb this axe and see if you can gain any attribute points. Previously, Tuanzi could no longer enhance Lu Chen's attributes due to frequent absorption of weapons without quality. What about this low-tier black iron granite axe? Goo. Ding. Successfully absorb the granite battle axe, low-tier black iron. You gain 4 points in constitution. As the granite battle axe gradually transformed into fine stone particles, Lu Chen's constitution attribute also increased by 4 points. As expected, by elevating the quality of the item, one could once again acquire attribute points. Alright, it's time to return. I wonder how much Yang Zimo and the others have leveled up during this time. Lu Chen pondered silently. Although his strength had significantly increased on this journey, all of his undead lacked life energy, preventing his level from advancing. When Lu Chen entered the chat channel and glimpsed the messages within, a cold glint flashed in his eyes. Survival wager? Fusang people? A smirk curled at the corners of his mouth. I was just lamenting my inability to find opponents to test my newfound strength, and these Fusang people have conveniently delivered themselves to my doorstep. Just in time. Hey, Captain. What are you looking at? Jack curiously leaned closer, his decaying flesh almost brushing against Lu Chen. Lu Chen couldn't help but frown, recoiling in distaste. Jack, can you come up with a way to restore your appearance to that of a normal person? You look utterly repulsive right now. Captain, please don't despise me. If the curse isn't lifted, a year from now, you will look like this too, Jack replied gloomily, sensing the growing coldness in Lu Chen's gaze. But I do have a method to temporarily revert to my original appearance. Just wait, Captain, and I'll show you how handsome I used to be. Subsequently, Jack's appearance began to undergo a gradual transformation, with every detail manifesting under Lu Chen's attentive gaze. When Lu Chen beheld the familiar chin scruff, the tousled locks, and those signature eyes that seemed perpetually adorned with a smoky allure, his heartbeat involuntarily quickened. The cursed captain, the obsidian, the smoky eyes, and that infuriatingly charming demeanor. Could it be him, Jack Sparrow? Thoughts raced through Lu Chen's mind, each detail aligning perfectly with the image etched in his memory. Jack. Even the name fit. As Jack's visage finally restored in the fervent gaze of Lu Chen, the latter's smile abruptly froze. Captain, wasn't I immensely handsome in my former days? Seeing Lu Chen in a stupor, Jack narcissistically tossed his little dreadlocks. Jack Ben-Shan. Uncle Ben-Shan. The attire and features matched Lu Chen's imagination perfectly. Yet that face, why was it that of Uncle Ben-Shan? No, this just doesn't add up. A northeastern pirate? The corners of Lu Chen's mouth twitched involuntarily. Huh, Captain, how did you know my name is Jack Ben-Shan? Jack grinned, revealing a glimmering gold tooth. Well, it turns out I am indeed called Jack Ben-Shan. Captain, my appearance will surely bring you glory. How many girls adored me back then, longing for my affection? Had it not been for my transformation into a wraith, I might have had a brood of children surrounding me by now. Jack spoke with a sense of pride, leaning in closer. Hey, shall we set off? I am eager to see how the world has changed. Hold on. Before we embark, I have a matter to attend to. What is it, Captain? Bang. Ouch, Captain. Why did you hit me? To prevent you from infecting me with that wretched curse. Lu Chen gritted his teeth and threw another heavy punch. Bang. Ouch. That S for saying you'd break my bones. Bang. Ouch. Captain, I was wrong. What S with a northeastern fellow adopting a foreign name, making me build up expectations. Bang. Ah. With that appearance of yours, you certainly deserve a good beating. Bang. Ah, help. At the forefront of the parallel zone in the Novice Sea area, a multitude of novice wooden boats gathered, creating a magnificent sight as the entire Novice area S evolvers emerged. As the countdown to the opening of the parallel sea approached, the people of Xinxia displayed astonishing unity and resolve. In a mere 10 hours, they miraculously crafted 4 intermediate novice wooden boats and trained 20 secondary experts. Particularly noteworthy were the 6 individuals, Yang Zimo, Li Sini, Long Hauren, Li Ming, Zhou Yu, and Fan Ying, who, with the collective support of others, broke through to the 3rd-level realm, becoming the backbone of the team. Old Yang, the time is nearly upon us, Long Hauren stated, shedding the heavy shield from his back, his voice steady and resolute. Yang Zimo surveyed his surroundings, determination flickering in his eyes. Taking a deep breath, he raised his right hand high, his voice resounding, brothers and sisters. This battle pertains to our very survival. We can only win, not lose. Charge with me and slay the invading foes. Every gaze among the crowd radiated unwavering resolve. Acutely aware that this was a life and death struggle, to retreat meant annihilation. Slay the foes. Chapter 31. 10 minutes to end the battle, accompanied by a deafening chorus of shouts. The parallel sea officially opened, as 5 intermediate warships, bearing the hopes of all the Xinxia people from the Novice area, slowly sailed into the parallel sea under the watchful eyes of nearly 1,000 eager spectators. Each stroke of the oars encapsulated their unwavering determination. Go, brothers and sisters. At this critical juncture, a clear and innocent child's voice pierced through the cacophony, a little girl's voice. Her tender form offered no combat prowess. Yet her pure encouragement acted as a potent elixir, igniting the inner strength of Yang Zimo and the others. They understood that the little girl's survival hinged on their ability to triumph in this battle for existence. Go, defeat those Fuso beasts. Xinxia shall prevail. Invincible. The little girl's voice resonated like a clarion call, instantly igniting the fervor of all Xinxia individuals. The cheers and encouragement coalesced into an unstoppable wave, surging and echoing across the vast sea. This was not merely a rallying cry for the warriors, but a shared sentiment for everyone, fighting for survival and for the little girl's future. They must win, they must live. In stark contrast to Xinxia's race against time, the Fuso people, confident in their overwhelming advantage, felt no pressure akin to Xinxia's. In fact, many had already begun to celebrate prematurely. However, when the 2 factions' intermediate warships successively entered the parallel sea, the Fuso people were left utterly dumbfounded. What? Didn't the Xinxia only have 2 warships? How did 5 suddenly appear? Their evolvers' levels had also risen remarkably fast. 6 3rd-level evolvers and over 20 secondary evolvers had emerged. Baka, their conscience must be severely compromised. They deceived us. What the heck? The leaderboard cannot lie. How could they achieve such remarkable progress in just 10 hours? The Xinxia people must not be underestimated. If given even the slightest chance, they could conjure astonishing miracles. At this moment, those Fuso individuals who had previously looked down on Xinxia began to feel a twinge of unease. The 5 intermediate warships, coupled with 6 3rd-level evolvers, posed a tangible threat to the Fuso. Most critically, the Fuso were perplexed as to how the Xinxia could cultivate 6 3rd-level evolvers in a mere 10 hours. Little did they know, this was the result of nearly 1,000 Xinxia individuals laboring tirelessly for 10 consecutive hours. The formidable unity displayed by the Xinxia people left the Fuso in shock. Just then, an intermediate warship adorned with a chrysanthemum emblem slowly entered the parallel sea. A man dressed in the garb of a Yin-Yang master stood proudly at the bow, his demeanor haughty. Upon seeing him, the Fuso, who had previously harbored reservations, erupted into fervent cheers. Long Xiangwan, Lord Nakamura, it's Lord Nakamura. Haha, you feeble patients of Xinxia, Lord Nakamura will show you what a true strong man is. He has risen to level 4. Haha, the Xinxia shall await their demise. Lord Nakamura, I wish to bear your children. You are truly the pride of our great Fuso Empire. Not only had Lord Nakamura leveled up, but the other 5 warriors aboard the Long Xiangwan had also reached the pinnacle of level 3. Haha, we are bound to win. With the emergence of Long Xiangwan, The precarious balance that had allowed the forces of the Divine Summer to stand toe-to-toe with the Fusang was utterly shattered. The appearance of this fourth tier on Myoji, coupled with his 5-peak third-tier evolvers, undoubtedly instilled an unprecedented sense of oppression among the people of Divine Summer. Yang Zimo's countenance was taut, his gaze profound as he scanned the 5 comrades standing resolutely beside him aboard the ship. His voice was low and unwavering. In a moment, our vessel will bear the brunt of Long Xiangwan's assault. The individuals aboard their ship possess formidable levels. The pressure upon us will be immense. Perhaps we may all perish. Are you afraid? On his indomitable rhino, he had gathered the 6 most exceptional individuals from the novice zone, including Li Sini and Fan Yingying, who stood resolutely alongside him. What is there to fear? If we lose this gamble for survival, we are destined to perish anyway. We might as well fight fiercely with these little devils and show them our might. Zhou Yu's youthful visage was marked by fierce determination. Li Ming adjusted his firefighter helmet, his eyes resolute and prepared for battle. Having enjoyed the greatest share of resources, we must naturally charge to the forefront, with no guilt upon our conscience. Long Howren clenched his fists tightly, the knuckles cracking with a sharp sound, brimming with battle spirit. Rest assured, before I meet my end, I shall take several of those little devils with me. Li Sini's frosty demeanor was etched with resolve. Lu Chen's death is intricately tied to me. I shall be the first to charge forward. Even the typically timid Fan Yingying gripped her crossbow tightly, fully aware that retreat was no longer an option. They could only move forward. Good, Yang Zimo commanded, his gaze shifting to the 4 warships behind him. My indomitable rhino will confront Long Xiangwan head-on. The rest will act according to plan. There must be no errors. Behind him, 4 mid-tier warships carried 24 second-tier evolvers, the last remaining second-tier forces from the novice zone. They all looked towards Yang Zimo, their eyes filled with steadfastness and determination, nodding in unison. At that moment, the curtain of battle was slowly drawn, a tense atmosphere enveloping every heart. A contest of life and death was on the verge of unfolding in these waters. Under the scrutiny of nearly 2,000 gazes, the 2 fleets gradually approached the resplendent spatial crystal. Mr. Nakamura, how long do you think these Divine Summer people can withstand our assault? Spoke a Fusang warrior with a neatly trimmed mustache, Yamamoto Taro, his eyes filled with disdain. Nakamura Kenta's Onmyoji hat fluttered in the sea breeze. Yamamoto-kun, your arrogance is a grave mistake. There is an ancient saying in Divine Summer. Even a lion must exert its utmost strength when hunting a rabbit. Indeed. Wise words from Lord Nakamura. Yamamoto Taro swiftly executed a standard 90-degree bow as he observed the Divine Summer fleet drawing ever closer. A glint of cold light flashed in Nakamura Kenta's eyes, a smirk gracing his lips. 10 minutes. We shall conclude this battle within 10 minutes. Let all these Divine Summer pigs be buried beneath the waves. Chapter 32, The Human Gatling Gun. These arrogant fools dare to claim they will crush us in 10 minutes. Do they not fear their own hubris? Yang Zimo's lips curled into a cold smile. Suddenly, his form trembled as a powerful aura surged forth, enveloping the indomitable rhino in a magnificent illusion of a colossal unicorn. The giant rhinoceros let out a thunderous roar, causing the indomitable rhino to accelerate with unstoppable momentum, charging fiercely towards Long Xiangwan. This was the indomitable rhino's C-class talent, Death Charge. In the face of this tempestuous strike, Nakamura Kenta's expression betrayed a hint of condescension. So eager to meet your demise? Before his words could fade, a dazzling pink light erupted from Long Xiangwan, a shield as brilliant as cherry blossoms unfurling to protect the entire warship. This was Nakamura Kenta's unwavering assurance. Long Xiangwan was also a warship endowed with special abilities, possessing the C-class talent, Cherry Blossom Guardian. However, just as everyone anticipated a breathtaking duel between the 2 strongest, Yang Zimo suddenly bellowed, his form transforming, his arms extended as if imbued with life, swiftly reaching over to the right side of Long Xiangwan, landing upon a Fusang warship, Kamikaze Maru. Now, Yang Zimo shouted, exerting his strength. Turn. Simultaneously, Long Howren and the others echoed in unison, paddling the oars to the side. With the tremendous force of their collective effort, the seemingly clumsy, indomitable rhino astonishingly pivoted with remarkable speed, hurtling towards the unsuspecting Kamikaze Maru. The sharp, beastly ram at the bow of the indomitable rhino glimmered with a chilling light, whistling past Long Xiangwan, crashing into Kamikaze Maru with ferocity. Bakayuru, they're targeting us. The crew aboard Kamikaze Maru shouted in terror. Turn the ship, hurry. It was too late. A collision was imminent. Yet, it was already too late. As 6 terrified crew members aboard Kamikaze Maru gazed in horror and despair, the ram of the indomitable rhino, like a blade, impaled the hull of Kamikaze Maru with an unstoppable force. Yang Zimo's indomitable rhino, in terms of both talent and equipment, had achieved the pinnacle of specialization in collisions. Thus, when the ram struck Kamikaze Maru, it penetrated the vessel as effortlessly as a sharp dagger slicing through butter. With a deafening roar, the seemingly indestructible hull of Kamikaze Maru was torn asunder, as if effortlessly pried apart by an invisible giant hand. The crew aboard Kamikaze Maru was thrown into chaos, screaming as they plunged into the sea. Licini. Yang Zimo's voice rang out like thunder across the waves. Licini responded, her hands aglow with strange light as the metallic elements of the ocean seemed to heed her call, rapidly coalescing into hundreds of glimmering steel beads before her. Fire! With her command, the hundreds of steel beads surged forth like a barrage of bullets, hurtling toward the struggling Fusang crew in the water with a fierce intensity. As the steel beads burst forth, they created a fierce gust of wind, whipping Licini's silky hair into a dance. Puff! 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 A series of dull thuds echoed upon the surface of the sea, as the 6 fallen Fusang crew members barely had time to react before being pierced by the relentless steel beads, blood gushing forth and staining the surrounding waters. In a mere moment since the battle commenced, the forces of Divine Summer had obliterated a mid-tier Fusang warship and slain 6 second-tier evolvers, achieving a resounding victory. This was the meticulously crafted strategy of Yang Zimo. Faced with the formidable fleet of 6 ships from Fusang, the forces of Xingxia, though only comprising 5 vessels, understood the wisdom that injuring 10 fingers is less effective than severing one. It was imperative to deliver a devastating blow to the enemy from the outset, destroying one of their ships to disrupt the balance of power and secure a glimmer of hope for victory in the ensuing battle. Beyond the maritime realm, the onlookers from Xingxia witnessed this spectacle, erupting into cheers akin to a roaring tide. Incredible. Yang Zimo is magnificent. Licini is magnificent. Xingxia is invincible. Licini's mastery of magnetic manipulation is truly impressive. As long as her mental fortitude holds, she is akin to a human machine gun. Licini, you are stunning. My goddess. While Licini showcased her prowess, Yang Zimo's contributions were equally commendable, had he not unexpectedly rammed the Kamikaze Maru, sending the Fusang crew into the water. It would have been far more challenging for Licini to eliminate them. They are all remarkable. Keep it up, leaders. Let these Fusang beasts experience the might of Xingxia. At that moment, the shield of the Longxiang Maru remained steadfast, yet Nakamura Kenta's expression darkened. He could hardly fathom that those cunning Xingxia individuals would employ a diversionary tactic, with their true target being the Kamikaze Maru. This revelation ignited his fury. Baka, how dare you toy with me? In his wrath, Nakamura Kenta spread his arms wide, the air around him boiling as if a mysterious force was brewing. In an instant, a radiant beam of light erupted from his palms, soaring toward the heavens. Following this, a colossal entity slowly materialized within the luminescence. It was a gigantic beast clad in fiery red scales, with eyes ablaze, the fabled fire Shikigami. The fire Shikigami emanated scorching heat, continuously exhaling flames. And with a mere flap of its wings, it conjured waves of searing air, instilling fear in all. The people of Xingxia gasped at this astonishing sight. What in the world is that? How can it fly? It's Nakamura Kenta's B-class talent. It's a Shikigami. Only a Onmyoji can summon such a being. Licini, be cautious. Amidst the concerned gazes, Nakamura Kenta's eyes glinted malevolently as he pointed directly at Licini, declaring, die. The fire Shikigami, receiving the command, unfurled its wings and lunged at Licini with a ferocious roar, simultaneously unleashing a torrent of flames that formed a scorching pillar, intent on reducing her to ashes. Clearly, Nakamura Kenta recognized that this Xingxia woman possessed an alarming offensive capability and needed to be swiftly eliminated to prevent future threats. At this juncture, the unicorn rhinoceros Maru, having collided violently with the Kamikaze Maru, had exhausted its propulsion, coming to a tranquil halt in the sea. In this confined space, Licini found herself with no avenue of escape, the fire Shikigami's assault relentless in its pursuit. Just as the situation reached a critical juncture, a towering figure resolutely interposed himself between Licini and the impending doom. It was Long Howren. Chapter 33, The Terrifying Fire Shikigami. Gripping his massive shield, he stood like a mountain, his roar echoing through the heavens. Power of the earth, protect me. Instantly, using his shield as a foundation, earth surged like a tidal wave, rapidly coalescing into an unassailable earthen wall that absorbed the rampant flames. Earth talent, unrivaled defense. Humph, an earth talent user dares to obstruct me? Nakamura Kenta's eyes widened in fury, his face contorted in rage. Break it. The fire Shikigami obeyed, crashing violently into the earthen wall, which could withstand the full force of a third-tier beast. In an instant, the wall shattered, disintegrating into a shower of debris. Pooh! Longhauren staggered, blood gushing forth. The attack from the fourth-tier powerhouse was staggering, far beyond his capacity to withstand easily. However, as the fire Shikigami approached, Longhauren displayed no signs of retreat. His eyes ablaze with an indomitable spirit. Possessing earth talent and starting with a steel shield, he embodied the essence of a steadfast guardian for his team. As long as he drew breath, none would harm the offensively weaker Licini. Thus, he gritted his teeth, summoning all his strength, preparing to confront the towering inferno of the Shikigami with his very flesh. Suddenly, a peculiar wave of energy flickered behind Nakamura Kenta, and an invisible silhouette gradually came into focus. It was Zhou Yu. Zhou Yu possesses D-class invisibility talent. Die! Zhou Yu gritted his teeth, his sword darting like lightning toward Nakamura Kenta's vulnerable back, aiming to disrupt his offensive. If he could eliminate this fourth-tier powerhouse, the scales of victory would tilt in favor of Xingxia. However, clang! The sharp sound of metal clashing erupted as Zhou Yu's sword was unexpectedly intercepted by a sudden katana. Then, another stealthy figure emerged, a masked ninja radiating a dangerous aura. Heh, Xingxia people, if you wish to ambush Lord Nakamura, you must first contend with my katana. The ninja sneered, swiftly spinning the katana, aiming with lethal precision at Zhou Yu's vital points. Damn it! Zhou Yu cursed inwardly, hastily retracting his sword to block. His surprise attack was thwarted. And meanwhile, the terrifying Shikigami seized the opportunity to unleash its full might upon Longhauren, who was not far off. Pooh! Longhauren was struck with tremendous force, blood pouring from his mouth like a fountain, his body akin to a leaf caught in a tempest, helplessly plummeting into the sea. Fortunately, Longhauren had managed to endure for a time, granting Yang Zimo precious moments to act. Seizing the opportunity, Yang Zimo's right fist swelled, as if inflated, and he delivered a powerful blow, sending the fire Shikigami staggering back. This is somewhat troublesome. Nakamura Kenta's expression grew increasingly grim, impatiently urging, Yamada-kun, do not delay any longer. Resolve this swiftly. Hi. Yamada Taro responded, leaping into the air, his samurai sword gleaming with a cold light as it aimed for Licini's vital points. The crisis was imminent. Licini bit down on her silver teeth, unleashing her mental force without reservation. A peculiar energy enveloped Yamada Taro's sword, bending and twisting it, as if manipulated by an invisible hand. Nanny? Yamada Taro, astonished, quickly reacted, discarding the deformed sword and drawing a short blade from his waist, fiercely thrusting it toward Licini's heaving chest. At that moment, Licini felt the world spin, both her physical and mental energies nearing their limits. Faced with this unavoidable strike, a determined glint flashed in her eyes. Since evasion was futile, she would not evade. Consequently, two shimmering, cold metal blades manifested beside her, akin to the scythe of death, shooting toward Yamada Taro with resolute intent. Baka, you dare to perish alongside me. Yamada Taro was taken aback. He was a noble warrior of great Fusang. How could he perish alongside a Xingxia person? He hastily retreated, abandoning his intention to continue the assault on Licini. Despite Yamada Taro's withdrawal, Licini found herself suddenly spitting blood, her entire being drained of vitality, collapsing to the ground in a state of utter exhaustion. This was the severe consequence of mental fatigue, rendering her incapable of further combat. At that moment, Yang Zimo transformed into a rubber-like figure, tightly ensnaring the fiery Shikigami, whose threat loomed large, if left unchecked. It would not be long before the 30 members on their side were annihilated. A fourth-tier B-class talent was indeed terrifying. However, just then, Nakamura Kenta swiftly traced a mystical sigil in the air with his fingers, directing it towards Yang Zimo. Thunderbolt spell. As Fan Yingying engaged in a fierce duel with a Fusang warrior, her keen eyes caught the impending danger, and she urgently cried out, Brother Yang, beware of Nakamura Kenta's ambush. Yet, it was too late. A blinding flash of lightning rent the sky, striking Yang Zimo with ferocity. The current coursed through him like a serpent, rendering him numb and powerless. Seizing the opportunity, the fiery Shikigami launched a brutal assault, sending the defenseless Yang Zimo plummeting into the tumultuous sea. Fortunately, thanks to the formidable resilience of his C-class rubber talent, he sustained no significant injury despite the heavy blow. Struggling to rise in the water, his gaze surveyed the chaotic battlefield where the ships of Shinya and Fusang had become entwined in a fierce clash. Both sides fought with ruthless precision, every strike aimed at the vital points, driven by the harsh rules of survival and historical animosities. Although Shinya initially gained a fleeting advantage by sinking a Fusang vessel through an unexpected strategy, the Fusang forces, having triumphed in a prior contest, began to assert their superiority through their inherent attributes. As time progressed, Shinya's disadvantages became increasingly pronounced, The warriors' stamina and morale waned in the face of the Fusang onslaught, and the situation grew ever more dire. With a series of chilling sounds like arrows slicing through the air, the bronze-level fire-launching rockets mounted on the Longxiang One were unleashed in unison, engulfing a Shinya warship in searing flames, reducing its durability to 0 in an instant, and causing it to sink with a resounding crash. Panic seized Yang Zimo. The sinking of this ship signaled the encirclement of Shinya's remaining 4 vessels by 5 Fusang ships, akin to a pack of leopards stalking their prey. Retreat. Everyone retreat. Yang Zimo's teeth clenched, each word forced through gritted jaws. He understood that any hesitation now would lead to irreparable losses. Once surrounded by Fusang ships, Shinya would face utter despair, with even greater losses looming. Though his heart brimmed with reluctance, reason dictated that preserving strength and seeking a turning point was the wisest course of action. Chapter 34 is that. My adoptive father. As Shinya's forces retreated, the spatial crystal swiftly fell into the hands of the Fusang. Fortunately, due to Yang Zimo's timely orders, the remaining 4 warships managed to escape without further incident, and those who had fallen into the water, including Long Howren, were rescued. However, Shinya's 4 vessels were now severely battered, their crews battered and demoralized to the utmost degree. Most among them had been ordinary people before crossing into the world of Tianshu. To have persevered against the Fusang under such dire circumstances was no small feat. Announcement. The spatial crystal is currently being occupied by the Fusang Battle Zone number 903. In 59 minutes, the 903 Novice area will completely seize the spatial crystal, winning this survival gamble. This announcement struck like a hammer upon the hearts of everyone in Novice Area 1000, despair spreading among them. It's over. Brother Yang and the others have retreated. Is there no hope left for us? They had done their utmost. Nakamura Kenta's strength was indeed overwhelming. What should I do about my daughter? Her total attributes are barely 20 points. I checked the Tianshu encyclopedia. If attributes turn negative, the evolved will perish. Please, I beg you. Save my daughter. She's only 9 years old. Damn this Tianshu, it's so unfair. Why force us to gamble for survival against an area that has already won once? It's tantamount to a death sentence. Fairness? Can't you see? Tianshu treats us like insects, pitting us against one another. Only the most powerful evolvers survive. Indeed. I feel it too. In this world, the weak have no voice. To be weak is to invite death. Exhausted, Yang Zimo leaned against the ship's railing. His voice low yet resolute. You speak the truth. The battles ahead will only grow fiercer and more brutal. If we wish to survive, we must tread upon the corpses of other novice areas. He paused, continuing, those who can still move, make haste to recover your strength. In half an hour, we shall re-enter the parallel sea. We must not allow the Fusang to easily claim victory in this survival gamble. Fan Yingying's eyes glistened with tears. Her right hand pierced by an arrow, her voice filled with despair. Brother Yang, many of us are gravely injured, and the ship's durability is nearly depleted. Second-tier evolvers are insufficient. Let the peak first-tier ones join. Long Howren gritted his teeth, struggling to rise, his eyes shining with an indomitable spirit. His right chest had been pierced by a fiery shikigami. Had it not been for his robust physique, he would surely have perished. In any case, we must not easily relinquish our attribute points. At that moment, Tang Hong, who had previously questioned Lu Chen, stood up, clenching his fists. Damn it! If my adoptive father Lu Chen were here, those Fusang beasts would not dare to be so arrogant. Upon hearing Lu Chen's name, a wave of sighs rippled through the crowd. Indeed, the great Lu Chen was capable of slaying 4th-tier ferocious beasts even at the 2nd tier. Had he been here, we could surely turn the tide of this situation. The great Lu Chen is the strongest in our area 1000, but alas, it's such a pity. Oh, heaven punishes the talented. Lu Chen, we need you. Those Fusang people are still mocking us in the chat channel. At this intersection of humiliation and anger, Tang Hong's gaze was suddenly captivated by a peculiar sight. A ship shrouded in eerie black mist silently appeared in view, ghostly in its demeanor. When his eyes settled upon the proud and handsome youth standing at the ship's bow, he froze, disbelief flashing in his eyes. Could it be my adoptive father? At this moment, within the Fusang Novice Area 903, laughter echoed incessantly. Ha ha ha, Lord Nakamura is magnificent. Those feeble Shinya are indeed no match for us. Though their strength is lacking, some of those Shinya women are truly beautiful. Once we acquire the invasion order, we must pay them a visit. Yes, Inoue-kun is in high spirits, especially that girl named Lisini. We shall enjoy her together. Ha! Damn it, those Shinya still haven't given up, foolishly attempting to counterattack. How laughable. Haha. I find myself hoping that they do not perish too swiftly, for when we once again acquire the wager of survival, we shall continue to extract attributes from them. Nakamura Kenta. Everyone, do not let your guard down. The Shinatsu people are not easily defeated. They will undoubtedly devise a counterattack. And we must be prepared for it. Huh. Indeed, Lord Nakamura is wise, leaving no opportunity for our adversaries. Ha ha, Lord Nakamura. I actually look forward to those Shinatsu coming to their demise once more. Killing is far more exhilarating than hunting sea beasts. Should they dare to set foot in the parallel sea again, especially that Licini, this time she must not be allowed to escape easily. While we cannot bring her back to the 903C area, we can certainly relish the experience within the parallel sea. Upon uttering these words, a chorus of lewd laughter erupted around them. However, at that moment, a deafening cheer pierced through the parallel sea, reaching the ears of the Fusang people. What is happening over there? Why are the Shinatsu suddenly cheering? Baka, do they realize they are about to lose and have all gone mad? Oh, I just infiltrated the Shinatsu chat channel. They are discussing someone named Lu Chen, who seems to be the strongest in the 1000th novice area. Nanny? The Shinatsu actually have a formidable warrior? The Shinatsu fleet is entering the parallel sea. Baka, they dare to come to their doom. Everyone, be cautious. The ship shrouded in black mist at the forefront is the one that the Shinatsu have just cheered for, piloted by Lu Chen. He is Lu Chen, the strongest in the 1000th novice area. Seeing this sudden turn of events, Nakamura Kenta felt a tightening in his chest. The 903 novice area was on the verge of winning this survival wager, and as the contributor with the greatest merit, he would reap substantial rewards. His previous victory had already brought him significant benefits, allowing him to elevate his C-level Yin-Yang master talent to B level. If he could triumph once more, he would surpass ordinary individuals and become a paragon in the sea. However, just then, a so-called strongest warrior from the Shinatsu emerged, stirring an inexplicable sense of unease within him. He could not afford any missteps in this wager. Chapter 35, The Might of the Phantom Captain. Yet, when his gaze fell upon the so-called strongest warrior, Lu Chen, the tension in his heart dissipated instantaneously, replaced by sheer disdain. Is this the strongest in the 1000th area? Merely a second-level evolutionary. A cold smile curled at the corners of his lips. The surrounding Fusang people, witnessing this, erupted into mocking laughter. Ha ha ha, have the Shinatsu lost their senses? They mistake a second-level evolutionary for their savior. Second level? Am I seeing this correctly? Is Lu Chen here for a comedy act? Kobayashi-kun, stop mocking him. He is, after all, regarded as the strongest by the Shinatsu. Who knows? He might even duel with our level 4 Lord Nakamura soon. Ha ha. A duel? Lord Nakamura could crush him with a single finger, right? Ha ha. So he is indeed the strongest in the 1000th area. How utterly ridiculous. Despite being filled with contempt, Nakamura Kenta remained vigilant. He turned to Yamada Taro beside him. Yamada-kun, dispose of this so-called Lu Chen, and remember, do not underestimate him. Yamada Taro, a peak level 3 Fusang warrior, possessed terrifying combat prowess. Facing a mere second-level Lu Chen should be a walk in the park. Hi. Yamada Taro bowed respectfully, then suddenly drew his katana with a swift motion. As the blade glimmered, he shouted, "Warriors of the Heixiangmaru, charge with me and behead the enemy." Kill. Accompanied by a thunderous roar, the crew aboard the Heixiangmaru fervently paddled their oars, the warship slicing through the waves like an arrow, racing toward the lone vessel cloaked in black mist. Meanwhile, Zhou Yu gripped the hilt of his sword tightly, his eyes filled with apprehension. Are we really not going to help? That Fusang warrior across is at peak level 3. No matter how strong Lu Chen may have been, he is, after all, only level 2. They say Lu Chen is immensely powerful. But Zhou Yu had never witnessed Lu Chen in action. Based solely on the current data, it was clear that Lu Chen could not match Yamada Taro in combat. Long Howren also furrowed his brow, casting a concerned glance at Yang Zimo, his tone revealing unease. Old Yang, I think the scholar is right. Lu Chen is on his own. No matter how strong he is, he cannot withstand the full assault of the 6 aboard the Heixiangmaru. Although he has once slain a level 4 creature, this situation is too perilous. Indeed, with us here, at least there will be some support. Li Ming chimed in. His firefighter helmet, shattered in previous battles, revealed a head of neatly cropped hair swaying gently in the sea breeze. However, Yang Zimo shook his head. Since Lu Chen has chosen this course, he must have his own plan. Moreover, if we go to assist, the Fusang side will likewise dispatch new warships, leading to a chaotic melee. Though his words were resolute, the furrowed brow and profound gaze betrayed a hint of subtle concern. In stark contrast to the anxiety of Yang Zimo and the others, Fan Yingying wore a confident and expectant expression. He, Brother Lu is back. With him here, victory is assured. Sister Cinny, do you not agree? Li Cinny's complexion appeared pale from overexerting her mental energy, yet her eyes sparkled with an unprecedented brilliance. She gazed in Lu Chen's direction, softly murmuring as if speaking to herself and to everyone, You have returned. Perhaps we can truly win. Why is there a layer of black mist enveloping Brother Lu's ship? I have never seen anything like this before. Fan Yingying mumbled in confusion. Just then, a sea breeze swept by, revealing a gap in the black mist shrouding the Yuminghayo, exposing 5 horrifying and grotesque figures behind Lu Chen. Yang Zimo and the others were immediately taken aback. Lu Chen is not alone? When did he recruit crew members? Wait, those are not human. The figures aboard Lu Chen's ship are all undead. Zhou Yu rubbed his eyes in disbelief. Shock written all over his face as he distinctly saw that the 5 figures behind Lu Chen were 4 stark white skeletons and 1 decaying corpse. That is the phantom captain from the ghost ship? Li Sini stood up abruptly, her pale cheeks flushed with excitement. Fan Yingying jumped up joyfully, clapping her hands in celebration. Brother Lu, you are truly amazing. You have even managed to tame a level 4 phantom captain. Yang Zimo and the others exchanged incredulous glances, their eyes filled with astonishment. Old Yang, is that decaying corpse really level 4? Long Howren stammered, his voice trembling slightly. It could be, right? Yang Zimo felt his heart racing wildly. If it were true, then victory was assured today. The Shinatsu would be victorious. Oh, the opposing side is quite uniquely adorned. Do these little creatures dare to challenge you, Captain? Jack gazed at the approaching Haxiang Maru, his eyes gleaming with murderous intent. Captain, you need not dirty your hands. I have been itching for this moment. Go on, make it swift. Lu Chen placed his hands behind his back and nodded indifferently. Haha, just you wait and see. Jack's sycophantic smile on his face instantaneously morphed into a ghastly grimace, shifting with the swiftness of a theatrical mask. Before Lu Chen, he might appear as docile as a cat, yet to outsiders, he was the fearsome captain of the ghost ship, instilling dread in all. Row faster. I want to sever Lu Chen's head. Greed was etched on Yamada Taro's face. He was on the verge of winning the survival gamble. The more contributions he amassed at this moment, the greater the rewards he could claim later. This Lu Chen was renowned as the mightiest among the Shinsha people. Slaying him would undoubtedly yield a bounty of contribution points. As Yamada Taro indulged in his fantasies, a shadow suddenly erupted from the black mist surrounding the opposing vessel, crashing down onto the Haishang Maru. The tremendous impact caused the ship to sway violently. What? Yamada Taro gaped at the grotesque figure, its decaying flesh ensnared in a monstrous visage, momentarily rendered speechless. Baka. Coming to his senses, he swiftly drew his katana, plunging it fiercely toward the heart of the corpse. With a sickening squelch, the katana penetrated the rotting flesh, yet failed to yield the anticipated result. The corpse not only remained standing, but emitted an eerie laughter. Oh, little one, the weakness of the undead is not the heart. Jack's voice chimed in a mocking tone, resonating in Yamada Taro's ears. Before he could comprehend the meaning of those words, the corpse, seemingly unfazed by the heart being pierced, extended its half-decayed left hand and tightly gripped his throat. In a swift motion, the corpse's right fist unleashed a devastating force, its strength akin to the 4th tier, crashing down upon Yamada Taro's skull with a roaring wind. His pupils dilated in an instant, the threat of death bearing down upon him. He attempted to evade, only to find himself ensnared by the iron grip of that hand. Immobile. Aminojaku. With a bone-chilling thud, blood and flesh erupted, Yamada Taro's head exploding beneath Jack's iron fist. As Yamada Taro's lifeless body fell, an eerie silence enveloped the surroundings. All eyes were fixed on Jack. Yamada Taro, a peak 3rd-tier warrior, had been annihilated by a single blow. Even Kenta Nakamura, a 4th-tier individual, would find such a feat nearly impossible. This is inconceivable. Kenta Nakamura, occupying the space crystal, stood aghast, disbelief writ large on his face. Hee. This exquisite flesh is utterly intoxicating. Under the fearful gazes of the remaining 5 crew members aboard the Haishang Maru, Jack slowly extended his left hand, delicately plucking a piece of flesh from Yamada Taro's corpse, savoring it with a look of utter satisfaction. Now, it's your turn, he grinned, abruptly extracting the katana embedded deep within the heart, then launching himself forward like a wraith. The blade glinted in the air, swiftly severing the necks of 2 crew members. The speed was such that the astonishment on their faces had yet to fade before their heads tumbled to the ground. 4th tier. It's a 4th tier undead. Lord Nakamura. Save us. Panic seized the remaining 3 crew members, their shrieks piercing the air. However, aboard the Haishang Maru, apart from Yamada Taro, the rest were merely 2nd-tier evolvers, utterly defenseless against such a formidable 4th-tier foe. In the blink of an eye, they followed in Yamada Taro's footsteps, falling victim to Jack's relentless blade. After eliminating everyone, Jack lightly bent his knees and nimbly leaped back onto the ghost ship, his ghastly demeanor instantly transforming into a sycophantic grin. Hee, Captain, that was truly exhilarating. In the future, you must assign me such tasks more often. At that moment, the Shinsha crowd spectating from the outer regions of the sea awoke from their stupor, erupting in cheers and exclamations akin to a raging tide. Incredible. A whole ship of evolvers, just like that? Yamada Taro, a peak third-tier evolver. Obliterated by a single punch. How thrilling. If I am not mistaken, this ghost captain is already at the 4th tier. This must be the 4th tier ghost captain that Lord Lu Chen encountered aboard the ghost ship. Who would have thought that Lord Lu Chen could subjugate such a being? He is truly magnificent. Wait, if this ghost captain is so powerful, and Lord Lu Chen could subdue him, doesn't that imply that Lord Lu Chen is even stronger than this ghost captain? Lord Lu Chen is indeed formidable. The cheers among the Shinsha people echoed through the heavens. In stark contrast to the jubilation of the Shinsha, the Fusang battle zone descended into a profound silence, with everyone exchanging incredulous glances. The entire ship of Fusang warriors had been meticulously selected, yet they fell beneath the brutal assault of that terrifying corpse, unable to withstand even 2 seconds. The most alarming aspect was the cruel nature of the corpse's attacks. Gazing at the dismembered bodies sprawled across the deck, a deep-seated fear surged within the hearts of the Fusang people. To them, losing one's head signified the entrapment of the soul within the corpse, precluding reincarnation and the return to the embrace of the sun goddess Amaterasu. Thus, Jack's accidental act of beheading undeniably sowed the seeds of profound terror within the hearts of the Fusang. Bakayaru, Kenta Nakamura roared, his gaze piercing as he surveyed the unease and fear etched upon the faces of those around him. Such trifles are inconsequential, merely a 4th-tier creature. I have slain them before. With that declaration, a blazing flame erupted above him, coalescing into a magnificent fire spirit, engulfed in roaring flames. The imposing presence of the fire spirit instantaneously rekindled the confidence of the Fusang warriors, who rallied with fervent cries, "Lord Nakamura, slay that undead. Avenge Yamada-kun. It must be those cunning Shinsha people employing some trick to control this 4th-tier undead. Once we eliminate this threat, they will be powerless against us. Go, Lord Nakamura. Show those Shinsha pigs the terror of our Onmyoji." Amidst the fervent shouts, Kenta Nakamura's gaze sharpened, his finger pointed directly at Lu Chen, his voice icy. "You control that undead, do you not? Eliminate you, and it becomes insignificant. Therefore die." With Kenta Nakamura's furious shout, the fire spirit soared skyward, its flames surging as if it were a tiny sun, hurtling toward Lu Chen with devastating heat and fire. "Oh, this is amusing. It can fly," Jack grinned, ready to engage. But at that moment, Lu Chen's calm and profound voice resonated. "I shall take this." Jack shrugged, wisely stepping aside. The captain was undoubtedly far more formidable, and it seemed he would not be playing with this winged creature after all. In an instant, the inferno of the fire spirit closed in on Lu Chen. Barely 100 meters away, its scorching aura distorting the surrounding space. As Yang Zimo and the others beheld the scene, they could not help but gasp in alarm. Why was the ghost captain retreating? Was he not supposed to shield Lu Chen from the Shikigami? Did Lu Chen intend to confront it alone? Lu Chen, be cautious. That is Nakahara Kenta's B-rank talent. Do not withstand it head-on. Dragon Howren uttered last, fully aware of the formidable power of the fire Shikigami. Despite being a 3rd-tier Earth Shield warrior specializing in defense, he had been pierced through the chest by the fire Shikigami strike. He certainly did not believe that Lu Chen, at level 2, could possess greater fortitude than himself. Under the anxious gazes of the crowd, Lu Chen slowly raised his right hand, extending a single finger. In an instant, a glimmer of cold light flashed, and a sharp bone spear coalesced at his fingertip. Witnessing this, Nakahara Kenta's lips curled into a mocking smile. "Boy, if you were to rely on the ghost captain, you might have a slim chance of survival. But you, a mere level 2 insect, dare to challenge my fire Shikigami with this trivial bone spear? How utterly laughable." As countless eyes focused on him, Lu Chen merely flicked his finger. The bone spear, suspended in the air, seemed to be imbued with life, suddenly slicing through the air and shooting forth with a chilling brilliance, akin to a silver dragon, traversing the expanse with astonishing speed towards the fire Shikigami. "Be reduced to ashes in my flames." Nakahara Kenta roared, his heart brimming with disdain, yet devoid of any sense of underestimation. He commanded the fire Shikigami to unleash its full might, meeting the bone spear with a torrent of blazing flames. He was acutely aware that countless villains had fallen due to their arrogance. Nakahara Kenta's achievements were hard-earned, and he could not afford such a fatal blunder. With a whoosh, the flames enveloping the fire Shikigami erupted like a volcanic explosion, the searing heat capable of melting even a spear forged from steel into molten iron. However, in the midst of Nakahara Kenta's confident gaze, the bone spear disregarded the infernal heat, piercing through the roaring flames and directly impaling the fire Shikigami's form. The sinister smile on Nakahara Kenta's face froze instantaneously. For his pride and supposed invincibility, the fire Shikigami had been penetrated, leaving a gaping hole the size of a basin, a sight profoundly shocking. Nani? Nakahara Kenta's eyes widened, filled with disbelief. As he watched in astonishment, the fire Shikigami trembled slightly before exploding into countless shards. The once mighty fire Shikigami had been obliterated by Lu Chen's casual strike. This is impossible, Nakahara Kenta bellowed, his voice steeped in incredulity. You are but a level 2. How could your bone spear possess such terrifying power? Yet, before his roar could fade, a sudden rush of blood erupted from his mouth, and he felt himself weaken instantly. The fall of the fire Shikigami inflicted an unprecedented backlash upon him. Though Lu Chen was merely level 2, his perception had reached a terrifying 61 points, a level achievable by many 5th-tier powers. How could Nakahara Kenta, a mere 4th-tier evolver, withstand such pressure? Gazing at the exploding fire Shikigami, Lu Chen's lips curled into a satisfied smile. Having received the legacy of the Watcher, he had indeed transformed into a boss among evolvers. Now, it is time to conclude this, he murmured to himself, then forcefully stomped his right foot on the deck, propelling himself into the air like an arrow released from its bow. At that moment, a sharp eagle's cry pierced the sky as a 2-meter-long corpse seagull dove down. Lu Chen gripped the breakwave spear in his left hand, while his right firmly grasped the seagull's sharp talon, leveraging its strength to propel himself swiftly towards Nakahara Kenta's Risai Maru and the Fusang fleet. Alone, he charged at the 4 Fusang warships and nearly 20 foes. 1v20. The advantage is mine. The devil approaches. Lord Kenta, what should we do? Lord Kenta is injured. Defense, protect Lord Kenta. Faced with Lu Chen's solitary advance, the Fusang crew, who held a numerical superiority, fell into a state of panic. They gazed at this terrifying figure capable of commanding the ghost captain and obliterating the fire Shikigami with a single spear, their hearts filled with dread and fear. Bakayero. Nakahara Kenta wiped the blood trickling from his lips, furiously rising to his feet. Lu Chen, you are far too arrogant. He could scarcely believe that Lu Chen dared to infiltrate the very heart of the Fusang fleet alone. It was undoubtedly an act of self-destruction. If they could withstand Lu Chen's imminent assault, they would have the opportunity to swarm and eliminate the strongest in Zone 1000. At that moment, the forces of Zone 903 would emerge victorious in this survival gamble. With this thought, Nakahara Kenta roared, Sakura Guardian. As his voice echoed, the Ryusei Maru beneath him seemed to awaken, radiating a brilliant pink aura. This light swiftly coalesced into a dazzling shield resembling cherry blossoms, enveloping the entire warship. On the other side, Yang Zimo, witnessing Lu Chen effortlessly dismantle the previously insurmountable fire Shikigami, suddenly erupted with elation. However, this joy was short-lived as Lu Chen's next move froze his expression. Lu Chen, the Ryusei Maru has a C-rank ship shield. Do not attack. Yang Zimo shouted urgently, his voice filled with distress. Yet, it was too late. Lu Chen had already released the seagull's talon and, like an arrow, launched himself towards the Ryusei Maru with fierce intent. This scene caused Yang Zimo's heart to plummet. He nearly howled, quick, all ships, come with me to support Lu Chen. He understood that even though Lu Chen was extraordinarily powerful, being besieged by over 20 elite Fusang warriors would undoubtedly place him in peril. A valiant warrior cannot withstand the pressure of many hands, and the overall strength of the Fusang crew was not to be underestimated. Although Lu Chen was formidable, he was still only level 2, and his mental energy was limited, making it difficult to endure prolonged combat. The Xingxia people aboard the mid-tier warship recognized the urgency of the situation and fervently began to paddle, striving to assist Lu Chen. They had lost him once. They could not afford to lose him again. Lu Chen's eyes glinted with cold resolve as he fixated on the resplendent cherry blossom shield atop the Ryusei Maru, a smirk playing on his lips. A ship shield? What a splendid treasure. I shall claim this talent. With that, he abruptly quivered the pitch-black spear in his grasp, pointing its tip at the Ryusei Maru. Break the wind. With a deep, resonant utterance, his form surged forward like a tempest, the dark spear tracing a formidable trajectory through the air. Wherever the spear tip passed, the atmosphere was effortlessly torn asunder, emitting a sharp and piercing howl. At that moment, everything around seemed to descend into a profound stillness. The tip of Lu Chen's gun collided violently with the cherry blossom shield, producing not the anticipated thunderous roar, but rather an ineffable shockwave that rippled through the air. The cherry blossom shield, under the fierce onslaught of the obsidian spear, shattered like fragile glass, fracturing instantaneously before bursting apart, scattering luminous cherry blossom fragments that faded into the ether, bereft of their former brilliance. How could this be possible? Witnessing the cherry blossom shield so effortlessly breached, Nakagawa Kenta's eyes widened in disbelief, his countenance etched with incredulity. He could scarcely fathom that a mere level 2 evolver could unleash such astonishing power. Yet, regardless of Nakagawa Kenta's astonishment and resentment, Lu Chen's assault showed no signs of abating. The force of the gun remained unyielding, Lu Chen moving with an inescapable grace, akin to the dawn's first light, unstoppable in its advance. The obsidian spear, accompanied by a chilling gust, surged forward, aiming directly at the Longxiang Maru. Crack! The vessel's hull emitted a mournful wail as it appeared to be rent asunder by an unseen force. The crew aboard the Longxiang Maru, caught unawares, were swallowed by this terrifying power, their bodies tossed like leaves in a tempest, blood cascading through the air, staining the sea of vivid crimson. Chapter 38. Exclusive Skill of the Overseer. No. Nakagawa Kenta let out a despairing wail, helplessly witnessing his body being torn apart by overwhelming force. With one shot, Lu Chen shattered the shield. With another, he pierced the ship, the entire sequence fluid and seamless, devoid of any hesitation. He stood amidst the wreckage of the Longxiang Maru. The obsidian spear pointed defiantly towards the heavens, as if the preceding spectacle were merely a casual display of his prowess. The sea wind howled, the waves roiled. Yet Lu Chen stood resolute like an unwavering rock, his gaze deepening. At that moment, he had undeniably become the uncontested sovereign of these waters. This scene transcended all expectations and imaginations, as the entire parallel sea region fell into a deathly silence, with only the wind's whisper punctuating the stillness, becoming the sole sound amid the quietude. Lord Nakagawa and the warriors aboard the Longxiang Maru, they are all gone? On board the Longxiang Maru were 5 formidable level 3 warriors, led by the level 4 Nakagawa. How could this be? Am I seeing things? The Longxiang Maru had activated the cherry blossom protection, and its durability was at full capacity. How could it be so easily destroyed by Lu Chen's single shot? This is madness. Lu Chen, he must be a devil from hell. Heaven's decree, I must report that the people of Xinhua are cheating. He is only level 2. How can he single-handedly annihilate 6 level 3 evolvers along with a mid-tier warship with its shield activated? It's over. It's all over. Our hopes, our pride. The people of Fusang stood aghast, gazing at Lu Chen as if he were a demon, their eyes filled with terror and disbelief. The Longxiang Maru, carrying the strongest from the Rookie District, was supposed to be the pride of the Fusang people, the strongest on Blue Star. How could it be annihilated in a single strike? No, this cannot be. This is undoubtedly a dream. He is a devil. Run, run. Mother, save me. I don't want to die here. The remaining 3 Fusang warships, witnessing the tragic fate of the Longxiang Maru, felt their will to fight dissipate in an instant. Like frightened rabbits, they abandoned all thoughts of space crystals, victory, and glory, frantically paddling away from this horrifying place, desperately fleeing towards the 903rd Sea area. Lu Chen's earth-shattering blow not only terrified the Fusang people, but also left all the Xinhua spectators in utter astonishment. In stark contrast to the Fusang people's panicked despair, the Xinhua erupted into thunderous cheers once they regained their composure. Wow, 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 look at this. Is this the true might of the great Lu Chen? This is the first time I've witnessed him in action. My heart nearly stopped when he struck down from the heavens. He is so damn cool. Lu Chen, you are so handsome. I love you. I want to bear your children. What a terrifying shot. My legs are still shaking. Ha ha ha, no need to shake. No need to shake. The great Lu Chen belongs to us Xinhua people. He is our pride. The great Lu Chen is incredible. I wish I could serve as a crew member on the great Lu Chen's ship. Indeed, as expected of the Overseer's exclusive skill, its power is truly formidable. Lu Chen gazed at the wave-breaker in his hand, satisfaction swelling within him. This shot had obliterated a C-class special ship from Fusang. The level 3 evolvers aboard had not even the time to utter a cry before being torn to shreds by the overwhelming force of the windbreaker. As he surveyed the 3 remaining Fusang warships in a frantic retreat, Lu Chen waved his hand lightly, coldly commanding, "Jack, eliminate them. Since they dared to provoke Xinhua, let them remain here." Lu Chen recalled that in the survival wager, the greater the contribution, the more rewards one would receive. Thus, he intended to claim all the benefits for himself. "Leave it to me, Captain." Jack grinned, a sinister expression crossing his face, before he deftly maneuvered the wailing crossbow at the ship's bow, targeting one of the Fusang warships. With a thunderous roar, the wailing crossbow unleashed a devastating force. Penetrating the target ship, 2 crew members aboard instantly perished, while the others screamed in anguish as they plunged into the frigid sea. The other 2 warships witnessed this scene and paddled furiously, wishing they had been born with more hands. However, as they continued to row, the Fusang crew sensed something was amiss. "Why can't we move?" A Fusang crew member's voice trembled, clearly gripped by sheer terror. Soon, A horrifying sight provided them with the answer to their confusion. Splash! A pale, rotting arm suddenly emerged from the swirling depths of the sea, gripping the ship's railing tightly. What is that? The Fusang crew member gasped, panic-stricken. Yet before they could react, splash after splash resonated as more decaying arms reached out from the water, followed closely by the ghastly forms of drowned souls, their rotting, pale visages contorted in rage as they crawled forth from the depths, howling and roaring, lunging at the crew members. Oh no, run! A few Fusang crew members, gripped by sheer terror, lost all reason and leaped into the sea, desperate to escape this realm of horror and death. However, they could never have anticipated that the dangers lurking beneath the waves were even more terrifying. Just a few meters into the water, they found themselves targeted by several rotting shark corpses. These massive creatures, reeking of decay, opened their gaping maws and pounced upon the plunging crew members. Immediately, the surface of the sea was filled with wails of agony and despair. Hey, little ones, your Uncle Jack has arrived. The ghostly vessel, Helios, roared to life, swiftly closing in on the two Fuso warships besieged by the drowned. Jack, with a sinister grin, led four skeletal warriors into a fray against the Fuso people. At this juncture, Lu Chen chose to divert his attention. The Fuso had already become like stray dogs, and Jack was more than capable of dispatching them without his intervention. Lu Chen's gaze shifted to Kenta Nakamura, who appeared to possess a B-grade talent, a prospect he could not afford to overlook. He must acquire him, after all. A B-grade talent was a rarity, and even he possessed only one, a curse transmitted to him by that scoundrel Jack. In his pitiable state, Kenta Nakamura floated in the water, his lower half entirely absent, yet somehow clinging to life with the remnants of his upper body. Upon noticing Lu Chen's gaze, he inexplicably chuckled. Ha! Lu Chen, do you truly believe victory is yours? Cough, cough. I shall await you in hell. You will soon join me. Cough, cough. The great Fuso Empire has allied with other nations. Ultimately, you shall serve as nourishment for our ascendants. Ha! Long live the great Fuso Empire. With a final, anguished scream, a bone spear erupted from the depths, shattering Kenta Nakamura's skull. Allies. Lu Chen raised an eyebrow, a cold smirk gracing his lips. Utterly laughable. No matter how many come, I, Lu Chen, shall slay them all without hesitation. However, Kenta Nakamura's words served as a reminder. He needed to procure a survival wager decree promptly. For remaining passive and waiting to be attacked was not a viable strategy. Furthermore, Lu Chen was entirely blind to the information regarding other novice zones outside of Zone 1000. It seemed only by obtaining the survival wager decree would he gain access to such knowledge. Just then, a subtle movement from the backpack behind Lu Chen caught his attention. It was Tawanzi, sensing Kenta Nakamura's B-grade talent and yearning to absorb it for Lu Chen. Hold on, Tawanzi, he cautioned, for thousands of eyes were fixated on him, and he could not afford to reveal Tawanzi's existence in front of the crowd. As Lu Chen pondered how to retrieve Kenta Nakamura's corpse, Jack had already dispatched the last of the Fuso. At this moment, the solemn announcement of the edict echoed through the heavens. Announcement: the Fuso 903 Novice Sea Zone has lost all intermediate novice wooden boats. The Shinatsu 1000 Novice Sea Zone has triumphed in this survival wager. Upon hearing the news, a thunderous cheer erupted from the Shinatsu side. Victory! They had truly won. Announcement: all evolvers in the 1000 Novice Sea Zone gained 20 free attribute points. Announcement: the intensity of the storm outside the 1000 Novice Sea Zone has decreased by 20. Announcement: due to the 1000 Novice Sea Zone's triumph over the stronger 903 Novice Sea Zone, all evolvers receive an additional evolution point. Announcement: Evolver Lu Chen contributed the most in this survival wager, receiving 40 free attribute points and a 2-point evolution reward. Announcement: Evolver Lu Chen, having the highest contribution, additionally receives a silver-grade item, a storage ring. As the announcements concluded, radiant beams of light cascaded from the sky, enveloping each evolver in the 1000 Novice Zone with a gentle embrace. Within the halo, every face radiated disbelief and joy as they felt their powers surge. The 20 free attribute points and 1 evolution point seamlessly merged within them. A particularly resplendent beam focused on Lu Chen, overwhelming energy flowing into him, causing his free attribute points to soar by 40, alongside 2 invaluable evolution points. As the light dissipated, a ring, shimmering with an ethereal glow, floated before Lu Chen, its surface glistening with an enigmatic sheen, as if it concealed boundless spatial secrets. Storage ring, silver low-grade, a masterpiece of a spatial master. Contains a vast space of 100 cubic meters, extraordinarily rare. If you find yourself in dire straits, this item can yield substantial profit, provided you are certain it won't be stolen. Upon beholding the storage ring, Lu Chen's eyes sparkled with excitement. He momentarily questioned whether the edict could read his thoughts. Just as he had been fretting about how to manage the spoils of war, the storage ring appeared as if summoned. Without a moment's hesitation, he delicately slipped the ring onto his finger, establishing an immediate and subtle connection. With a mere thought, the wreckage of the Long Xiang and the bodies of Kenta Nakamura and the other 6 vanished from sight, neatly contained within the mysterious 100 cubic meters of space. Just as he intended to continue clearing the remaining Fuso corpses in the linked sea zone, the environment abruptly shifted, a force beyond his control teleporting him from the battlefield. Announcement: the survival wager has concluded, and the linked sea zone is officially closed. Meanwhile, within the 1,000 novice sea zone, cheers resonated, akin to the jubilance of a festival. Ha ha, I've gained 20 free attribute points. It's like I've leveled up half a tier. How exhilarating. Me too. I'm so thrilled. My heavens, I'm trembling with excitement. Even I, an ordinary individual, have received an evolution point. My F-grade talent can finally ascend to E. Ha ha. I've allocated all my attribute points to physique. Now I have over 30 points in physique. Dying 1 TB so easy. Moreover, the storm outside has weakened by 20. If we can win a few more rounds, perhaps every one of us in Zone 1000 can escape this novice sea zone alive. Oh, I was genuinely terrified earlier, thinking we were about to lose. Great Lu Chen, you saved us. We are eternally grateful. Indeed, Great Lu Chen, it is all thanks to you. Long live Great Lu Chen. Simultaneously, above the Fuso 903 novice sea zone, the edict from the heavens pierced the hearts of every evolver like shards of ice. Announcement: the survival wager in the 903 novice sea zone has failed. Announcement: all evolvers in the 903 novice sea zone will randomly lose 20 attribute points. Announcement: the intensity of the storm outside the 903 novice sea zone has increased by 20, in stark contrast to the white beams illuminating Zone 1000. A sinister black mist stealthily enshrouded the entire Zone 903, casting an ominous shadow akin to that of death. In an instant, the 903 novice zone was filled with wails of despair. My power has been siphoned away. Baka, why only my agility points? My agility has plummeted to 0. I am crippled. Count yourself fortunate. The girl beside me had her physique drained, and upon her physique dropping to 0, she instantly became a desiccated corpse. Woe is us. The storm outside has intensified by 20. We have lost all our intermediate warships and strong fighters. If we cannot escape within 7 days, we shall all perish. Despair swiftly spread through the crowd. We are doomed. Unless we craft a single-mast sailboat, we have but a slim chance of survival. However, Lord Nakamura and those formidable experts have perished at the hands of that demon, Lu Chen. Where can we possibly procure the 8th-tier crystal cores required to upgrade our single-mast sailboat? Damn it. All of this is Kenta Nakamura's fault. He has pitted us against the strongest foe. Ah, the bitterness of it all. Let me return to the Blue Star. I no longer wish to partake in this game. It is far from enjoyable. Chapter 40. Alas, even handsome faces bear their burdens, as they attract envy from their superiors. Long live the great Lu Chen. Lu Chen, you are our pride. Unrivaled in the world, Lu Chen is the mightiest. I adore you, Lu Chen. Father, I am your son. At this very moment, the phantom ship was surrounded at the center by all the evolved beings from Zone 1000, resembling a triumphant hero. The cheers were incessant, and the eyes of all present sparkled with admiration and fervor. Hee, everyone is far too gracious. This is merely what our phantom ship ought to do. Jack feigned humility as he waved his hand. He then leaned closer to Lu Chen and whispered with a chuckle, "Oh, Captain, so your name is Lu Chen. It seems you are quite popular here. Look at all these beautiful women. Should we consider recruiting a few? And what could you possibly do if I did?" Lu Chen shot Jack a sidelong glance. This Jack, even as a wraith, remained unrepentantly lustful. Amid the resounding cheers, the Unicorn Rhino's ship gradually approached the phantom ship, and Yang Zimo's hearty laughter rang out like a refreshing spring breeze. Ha! Lu Chen, we finally meet. I've repeatedly reminded myself not to underestimate you, yet you continually exceed my expectations. Truly, youth begets heroes. Long Howren, meanwhile, patted Zhou Yu's shoulder and teasingly remarked, "Scholar, weren't you always clamoring to challenge Lu Chen? Well, the opportunity is right before you. Don't be timid." Zhou Yu promptly shook his head vigorously, his expression a mix of anxiety and resignation. No, I dare not. Not to mention Lu Chen's astonishing shot just now. I fear I couldn't even handle those drowned souls and skeletons. Laughter erupted from those aboard the Unicorn Rhinos upon hearing this. Glancing at Yang Zimo and the others, Lu Chen nodded amicably, greetings. He understood that these individuals, despite previously having triumphed in a survival wager against the Fuso, could still unite the people of Xinxia and engage in fierce battles with the Fuso. Such resilience and courage earned Lu Chen's respect. Sister Hani, look, The great Lu Chen is greeting us. Fan Yingying exclaimed, shaking Li Sini's arm, her cheeks flushed with excitement. Li Sini, too, stared at Lu Chen, her eyes shimmering with complex emotions. Lu Chen, I've long wished to apologize for the incident with the ghost ship. Before Li Sini could finish her sentence, Jack, his face grotesquely decayed, interjected with a hint of surprise. Wow, beautiful ladies, it's you. I remember you. How terrifying. Fan Yingying gasped in shock at Jack's appearance, instinctively stepping back, though she knew he was Lu Chen's subordinate. The dreadful aura emanating from the fourth-tier wraith still made her pale. Fear not, fair maiden, I am not truly like this, Jack began, attempting to revert to his original form. However, upon glancing at Lu Chen, he reluctantly abandoned the idea, recalling how he had been soundly thrashed by the captain over his appearance. Alas, even handsome faces bear their burdens, as they attract envy from their superiors. Then, with a shift in tone, Jack cheerfully suggested, Hee, how about you two lovely ladies consider joining our phantom ship? Currently, it's just the captain and me aboard. The 4 skeletons are mindless beings. Having beauties like Li Sini and Fan Yingying around, though we may not accomplish much, it would certainly be a feast for the eyes. To everyone's surprise, Li Sini nodded in agreement, gazing at Lu Chen. Her lips parted slightly, her voice deep and magnetic, akin to the intoxicating allure of fine wine. Very well, Lu Chen, may I join your phantom ship as a crew member? At this declaration, a chorus of astonished gasps erupted around them. Wow, is the esteemed Li Sini truly joining the ranks of the great Lu Chen? That would be a formidable alliance, protected by Lu Chen. Li Sini would be a veritable human arsenal, a match made in heaven. Only Li Sini from our zone could be worthy of the great Lu Chen. Upon hearing Li Sini's words, Jack nearly leaped for joy, exclaiming, We have a beauty. We have a beauty. I told you, being with the Overseer is far better than being on that wretched ghost ship. Just a few days have passed, and already there's a beauty to accompany us. However, Lu Chen's subsequent words doused Jack's excitement like a bucket of cold water, leaving him momentarily stunned. I'm afraid I do not intend to recruit any human crew members. Lu Chen's tone was cold and resolute, casting a fierce glare at Jack, who relished in causing him trouble. Why not, Captain? Jack stammered, but the chilling look from Lu Chen made him retract his neck and fall silent. Upon hearing Lu Chen's proclamation, a wave of dismay and lamentation swept through the crowd. Alas, the great Lu Chen will not recruit human crew members? My greatest dream was to become a member of Lu Chen's crew. Alas, my dream is shattered. I was just pondering how to apply for membership. Why is this happening? Sigh. Ultimately, our strength is insufficient. Just look at the might of the ghost ship under the command of Lord Lu Chen. Li Sini was also taken aback, her heart seemingly struck by a gentle blow. Have I been deemed too weak to join? Gazing at Lu Chen's handsome visage, a profound sense of disappointment surged within her. She couldn't help but clench her fists. Lu Chen, I will strive to meet your requirements. Yang Zimo, however, was not surprised by Lu Chen's refusal. Given Lu Chen's prowess, if he had desired to recruit crew members, he would have done so long ago. There was no reason to wait until now. He cleared his throat and inquired steadily, Lu Chen, what are your plans moving forward? To grow stronger, to ceaselessly grow stronger, until I stand atop this world. Lu Chen replied nonchalantly, the image of the Overseer slaying the 1,000-meter-high, three-eyed giant in a single stroke flashing through his mind, a power he truly yearned for. Lu Chen, now that survival wager decrees have emerged, it stands to reason that the challenges we face will only multiply in the future. Your potential is unmatched in Zone 1000. Therefore, I advise you to refrain from further risks and remain here. Currently, your charisma is unparalleled. I will do my utmost to persuade everyone to consolidate all resources from the 1000 Zone's waters to support you entirely. Yang Zimo paused momentarily, his gaze sweeping across the crowd. Moreover, have you all noticed that the energy required to ascend from level 2 to level 3 has surged from 100 points to 300 points, a threefold increase? And to reach level 4, an astonishing 1,000 points is required. This signified that, relying solely on upgrading ships to escape the toxic fog in 7 days, it was likely that out of nearly 1,000 of us, only a handful would survive. For aside from talents like Lu Chen, no one could possibly defeat an 8th-tier sea beast within 7 days to obtain the 8th-tier crystal cores necessary for ship upgrades. If we wish for all to survive, we have but one recourse, to continuously win survival wagers, until the storms beyond the maritime expanse are quelled into oblivion. Chapter 41. This captain is truly squandering resources. Upon uttering these words, a chorus of nods resonated among the crowd, in agreement with the esteemed Yang Zimo, who rightly asserted that the potential of the formidable Lu Chen was unparalleled. If our District 1000 could extend unwavering support to him, with his prowess, we would undoubtedly triumph in the survival wager, ensuring the survival of all. Indeed, I concur. Great Lu Chen, you need only remain here, awaiting the opportunity to deliver the final blow to the sea beasts. As the discussion fervently unfolded, before Lu Chen could respond, Jack eagerly nodded his head like a bobblehead, exclaiming, "What a delightful arrangement. Lying here daily, admiring lovely maidens and fishing, while monsters are delivered to you for slaughter. This is sheer bliss." However, Lu Chen shook his head, acknowledging their goodwill but stating, "My strength has been forged through relentless combat and perilous adventures. The strong that Tianyu seeks are indeed those who emerge from mountains of corpses and rivers of blood, not delicate flowers nurtured in a greenhouse. Moreover, Blue Star is a land teeming with hidden talents and heroes. Those with fortuitous encounters are certainly not limited to me alone. Should I heed your counsel and settle into complacent enjoyment, neglecting my ambition, I fear I would soon be surpassed by other prodigies, fading into obscurity." Lu Chen's words resonated deeply with the crowd. The path of the strong cannot be paved by mere fortune, but rather requires a tenacious heart of a warrior. And Lu Chen, without doubt, epitomized such a figure, explaining why he stood out among others, becoming an object of admiration for all. At that moment, Jack, with an exaggerated grin, remarked, "Captain, if you must venture into danger, leaving me here to be nurtured by everyone would be quite satisfactory. I am unafraid of fading into the crowd. You charge to the front for me when the time comes." Lu Chen shot a fierce glare at Jack, lamenting how this rascal had disrupted the carefully crafted atmosphere. "I will be silent, I will be silent." Jack retracted his neck, covering his mouth. "If you truly wish to assist me, then hunt more sea beasts and provide me with the corpses of those with talent. After all, you are of little use otherwise." Lu Chen did not outright reject the assistance of the crowd, with Tongzi present, as long as there were a steady supply of corpses for Tongzi to absorb. Lu Chen was confident he could elevate all talents to S level and above. He eagerly anticipated how F-level Sin enhancement would evolve if upgraded to S level. Hearing Lu Chen's words, the crowd responded with enthusiasm. "Great Lu Chen requires sea beast corpses? Not a problem. All the corpses of the sea beasts I slay will belong to you. Haha. I just gained 20 attribute points and a bit of evolution points. All thanks to the great Lu Chen. This favor I must repay. Brothers, let us set forth to slay sea beasts. Rest assured, great Lu Chen, we shall never allow you to fight alone." The prospect of aiding great Lu Chen fills my heart with immense joy. "Great One, do you have any further instructions?" Upon hearing this, Lu Chen's heart stirred as he recalled something. "By the way, if you happen to obtain the survival wager decree, remember to contact me immediately. I will offer a handsome price for it." This survival wager decree must be acquired promptly. Lu Chen speculated that once he possessed it, he would gain access to information about other novice maritime regions. Otherwise, how could the Fusang people have launched the wager against us? Before his demise, Nakamura Kenta mentioned that Fusang had already allied with other nations, so Lu Chen had to remain vigilant. "Great One, what are you saying? How could we take your money?" "Indeed, we have benefited immensely from your presence. How could we impose further costs upon you?" Just then, the announcement from Tianyu resounded. Announcement: Ship upgrade reward system updated. The first evolutionist to upgrade to an advanced novice wooden boat will receive 1 piece of advanced bronze equipment. The second evolutionist to upgrade to an advanced novice wooden boat will receive 1 piece of low-level bronze equipment. The third evolutionist to upgrade to an advanced novice wooden boat will receive 1 piece of high-level black iron equipment. Wow, the rewards have been updated. The first place is undoubtedly destined for great Lu Chen, and the second is likely to be in the hands of the esteemed Yang Zimo. We can only strive for third place. Let us go. With the attribute points I just acquired, I am now brimming with confidence to seize that third position. Lu Chen. Li Sini hesitated for a moment, but ultimately summoned her courage to call out to the departing Lu Chen. Hearing her voice, Lu Chen gently turned his head, observing a substantial ingot of iron slowly floating onto the deck of the Yomi no Kai. "Lu Chen, take this ingot. It will be useful when upgrading the Yomi no Kai. Also be cautious." Lu Chen nodded appreciatively, and then, for skeletal figures began to row, as the surrounding black mist of the Yomi no Kai thickened, gradually enveloping the vessel in the fog, all under the watchful eyes of the crowd. In the Novice Maritime Region 1000, within the realm of 4th-tier sea beasts, a snow-white seagull soared through the sky, its gaze fixed intently on a leisurely swimming crystalline giant crab below. "Captain, I must tell you, that sister Li Sini undoubtedly has feelings for you. Her eyes practically sparkled when she looked at you. If you could bring her aboard our ship, I guarantee you could win her over in no time." Jack, wearing a look of exasperation, leaned in close to Lu Chen, chattering incessantly. This captain is truly squandering resources. With only a year left before becoming a wraith, why not seize the moment to save her life? Alas, it is truly vexing. Such a beautiful maiden wasted like this is a great pity. Gurgling, Tongzi curled around Lu Chen's neck, playfully nudging him, indicating that having this adorable little octopus as his companion was more than sufficient. Lu Chen gently patted Tongzi's head, signaling for it to quiet down, then shifted his gaze away from the seagull, his expression becoming serious. Enough idle chatter, prepare for the hunt. He pointed towards the 3 o'clock direction, where a 4th-tier crystalline giant crab was spotted, and declared, let us take it down. The foremost task at hand is to expedite the upgrade of the Yomi no Kai. All right. Jack instantly shed his playful demeanor, focusing intently on the right front, where indeed a glistening crystalline giant crab was visible. He stepped forward, operating the ship's massive harpoon, aiming and adjusting the angle, and once everything was set, he forcefully pulled the trigger. Bang! With a muffled sound, the harpoon, as thick as an arm, shot forth with a lengthy rope, slicing through the water's surface and sending up splashes. Thud! Another loud crash echoed as the crystal shattered, the harpoon deeply embedding itself into the tough carapace of the crystalline giant crab. However, as a 4th-tier sea beast, the vitality of the crystalline giant crab was astonishingly resilient. The initial strike from the bronze-grade harpoon did not prove fatal. Chapter 42, Absorption. The Yomi no Kai upgrades once more. In the throes of agony, the crystal crab emitted a deafening roar, yet it dared not retaliate. Behind it, on a small wooden boat, it sensed an unprecedented threat. Driven by the instinct for survival, it swam frantically forward, seeking to escape this lethal pursuit. The rope attached to the crossbow tightened instantaneously, and thus the crystal crab propelled the phantom toward the waves. Captain, I shall slay this giant crab for your crab soup, Jack exclaimed as he prepared to step onto the rope. No rush. This crystal crab possesses formidable defenses. I am rather curious to see where it intends to flee, Lu Chen replied with a tranquil demeanor, glancing at the storage ring on his hand, which concealed 5 corpses of peak Tier 3 and 1 Tier 4, along with the wreckage of a C-class special ship. It was time to extract the talents of those from Fusang. Tuanzi, let's get to work. Moments later, a series of notifications chimed. Ding. Successfully absorbed Ken Takamura, Tier 4. Gained B-class talent, on my OG, perception increased by 8 points. Ding. Successfully absorbed Yoshihiko Inoue, Tier 3. Gained C-class talent, poison manipulation, agility increased by 7 points. Ding. Successfully absorbed the special ship, Longxiang Maru. Phantom gained C-class talent, Sakura Guardian. Following a cascade of notifications, Tuanzi had extracted 6 talents for Lu Chen, which were On My OG, B-class, Poison Manipulation, C-class, Invisibility, D-class, Earth Manipulation, D-class, Flame Manipulation, D-class, Perception Enhancement, E-class. Additionally, he received extra attribute points, 15 in Perception, 7 in Strength, 13 in Agility, and 7 in Constitution. Simultaneously, the Phantom acquired the Sakura Guardian talent from the Longxiang Maru, and with the previous 40 points of free attributes awarded by the Celestial Decree. It was undoubtedly a bountiful harvest. In the world of the Celestial Decree, the greater the risk, the higher the reward. This time, the people of Xinxia triumphed over the strong with their weakness, and Lu Chen, as the highest contributor, reaped rewards beyond imagination. Not to mention, a single B-class talent was virtually unattainable in the entire 1000 district, yet Lu Chen had absorbed it with such ease. After enhancing his perception, his 4-dimensional attributes became remarkably balanced, devoid of any evident shortcomings. Consequently, he distributed the 40 points of free attributes evenly across the 4 dimensions, adding 10 points to each. Currently, at just level 2, Lu Chen's attribute panel was astonishing. Strength, 92. Agility, 76. Constitution, 84. Perception, 86. All 4 attributes approached or exceeded 80 points, surpassing those of his peers by over 4-fold. Where has the flame manipulation gone? Lu Chen discovered that the flame manipulation he had just absorbed was absent from his panel. Could it be that, having acquired a superior talent in flame control, the flame manipulation was automatically disregarded? With this puzzlement, he meticulously examined the flame control talent, only to find an additional line of text, C-class, flame control, 5. Upon seeing this, Lu Chen felt a surge of joy. It turned out that even with a higher tier talent, absorbing lower tier similar talents was not in vain, but rather could accumulate progress to facilitate the enhancement of superior talents. The number 5 should represent the accumulated progress. Once it reached 100, the flame control would upgrade to B-class. It appeared that even if finding higher tier talents in the future proved difficult, consistently accumulating lower tier talents could still gradually elevate his strength. He mused to himself. Although the required quantity was vast, with perseverance, one day he would be able to elevate it to an exceptionally high level. At that moment, the crystal crab, straining with all its might to drag the phantom to safety, exhausted its final ounce of strength just as it caught sight of a distant island's outline. It perished. This fourth-tier sea beast clad in a hardened shell, ultimately not daring to resist under the oppressive weight of Lu Chen's presence, dying in utter frustration. Ding. Successfully killed the crystal crab, tier 4, gained 200 points of life energy. The celestial decree notification chimed, and Lu Chen's level panel updated accordingly. Current level, 255, 300. Lu Chen frowned slightly. A fourth-tier sea beast contributed such a meager amount of life energy? Looking at his panel, he was both amused and exasperated. He had not anticipated that the life energy from a fourth-tier sea beast would barely suffice for his upgrade, although he had shared half of the life energy with Tuanzi. How could such a powerful fourth-tier sea beast yield so little? In that moment, Lu Chen understood Yang Zimo's earlier words. The further one progressed, the more arduous the upgrades would become. Do not think you can upgrade by merely slaying first-tier sea beasts. For the number of low-tier sea beasts available in the Novice Sea region is exceedingly scarce. To continuously elevate your level, hunting high-tier sea beasts is a necessary choice. After extracting 8 points of constitution from the crystal crab, Lu Chen gazed toward the island ahead. Ding. You have discovered a dangerous area, Giant Lizard Island. It is advised to form a team of at least 30 tier 5 evolvers to explore. Giant Lizard Island? Lu Chen was astonished that this crystal crab had indeed led him to a veritable treasure trove, a place requiring 30 tier 5 evolvers to explore, surely teeming with ferocious beasts. Before departing, there was one more matter to attend to. Jack, extract the crystal core from the crystal crab. Aye, Captain. Moments later, Jack presented the translucent crystal core. With that, all the materials required for the Phantom's upgrade to a high-grade wooden boat had been gathered. Celestial decree, upgrade the Phantom. Ding. Consuming 20 units of wood. 1 tier 4 crystal core, 5 iron ingots. The Phantom is currently upgrading. Upgrade successful. The notification chimed again, and the Phantom's attribute panel was renewed. Cursed novice wooden boat. Phantom, Captain, Lu Chen. Level, high grade. Crew, 610. Durability, 500. Weapon slots, small weapon 1-1. Equipment slots, small equipment 0-1. Speed, medium, paddling. Defense, medium, light armor. Talents, ghost ship, B class. Sakura guardian, C class. Ecological symbiosis, D class. Swift, D class. After the upgrade, the Phantom's length extended to 12 meters, its width significantly increased, and the crew capacity expanded to 10. The stern now featured an additional layer of exquisite wooden cabins, resembling the embryonic form of a sailing ship, with speed, defense, and firepower all markedly enhanced. Ding. Congratulations on becoming the first evolver in the novice zone to upgrade a novice wooden boat to high grade. Reward issued. Bronze level advanced weapon, heart corroding blade. Accompanied by the celestial decree's notification, a long blade resembling a tang knife slowly materialized in Lu Chen's line of sight. The blade was entirely a profound black, adorned with intricate patterns reminiscent of scales, while its edge shimmered with a ghostly green. Heart corroding blade, bronze advanced, crafted from the scales of a deep-sea venomous serpent. Black poison entwines the blade, corroding heart and flesh. If you possess the poison affinity, this blade shall allow you to truly appreciate the might of a venomous edge. While wielding this blade, your poison affinity is enhanced by 100. Chapter 43, Unfriendly Remarks. Lu Chen's eyes sparkled with intrigue as he grasped the heart-eroding blade. A chilling sensation coursing through him instantaneously. His poison affinity activated in an instant, revealing a faint green glow emanating from the once pitch-black blade, resembling a swirling miasma that sent shivers down his spine. The ability to enhance his poison affinity was remarkable. What a fine weapon. This was Lu Chen's first encounter with a weapon capable of amplifying one's inherent abilities. Previously, the granite battle axe and the crashing spear were merely sturdier and sharper than ordinary weapons. Clearly, weapons of bronze grade and above provide support to evolvers that is not inferior to the affinity itself. At this moment, the announcement of the Yomi ship's upgrade to a high-level novice wooden boat reverberated throughout the entire Novice Zone 1000. The chat channel erupted with discussions, confirming that the esteemed Lu Chen had indeed claimed the first-place reward. I am not surprised. I concur. If Lu Chen did not secure first place, that would have been astonishing. Have you all managed to procure the corpses of the sea beasts that Lu Chen requires for his affinity? It's quite challenging. I barely found a first-tier sea beast, and yet it lacked an affinity. I did spot one, but it managed to escape. I am currently in pursuit. Once I slay that creature, I will promptly deliver it to Lu Chen. By the way, didn't Lu Chen also mention needing some survival wager tokens? Has anyone encountered one of those? Survival wager tokens? Oh my, I just discovered one inside the belly of the sea beast. Father. I have acquired the survival wager token you need. Lu Chen. Tang Hong. Is that for real? This isn't a trivial matter. Do not jest. Indeed. If there is nothing to discuss, don't disturb the esteemed Lu Chen. Of course it's true. How could I deceive my father? Just as Lu Chen was preparing to ascend the island, he noticed someone mentioning him in the chat. Upon checking, he was astonished to find that someone had indeed obtained the survival wager token. Lu Chen. Tang Hong. I would like that wager token. What do you desire in return? Tang Hong. Father, I desire nothing. Just your remembrance will suffice. Hee. My name is Tang Hong. Lu Chen. Tang Hong. Do not call me father. We are not that familiar. Lu Chen wore a helpless expression. Being in his early 20s, how had he suddenly become a father? Moreover, he did not even know this Tang Hong. Tang Hong. That simply cannot be. A man's word is his bond. The onlookers began to tease. Ha, esteemed Lu Chen. This Tang Hong must have lost a bet with someone, hence the fatherly address. If you ask me, calling him father is already generous. He should be calling Lu Chen his biological father. Do not jest. When Tang Hong truly establishes a connection with the esteemed Lu Chen, I wonder how envious you will all be. Oh, indeed. Esteemed Lu Chen, I too lost a bet with someone. As your child, I bow before you. I too am in the same boat. Me as well. Tang Hong, enough of this. The chat channel instantly transformed into a grand reunion scene. Lu Chen gazed at the sudden influx of sons, his expression darkening as he hastily exchanged 3 robust bone herbs with Tang Hong for the survival wager token, thereby ending this farce. Survival wager token, special item, upon activation, unlocks the regional chat channel and allows the selection of opponents for survival wagers. This is the item. Without hesitation, Lu Chen chose to activate it. Announcement. Evolver Lu Chen has activated the survival wager token. The chat channel for the Novice Sea Area 1000 is now unlocked. Announcement. Each regional area consists of 1,000 Novice Sea zones. Announcement. Your current designated area is the 8th regional zone. Announcement. You may browse the conditions of all Novice Sea areas within the 8th regional zone at any time and select opponents for survival wagers. Victorious wagers will yield substantial rewards. Subsequently, a detailed list unfurled slowly, outlining the comprehensive information of all Novice Sea areas within the 8th regional zone. U.S. Battle Zone 976 Novice Sea Area, 966, 1,000 people, survival wager 3. Regional chat channel unlocked. Gray Bear Nation Battle Zone, 923 Novice Sea Area, 2, 1,000 people, survival wager 0. Regional chat channel unlocked. Fusang Battle Zone 903 Novice Sea Area, 836, 1,000 people, survival wager 1. Regional chat channel unlocked. Luzon Battle Zone, 995 Novice Sea Area, 0, 1,000 people. Survival wager 0. Regional chat channel not unlocked. Funan Battle Zone 974 Novice Sea Area, 763, 1,000 people, survival wager 0, 1, regional chat channel not unlocked. The 1,000 Novice Sea areas stem from various nations of the Blue Star, with the list providing clear visibility of each nation, the number of survivors, the number of survival wager victories, and whether the regional chat channel is unlocked. Notably, the Novice Sea areas with unlocked chat channels are highlighted, while those that remain locked appear in gray, and the areas with 0 survivors are strikingly black. Lu Chen observed that although he had only traversed into the world of Tianyu for 3 days, a significant number of Novice Sea areas were already shrouded in darkness, indicating that all 1,000 individuals assigned to those areas had perished. These darkened Novice Sea areas had all suffered 3 consecutive defeats in survival wagers. 3 losses would result in a devastating reduction of 60 points in attributes, a fatal blow for newly arrived evolvers. The sudden influx of Tianyu announcements caused the chat channel of Novice Zone 1000 to erupt. Wow, so we are in the 8th regional zone. Does this mean we might encounter others from different zones? I miss my husband. That being said, the 8th regional zone shouldn't consist solely of us from the Divine Summer, right? Upon hearing this, I felt a sudden pang of dread. The Fusang individuals who previously challenged us might also be in the 8th regional zone. And could there be other hostile entities as well? Why concern ourselves with such thoughts? The regional chat channel has been unlocked. We shall find out. Let us go? Let us see. I shall join as well. In an instant, the evolvers of Novice Sea Area 1000 surged into the 8th regional zone chat channel. At this moment, the atmosphere within the channel was rather peculiar. Thank the heavens, another prey has unlocked the regional channel. It seems to be a child from Divine Summer. Who shall it be this time? U.S. Battle Zone 976 Novice Sea Area. This time, it should be the turn of the South Korea 942 zone. Alas, I envy them. Gallic Rooster Battle Zone 673 Novice Sea Area. Indeed, this Novice Zone 1000 has actually won a survival wager. Defeating them will yield double rewards from the wager. Oh, how tantalizing. Never Setting Sun Battle Zone 909 Novice Sea Area. Chapter 44. Is it difficult to advance 3 levels? Ha ha ha, what a delightful surprise. This Novice Zone 1000 is truly the best gift bestowed upon our Korean Empire. South Korea Battle Zone 942 Sea Area. As they gazed upon the obviously malicious conversation, a wave of trepidation washed over the denizens of the newbie Zone 1000. What do you mean? We traversed from Blue Star to this realm. Should we not assist one another and strive together for survival in the Divine Summer War Zone's newbie seas? Mutual assistance? Oh my goodness. Everyone come and witness the naivety of this friend from Divine Summer. Ha! American Zone 976. Friend of Divine Summer, exercise caution. These ruffians have already formed an alliance and will hunt down every newbie from other regions. Gray Bear Nation Zone 923. Speaking from Zone 923, it is notable that only 2 individuals remain alive. The data reveals they have consecutively lost 2 survival bets. Evidently, a significant number of evolvers from Zone 923 have perished due to the failures of their survival wagers. Oh, it turns out to be the refuse of Gray Bear Nation. Once we obtain the survival betting decree again, we shall send you 2 to meet your maker. American Zone 976. Scoundrels, how detestable. Friends of Divine Summer, be wary. 2 of our newbie zones have already been plundered and annihilated by these scoundrels. Gray Bear Nation Zone 923. Lu Chen's eyes narrowed as a glint of coldness flickered within. For he had observed that the names of Divine Summer's Zones 985 and 962 had turned pitch black on the list, both having unlocked the major region chat and failed 3 consecutive survival bets. Clearly, every newbie zone that unlocks the major region either joins the American alliance or faces a collective onslaught. It is evident that nations such as America, the Sun Never Sets Empire, the Gallic Rooster, South Korea, the Indian subcontinent, and Italy have banded together to hunt down Divine Summer and Gray Bear Nation. Upon witnessing this, Lu Chen remained silent, yet the crowd from Newbie Zone 1000 was already seething with rage. You beasts! How dare you harm the people of other nations for your own survival? Scoundrels! I had wondered why the Fusang Zone 903 suddenly initiated a survival bet against us. It turns out these ruffians have long conspired against us in Divine Summer. Do you think that sheer numbers can intimidate us? The great Lu Chen will teach you what true strength means. At this juncture, the representatives from the Alliance erupted in derisive laughter. Oh my goodness, these Divine Summer folks are actually claiming they will show us what for. I am truly terrified, ha ha ha. I detest these Divine Summer individuals. They always pilfer the cultural heritage of our great Goryeo Empire, daring to assert that the Dragon Boat Festival and acupuncture belong to them. This time, our great Goryeo Empire must properly discipline them. In fact, I am quite thankful to these Divine Summer people, had they not been so numerous. How could we have plundered at will? I have already amassed 40 attribute points. Ha ha, it feels splendid. Everyone, do not underestimate this newbie Zone 1000. They are remarkably united. Especially a certain Lu Chen, whose strength is astonishingly formidable. Our Lord Nakamura and all the strong have fallen at his hands. Fusang War Zone 903. What? You Fusang people have just been defeated by them. Ah, it seems we must take this more seriously. The words of the Fusang representatives caused the evolvers from other nations to exhibit a modicum of humility. After all, being able to defeat the previously victorious Fusang Zone 903 is sufficient proof of the strength of newbie Zone 1000 and that Lu Chen. Fusang friends, do they possess any flaws or weaknesses? Although that Lu Chen's combat prowess is exceptional, his level is quite low. Previously, he was merely at level 2. Oh, then we know how to deal with these Divine Summer folks. Rest assured, this newbie Zone 1000 shall be entrusted to our Goryeo Empire's Zone 942. Goryeo people, we await your good news. Ha ha ha, once you win, it will be our Gallic Rooster's turn. We can hardly contain our excitement, observing the avaricious and self-satisfied demeanor of the allied nations, as if they had already deemed newbie Zone 1000 a lamb awaiting slaughter. Lu Chen could not help but emit a cold chuckle. Do you wish to devour us? I wonder if your teeth are strong enough. These individuals, relying solely on a slight early advantage, believe they can act with impunity? Truly laughable. Who the hunter is and who the prey shall be remains uncertain. Just then, an urgent announcement from Tianyu resounded. Tianyu urgent announcement. Park Sung-ho of South Korea's Zone 942 has activated the survival betting decree. Survival wagering parties. South Korea's Zone 942 versus Divine Summer's Zone 1000. Survival bet. Since both sides have triumphed in survival bets, the stakes are doubled. The losing side will have the storm outside their newbie zone increased by 40 intensity, with all attribute points permanently reduced by 40. The winning side will have the storm outside their newbie zone decreased by 40 intensity, with all attribute points permanently increased by 40. The rules of the wager are as follows. The first newbie zone to produce a level 5 evolver will win this wager. The evolver who contributes the most to the winning side will receive additional rewards. Reminder, the chat channels of the two newbie zones are now interconnected, allowing both sides to view each other's chat content, rankings, and other information, but direct communication is not permitted. Reminder, survival betting is of utmost importance. All evolvers must give their all. South Korea's Zone 942 has conducted survival bets 2 times, winning both. Divine Summer's Zone 1000 has conducted survival bets 1 time, winning 1. Survival betting commences. Has the wagering rule changed? Lu Chen scrutinized the announcement, his brow furrowing. This time, it was not a direct confrontation as before, but a complete alteration of the betting format, now pitting them against each other in a race to level up. This was undoubtedly the most disadvantageous scenario for Lu Chen, as he was currently only at level 2. More crucially, due to the existence of his companion, he required twice the life energy to level up compared to others. It seems these Goryeo individuals possess some wit. They are not foolish enough to confront me head-on. Lu Chen stroked his chin, glancing at the highest level evolver in Zone 942. Park Sung-ho, level 4, 33,000. Just recently attained level 4? A smirk of amusement graced his lips. How intriguing. This arrangement is quite favorable, allowing him to win the survival bet without wasting time on monster hunting. In the world of Tianyu, slaying one's kin does not yield life energy. As for monsters, the ferocious beasts on this giant lizard island are more than sufficient to sustain him in reaching level 5 before Park Sung-ho. After all, it is an area deemed so perilous that it requires 30 level 5 evolvers to explore, as per Tianyu's official designation. Is it truly so difficult to level up 3 times? Chapter 45, Mermaid Fuyo. Subsequently, Lu Chen closed the panel, no longer attending to the chat channel. He understood that every moment was incredibly precious, and he must devote himself entirely to leveling up. Jack, prepare yourself, it's time to get to work. Hee, Captain. I've been itching to get started. Meanwhile, within the chat channel of the novice seas, an inescapable aura of anxiety and unease permeated the atmosphere. No. How can the rules of this wager be altered? It's not the same as last time when we occupied the spatial crystal, is it? Damn it. It's those cursed Fusang people. They informed the Koreans that our Lord of Land Submergence is formidable but underleveled. How infuriating. If it were a survival contest like before, those Koreans would stand no chance against our Lord of Land Submergence. Indeed, they dare not confront our Lord directly. Hence, they resort to such underhanded tactics. By the way, who is the highest level over there in Korea? What level are they at now? I just checked. It's Park Sung-ho, who has reached level 4. If he levels up just once more, we are done for. This statement struck the hearts of the crowd like a heavy hammer, causing a sudden weight to descend upon them. Goodness, I just realized, if we lose, we will incur a deduction of a whole 40 points in attributes. This damn Tianyu system is clearly making things difficult for us. One loss, and all our previous efforts go to waste. Lord of Land Submergence, what shall we do? Lord, please say something. We are all listening to you. Please return soon. We will all assist you in leveling up. Yet, no matter how fervently they called, there was no response from Land Submergence. Just as they were engulfed in turmoil and uncertainty, Yang Zimo's avatar flickered to life. Everyone. It seems we may have to rely on ourselves for this survival wager. Huh. Why? Yes, Lord of Land Submergence is so powerful, once he intervenes. I refuse to believe those Koreans can compare. Yang Zimo typed slowly. Indeed, there is no one who can rival Land Submergence, but do not forget, he only gains half the energy points with each level up. The crux of this wager lies in the speed of leveling up, alas. Upon reading Yang Zimo's words, the crowd couldn't help but exhale a collective sigh of resignation. Ah, this is so frustrating. If that's the case, this wager is perilous indeed. Well, we can't always depend on Lord of Land Submergence. This time, let us fight on our own merits. As the skeletal rowers vigorously propelled the ship, the phantom vessel surged toward Giant Lizard Island. Captain, why do I get the feeling that the island ahead radiates an ominous aura? Jack gazed at the rocky, treacherous island ahead, a shiver coursing through him involuntarily. Your intuition is spot on. Land Submergence clasped his hands behind his back, his expression calm. On that island, even the weakest creatures have reached Tier 4, and the leader-level beings are likely to be Tier 5. Haha, Captain, your sense of humor is growing. You're making jokes now. Jack's smile was more akin to a grimace. All Tier 4 beings, and the leader is Tier 5. That means once we set foot on that island, I, the illustrious Captain Jack, will become the weakest little chick on the island, right? Can I opt out? You'll be the first to charge in. Wah. Jack's eyes instantly brimmed with tears. Just then, a little bundle of joy excitedly climbed onto Land Submergence's shoulder, its bright black eyes brimming with curiosity and fearlessness. Little one, you truly are an optimist. Land Submergence reached out to ruffle the round head of the little creature, a hint of fondness flashing in his eyes. I wonder when you will grow up and out of this juvenile phase. In its juvenile stage, the North Sea giant demon was soft-bodied, with its tentacles not yet fully developed, rendering it incapable of combat. If the little one were able to fight, then all the creatures on this island would likely be insufficient to serve as its snacks. Yet, reality was harsh. As a divine entity, the little one needed to absorb vast amounts of life energy to transition from its juvenile to growth phase. Previously, this energy had been provided by mature North Sea giant demons, but now, the little one could rely solely on Land Submergence. Just then, a melodious voice, like a clear spring, resounded, "Human mariner, do not proceed further. It is perilous ahead." Who? Jack's playful expression instantly transformed into one of cold intensity as he drew his sword, scanning the surroundings. In the water, Land Submergence turned his gaze toward the starboard of the phantom vessel, where, amidst the shimmering waves, a breathtakingly beautiful face gradually emerged. Wow, a stunning beauty. Jack's mouth fell agape, his expression resembling that of a lovesick fool. Forget the beauty, it's a sea creature. Land Submergence instantly discerned that this was no human. "Ah, what a pity," Jack muttered, aiming the ship's harpoon at the woman. Faced with the cold, sharp harpoon, the girl gasped, her eyes flickering with confusion. In her panic, a magnificent fishtail surged from beneath the surface, splashing water everywhere. She was, in fact, a mermaid, her tail shimmering with silver under the sun. Wait. Land Submergence swiftly intervened, preventing Jack from firing the harpoon, his gaze fixed on the flustered mermaid. Sea creature, mermaid clan, Fuyao. Traits: highly intelligent, gentle temperament, kind-hearted, with a natural affinity for humans. Talent: daughter of the sea, C-grade, as a beloved of the ocean. Fuyao possesses compassion and the ability to heal the wounds of the world. Skill: shell guardian, D-grade. In critical moments, Fuyao can retreat into a massive shell to evade calamity. Combat assessment: Tier 4. Do you think all mermaids are like this? No, only Fuyao is. Kind-hearted and close to humans. This was the first time Land Submergence had encountered a creature in the Tianyu world with such characteristics. Previously, all creatures he encountered, including Jack, displayed immense hostility upon seeing humans. He was curious to see what this mermaid intended. Just then, with a splash, Fuyao, a male merman clad in silver scales, wielding a shield and spear, burst forth from the waves, agilely positioning himself before Fuyao, glaring fiercely at Jack and Land Submergence. Seeing Jack had not attacked, Fuyao breathed a sigh of relief, gently tugging at the merman's fin. "Brother Heifin, don't be tense. I'm fine." Heifin's taut muscles did not relax. He turned to Fuyao, his eyes a mix of reproach and affection. "Fuyao, I have repeatedly warned you. The human world is complex and fraught with danger, yet you still." Chapter 46. The Formidable Defense of the Great Rock Armored Lizard. Upon hearing this, Fuyao stuck out her tongue. "I just don't want any more innocent lives to perish on Giant Lizard Island." As she spoke, her gaze shifted to Land Submergence, her tone laced with a hint of pleading. "Human, you truly cannot proceed any further. The Gorgons on Giant Lizard Island have been behaving abnormally lately, seemingly driven to madness. They have launched frenzied attacks on all foreign creatures entering their sight, and several of our kin have already fallen prey to the Gorgons." Gorgons? The two-headed giant lizard? Land Submergence raised an eyebrow. Moments ago, he had conducted preliminary reconnaissance of the island using the seagull's perspective. In the center of the island lay a colossal meteorite crater, within which a two-headed lizard, exceeding 20 meters in length, ravenously licked the remnants of the surrounding fauna. The atmosphere within the crater was thick with an eerie silence intertwined with terror. If you have encountered a Gorgon, you must be aware of its dreadfulness. For it is a creature of peak 5th tier, immensely formidable. Fuyao, biting her finger, nodded adorably. Observing her demeanor, Lu Chen couldn't help but smile. It appeared that not all creatures in this world of Tianyu were malevolent, as evidenced by this innocent and endearing presence. "Thank you for the warning," Lu Chen murmured, nodding before waving his hand to continue onward. The four skeletons immediately responded, resuming their rhythmic rowing. "What of 5th-tier beings? I have slain many of them." Fuyao, agitated, flicked her tail, her brows furrowed, her eyes brimming with anxiety and confusion. "Oh, little beauty, fret not. Captain and I, Lord Jack, fear not that Gorgon nonsense," Jack proclaimed, puffing his chest with an air of invincibility, ever eager to impress in the presence of a maiden. Just as Fuyao was about to urge caution once more, she was interrupted by Haoki. "Fuyao, let it be. We have fulfilled our duty to warn them. If they insist on courting death, it is not our fault." Haoki cast a disdainful glance at the phantom ship, his eyes filled with contempt. A 4th-tier undead, a 2nd-tier human, and a few 2nd-tier skeletons. Such a combination dares to challenge the island of the giant lizards? It is sheer folly. With their meager strength, merely two of the lowest-tier giant rock lizards could obliterate them all. Fuyao bit her lip, hesitating for a moment before softly saying, "Wait." She then gently tossed a delicate shell onto the deck of the phantom ship, which glimmered faintly. "If you insist on proceeding, take this shell. It may save your lives in a critical moment." Fuyao's shell, low-grade black iron, a one-time protective item that can condense into shell form to resist a single attack. Only the dexterous merfolk can craft such a thing. Upon seeing the shell, Lu Chen's gaze sharpened. It was indeed an item of quality, able to withstand an attack. What a treasure! Without hesitation, Lu Chen gestured for Jack to stow the shell, murmuring his gratitude. He had not anticipated that amidst the myriad dangers of the Tianyu world, he would owe a debt to an alien race. "Captain, I now concede that you are slightly more handsome than I," Jack said, sidling up to Lu Chen. Handing him the shell with a sigh. "Alas, whether it be that Li Sini or this little mermaid, they both treat you with special favor. It seems that being handsome indeed has its advantages. Enough chatter. If you have surplus energy, help the skeletons row," Lu Chen retorted with a chuckle. As Fuyao gazed at the phantom ship edging closer to the island of the giant lizards, her worry surfaced. "Haoki, do you think they will survive?" Haoki shook his head decisively. "Impossible. Setting aside that fearsome Gorgon, merely the hundreds of giant rock lizards on the island would be enough to plunge them into an abyss from which they cannot return." Under the watchful eyes of the siblings, the phantom ship slowly approached the island of the giant lizards. "Attack!" Jack shouted, leaping from the ship with his sword drawn, charging towards the island. However, after a few paces, he halted, perplexed, casting a glance back at Lu Chen. "Huh, Captain, didn't that little fish person say this island was perilous? Why is there not a shadow in sight?" Suddenly, a series of cracking sounds erupted. A rock beside Jack began to writhe ominously, transforming into a 4-meter-long rock lizard, exuding a menacing aura. "Ah, it can disguise itself," Jack scoffed, unleashing his 4th-tier power in an instant. His sword sliced through the air, aimed directly at the creature's head. Clang! The collision of metal and stone sparked fiercely. Yet Jack felt a tremendous recoil reverberate from the sword's tip, numbing his right hand, his eyes widening in shock. "How is this possible?" he thought, astonished that his full-force strike failed to breach the rock lizard's defenses. Hiss! The rock lizard emitted a low growl, its crimson tongue flicking menacingly, while its stout tail whipped like a lash towards Jack. "Damn!" Jack cursed inwardly, deftly retreating just in time to evade the lethal blow. Boom! The giant tail smashed into the spot where Jack had stood moments before, shattering the rock and sending debris flying, the ground trembling violently. What on earth is this creature? Its defenses are astonishing. Jack's expression turned grave. Just then, a dark figure swept past him like the wind, a pitch-black blade slicing through the air with a whistling sound, striking the rock lizard with a forceful blow. Sparks erupted as the creature let out a pained cry. Its massive form propelled several dozen meters away. As if swept by a tempest, the giant lizard crashed heavily to the ground, its bulk rolling and thrashing in an attempt to rise. Yet it struggled to regain its footing. The assailant was none other than Lu Chen, who stood firm, gripping the hard-eroding blade tightly. His gaze narrowed. Despite his strength and the blade's sharpness, he too had not penetrated the creature's defenses. The lizard was simply overwhelmed by his sheer might. Had it been an ordinary creature, it would have surely been cleaved in two. Realizing this, Lu Chen swiftly examined the information panel of the rock lizard. Beast, giant rock lizard. Traits, skilled in camouflage. Formidable defenses, feeds on rock. Gregarious, possesses moderate intelligence. Talent, none. Skills, none. Combat assessment, 4th tier. Even the most formidable hunters will find themselves troubled when facing these giant rock lizards. Additionally, a reminder, they are gregarious creatures. Gregarious? Lu Chen furrowed his brow, noting this crucial piece of information. However, before he could devise a strategy, the sound of cracking rocks echoed once more. In an instant, 2 rocks beside Lu Chen and Jack began to writhe anew. On the beach, 3 4th-tier giant rock lizards emerged. Chapter 47, Level Up. Hiss. 2 giant rock lizards thrust out their tongues, charging towards Lu Chen like armored tanks. Yet, as they took their first steps, they realized that the detested human before them had suddenly vanished. D-tier talent, invisibility. At the same time, an overwhelming sense of danger enveloped the hearts of the 2 giant rock lizards. The human had not fled, but was lurking nearby. Suddenly, the air seemed to quiver as if stirred by an invisible hand, and Lu Chen's figure materialized beside one of the giant rock lizards. His dark blade slicing through the air, unleashing a flash of lethal brilliance as it viciously lunged towards the creature. A glimmer of disdain flickered in the eyes of the colossal rock lizard, a creature whose body had been honed to a formidable hardness through its daily diet of stone. How absurd it was for a frail human to aspire to breach its defenses. Yet, with a sudden thud accompanied by a flash of green light, a serpentine blade enshrouded in an eerie emerald glow pierced precisely into the right eye of the giant creature. Regardless of how impenetrable its defenses might be, the eyes remained its most vulnerable Achilles heel. Under the dual onslaught of Lu Chen's surging power and the razor-sharp edge of the heart-eroding blade, the rock lizard's seemingly invulnerable armor was instantly rent asunder, leaving behind a ghastly gash. With a sinister hiss, the creature bellowed in agony, its massive tail lashing out like a tempestuous whip aimed at Lu Chen. However, Lu Chen showed no greed for the kill. He decisively withdrew his blade, vanishing into the void once more, leaving behind the ugly wound as evidence of his previous presence. A swift strike followed by retreat. This was his tactical approach. Inflicting even the slightest damage sufficed. Of what use is that? Scoffed Hao Qi, observing the scene from a distance. A smirk of contempt curling at the corners of his mouth, his gaze laced with skepticism. The agility of this human was indeed commendable. But the minor injury he had inflicted was merely akin to a tickle for the thick-skinned, robust rock lizard, utterly inconsequential. Hao Qi, don't be so dismissive. It's impressive that he managed to counterattack under the assault of 3 rock lizards. I would have perished beneath their massive tails, Fu Yao pouted, her small face etched with concern. Had she been in his position, she would have met her demise long ago. Yet, just as her words hung in the air, the once vibrant rock lizard suddenly manifested a strange green hue. In an instant, its movements became sluggish and rigid, and moments later, it collapsed, frothing at the mouth. Devoid of life, Hao Qi's expression of disdain froze in shock. Is this poison? His eyes widened in disbelief, his voice laden with astonishment. To kill a 4th-tier beast in a mere second, this human wielded such terrifying venom. How could this be possible? Witnessing this spectacle, Fu Yao instinctively patted her chest, exhaling a sigh of relief as her worries dissipated. Observing the fallen rock lizard, Lu Chen's lips curled into a satisfied arc. Just as I surmised, this beast is utterly devoid of merit beyond its formidable defense. While the rock lizard boasted fearsome physical resilience, it had sacrificed agility and speed in the process. With Lu Chen's remarkable agility of 76 points, coupled with the stealth ability pilfered from the Fusang people, he was able to toy with these clumsy rock lizards. And with but a single cut, his C-grade poison talent, also acquired from the Fusang, combined with the heart-eroding blade, unleashed a dreadful toxin capable of sending these seemingly invulnerable behemoths to their doom in an instant. It seemed evident that, to me, you are merely fish on my chopping board. With a cold chuckle, Lu Chen vanished once more. Witnessing the demise of their companion, the remaining 2 rock lizards betrayed flickers of panic and terror. Their seemingly impervious armor, which could stand firm against the ferocious attacks of 5th-tier beasts, now appeared utterly useless before this seemingly inconsequential human. Their simple minds could not comprehend the reason for this. Yet they knew one thing: fleeing was their best course of action. With that thought, the 2 giants hastily began to move their hefty limbs, striving to escape this realm of death. However, given Lu Chen's unmatched speed, their escape was futile. In the blink of an eye, he reappeared beside the rock lizard he had previously struck, plunging his blade like lightning into its enormous eye. With a heart-wrenching wail, the beast collapsed, and Lu Chen's figure vanished once more, almost ghost-like. The last remaining rock lizard seemed to sense its impending slaughter, raising its massive head to emit a deafening roar, attempting to warn its kin or intimidate this fearsome human. Yet, all was in vain. At the very moment of its cry, a dark blade, silent as a specter, pierced through its eye and struck its skull. The giant trembled violently before collapsing lifelessly to the ground. In a mere second, the 2 once mighty 4th-tier rock lizards succumbed to the poison. Chime. You have slain a 4th-tier rock lizard, earning 250 life energy. Chime. You have slain a 4th-tier rock lizard, earning 250 life energy. Chime. You have slain a 4th-tier rock lizard, earning 250 life energy. A surge of life energy poured forth from the 3 rock lizards, absorbed by Lu Chen and the small figure behind him. Subsequently, an overwhelming force erupted within Lu Chen's being. Chime. Congratulations, you have successfully leveled up to level 3. Chime. As an overseer, your attributes double upon leveling up. Strength, 20. Agility, 20. Constitution, 20. Sensory, 20. Free attribute points, 10. With an involuntary outburst of joy, Lu Chen spread his arms wide and let out a triumphant roar towards the heavens, relishing the euphoric sensation brought forth by his newly acquired strength. In merely leveling up once, his attributes surged by a staggering 90 points. How exhilarating! Jack, observing from behind, was left in awe, his eyes wide with shock. The captain was indeed a fearsome overseer. Although the description may have been lengthy, the entire sequence, From Lu Chen's initial strike to the demise of the three rock lizards that had left Jack helpless, transpired in mere seconds. As he gazed upon Lu Chen's ever-deepening and formidable aura, Jack instinctively shrank his neck, muttering softly, "The captain has grown even stronger." He understood well that Lu Chen's current power was merely the tip of the iceberg. As Lu Chen continued to grow, the true terror of the Overseer would inevitably unfold in its entirety. At that time, perhaps a sliver of vengeance for his great grievances would finally be within reach. For only the Overseer seemed capable of confronting such formidable foes. Chapter 48. Captain, I, Jack, have not brought you shame. Lu Chen decisively allocated all of his free attribute points into sensory. Now, possessing a myriad of powerful talents, he recognized that mental fortitude was the key to harnessing these abilities. Without sufficient mental strength, even the most abundant talents would remain idle, mere ornamental trinkets. Enhancing sensory was an effective method to amplify mental prowess. Upon leveling up, Lu Chen's attribute panel transformed entirely. Level 3, 330, 1000. Strength 112. Agility 96. Constitution 112. Sensory 116. Only key data listed to avoid redundancy. Apart from agility, all other attributes have surpassed the formidable threshold of 110 points. One can only imagine the astonishment of other Tier 3 evolvers upon witnessing Lu Chen's attributes. Indeed, it would elicit exclamations of disbelief, particularly since the typical four-dimensional attributes of Tier 3 evolvers hover around a mere 30 points. Ascending to Tier 4 necessitates a staggering 1,000 points of energy. A single giant rock armored lizard can yield 125 points, requiring the slaying of just 6 more, a task that seems deceptively simple. Even though half of the life energy is allocated to Tuanzi, as long as the monsters continue to spawn, Lu Chen's rate of advancement remains unparalleled, leaving others in the dust. Tuanzi, having absorbed a copious amount of life energy, joyfully tumbled and frolicked within the confines of Lu Chen's backpack. At this moment, Tuanzi's experience bar experienced a remarkable surge. Level 1, 730, 10,000. Lu Chen was confident that with the escalation of hunting ferocious beasts, Tuanzi's level-up speed would only accelerate. However, at that very moment, perhaps stirred by the final, defiant roar of the last giant rock-armored lizard, the slumbering horde of giant rock-armored lizards awakened. A cacophony of rocks shattering echoed incessantly, as if the very earth trembled in response. From what once appeared to be ordinary stones, one after another, the giant rock-armored lizards shed their camouflage, their massive forms unfurling slowly. The air was filled with an unending chorus of hisses. To his dismay, Jack was astonished to behold over 100 giant rock-armored lizards arrayed before him. Each of these colossal creatures was a formidable Tier 4 entity. If encountered individually in the outside world, they would undoubtedly be regarded as sovereigns of their domain. Even a coalition of all players in the novice zone of Area 1000 might struggle to subdue a single one. Yet here they were, a terrifying throng numbering in the hundreds. Witnessing this spectacle, the observing Haochi could only shake his head. It was over for them. Despite the humans' notable proficiency in toxic arts, facing the onslaught of 100 giant rock-armored lizards was a challenge even the gods could not avert. Fuyao watched Lu Chen with bated breath, her hands instinctively entwined, her eyes brimming with concern. Flee now. With your speed, you can still escape. Yet, it was evident that Lu Chen did not heed Fuyao's murmurs. His gaze swept over the dense mass of giant rock-armored lizards, and rather than a hint of trepidation, his eyes sparkled with excitement. Just as he had lamented the insufficiency of monsters, the arrival of these hundreds of Tier 4 giant rock-armored lizards was a fortuitous boon. Jack, Captain, we are retreating? Jack had already poised himself for flight. Attack! Lu Chen commanded sharply, his form instantly transforming into a fleeting shadow, vanishing from sight. Wait, we're not retreating? Jack was momentarily taken aback, but soon chuckled and shook his head. Captain, following you is a daily thrill. With that, Jack surged forward, following Lu Chen's lead to boldly engage the horde of giant rock-armored lizards. The illustrious Jack will not tarnish the captain's name. Why? Why not flee? You had a chance to escape. Observing the valiant figures of Lu Chen and Jack, Fuyao clasped her hands to her chest, her beautiful eyes betraying her overwhelming anxiety. Haochi lightly patted her shoulder. Fuyao, you are too kind. Their fate is of no concern to us. These two evidently act recklessly, relying solely on their perceived prowess. At this, a glimmer of disdain flickered in his eyes. That human is far too arrogant. He will inevitably seal his own doom. With their meager abilities, daring to provoke a vast horde of giant rock-armored lizards is nothing short of a death wish. Though his toxic arts are indeed unique, how long can he sustain such onslaughts? How long can his mental fortitude endure? In Haochi's eyes, Lu Chen and Jack had already become prey for the giant rock-armored lizards. Ouchie, if you continue like this, I will be upset. Can't you wish for their success? What if they are truly formidable? Fuyao's delicate brow furrowed, her dissatisfaction manifesting as she splashed water with her tail, creating ripples all around. All right, I was wrong. Haochi conceded, his tone tinged with exasperation yet laced with affection. A giant rock-armored lizard roared, its robust tail like a whip slicing through the air, hurtling towards Jack. Oh, do you think Captain Jack would be helpless against you little crawlers? Jack scoffed, his body nimbly dodging the tail's fierce strike. With his sword gleaming ominously, he harnessed an immense surge of dark energy, thrusting at an acute angle towards the creature's eye. B-grade skill, mastery of swordsmanship. The giant lizard howled in pain, its maw agape, revealing razor-sharp fangs as it lunged ferociously at Jack. However, unlike Lu Chen, Jack lacked the protection of toxic arts. To retreat now would render his efforts futile, and he could not afford to inflict merely superficial wounds on the giant rock-armored lizard. With a flash of determination in his eyes, Jack pressed his advantage. His sword pierced deep into the creature's skull, the tip violently churning, obliterating its brain. Yet, in that fleeting moment, the giant rock-armored lizard retaliated with its dying breath, clamping down tightly on Jack's left hand, halting his movement. In an instant, 5 more giant rock-armored lizards surged from all directions, their cavernous jaws wide open, lunging towards Jack. Come on, Jack bellowed, his face a mask of resolve and wildness. Releasing his grip on the sword, he seized the tongue of the incoming giant rock-armored lizard. The power of Tier 4 surged through him as he yanked with all his might, tearing the creature's tongue from its mouth. Haha, one down, and one severely wounded. Captain, I, Jack, have not brought you shame. Jack's laughter rang out, filled with bravado. However, before his laughter could fade, he was engulfed by a swarm of giant rock-armored lizards, his formidable form torn apart like a mere rag doll, mercilessly shredded and consumed. Your vassal, Jack, has slain a giant rock-armored lizard, Tier 4, granting you 250 points of life energy. Feeling the surge of life energy coursing through him, Lu Chen glanced at Jack, whose performance as his first tamed vassal brought him satisfaction. Chapter 49. The Crisis of the Novice Sea in Area 1000. Despite this fellow's usual irreverence and lack of seriousness, once he stepped onto the battlefield, his ferocity and determination were truly alarming. Lu Chen deemed him worthy of cultivation. As for Jack, now torn to shreds by the giant rock-armored lizard, Lu Chen remained unfazed. This fellow, cursed as he was immortal, merely suffering a bit of hardship. With such a multitude of massive lizards, it was certain that Lu Chen would revel in the carnage. He shouted deeply, his form suddenly revealing itself as he plunged his dark blade like a lightning bolt into the eye socket of a giant rock-armored lizard. Yet, just as he intended to withdraw, another giant rock-armored lizard, its colossal tail sweeping in with the force of a tempest, came crashing towards him. Bang! A thunderous roar echoed as Lu Chen remarkably withstood a cataclysmic blow with his bare hands. In the eyes of the colossal rock-armored lizard, a fleeting glimmer of incredulity flashed, unable to fathom how this seemingly insignificant human could repel its full-force assault with such seemingly delicate hands. Yet before the giant lizard could regain its composure, Lu Chen's arm muscles tensed dramatically, an overwhelming force erupting forth like a volcano. With a heart-wrenching wail, he seized the lizard by its tail and hurled it through the air like a mere rag doll. This breathtaking spectacle left the entire horde of rock lizards momentarily stunned. As they grasped that this human was far from ordinary, a chorus of furious hisses erupted from the lizards, charging towards Lu Chen in a frenzied mob. However, Lu Chen vanished like a phantom once more, each reappearance heralded by the anguished cries of a giant lizard. In an instant, the prey had morphed into a formidable predator. While the multitude of over 100 lizards could only thrash about helplessly, bellowing in confusion as they awaited their inevitable demise at Lu Chen's hands. In the Novice Sea Region 1000, none noticed Lu Chen's swiftly ascending level. Everyone was preoccupied with seizing every moment to seek and hunt sea beasts, pooling all resources to aid Li Sini's advancement. This strategy was proposed by Yang Zimo, as Lu Chen could only garner half the experience points and had yet to make an appearance. Thus, the group prioritized elevating Li Sini's level in a bid to outpace Park Jong-ho. Faced with the dire stakes of survival, unity prevailed, and no one dared to slacken their efforts. Li Sini, we have severely wounded a second-tier sea wolf at coordinates 673876. Please come and claim it. Another exclaimed. Our first group has discovered a first-tier dolphin beast, currently frozen by an ice element endowed individual. We are transporting it to you, Li Sini. Fantastic. Li Sini has just reached level 4. Cheers erupted, a flicker of victorious hope igniting the atmosphere. However, suddenly someone gasped, "Oh no." Those Koreans are also mobilizing their entire district to support Park Jong-ho's rise. What? They are doing the same? How much experience has Park Jong-ho gained during this time? He is already at level 4, 1100, 3000. At this revelation, a silence fell over Novice Area 1000. How could this be? They had concentrated all sea beasts for Lu Chen to slay, resulting in her acquiring nearly 900 life energy. How had Park Jong-ho amassed 1000 points? This is disastrous. Lu Chen's level is already inferior to Park Jong-ho's, and now their rate of acquiring life energy surpasses ours. How can we hope to win? Sighs of despair echoed. Those Koreans have already bested us in survival stakes, their overall combat prowess eclipsing ours. It's only natural that our hunting speed lags behind theirs. Oh my goodness. We have hunted tirelessly, yet still cannot match their pace? Have you noticed? The number of first and second tier sea beasts in their active regions has drastically declined. Our second group has scoured this area for half a day and barely located 2 first-tier sea beasts. Are we left with no choice but to hunt higher-tier beasts? But they are far too powerful. As pessimism spread like a plague, one voice rose above the rest. Everyone, do not lose hope. Until the final moment. The outcome remains uncertain. Indeed, we may struggle to find lower-tier sea beasts, but the Koreans may falter as well. Let us not be overly troubled. Yang Zimo observed the scene, letting out a deep sigh. He understood the precarious nature of this survival wager against the Koreans, fearing dire consequences. Everyone, please ensure that the carcasses of the endowed sea beasts are given to Lu Chen. Should we unfortunately fail, he may be our last hope in this Novice Area 1000. As he spoke, Yang Zimo's mood darkened. He was acutely aware that should they fail, the allied nations would offer no respite. And the next survival wager would follow swiftly, stripping all evolutionists in Novice Area 1000 of their attributes. The already fallen Novice Sea regions had perished by such ruthless means. With a shake of his head, Yang Zimo resolved that no matter the circumstance, they must never concede until the very end. He then activated his avatar and proclaimed, "All evolutionists of level 2 and above, follow me into the territory of third-tier sea beasts to commence the hunt. Level 1 evolutionists should continue searching for and hunting first and second-tier sea beasts." His words sparked an uproar. Yang Zimo, are you serious? Third-tier sea beasts are overwhelmingly powerful. Our number of third-level evolutionists is limited. Sending second-level evolutionists against third-tier beasts could result in catastrophic losses. Longhorn interjected, "Given the circumstances, we have no alternative. If we do not expedite our hunting of sea beasts, we shall surely be annihilated in the wager against Area 942. Li Ming concurred. Second-level evolutionists should merely assist us in tracking the third-tier beasts. The actual killing task should fall to us third-level evolutionists. Zhou Yu added, "Friends, we have no time to waste." In just this brief moment, Park Jong-ho's experience has surged significantly. Understanding the urgency, the group rallied together, swiftly mobilizing. With a heart-wrenching cry, a third-tier ironback dugong's head was severed by Park Jong-ho's blade. A cold smirk played on his lips as he sheathed his long knife. Beneath him, the wooden boat swayed gently, surrounded by the floating corpses of various sea beasts. Chapter 50, The Lizard Tyrant, Gorgon. The evolutionists of Area 942 remained engrossed in their endeavors, diligently rowing their boats to transport the nearly defeated sea beasts to Park Jong-ho. The blood of the sea beasts spread like crimson silk in the water, staining the sea a shocking red, reflecting Park Jong-ho's unabashed disdain. Humph, these Shinhaxians are utterly foolish. Only now do they think to hunt third-tier sea beasts. It is laughable, he remarked coldly. At this moment, a crew member with small eyes approached, his face plastered with sycophantic praise. "President, your strategy is truly astute. While those Shinhaxians squander resources on Lu Chen, she remains at a mere level 4. We have already surpassed her by over 1,000 experience points. This wager is ours to win." Upon hearing this, Park Jong-ho's scorn deepened. "Lu Chen? She is but a clown in our presence, merely trailing behind us." Subsequently, Park Jong-ho opened the chat channel. "Everyone, keep pushing. We are now over 1,000 energy points ahead of the Shinhaxians. At this pace, we shall easily secure victory in this wager within 2 hours." His words instantly ignited a fervent cheer within the chat channel of Zone 942. Long live President Park. Ha ha. Those wretched Xinxia people are destined to serve as mere fodder for us to absorb attribute points. I have long harbored disdain for those Xinxia, who, in the realm of Blue Star, overshadow us, the great Goryeo Empire. These Xinxia foolishly believe that mere unity can secure victory. When it comes to solidarity, our Goryeo nation is equally united. The mere thought of plundering a full 40 points of attributes from those ailing Xinxia fills me with exhilaration. What are Lu Chen? What is Lu Chen? What utter nonsense is Xinxia? Once they encounter us invincible Goryo people, won't they kneel and sing conquer as well? Ha! At this moment, Fu Yao and Hao Qi gazed ahead, their expressions turning pale with astonishment. The rocky island was strewn with the carcasses of colossal rock-armored lizards, each one glistening green, evidently having succumbed to a lethal poison. Most critically, even now, not a single one of the hundreds of rock-armored lizards had managed to lay a scratch on that detestable human. The surviving rock-armored lizards huddled together, their eyes betraying a profound fear. Terrifyingly, this human was truly frightening. Like a specter, he lurked in the shadows, and whenever he manifested, it was accompanied by a thunderous strike. The proud defenses of the rock-armored lizards proved utterly futile against his precise and venomous attacks. What bewildered the rock-armored lizards most was the terrifying toxin that this human's weapon bore. Any of their kin struck by him would froth at the mouth and perish in wretched agony. Furthermore, what plunged the rock-armored lizards into despair was their utter helplessness. This loathsome human not only possessed the ability to become invisible, but also moved with extraordinary agility, rendering their desperate counterattacks futile. How impressive! Fu Yao's eyes widened in astonishment, her delicate hands instinctively covering her red lips. Beside her, Hao Qi was equally dumbfounded, his face a canvas of disbelief, his inner shock surging like a tidal wave. How long had it been? Was this human's mental prowess limitless? Were the quaking lizards still the once dreaded rock-armored lizards? Were they not formidable? How could these hundreds of rock-armored lizards be so easily subdued by a single human, rendered utterly powerless? Brother Hao Qi, look, he is truly incredible. Perhaps he can help us drive away those detestable Naga. As Fu Yao watched Lu Chen's black blade plunge once more into a rock-armored lizard's eye, her eyes sparkled with delight, her excitement causing her to shake Hao Qi's arm, her small face radiating an uncontrollable thrill. Hao Qi snapped back to reality. Yet upon recalling his previous underestimation of Lu Chen, his face flushed with embarrassment, feeling as though he had received an invisible slap from Lu Chen, his cheeks burning. He pursed his lips and reluctantly admitted, I concede, I indeed underestimated him. This human possesses considerable skill. However, even so, he cannot survive much longer. What? Why not? He is the most powerful human Fu Yao has ever seen. Fu Yao's face contorted in confusion, for these rock-armored lizards seemed incapable of posing any threat to that handsome human brother. With such a method of killing, it would surely attract Gorgon's attention. Once Gorgon intervenes, how long do you think this human can survive? Upon hearing Gorgon's name, Fu Yao's smile froze instantly, a flicker of undeniable terror flashing in her eyes. Ding! Killed a rock-armored lizard, Tier 4, gained 250 life energy points. Ding! Congratulations! You have successfully leveled up to level 4. Ding! As an overseer, your attribute gains are doubled upon leveling up. Strength 20, Agility 20, Constitution 20, Sensitivity 20, Free attribute points 10. Haha, how exhilarating. What a thrill to slay. Feeling the surge of energy coursing through his body from the recent level up, Lu Chen flushed with excitement, treating Tier 4 beasts as mere chickens, leveling up twice in a row. This sensation is utterly delightful. As his strength continued to grow, Lu Chen increasingly recognized the significance of Tuanzi to him. Possessing multiple talents allowed Lu Chen's true combat power to soar exponentially. Just considering these rock-armored lizards before him. Without Tuanzi's assistance in poison control, invisibility, enhanced speed, and heightened perception, how could he possibly make such formidable Tier 4 beasts tremble before him without a shred of resistance? Just as Lu Chen prepared to continue his assault, seeking to slaughter all the rock-armored lizards before him to ascend to level 5 and thwart those Goryo adversaries, an unexpected change occurred. All the rock-armored lizards, seemingly at a loss for how to deal with Lu Chen, raised their heads to the sky, emitting a series of long, mournful howls. Following this, a thunderous roar erupted from the heart of the island. Roar? The magnitude of that sound seemed capable of tearing the heavens asunder, causing the entire island to tremble. With a resounding boom, the earth seemed to quake, trees swayed, and dust billowed. Amidst this earth-shattering cacophony, a colossal figure slowly entered Lu Chen's line of sight. A two-headed giant lizard over 20 meters in length, its massive form crushing trees beneath it, resembling a moving mountain. Exuding an air of supremacy, the lizard titan, Gorgon, gazing at the beast before him, Lu Chen squinted slightly. Well, my dear fellow, I have awaited your arrival for quite some time. Chapter 51, The Mightiest Foe, Gorgon. Beast, Lizard Titan, Gorgon. Traits, Great Defense, Frenzied, Moderate Intelligence, Two-Headed, Unknown. Talent, Mountainous Power, B. Skills, 1. Gravity Manipulation, B. Gorgon can control the surrounding gravitational field, causing enemies to lose their balance or become immobile. He can also use gravity to draw enemies towards him and then crush them with immense force. 2. Mountain Roar, C. Gorgon opens its massive jaws and emits a deafening roar while unleashing a powerful energy wave that delivers devastating blows to enemies and briefly stuns them. Combat Strength Assessment, Pinnacle of Tier 5. An exceedingly dangerous lizard titan. Do not trust the Combat Strength Assessment. It is merely a reference. In the eyes of others, you were merely Tier 2 before. What does the Combat Strength Assessment mean? Lu Chen raised an eyebrow. If this Gorgon possesses a true combat strength that far exceeds its level, it could spell disaster. It is worth noting that when Lu Chen was at level 2, his true combat strength during a full-force battle could reach between levels 4 and 6. Although it remains uncertain whether this Gorgon will unleash astonishing combat prowess akin to Lu Chen, the mere data displayed on the Gorgon S panel is sufficient to instill dread. Not only does the Gorgon possess a B-grade talent for mountainous power, but it has also unprecedentedly mastered 2 skills. This marks Lu Chen's first encounter with a ferocious beast endowed with dual skills, underscoring its formidable nature. Even more disconcerting is the characteristics section, which ominously bears the term unknown, adding an air of enigma to the Gorgon S strength. All signs indicate that this colossal lizard is no ordinary foe. The Gorgon possesses 2 heads. The left one gazes with piercing intensity, while the right appears to be in slumber. The left head slightly turns, casting a scornful glance at Lu Chen, its eyes brimming with disdain. How audacious for such a diminutive human to tread upon the forbidden grounds of Giant Lizard Island. Truly a death wish. With a roar that reverberates through the air, the left head of the Gorgon abruptly opens its massive jaws, followed by its colossal tail, which swiftly coils like a giant python. Seizing a boulder and hurling it with tremendous force, the boulder slices through the air, akin to a meteor descending from the sky, imbued with destructive power. Hurtling directly towards Lu Chen. I shall see what sets you apart, great lizard. The corners of Lu Chen's mouth curled into a chilling smile as the power within him surged. His strength transcended, speed accelerated, and his senses sharpened in an instant. The blade flashed like lightning, and with a swift stroke, Lu Chen cleaved the boulder in twain, gracefully maneuvering between the fragments as he charged towards the Gorgon. At that moment, his invisibility talent activated, rendering Lu Chen's figure ephemeral in the Gorgon's sight, leaving only a faint afterimage. Subsequently, in his concealed state, Lu Chen's right foot struck the ground with force, propelling him skyward like an arrow released from a bow, aligning him with the Gorgon S head. Simultaneously, his venomous talent erupted forth, the heart-eroding blade in his hand gleaming with a sinister, deep green light, akin to a serpent poised to strike. As he aimed a vicious slash at the Gorgon S' enormous vertical eye, this technique had proven effective against small lizards. One could only wonder how it would fare against a larger one. However, just as the sharp blade was poised to make contact with the Gorgon's pupil, an abrupt transformation occurred. The Gorgon S' soft gaze solidified into stone in an instant, a manifestation of its B-grade talent, mountainous power. It can instantly transform any part of its exterior into hard rock at will. Clang. The collision of metal and stone erupted in a shower of sparks, akin to fireworks. As Lu Chen's full-force strike merely left a shallow scratch upon the Gorgon S' eye, a glimmer of contempt flickered in the Gorgon's gaze, and it thrust its massive head forward. Lu Chen, suspended in midair with no leverage, hastily crossed his arms to endure the impending thunderous blow. Boom. A deafening crash echoed as Lu Chen was sent hurtling into the rock wall behind him like a leaf caught in a tempest, debris scattering and dust billowing, causing the earth to tremble. Damn, this giant lizard is indeed formidable. It possesses no discernible weakness. Wiping the blood from his lips, Lu Chen rose from the rubble. His expression grave. The force of the impact had surged his blood, yet fortunately, he had activated his physical enhancement just in time. Though he could not suppress a mouthful of blood, his body remained resilient, suffering no grave injuries. Roaring in fury upon witnessing this mere insect endure its strike, the Gorgon lashed its enormous tail with a devastating sweep toward Lu Chen. He swiftly moved, his right foot pounding the ground in an attempt to evade this lethal attack. Yet, in that critical moment, a circle of earthy yellow light rippled outward, enveloping Lu Chen instantly. His body felt as if burdened by an immense weight, rendering his movements cumbersome. This was the Gorgon S' skill, gravity manipulation. The colossal tail tore through the air like a tempest, its wind pressure slicing toward him, causing Lu Chen's pupils to constrict in alarm. There was no escape, so he would confront it head-on. Great lizard, I shall ascertain the extent of your might. A fierce determination flickered in Lu Chen's eyes as his mental energy surged forth like a tidal wave, recklessly expending itself. In an instant, bones scattered, coalescing into a massive skeletal shield. Lu Chen bent his knees slightly, grounding himself firmly, channeling all his strength as his physical enhancement, strength transcendence, and sensory amplification activated simultaneously. With an enhancement of 272 points to his perception, the skeletal shield gleamed coldly, as if forged from frostbitten iron. In the distance, Fu Yao's expression shifted dramatically as she gasped in disbelief. He's actually going to withstand the Gorgon's assault. Has he lost his mind? The Gorgon is renowned for its immense strength and unparalleled defense. This human brother dares to confront the Gorgon's violent strike with mere flesh and blood? Fu Yao could not bear to watch, shutting her eyes tightly, fearful of witnessing the ensuing carnage. However, beside her, Hao Qi perceived the underlying nuances and gently shook his head. He too was left with no choice, ensnared by the Gorgon's gravitational sphere, unable to evade. Hao Qi's gaze fell upon Lu Chen, a flicker of respect igniting in his eyes. This human, though reckless, possessed qualities he admired. A warrior should forge ahead. And even in defeat, one must never perish in flight. Chapter 52, Breaking the Wind Again. Boom. A thunderous roar shattered the sky as the skeletal shield met the Gorgon's tail, which was as terrifying as a mountain. Cracks spread across the shield like a spider's web, before it exploded into countless fragments, scattering in all directions. The Gorgon's colossal tail, undeterred, continued its destructive sweep toward Lu Chen. Come on, Lu Chen bellowed, his eyes wide, as a radiant crimson aura erupted from his entire being. A sign that his strength transcendence was fully unleashed. Bang! A dull thud resonated, causing the very air to feel as though it had solidified for a moment. Is that human brother crushed? Fu Yao trembled, covering her eyes tightly, her voice quaking as she turned to Hao Qi. Yet, Hao Qi remained silent, his eyes wide and mouth agape, as if witnessing the most astonishing sight on earth. Hao Qi, why aren't you speaking? Seeing no reaction from Hao Qi, Fu Yao could not resist peeking through her fingers towards Giant Lizard Island. In an instant, a breathtaking scene unfolded before her. The Gorgon's massive tail was being firmly grasped by the relatively diminutive human brother. Lu Chen's arms bulged with muscle, resembling coiled dragons, while his legs sank deep into the earth, carving out two profound furrows. The Gorgon? Lu Chen suddenly spat out a mouthful of congealed blood, a cold smile curving at the corner of his lips. Merely a trifle. With that, his body swayed, and in an instant, he vanished from Gorgon's sight. At that moment, the disdain that once lingered in Gorgon's colossal eyes was replaced by an overwhelming gravity of concern. This human was extraordinary. The tail strike he had unleashed with all his might would daunt even a 6th-tier beast, yet this human, seemingly merely at the 4th tier, had withstood it. Had he surpassed the power of a 6th-tier creature? How could that be? Gorgon shook his head, attempting to dispel such absurd thoughts. The strength of a 4th-tier human exceeding that of a 6th-tier beast was nothing short of fantastical. Despite his confusion, Gorgon resolved that as long as he exerted his full strength, crushing this human would still be a trivial task. With a sudden motion, he opened his massive maw wide, and a chilling, terrifying roar echoed through the heavens. The horrific sound waves surged like a tangible force, stirring up the surrounding dust and rubble into a ferocious tempest. See great skill, mountain roar. At that instant, Lu Chen had just concealed himself behind Gorgon, placing him squarely within the range of the mountain roar attack. He felt a heavy thud in his chest, as if struck by a sledgehammer, followed by a dizzying vertigo that robbed him of control over his body, leaving him frozen in place. To make matters worse, he was forced out of his concealed state under the assault of the sound waves. Gorgon reacted swiftly, pivoting abruptly, his left head snapping open its massive jaws once more, lunging towards Lu Chen with lethal intent. Big brother, why are you standing there? Quickly evade, Fu Yao urged, her tail thrashing anxiously, her eyes filled with desperation. It was futile. He had been dazed by Gorgon's roar. A glimmer of regret flickered in Hao Hai's eyes. This human had earned his respect through sheer strength and courage, yet the frailty of humanity was undeniable. Once ensnared by Gorgon's fearsome jaws, there was no hope for survival against those razor-sharp fangs. With a sigh, Hao Hai lamented the impending doom of a human he had finally found likable, destined to be reduced to dust by the harshness of reality. At this moment, Gorgon's cavernous mouth gaped like an abyss, advancing towards Lu Chen at an alarming speed. In the next heartbeat, this insignificant human seemed poised to become a delectable morsel, to be utterly torn apart and swallowed. Yet, Gorgon suddenly noticed a glimmer of mocking amusement in the human's eyes. What did this mean? He was on the brink of death and should be filled with fear. Wait, no, something was amiss. How could he still move? Why was his days so brief? This was inconceivable. Confusion and panic intertwined in Gorgon's gaze for the first time, an unprecedented sense of crisis coursing through his body like electricity, compelling him to instinctively close his massive jaws. But it was too late. Humph, even a beast is still a beast. I merely displayed a flaw. And you fell right into my trap. A cold smile graced Lu Chen's lips. Gorgon possessed B-grade talent, the power of mountains. Any part of its exterior could instantaneously transform into solid rock. Even an ordinary giant rock lizard boasted formidable defense, let alone a creature of its stature. Thus, Lu Chen adjusted his perspective. If its external defenses were formidable, he doubted the defenses within its body could be equally robust. All he needed was a way to force Gorgon to open its mouth. Although Gorgon's mountain roar seemed terrifying, under Lu Chen's 116 points of perception, it merely caused a fleeting disorientation, soon replaced by clarity. Had Gorgon chosen to attack with a tail swipe or another method, Lu Chen would have undoubtedly evaded. Yet, this not-so-bright giant lizard opted to consume him. Gazing into Gorgon's foul maw, Lu Chen decided to turn the tables. With a sudden grip, Lu Chen seized the jet-black long knife at his waist, his pupils narrowing as a fierce glint ignited within. Break. Wind. With a low yet powerful command. Lu Chen's form flickered like a specter, the heart-corroding blade erupting from its sheath, conjuring a gale of unparalleled ferocity. He spun, the blade tracing a beautiful yet deadly arc through the air, aimed directly at Gorgon's gaping maw. Gorgon sensed the impending danger, instinctively trying to close its mouth. To retreat, but it was too late. Lu Chen's speed was as swift as lightning. The heart-corroding blade tore through the air with an irresistible force, piercing accurately into the interior of Gorgon's left head. In an instant, Lu Chen flicked his wrist, unleashing a violent burst of wind, the blade's radiance swelling, cleaving Gorgon's hardened skull asunder from within. Blood and brain matter splattered, its colossal body crashing to the ground, stirring up a cloud of dust. In that moment, the air seemed to freeze, leaving only the blood dripping from the heart-corroding blade and Lu Chen's unwavering, calm figure, a testament to the brutality of this battle and his formidable strength. Chapter 53, The Demonized Gorgon. The urgency and regret etched on Fu Yao and Hao Hai's faces were abruptly solidified into disbelief, their expressions frozen in shock. Big Brother had actually slain Gorgon. Fu Yao stared in astonishment at Lu Chen's tall, however, as they continued to row, pine-like stature, her voice trembling with incredulity. The scene before her shattered her understanding. She could never have imagined that this seemingly ordinary human could, with a single stroke, obliterate the head of the fearsome Gorgon. This human was truly extraordinary. Hao Hai's mouth hung agape, his eyes nearly bulging from their sockets, utterly astounded. A fourth-tier human had annihilated a peak fifth-tier beast. What madness was this? His previous notions of the power hierarchy were irrevocably upended in this moment, leaving him speechless. Finally, he managed to stammer two words: incredible. How foolish he had been to underestimate this human. He was all too aware of Gorgon's terror, a creature that often ventured into the sea, posing a dire threat to the merfolk. Hao Hai's tribe had once battled Gorgon, suffering devastating losses, with two fifth-tier elder merfolk and numerous warriors bravely sacrificed. Yet they had inflicted not even a scratch. Yet here lay this sovereign of the sea, now fallen beneath Lu Chen's blade, mercilessly beheaded. This human was astonishingly powerful, to the point of being breathless. At this moment, Lu Chen beheld the Gorgon, whose head and body lay severed, devoid of breath, and raised an eyebrow in perplexity. Why is there no kill notification? No life energy? Could it be due to this creature's dual heads? Just moments ago, Lu Chen had executed a windbreak strike, shattering the left head of the Gorgon, yet the right head remained intact and dormant. Not completely dead, are you? I refuse to believe that severing your other head will not bring about your demise. With a cold snort, Lu Chen stepped forward, poised to deliver the final blow. However, at that instant, an unexpected transformation occurred. To his astonishment, the once lifeless right head of the Gorgon slowly opened its eyes. Those eyes were as dark as the abyss, emanating an eerie luminescence that seemed capable of devouring all light. Simultaneously, a wave of unprecedented terror and malevolence surged from within the Gorgon, instantly enveloping the entire battlefield. This dark energy was frigid and distorted, instilling a profound sense of dread. Crackling sounds echoed as numerous black crystals erupted from the Gorgon's body, swiftly encasing it in a seemingly impenetrable armor of darkness. Under the guise of this armor, the Gorgon underwent a complete metamorphosis, transforming into a fearsome, pitch-black beast radiating an oppressive aura that was suffocating. Lu Chen's expression shifted. Had it mutated? He could sense that the Gorgon before him was no longer the same creature, but rather one awakened by some unknown power, endowed with even more horrific strength. Unknown energy? Wait. Lu Chen suddenly recalled that before landing on Giant Lizard Island, while scouting with the seagull, he had observed a pitch-black meteorite at the island's center, and the Gorgon resided within that massive crater. Could it be that this dark, malevolent energy was derived from that meteorite? In the distance, Hao Qi witnessed this spectacle, his face paling in an instant as he gasped in horror. This is bad. It's the dark demon essence. The Gorgon has absorbed its power. Fu Yao, standing beside him, was instantly engulfed in worry upon hearing Hao Qi's words. I've heard from the clan elder that any creature that absorbs the power of the dark demon essence, while becoming extraordinarily powerful, will completely lose its sanity, devolving into a mindless killing machine. Her voice trembled, eyes filled with fear of the unknown danger. The Gorgon was already immensely powerful. Now that it has gained the power of the dark demon essence, isn't that humanity's big brother in grave peril? At this point, Fu Yao could not help but grasp Hao Qi's arm, her eyes shimmering with urgency. Brother Hao Qi, those who absorb the dark demon essence ultimately become terrifying entities that know only slaughter. They will annihilate all life that appears before them, and the creatures of the entire sea will not be spared. Our merfolk will hardly be able to escape. We must swiftly return to inform the clan elder and seek help for humanity's brother to combat the Gorgon. However, in response to Fu Yao's plea, Hao Qi could only shake his head with a bitter smile. Fu Yao, it's not that I am unwilling to assist, but even if all the strong ones of our tribe were to mobilize, we would likely be powerless against the already demonized Gorgon. He sighed, his gaze grave as it settled on the Gorgon on the island. What we can do may only be to quickly notify the tribe to relocate, and the farther away, the better. A flicker of uncontainable fear crossed Hao Qi's eyes as he recalled the catastrophe from several years prior. At that time, a fourth-tier demonized creature had appeared here, plunging the entire sea into despair. Countless fifth and even sixth-tier experts had banded together yet failed to subdue it, ultimately having to watch helplessly as it rampaged. Now, the Gorgon was a terrifying existence at the pinnacle of the fifth tier, and having absorbed the power of the dark demon essence, how much further could its strength ascend? Hao Qi could hardly bear to contemplate it. The demonized Gorgon, its pitch-black eyes fixated on Lu Chen, surged with boundless fury and madness. This human looks delicious. I shall consume him. With a deafening roar, the Gorgon's limbs tensed, and in that moment, its massive form displayed astonishing agility, akin to a colossal cannonball unleashed, charging toward Lu Chen with devastating force. How fast? Lu Chen's heart raced, his pupils dilating in shock. Relying on his sharp instincts and extraordinary reflexes, he dove to the right with all his might, narrowly evading the Gorgon's lethal onslaught at the last possible moment. Ha ha ha, the illustrious Lord Jack has returned to life. Jack's ravaged body, torn by the giant rock lizard, was resurrected by the power of the undying curse. Yet, before Jack could strike a pose, he was confronted by the looming figure of the colossal, terrifying creature cloaked in black crystals, charging toward him. No way. Jack could only utter 3 words, and the body he had painstakingly restored was instantly crushed. Chapter 54. The First Judgment of the Malevolent. Seeing its attack fail to reach Lu Chen, the Gorgon instead crushed a trivial insect. Jack, wait for me to revive again. Enraged, it let out a deafening roar. With that earth-shattering bellow, the mountain roar surged forth once more, but this time, the energy erupted with even greater ferocity. A deep, dark wave of energy radiated from its center, sweeping outward like a tidal wave. Wherever this energy wave traveled, the earth was torn asunder, massive boulders were overturned, and trees were uprooted, creating a scene reminiscent of the apocalypse. Faced with this overwhelming wave of energy, Lu Chen found no avenue of escape. He swiftly summoned all his strength, crossing his arms tightly across his chest, activating his physical enhancement and perception enhancement to brace for this terrifying strike. The energy wave surged forward, colliding with Lu Chen's defenses, unleashing a thunderous cacophony. Lu Chen's expression shifted dramatically as he felt an unprecedented force of impact crashing over him like a tidal wave. Despite barely withstanding the assault, his mind spun as if in a tempest, leaving him once again disoriented. Yet this time, the intensity of the dizziness was several-fold greater than before. Gritting his teeth, he endured the discomfort, internally astonished. Has the giant lizard taken something? How can it be so ferocious after mutating? Since the awakening of the Gorgon's dormant right head, its speed, strength, and skill intensity had all multiplied geometrically. Lu Chen glanced once more at the Gorgon's status panel, and indeed, a monumental transformation had occurred. Beast, Lizard Overlord, Demonized Gorgon, Boss-level creature. Attributes: powerful defense, slaughter, low intelligence, no pain sensation. Annihilate all. Talent: Demonized Mountain Power, B. Skills: 1. Demonized Gravity Manipulation, B. 2. The Roar of the Corrupted Mountain, C. Combat Assessment: unable to evaluate. Oh, I told you not to trust this combat assessment. Now quickly see if you can spare a moment to leave a few parting words. Corrupted? A boss-level creature? Lu Chen squinted his eyes. Evidently, this Gorgon had ingested some form of enhancement, having just evolved into a boss-level being. No wonder it had become so formidable. This was the first encounter Lu Chen had with a boss-level creature since arriving in the world of Tianshu, and indeed, it was terrifying. Roar! The corrupted Gorgon offered Lu Chen no respite. Its jet-black massive tail suddenly lifted and then viciously swung down. Whoosh! The tail sliced through the air, creating a spine-chilling whistle that hurtled directly towards Lu Chen. His pupils constricted sharply, as if the world around him had entered slow motion. He remained in a dazed state, his body unresponsive, unable to evade. Danger! Just at that critical moment, a large, pale shell materialized from thin air, encasing Lu Chen within it. This was the disposable protective shell given to him by Fuyao. The colossal tail, imbued with apocalyptic force, crashed down upon the shell. Crack! Crack! Instantly, the surface of the shell was riddled with fractures, and with a resounding explosion, it shattered into countless fragments. The black iron-grade disposable protective shell had been completely obliterated by a single strike from the corrupted Gorgon, revealing the sheer terror of boss-level creatures. Whoosh! After shattering the shell, the residual force of the tail continued to descend upon Lu Chen. However, the brief moment of protection afforded by the shell had granted him a precious instant. Gritting his teeth, Lu Chen fought through the dizziness and rolled sharply to the right. Boom! The massive tail struck down heavily, causing the ground to tremble violently, and debris flew in all directions. Although Lu Chen narrowly avoided a fatal blow, his left hand was unfortunate enough to be struck by the tail, instantly mangling flesh and shattering bones. As searing pain coursed through him, Lu Chen had no time to dwell on it. He knew that the true battle was only just beginning. With a swift motion, 6 pale skeletal legs erupted from his back, extending rapidly like a spider, allowing him to agilely retreat and distance himself from the Gorgon. Simultaneously, several gleaming bone spears coalesced in the air. Go! Lu Chen shouted decisively, and the bone spears tore through the air, hurtling towards the Gorgon. Yet, in the face of these formidable projectiles capable of piercing iron, the Gorgon regarded them with disdain, barely bothering to evade. Clang! 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 Sparks flew as the powerful bone spears merely left a few minute white marks on the Gorgon's exterior layer of black crystal. However, immediately following the bone spears, a majestic fire deity, bearing wings and exuding authority, surged forth like a speeding missile, striking precisely at those white marks. Boom! Accompanied by an explosion of blazing flames, the fire deity detonated. The skeletal summoner of the Onmyoji, aside from the Windbreaker. These were the two mightiest talents that Lu Chen had mastered, yet they had only managed to leave a slight crack on the Gorgon's outer layer of black crystal. The defense of the corrupted Gorgon was astonishingly robust. How could the Gorgon be this powerful? Fuyao covered her trembling lips with both hands, her eyes filled with disbelief and despair. Her human brother's attacks were already devastatingly fierce, whether it was the razor-sharp bone spears or the winged fire deity. Every strike sent shivers down her spine. Yet, such awe-inspiring assaults could not even disturb the mysterious black crystal encasing the Gorgon. How could this be possible? Should her human brother be defeated, the Gorgon's next target would undoubtedly be the ocean, and at that moment, the merfolk would have no chance of escape. No, I must assist my human brother. He is injured, and I can help him. With this thought, a resolute glint flashed in Fuyao's eyes, and without hesitation, she swam towards the direction of Giant Lizard Island. Meanwhile, Haochi had already submerged into the sea, intent on notifying his kin to evacuate swiftly to evade the threat posed by the corrupted Gorgon. Gazing upon the colossal entity before him, Lu Chen's brows furrowed deeply, his thoughts racing like lightning. No, I cannot confront it head-on. This corrupted Gorgon's exterior defense is simply impenetrable. Even my most ferocious attacks leave but a trivial crack on its surface of dark crystal. As for the more potent Windbreaker, while its might is capable of shaking the heavens, the toll it exacts is equally staggering. At present, my stamina may allow for only one more use of Windbreaker. Without certainty of a fatal blow, I must not employ it. At that moment, Lu Chen sensed the overwhelming aura of malevolence emanating from the corrupted Gorgon, and suddenly, a spark of inspiration ignited within him. That is right. I recall that the Overseer, tasked with monitoring all living beings, possesses the authority to judge and eradicate malevolent entities that defy the laws of Tianshu. Therefore, if I were to deem this malevolent lizard as a scourge, what would transpire? Chapter 55. The True Terror of the Overseer, Absolute Judgment. It strikes me that since becoming the Overseer, I have yet to pass judgment on a scourge. No time to waste. Lu Chen fixed his gaze upon the corrupted Gorgon and declared solemnly, Gorgon, I, the Overseer Lu Chen, hereby declare you a scourge. As Lu Chen's words fell, the solemn voice of Tianshu reverberated through the air. Overseer Lu Chen exercises judgment over the lizard monarch Gorgon. Overseer Lu Chen has officially declared Gorgon as a malevolent entity. Gorgon's identity as a scourge is established. The Overseer possesses unparalleled suppressive power over scourge beings. Damage inflicted on the scourge will be increased by 100, while damage received from the scourge will be reduced by 50, negating any negative effects caused by the scourge. Tianshu is currently undergoing verification. Verification complete. Gorgon meets the criteria for scourge status. The Overseer Lu Chen's judgment does not require the consumption of absolute judgment instances. Current absolute judgment instances remaining. 1. Absolute judgment. Overseer privilege can bypass Tianshu verification to directly enforce a biological designation as a scourge. This privilege is limited to once per month. As the voice of Tianshu faded, a bizarre eye mark appeared abruptly upon the forehead of the corrupted Gorgon, its pupil swirling like a vortex, intricately forming the character for Lu. This was the cursed eye of judgment, a mark imposed by the Overseer upon a scourge. It not only indicated that the scourge's spirit had been deeply corrupted by malevolent forces, but also symbolized the Overseer's omnipresent and all-seeing judgmental eye, coldly observing all transgressions. Roar. The corrupted Gorgon anxiously raked its sharp claws against its forehead, the mark seemingly seared into the depths of its soul, bringing forth an indescribable dread and unease. Instinctively, it sensed that the appearance of this insignia heralded the imminent extinguishment of its life force. Yet, no matter how fiercely it struggled or clawed at its own flesh, the sinister mark remained ever present, deeply embedded within its very being, inescapable and indelible. The roar that escaped its throat was void of the previous arrogance and ferocity. The corrupted Gorgon now fixated its gaze upon Lu Chen, its prior disdain and contempt utterly obliterated, replaced by profound vigilance and fear. An inexplicable sense of crisis surged from the depths of its heart, inducing an unprecedented panic. It felt as though a voice resonated within its genes, incessantly urging it, flee. Escape swiftly. Stay away from this perilous human. Observing the hesitant Gorgon, a subtle smile graced Lu Chen's lips. The role of the observer was far more formidable than he had ever imagined. The terrifying suppression over the malevolent entities not only amplified his damage by 100-fold, but also have their offensive capabilities. Most crucially, the observer could completely disregard all negative effects inflicted by these malevolent beings. This was nothing short of astounding. Additionally, Lu Chen was elated to discover that the observer possessed the right to execute absolute judgment once every month. Did this not imply that should he find any entity displeasing, irrespective of its nature, he could simply declare it malevolent, rendering it so without any opportunity for rebuttal or appeal? Moreover, Lu Chen speculated that the designation of malevolence would not be so simple. On the vast stage of the world of Tianyu, were there not forces established by Tianyu itself? Once labeled as malevolent, did it not signify that within the entire realm of Tianyu's influence, one would be akin to a criminal marked for capture, with no refuge or escape? Taking a deep breath, Lu Chen forcibly suppressed the tumult within his heart. The immediate priority was to vanquish the colossal lizard before him. With the enhancement of 100-fold damage, he was confident in delivering a fatal blow with his windbreaker. Just as Lu Chen was about to strike, a gentle white light quietly enveloped his left arm, and where the flesh had been mangled and the bones shattered, it began to mend at a visible pace. Lu Chen raised an eyebrow and turned slightly, noticing Fu Yao's pale face, her hands raised in incantation. Clearly, it was this little mermaid who had just healed his arm. Sensing Lu Chen's gaze, Fu Yao's face, still ghostly from the Gorgon's terrifying pressure, forced a strained smile. Big brother, you can do it. This was not the first time Fu Yao had assisted him. The shell she had previously gifted him had been instrumental in a critical moment. Though burdened by the curse of immortality, Lu Chen feared not death. However, he had no desire to transform into that grotesque form akin to Jack prematurely. Thus, he regarded Fu Yao favorably, nodding amicably before his expression sharpened once more, his entire aura unleashed without reservation, directed towards the corrupted Gorgon. Roar. The Gorgon emitted a deafening roar, seemingly realizing that its agility could no longer allow it to escape from this terrifying human. Suppressing its fear, it opened its massive jaws, revealing its sharp fangs, and let out a ferocious hiss. In an instant, a gravity field, mingled with black and yellow light, rapidly expanded from its center, enveloping Lu Chen entirely. The surrounding pebbles appeared to be drawn by an invisible hand, sinking into the ground, while trees creaked under the immense pressure before shattering with a thunderous crash. This was the Gorgon's forte, gravity manipulation. Previously, it had employed this very tactic to ensnare Lu Chen and severely injure his left arm. However, this time, faced with the familiar yet terrifying gravitational pressure, Lu Chen merely smiled contemptuously, a smirk of disdain gracing his lips. Gravity manipulation? Indeed a commendable skill, yet regrettably, it had become utterly ineffectual against me now. Before the words had fully left his lips, Lu Chen effortlessly stepped forward, his form light and unimpeded. This spectacle made the Gorgon's pupils constrict sharply, filled with disbelief. How could this be? Why had its gravitational control failed? It roared in defiance, attempting to intensify the gravity, but all was in vain. Confronted with this seemingly insignificant human, the Gorgon's internal terror escalated, as if Lu Chen were the very embodiment of a true devil. In the midst of the Gorgon's anxious gaze, Lu Chen slowly raised his black blade, and the chilling command echoed across the battlefield, Windbreaker, accompanied by a piercing wail. The head of a Tier 3 bloodtooth sea seal was instantaneously pierced by a sharp steel nail, collapsing lifelessly into the sea. Li Xin retracted her delicate right hand. As slender as white jade, her cascading hair swaying gently in the breeze. She surveyed her panel, her brow furrowed. Level 4, 1700, 3000. Her countenance bore the weight of concern and worry. Sister Xin, what should we do? Park Jong-ho has already reached level 4 with 2,600 experience points. He is about to level up to 5. Fan Yingying's doll-like face was etched with anxiety, her voice tinged with barely perceptible tremors. She had truly exerted herself to the utmost, as had every individual in the Novice Sea Area 1000. Yet no matter how desperately they hunted sea beasts, Li Xin's experience points remained unable to surpass Park Jong-ho. All they could do was watch helplessly as Park Jong-ho's experience inched closer to the 3,000-point threshold. Once he reached this milestone, he would ascend to level 5, securing the ultimate victory in this survival gamble. Sigh. Li Xin exhaled heavily, knowing that this defeat appeared to be inevitable. Yingying, gather the corpses of these sea beasts and send them to Lu Chen. As she spoke, her voice grew increasingly somber. After our failure, Lu Chen will be our only hope in Novice Area 1000. Fan Yingying's eyes instantly reddened, tears welling within them at Li Xin's words. Even Sister Xin thought so. Are we truly going to lose? No. It cannot be. At that moment, the chat channel of Novice Area 1000 was thick with a stifling atmosphere. It's over, completely over. Park Jong-ho is just 400 life energy points away from leveling up. We cannot catch up. Damn it. I refuse to accept this. Why? Tianyu is unfair. Why does the opponent have a higher level and can engage in a survival gamble based on that level? I refuse to comply. Indeed. Prior to our wager with Park Jong-ho, he had already attained level 4, while the esteemed Li Xin was merely at level 3. How can this possibly be compared? Alas, words are futile. Tianyu will not heed our grievances. In its eyes, the concept of fairness is non-existent. It merely craves strength. If we were to lose this time, we would face a deduction of a whole 40 attribute points. Not only would we be required to repay all that we had previously won from those trivial pursuits, but we would also have to sacrifice an additional 20 points of our own. Upon hearing this, a chorus of lamentation erupted within the channel. Have you not noticed? The attributes deducted in the event of a lost wager are entirely random. It is conceivable that all 40 points could be taken from a single attribute. Just last time, over in Fusong, there was a young girl whose total attributes were sufficient, yet she perished when her vitality was completely drained. Others have lost all their agility, rendering them utterly incapacitated. Please, we cannot afford to lose. Such a deduction of 40 attribute points could very well lead to the demise or disability of many. Yet, this is not the worst of it. The gravest concern is that should we lose, the other allied nations will undoubtedly launch an immediate survival wager against us. With all of us having just lost 40 attribute points, how could we possibly emerge victorious? At this rate, our entire District 1000 may face utter annihilation. Damn those scoundrels. If they have the courage, let them confront us directly rather than resorting to these underhanded schemes. Indeed, were it not for the deceitful tactics of the Koreans, with the prowess of the great Lu Chen, they would surely be crushed. Do you think the great Lu Chen can once again perform miracles and lead us to victory in this wager? Alas, my dear, while Lu Chen's strength is undeniably formidable, this wager is a contest of leveling speed, not raw power. Unfortunately, Lu Chen himself levels at half the speed of an ordinary player, and given his solitary struggle, it seems exceedingly difficult for him to create yet another miracle this time. Indeed, while the esteemed Li Xin has the unwavering support of all of us from District 1000, Park Jong-ho enjoys the full backing of the people from District 942, whereas Lu Chen stands alone. No matter how powerful Lu Chen may be, he cannot possibly surpass the combined strength of an entire novice district, can he? Alas, curse those Koreans and the scoundrels of the Alliance. They are mocking us. I am filled with rage. At this moment, the chat channel of District 8 was rife with derision and triumph. Ha ha. Those Shinixia people who dared to boast before must be utterly dumbfounded now. Park Jong-ho is on the verge of reaching level 5 and winning this wager. Thank you, Park Jong-ho, for avenging us Fusong people. May all those despicable Shinixia perish. Ha ha ha, friends from Fusong. You are too gracious. We Koreans are merely looking out for ourselves. This 40 attribute points will be ours with ease. Indeed, those Shinixia people were bragging about their powerful ally Lu Chen in District 1000. Yet here we are. And he hasn't shown his face even once. Oh my, could it be that he is hiding out of fear? He can't possibly compare to our brave Americans. I suspect that our Gallic comrades in the 673C area are already prepared for the survival wager, just waiting for our Korean friends in District 942 to claim their victory. Ha ha, should those frail Shinixia people lose 2 more times, I doubt many will survive. When the time comes for the final blow, it must be delivered by our Tianju 579C area. Back on Blue Star. Those vile Shinixia would always attack us with cold weapons on the plateau. We never match their strength, but this time we shall avenge ourselves. Alright, haha. No need to rush. The nation of Shinixia is vast enough for us to plunder. Oh no, dear Shinixia friends, can you truly not withstand these devils? We, the Grey Bears, do not believe it. Haha, had it not been for the fact that only 2 of you in District 923 are still alive, we wouldn't wish to waste a survival wager on you. How have you managed to last this long? This is quite agreeable. I, Vidashua, delight in witnessing the cries of these Russians and Shinixia people as they face their demise. Oh my. The thought of the poisonous mist claiming their lives in 6 days fills me with excitement. Oh, I need a robust gentleman to vent my emotions. Oh, madam. I am also in the American 976 district. Let me assist you. You devils shall face retribution for your actions. Haha. I take great pleasure in observing the impotent howls of those gray bears. It is truly a sight to behold. As the members of District 1000 gazed upon the shameless and grotesque visages of the Alliance nations within the chat channel, each individual felt a surge of indignation. Their teeth gritted in anger. At this moment, they fervently wished for a miracle to occur, for someone to lead them to victory in this survival wager, to deliver a resounding rebuttal to the vile expressions of those allied nations, and to restore their dignity. Chapter 57 is there a misunderstanding, President? It seemed that Tianyu had heard their fervent prayers. Suddenly, an announcement echoed throughout the Novice Sea Area 1000. Announcement. The Evolver Lu Chen has reached level 5, and Shinixia S Novice Sea Area 1000 has won this survival wager. Upon hearing this news, even those who were engaged in hunting sea beasts, such as Yang Zimo, were momentarily stunned. Li Sini was dumbfounded. All individuals within Novice Area 1000 were rendered speechless. The chat channel, once filled with outrage, fell silent in an instant. As each person pondered the recent announcement from Tianyu, am I imagining things due to my overwhelming desire to win? Did I just hear Tianyu declare that we have won? Holy cow, did you hear that too? I thought I was mistaken. Yes, I heard it clearly. It's impossible for so many of us to hallucinate at once, is it? It was not until this moment that the crowd began to truly believe, as Li Sini, the current leader on the level rankings, was still far from level 5. How could victory be snatched so suddenly? Just as doubt lingered, and they feared they had collectively succumbed to an illusion, another announcement from Tianyu resounded, akin to the climax of a grand symphony. Announcement. All Evolvers in Novice Sea Area 1000 have been granted 40 free attribute points. Announcement. The storm intensity outside Novice Sea Area 1000 has decreased by 40. Announcement. In light of Novice Sea Area 1000's triumph over the stronger District 942, all Evolvers have been awarded an additional 2 evolution points. Announcement. Evolver Lu Chen contributed the most in this survival wager, receiving 80 free attribute points and a reward of 4 evolution points. Announcement. Evolver Lu Chen, having achieved the highest contribution in this survival wager, has additionally been awarded the Silver Intermediate Ship Equipment, Dragon Scale Armor, as a token of recognition. At this moment, Lu Chen's level had surpassed that of Li Sini, who had been nurtured by the entire district, as he claimed the top spot with level 5. Only at this point did everyone dare to confirm that they had won. They had truly emerged victorious. The chat channel in Novice Area 1000 erupted into a frenzy. It's Lu Chen. It's the great Lu Chen. He has reached level 5 first. This can't be a dream, can it? We actually won. If this is a dream, please don't let me wake up. Above, it is not a dream. Truly not a dream. I just struck myself, and the pain is real, blood streaming from my nose. It is not a dream, genuinely not a dream. We have triumphed. We have emerged victorious. Haha. I feel an overwhelming urge to weep. It is the miraculous prowess of the great Lu Chen that has led us to survive once more. Brother Lu Chen, you are our hero. I adore you. Our adoptive father is incredible. Ahaha. The rewards from Tianyu have arrived. 40 attribute points and a full 2 evolution points. How exhilarating. I never imagined that even as a combat novice, my talent could ascend to D rank. Lu Chen, you are my idol. I love you. My eyes are brimming with tears, and thanks to the great Lu Chen, everyone in our 1000th district has evolved their talents to D rank or higher. Who would have dared to dream of this before? Wow. Fan Yingying leaped joyfully on the wooden boat, her eyes sparkling with admiration. Sister Cindy. It was Brother Lu who led us to victory. He is amazing. I am utterly in love with him. Hearing this, Licini slowly lifted her gaze, her eyes traversing the layers of cloud, as if she could see that upright figure. A smile unconsciously graced her lips as she murmured, "The dead IOU." Lu Chen seems to grow heavier. Meanwhile, Yang Zimo and Long Howren, who had ventured deep into the third-tier sea beast activity zone, exchanged incredulous glances. Their eyes filled with disbelief. We won. Zhou Yu's voice trembled, the steel blade in his hand slipping from shock and clattering onto the deck. We have won. Thanks to Lu Chen. After glancing at the level leaderboard, Long Howren took a deep breath and nodded. This is easy. The lightning in Li Ming's hand gradually dissipated, his face still etched with astonishment. How is it possible that his rate of advancement surpassed the combined total of nearly 1,000 individuals in our 1000th district? How did he achieve this? We won. We truly won. Yang Zimo repeated the words softly, as if to affirm the reality. Then, he suddenly threw his head back and laughed, his laughter resonating with unparalleled joy and excitement. We won. Ha ha ha. With Lu Chen here, the divine Xia is most fortunate. And our nation is exceedingly blessed. There's no need to rush. Those divine Xia are no threat to us at all. Observing his companions hurriedly transporting sea beasts, Park Jong-ho waved dismissively, a relaxed smile adorning his face. He was leading Licini by a staggering 900 points in life energy. Victory in this survival gamble was assured. The thought of being the greatest contributor from District 942 and the impending double rewards caused a smug smile to unconsciously emerge on Park Jong-ho's face. It was all too easy. The victory was too effortless. These divine Xia indeed served merely as fodder for the evolution of our great Goryeo nation. President, once we win this, you will gain 90 attribute points, undoubtedly making you a top-tier powerhouse in the 8th district. At that time, your words will hold immense weight in the 8th major district. A crew member with small eyes flattered him profusely from behind. Naturally, I must thank Tianyu for bringing me here, granting me the chance to become this formidable. Park Jong-ho, buoyed by the praise, held his head high. An expression of arrogance plastered across his face. I believe Tianyu was indeed created by the gods of our great Goryeo Empire, solely to elevate our nation to the most resplendent existence in the universe. Haha, I, Park Jong-ho, am truly the most exceptional. What divine Xia, what Lu Chen, they are merely nourishment for my ascent. Just as Park Jong-ho was lost in dreams of future glory, the announcement from Tianyu suddenly rang out. Announcement. Evolver Lu Chen has reached level 5, and the divine Xia's 1000th novice area has won this survival gamble. Huh. Park Jong-ho furrowed his brow, perplexed. What is happening? I haven't reached level 5 yet. Why did Tianyu announce my victory prematurely? This is too hasty. Even if Tianyu was created by my great Goryeo Empire, they should have the decency to wait for my genuine triumph. However, the small-eyed crew member beside him turned pale, trembling as he whispered, P. President, did you mishear? Tianyu just announced that the divine Xia won. Chapter 58, Slaying Boss-Level Creatures, District-Wide Announcement. What? The divine Xia won? Only then did Park Jong-ho grasp the situation, his expression twisting into a terrifying grimace. He suddenly seized the small-eyed crew member by the collar, lifting him off the ground. What did you just say? The divine Xia won? The crew member trembled like a leaf, his face a mask of despair as he explained, President, I might have misheard. But then, the next announcement from the Tianyu system struck like a bolt from the blue, plunging Park Jong-ho's heart into despair. Announcement. Due to the failure of the gamble, all evolvers in the 942nd novice area will randomly lose 40 attribute points. Announcement. The storm intensity outside the 942nd novice area has increased by 40. Lost. How could this be possible? Park Jong-ho's voice quivered with disbelief as he released his grip on the crew member's collar, staggering back a few steps, ultimately leaning weakly against the ship's railing, as if his very soul had been drained, devoid of all vitality. Simultaneously, within the chat channel of the Goryeo 942C area, the atmosphere, once rife with mockery and disdain for the divine Xia, was now replaced by sheer astonishment. What? We lost. How could we possibly lose? That Licini's rate of advancement clearly cannot compare to our President Park Jong-ho. No. The one who reached level 5 isn't Licini, but that fellow named Lu Chen. Lu Chen, the so-called strongest one the divine Xia boasts about. He was only level 2 before. How could he suddenly reach level 5? This is impossible. How can someone ascend from level 2 to level 5 in such a short time? 3 levels in one go. This is an unfathomable feat. Our formidable President Park Jong-ho, who harnessed the collective strength of our entire 942 district, hasn't he even reached level 5? How could Lu Chen's rate of advancement surpass that of everyone in our 942 district combined? Cheating. He must be cheating. No one can level up this quickly. Anger and resentment spread among the Goryeo people. Yes, Tianyu. We must report the Divine Xia for cheating. ISN T Tianyu created by us, the Great Goryeo? How could they tolerate the Divine Xia's cheating? Tianyu. This gamble should not count. The Divine Xia has cheated. The crowd echoed in agreement, demanding Tianyu intervene and annul the results of the survival gamble. Yet, it appeared that Tianyu had indeed heeded their pleas. A chilling darkness suddenly enveloped the entire 942C area, causing every heart to race. Then, wails erupted as every Goryeo individual felt a force draining from within them. Their attribute points were mercilessly siphoned away by the black mist, 40 points in total. My perception. Tianyu has taken 30 points from perception and 10 points from strength. I can no longer activate my talents. No, do not take my attributes. Alas, it is all over. Every ounce of effort we expended to secure 2 victories in our survival wagers has been rendered futile. With less than 6 days remaining, the toxic mists of the celestial decree will be unleashed. The storms beyond the sea have resumed their terrifying form. What are we to do? At this very moment, within the chat channel of the 8th District, the nations of the Alliance continue to mock the 1000th novice area, like hyenas waiting to feast upon their prey. Friends from Goryeo, what is the status of the battle? Time is running short. Surely victory has been achieved by now? USA, Zone 976. Hurry up. We can no longer contain our impatience to launch our survival wagers against those denizens of the Divine Xia. Gallia, Zone 673. Haha, you foolish imbeciles. Still waiting for those Goryans? They are currently weeping in despair. Divine Xia, Zone 1000. Nanny? What do you mean? Fusong, Zone 903. The meaning is straightforward. We have triumphed. Ha ha ha. Divine Xia, Zone 1000. Oh my god, this is impossible. Goryans, come forth and clarify. USA, Zone 976. Alas, we have lost. South Goryeo, Zone 942. Upon uttering these words, a wave of shock swept through the 8th District. How could the Goryans have lost? It was unfathomable. The Goryans had not only secured one more survival wager than the Divine Xia, but also boasted higher levels. How could defeat befall them? Baka. The Divine Xia possesses such low levels. How could you Goryans possibly lose? Fusong, Zone 903. Harashu. The brothers of Divine Xia are formidable. Let us strike them a resounding blow. Bear Country, Zone 923. Alas, those despicable denizens of Divine Xia have cheated. That Lu Chen. He has soared from level 2 to level 5, surpassing President Park Jong-ho and defeating us. We, the Great Goryeo Empire, refuse to accept this. South Goryeo, Zone 942. Within the halls of the temple, the cunning of the Divine Xia knows no bounds. How can one's leveling speed be so rapid? Oh, Celestial Decree. We from Fusong implore you to eliminate that Lu Chen. Fusong, Zone 903. So it was cheating. How utterly shameless. Celestial Deity. We from the USA concur with the annihilation of Lu Chen. USA, Zone 976. We from the land of the sun agree. We from the Empire of the Rising Sun concur. We from Italy agree. We from Australia concur. In an instant, the chat channel of the 8th District transformed into a lively assembly, with evolutionary beings from various nations casting their votes, the scene both ludicrous and absurd. Oh, Celestial Deity. You must heed our democratic voices and eliminate that cheating Lu Chen. USA, Zone 976. You jest. Lu Chen achieved victory solely through his prowess. Besides, in the world of the Celestial Decree, where lies the opportunity for cheating? Divine Xia, Zone 1000. Haha, when you cannot win, you resort to such tactics? How fitting of the hypocritical and ugly visage of the Americans. Divine Xia, Zone 1000. We from Bear Country support our brothers of Divine Xia. We believe they could not possibly cheat. Lu Chen Harashu, Bear Country, Zone 923. Just as the two sides were embroiled in their heated dispute, a sudden announcement from the Celestial Decree system struck like a thunderbolt, plunging the entire 8th District into silence. For this announcement was broadcast throughout the entirety of the 8th District. Announcement. The evolutionary being Lu Chen from the 1000th Novice Sea area of Divine Xia has successfully slain a boss-level creature, the demonic Gorgon, Tier 5. As the first evolutionary being in the 8th District to defeat a boss-level creature, he is awarded 10 evolution points as a reward. This breathtaking announcement echoed thrice before gradually dissipating into the air. In that moment, the entire 8th District was enveloped in a profound silence. All were stunned, as if cast under a spell of paralysis. A district-wide notice? Slaying a boss-level creature? And it was a tier 5 no less? Is Lu Chen even human? Setting aside the boss-level creature, many had not even laid eyes upon one. Merely mentioning the name of a tier 5 creature sent shivers down the spines of 99 of the evolutionary beings in the 8th district. Even those hailed as top-tier experts often found themselves at a loss against tier 4 sea beasts, relying on teamwork to barely overcome them. Yet, at this moment, they were informed that this evolutionary named Lu Chen had single-handedly slain a tier 5 boss. This was utterly inconceivable, akin to listening to a tale from a fantastical realm. Chapter 59, Infighting Within the Alliance. The nations of the Alliance, who had previously clamored that Lu Chen was cheating, now fell into a profound silence. If expressions could be displayed in the chat channel, the panic and unease in the eyes of the Alliance members would be unmistakable. They had just dared to provoke a man capable of slaying a tier 5 boss. This was akin to dancing on the precipice of death, for if Lu Chen, in a fit of rage, were to issue a survival wager against their region, what chance would they have? After all, they did not believe themselves to be more formidable than a tier 5 boss. Haha, what say you now? Just moments ago, you were all boasting about plundering our attributes in the 1000th zone. Now that our zone is ready, do come forth. Do not merely speak without action. Divine Xia, Zone 1000. Indeed, were you not all so confident before? Do not embarrass yourselves. We in the 1000th zone await your arrival. Divine Xia, Zone 1000. Faced with the taunts of the evolutionary beings from Divine Xia in Zone 1000, not a single soul from the Alliance dared to retort. The current silence starkly contrasted with their previous arrogance, rendering the image of the Alliance nations as nothing short of comical fools. They feared attracting the attention of the Divine Xia, becoming the next targets of a survival wager. After all, the 1000th zone still held a survival wager order yet to be activated. After a lengthy pause, an American finally mustered the courage to break the silence. Galia, Zone 673. Were you not so eager before? Now that the survival wager of that detestable Divine Xia 1000 zone has concluded, you may go and teach them a lesson. USA, Zone 976. Oh, that. We just realized that our survival wager order accidentally fell into the sea. Galia, Zone 673. What a jest. We from Galia were so anxious because we thought that the 1000th zone was an easy target. Who would have guessed they were a slumbering lion? Baka, you Gallians are nothing but cowards. That Lu Chen merely cheated. Fear not. Fusong, Zone 903. Then go ahead. We shall gift you the wager order. Galia, Zone 673. Baka, we, the warriors of Fusong, now require rest. Fusong, Zone 903. Shut it. Enough of this bickering. With so many nations, how could we possibly fail to deal with them? The Land of the Sun, Zone 579. Did you not previously declare your intent to avenge the grievances inflicted upon you by Divine Xia in the Highlands? Now, we offer you this precious opportunity. Go and teach that Lu Chen a proper lesson. USA, Zone 976. The water we drank at lunch was rather unclean. And now everyone has stomachaches. I believe this is perhaps the will of the Divine Shiva, urging us not to dwell too much on our current enmities. Land of the Sun, Zone 579. Foolish. You denizens of the East have lost your conscience. The water here is far cleaner than your Ganges. How can you drink from the Ganges and not suffer from dysentery, yet fall ill from this water? Fusong, District 903. Scoundrels. If only you Fusong people hadn't previously succumbed to them, this Lu Chen would not be so formidable. Alas, it is all your fault. For had you not endowed Lu Chen with so many attributes, we, the Koreans, would not have suffered such a devastating defeat. Foolishness. Although we have lost, at least we have revealed to you the weaknesses of the Divine Xia. It is your ineptitude that has led to our misfortune. What you call a weakness is absurd. Lu Chen is the weakness? His leveling speed surpasses that of our entire multitude combined. You Fusong people are clearly acting with intent. Witnessing the escalating discord among the nations of the Alliance, the evolvers of Divine Xia in District 1000 could not suppress their sardonic smiles. Ha ha ha, this rabble, who only bullies the weak while fearing the strong, shrinks in the presence of true power. Their alliance is inherently fragile, maintained solely by the United States through vested interests. Once their self-interests are threatened, their tenuous coalition will surely crumble. Heh, now is our time for retaliation. With the mighty Lu Chen by our side, we shall make these bastards pay dearly for their arrogance. Yet, the prowess of Lu Chen is truly astonishing. While we, in our numbers, dare to hunt only level 3 sea beasts, Lu Chen single-handedly vanquished a level 5 boss. I can scarcely fathom the might of that boss. The strength of Lu Chen is beyond our imagination. Consider this, at level 2. He was capable of defeating and subjugating a level 4 ghost captain. Who else could accomplish such a feat? To be in the same district as Lu Chen is an unparalleled blessing. Brothers, the storm outside has abated by 60. If we can secure 1 or 2 more victories, all of us in District 1000 will survive. Upon hearing this, cheers erupted throughout District 1000. Marvelous. Long live Lu Chen. Truth be told, our lives are saved by Lu Chen. Without him, we would have perished here long ago. From this day forth, Lu Chen shall be my faith, wherever he points. I shall not stray. In the United States battle zone, Marine Area 976, beneath the turbulent waves, dark currents stirred. Charles gazed at the heated disputes in the chat channel. His expression grim. He knew all too well that if he did not act swiftly, the alliance he had painstakingly built would collapse like a sandcastle. With this thought, his gaze fell upon the blood-red invasion order in his hand, a treasure he had obtained through tremendous effort. Lu Chen, Charles murmured softly, the name weighing heavily on his heart. Lu Chen had become an undeniable threat. It seemed the only way to eliminate him was to utilize the invasion order and enlist the aid of that individual. Oh God, Charles, are you out of your mind? A shocked Catherine, the blonde crew member, exclaimed from behind him, her hands pressed tightly over her lips, disbelief shining in her eyes. You cannot possibly be intending to give that invasion order to that demon from the never-setting sun district? Charles's gaze hardened, his eyes narrowing as his voice took on an unwavering resolve. This Lu Chen can single-handedly slay level 5 bosses. His power is beyond imagination. Even if we in District 976 exert all our efforts, we may not stand a chance against him. If we do not seek the aid of that individual, the survival stakes of Divine Xia will inevitably target us. But, Charles, have you considered the consequences of such an action? Catherine's voice quivered slightly. Should that monster obtain the invasion order, his power would become even more uncontrollable. Chapter 60, A Bountiful Harvest. However, Charles had made his decision. His voice was as cold as the winter wind. Catherine, cease your protests. My mind is made up. The demon from the never-setting sun district, no matter how formidable, is merely a man of brute strength. But Divine Xia is different. Lu Chen is different. They possess the strength of unity, exceptional wisdom, and relentless diligence. Back on Blue Star, our United States underestimated Divine Xia, allowing them to soar to great heights within mere decades, thus posing a significant threat to us. In the world of Tianyu, I will not repeat the same mistakes. I will grant them no opportunities. On Giant Lizard Island, Fuyao covered her red lips with her hands, her eyes widening in disbelief. As if time had frozen at that moment, the being that absorbed the powerful dark demon essence, the Gorgon, capable of driving the entire merfolk tribe from their habitat, the Gorgon, capable of annihilating all living beings, was slain in a single strike by the human elder brother. Is this all real? In her mind's eye, the breathtaking scene replayed involuntarily, every frame etched vividly in her heart. With the words break wind crashing like thunder, Lu Chen's form surged forth, akin to a specter in the night, accelerating to the utmost limit in an instant. The obsidian long knife in his hand seemed to devour all surrounding light, growing ever more profound and inscrutable. The blade gently tapped the ground, leveraging its force to leap into the air, generating an intense gale that ripped through the air, producing a sharp howl. The solid black crystal encasing the Gorgon shimmered coldly under the sun, yet it could not impede Lu Chen's brilliance. Lu Chen's figure twisted enigmatically in midair. His long knife swung at an inconceivable angle, tracing a brilliantly vivid arc, an exquisite fusion of speed and strength, as if space itself were cleaved by the blade. Clang! In the instant of collision between the blade's radiance and the black crystal, there was no anticipated clash of metal. Instead, a crisp and fleeting sound resonated, followed by the delicate shattering of the black crystal. Lu Chen's obsidian long knife pierced through the seemingly indestructible defenses of the Gorgon as easily as slicing tofu. The blade flashing past, leaving behind a resplendent fissure spanning several feet. The Gorgon's massive form stiffened for a moment, then collapsed with a thunderous crash, billowing dust into the air. Its once mighty body, now marred by cracks, resembled shattered glass struck by a boulder, fragments scattering everywhere. Its eyes still bore a glimmer of disbelief, as if it could not comprehend that having absorbed the dark demon essence and possessing such terrifying defenses, it would be slain in a single strike. Fuyao stood rooted in place, witnessing all of this, her heart overwhelmed with shock. That strike was not merely a display of power. It was the pinnacle of will and skill, not only vanquishing the Gorgon, but also etching an indelible mark upon her heart. This was all so real it was hard to believe, yet it unfolded before her in a stunning spectacle. Elder brother is amazing. After a prolonged silence, Fuyao finally managed to utter this phrase, but then she recalled the enormous lizard that threatened the safety of all her kin, now slain by the human elder brother. An uncontrollable joy surged within her. Just as she was about to cheer for Lu Chen, the conch shell at her waist suddenly sounded, blaring. Her complexion changed abruptly, and an ominous premonition surged within her. Oh no, it was the signal from Brother Hoween. Something must have gone awry in the tribe. Subsequently, she cast a lingering glance at Lu Chen, then with a sudden flick of her tail, she plunged into the azure waters with a splash, her tail swaying as she swiftly vanished beneath the waves. Ding! You have slain a boss-level creature, the demonic Gorgon, tier 5, and gained 8,000 life energy points. Ding! The demonic Gorgon is a cursed creature. You have earned 500 execution points. Position, Overseer, 510,000. Ding! Congratulations on successfully reaching level 5. Ding! As an Overseer, your attributes gained upon leveling up are doubled. Strength, 20. Agility, 20. Constitution, 20. Perception, 20. Free attribute points, 10. Ding! Due to your ascension to level 5 ahead of others, you have won a survival wager against the South Korean War Zone's 942 Beginner Sea area. As the highest contributor in this survival wager, you have received an additional 80 free attribute points and 4 evolution points. As the highest contributor in this survival wager, you have also obtained a piece of silver-level ship equipment, Dragon Scale Armor. Dragon Scale Armor, silver level. Crafted meticulously from rare dragon scales, can be embedded in critical areas of a ship, requiring one small equipment slot. This armor piece is not only as hard as iron, but can also absorb and rebound enemy attacks to a certain extent. Ding! As the first evolver in District 8 to defeat a boss-level creature, you have earned 10 evolution points. As the incessant chime of the celestial prompts resonated in his mind, Lu Chen slowly spread his arms, allowing the surging energy within him to swell like a tidal wave, a look of almost obsessive joy illuminating his face. In this moment, he profoundly understood why the powerful figures in novels were perpetually consumed by an insatiable thirst for strength. The sensation of this burgeoning power was indeed intoxicating. The rewards from this successful hunt of the Gorgon were simply immeasurable. The Gorgon alone had contributed a staggering 8,000 points of energy, directly propelling Lu Chen to the next level, along with winning the survival wager against the Koreans. As the top contributor, he was granted an impressive 80 attribute points and 4 evolution points, equivalent to what an average evolver would need to achieve through 2 levels of advancement. The rarity of such a bounty was beyond comprehension. Furthermore, the Gorgon had also added 500 execution points to Lu Chen's overseer position. Although this seemed trivial compared to the 10,000 points required for promotion, it was undoubtedly a promising start towards greater heights. After all, the Gale Break technique had already demonstrated such astonishing power. If the overseer could advance and unlock new skills, its might would surely surpass imagination. What thrilled Lu Chen the most was that, as a boss-level creature, the slaying of the Gorgon had bestowed upon him a remarkable 10 evolution points. It is worth noting that evolution points are a scarce resource used to enhance talents, far more valuable than attribute points. Typically, even upon achieving significant feats, the celestial system would begrudgingly award just 1 or 2 points as a reward. Yet this time, it had astonishingly granted him a full 10 points at once. What a delight! Chapter 61, Dark Demon Essence, Boss Template. Name, Lu Chen Cursed. Level, 5, 10,000. Position, Overseer, 510,000. Evolution points, 16. Death energy, 3,100. Strength, 152. Agility, 146. Constitution, 152. Perception, 156. Free attribute points, 90. Following his level advancement, Lu Chen's attribute panel experienced a remarkable surge. Not only did he possess 90 free attributes, but he also accumulated 16 evolution points. He pondered whether this substantial number of evolution points would suffice to elevate his bone manipulation talent to A tier. Lu Chen gazed at the panel, mentally calculating. In addition to bone manipulation, he had 2 other B tier talents, Undying Curse and Onmyoji. Although the Undying Curse granted him immortality, it was still a curse after all. The higher the evolution, the harsher the curse would become. As for advancing the Onmyoji talent to A tier, which required 16 evolution points, he indeed had enough. However, this talent was steeped in mundane cultural nuances that Lu Chen found rather unappealing, so upon careful consideration, he decided to prioritize upgrading bone manipulation first, as it aligned perfectly with his affinity for necromantic talents and would only require half the evolution points. But before proceeding with that, there was something more pressing to attend to. Lu Chen's gaze swept across the chaotic battlefield, where the massive corpse of the Gorgon lay surrounded by the remains of several giant rock-armored lizards. He needed Tuanzi to absorb these corpses first, as the Gorgon possessed a B-tier talent. Tuanzi, it's time to work, he called out. Tuanzi? Lu Chen tilted his head slightly, his gaze falling on the backpack behind him. There, The little creature lay sprawled out, blissfully asleep and drooling adorably, its appearance sweet and innocent. Seeing Tawanzi in such a carefree state brought a smile to Lu Chen's face. This little one truly had a carefree spirit. While its master was embroiled in a fierce battle with the Gorgon, it could sleep so soundly. But then again, considering Tawanzi's species, the Gorgon, despite being a boss-level creature, would be no different from an ant in Tawanzi's eyes, allowing it to sleep without any reservations. Little one, I too require 10,000 points of life energy to level up, just like you. From now on, we can strive to level up together. Lu Chen gently patted Tawanzi's soft head, his tone filled with warmth. At this moment, Tawanzi's life energy had accumulated to level 1,5480,10000. Only a little over 4,000 points remained until the next level. Lu Chen felt a surge of curiosity, wondering how many levels Tawanzi needed to reach in order to transition from its juvenile phase to the growth phase. Once Tawanzi entered its growth phase, it would possess a certain level of combatability. At that time, the true terror of the God-Tier North Sea Giant would begin to reveal itself, allowing the world to witness the genuine horrors it could unleash. With a lazy stretch, Tawanzi opened its eyes wide as Lu Chen gently caressed it. Its 8 tiny tentacles unfurled, and it let out a yawn. Goo-goo-goo. Sensing the newfound vitality coursing through its being, Tawanzi instantly perked up, leaping out of the backpack and excitedly climbing onto Lu Chen's cheek, nuzzling affectionately against him. Ha ha ha, all right. All right. After a brief moment of playful banter between Lu Chen and Tawanzi, he gestured towards the corpse of the Gorgon and commanded, Tawanzi, go and absorb this large lizard before you. It is brimming with valuable resources. Gugaway. Tawanzi obediently nodded, then gracefully leaped down from Lu Chen's side and began to crawl towards the Gorgon's lifeless body. At that moment, a furious roar shattered the tranquility. Who the hell killed me just now? It's me, Jack, back again. Resurrected Jack stormed in from a distance, and upon seeing the Gorgon had already perished, he placed his hands on his hips and declared with bravado, consider yourself fortunate to have died quickly. Otherwise, I would have extracted your tendons to fashion them into rubber bands. Lu Chen regarded Jack with a slight smile, choosing not to comment. Although Jack was often a buffoon, he displayed remarkable prowess in battle. Contemplating this, Lu Chen gently waved his hand, and a torrent of death energy surged into Jack's body, causing his strength to visibly escalate. Now that Lu Chen had ascended to level 5, he could enhance the power of his undead minions to the 5th tier by consuming death energy. Holy cow! I've evolved to the 5th tier, Jack exclaimed, excitement coursing through him, quickly realizing that this boon came from Lu Chen. He rushed to embrace Lu Chen's leg, exclaiming, Ah, Captain, after so many years of being cursed, my power was suppressed at tier 4, but now you've enabled my breakthrough. I adore you. I want to give you little skeletons. As he spoke, Jack's decaying visage sought to nuzzle against Lu Chen's leg, prompting a twitch in Lu Chen's eye, who promptly kicked Jack away, shouting, Get lost. Moments later, Tawanzi returned, its little belly round and plump, excitedly extending its soft, gooey tentacles towards Lu Chen, chirping, Gugaway. Tawanzi is amazing. Lu Chen grasped Tawanzi's tentacle, and instantly, a tremendous energy surged into his body. Ding. Successfully absorbed the corrupted Gorgon, tier 5. You have gained B-class talent, mountainous strength. Constitution increased by 12 points. Ding. You now possess the Observer template and cannot absorb Dark Demon Essence. Absorbing Dark Demon Essence would grant you the Boss template. Lu Chen raised an eyebrow, pondering the Dark Demon Essence. His gaze shifted to the detailed explanation provided by the Celestial Edict, and he quickly understood that this so-called Dark Demon Essence was likely the reason the Gorgon could evolve into a boss-level creature. Tawanzi's SSS class talent, Abyssal Absorption, indeed lived up to its name, directly absorbing the Dark Demon Essence from within the Gorgon. Unfortunately, for Lu Chen, who already held the Observer template that surpassed the Boss template, the Dark Demon Essence had become worthless. Tawanzi, spit it out. This substance is of no use to us. Upon hearing Lu Chen's words, Tawanzi opened its small mouth, and a viscous, gel-like, malevolent energy was expelled, landing on the ground as if it were a compact manifestation of endless darkness and evil. Nearby, Jack's keen eyes immediately fixated on the Dark Demon Essence Tawanzi had expelled, a glimmer of excitement flashing across his gaze. He rushed forward, exclaiming, Oh, isn't this the legendary Dark Demon Essence? What a rare treasure. Yet, he quickly shook his head, a look of regret crossing his face. Alas, while it is indeed a good thing, the side effects are too severe. Consuming this could drive one insane. Chapter 62. Jack becomes a boss. Huh, Captain, why are you staring at me like that? Jack turned around to find Lu Chen squinting thoughtfully at him, his right hand absent-mindedly stroking his chin. Hee hee, Captain, Please don't look at me like that. It gives me the creeps. Jack instinctively took a step back, awkwardly chuckling, as a sense of foreboding washed over him. Indeed, Jack. Go ahead and consume that dark demon essence. Lu Chen's command rendered Jack momentarily frozen, his body nearly petrified. He forced a smile that looked more like a grimace. Captain, if I eat this, I'll go mad and attack everyone indiscriminately. Perhaps it's best to reconsider. Eat it when I tell you to eat it. Stop being so verbose. Lu Chen raised an eyebrow, speaking with irritation. If others go mad, that's their problem. You can be resurrected. So what are you afraid of? Right. Jack suddenly realized. I can be resurrected, so what do I have to fear? Even if I go mad. One death and one resurrection will wipe away any negative states. Upon death, all negative states are cleared from the creature. Enlightened, Jack's face lit up with excitement. Captain, you're brilliant. With that in mind, this dark demon essence is practically a panacea for me. No more chatter. Hurry up and eat it. He got it. Without further ado, Jack snatched the dark demon essence and stuffed it into his mouth. Ugh, Captain, be careful. I'll definitely attack you after consuming this, and oh, it's a bit hard to swallow. As the dark demon essence settled in his stomach, Jack's aura suddenly became chaotic, an ominous premonition permeating the air. His neck twisted grotesquely, as if a sinister and terrifying power was awakening within him, stirring restlessly. Gui. Tawanzi observed Jack's peculiar transformation. Tugging at Lu Chen's clothing with its tentacles, its large eyes filled with concern. Over the past few days, Tawanzi had grown fond of Jack, and witnessing his strange demeanor caused it great worry. Tawanzi, it's all right. Jack will soon return to his normal self. Lu Chen cradled Tawanzi in his arms, gently patting its back while keeping his gaze fixed intently on Jack. At that moment, the dark energy within Jack erupted violently, akin to a volcano spewing forth its molten core. He emitted beast-like gasps, his limbs twisting uncontrollably, his eyes gradually consumed by pure darkness, losing all semblance of their former hue. Clearly, the malevolent power of the dark demon essence was irrevocably transforming him. Jia. Jack's shoulders trembled violently as he unleashed a chilling, sinister laugh, a sound reminiscent of something emerging from the depths of hell, sending shivers down one's spine. Kill. I shall annihilate everything. Suddenly, Jack's eyes widened with a fierce, bloodthirsty desire. He forcefully stomped his right foot onto the ground, propelling himself forward like an arrow released from a bow, his speed astonishing. Jack's face contorted into a grotesque mask, his right hand coalescing a mass of black crystal into a sharp, claw-like appendage that screamed through the air as it plunged toward Lu Chen's heart. Impressive speed. Lu Chen nodded appreciatively, raising his right hand to emit a crisp snap of his fingers. In an instant, Jack's distorted, ghastly visage shattered like a broken vase, exploding into fragments. PFF, accompanied by a deep, resonating explosion, flesh and blood splattered like fine rain, as Jack's headless body, propelled by inertia, staggered forward a couple of steps before ultimately collapsing in a despondent heap. Regardless of how formidable Jack had become after his transformation, he remained but a vassal of Lu Chen, whose whims could determine life or death in an instant. Lu Chen's gaze fell upon Jack's attribute panel, which had undergone a remarkable transformation. Undead, cursed captain, demonized Jack, boss-level entity. Traits: remarkable speed, absence of pain, increasing ferocity in battle, high intelligence, cunning, brutal, bloodthirsty. Talent: undying curse, grade B. Skill: dark demon sword, grade B. Combat power assessment: 5th tier. A 5th tier boss-level undead is capable of inciting calamity. Indeed, after absorbing the dark, demonic essence, Jack had ascended to a boss-level entity. Unlike Gorgon, who emphasized defense, Jack seemed to prioritize speed, endowed with the boss template. He would undoubtedly become an extraordinarily sharp blade in Lu Chen's hands, alleviating many burdens. Comparatively, who was stronger, Jack or the demonized Gorgon? A slight smile graced Lu Chen's lips as he pondered this. Speaking of Gorgon, Lu Chen suddenly recalled something. What about that enchanting little mermaid named Fuyao? Previously, during the confrontation with Gorgon, Fuyao had extended great goodwill towards Lu Chen, particularly with that shell that had greatly assisted him. Lu Chen was a man who distinguished between gratitude and grievance. Having received her kindness, he felt compelled to express his thanks. However, as he scanned his surroundings in search of Fuyao, he found only the churning waves of the sea, devoid of her presence. Never mind. Perhaps he would have the chance to convey his gratitude when their paths crossed again in the future. Shaking his head, Lu Chen decided not to dwell on it, as it was merely a minor interlude. Subsequently, he commenced the task of cleaning the battlefield, meticulously collecting the scattered corpses of the colossal rock-armored lizards into his storage ring. Feeling a twinge of regret, the once mighty horde of rock-armored lizards, upon witnessing their leader Gorgon slain by Lu Chen's blade, had fled in a panic, disappearing into the depths of the sea. Otherwise, those lizards could have provided Lu Chen with a substantial amount of life energy. Then, Lu Chen let out a whistle. And instantly, a pristine white seagull swooped down from the sky. Through the shared vision of the seagull, Lu Chen gained a perspective that allowed him to scrutinize every inch of giant lizard island. Before departing, he wanted to ascertain whether there were any valuable resources remaining on the island. He recalled discovering a vast expanse of robust grass on Goblin Island during his last visit. However, Giant Lizard Island was rugged and sparsely vegetated, seemingly devoid of any rare herbs. Just then, an unusual hue caught his attention. Amidst the eroded crevices of a rock wall, a glimmering brass-like sheen was faintly visible. Was this copper ore? A surge of joy filled Lu Chen as he hurried forward to examine it closely. Indeed, it was copper ore. While copper was not considered a rare commodity on Blue Star, its value in the vast ocean was incomparable, especially since upgrading the advanced novice boat to a basic single-masted sailboat required 5 units of copper ingots as essential materials. Materials required to upgrade advanced novice boat: 1 tier 8 crystal core, 5 copper ingots, 80 wood, 20 fibers, 10 iron ingots. Chapter 63. Evolution, Evolution, Evolution. Lu Chen gathered all the visible copper ore and placed it within his storage ring. Then, using the seagull to survey Giant Lizard Island once more, he confirmed that there were no other valuable resources remaining before returning to the ghostly ship with Tuanzi and Jack's body. Wow, Captain, I am invincible. I am invincible. On the deck, Jack transformed into a shadowy figure, darting about with exuberance, exclaiming, Tuanzi, look how fast I am. Jack zipped past little Tuanzi who, frustrated and baring his teeth, could only squawk in indignation, unable to catch up with Jack. Watching Jack and Tuanzi frolic on the deck, Lu Chen chuckled and shook his head, feeling a sense of relief. He had previously worried that Jack might undergo a drastic personality change after absorbing the dark essence, especially since the attribute panel had introduced traits of brutality and bloodlust. However, seeing Jack's playful demeanor reassured him. What Lu Chen was unaware of was that Jack's jovial behavior was limited to his interactions with him, in the presence of enemies. Jack would transform into a true boss-level undead, instilling profound fear and despair in his adversaries. Once he had dealt with the spoils of war, it was time for the 1000th district to retaliate. Lu Chen gently caressed his storage ring, his eyes glinting with cold determination. Those rascals from the allied nations had grown too bold. It was time for them to pay for their arrogance. With a swift motion of his right arm, over a dozen massive corpses of rock-armored lizards materialized on the deck, resembling a small mountain piled high. Suddenly, a thought struck Lu Chen, given the time that had passed. There ought to be someone in the 1000th district who had managed to hunt down a sea beast with a talent. Subsequently, Lu Chen accessed the trading page of the system, and upon a mere glance, he found himself momentarily taken aback. To his astonishment, 6 individuals had gifted him a total of 8 sea beast corpses. Moreover, these were not ordinary rock-armored lizards. They were all precious sea beasts that had awakened unique talents. Among sea beasts, the occurrence of individuals awakening talents was exceedingly rare, and even someone as formidable as Lu Chen relied on luck to hunt such beasts. Yet, these individuals could have traded for robust grass or other valuable items from Lu Chen, but chose instead to offer their gifts freely. It seemed the added strength in numbers held true after all. A smile crept across Lu Chen's face. With the growing strength of the 1000th district, their returns to him became increasingly generous. The enhancement of others' abilities meant they could assist Lu Chen in hunting down more talented sea beasts, allowing him to continuously absorb talents and attribute points through Tuanzi. Thus, the prospect of evolving all talents to S-grade and beyond was merely a matter of time. Tuanzi, it's time to get to work. Gugug. Ding. Successfully absorbed rock-armored lizard X10, 4th tier. You have gained 810 points in Constitution. Ding. Successfully absorbed ice-armored lobster, 3rd tier. You have acquired D-grade talent, Ice Manipulation, increasing strength by 6 points. Ding. Successfully absorbed crystal coral, 1st tier. You have acquired E-grade talent, Constitution Enhancement, increasing Constitution by 2 points. Ding. Successfully absorbed four-eyed sea snake, 1st tier. You have acquired an F-level talent, Visual Enhancement, increasing agility by 2 points. Thank you for your hard work, Little Dumpling. With a flurry of activity from the Little Dumpling, Lu Chen successfully absorbed 8 talents, which are Ice Manipulation, D-level, Physical Enhancement, E-level, Perception Enhancement, E-level, Olfactory Enhancement, E2, Speed Enhancement, E-level, Auditory Amplification, E-level, and Visual Enhancement, F-level. With 86 points in Physicality, 6 points in Agility, 4 points in Perception, and 6 points in Strength, There is no doubt that this constitutes another wave of extraordinary augmentation. With the support of the dumpling, Lu Chen's path to strength feels almost like a cheat. Ding, your D-level talent, ice manipulation, has met the evolution criteria and successfully evolved into a C-level talent, ice control. Ding, your E-level talent, auditory amplification, has met the evolution criteria and successfully evolved into a D-level talent, auditory sensation. Ding, your E-level talent, physical enhancement, has met the evolution criteria and successfully evolved into a D-level talent, physical amplification. Ding, your E-level talent, perception enhancement, has met the evolution criteria and successfully evolved into a D-level talent, perception amplification. Ding, your F-level talent, visual enhancement, has met the evolution criteria and successfully evolved into an E-level talent, visual amplification, accompanied by a series of notifications. 5 talents have met their evolution conditions and begun to transform. After the evolution, none of the 18 talents Lu Chen possesses are below E-level. B-level Undying Curse, Mountainous Strength, Onmyoji. C-level, Bone Control, 4, Plant Affinity, Poison Control, Flame Control, 5, Ice Control. D-level, Strength Amplification, Speed Amplification, 5, Invisibility, Earth Manipulation, Perception Amplification, Physical Amplification. Auditory Sensation. E-level, Olfactory Amplification, 10, X-ray Vision, Visual Amplification. It turns out that the next stage of auditory amplification is auditory sensation. Lu Chen gazed at his talent panel, his brow slightly raised. This marks the first supportive talent to transcend into a new realm beyond amplification. He wondered what auditory sensation would evolve into next. Curiosity welled within him, and with a thought, auditory sensation surged forth like a tide, instantly magnifying all surrounding sounds, which flooded his ears with clarity. The roaring of the sea, the graceful swimming of fish, the melodious howling of the sea breeze. Every subtle sound in nature became extraordinarily vivid to Lu Chen, as if it were within reach. It appears my hearing has reached the very threshold of human perception. A premonition surged within Lu Chen. When auditory sensation evolves once more, the assistance it provides will far exceed the simple act of hearing. Perhaps he could create sounds at will, weaving a net of illusion to confound his enemies, or manipulate the power of sound into an invisible blade, launching a lethal attack against foes. Such thoughts may seem fantastical, yet in this world brimming with infinite possibilities and miracles, all is achievable, awaiting his exploration and discovery. Strengthening his capabilities is imperative. There remain countless unknowns in this world that require his exploration. Lu Chen sighed softly, pulling his thoughts back to reality. At this moment, he held a precious 90 points of free attributes in his hand. Without hesitation, he resolutely allocated all these attribute points to perception. Chapter 64. Successfully evolved to A-level talent. Perception has always been his most vital attribute, without exception. With a subtle fluctuation, Lu Chen's attribute panel rejuvenated. Strength, 158, average for the same level, 65. Agility, 152, average for the same level, 65. Physicality, 250, average for the same level, 65. Perception, 250, average for the same level, 65. Evolution points, 16. He hoped these 16 evolution points would suffice to elevate bone control to a level. With determination, Lu Chen promptly invested 4 points into bone control, and in an instant, a profound understanding and perception inundated his heart, granting him deeper insights into the mysteries of bones and the undead. Ding, due to your remarkable affinity with the necromantic talent. Consuming 4 evolution points, bone control, C-level, successfully evolved into death resonance, B-level. It succeeded. Immediately, Lu Chen's gaze shifted to the evolution requirements for Death Resonance's next stage, a wave of delight washing over him. It required only 8 points. Indeed, the necromantic path was his destined talent. The threshold for advancing from B-level to A-level was astonishingly half that of other categories. The 16 points needed for Onmyoji seemed exceedingly burdensome in comparison. Subsequently, Lu Chen unhesitatingly chose to continue upgrading Death Resonance. Ding, consuming 8 evolution points. Death Resonance is currently evolving. Remaining evolution points, 4. As the notification from the system reverberated, Lu Chen's heart raced with anticipation. An A-level talent was a mysterious domain he had yet to touch. He could hardly wait to witness the extraordinary power it would bestow upon him. Suddenly, Lu Chen's consciousness seemed to be engulfed by an invisible vortex, drawn into an unfamiliar and profound space. Here, darkness prevailed, a heavy shroud enveloping the sky, stars concealed, and light extinguished. Only endless gloom and silence pervaded the surroundings. Beneath his feet lay a vast expanse of tightly packed bones, stacked like mountains, extending to the horizon. as if forming the very foundation of this world. Amongst the bones, countless grotesque and terrifying undead creatures roamed, emitting chilling howls and roars. In the silent sky, a skeletal dragon, over 1,000 meters in length, slowly unfurled its wings woven from countless bones. Its massive body flickered in the darkness, each flap of its wings seemingly capable of shaking the very stillness of the undead realm, bringing forth a heart-stopping tempest. What is this place? Lu Chen stood amidst this terrifying land of bones, yet fear did not arise within him. On the contrary, he felt an inexplicable sense of familiarity and belonging, as if he were the sovereign of this realm of the undead. Deep within, an enigmatic voice whispered, "Here lies the realm of the undead." In an instant, a torrent of insights regarding necromancy surged into his mind. He felt as though he could perceive the essence of undead life, hearing the lamentations and obsessions contained within every bone. Beneath those seemingly cold bones, there existed another form of life, a being that transcended the boundaries of life and death. He closed his eyes and took a deep breath, inhaling the heavy scent of death that permeated the air. He felt every wisp of death energy circulating and converging within the realm of the dead, gaining a profound understanding of the life cycle of undead beings. The death energy in the underworld is not merely a negative force. Rather, it is a confluence of the lives and deaths of countless beings, imbued with the mysteries of life's demise and rebirth, a cycle that is both brutal and tender. As his insights deepened, Lu Chen's original resonance with death began to ascend to a higher realm, propelled by a formidable force. Ding! Congratulations! Your death resonance, B level, has successfully evolved into Undead Mastery, A level, success rate, 100. Reminder, for evolvers of the same tier, the success rate for evolving to A-level talent is 30, to S-level is 3, and to SS level is 0. 1. Reminder, if talent evolution is unattainable, evolution points can be consumed to develop skills. Ding. Due to your profound comprehension of undead talents, you have successfully grasped the skill, Corpse Explosion, A-level. Lu Chen slowly opened his eyes, a profound light shimmering within them. It appeared that the success rate for evolving to A-level talent was a mere 30, which destined those of mediocre aptitude, regardless of how many evolution points or resources they acquired, to never attain high-tier talents and become the pinnacle of strength in the world. Is this the power of A-level talent? With a nonchalant snap of his fingers, four imposing skeletal warriors clad in dark iron armor materialized out of thin air. Kneeling uniformly before him, each skeletal warrior emanated the overwhelming aura of a fifth-tier powerhouse. Gazing at these four loyal skeletal warriors, Lu Chen's lips curled into a satisfied smile. Remarkably, summoning these four formidable skeletal warriors had not cost him a single drop of death energy. Freed from the constraints of death energy, as long as he possessed sufficient mental strength, he could summon an endless army of the undead. Even more exhilarating was the unexpected acquisition of a brand new skill during this evolution. Skill, Corpse Explosion, A-level. An exceedingly brutal undead skill that enables a corpse or undead being to self-detonate, unleashing a devastating explosion that inflicts immense damage upon enemies. There is a reason why the undead skills are feared by the world. They are exceedingly savage. Wow, Captain, how have you changed so much in such a short time? Jack exclaimed, his eyes wide with astonishment as he looked at Lu Chen. For some inexplicable reason, he felt an overwhelming urge to kneel. Wait a minute, I, Jack, am now at least a boss-level entity. Why do I still feel compelled to kneel before the captain? Jack shook his head helplessly. Just then, his gaze inadvertently swept across the sea behind Lu Chen, and his eyes brightened. Captain, look, it's that little mermaid. Everyone gritted their teeth and swam with all their might, resolutely refusing to give up. Fuyao clutched Haoyin tightly, her small face filled with anxiety as her fishtail flicked rapidly, creating waves. At this moment, Haoyin in her arms had his right arm severed at the shoulder, and his chest was pierced by a menacing sea spear, crimson blood flowing like a stream and staining the surrounding waters. Had it not been for Fuyao's continuous healing ability, he would have succumbed long ago. Beside Fuyao, a large group of merfolk were desperately thrashing their tails, striving to flee, yet behind them, dozens of menacing Naga pursued relentlessly. Within Fuyao's tribe were many elderly and weak individuals, directly hindering the entire group's speed, causing them to be steadily overtaken by the Naga, placing them in imminent peril. Chapter 65, The Naga Tribe. As the Naga drew closer, the aged merfolk leader, Haoyin, tightened his grip on the coral hammer, declaring sternly, "No, if this continues, not a single one of us from the Sea Tide tribe will escape. All fifth-tier elders, stay here with me to hold off the Naga. The rest of you scatter and flee. Every escapee counts." Upon uttering these words, Haoyin's eyes shone with determination, having resolved himself to face death. He had not anticipated that the Naga, who had always been evenly matched with the merfolk, would suddenly produce a 7th-tier powerhouse, abruptly disrupting the delicate balance between the two tribes. Yes, leader. The 4 5th-tier merfolk elders responded in unison, their eyes equally resolute. They understood well what it meant to choose to stay. Facing the Naga, creatures that fed on merfolk hearts to gain greater strength, the hope of survival was bleak. Yet, despite the fear swirling in their hearts, the elders' gazes bore no trace of wavering. The tribe consisted of their blood kin and descendants, and to secure even a second more of survival for them, they were willing to sacrifice their lives without hesitation. No, grandfather leader, Uncle Haiqiong, don't give up. You must believe in me. Seeing her grandfather and several elder uncles preparing to stay behind and face death, Fu Yao was on the verge of tears, her voice filled with urgency and pleading. That human big brother, he can definitely help us fend off those Naga. He is just ahead on Giant Lizard Island. If we hold on a little longer, we'll be there soon. Leader, Fu Yao is right. Though weak, Hao-Yin managed to muster his voice. That human is truly powerful. Yes, 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 grandfather leader, my brother and I would never deceive everyone. I don't want to lose any more family. Fu Yao's words were choked with emotion, tears welling in her eyes as she recalled several friends who had already been captured by the pursuing Naga and had their hearts devoured. Hao-Yin gazed at Fu Yao, his deep-set eyes flickering with complex emotions. He understood that if they chose to disperse and flee, they might save some tribe members. However, if they followed Fu Yao's suggestion to head to Giant Lizard Island, and that human was not a match for the Naga, the entire tribe would plunge into irretrievable despair. Yet, gazing into Fu Yao's hopeful and resolute eyes, Hao-Yin felt an inexplicable trust welling up within him. He took a deep breath and said solemnly, "All right, I trust you two siblings. Everyone, with all your might, head towards Giant Lizard Island." Soon, the outline of Giant Lizard Island gradually came into view for the merfolk, while a mysterious black vessel, shrouded in thick black mist, quietly caught Fu Yao's eye. It was the Phantom. Just then, a familiar voice, teasing yet familiar, rang out. "Well, Little Mermaid, we meet again." Upon hearing Jack's voice, Fu Yao's face instantly lit up with a radiant smile. "Zombie Big Brother. It's Zombie Big Brother." She then turned to Hao-Yin and the other merfolk, exclaiming, "Grandfather leader, everyone, we are saved. This is the super powerful human Big Brother ship that I told you about." However, in stark contrast to Fu Yao's exuberance, Hao-Yin, Haiqiong, and the other mermen gazed at the ominous black vessel with furrowed brows. Upon that dark ship, Hao-Yin could discern no aura of a 7th-tier powerhouse. Not even the presence of a 6th-tier warrior was palpable. "Fu Yao, what is the current cultivation level of that human you mentioned?" Hao-Yin's voice was heavy with foreboding. I believe my big brother is at the 5th tier now," Fu Yao replied, tilting her head in recollection. "Yes, he was originally at the 2nd tier. But after battling the Gorgon, he ascended to the 5th tier. My big brother is truly formidable." Yet, upon hearing Fu Yao's words, a chorus of lamentations arose from the crowd. "Oh, Fu Yao, dear child, you have brought calamity upon us all." The elder merman, Haiqiong, struck the water's surface with a resounding slap, his voice tinged with despair. He had intended to reprimand Fu Yao, but gazing upon her innocent visage, he swallowed his reproach, recognizing her good intentions. Hao-Yin and the other elders sighed in unison, their expressions laden with disappointment and hopelessness. "What ails you all? My big brother is incredibly strong. Even the Gorgon could not match him. He will surely aid us against the Naga." Fu Yao clenched her tiny pink fists, evidently filled with unwavering confidence in Lu Chen. Indeed, the ability to vanquish a peak 5th-tier Gorgon is impressive. However, a 7th-tier Naga has emerged from somewhere among their ranks. No matter how powerful this human may be, he is still but at the 5th tier. How could he possibly contend with a 7th-tier Naga? Hao-Yin shook his head in resignation, sighing as he explained. "No. Big Brother defeated a demonic variant," Fu Yao insisted, eager to clarify, but her words were abruptly interrupted by a cacophony of derisive laughter. "Ha! You spineless fishfolk. Why aren't you fleeing? Have you found a savior?" With this raucous laughter, dozens of Naga warriors, their serpentine heads and robust arms forming a menacing circle around the merfolk, advanced. The leader, a Naga marked by a prominent scar across his face, sneered maliciously at the mermen. As the chieftain of this Naga clan, Sabas was overwhelmed with uncontainable pride and elation. He could hardly believe that a dignitary from the Naga royal family would deign to visit their humble locale. With this great one's formidable support, those troublesome mermen would soon find themselves as delectable morsels on their plates. Yet, the agile mermen were proving difficult to ensnare in one fell swoop, but it seemed they were foolishly fleeing towards the dead end of Giant Lizard Island, making it all too easy for the Naga. "Chieftain, I just heard that mermen say there are reinforcements for them aboard that black vessel." A Naga warrior stealthily approached Sabas to report in hushed tones. Reinforcements from the human race? Sabas gazed intently at the black ship, shrouded in swirling darkness and barely visible, his brows knitting together in contemplation. The human race was not to be underestimated. They possessed boundless potential and vast numbers. When had the merfolk allied with humanity? Just as his thoughts were racing, the black mist surrounding the ship began to roil, as if parting at the behest of an unseen force, revealing a tall figure standing upon the deck. Chapter 66. Boss Jack. Sabas squinted to get a better look, erupting into raucous laughter. A fifth tier? Ha! How absurd. You merfolk must be out of your minds to consider a mere fifth-tier human as your salvation. This is utterly laughable. The surrounding Naga warriors joined in, their cruel and mocking laughter echoing, as if the fate of the merfolk was already sealed, destined to be their prey on the chopping block. Upon seeing that imposing figure, despair engulfed Haiyuan and the others. Indeed, it was only a fifth tier. In such dire circumstances, what could a fifth-tier human accomplish? Not to mention the formidable seventh-tier Naga. Even Sabas at the sixth tier would be beyond his reach. A bitter pang stirred within Haiyuan, and he inhaled deeply, a resolute glimmer igniting in his eyes. Haiqiang, you will lead all the elders with me to break through. We must carve a path for our kin. If even one can escape, it shall be a seed for our Tide tribe. Yes, chieftain. The elders of the merfolk echoed in unison, acutely aware that they stood at the precipice of life and death. Only by exhausting their strength could they hope to seize a glimmer of survival for their tribe. Captain, it appears we are being underestimated, Jack remarked with a playful smile, mischief dancing in his eyes. How amusing. Our captain has dispatched the demonic Gorgon infused with dark essence. And yet these fishfolk dare to belittle him. Moreover, I, Jack, am now a bona fide boss-level being, mind you. They may underestimate the captain, but they shall not discount me. Lu Chen remained unfazed by the merman's disdain. Were it not for Fu Yao's benevolent gesture, he might have resolved the matter between the merfolk and the Naga much sooner. To Lu Chen, every sea creature he beheld was a potential source of life energy. He was eager to witness the progress of the dumpling's growth. However, with Fu Yao's involvement, he had no intention of turning against the merfolk. After all, a gentleman knows when to act and when to refrain. Repaying kindness with enmity was far from his character. Lu Chen turned to Fu Yao, parting his lips to inquire, "Are these Naga your adversaries?" Upon hearing him speak, Fu Yao nodded vigorously, akin to a chick pecking at grain. Others may be oblivious to Lu Chen's prowess, but Fu Yao had no such doubts. As long as her big brother was willing to assist, the Naga were doomed. Yes, big brother, these Naga are truly detestable. They have slain many of our kin and seek to eradicate us entirely. Although Fu Yao's words were resolute, a flicker of anxiety glimmered in her eyes. After all, she had only met this human once, and uncertainty gnawed at her. Would he truly offer his aid? Under Fu Yao's anxious gaze, Lu Chen scanned the Naga in the sea and calmly stated, "Jack, eliminate them." Right away, Jack grinned, his earlier mirth swiftly replaced by a chilling intensity. "To my dear human friend, I appreciate your kind intentions." As Jack prepared to take action, Haiyuan's heart raced with alarm, and he interjected urgently. "But the Naga chieftain Sabas possesses 6th-tier strength, and behind him lurks a 7th-tier snake-haired Naga. Please exercise caution and refrain from hasty actions. After all, this is merely a feud between the merfolk and the Naga tribe. It would be utterly regrettable if innocent lives were lost as a consequence." Clearly, in the heart of Abyss, the 5th-tier Lu Chen and Jack are deemed utterly incapable of opposing the Naga. A 7th tier? Is that truly impressive? A sinister smile crept upon Jack's lips, and before his words could fully escape, a streak of dark light suddenly sliced through the surface of the sea, accompanied by the sharp sound of air being rent apart. Under the gaze of countless eyes, Jack's form surged forth, akin to an arrow released from its bow, transforming into a fleeting shadow that darted away. The black light flickered as he swung his right arm, and a sword forged from black crystal materialized in an instant, roaring forth with thunderous might, aimed directly at the disdainful Sabas. The tip of the blade lightly touched, the black radiance surged like a dragon, tearing through the air. And in the blink of an eye, it was before Sabas, a glimmer of ghostly light appearing, swiftly followed by the sword's shadow, like a specter, the dark demon sword. The contempt on Sabas's face had yet to fade when an unprecedented sense of peril rushed at him like a tempest, causing his heart to constrict. Swift. Too swift. How could a 5th-tier undead possess such astonishing speed and strength? In his shock, Sabas's pupils contracted sharply, instinctively raising his trident before his chest. Boom. The black sword dashed like lightning, and at the moment of contact with the trident, a deafening clash erupted, shattering the trident into fragments. That unstoppable force surged forward with the black sword, piercing directly through Sabas's skull. Crack. Accompanied by the jarring sound of bones fracturing, the black light erupted violently, followed by a muffled and wet sound. As Sabas's grotesque visage was cleaved in twain by Jack's sword, blood and flesh splattering in a sight, both horrifying and shocking. Jack abruptly stepped upon the remnants of Sabas's body, leveraging the momentum to leap, his form resembling a graceful swallow, landing lightly back on the deck of the netherworld. Simultaneously, a prompt resonated in Lu Chen's mind. Ding! Your vassal, demonized Jack, Tier 5, has slain the Naga Sabas, Tier 6. You have gained 1,000 life energy. From the moment Jack struck until Sabas fell, barely a second had passed. This sudden turn of events froze the battlefield, rendering it eerily silent. All Naga were left in astonishment. Abyss stood dazed. Haiqiong was in a state of shock, and every member of the merfolk gaped in disbelief, their eyes fixated on Jack. On Abyss's side, words of caution lingered on his lips, yet Jack had already obliterated his long-standing adversary Sabas with a single stroke. This spectacle nearly caused Abyss's eyes to bulge out in disbelief. What a jest! Sabas was a 6th-tier powerhouse, and he perished just like that? In an instant? Without even a cry of despair? How could this undead possess such terrifying speed and strength? The most critical point was that such a formidable undead was bowing and scraping before the humans on the black ship, clearly subservient to them. Contemplating this, Abyss's gaze involuntarily shifted towards Lu Chen, filled with astonishment. Could it be that this human's strength surpassed that of the terrifying undead? How could that be possible? Chapter 67. The Demon King, Jack. Chief. The chief is dead. How could this be possible? Am I dreaming? After a considerable time had passed, the surrounding Naga finally seemed to awaken from their stupor, erupting into waves of incredulous exclamations, their eyes brimming with fear as they collectively stared at Jack. Everything had transpired so rapidly that they had scarcely witnessed Jack's actions. They only perceived a flash of black light, and then, the head of their leader Sabas was cleaved in twain. How could this undead be so powerful? Heh, the thrill of slaughter is truly exhilarating. Jack extended his tongue to gently lick the bloodstains from his face, his expression one of rapture. Just as he prepared to strike again, a soft yet chilling voice floated from among the Naga. This boss-level undead, this human gentleman can command such a powerful being. What remarkable skill! As the words fell, several Naga slowly parted, revealing a captivating figure gliding into view. She was unlike any traditional Naga, for her head was that of a human woman, beautiful and enchanting. Yet, her hair was exceedingly peculiar, composed of numerous living snakes that slithered among her locks, the ends of their heads occasionally peeking out, swaying their crimson tongues. These serpents intertwined with her alluring visage, creating a bizarre contrast that was both stunning and unsettling. The appearance of the serpent woman prompted the surrounding Naga to bow their heads in reverence. Her status was evidently extraordinary. Ah, a beauty! The moment Jack beheld the serpent woman, his eyes sparkled, and he let out a playful whistle. She was precisely to his taste, her form exquisite, with curves that captivated the eye, the only flaw being her serpentine lower half. Human friend, this is the 7th-tier powerhouse of the Naga. The very reason our tribe's balance with the Naga has been disrupted, leading us to this dire state. Abyss regarded the serpent woman with trepidation, an ache returning to his wound. A 7th-tier powerhouse indeed possessed formidable strength. A single strike had severely wounded the 6th-tier Abyss. Naga Loros felt a slight displeasure at Jack's flippant whistle, her brow knitting slightly. She chose to ignore Jack and directed her gaze straight at Lu Chen on the deck. Sir, might you have ties with these merfolk? She inquired directly. If so, I, Naga Loros, shall grant you a favor today and spare these merfolk. Consider it a gesture of friendship. What say you? Despite the formidable power of the boss-level undead, Naga Loros discerned at a glance that the true decision-maker was the seemingly inconspicuous human. To confront such a powerful undead over a mere handful of inconsequential merfolk would be unwise. Thus, even after losing a 6th-tier powerhouse, Naga Loros chose to relent. Strong individuals invariably command respect, regardless of their surroundings. Upon finishing her words, a robust Naga warrior beside her immediately added, Human, do you not know that Lady Naga Loros is a distinguished member of our Naga royal family? To earn her friendship is a privilege. Hearing Naga Loros's words, Jack could not help but halt his actions, glancing at Lu Chen. This woman clearly held some significance. He must not cause trouble for the captain. However, based on his understanding of Lu Chen, he vaguely felt that even if she were of the Naga royal family, it likely did not amount to much in the captain's eyes. A Naga royal? Lu Chen's eyes gleamed upon hearing this statement. Royalty surely possessed high-level talents, did they not? With such thoughts in mind, he discreetly summoned the attribute panel of Naga Loth. Naga race, Naga Loth. Traits: amphibious, scaled skin, high intelligence. Innate talent, petrifying gaze, grade B, with a single glance. All can be turned to stone. Skills: Water flow manipulation, grade C, guiding the currents, shadowing like a phantom. Combat assessment, level 7, level 8, a particularly troublesome Naga siren. Beware of turning to stone. A grade B petrification talent. Lu Chen felt a surge of delight within, recognizing such a high-level ability as exceedingly rare. He could not let it slip by easily. Under the scrutiny of all, Lu Chen's gaze toward Naga Loth intensified, akin to discovering a long-coveted treasure. He slowly spoke, his voice laced with an undeniable resolve. "Jack, eliminate her." "Aye, Captain." Jack grinned broadly, having anticipated this outcome long before. In the captain's lexicon, the notion of retreat had never existed. Anyone possessing a talent that caught his eye would inevitably become his possession. However, a captain of such caliber was truly to my liking. "Fair maiden, while I, Jack, hold great affection for you, the captain demands your life." Jack's smile turned ferocious as he stomped heavily on the deck, and with a deep rumble, his form transformed into a streak of black light, hurtling toward Naga Loth. Upon witnessing Jack's sudden assault, Naga Loth was immediately incensed, exclaiming, "You scoundrel! I have already declared mercy upon those merfolk, yet you persist." In an instant, the surrounding waters seemed to be drawn by an invisible force, coalescing into a towering wave that surged toward Jack with a thunderous roar. Grade C skill, Shadow Flow. Cackling. "Naga Loth, how naive you are. Do you truly believe those merfolk hold such significance? The captain is hunting, and you Naga are now our prey." As Jack sneered, dark magical energy surged within him, staining the waters around him with an inky blackness. He raised his hand, conjuring a formidable magic crystal shield that effortlessly shattered the oncoming wave, sending water splashing in all directions. Grade B skill, Dark Magic Sword, versatile in both offense and defense. Without delay, Jack's form flickered, propelled by the magical energy, as he crossed the shattered waves in an instant, closing in on Naga Loth. "Do you consider us mere prey?" "Arrogant," Naga Loth shouted, her level 7 power boiling over as she summoned the tip of her trident, radiating brilliance and cutting through the winds with a fierce swing directed at Jack. Still struggling? A cold smile appeared at the corners of Jack's mouth as the dark magic sword materialized in his hand, its blade glinting ominously. With a deft twist of his wrist, the sword met the trident in a thunderous clash, the metallic sound echoing like a deafening bell. Naga Loth felt an overwhelming force surge from the trident, causing her to stagger, a muffled groan escaping her lips, blood trickling from the corner of her mouth, her eyes filled with shock. Though she understood that Jack, as a boss-level undead, would be a formidable opponent, she never anticipated that her level 7 self would be unable to withstand his strike. Yet Jack offered her no respite. Dark magic crystals erupted beneath his feet, stabilizing his stance. He forcefully propelled himself upward, his form darting like lightning, once more launching into the fray. The dark magic sword, imbued with a destructive force, aimed unerringly at Naga Loth's head. Chapter 68. The terrifying Grade A skill, Corpse Explosion. Damn it! Faced with Jack's razor-sharp blade, Naga Loth's beautiful eyes narrowed, her expression betraying her gravity. Though reluctant to admit it, the reality was stark. She was not a match for this undead of only level 5. This was the terrifying nature of boss-level entities. A level 5 Jack was capable of transcending 2 tiers, overpowering the level 7 Naga Loth. Naga Loth realized that she could no longer hold back. Her eyes shifted to a ghostly white, her serpentine hair thrashing like a tempest. The heads of serpents hissing in unison, all aimed at Jack. In an instant, an invisible force surged forth, causing Jack to feel his body stiffen, rapidly succumbing to petrification, his form turning a ghostly gray. What the? Before he could complete his thought, Jack was entirely immobilized, resembling a statue suspended in midair. Observing Jack's predicament, Naga Loth refrained from seizing the opportunity to attack. This boss-level undead was too formidable. Her petrification talent was merely Grade B, and she had yet to master the true essence of petrification, allowing her only a fleeting hold over Jack. Yet, this sufficed, if I am not mistaken. Half of that undead soul resides in your hands, does it not? Naga Loth turned her gaze to Lu Chen on the deck, a wicked smile curving her lips. "Once I slay you, this undead will perish alongside you." As she spoke, a glint of cold light flashed in her eyes. "Thus, you may die?" With that, Naga Loth's serpentine tail lashed out, like an arrow released from a bow, imbued with both allure and lethal intent, hurtling toward Lu Chen. Witnessing this scene, Haiyuan and Haiqiong's expressions changed dramatically. "Oh no, the boss undead has been petrified. That human friend is in danger. Human brother, be wary." Though this undead was indeed a boss creature, this human friend was not. The inherent power of humans had always been weaker than that of their aquatic counterparts of the same tier. How could a mere level 5 human withstand the assault of a level 7 Royal Naga? With this thought, The merfolk were consumed with urgency, desperately swimming toward the direction of the Yume, hoping to assist Lu Chen in his plight. If they could buy the human friend even a moment's respite. Once the boss-level undead broke free from its petrified shackles, they would have a chance to weather this crisis together. However, in their haste, the merfolk overlooked a crucial point. Jack was so powerful, yet willingly served as Lu Chen's subordinate. How could Lu Chen's strength be so simple? Because of Jack's might, Naga Loth dared not underestimate him. As she approached Lu Chen, she unleashed her petrification with all her strength. Lu Chen felt his body come to a sudden halt, as if his blood had congealed, his skin losing warmth. He frowned slightly, muttering, "Petrification? The gaze of Medusa?" In the myths of Blue Star, anyone who gazed upon Medusa's eyes would be turned to stone. So if I simply close my eyes, wouldn't that suffice? However, as Lu Chen shut his eyes, a cracking sound echoed in his ears, and his legs were still consumed by the grayish-white hue, the petrification spreading. Clearly, closing his eyes was futile against petrification. Lu Chen chuckled self-deprecatingly, realizing that the myths of Blue Star did not apply in the realm of Tianyu. Nevertheless, this petrification is indeed a remarkable talent. I, Lu Chen, shall claim it. With this thought, Lu Chen's lips curled into a calm smile rather than a hint of panic. Upon observing Lu Chen's expression, Naga Loth, rushing towards him, furrowed her brow, a sense of foreboding washing over her. This human, with his legs petrified by my power, on the brink of death, could still manage a smile? She could not fathom what this human could possibly rely upon. Suddenly, four shadowy figures shot forth from behind Lu Chen like arrows released from a bow, rapidly advancing towards Naga Loth. They were the four black-armored skeleton warriors that Lu Chen had summoned previously. Naga Loth cast a disdainful glance at them, her lips curling into a sneer. Merely four ordinary fifth-tier undead. Is this truly your last resort, human? However, before the derision on Naga Loth's face could fully settle, she witnessed Lu Chen's lips parting as he uttered two chilling words. Corpse explosion. Instantly, the four black-armored skeleton warriors appeared to ignite with an unseen force, the death energy within them erupting in an explosive release. Boom, boom, boom. Their bodies shattered from the inside out, transforming into four blazing orbs of black flame that surged towards Naga Loth with devastating ferocity. How could this be possible? Naga Loth's pupils constricted in an instant as she hastily summoned the waters, striving to erect a formidable barrier. Yet, in the face of the astonishing might of the corpse explosion, all her efforts seemed futile. An irresistible force assailed her like a tempest, and the water shield she had painstakingly constructed evaporated into nothingness. In the next moment, her body was ensnared by the black flames, the searing pain slicing through every inch of her skin like a razor. Her serpentine hair crackled in the inferno, before being mercilessly severed and scattered. One of her arms was violently torn off in the explosion, and the black flames, akin to a devil's kiss, ravenously consumed her flesh. An A-grade skill. You have actually mastered an A-grade skill. This is impossible. Naga Loth let out a heart-wrenching wail, her once alluring visage now twisted by terror and agony, her eyes filled with despair and disbelief. Moments later, as the black flames gradually extinguished, they revealed Naga Loth in a ghastly state. She floated feebly upon the surface of the water, gasping for breath, surrounded by the remnants of burning embers and scattered bones, the air thick with a suffocating scent of charred flesh. Yet, before Naga Loth could catch her breath, she suddenly felt the surrounding waters freeze in an instant, a bone-chilling cold invading her being. She looked up in shock, discovering that the imposing figure she had previously dismissed now stood before her. To capture the leader first is indeed a sound strategy. Lu Chen gazed at the battered Naga Loth, a cold smirk playing on his lips. Regrettably, your judgment lacks clarity. I am far mightier than Jack. Naga Loth felt an overwhelming force gripping her slender neck, the fear spreading rapidly in her eyes as she realized that this human truly harbored murderous intent. Do not kill me. Her voice trembled as she frantically sought a means of escape. I am willing to offer my soul to you, like that undead, to become your vassal. In a desperate bid for survival, Naga Loth resorted to any means necessary, casting a beguiling glance at Lu Chen while her serpentine scales slowly receded to reveal a glimpse of her alabaster bosom. Her voice turned increasingly sultry. I will do anything for you, as long as you spare my life. Chapter 69. To aspire to be my vassal, you are not worthy. Naga Loth possessed a profound understanding of humanity. She knew that the male champions of their race often favored the beauty of foreign women, and she, with absolute confidence in her allure and charm, believed she could persuade Lu Chen to spare her by exploiting this trait. Gazing at Naga Loth's artfully affected demeanor, a hint of mockery flickered in Lu Chen's eyes. Her beauty was indeed exquisite. However, to aspire to be my vassal, You are still unworthy. Under the astonished gazes of those present, Lu Chen's right hand suddenly tightened, a sharp crack resounding through the air. With a swift and sudden snap, Naga Losa's alluring expression froze, her head drooping limply like a wilting flower. Ding! Naga Los, 7th tier, has been slain, gaining 2,000 life energy. Witnessing the once mighty Naga Los fall, an eerie silence enveloped the entire sea. The fishmen, including Haiyuan and Haiqiong, stood frozen, mouths agape in disbelief. They had previously feared that Lu Chen would be annihilated by Naga Los, desperately striving to save him. Yet, they had barely swum a short distance when they were met with an earth-shattering explosion, only to find that the formidable Naga Los, who had plunged their entire tribe into despair, lay gasping in the aftermath. Most crucially, Naga Los had expressed her submission, yet that human had ruthlessly slain her. The coldness and decisiveness of his actions sent shivers down the spine of every living being present. Did that earth-shattering explosion truly originate from that human friend? Haiqiong remained entranced by the astonishing blast, unable to extricate himself. He swallowed hard and turned to the elder Haiyuan, his face a canvas of shock and astonishment. It must be so. Haiyuan's voice trembled slightly, the memory of the explosion's terrifying power still causing his heart to race uncontrollably. He pondered silently that had he been in Naga Los's position, he would have surely been reduced to nothing in that moment. Hearing Naga Los's final words, was this indeed the might of an A-grade skill? This human has mastered an A-grade skill? With this thought, admiration and reverence filled Haiyuan's gaze as he looked at Lu Chen. It is well known that skills are derived from innate talents, and their levels cannot surpass the talents themselves. Yet, Lu Chen, at such a young age, already possessed an A-grade talent, an extraordinary gift indeed. It is no wonder that the terrifying boss-level undead would submit to this human friend. Thank goodness, such a formidable human is our ally. Meanwhile, the remaining members of the Naga tribe, witnessing Naga Los's demise, fell into the depths of despair. Naga Los, our esteemed leader. How could this be? Our leader was a 7th tier B-grade talent. How could she perish at the hands of this human? It is over, with a royal member fallen here. None of us shall survive long. They lamented in despair, as if doomsday was upon them. Suddenly, a louder wail drowned out all the cries of the Naga tribe. Ah, Captain, you are too wasteful. She is so breathtakingly beautiful. It would be such a pity to destroy her. It was Jack. Gazing at the gradually stiffening body of Naga Loth, a look of regret etched upon his face. There was still warmth. She could still be of use. Lu Chen watched Jack, his eyes involuntarily twitching. Every time he painstakingly crafted an atmosphere, this unreliable fellow would obliterate it completely. You don't even have Kun. Why are you so invested in this matter? Jack. Lu Chen's voice was as cold as frost, a clear indication of his irritation. Ah, Captain. Please wait a moment before you let Tongzi consume Naga Loth. Jack began, but upon noticing the murderous intent in Lu Chen's gaze, he instinctively recoiled, forcing a sheepish grin. Haha, Captain, your word is law. Leave not a single Naga alive. Lu Chen commanded. Understood, Jack replied, then turned to survey the Naga tribe, who were now wailing in despair, a bloodthirsty smile creeping onto his face. My beloved has perished. You shall pay her debt with your lives. Jack let out a sinister grin, transforming into a black flash, darting forth like a bolt of lightning. The 4 sturdy Naga warriors barely had time to react before he severed them at the waist. Not good. It's that boss-level undead. A demon. He is a demon. Swim deeper into the sea. Panic ensued, cries of desperation filling the air. It's too late. He's too fast. Help. No. It was that human who killed Naga Loth. What debt do we owe? The last Naga warrior cried out in despair, but it was futile. Jack was like a relentless killing machine, leaving a trail of fallen Naga in his wake. Dozens of Naga met their end, all ruthlessly slain by Jack's hand. The once azure surface of the sea was now stained crimson, littered with the dismembered corpses of the Naga. With a sudden yank, Jack withdrew his black crystal sword from the head of the final Naga warrior, the tip still adorned with a terrified eyeball. Without hesitation, he swallowed it whole, a satisfied yet grotesque smile spreading across his face. Of course I know. I can't match the captain, so I must vent my frustrations on you. Consider yourselves unfortunate. Jack, now blinded by bloodlust, turned his fierce gaze toward Haiyuan and the others, releasing his murderous intent unabashedly, as though eyeing a sumptuous feast, preparing for the next round of slaughter. At that moment, the interface displayed 2 new traits for Jack, brutality and bloodlust. When Jack's gaze swept over them, Haiyuan and the others felt an unprecedented sense of peril, their hairs standing on end as if locked onto by a ravenous beast. However, at that moment, Lu Chen's calm voice broke through Jack. Hearing Lu Chen's voice, a flicker of clarity crossed Jack's blood-red eyes. He looked at Haiyuan and the others with a hint of regret, then abruptly propelled himself off the black crystal, gracefully leaping back onto the phantom ship. His face once again adorned with a roguish, playful expression. Haha, Captain, all taken care of. Witnessing Jack's obsequious demeanor toward Lu Chen, Haiyuan and the others found their fears difficult to quell. They understood all too well that had it not been for that human's restraint, this boss-level undead would undoubtedly have slaughtered them all. After all, the overwhelming aura of bloodlust Jack had just exuded was no mere bluff. Chapter 70. The First Kiss. Go. Gather all the Naga corpses, Lu Chen instructed, casually tossing a storage ring to Jack. Jack caught the ring, a wry smile creeping onto his face. Had he known he would be tasked with collecting their remains, he wouldn't have shattered them so thoroughly. Shaking his head in resignation, he commenced the cleanup. At that moment, Fu Yao, gracefully swaying her fishtail, slowly approached Lu Chen, her face radiant with admiration. Human big brother, I still don't know your name. Indeed. Once you made your move, these Naga were no longer a concern. I am Lu Chen. Brother Lu Chen, could you come a bit closer? Fu Yao gently bit her crimson lip, a shy blush gracing her cheeks, her voice barely above a whisper. What does this little girl intend? Lu Chen was momentarily taken aback, then raised an eyebrow, leaning forward. Suddenly, a faint scent of the sea enveloped him, followed by a soft, sweet, and velvety sensation on his lips. It was Fu Yao. This enchanting mermaid had unexpectedly bestowed upon Lu Chen a French kiss. Jack, witnessing this scene, was instantly rendered speechless, his actions coming to a halt. Clenching his fists, he wore a look of shock. Captain, I knew you wouldn't hesitate to kill the snake woman. Turns out you and this little mermaid were already involved. Boo-hoo, Captain, you're so selfish. You have a partner, and yet don't leave me a chance with my beloved snake woman. Jack pouted, feeling wronged, lamenting that the captain was too wicked for not allowing him to fly together with his beloved. Meanwhile, Lu Chen was completely lost in the fervent and unexpected kiss from Fu Yao, oblivious to Jack's loud protests. Having been single his entire life, he was utterly bewildered by Fu Yao's kiss. What just happened? She kissed me right away? Is this world so open-minded? By the time Lu Chen regained his senses, Fu Yao had already flushed crimson, drawing back from their intimate encounter. Ding, you have received the blessing of the sea god, Fu Yao's first kiss. Fu Yao's first kiss. As the darling of the sea, the one she chooses will receive the blessing of the sea god. Strength 10, Agility 10, Constitution 10, Perception 10, Skill acquired, Sea god's favor. C. You have been granted deep sea breath, greatly extending your breath-holding duration underwater. Though this skill grants you the breath of a child of the ocean, remember, you are still human. A ship is still essential at sea. After all, even the sea gods favored cannot defy the laws of nature to avoid the risk of drowning. The sudden notification from the interface left Lu Chen momentarily stunned. A blessing? A mere kiss with this little girl adds 40 attribute points? And I acquired a sea-level skill? If I were to do this daily, wouldn't I surpass Tongzi? Brother Lu Chen, I don't know how to thank you. This is the only way I can think of to repay you. Fu Yao's face was flushed with shyness, her voice as soft as a whisper. At that moment, Haiyuan slowly swayed his tail fin, drawing near. Young friend Lu Chen. Fu Yao is the only girl from our Tide tribe in a century to connect with the sea god spiritually. Her first kiss carries the blessing and expectations of the sea god. His gaze gently fell upon Fu Yao, brimming with affection, yet tinged with a subtle hint of helplessness. The merfolk are known for their unwavering devotion, and that kiss from Fu Yao signified that her heart was already claimed, rendering her life an impenetrable fortress against others. Yet, Fu Yao's unique identity, coupled with Lu Chen's belonging to the human race, seemed to foreshadow the divergence of their paths, indicating a future where their fates could never intertwine. Thus, from the very moment Fu Yao bestowed that kiss, she embarked upon a solitary vigil, destined to endure a life of loneliness. However, Lu Chen remained blissfully unaware of this reality. For him, hailing from Blue Star, it was unfathomable that a mere kiss could dictate the course of one's destiny. Thank you. This blessing is immensely valuable to me, he replied earnestly. He then turned to Fu Yao and inquired, Fu Yao, living in the ocean, have you ever encountered any formidable creatures or extraordinary phenomena nearby? For Lu Chen, the surrounding sea beasts no longer satisfied his hunting cravings. He was in urgent need of a new target, preferably a powerful boss-level creature akin to a demonized gorgon. Fu Yao pondered for a moment, her expression growing serious. In the northern waters, I once beheld a colossal statue. When the tide recedes, it seems that something truly terrifying lurks beneath it. As she spoke, her gaze locked onto Lu Chen's, noticing the spark of curiosity in his eyes. She quickly cautioned him, Brother Lu Chen, please, do not be reckless. That place is exceedingly dangerous. One must possess at least tier 10 strength to venture there. She understood Lu Chen's adventurous spirit, a trait that could be described as both brave and reckless. After all, He had dared to set foot on Giant Lizard Island when he was merely Tier 2. She did not wish for him to encounter peril. At that moment, Lu Chen noticed that Jack had collected all the corpses of the Naga and was now seated at the bow of the ship, visibly irked. He nodded lightly, acknowledging the current situation. Shifting his gaze back to Fu Yao's enchanting visage, a thought struck him regarding her exceptional healing abilities. The Phantom ship was indeed in need of a ship's doctor. Such an opportunity was not to be missed. Coupled with Fu Yao's innocent and untainted character, he felt an undeniable fondness for her. Fu Yao, would you be interested in joining the Phantom ship, becoming one of our crew? Lu Chen sincerely extended the invitation, marking his first proactive recruitment since arriving in the world of Tianyu. Upon hearing his words, Fu Yao's eyes sparkled with delight, as if stars were twinkling within them. She nearly exclaimed her willingness, but then, as if struck by a sudden thought, her expression wavered. Brother Lu Chen, I'm sorry, but I still have some matters to attend to. She spoke softly, silently adding, Fu Yao cannot bring trouble to Brother Lu Chen. Observing her hesitation, Lu Chen refrained from pressuring her. He understood that a single statement from him could alter the trajectory of another's life, and rejection was a natural outcome. He nodded gently, signifying his respect for Fu Yao's choice, and then waved his hand. Jack, let us depart. At his command, the skeletons began to row vigorously, and the Phantom ship gradually sailed away from its original position. Fu Yao stared blankly at the receding silhouette of the black vessel, unable to contain herself any longer. She called out loudly, Brother Lu Chen, our clan elder is taking us to migrate to Atlantis. If you ever arrive in Atlantis, you must come find me. She watched as the Phantom ship faded into the mist, her eyes growing moist, her lips still murmuring, You must come. Haochi, witnessing his sister's sorrowful demeanor, tenderly embraced her, gently reassuring, Fu Yao, forget him. He is merely a fleeting visitor in our lives. On the deck, Lu Chen's gaze rested on Jack's sulky countenance, unable to suppress a smile. Jack, you're quite amusing. Just because Fu Yao kissed me, you're now sulking? However, having lived on Blue Star, Lu Chen had already mastered the art of tactfully crafting grandiose promises. He cleared his throat. Jack, rest assured, if we encounter any suitable female fairies or sea beasts in the future, I shall certainly reserve one for you, so you too may have a companion. Upon hearing this, Jack's eyes lit up, and he quickly darted to Lu Chen's side, eagerly massaging his shoulders, a beaming smile plastered on his face. I knew it, Captain. You care for me the most. Gug. The little creature perched atop Lu Chen's head, cast a disdainful glance at Jack's sycophantic demeanor. Hey, you little ball. What else with that look? Let me tell you, when you grow up, don't go dating an octopus, or I'll mock you. Thus, a lively quarrel ensued between a skeleton and an octopus on the deck, creating a bustling scene. Chapter 71. The Perpetual Self-Destruction of the Alliance Nations. Since the news of Lu Chen slaying a Tier 5 boss-level creature reverberated throughout the entire 8th district, the Alliance nations fell silent. This abrupt quietude rendered the district channel eerily still. The survival wager token in Lu Chen's possession hung over the heads of the nation's evolvers like the sword of Damocles, transforming the previously arrogant Alliance nations into meek kittens, fearful of drawing Lu Chen's attention. For any sea region that had joined the Alliance had once triumphed in a survival wager, should they face Lu Chen and lose, it would result in a minimum loss of 40 attributes, a burden too heavy for any evolver to bear. Moreover, for regions like Fuso 903 and South Korea 942, which had already faced defeat once, another loss would pose a grave threat to the survival of their evolvers, especially with the toxic fog set to descend in 6 days, ensuring no one would escape unscathed. Charles, oh God, why are you all so quiet? Hush, Lord Charles, do not speak. That demon Lu Chen's wager token has yet to be activated. It would be troublesome if he sets his sights on us. Fuso 903 District. Mr. Lu Chen has indeed defeated a Tier 5 boss-level beast. We, the Gallic Roosters 673 District, must concede that we are no match for him. Therefore, we wish not to be adversaries of District 1000. Mr. Lu Chen, we, the Gallic Roosters, extend our sincerest apologies for our previous offenses against you. Gallic Roosters 673 District. Sigh, the Xinxiao people are as formidable as ever. We, the Tianju people, wish not to contend with them. Tianju 579 District. Our great Goryeo Empire has always revered the strong. Mr. Lu Chen, you have earned our respect. We, from the 942 Sea region, wish to be friends with your 1000 Sea region. South Korea 942 District. In a bid to prevent their respective sea regions from becoming targets of Lu Chen, the Alliance nations had abandoned their former arrogance, instead openly attempting to curry favor with him. At this moment, the alliance dominated by the United States appeared precarious. Charles exclaimed, Oh, gentlemen, there is no need to fear that demon. He shall not endure much longer. His words fell like a stone into a tranquil lake, instantly stirring ripples throughout the regional chat channel. Mr. Charles, what do you mean by that? Do you possess a means to confront that devil? Fusang 903C area. A flicker of hope ignited within the hearts of the Fusang people, for they understood that, given the intricate enmities between Fusang and Shinkai, other nations might forge some reconciliation with Shinkai, but for them, it was a relentless struggle of life and death. The Shinkai would never let them off easily. Charles continued. Haha, rest assured, I have employed a precious invasion decree and summoned Prince Vantros to launch an attack on Shinkai's District 1000. Upon hearing this, the 8th District erupted in fervor. Oh my God, it is indeed our everlasting demon. You have entrusted the invasion decree to him. The Empire of the Sun 356 District. What? Is he formidable? Fusang 903 District. He is a vampire, a terrifying vampire. He can siphon the blood of evolvers to augment his own power. In his District 001, he is the sole survivor. All the evolvers have become his blood sustenance. I cannot fathom the extent of his current strength. The Empire of the Sun 356 District. The words of the people from the Empire of the Sun were laced with palpable fear. Evidently, this Vantros had been a nightmare for them during the Blue Star era. However, upon hearing of such a malevolent and terrifying vampire, the allied nations within the 8th District erupted in cheers. For this dreadful vampire now set his sights on the very demon, Lu Chen, who had instilled dread in their hearts. In an instant, those who had previously displayed goodwill towards Shinkai District 1000 cast off their facades. Aha, I can finally drop the pretense. You despicable Shinkai! How dare you snatch away 40 precious attribute points from us? I shall relish watching you all march towards your doom. South Korea 942 District. Haha. We Fusang people have awaited this moment. That vile Lu Chen shall finally face retribution. Fusang 903 District. Oh, Demon Lu Chen, I retract my previous words. Our great Gallic Rooster shall never succumb to your might. We shall seize all of Shinkai's attributes. Gallic Rooster 673 District. This is undoubtedly the will of Lord Shiva. We, the denizens of Hindustan, shall follow the divine guidance of Lord Shiva and eradicate these Shinkai people. Hindustan 579 District. Beep. Successfully absorbed Naga Lot Hose, 7th tier. You have acquired a B-level talent, Petrifying Gaze. Agility increased by 11 points. Beep. Successfully absorbed Sabas, 6th tier. You have acquired a D-level talent, Lightning Manipulation. Strength increased by 10 points. Beep. Successfully absorbed Naga Warrior 6, 5th tier. Agility increased by 86 points. Beep. Successfully absorbed Naga Warrior 30, 4th tier. Agility increased by 430 points. As a series of divine notifications chimed, a surge of energy flooded into Lu Chen's being, while on the surface of the sea. The corpses of the Naga transformed into desiccated shells, scattered everywhere. Haha, what a thrill! Lu Chen exclaimed, embracing his companion, and his hearty laughter resonated in the sea breeze. This single wave of absorption granted Lu Chen a total enhancement of 179 agility and 10 strength points, an accumulation typically requiring nearly 9 levels of arduous efforts from other evolvers. More precious still, Naga Lathos not only contributed agility, but also bestowed upon Lu Chen the powerful B-level talent, Petrifying Gaze, akin to an instant, formidable area control skill. Furthermore, the D-level talent, Lightning Manipulation, possessed by the Naga leader Sabas, was now within Lu Chen's grasp. Additionally, vanquishing the 7th tier Naga Lathos, the 6th tier Sabas, alongside 6 5th tier and 34th tier Naga warriors, yielded Lu Chen a staggering 400 life energy. After sharing this bounty with his companion, each received 700 life energy, and under the nurturing of such immense vitality, his companion finally ascended to the 2nd tier, level 2, 1180, 20,000. Gurgling with delight, his companion's tendrils playfully rubbed against Lu Chen, evidently in great comfort. However, Lu Chen's eyes widened as he scrutinized the now pink figure of his companion, who had just absorbed a full 10,000 life energy and barely displayed any significant change. Chapter 72, Dragon Scale Armor, Prince of the Bloodline. His companion retained its rosy, diminutive form, appearing utterly non-threatening. Certainly, it was adorable and charming, perhaps even disarming foes. It seemed that without departing from its juvenile stage, his companion would not undergo any substantial transformation. Yet, Lu Chen pondered, at what level would his companion truly enter its growth phase? Contemplating this, Lu Chen couldn't help but sigh. Fortunately, his own progress in leveling was not sluggish. As long as he remained diligent, he believed he would soon facilitate his companion's growth. Wait, Lu Chen then recalled that after defeating the demonized Gorgon, he had received a silver-grade equipment reward. He hastily turned his attention to his storage ring. Since that battle, he had been incessantly busy, and it was only now that he had the opportunity to examine this reward in detail. Dragon Scale Armor, Silver Intermediate. Meticulously forged from rare dragon scales, this armor piece can be embedded in critical areas of a vessel, requiring one small equipment slot. This armor piece is not only as resilient as iron, but also possesses the ability to absorb and rebound a portion of the enemy's attacks. This is a piece of ship equipment. Lu Chen's heart stirred as he recalled that the Phantom ship had indeed acquired an additional small equipment slot after upgrading to an advanced novice wooden boat. The arrival of the Dragon Scale Armor was most opportune, as it could be put to immediate use. With a wave of his right hand, he prepared to equip the Dragon Scale Armor, and the notification sound from the Celestial Oracle followed. Ding! Please select the coverage position for the Dragon Scale Armor. Position? Lu Chen furrowed his brow slightly, contemplating for a moment before arriving at a decision. He was either on the offensive or en route to it. Thus, the bow of the ship, as the foremost area, undoubtedly required the utmost protection. With that thought in mind, Lu Chen unhesitatingly chose the bow as the location for equipping the Dragon Scale Armor. As he willed it, the Dragon Scale Armor seemed to be drawn by an invisible thread, slowly drifting towards the bow of the Phantom ship. Ding! Dragon Scale Armor has been equipped to the bow. With the sound of the Celestial Oracle's notification, the bow of the Phantom ship suddenly radiated a dim glow, followed by a deep dragon's roar reverberating within the ship's hull, trembling every inch of the wooden planks. Lu Chen's gaze intensified as he observed the planks at the bow beginning to writhe slowly, as if imbued with life, ultimately coalescing into the shape of a dragon's head. The dragon's eyes were tightly shut, its horns formidable, exuding an air of unassailable majesty. The dragon's head seamlessly melded with the body of the Phantom ship, the dragon's scales shimmering with a chilling luster, standing out starkly against the dim sea surface, yet harmoniously blending with the ship's eerie aura, as if this ghostly vessel had acquired its own guardian beast. Following the equipping of the Dragon Scale Armor, the defense statistics of the Phantom ship surged to a high level. Lu Chen fixed his gaze on the ship's panel. The latest ship panel appears at the end of the chapter. Unconsciously stroking his chin, he fell into deep thought. He understood the paths of human talent evolution. However, how could this ship's talents evolve? After all, the 4 talents possessed by the Phantom ship were all immensely useful. Oh, it would be revealed in due time. Lu Chen shook his head, opting not to dwell on it further. Just then, the announcement from the Celestial Oracle suddenly echoed throughout Zone 1000. Celestial Oracle Emergency Announcement. The Invader Vanzos has initiated an invasion order in the No Sunset War Zone Novice Sea Area 001. Invasion parties. No Sunset War Zone Novice Sea Area 001. Invader. Divine Summer War Zone Novice Sea Area 1000. Surviving numbers. 1. Zone 001. 915. Zone 1000. Celestial Oracle Reminder. The Evolver Vanzos from Zone 001 has successfully transmitted to the Novice Sea area of Zone 1000 via the invasion order. All Evolvers please take heed. Killing the invader will yield significant contribution points. Contribution points can be used to exchange for equipment and supplies in the Fleet Shop or Celestial Oracle Shop. Accompanied by the ongoing announcement, a crimson blood vessel suddenly tore through space, materializing in the waters of Zone 1000. Upon the blood vessel stood a tall and slender figure, the much-anticipated Vampire Prince, Vanzos. Vanzos possessed a pale and exquisite visage. He inhaled deeply, as if savoring the vitality wafting through the air of Zone 1000, his eyes gleaming with a yearning light as he murmured, "Ah, the scent of the living. The great Vanzos has not tasted fresh human blood in several days. My lord, a new hunting ground has appeared. Congratulations, my lord. Congratulations, my lord." Behind him, 9 gaunt blood slaves bowed in deference. They were originally ordinary evolvers from Sea Area 001, but had now been reduced to Vanzos' blood slaves. Stripped of their status as evolvers, their status is akin to the skeletal warriors summoned by Lu Chen. My lord, at the left front, 9 o'clock. There is a divine summer worship. 1 blood slave, emaciated as a twig, pointed towards a mid-level novice wooden boat in Zone 1000. Ha ha ha, pray, fresh prey. This prince shall savor it first. Vanzos laughed heartily, his form instantly transforming into a swarm of dark bats, soaring towards the novice wooden boat. Chapter 73, The Terrifying Vanzos. Aboard the Iron Wolf, Captain Dong Jiqiang's brow furrowed in disbelief as he replayed the Celestial Oracle's report in his mind. An invasion order? There is only one person on the other side, and they dare to invade us. Over 900 strong? Am I hearing this correctly? Dong Jiqiang was a formidable presence on the level leaderboard of Zone 1000, having reached level 4. At that moment, Wei Jie behind him, his expression grave behind his glasses, urgently interjected, "Brother Chong, something is amiss. I just glanced at the channel for Area 8. It seems that Vanzo's is a trick orchestrated by the United States. Just as he finished speaking, a crew member pointed in terror at the sea, his face pale and voice trembling with anxiety. Brother Chong, Wei Gu, look over there. The eyes of everyone were instantly drawn as they beheld a blood-red vessel silently emerging, and even more alarming was the swarm of bats that erupted from it, emanating a palpable sense of oppression that nearly halted the heartbeats of all crew members. Humph, is this Vanzo's? Dong Jiqiang's gaze sharpened, as if some force within him had been awakened. He took a deep breath, his muscles tensing instantly, rapidly bulging, a scarlet glow emanating from beneath his skin, enveloping him entirely, his aura becoming overwhelmingly formidable. C-grade talent, muscle expansion. Blessed by the great Lu Chen, Dong Jiqiang had gained a total of 60 points in free attributes, along with 3 evolution points, which he used to successfully transcend his D-grade strength, evolving to C-grade muscle expansion. Gazing at the swiftly approaching swarm of bats, Dong Jiqiang hesitated briefly, lowering his voice to issue commands. We 5 will confront them. Warner, maintain your invisibility and do not reveal yourself. There are 6 crew members aboard the Iron Wolf. As he spoke, Dong Jiqiang's tone grew increasingly grave. If we are unable to prevail, Warner, be sure to send word of Vanzo's intel through the chat channel to warn everyone. Just then, an urgent response came from a corner of the Iron Wolf. Brother Chong, I refuse. I want to fight alongside everyone. There is no time. Do as I say. Dong Jiqiang barked decisively, suddenly drawing a massive axe from his back, preparing for battle. At that moment, the swarm of bats accelerated abruptly, enveloping the Iron Wolf in the blink of an eye. The 4 crew members, aside from Dong Jiqiang, scarcely had time to react before being besieged by the dense throng of bats, torn apart and drained of blood, instantly transforming into 4 withered corpses. Squeak, squeak, squeak. The mass of bats launched a fierce assault on Dong Jiqiang as well. However, his muscle-expanded body resembled an impenetrable fortress, the sharp fangs of the bats failing to penetrate. Scatter! Dong Jiqiang let out a furious roar as he swung his colossal axe down with a shriek of wind. In an instant, the bats in the air converged as if summoned, coalescing into a figure clad in evening attire, none other than Vanthros. Weijia everyone! Dong Jiqiang's gaze swept over his teammates, now mere husks, before finally resting on Vanthros, his eyes filled with shock and disbelief. The divine gift from the great god Lu Chen had granted everyone in Zone 1000 a staggering 60 points of free attributes and 3 evolution points. Although Weijia and his 3 companions were only at level 3, each possessed D-grade talents, their strength not to be underestimated. Yet, in the blink of an eye, they had met their demise. Just how formidable was Vanthros? Oh, the taste of blood is truly exquisite. Vanthros alighted gracefully upon the deck of the Iron Wolf, arms leisurely unfurled, a look of satisfaction gracing his features. Moments ago, he had drawn the blood of those 4 divine summer revolvers, yielding him a generous 7 attribute points. The energy contained within the blood of these divine summer beings was indeed potent, delightful. Oh, it seems I overlooked a little bug. How amusing, truly amusing. Vanthros languidly adjusted his collar with his pale fingers, casting a glance at the solemn Dong Jiqiang ahead, a contemptuous smile curling at the corners of his lips. Do not be so arrogant. Today, I shall avenge my brothers. Dong Jiqiang bellowed, suppressing the tumult of emotions within. His muscles tensed instantaneously, expanding once more. Facing such a terrifying foe, he dared not hold back. His muscles swelled, unleashing his full strength. In the blink of an eye, he transformed into a titan of rippling muscle, surrounded by a flickering red glow. The massive axe cleaved through the air with the force of thunder, striking fiercely at Vanthros. However, the axe, imbued with unimaginable power, was effortlessly grasped by a pale hand. Dong Jiqiang poured every ounce of his strength into the swing. Yet the axe seemed firmly embedded within Vanthros' palm, unmoving. How could this be? Dong Jiqiang's eyes widened in disbelief. Strength had always been his greatest pride. He had invested a significant number of free attribute points into strength, endowing him with over 70 base strength points. At this moment, fueled by his muscle-expanding talent, the power he unleashed was a near horrific 300 points. This strike, let alone a mere human. Even a 4th-tier sea beast would struggle to withstand it. Certainly death or grave injury awaited. Yet, this extraordinary blow was effortlessly caught by Vanthros. Had Vanthros' strength transcended 300 points? How could that be? Oh, your strength is commendable. I should not underestimate you. Now, you barely pique my interest, Vanthros sneered, suddenly yanking Dong Jiqiang's tightly gripped axe from his hands with ease. Before Dong Jiqiang could react, Vanthros transformed into a shadow of blood, swiftly grasping Dong Jiqiang by the throat, and with overwhelming force, slammed him onto the deck. Vanthros revealed his fangs, leaning close to Dong Jiqiang's neck. I have heard that the strongest in Zone 1000 is called Lu Chen. Where is he now? Upon hearing Vanthros' demand, a cold smile crept across Dong Jiqiang's face. Do you think you are strong? The great god Lu Chen will show you what a true powerhouse is. He will avenge me. You shall not extract a single word from my lips. Before crossing into the world of Tianyu, Dong Jiqiang had been an ordinary worker. Faced with death, he felt fear. Yet in the presence of this vampire, he understood that even if he betrayed the great god Lu Chen, he could not escape the fate of being drained of his blood. Better to remain silent. For it would honor the two survival bets the great god Lu Chen had led him to win. Seeking death, Vanthros' fangs pierced Dong Jiqiang's neck in an instant. Dong Jiqiang's limbs thrashed uncontrollably, his once mighty physique rapidly withering, becoming emaciated. With a dull thud, Dong Jiqiang's shrunken body was mercilessly cast into the surging waves by Vanthros. Like a discarded puppet. Heh, did you think I wouldn't find you if you remained silent? Vanthros languidly licked his lips, his eyes glinting with greed. He then slowly closed his eyes, taking a deep breath as if attempting to capture something in the air. In mere moments, his eyes snapped open, a sinister smile curling his lips. Found it. That vibrant life force. It must be Lu Chen without a doubt. It lies to the east. Vanthros murmured to himself. Then with a fierce sweep of his right arm, his body transformed into a swirling black mist, morphing into countless bats that took to the skies. After a long while, faint sobs echoed from the dim corners of the Iron Wolf. Wanner, the girl with the ability to become invisible, pressed her hands tightly to her lips, trembling slightly as she revealed herself. Changgu, everyone. Only now did Wanner dare to weep, tears flowing like pearls from her eyes, splattering onto the cold deck. No, I cannot allow Changgu and everyone to die in vain. Recalling Dong Jiqiang's last wishes, Wanner quickly wiped her tears and, with trembling fingers, opened the chat channel for Zone 1000. At that moment, the chat was in an uproar. What is happening? Are we being invaded by a single person? Am I seeing things? That Vanthros from Zone 001 has a death wish. He dares to wreak havoc in our Zone 1000 alone? If I see him, I will surely skin him alive. Everyone, do not take this lightly. Look at the chat channel of Zone 8. This Vanthros is definitely not simple. Wow. This invasion order from Vanthros was given by the Americans. They actually believe that this one Vanthros can annihilate our over 900 people in Zone 1000? How is that possible? Tang Hong, exactly. There's no need for my adoptive father to intervene. My ship alone could take care of this so-called vampire prince. Haha. Ever since Tang Hong received 60 attribute points and 3 evolution points, he is now brimming with confidence. Not just Tang Hong, there are no pushovers in Zone 1000. This Vanthros dares to cause trouble. Let him experience the consequences of tangling with us. Yang Zimo, everyone, please do not underestimate the situation. No one should act alone. Gather with nearby warships immediately. We still do not know the full extent of Vanthros' capabilities. We must not be complacent. Yang Degu, received. With the great god Lu Chen and Yang Degu, I am not worried in the slightest about this so-called vampire prince. Until this moment, the atmosphere in the chat channel remained lighthearted. Suddenly, a series of ominous notifications from the system echoed through the air, instantly tightening everyone's nerves. Ding, Evolver of Zone 1000. Wei Jia, Wang Ming, Li Xiang, Zhou Zihao, killed by Evolver of Zone 001, Vantrus. Before anyone could react, another chilling notification followed, weighing heavily on all hearts. Ding. Evolver of Zone 1000, Dong Jiqiang, killed by Evolver of Zone 001, Vantrus. Dong Jiqiang was from the Iron Wolf. The Iron Wolf was in trouble. Dong Jiqiang was a top contender on the leaderboard, already at level 4, and all the other crew members aboard the Iron Wolf were at least level 3. How could this be possible? Damn it, it was that vampire's doing. On the Unicorn Rhinoceros. Yang Zimo was in pursuit of a 4th-tier sea beast when he saw the notification and felt a tightening in his chest. He hurriedly gestured to Long Howren and the others to abandon the chase. He recalled that there were 6 crew members on the Iron Wolf, and only 5 had been reported dead, so there must be someone still alive. With that thought, Yang Zimo swiftly sent a message in the chat channel. Is there anyone still alive on the Iron Wolf? After a few seconds, Wanner's avatar flickered to life. Everyone, I'm so sorry. We on the Iron Wolf couldn't withstand that vampire, sob sob sob. Upon learning that someone from the Iron Wolf had indeed survived, everyone quickly pressed for details. Wanner, stop crying. Please tell us what happened. Yes, take your time. We will surely avenge you. That bastard Vantrus really thinks he can act recklessly just because he is powerful. Wanner replied, everyone, please don't act impulsively. Vantrus is far stronger than we imagined. I survived because Brother Chong asked me to relay his message to everyone, so you could prepare in advance. Following that, Wanner shared Vantrus' attributes in the chat channel. Evolver, Van Tru's Blood Clan. Level 5, 1635, 10,000. Strength 312. Agility 321. Constitution 332. Perception 314. Talent Blood Feast B level. Through absorbing the blood of its kind, can plunder a portion of their attribute points for enhancement, lasting 15 days. Skill Swarm Transformation B level. A mysterious skill of the Blood Clan allows Van Tru's to temporarily transform into a swarm of bats, soaring through the skies and launching surprise attacks on enemies with lightning speed. Oh my mom, I can fly now. Ship Advanced Novice Wooden Ship Blood Feast. Possessing a sea-level ship talent, Night Voyager. Comprehensive Combat Power Assessment, Level 5, above Level 10. For some freaks, Comprehensive Combat Power Assessment has become increasingly laborious. Oh, does your zone have one too? As the crowd's gaze fell upon the astonishing figures on Van Tru's panel, the chat channel was plunged into an eerie silence. As if the very air had solidified, a faint yet distinct sound of gasps echoed from every corner of Zone 1000, almost simultaneously. Even Yang Zimo, who was usually known for his calm demeanor, felt his right hand tremble slightly, his fingertips tapping lightly against the ship's railing. The four-dimensional attributes of Van Tru's were glaringly apparent, each one surpassing the 300-point threshold. Yang Zimo was aware that he was among the stronger individuals in Zone 1000. Yet his own average attributes barely crossed the 60 mark. In stark contrast, Van Tru's attributes were a staggering 5 times greater. 5 times. This figure struck him like a hammer to the heart. It signified that in terms of speed, strength, perception, and even resilience, Van Tru's held an overwhelming advantage over him. Holy hell, is this even human? Zhou Yu, witnessing Van Tru's attributes, nearly had his eyes pop out of their sockets. Long Howren slammed his giant shield heavily onto the deck, producing a dull thud, his expression darkening as he turned gravely to Yang Zimo. Old Yang, this is dangerous. Li Ming's eyelids drooped slightly, his gaze flashing with sharp intensity as he calmly analyzed. Now I understand why only Van Tru's remains alive in Zone 001. The others have likely been drained of their blood, becoming his sustenance. Chapter 75. Dear Dad, run. After several seconds of suffocating silence in the chat channel, someone finally incredulously messaged, Tang Hong. Warner, is it possible that this data has an extra 0? Sigh, Tang Hong, let us face reality. We both know that the system never makes mistakes. This vampire's attributes are indeed over 300. Now I understand why the crew of the Iron Wolf couldn't last even a second against him. These attributes are terrifying. It's those damn Americans. They're afraid of us, which is why they deliberately unleashed the monster Van Tru's in our zone. Complaining is futile. On the battlefield, only the survivors can laugh in the end. We need to quickly devise a strategy to deal with Van Tru's. At this moment, Yang Zimo spoke. Everyone, I've just carefully studied the intelligence that Warner brought back. Although Van Tru's attributes surge after each blood absorption, this enhancement is time-limited. If we don't confront him head-on and wait for 15 days, he will revert to the level of an ordinary evolver, at which point we can deal with him as we wish. Yang Dalao is correct. Warner, where's Van Tru's now? We need to alert everyone to steer clear of him. However, Warner's response sent chills down everyone's spines. He has gone to find Lord Lu Chen. Damn it. That bastard must have set his sights on Lord Lu Chen from the very beginning. Lu Chen, Lord Lu Chen, danger, run. Lu Chen, adoptive father. You are the spiritual pillar of our Zone 1000. Nothing must happen to you. Lu Chen, elder brother Lu Chen, Van Tru's is not to be trifled with. You must be cautious. In an instant, the chat channel was flooded with messages urging Lu Chen to escape. Yang Zimo also messaged urgently. Lu Chen, Van Tru's is extremely dangerous. He is currently looking for you. You must hide. Just then, an evolver suddenly messaged. Holy hell, I saw Lord Lu Chen's underworld ship. How is it? Did Lord Lu Chen evade Van Tru's? Lord Lu Chen's underworld ship is quite fast. If he truly tries to flee, Van Tru's will not be able to catch up. As long as Lord Lu Chen is safe, I will be at ease. However, the next words from that evolver made everyone's hearts drop. It seems that Lord Lu Chen not only hasn't fled, but is heading straight towards Van Tru's. Upon hearing this, the chat channel erupted into chaos, everyone panicking. Dear father, I know you're strong, but Van Tru's is a genuine monster. We can't confront him head-on. Lu Chen, Lord Lu Chen, turn back now. Van Tru's has all attributes above 300 points. With combat power exceeding level 10, you will not be his match. Lu Chen, the great Lu Chen, you are my beacon of faith. You must not falter. As Yang Dalao suggested, let us first steer clear of that Van Zuosi, and after 15 days, we shall confront him at a more opportune moment. Upon seeing Lu Chen not flee but rather charge directly into battle against Van Zuosi, Yang Zimo's heart sank. He was acutely aware of Lu Chen's formidable strength, yet Van Zoosi's attributes had already surpassed the limits attainable by current evolvers. Lu Chen was the hope not just for Zone 1000, but for the entirety of Xinxia. He absolutely must not come to harm. With these thoughts racing through his mind, Yang Zimo hastily sent another message to Lu Chen in the chat channel, his tone infused with urgency and earnestness. Lu Chen, Van Zoosi has absorbed the strength of over 1,000 individuals from Zone 001. His terrifying prowess is beyond imagination. Engaging him now is tantamount to battling an entire legion from Zone 001, which is decidedly unwise. We should bide our time and strategize. However, at this critical juncture, a remark from Li Sini rendered the previously bustling chat channel suddenly silent. Everyone, there is no need for persuasion. After all this time, do you still not understand Lu Chen's character? How could he possibly retreat simply because his opponent is formidable? If he were truly afraid, he would not be Lu Chen and would not have achieved what he has today. Rather than wasting time trying to dissuade him, it would be far more prudent to join me in supporting him. Hearing Li Sini's words, Yang Zimo momentarily froze, then shook his head in resignation, a bitter smile gracing his lips. This kid Lu Chen, sometimes I truly wonder whether he is exceptionally gifted or simply reckless, he muttered to himself. Yet, his gaze soon filled with determination. Regardless of whether you are confident or merely impetuous, I, Yang Zimo, shall unwaveringly stand by your side. He promptly dispatched a message in the chat channel. Everyone, gather towards Lu Chen's location. We shall support him together. Upon seeing the messages from Yang Zimo and Li Sini, the inhabitants of Zone 1000, though still apprehensive of Van Zoosi's overwhelming strength, realized that hiding indefinitely was not a sustainable strategy. After all, the toxic mist would descend in less than 6 days. If they continued to cower, even if they could temporarily evade Van Zoosi's pursuit, they would be unable to construct a single-masted sailboat to escape this novice sea. Damn it, let us go? If it comes to it, death is the worst that can happen. Who fears whom? The revival is merely 2 nautical miles from the great Lu Chen. We shall arrive shortly. I shall go as well. If Lu Chen falls, none of us in Zone 1000 will survive. In an instant, hundreds of warships from Zone 1000 turned their bows and swiftly converged on Lu Chen's position. Between the 0001C area of the 8th District and the 1000C area, an intense war was on the brink of unfolding. At this moment, in the chat channel of the 8th District, Charles similarly shared Van Zoosi's attribute panel within the district's chat, eliciting jubilant exclamations from the evolvers of the allied nations. With all 4-dimensional attributes exceeding 300, while Lu Chen might be capable of slaying 5th-tier boss-level beings, he would surely meet his demise against such a terrifying entity as Van Zoosi. I never anticipated that Prince Van Zoosi would be so powerful. Now, that detestable Lu Chen and those loathsome Xinxia people are doomed. We of the great Goryeo Empire shall seize back all the lost attribute points from these Xinxia people. Oh, the illustrious Mr. Charles. Could you kindly inquire if Prince Van Zoosi has already dispatched that devil Lu Chen? If he truly wishes to flee, perhaps Prince Van Zoosi may not even be able to pursue him. Chapter 76, Observer vs. Vampire. At that moment, Van Zoosi's avatar flickered, his tone brimming with arrogance and disdain. Fear not, everyone. The blood of those Xinxia people is truly exquisite. That Lu Chen, huh? He must be so frightened that he has foolishly charged straight at me. Soon, he shall become my delectable feast. Van Zoosi's words caused the previously anxious evolvers from various nations to fully relax. Oh my god, while Lu Chen possesses such formidable strength, he must lack common sense. How could he not flee in the face of such a powerful Prince Van Zoosi? Charles remarked, It seems that Lu Chen is quite confident in his own abilities, yet before the might of Prince Van Zoosi, he shall soon learn what despair truly means. Our Gallic Rooster's survival bet has been secured. We await Prince Van Zoosi's slaying of Lu Chen, after which we can plunder the weak Xinxia people at our leisure. Lord Shiva has also decreed, we, the people of Tianju, shall resolutely carry out his will and annihilate the Xinxia people. Van Zoosi? Average attributes exceeding 300? Lu Chen's gaze swept over Van Zoosi's attribute panel in the chat channel, a glimmer of interest crossing his eyes. This is intriguing. I had thought my attributes were top tier, only to discover that in this 8th district, there exists someone surpassing me. It seems I cannot afford to be complacent. The Blue Star harbors many hidden talents, and those with extraordinary encounters, like myself, are not few. As he observed the multitude of messages urging him to avoid confrontation in the chat channel, Lu Chen merely shook his head lightly. After all this time, I have finally encountered an evolver who piques my interest. How could I possibly shy away from him? With a light chuckle, Lu Chen sent a message to reassure the others. Everyone, there is no need for concern. I am fully aware of my limits. With that, he raised his hand and commanded, Jack, set course for 055, full speed ahead. An interesting fellow awaits us ahead. Aye, Captain. Jack grinned, the black crystal in his hand shimmering before coalescing into a long whip, which he fiercely cracked against the paddling skeletons. You lazy bones, pick up the pace. Under the whip's encouragement, the skeleton's paddling speed surged, and the phantom ship surged forward like a specter through the night, racing towards the blood feast ship ahead. Amid the multitude of focused gazes, Lu Chen's phantom ship drew ever closer to Van Zosi's blood feast ship. In the chat channel of Zone 1000, Chun Joey exclaimed, "Everyone! Lu Chen's phantom ship is about to collide with Van Zosi's blood feast ship. My fury is right beside it. My hands are trembling with anxiety. Should I lend a hand? No, your strength is too feeble. Intervening recklessly now could inadvertently bolster Van Zosi's attributes. Yes, Joey, remain where you are and wait for us. We are all rushing to Lu Chen's aid." Chun Joey replied, "All right, then what should I do now? Doesn't the game have a live streaming feature? Activate it and let us see Van Zosi's capabilities first, so we can better assist Lu Chen. Indeed, activate the stream. The rest of you, hasten your pace and come to Lu Chen's aid. My unicorn rhinoceros will arrive in 20 minutes. Additionally, everyone, see if anyone possesses silver weapons. Van Zosi is a vampire and should be averse to silver. I have a pair of silver earrings. I have a silver bracelet. My necklace is silver. Yang Zimo, all right everyone. Gather the silverware and hand it over to Lu Chen. Her magnetic manipulation has evolved to sea-level metal control, enabling her to utilize these silver items for remote attacks. Yang Zimo, Lu Chen, how long until your morning star arrives? We must hasten to support Lu Chen. We cannot allow him to fight alone. Lu Chen, 15 minutes. At this moment, Chun Joey had initiated a live broadcast, and the evolvers racing towards Lu Chen were flocking into his live stream. On the screen, amidst the tumultuous waves, a ghostly ship shrouded in black mist faced off against a blood-red vessel, resembling two glinting swords, poised for confrontation. Your Highness, I never expected these divine summer individuals to possess such fortitude, standing resolutely against your terrifying might. A blood slave gazed in astonishment at the approaching phantom, incredulous. In Zone 001, who among the evolvers did not flee in terror at the sight of the prince? Yet, these divine summer folk not only remained, but boldly advanced. As of courting death. Haha, this works in my favor. I need not expend effort to seek them out. Van Zosi smirked coldly. Then with a swift motion of his right arm, transformed into a swarm of black bats, lunging fiercely towards the phantom. Oh, this little toy over there seems quite intriguing. Jack's face twisted with eagerness as he prepared to engage, only to be halted by Lu Chen's raised hand. Jack, leave this one to me. A fierce battle intent flickered in Lu Chen's eyes. Among the current evolvers, few could rival him. Now that he had finally encountered an opponent capable of exchanging blows, he would not easily relinquish the chance to battle. Jack shrugged and stepped back. All right, Captain, after you. Are you two debating who will perish first? Van Zosi's voice dripped with disdain from the swarm of bats, and then, the bats surged forward, enveloping Lu Chen. With a B-level skill, bat transformation, Van Zosi had previously dispatched Wei Jie and his companions aboard the Iron Wolf in an instant. Now, he sought to employ the same tactic to drain Lu Chen's blood, for the blood of the strongest in Zone 1000 would surely be delectable. Squeak, squeak, squeak. As the bats emitted their piercing cries, countless fangs aimed viciously at Lu Chen's flesh. Suddenly, a tremendous explosion erupted from within Lu Chen, a torrent of searing flames gushing forth like a volcanic eruption. Squeak, squeak, squeak. Instantly, innumerable bats were consumed by the flames, their anguished shrieks echoing as they turned to ashes, scattering through the air. The remaining bats swiftly coalesced, reshaping into Van Zosi's form. A fire elemental ability user? Humph. How fortunate you are to have narrowly escaped this calamity. Van Zosi scoffed, well aware that fire was a natural nemesis to his bat form. Is that all you've got? Lu Chen raised an eyebrow. If Van Zosi were truly that weak, it would certainly disappoint him. Hee. Noticing the disdain in Lu Chen's gaze, Van Zosi's lips curled into a chilling smile, his figure trembling beneath his cloak as he declared, "You clearly have yet to witness the true power of Prince Van Zosi. That little trick earlier was merely an appetizer." His words carried an unmistakable threat, and then, suddenly, he raised his voice sharply. "Next, I shall make you understand what true attribute suppression entails." With a jolt, Van Zosi unleashed his full agility of 321 points, transforming into a crimson blur that lunged at Lu Chen with astonishing speed. Chapter 77, Attribute Overpowering Van Zosi. Ant. Allow me to demonstrate the terror of speed at 321 points. Van Zosi thought triumphantly, baring his fangs as he aimed for Lu Chen's neck. However, as Van Zosi's ferocious strike approached, A glimmer of mockery flashed in Lu Chen's eyes. How amusing that Vans Wasi believed he could dominate him through speed. How laughable. With a sudden push of his right foot, Lu Chen deftly retreated. Vans Wasi's sharp fangs, which had nearly reached Lu Chen's neck, seemingly encountered nothing but air. The prey had become elusive. As he focused, he realized that Lu Chen's speed matched his own. How is this possible? Vans Wasi was filled with dread. He had absorbed the strength of over 1,000 individuals to temporarily elevate his agility to 321 points, while this mere 5th-level evolver was able to match him. Could his agility have surpassed 321 points? No, that was impossible. Yet, before Vans Wasi could fully process the shock, Lu Chen's feet glimmered with green light, triggering a sudden acceleration. The Lu Chen who had previously matched him in speed now surged threefold, becoming a fleeting shadow that vanished from Vans Wasi's view in an instant. Oh no! Panic surged within Vans Wasi, but before he could react, Lu Chen appeared silently at his side. In the next moment, a pale, slender hand struck with lightning speed. Smack! A resounding clap echoed across the sea. Vans Wasi was sent spinning twice by the forceful slap, standing dazed and bewildered. To think that he, with his 321 points of agility, had been utterly outpaced. The most humiliating part was that Lu Chen's attack was an exceedingly demeaning slap. Do you have any idea the extent of damage such a slap inflicts upon a vampire? This sudden turn of events plunged the entire sea into a momentary silence. Aboard the blood feast, the blood slaves who had previously grinned wickedly, eagerly anticipating Lu Chen's blood being drained, were now frozen, their expressions vacant. Did I just see that correctly? Did that divine summer individual move faster than His Highness? One blood slave murmured in disbelief. However, his companions remained statuesque, their eyes wide, mouths agape, their faces etched with incredulity. His Highness's agility exceeds 300 points. How could this divine summer individual's speed be so extraordinary? Had his agility surpassed His Highness? How could that be? Did he also consume human blood? That couldn't be right. There were plenty of evolvers in Zone 1000. Quickly, row with all your might. Lu Chen is waiting for us, Yang Zimo urged, gripping the oars tightly and paddling with fervor. He was aware that Lu Chen was currently engaged in a fierce battle with Vantros. Every fleeting second increased the likelihood of victory for Lu Chen and the team from Zone 1000. Yet, at that very moment, Long Howren, tasked with observing the battle, suddenly froze, then mechanically turned his head, his gaze vacantly directed at Yang Zimo, Li Ming, Zhou Yu, and the others. He stammered, You all, look at this. Upon hearing Long Howren's words, Yang Zimo's heart sank. Was it over? Had Lu Chen been defeated? Alas, given Vantros's terrifying attributes, it wouldn't be surprising if Lu Chen had indeed lost. With a heavy heart, Yang Zimo slowly cast his eyes upon the screen that Long Howren was presenting to the group. In the next moment, a look of astonishment identical to that of Long Howren appeared on his face. Crushing defeat. Lu Chen had outstripped Vantros in speed. Even Yang Zimo, who was typically composed, could not restrain a gasp of disbelief. But wait, didn't Vantros possess over 300 agility points? Was he merely a paper tiger? Zhou Yu's voice brimmed with skepticism. No, Vantros's agility was indeed 321 points. It was Lu Chen whose agility surpassed that of Vantros. Li Ming's eyes, sharp as a hawk's, remained fixed on the fleeting figures of Lu Chen and Vantros on the screen as he solemnly analyzed the situation. What? Zhou Yu's voice rose sharply, his eyes widening in disbelief. Are you saying Lu Chen's agility exceeds that of Vantros? Damn, my combined attributes don't even reach 300 points, and now you tell me that Lu Chen has over 300 agility points? Zhou Yu felt utterly disheartened. Yang Zimo stood momentarily stunned, before suddenly bursting into laughter, his mirth filled with exhilaration. Ha ha ha, this kid Lu Chen has been hiding his attributes from us all along. How astonishing they truly are. Long Howren could not help but chuckle lightly, shaking his head. Old Yang, remember how we advised him to flee? How ironic it is, clearly. Brother Lu Chen was well prepared, and now we find ourselves the fools. Yang Zimo's face bore no hint of embarrassment. Rather, his smile grew even brighter. Ha! Let us be fools, for as long as Lu Chen is strong, as long as Shunxia thrives, I, Yang Zimo, gladly embrace this role of a jester. Ha ha ha! Vantros, his gaze fierce, bore down on Lu Chen, whose wrist was now swaying, his teeth clenched, producing a grating sound. I, Vantros, noble prince of the vampire lineage, am a figure to be feared in both Blue Star and this world of Tianyu. This insufferable Lu Chen dared to strike me a resounding slap in front of everyone. How infuriating, how utterly detestable. As this thought surged within him, anger flooded his heart, and Vantros's voice emerged, chilling and ominous, as if from the depths of hell. So, you are an agile specialist. It appears you have allocated all your free attribute points to agility, have you not? His gaze shifted to the green light flickering at Lu Chen's feet. The malice on his face intensifying, a cold smile curling his lips. Speed enhancement. You possess two talents simultaneously. But do you truly believe such trifles can vanquish me? What a delusion. Van Tross stepped forward, his tone laced with menace. In this cramped cabin, no matter how swift you are, where can you flee? Moreover, how long can you maintain this state of speed enhancement? At this, he extended his crimson tongue, slowly licking his parched lips, his eyes glinting with avarice. The moment your mental energy is depleted and the state of speed enhancement fades, that will be when you become my delectable feast. Chapter 78, The Earth-Shattering Fist. Well, I must say, old man, you do have quite a lot to say. With your meager abilities, does our captain even need to dodge you? Jack lounged lazily against the side of the ship, picking his nose with an air of disdain. There are more experts. It was only then that Van Tross noticed Jack, his pupils contracting sharply. The undead before him was classified as a boss-level entity. A boss-level undead was hiding aboard Lu Chen's vessel. Van Tross was well aware of the power that boss-level entities wielded. He had once clashed with a boss-level sea beast in the 001C region, and even with all his might, he had barely managed to achieve a stalemate. Realizing this, a sense of dread washed over Van Tross. He understood that he might have bitten off more than he could chew. If that boss-level undead were to launch an offensive while Lu Chen executed his astounding speed from the flank, it would be a daunting challenge. Just as Van Tross contemplated retreat, Lu Chen's seemingly casual remark ignited a spark of intrigue within him. Jack has a point. I've had my fun. Lu Chen flexed his wrist and stepped closer to Van Tross, clearly preparing for a direct confrontation. Heh, you refuse the path to heaven and seek out hell instead. Van Tross felt a surge of elation. Lu Chen was evidently an agility-focused talent, yet he chose to confront him head-on. With his superior strength attributes, he could easily crush Lu Chen with a single blow. The remaining boss-level undead would pose no threat after that. Seizing the opportunity, he would kill this arrogant Shun Xia inhabitant. Prepare to meet your end. Van Tross roared, launching himself forward. His right foot driving into the ground as his muscles tensed like steel. An astounding 312 points of strength surged forth. His right fist shooting toward Lu Chen's face like a released arrow, bearing the force to shatter. In an instant, that detestable countenance would be reduced to fragments. As Van Tross's fist hurtled toward him with blinding speed, a cold glimmer flickered in Lu Chen's eyes. You, an ant with a B-level talent. Dare to challenge an SSS-level talent. His power was the result of the SSS-level talent bestowed by Tuanzi. Suddenly, a brilliant red light surged within Lu Chen, activating his strength enhancement skill in an instant. His strength, initially at 178 points, tripled to an astonishing 534 points. He lowered his center of gravity, harnessed his waist strength, and drew back his right arm, then burst forth like a spring releasing its tension, charging directly at Van Tross's fist with a raw and unrestrained ferocity. Determined to crush this so-called vampire noble with sheer power, Van Tross, once brimming with confidence, felt an ominous premonition swell within him upon witnessing the red glow emanating from Lu Chen. This red light resembled that of a strength-based talent. Could it be? Did Lu Chen possess a strength-based talent as well? Although anxiety gnawed at his heart, there was no turning back now, having drawn the bow. One could not return the arrow. Van Tross gritted his teeth, channeling every ounce of power into his right fist, vowing to obliterate Lu Chen with a single blow. However, the subsequent scene struck terror into his heart. Before him, Lu Chen's fist, propelled like a cannonball, was ensnared by a layer of hard rock shimmering with a cold. Fierce light, B-grade talent, power of the mountains. A high-level earth talent. By the heavens, how many talents does this bastard possess? In the astonished gaze of Van Zhuasi, his flesh-and-blood fist collided violently with Lu Chen's rock-solid punch. Crack! A crisp sound of bone fracturing echoed, as Van Zhuasi's fist was instantaneously crushed to fragments by the overwhelming force, akin to glass shattered by a boulder, scattering everywhere. Yet, Lu Chen's might did not wane. It surged forth like a raging torrent, relentlessly obliterating everything in its path along Van Zhuasi's right arm. The muscles and bones of Van Zhuasi's arm crumbled under this terrifying power, turning into mere flesh and debris. In the blink of an eye, his entire right arm had ceased to exist, and this destructive force did not relent. It continued its assault upon Van Zhuasi's chest. Van Zhuasi's chest caved in under the immense pressure, ribs splintering, internal organs shattered by the ferocity of the blow. He was propelled backward like a leaf caught in a tempest, crashing violently against the side of the phantom ship. A thunderous roar resounded as the entire vessel trembled violently. Dust and debris swirling around the deck. Lu Chen's earth-shattering punch silenced the cacophony across the sea in an instant. All eyes fixated on the ship's railing, where Van Zhuasi hung limply, resembling a torn puppet, utterly motionless. Whether it was the evolvers from Zone 1000 or the blood slaves aboard the Blood Feast. All gazed in disbelief. Everyone was acutely aware of Van Zhuxi's power attribute, a staggering 312 points. 312 points, not merely 32. With such terrifying strength, Van Zhuxi could effortlessly annihilate the vast majority of level 5 evolvers with a single punch. Yet, this brutal force, 5 times greater than that of his peers, had been utterly crushed by Lu Chen in a straightforward confrontation. Lu Chen was truly formidable. On the Morning Star, wow, Brother Lu is so handsome, Fan Yingying exclaimed, jumping with excitement. Her cheeks flushed with exhilaration as she turned to Li Cini, exclaiming, Sister Cini, did you see that? Brother Lu not only outshone that vampire in agility, but completely dominated him in sheer strength as well. So impressive. Li Cini gazed at Lu Chen's majestic figure, unwavering like a mountain, a soft smile gracing her lips as she waved her hand, reassuring everyone not to worry. It seems he doesn't need our assistance after all. Her gaze lingered on Lu Chen, a mix of emotions swirling within her heart. No matter how hard she tried, the gap between her and Lu Chen seemed to only widen. Astonishment washed over the other crew members aboard the Morning Star. What was happening? Initially, everyone believed Van Zhuxi to be a formidable character, fervently rowing to provide support for the great Lu Chen. Yet, just as they had barely begun, Lu Chen finished Van Zhuxi with a single blow. Did he truly justify the grandiose pose he struck upon entering the fray? At that moment, Van Zhuxi was in a pitiful state. Not only had his right arm been reduced to a pulp, but a massive gash now marred his chest, as if he had been struck not by a fist, but by a large caliber cannonball. Van Zhuxi gazed at Lu Chen, his eyes filled with shock and disbelief. How is this possible? Even with the augmentation of a power-type talent, how can his base strength be so high? And why does he possess so many talents while we are limited to but one? This is unjust. Chapter 79, Despair of Van Zhuxi. I have drained the blood of over 1,000 individuals just to barely attain this power. Van Zhuxi gasped heavily. What gives you the right to be stronger than me? This is unreasonable. Though Van Zhuxi possessed over 300 points in physique, and despite being severely wounded by Lu Chen's punch, he had not succumbed immediately. His features twisted in resentment. He had believed that after absorbing the strength of so many, he would stand unassailable among evolvers. Yet, on his first incursion into another sea region, he had been so brutally beaten, leading him to question his very existence. The power you boast of is trivial in my eyes. Lu Chen cast a glance at Van Zhuxi, his voice laced with indifference. Indeed, Van Zhuxi's talent was impressive. Through relentless consumption of his kin's blood, he could gain substantial power in a short time. However, compared to Tuanzi's abyssal absorption, it was but a trifle. Tuanzi not only permanently absorbed attribute points, but could also siphon talents. It was thanks to Tuanzi that he had transformed from a terminally ill patient with a failed awakening into a top-tier evolver possessing dozens of talents. Van Zhuxi was merely unfortunate to encounter him. Otherwise, he could have easily become a boss-level villain among evolvers. With a flick of his finger, Lu Chen sent forth a gleaming bone spear slicing through the air, hurtling towards Van Zhuxi. Damn it! Van Zhuxi roared, his body instantly transforming into a swarm of bats. The bat swarm skill served both as an offensive maneuver and an excellent escape tactic. Van Zhuxi's true form would hide among the swarm, becoming an ordinary bat. As long as his true form remained unharmed, he could safely flee. Whoosh! The bone spear pierced through the swarm, eliciting a cacophony of shrieks from the bats. Lu Chen, I will remember this pain, Van Zhuxi declared. I refuse to believe that the others in Zone 1000 can match your strength. After uttering his threat, the swarm of bats fled towards the Blood Feast. Thinking of escaping? Lu Chen scoffed, his eyes turning a stark gray, a cold light glimmering within. In an instant, the entire swarm of bats petrified into gray-white stone statues, suspended in midair. B-grade talent, petrifying gaze. Simultaneously, Lu Chen's ears quivered, capturing every subtle sound, a smile creeping onto his lips as he thought, found you. D-grade talent. Auditory sensitivity. The bat that represented Van Zhuxi's true form struggled within the stone, emitting a faint sound. However, it was this almost imperceptible sound that Lu Chen heard with utmost clarity, before Fan Zhuxi could free himself from his bindings. A glimmer of cold light sliced through the air, and a bone spear shot forth with alarming speed. Fan Zhuxi felt a fierce wind pressing against him, the breath of death closing in instantaneously. No, in this critical moment of life and death, the blood energy he had painstakingly gathered surged forth without reservation, rapidly coalescing before him into a scarlet blood shield. This shield, formidable enough to withstand a full-force strike from a boss-level sea beast, cracked like spider silk upon contact with the bone spear, emitting a piercing screech that tore through the heavens. Witnessing this, Fan Jiaoxi's pupils constricted in disbelief. How could this be? This scarlet blood shield, formed under the enhancement of his 314 points of perception, was his strongest defense. How could it fail to withstand the casual shot of Lu Chen's bone spear? Could it be? Could Lu Chen's perception attribute surpass my own? How is that even possible? Fine, if his agility and strength are superior, but his perception too. What chance does a vampire have to survive this? At this moment, Lu Chen's perception, having activated the perception transcendence, reached a horrifying 780 points. In the midst of Fan Jiaoxi's incredulous gaze, the scarlet blood shield shattered instantly, transforming into a myriad of blood droplets that scattered through the air, while the bone spear, undeterred, pierced through the bat-shaped Fan Jiaoxi with astonishing force. A shrill cry escaped the bat, blood spraying into the sky as his body swayed, barely managing to fly back to the Blood Feast ship. Oh, he is not dead? Lu Chen raised an eyebrow. This Fan Jiaoxi, with over 300 points of constitution, was indeed formidable. Having endured such a brutal hit, yet still managing to escape back to the Blood Feast. At this moment, although Fan Jiaoxi had reached the ship, he appeared utterly disheveled. A pitiable sight. A gaping wound the size of a bowl had formed in his abdomen, his innards shockingly exposed. A gruesome sight to behold. Even more astonishing was that the once lustrous black hair and handsome visage of Fan Jiaoxi had abruptly transformed into that of a frail, decrepit elder. His hair now streaked with white. My prince. The blood slaves aboard the Blood Feast gasped in horror, their voices trembling with uncontainable fear. They never imagined that the immensely powerful Blood Prince, Fan Jiaoxi, would be so severely wounded by Lu Chen. In a desperate bid to escape Lu Chen's deadly assault, Fan Jiaoxi had drained every last drop of his blood energy. At this moment, his once proud attributes had plummeted from over 300 points to a mere 20. Flee! Quickly flee! Fan Jiaoxi trembled, clutching his gaping wound, terrified that his innards might spill out, his eyes betraying an uncontrollable fear. Fan Jiaoxi had been thoroughly frightened by Lu Chen. Terrifying. Incredibly terrifying. This Lu Chen not only surpassed him in every dimensional attribute, but also wielded innumerable high-level talents. In a novice C region, B-level talents were exceedingly rare. Yet this devil possessed multiple B-level talents, not to mention those of C and D level. Did he acquire these talents in bulk? At this moment, Fan Jiaoxi harbored no inclination to resist Lu Chen. His sole thought was to escape, to flee from this demon named Lu Chen, to flee from this sea filled with despair. His resentment towards Charles reached its zenith, had it not been for this scoundrel's so-called invasion order. He would never have foolishly provoked such a terrifying existence as Lu Chen. Once the blood slaves regained their composure, they frantically began to row. Fortunately, our Blood Feast is a special vessel, endowed with the Night Voyager talent. As long as we distance ourselves from that devil Lu Chen, everyone will survive. The blood slaves' muscles tensed, the oars slicing through the water with fervor, the Blood Feast suddenly becoming a blur before vanishing entirely from Lu Chen and Jack's sight. What the hell? It's gone? Jack exclaimed in astonishment, rubbing his eyes, unable to believe that such a large ship had disappeared right before him. It's the Blood Feast's invisibility talent. Indeed, I like it. Lu Chen smiled faintly. Though Fan Jiaoxi's talent was B-level, it was of no use against him, who possessed the ability to detect. Rather, Lu Chen found pleasure in the ship's talents. The Night Voyager talent, once activated, allowed for concealment from visual and auditory perception, making detection exceedingly difficult. However, this was of no consequence to Lu Chen. He gently flared his nostrils, activating his enhanced sense of smell, as a faint scent of blood surged into his nostrils. Chapter 80. Let destruction commence. I'm tired of this. Caught you again. Lu Chen's lips curled into a cold smile as he swiftly moved to the bow of the ship, beside the giant harpoon, manipulating it to slowly adjust its aim at the seemingly empty expanse of sea ahead. Without hesitation, he pulled the trigger, whereupon he detected the scent of Fan Jiaoxi's blood. Boom. A tremendous roar accompanied by a violent tremor erupted as a massive harpoon, as thick as an arm, was launched with ferocity, dragging a long rope behind it like an enraged dragon bursting from the sea. Thud! A muffled sound echoed as the harpoon seemed to pierce through some existence, firmly embedding itself in the seemingly void sea, and then the rope tightened instantaneously, transforming into an unbreakable bind that ensnared the fleeing Blood Feast. Ha ha ha, Captain! I've truly caught you now. Jack laughed heartily, his eyes shimmering with a touch of pity as he observed the Blood Feast gradually becoming visible due to the attack. You lot, why provoke anyone but the captain? Do you have a death wish? Just so you know, the captain hasn't even unleashed his real ace yet. They've spotted us. The ship can't move. Quick, cut that rope. The blood slaves aboard the Blood Feast were etched with terror, hurriedly grabbing knives in an attempt to sever the rope, but it was too late. The ghostly black ship, shrouded in mist, surged forward with an irresistible force, crashing violently into the blood feast. It's over. Fan Jiaoxi watched helplessly as the prow of the black dragon ship approached rapidly, his body weakly leaning against the ship's railing, despair written across his face. With the blood feast's discovery, his last hope of escape had been shattered. This Lu Chen even possessed a sensory-enhancing talent. Was there anything he could not do? Having painstakingly absorbed the blood of the entire novice zone's evolvers, I believed I had ascended to a position of power within the world of Tianyu. However, upon departing the novice village, I was met with a brutal defeat that left me questioning my very existence. Let it all end. I am weary, disillusioned, and in my next life, I shall undoubtedly steer clear of that individual named Lu Chen. Under the despairing gaze of Vantros, I activated the swift phantom vessel. The bow of the black dragon ship lunged forward like a beast, violently colliding with the blood feast, shattering it into fragments. Those aboard the blood feast, including Vantros and his legion of blood slaves, had no time to utter a scream before being torn apart in the brutal impact, meeting their demise on the spot. Vantros, the self-proclaimed aristocrat and blood prince who had been imbued with the hopes of the allied nations, met a tragic end after enduring a merciless ravaging. Beep. You have annihilated all invaders. The 1000th Novice Sea Zone has successfully repelled the invasion. You have earned 500 contribution points. Due to your significant contribution as the foremost evolver in repelling the invasion, you have received 2 evolution points. Beep. As the 1000th Sea Zone has yet to establish a fleet power, there is no fleet shop. A temporary Tianyu shop has been opened. Listening to the notifications resonating in my mind, Lu Chen waved his hand, stowing away the remnants of the blood feast and Vantros' corpse into his storage ring. With many eyes upon him, he could not risk revealing the existence of his companion, the dumpling. However, this reward from Tianyu was indeed unique, not in attribute points, but in a form of contribution points previously unseen. As for Vantros, Lu Chen had contemplated judging him as a malevolent entity to gain execution value. Yet despite his odd talents, he did not meet the criteria for such a classification. To forcibly declare him as a malevolent entity would require the expenditure of absolute judgment power, a measure unworthy of Vantros. Meanwhile, an announcement from Tianyu echoed across the skies of the 1000th Novice Sea Zone, clear and resounding. Beep. All invaders in the Sun Never Sets 001C area have been exterminated. The 1000th Novice Sea Zone has successfully repelled the invasion. All evolvers receive 1 evolution point. This unexpected news jolted the evolvers in the 1000th Zone, who had been astonished by Lu Chen's prowess, back to reality. A deafening cheer erupted, reverberating across the sea. We won? Just like that? I was bracing myself for a fierce battle, yet Lu Chen effortlessly dispatched Vantros. My goodness. I can only admit that when I first saw Vantros' attributes, my legs turned to jelly. I thought we were doomed. Lu Chen, you are truly my savior. I adore you. Vantros, with attributes exceeding 300 in all dimensions, appeared no more formidable than a fledgling chick before Lu Chen. Did this not imply that Lu Chen's attributes were even more terrifying? Haha, even if they were not significantly higher than Vantros's, they must be comparable. Let us not forget, Lu Chen possesses various talent enhancements, his actual combat power far surpassing mere statistics. I feel like crying. With this victory, I have already gained 4 evolution points thanks to Lu Chen. I am at a loss for how to express my gratitude. Doesn't Lu Chen require the corpses of talented sea beasts? Let us all band together to hunt sea beasts and present their bodies to Lu Chen. Indeed, Lu Chen is our faith. As he grows stronger, so too shall we in the 1000th Zone. I am genuinely curious if Lu Chen needs someone to take care of him. Even the mightiest of men should have a woman who understands him by their side, right? Hey, you up there, stop dreaming. Li Sini is so exceptional, with beauty, strength, figure, and intelligence all in abundance. Yet Lu Chen remains indifferent to her. Sigh, what kind of girl does Lu Chen truly like? Aboard the Iron Wolf, the bodies of Dong Jiqiang, Wei Jie, and 3 others lay quietly on the deck. One with tears in her eyes, choked out, Brother Chong, Brother Wei Jie, did you hear the cheers around us? Lu Chen has avenged you. You may now rest in peace. Lu Chen is incredible. I love you. The cheers came in waves as Lu Chen surveyed his surroundings, witnessing the gathering of the divine summer warships. The gazes of those aboard were fervent, filled with adoration for him. He swiftly signaled Jack to set sail from the phantom vessel, otherwise he would be surrounded once more. Lu Chen was not fond of the sensation of being the center of attention. He preferred to amass wealth quietly. After a simple farewell to the crowd, the phantom vessel gradually glided into the black mist, disappearing from view. Captain, your demeanor is far too reserved. Being adored by the masses is exhilarating. Jack observed the jubilant crowd outside the mist, shaking his head in resignation. Alas, our captain is still too young and lacks the audacity. He is shy. If it were me, Jack, I would certainly choose a dozen or so beautiful crew members to revel with every night. What a waste for the captain. Lu Chen cast a sidelong glance at Jack, knowing that without strength to back it up, the more popular one became, the quicker they met their end. Indeed. Jack scratched his head. The moment Vantros arrived, he targeted the captain first. If not for our captain's exceptional prowess, he might have ended up like the other evolvers from Zone 001, reduced to mere skeletons. Chapter 81. The ability to upgrade ship talents. At this moment, Dumpling, seeing that no one was around, crawled out from the cabin of the phantom vessel, chattering away. The little creature was now quite clever, understanding the importance of not causing trouble for Lu Chen. Whenever outsiders were present, it would instinctively hide away. Lu Chen caught sight of Dumpling, and his eyes instantly curved into crescent moons as he swiftly embraced the little creature, gently rubbing his cheek against it. Dumpling, having you by my side fills me with such joy. Vantros's blood feast talent was indeed extraordinary, yet before Lu Chen, it was as powerless as a 3-year-old child. A testament to the prowess of Dumpling's SSS talent. Chattering away, Dumpling closed its eyes, appearing utterly entranced. Haha, come now, Dumpling. Let us see what spoils we have acquired this time. Lu Chen chuckled softly, then waved his right hand, revealing the wreckage of the blood feast and Vantros's corpse on the surface of the sea. Chatter. While Dumpling absorbed the spoils, Lu Chen directed his gaze toward the Tianyu interface. This time, defeating Vantros had yielded 500 contribution points, seemingly redeemable for items at the Tianyu shop. Before long, Lu Chen discovered the entrance to the Tianyu shop on the interface. Tianyu shop, currently open for a limited time, remaining time, 23 hours. Upon entering, 4 types of goods were displayed before him. 1. Sea Spirit Ginseng, Silver, Beginner Level, a miraculous herb that grows in the deep sea spirit domain. Resembling ginseng, but imbued with the essence of the ocean. Upon ingestion, it can purify one's cultivation and enhance life energy by 3,000 points. Provided one possesses sufficient wealth, merely consuming this item can elevate one's level, although the actual combat prowess remains uncertain. Exchange for Sea Spirit Ginseng, 300 contribution points. 2. Storm Amulet, Silver Grade, Beginner, a diminutive charm infused with the power of storms. Capable of automatically releasing a small tempest to repel enemies or deflect attacks when the wearer is in peril. A life-saving item, its price should not be a concern. Exchange for Storm Amulet, 350 contribution points. 3. Wrath of the Sea Dragon Cannon, Silver Grade, Beginner, a colossal artillery piece imbued with the spirit of a sea dragon. Unleashing a devastating roar upon firing, inflicting catastrophic damage on enemy vessels. Whoever possesses this on the seas commands respect. Exchange for Wrath of the Sea Dragon Cannon, 400 contribution points. 4. Ocean Spirit Pearl, Special Item, a mystical orb formed from the tears of an ancient god, capable of evolving the talents of sea grade and below vessels. An exceptionally rare treasure. Acquire it if your contribution points permit. Exchange for Ocean Spirit Pearl, 500 contribution points. Gazing at the wares within the celestial store, Lu Chen's eyes sparkled with excitement. It was a treasure trove. He yearned for them all. The Sea Spirit Ginseng, which could directly augment his life energy by 3,000 points. An invaluable find, considering he would only gain 2,000 points from slaying a 7th-tier Naga. The rarity of the Sea Spirit Ginseng is self-evident. The Storm Amulet, a priceless life-preserving artifact, is equally enticing. Not to mention the Wrath of the Sea Dragon Cannon, the first ship-mounted artillery Lu Chen had encountered in this world. Equipping such a weapon would undoubtedly grant a commanding advantage in both range and firepower against adversarial ships. However, the most alluring of all was undoubtedly the last item. The Ocean Spirit Pearl, which could evolve a ship's talents. Though Lu Chen coveted all these treasures, he found himself constrained by his 500 contribution points, allowing for the redemption of only one item. After a moment of contemplation, he resolved to choose the Ocean Spirit Pearl. After all, talents can be upgraded continuously, and Lu Chen was eager to witness the formidable power of an S-grade ship talent. Ding, 500 contribution points deducted. Successfully exchanged for the Ocean Spirit Pearl. As the voice of the Celestial echoed, a cerulean orb materialized before Lu Chen, its surface shimmering like the undulating waves of the sea, occasionally twinkling with starlight. Ding. Detection indicates the phantom ship possesses multiple talents. Please select the talent you wish to upgrade. 1. Sakura Guardian, C grade. 2. Night Voyager, C grade. 3. Ecological Symbiosis, D grade. 4. Swift, D grade. The Dumpling has already assimilated the talents of the Blood Feast. The phantom ship boasts a B grade talent, and thus the Ocean Spirit Pearl cannot upgrade it. Confronted with this choice, Lu Chen stroked his chin in contemplation. Upgrading a D-grade talent with the Ocean Spirit Pearl would be a clear loss. Between Sakura Guardian and Night Voyager, he felt that Sakura Guardian would serve him better, especially as battles intensified across the vast seas. Should his vessel be destroyed, he would become a drifting leaf without roots. Thus, Lu Chen resolved to upgrade Sakura Guardian. With his determination set, the Ocean Spirit Pearl shattered instantaneously, transforming into a wave of cerulean light that surged into the Phantom Ship's core. Ding! The Phantom Ship's C-grade talent. Sakura Guardian has successfully ascended to B-grade, enhancing the protective barrier. Listening to the notification from the Celestial, Lu Chen felt a surge of elation. Success. With a mere thought, a dark barrier materialized before the Phantom Ship. Jack, witnessing the sudden emergence of the barrier, paused momentarily, exclaiming, "Captain, our Phantom Ship has evolved." Lu Chen nodded. "Indeed, Jack. Test the barrier's defensive capabilities." "Understood." Jack's figure flickered, transforming into a streak of dark light as he swiftly manifested a glimmering black crystal longsword in his right hand, thrusting it towards the protective barrier with tremendous force. "Break!" he shouted, and upon contact, the surface of the barrier rippled like water, yet remained unbroken. "Wow, Captain, this talent is quite impressive. I exerted my full strength." Jack raised an eyebrow, astonished. Lu Chen nodded in agreement, recognizing the extraordinary nature of a B-grade ship talent, which could withstand Jack's full-force assault, a testament to its efficacy. At that moment, the dumpling had also completely absorbed the remains of Vansrose, granting Lu Chen an additional B-grade talent, Blood Feast, along with 12 points of strength. Regrettably, despite acquiring the vampiric talent, his comprehension level was too low to grasp the skills, compared to the Blood Feast, which was of little use to Lu Chen. He was far more intrigued by Vansrose's B-grade skill, Bat Swarm Transformation. However, as Lu Chen was not a vampire, his understanding of vampiric talents was limited, and he could not yet master this skill, leaving him to hope for future opportunities to delve deeper. With trivial matters concluded, it was time to confront those petty clowns from the Alliance nations. Lu Chen scoffed. Had they not presented me with this generous gift, how could I have easily acquired these 500 contribution points? With a smirk playing on his lips, he slowly retrieved the survival wager decree from his pocket and opened the chat channel for the 8th District. The Celestial people highly value reciprocity. It was time to return the favor. Chapter 82, 1v10. At this moment, within the chat channel of the 8th District, the members of the Alliance nations awaited news of Vansrose's anticipated victory with bated breath. "Hey, it's been quite a while. Why hasn't Prince Vansrose delivered news of his triumph? I can hardly contain my eagerness to plunder the attributes of those celestial people." Gallo 673 District. Haha, Lord Vansrose must be ruthlessly tormenting that Lu Chen right now. I can't wait to see the sorry state of that guy. Fusong 903 District. P.S. Probably groveling before our Lord Shiva for forgiveness. But Shiva would not easily pardon such a sinner. Tianju 579 District. Charles, everyone, do not fret. Prepare your wager decrees. Once Lu Chen meets his demise, it will be our feast. Suddenly, a message from the Korean user captivated everyone's attention. Oh no, how is this possible? South Korea 942 District. Charles, oh, Korean friend, what troubles you? In the South Korean 942C area, Park Jong-ho's eyes widened in shock, his fingers frantically sliding across the screen as he repeatedly refreshed the 8th District's C domain list. Soon after, he trembled as he sent a message. It's gone dark. The name of the C domain where Prince Vansrose resides has turned black. Ah, my friend from Goryeo, your jest is far from amusing. The name of the maritime region turning black signifies the demise of all its inhabitants. How could such a formidable entity as Vansrose possibly succumb? Charles chuckled and shook his head, but before he could finish typing, he abruptly froze. No, this cannot be true. He swiftly opened the list for Zone 8, his gaze fixating on the 001 area where Vansrose resided, which was now engulfed in utter darkness. Charles's smile instantly vanished, replaced by a pallor that suggested all vitality had been drained from him. He staggered back a couple of steps, leaning weakly against the ship's railing. Hearing the commotion, Catherine rushed out from the cabin, exclaiming, "Oh, dear God, Charles, what has happened to you? It's over, it's over. I fear I have summoned a demon to our 976 maritime zone," Charles murmured faintly. What once was a lively chat channel in Zone 8 fell into an eerie silence, as all members of the Alliance repeatedly refreshed the regional list. Yet, no matter how often they refreshed, the sun never set's 001 maritime zone remained as ink-black as ever, devoid of any sign of life. This is unbelievable. Prince Vansrose has absorbed the strength of nearly 1,000 evolved beings, with attributes exceeding 300. How could he possibly be dead? The people of Fusong felt as though the very heavens had collapsed. Even someone as powerful as Vantros was unable to contend with that which brought about the land's demise. Surely, he must have been cheating. However, no one dared to respond to the outburst of the Fusang people. All members of the alliance felt as though their hearts were ensnared by an invisible hand, nearly ceasing to beat. They had repeatedly provoked a true dragon. Was this not tantamount to courting disaster? At that moment, a new message shattered the silence in the chat channel like a thunderclap. Is it you, Vantros, conspiring behind the scenes with these few maritime zones? I shall remember you. Divine Xiao 1000 Zone, Landfall. This statement struck like a shard of ice, extinguishing any flicker of hope within the hearts of the alliance. Just then, the treacherous Gaulish fowl was the first to betray. Oh, great Mr. Landfall, you are indeed unharmed. We, the Gauls, have always been concerned for your safety. Seeing you well brings us relief. Observing the duplicitous demeanor of the Gauls, Landfall found it amusing. Was their skill in such duplicity inherited through their genes? Landfall replied, oh, just moments ago, you were the most eager to leap at the chance to issue us a survival wager, weren't you? Now, the opportunity has arisen. Let us commence. Upon hearing this, the Gaulish fowl quickly donned a sycophantic expression. Oh, esteemed Mr. Landfall, you misunderstand. Our actions were merely to placate the Americans and Fusang. There is an old saying in Divine Xia, though one is in Chao's camp, their heart remains with Han. We Gauls will forever stand by the formidable people of Divine Xia. Gaulish 673 Zone. However, the words of the Gauls illuminated the minds of others. The people of Hindustan promptly chimed in. Great Prophet Landfall. The prior commands were erroneous directives from Shiva. We have always revered the great Brahma. He has long foretold of an everlasting alliance between Hindustan and Divine Xia. Our previous actions were merely a temporary tactic to confound the Americans. The Gorios, eager to avoid becoming targets of Landfall, boldly proclaimed, Chairman Landfall. We Gorios were once vassals of Divine Xia, now forced into error by the tyranny of the Americans. We constantly dream of returning to the embrace of our motherland, to the arms of our father. In that moment, all blame was cast upon the Americans and the Fusang people. Charles, witnessing this scene, trembled with rage. Do you truly believe that by doing so, this demon Landfall will show you mercy? How naive. Oh, vile Charles. Do not instigate discord between us Gauls and Divine Xia. We shall unite with Divine Xia to eradicate you Americans and Fusang entirely. The great Brahma has made it clear that we must follow the prophet Landfall's lead in cleansing these heathens. Clearly, as long as Landfall was willing to raise his voice, he could establish a new alliance of nations akin to the Americans, with the hunting targets being the Americans and the Fusang, just as they had once hunted Divine Xia and the Bear Country. Yet, Landfall was not like the Americans. He gazed upon the hypocritical and grotesque visages of those in the chat channel, feeling a deep sense of revulsion. Enough of this charade. None of you will escape. Mr. Landfall, what do you mean? Landfall casually toyed with the survival wager in his hand, a cold smile gracing his lips. What do I mean? You shall soon find out. Subsequently, Landfall chose to activate the survival wager. Ding. You have selected to use the survival wager. Please select the mode and target for the survival wager. Before Landfall's eyes, a series of options materialized on the luminous screen, such as the Space Crystal Occupation mode and the Speed Upgrade Competition mode. All were one-on-one duel formats. Landfall's gaze swept across the options, recalling that he had seen a survival wager mode allowing for one against many on the Tianyu Encyclopedia. Although the risk was exceedingly high, the potential rewards would be exponentially greater upon victory. Indeed, at the bottom of the options list, Landfall discovered a mode entitled King of Naval Warfare. King of Naval Warfare. Challenge 10 opposing maritime zones to a survival wager simultaneously. Victory is attained by occupying the spatial crystal in the linked maritime zones for 1 hour. 1 versus 10. This is it. Chapter 83. King of Naval Warfare Mode. Suddenly, an announcement abruptly appeared in the chat channel of Zone 8. Tianyu announcement. Evolved being Landfall has successfully activated the survival wager. Survival wager participants. Divine Xia Battle Zone 1000. Newbie Maritime Zone. vs. American Battle Zone 976. Newbie Maritime Zone. Charles, fuck squid. Landfall, do you think you've already won? The others in the alliance, upon seeing this announcement and Charles's blustering protest, collectively breathed a sigh of relief. It appeared that the initial target of Divine Xia's retaliation was Charles of America, as long as it wasn't them. They could let Divine Xia and America engage in their own dog-eat-dog scenario. The previously anxious Gaulish fowl now wore relieved smiles. Oh, esteemed Mr. Landfall, you should have dealt with those detestable Americans long ago. That Charles is simply infuriating, always putting on airs as a so-called leader. Yet, before their smiles could fully bloom, subsequent announcements froze their expressions. Divine Xia Battle Zone 1000. Newbie Maritime Zone has added a survival wager target. Gaulish Zone 673, Newbie Maritime Zone. What? We too have become landfall's target? This is impossible. The announcements from Tianyu continued to roll forth relentlessly. The survival betting target in the Xingya Battle Zone's Novice Sea Area 1000 has been increased, along with the Novice Sea Area in South Korea's Battle Zone 942. Park Young-ho exclaimed, "What the hell? He actually sought us out. Is Lu Chen out of his mind? He has activated 3 survival betting orders simultaneously. The survival betting target in the Xingya Battle Zone's Novice Sea Area 1000 has been increased, as well as the Novice Sea Area in the Fusang Battle Zone 903. What on earth? We have just lost all our strong players. How are we supposed to fight now? Besides, how could the Xingya people possess so many survival betting orders?" The survival betting target in the Xingya Battle Zone's Novice Sea Area 1000 has been increased, along with the Novice Sea Area in the Tianju Battle Zone 579. Amir remarked, "This is utterly perplexing. How could the Xingya people engage in survival betting with so many sea areas at once?" The announcements continued, revealing that Lu Chen had also added the No Sun 345 sea area, the Italian 764 sea area, the Australian 137 sea area, the American 363 sea area, and the Fusang 577 sea area to the survival betting targets. At this moment, everyone was stunned. What? The Xingya people are initiating survival betting against us across 10 sea areas simultaneously? The Fusang people gazed at the lengthy list of sea areas participating in the survival betting. Bewildered. Wait, weren't the Xingya people coming to take revenge on us? How did it turn into us ganging up on him? Oh my god. Isn't survival betting supposed to be one-on-one? How could he choose so many opponents at once? Charles laughed. Haha, I see now. This Lu Chen is incredibly arrogant. Launching the King of Sea Warfare mode. Haha. Simultaneously, the Tianyu announcements confirmed Charles's speculation. Announcement: the betting rules are as follows. In the King of Sea Warfare mode, the betting factions are Xingya Battle Zone Novice Sea Area 1000, vs. American 976, 363, Fusang 903, 577, and 10 other sea areas. Within their respective novice sea areas, a special parallel sea area will be established. Evolvers from the participating sea areas can teleport to the vicinity of the parallel sea area at any time. However, only novice wooden boats of senior rank or above are allowed to enter the parallel sea area for unrestricted combat. At the core of the parallel sea area stands a crystal of space. Whichever side S evolver occupies the space crystal for 1 hour will declare victory. The evolver who contributes the most to the winning side will receive additional rewards. Note, if the Xingya Battle Zone wins, the storm intensity outside the sea area will decrease by 100, and all will receive a permanent increase of 200 free attribute points. Note, if the Alliance wins, the storm intensity outside the sea area will decrease by 40, and all will receive a permanent increase of 40 free attribute points. The penalties for failure are the opposite of the rewards. The parallel sea area will officially open in 10 hours. All evolvers are encouraged to make full use of this time to prepare for battle. Survival betting is of utmost importance. All evolvers must give their all. The evolvers from the Alliance nations exchanged glances as they read the lengthy announcement from Tianyu, feeling incredulous. Arrogant, utterly arrogant. This Lu Chen seems to find it too troublesome to engage in survival betting one by one, and has directly activated the King of Sea Warfare mode to challenge us across 10 sea areas at once. Ha ha ha, this is too funny. Lu Chen, having gained some strength, has lost all sense of caution, attempting to confront a full 10,000 of us from 10 sea areas. Originally filled with despair over Lu Chen's formidable strength, the Fusang people suddenly erupted in raucous laughter. Indeed, Lu Chen was powerful. In a one-on-one scenario, he was likely unmatched. Yet, in a 1-against-10 situation, the dynamics shifted drastically. It is well known that the King of Sea Warfare mode emphasizes direct confrontation rather than leveling speed. As the saying goes, 2 fists cannot contend with 4 hands. Even a hero cannot withstand sheer numbers. Moreover, all nations within our alliance are seasoned veterans who have emerged victorious in survival betting before. When the time comes, a single vessel from the Xingya will simultaneously face the assault of our 10 ships. How will they possibly prevail? Victory is assured. Ha! Oh, we Gallic roosters have long been prepared. The Gallic rooster's words were abruptly interrupted by Charles. All right, you were just cozying up to the Xingya people, weren't you? Indeed, came the response. Charles, watching the Gallic rooster bounce back into the fray, couldn't help but twitch his eyelid. You scoundrel. If it weren't for Lu Chen as our formidable foe, I would have obliterated you Gallic roosters first. Taking a deep breath, Charles slowly typed, everyone. The current situation needs no elaboration from me. Although Lu Chen just made a reckless decision, his strength is indisputable, and we cannot afford to be careless. There are still 10 hours until the parallel sea area opens. Everyone must prepare earnestly and not underestimate our adversary. Hooray! We Fusang warriors will surely slay Lu Chen this time. Ha ha ha. The thought of our 10 sea areas joining forces is exhilarating. I even suspect that Lu Chen doesn't fully grasp the rules of the King of Sea Warfare mode. Perhaps he accidentally misclicked. It could very well be the case. Otherwise, how could he make such a foolish decision? O Lord Shiva, I sincerely apologize. I was blinded and misunderstood your will. That Lu Chen is the true demon. Haha. If they lose this time, they will lose a full 200 attribute points, and the 1000 area will likely become a desolate wasteland. Just the thought of it fills me with excitement. Chapter 84. The Kraken Statue, the Stormwing Clan. At this moment, within the Novice Sea Area 1000, everyone stood in stunned silence, listening to the Tianyu broadcast, momentarily at a loss for words. Wait, did I hear that correctly? We initiated survival betting against 10 sea areas at once? Those areas are among the strongest in the 8th district. Upstairs, you haven't heard? It took me a while to process it too. It's true. We declared war on the 10 strongest sea areas simultaneously. Tang Hong remarked, Father, how bold. He must find it too slow to deal with those rabble one by one and plans to sweep them all away in one fell swoop. But why take such a huge risk? We could have steadily picked them off one by one. Indeed, in a 1 against 10 scenario, aside from Lu Chen, is there anyone in our district with the courage and strength for such a challenge? If we lose, we will face a deduction of 200 attribute points, and everyone will likely meet their doom except for Lu Chen. Upon uttering these words, everyone involuntarily shivered, realizing suddenly that this had escalated into a life-and-death battle. Lose one match, and it's total annihilation? Upstairs, even now you still doubt Lu Chen? When has he ever disappointed us? I believe Lu Chen has a profound reason for his actions. Yes, I unconditionally support Lu Chen. Although the risk is great, if we win, each of us could gain a full 200 attribute points. 200 points. That is more than all my current attribute points combined. I, too, place my utmost faith in brother Lu Chen. In my heart, he stands as the most formidable, due to a succession of victories. Lu Chen has amassed a staggering influence and prestige within the 1000th district, to such a degree that he has assumed a dictatorial stance, issuing challenges to 10 maritime regions simultaneously without seeking anyone's consent. This audacious maneuver has garnered unanimous support from all but a handful of cautious individuals in the 1000th district. They are acutely aware that the forthcoming battle will be arduous, yet with Lu Chen at the helm, they firmly believe that miracles are destined to occur. At this juncture, Yang Zimo stepped forward to assuage the crowd's anxieties, proclaiming, "Do not panic, everyone. Lu Chen's prowess is unparalleled in the 8th district, no matter the number of adversaries. We shall not cower. With merely 10 hours remaining until the interlinked maritime regions open, we must utilize this time wisely to enhance our strength and upgrade our vessels to a higher tier. Although Lu Chen is indeed powerful, we cannot allow him to bear the burden of battle alone. We must do our utmost to support him." Upon hearing Yang Zimo's words, the previously wavering morale stabilized instantly. For they all understood that retreat was no longer an option. They could only forge ahead, with victory as their singular goal. Yang is right. My Dragon Tamer ship is just one Tier 4 crystal core away from upgrading to a higher level. Let us commence our hunt without delay. Time is of the essence in these precious 10 hours. And let us not forget, Brother Lu Chen also requires the corpses of the gifted sea beasts. If we secure any, we must not forget to present them to him. Sisters, rest assured, we shall remember. Indeed, I can assist the great Lu Chen in this regard. Yang Zimo shifted his gaze from the chat channel, exhaling deeply. That rascal Lu Chen has a way of quickening his heartbeat, consistently conjuring up thrilling scenarios. As if the word fear does not exist in his lexicon. Yang Zimo mused that if a catastrophe were to favor Lu Chen, this fellow could indeed create a gaping hole in the very heavens. Noticing Yang Zimo's expression, Long Howren approached, gently patting his shoulder with a playful smile. "Officer Yang, do you feel you have aged and can no longer match Lu Chen's daring spirit?" Haha. Yang Zimo shot Long Howren a sidelong glance. "I refuse to believe that in your military, you would readily engage an enemy tenfold your numbers." Long Howren chuckled awkwardly, scratching his head. "Well, there are circumstances where that does occur, but it is often out of desperation. Few possess Lu Chen's audacity." Yang Zimo shook his head lightly, a smile gracing his lips. "I am quite eager to see what surprises Lu Chen will bring us in 10 hours. After successfully initiating the survival wager, Lu Chen ceased his attention on the chat channel. With only 10 hours remaining until the opening of the interlinked maritime regions, he intended to utilize this final window to upgrade the Phantom to a single-mast sailboat. Once the Phantom was transformed into a single-mast sailboat, not only would Lu Chen's combat prowess experience a significant enhancement, but as the first evolver to achieve this upgrade, he would also receive the silver-tier ship weapon as a reward from the Celestial Edict. The mere thought of such a silver-tier weapon stirred a fervor within Lu Chen. particularly recalling the silver-level Sea Dragon's Rage cannon available in the Celestial Edict shop. If the Phantom could be equipped with such a formidable weapon, it would surely command the seas like a warship from the Caribbean pirates. Captain, where shall we venture next? When we encounter the next foe, you must allow me to join. I am growing weary of idleness. Jack playfully teased the tentacles of the small creature, which retaliated with a toothy grimace and a series of incoherent sounds. Where to? Lu Chen's gaze sharpened, his mind already concocting a plan. The sea beasts at the center of the novice maritime region no longer sufficed for Lu Chen's hunting needs. To upgrade the Phantom, he must locate Tier 8 sea beasts. Such creatures can only be found at the periphery of the novice maritime region, near the storm zone. By the way, didn't Fu Yao mention that she had seen a colossal statue in the north? There should be no shortage of monsters there. Northward. Set sail for the north. Aye. Jack instantly perked up, brandishing his black crystal whip and lashing out at the motionless skeletons nearby. You brainless lot, get moving. The captain commands a course of 000. Full speed ahead. The 8 skeletons, struck by the whip, let out a cacophony of roars and rapidly began to row, propelling the Phantom through the waves and accelerating forward. In the northern seas of the 1000th district, a magnificent and imposing statue of tentacles loomed like a towering pillar, emerging from the dark abyss of the ocean and piercing the heavens. In the sky above the statue, dozens of winged beings engaged in a life-and-death struggle with a silver-feathered giant hawk. The hawk, adorned in shimmering white feathers, spread its wings, spanning over 10 meters, resembling a drifting snow cloud. With each flap, its razor-sharp talons sliced through the air like lightning, mercilessly tearing apart one of the winged beings. Yinting. This silver-feathered giant hawk possesses Tier 8 strength. If we do not retreat now, we shall all perish. I am aware, but the seer has foretold that the only chance for our Stormwing clan to reverse our fate lies in this Kraken statue. If we retreat now, shall our descendants forever live in humiliation and despair? The winged being clenched his teeth, scars crisscrossing his face, yet failing to mask his handsome features. His eyes filled with resolve. Chapter 85, The Battle of the Races? The Abandoned Species. The silver-feathered giant hawk let out a fierce cry, its wings striking powerfully, catching the unprepared Tier 5 winged being conversing with Yun Ting off guard, its sharp talons ensnaring him in an instant. No. The winged being's cry of alarm had scarcely left his lips before a surge of brutal force struck, tearing his body mercilessly in two, blood and feathers raining down from the sky. Damn it! Yun Ting roared, gripping his spear tightly, muscles taut, ready to confront the silver-feathered giant hawk in a desperate struggle. Suddenly, a streak of black light shot up from below, aimed directly at the proud silver-feathered giant hawk. In a flash, the black light swept across, and the hawk's head fell with a thud, hot blood gushing forth. He is the sole survivor. All the evolvers have become his blood sustenance. Yun Ting's pupils constricted as he focused his gaze. What appeared to be mere black light was, in fact, a decaying corpse emanating an aura of death. The undead smirked, casting a cold glance at Yun Ting before gracefully descending, alighting steadily upon a black vessel shrouded in ominous mist. With a resounding splash, the immense headless body of the silver-feathered giant hawk crashed into the sea, creating towering waves. Captain, it's taken care of. Jack struck a suave pose, grinning. And Tier 8 ferocious beast, dispatched with a single stroke. This feeling is unparalleled. Go, retrieve the corpse. Lu Chen gently lowered his chin and tossed the storage ring to Jack. Understood. However, Captain, there are still those avian creatures hovering above. Shall I eliminate them first before we proceed? Jack pointed to the Stormwing tribe in the sky. No need. Your prowess lies in close combat. Leave the ranged assault to me. Lu Chen replied with an air of calmness. Suddenly, dozens of bone spears materialized above his head, and with a subtle motion of his fingertip, they shot forth like arrows released from a bow. What's happening? Did the silver-feathered giant hawk just fall so easily? The winged beings looked on in shock as the formidable silver feather, capable of decimating them all, was so effortlessly decapitated. Who are those individuals aboard the black vessel? Are they here to assist us? However, when Yunting witnessed the sudden formation of bone spears above Lu Chen's head, his face drained of color. Evolvers. They are evolvers participating in the multi-species championship. We must flee. Before he could finish, the piercing sound of slicing wind reached him. Yunting flapped his wings with all his might, narrowly avoiding a bone spear that grazed his cheek, the force of which caused him excruciating pain. His heart raced. How could such power exist? Though he managed to evade the attack through sheer instinct, his 4 companions were not as fortunate. Caught off guard, they were impaled by the bone spears, disintegrating into fragments without uttering a sound. In an instant, severed limbs and blood mist intertwined as they plummeted from the sky. A scene too gruesome to behold. Quick! Everyone, ascend to higher altitudes. They cannot fly. Yunting snapped back to reality and immediately directed the remaining winged companions to climb higher into the sky. Yunting? Who are they exactly? A young winged being followed closely beside him, eyes wide with terror. The two aboard that black vessel possess terrifying strength. They are 5th tier, just like us. Why do they slaughter us as if we were mere vegetables? Evolvers, like our ancestors, have been chosen by the Celestial Edict to participate in the multi-species championship. They will annihilate all creatures in sight to enhance their own power. Yunting's gaze was fixed on the black vessel below, thoughts racing. Suddenly, he seemed to grasp something critical. Hurry, we must inform the Prophet. Tell him we've discovered traces of this year's evolvers near the statue. Ding, your subordinate, the demonized Jack, has slain the silver feather giant hawk, tier 8, gaining 4,000 life energy. Ding, you have killed Stormwing Tribe 4, gaining 1,004 life energy. Hearing the Celestial Edict prompt in his mind, Lu Chen raised an eyebrow. The life energy provided by the silver feather giant hawk met his expectations, aligning with its tier 8 classification. However, the members of the Stormwing Tribe, possessing around tier 5 strength, yielded a meager 100 points of life energy upon their demise. How could they offer less than a peak tier 1 sea beast? Confusion swirled in Lu Chen's mind as he opened the information panel for the Stormwing Tribe. Legacy Tribe, Stormwing Tribe, Yunting. Traits: high intelligence, flight ability, cold temperament. Talent: Legacy tribes cannot awaken talents. Skills: Legacy tribes cannot comprehend skills. Combat power assessment: tier 5, once fallen in the multi-species championship. Abandoned by the Celestial Edict, this tribe should have gone extinct, but barely endures due to its flight capability. Multi-species championship? Legacy tribe? What is going on? Lu Chen's heart sank, and he quickly opened the Celestial Edict encyclopedia, but found no information regarding the multi-species championship. Nevertheless, he began to piece together the puzzle. The multi-species championship, a contest abandoned by the Celestial Edict, should have resulted in their complete extinction. Those avian beings must have, like him, been sent here by the Celestial Edict as evolvers. No wonder that killing them resulted only in a pitiful 100 points of life energy. They were a race forsaken by the Celestial Edict, unable even to awaken talents or skills. Contemplating this, Lu Chen's eyes narrowed, glimmering with profound insight. It seemed that this oceanic survival game was far more complex than he had anticipated. The participants were not solely from Blue Star. This would be an unprecedentedly brutal competition. The reason the Stormwing Tribe had survived thus far was solely due to their ability to fly. What of the races unable to take to the skies? They must have long since been obliterated in this vast ocean. Jack, do you know about the multi-species championship? Lu Chen turned to ask Jack, who was nonchalantly digging his nose. Multi-species championship? It sounds so familiar, as if I've heard it somewhere before. Jack scratched his head, frowning as he strained to remember. Haven't you lived for quite some time? Lu Chen sighed in exasperation. Captain, I have lived quite a while, but this curse, it seals memories. And I can't recall many things, Jack said awkwardly with a smile. I remember that the multi-species championship seems to occur once every 10,000 years, during which 10 realms from various dimensions are selected to participate. Only the top races can survive. As for the details, I truly can't recall. It seemed that this aligned closely with Lu Chen's deductions. He nodded, his gaze profound. Compared to the impending multi-species conflict, the predicament at hand was merely a minor skirmish. Should he falter in this grand game, the countless beings on Blue Star would be utterly forsaken by the Celestial Edict, facing annihilation. After all, the humans of Blue Star lacked the wings of the Stormwing Tribe and could not escape this predetermined fate. Chapter 86, Pirate or Lord? Power. Everything ultimately hinges on power. Lu Chen silently lamented, feeling his own strength inadequate once more. Take the Overseers, for instance. Though immensely powerful, each realm is assigned an Overseer position. The trials to become an Overseer are exceedingly arduous, yet numerous inherently strong races exist within the myriad realms. It is likely that there are many aberrations like Lu Chen who can pass the trials, which implies that there could be thousands possessing the Overseer template across this ocean. In this vast sea of humanity, Lu Chen dared not overestimate himself. His talents were not exceptional. His only reliance lay in the extraordinary support abilities of his companion. Thus, he must remain vigilant, continually honing his skills to strive for a sliver of survival in this brutal world of mixed races. Captain, those avian creatures are still above us. Should we eliminate them? Jack asked, handing over the crystal core he had just extracted from the silver feather giant hawk. No need. The Stormwing Tribe excels in flight and possesses little life energy. It is not worth our while to entangle with them, Lu Chen replied, taking the crystal core and gently shaking his head. He then raised his right hand, and instantly, Various materials required for upgrading the Phantom ship were neatly arranged on the deck. Ding. It has been detected that you have gathered the materials needed to upgrade the Phantom ship. Would you like to proceed with the upgrade? Upgrade. Ding. Consuming 1 level 8 crystal core, 5 copper ingots, 80 units of wood, 20 units of fiber, and 10 iron ingots. The Phantom is currently undergoing an upgrade. As the resonant chime of the announcement echoed, the materials on the deck seemed to be drawn by an unseen force, gradually melding into the vessel's structure, heralding a metamorphosis for the Phantom. The hull elongated to a majestic 15 meters, its form exuding an air of grandeur. A shadowy mast ascended skyward, piercing the heavens, while the inky sails billowed gently in the breeze, emitting a deep, haunting whistle akin to the whispers of phantoms. Ding. The Phantom has successfully upgraded to a single-masted sailboat. Cursed single-masted sailboat. Phantom, Captain, Lu Chen. Level, Beginner. Crew, 10, 15. Durability, 1500. Weapon slots, Small Weapon 1, 3, Whale Hunting Ballista, Bronze Intermediate. Equipment slots, Small Equipment 1, 1, Dragon Scale Armor, Silver Intermediate. Speed, Medium, Sailing. Defense, High Medium Armor. Abilities, Ghost Ship, B Grade. Enhanced Guardian Barrier, B Grade. Night Navigator, C. Ecological Symbiosis, D Grade. Swift, D Grade. At long last, the transformation into a single-masted sailboat was complete. Lu Chen caressed the helm beside him, his eyes gleaming with delight. The Phantom could now truly be regarded as a war vessel, not only gaining 2 additional small weapon slots, but also more than doubling its durability to a staggering 1,500 points. Both its defense and speed saw significant enhancements. And most importantly, with the ship's upgrade, the potency of all its abilities surged tremendously. It could be said that the upgraded Phantom would possess an overwhelming advantage against novice wooden boats. At that moment, an announcement rang out across Zone 1000. Ding. Evolver Lu Chen, as the first to upgrade to a single-masted sailboat, is rewarded with a bronze intermediate ship weapon, the Sea Dragon's Fury Cannon. Ding. Due to Evolver Lu Chen successfully upgrading his ship to a single-masted sailboat, he has gained the ability to venture beyond the novice seas. The Fleet Power quest in the novice sea of Zone 1000 has been activated. As this announcement was made, the chat channel erupted into a flurry of excitement, with active participants engaged in fervent discussions. Wow, Lu Chen has upgraded to a single-masted sailboat already? That's astonishing. I'm not surprised at all. Lu Chen can even slay terrifying beings like Vantros. Dealing with an 8th-tier sea beast must be a piece of cake for him. The Sea Dragon's Fury Cannon. Is that a type of artillery? Goodness, while we are still paddling, Lu Chen's Phantom is already outfitted with cannons. Heh. I can't wait to see the expressions of the Alliance of Nations when the parallel sea domain opens. Wait, what exactly is this Fleet Power quest? Yes, I'm curious about that too. A fleet? Can we form one ourselves? What's different about a fleet formed through this quest? Wow, I just took a glance. And this Fleet Power is incredibly significant. You all should check it out. Really? I'm looking now. Boom. With a resounding crash. A formidable Sea Dragon's Fury Cannon manifested on the deck of the Phantom, causing the ship to tremble ever so slightly. Lu Chen felt a surge of joy. He had previously lamented his insufficient contribution points to exchange for the Sea Dragon's Fury Cannon, but unexpectedly, the announcement had indeed granted it to him. However, Lu Chen's attention was swiftly captured by the subsequent Fleet Power quest. Fleet Power? What does that entail? Fleet Power quest. At the periphery of the novice sea, a magnificent Kraken statue stands tall. Deciphering the seal at the statue's base will awaken a slumbering boss-level creature. Slaying the boss-level creature will complete the quest. Quest reward, 1 fleet banner. Lu Chen's gaze flickered, contemplating whether this colossal Kraken statue was the very one with the prominent tentacles he had encountered earlier. It truly felt like fortune favored the bold, as the quest objective was within reach, alleviating much of the hassle. However, the fleet banner, being the inaugural reward for a quest issued by the game, was undoubtedly a treasure of immense value. Lu Chen continued to peruse. Notice, holders of the fleet banner will have the right to establish their own fleet power. Only 1 power can be created per novice area. Once a fleet power is established, both fleet leaders and members will enjoy numerous privileges, including but not limited to access to the fleet shop, collective attribute bonuses, and unlocking unique ship and building blueprints. After using the fleet banner, you may choose the developmental direction of your fleet power. 1. Domain Lord of the Seas, starting with a foothold, gradually expanding your territory. Unlocking various buildings and defense systems, upgrading from a small port town to a maritime city-state, and ultimately forging a legendary empire upon the seas. This path emphasizes defense and management. I am the founding monarch of this maritime realm. My people, let us create brilliance together. 2. Sea Bandit. Initially lacking a fixed territory, but capable of plundering resources from others to enhance oneself. As the fleet's level rises, more special ships and equipment will be unlocked. From a small pirate crew, one can progressively grow into a pirate fleet, a maritime overlord, and eventually become a fearsome sovereign of the ocean. This path favors aggression and plunder. Indeed, I aspire to be the king of pirates. Chapter 87. The First of Blue Star? The first 3 fleets established in the Blue Star War Zone will grant their members additional attribute bonuses. The fleet leader will receive double attribute bonuses. First place, 200 points of free attribute bonus. Second place, 100 points of free attribute bonus. Third place, 50 points of free attribute bonus. Currently, no one in the Blue Star War Zone has successfully established a fleet power. Initially, Lu Chen had little interest in forming a power, as evidenced by his sparse communication in the chat channel and infrequent appearances among others. For him, personal strength was paramount. However, the prospect of gaining attribute bonuses upon forming a fleet changed everything. The first fleet to be established in Blue Star would see all its members receive a staggering 200 points of free attribute points, with the fleet leader reaping double, accruing an incredible 400-point attribute bonus. This was indeed a formidable prospect, even for Lu Chen, who possessed the Overseer template. 400 points were equivalent to the attributes gained from leveling up 4 times, a considerable advantage. This fleet banner must be seized. The title of the first in Blue Star is destined to be his. Simultaneously, the denizens of Zone 1000 perused the detailed introduction of the fleet power, and the chat channel erupted into a cacophony of excitement. Wow. After forming a fleet, everyone can receive attribute bonuses. This is incredible. Does that mean once we have a fleet, everyone's strength can elevate to new heights? The benefits of fleet power don't end there. Let us not forget about the fleet shop. Behold the treasures within the Tianyu Mall. Surely, the fleet shop conceals an abundance of remarkable items. The anticipation is palpable. Have you all noticed that the first faction to establish a fleet on Blue Star grants all its members a commendable boost of 200 attribute points? My heart races at the thought. If our district were to be the first to establish a fleet, every single one of us would ascend 5 levels instantaneously. The Empire of the Sun 356 District. It is a notion too exhilarating to fathom. Alas, while the rewards are enticing, the task itself will undoubtedly be arduous. There are over 100 billion inhabitants on Blue Star, with 1,000 individuals per novice marine district and 1 million per major district. It follows that in a vast expanse like the 8th major district, there are an astonishing 10,000. To claim the first position amidst such a staggering multitude of evolvers is a formidable challenge. Tang Hong remarked, "Were it not for my adoptive father, I might feel hopeless. However, with my adoptive father Lu Chen by our side, I genuinely believe we can strive for victory." Tang Hong's assertion rings true. Lu Chen is the most formidable individual I have encountered. The fleet mission requires ships to be upgraded to a sloop before one can participate. Otherwise, I would eagerly assist Lu Chen. Hey, that mission is no trivial matter. Without at least tier 10 strength, one would be courting death. What level are you currently? I'm only at level 3. Never mind, I shan't say more. Lu Chen, our hopes in District 1000 rest upon your shoulders. Forge ahead. Lu Chen, you are our pride. I, Li Jiqiang, pledge my unwavering loyalty to you. We must lead District 1000 to seize first place. Indeed, should we be the first to establish a fleet, it is likely that District 1000 will become the most formidable force on Blue Star. Just envisioning it fills me with excitement. Yang Zimo stepped forth to bolster morale. Everyone, let us not place excessive pressure on Lu Chen. He has his own plans. With the impending great war against the various nations, let us refrain from adding to the chaos. Yang Zimo continued, Lu Chen, act within your means, and do not take unnecessary risks. Though the allure of first place is enticing, your safety remains paramount. Yang is right. Lu Chen is indeed the core of our District 1000, and you must not take risks. That mission will certainly not be simple. The Tianyu announcement is directed at everyone, clearly necessitating the collective effort of all in the Marine District. We should hasten to enhance our strength. Let us move swiftly to slay sea beasts, so we may upgrade our ships to sloops sooner and offer our assistance to Lu Chen. Prophet. The prophet has arrived. Under the gaze of numerous winged beings, an elderly figure, adorned in a robe embedded with storm runes, gracefully glided down, his mottled visage and feathered wings exuding an air of wisdom. Prophet. The black vessel below must be the evolver you spoke of, Yun Ting said respectfully, bowing as his gaze swept over the enigmatic black ship, a flicker of trepidation in his eyes. Upon that vessel stood a human and a specter, their apparent rank merely tier 5, yet the power they exuded was utterly staggering. With a mere flick, the human obliterated 4 of my compatriots. The prophet, Feng Lai, with eyes as piercing as a hawk, scrutinized the swirling black mist beneath him, stroking his flowing beard. As the ancient texts foretold, this is indeed an evolver participating in the great contest of races. However, Feng Lai's tone shifted to one of gravity. Though possessing some strength, he is ultimately but a human from a lower realm. In this contest of races, he may very well become mere sustenance for the evolution of other species. Lower realm? Yun Ting furrowed his brow, his expression rife with confusion. Prophet, how can such a formidable human emerge from a lower realm? Shouldn't the races from there be weak? Feng Lai smiled faintly and nodded. Even a lower realm can harbor extraordinary talents, just as higher realms are not devoid of mediocrity. This individual must be a rare gem among his kin. Is there any possibility they might survive the great contest of races? Inquired a female winged being, curiosity lacing her voice. Feng Lai's gaze deepened as he slowly shook his head, doubtful. Our Stormwing clan, originating from a middle realm, possesses the innate ability to soar through the skies and command the winds, yet we remain overshadowed by the races of higher realms. His tone faltered, a hint of sorrow flickering in his eyes. Long ago, our billion ancestors fell in the great contest and became outcasts of Tianyu. Now, merely 200 of us cling to existence. Without a turn of fortune, the Stormwing clan may well face extinction within a century. At his words, all the winged beings bowed their heads in silence, their hearts heavy with bitterness and humiliation. Abandoned by Tianyu, their talents and skills sealed, their ranks halted at Tier 5. Once, they were the rulers of the skies. Now, they have become the lowest of creatures in the ocean. Yun Ting lifted his head, determination in his gaze. Prophet, you once prophesied that the sole chance for the Stormwing clan lies at the Kraken statue's location. However, the monsters there are ferociously formidable, and we have yet to find a way to confront them. Now, with this human's unexpected arrival, perhaps it is our opportunity to act. His eyes fixed on the black vessel heading straight for the Kraken statue. A spark of ambition ignited within him. Chapter 88. The Transparent Platform, Shadow Beast. Upon hearing Yun Ting's words, hope surged in the eyes of the winged beings, all yearning to uncover a means of salvation for their kin from that statue. Yet, Feng Lai doused their hopes with a cold reality, sighing, alas, that human, after upgrading his ship, will undoubtedly accept Tianyu's task. His audacity in approaching the Kraken statue's location is merely due to his ignorance of the terrifying existence lurking beneath that statue. If he manages to escape, it would already be a stroke of extraordinary luck. Despite Feng Lai's grim pronouncement, the winged beings continued to hover above the black vessel, unwilling to depart. The Stormwing clan had languished in silence for far too long. Even a glimmer of hope was worth pursuing. Captain, those winged beings in the sky refused to leave. Jack looked up at the sky, his brow furrowed. Being able to fly is advantageous. Otherwise, I, Jack, would ensure not a single one of those avian creatures remains. Having just dispatched 4 of them, they were surely biding their time for revenge. Let them be. Lu Chen's gaze swept over the swirling Stormwing clan. They flew high, out of reach, so he decided to disregard them for now. After all, at Tier 5, they posed little threat. Understood, Captain. Where shall we head next? We are approaching the storm zone. As the Phantom ship continued its advance, the surrounding winds began to intensify. Do you see the statue ahead? That is our destination. Lu Chen spoke as he furrowed his brow, for the statue appeared near at hand, yet after sailing for what felt like ages. The distance seemed unchanged. This is what they call chasing a mirage. Suddenly, the Phantom ship seemed to cross an invisible boundary, and the winds around them surged violently. Whoosh! Creak! Creak! Accompanied by the groaning of the overburdened wooden planks, the Phantom ship began to sway violently, the sails straining against the gusts, on the verge of tearing apart. By the gods, the winds in this storm zone are absolutely relentless. Jack leaped forward with fervor. Seizing the triangular hat that was on the verge of being whisked away by the ferocious winds, his face a canvas of astonishment. Such winds, if not for the sturdy ocean-going vessel, could easily capsize it in mere moments. His dark hair danced wildly in the tempest as he turned to behold a terrifying storm clinging to the edge of the Novice Sea. Within the waters, tranquility reigned, bathed in sunshine, while beyond, tumultuous waves surged and ruthless winds howled. Such a spectacle could only be orchestrated by divine will. Thus, the seemingly accessible colossal tentacle statue compelled the Phantom ship to sail at full speed for a full hour before finally nearing its base. Both Lu Chen and Jack were genuinely struck by the statue's grandeur and awe-inspiring presence. A massive tentacle suddenly burst forth from the depths, piercing the surface and shooting skyward as if to pierce the heavens, its surface adorned with peculiar patterns, standing resilient against the storm's roar, exuding a force that inspired reverence. Wow, a gigantic tentacle. And then what? Captain, we didn't come here just to admire the scenery, did we? Jack mused, gazing up at the towering tentacle statue. At that moment, the only company surrounding the statue was the raging sea and the howling winds. There were no visible objectives to pursue. A thought struck Lu Chen, and an ethereal green glow began to permeate the phantom ship, activating its D-class ship talent, ecological symbiosis. With a splash, a snow-white, fourth-tier azurite dolphin leapt from the water, eyes brimming with obedience. With a swift mental command, Lu Chen directed the dolphin to dive into the deep sea. However, as the dolphin descended, it seemed as if the tentacle statue extended directly to the ocean floor. Lu Chen guided the dolphin in circles around the tentacle statue for 3 laps. But aside from marine life, they found nothing. Indeed, the underwater scenery was mesmerizing, yet Lu Chen's purpose was not mere sightseeing. Odd, nothing here. How are we to unravel the boss' seal? Lu Chen stroked his chin, his eyes narrowing as he recalled Fu Yao mentioning that during low tide, something terrifying would manifest from the statue. Yet, the water here was deep. Even at low tide, it seemed impossible for the ocean floor to be exposed. Shaking his head, he decided to wait for the tide to recede. As the two awaited the tide, it soon began to fall. The water slowly withdrawing to reveal parts of the tentacle statue that had previously been submerged, its surface cloaked in a dense array of barnacles and shellfish. "Captain, the tide is going out," Jack exclaimed, pointing at the statue, scratching his head in confusion. "But still, nothing has appeared? Is that little girl Fu Yao playing tricks on us?" Lu Chen furrowed his brow, once again commanding the azurite dolphin to dive into the depths for exploration. But the outcome remained unchanged. No discoveries were made. "It seems this trip was in vain," Jack shrugged, chuckling. "But the scenery is indeed quite lovely, haha." At that moment, Lu Chen's right foot slammed against the deck, propelling his body like an arrow towards the statue. "Captain, be careful not to fall into the water," Jack cried out. However, the astonishment on his face froze suddenly as Lu Chen stood firmly upon the surface of the water. "Wow, walking on waves. Captain, when did you learn this skill?" "Enough chatter. There's a transparent platform here. Come help me." Lu Chen shot an admonishing glance at Jack. Oh. That makes sense." Jack sprang into action, landing deftly beside Lu Chen. Together, they ventured along the invisible platform. Yet, before they had taken more than a few steps, disaster struck. The space to Jack's right suddenly warped, and a long, jet-black creature materialized with a terrifying swiftness. Its jaws split wide to the ears, fangs like blades lunging towards Jack. "Holy crap!" Jack recoiled, feeling the stench of blood wash over him, forcing his legs to push off the ground as he swiftly slid backward. The creature's massive jaws snapped shut, but it clamped down on nothing. Simultaneously, Jack's right hand swiftly coalesced into a black crystal longsword, thrusting towards the creature. Yet, just as the sword's tip was about to penetrate the creature's skull, it vanished without a trace. Jack's blade struck nothing but air. "What the hell is this thing? Is it playing tricks?" Jack's expression was one of bewilderment. "Even if we're exchanging magical blows, what is so frightening about tricks?" Lu Chen's voice remained calm as he slowly drew the heart erosion blade from his waist. "Besides, this isn't a trick. It's merely a ferocious beast with the ability to become invisible. Beast, Shadow Nightmare Beast. Traits: can conceal its form, swift, moderately intelligent, and vicious. Talent: Shadow Fusion, C-Class. Skills: none. Combat Power Assessment: 9 tier. When you see a Shadow Nightmare Beast, you are already surrounded by countless of its kind." Chapter 89. 1 hour, annihilate them. As he spoke, Lu Chen's eyes brightened, emanating a pale glow. In an instant, the Shadow Nightmare Beast, previously cloaked in shadow, was petrified, revealing its form. Despite its C-Class shadow talent allowing it to evade physical attacks, it could not escape Lu Chen's B-Class petrifying gaze. The dark blade struck with swiftness, and with a crisp crack, the beast's petrified, monstrous head was severed. Its feline-like pupils brimmed with shock and confusion. Unable to comprehend why a mere 5th tier existence could petrify it, especially when it itself was of the 9th tier. How could it be slain in a single blow by a 5th tier being? Ding, you have slain a Shadow Nightmare Beast, 9 tier, gaining 6,000 life energy. After sharing half with Tuanzi, Lu Chen receives 3,000. Ding, you have leveled up to level 6. Level 6, 2,000, 20,000. Strength 20, Agility 20, Constitution 20, Sensitivity 20. Free attribute 10. Ding, you have discovered a dangerous area, the Sealing Altar. It is advised to form a team of 50 10th tier evolvers for exploration. I suggest this, but I feel you may not heed my advice. Level up. A surge of overwhelming energy swept over Lu Chen, a glimmer of joy lighting his eyes. A dangerous area. The last time he received such a notification was at Giant Lizard Island, where he defeated the Lizard King Gorgon and reaped vast rewards, with Jack successfully evolving into a boss-tier creature. Given that this was also a dangerous area, The monsters at the ceiling altar were likely to be equally formidable. The shadow beasts not only possess a sea-level talent for shadow fusion, but the life energy they provide is also quite substantial. If one could farm these creatures, the gains would undoubtedly be immense. After all, Lu Chen's stealth ability is merely at a D level, inferior to that of the shadow beast. Guji. The backpack behind Lu Chen quivered slightly as a small opening quietly gaped, revealing a pair of curious, wide eyes peering through the gap. The creature sensed the fluctuations of battle and could not resist using its tentacles to pry open a corner of the backpack. In an instant, the towering giant tentacle statue came into view, and Guji's gaze expressed a sense of familiarity. To her, the statue emanated an inexplicable warmth and kinship. How formidable! That human is truly exceptional. A ninth-tier shadow beast was instantaneously vanquished. High above, a female winged being instinctively covered her lips, her eyes shimmering with astonishment. For her, possessing only 5th-tier strength, a 9th-tier shadow beast was undoubtedly an unassailable overlord. Witnessing Lu Chen's might, Yin Ting's eyes glimmered with hope. Prophet, this human is extraordinary. His talent appears capable of countering the shadow beast's abilities. Perhaps he could indeed assist us in unlocking the seal and discovering our sole opportunity for salvation. The prophet, Feng Lai, stroked his long beard contemplatively, his voice low. Let us hope so. Our Stormwing clan can hardly wait any longer. As he spoke, his thoughts seemed to drift back to a past he wished to forget, a shadow of sorrow crossing his eyes. Years ago, the Stormwing clan boasted over 2,000 members. However, due to his prophecy that their turning point lay within the Kraken statue's domain, he hastily mobilized the entire clan to launch a ferocious assault on the ceiling altar. Yet, those elusive shadow beasts taught them a harsh lesson. They could meld into shadows and were immune to physical attacks, rendering them terrifyingly formidable. Ultimately, after that battle, the Stormwing clan's numbers plummeted from over 2,000 to just over 200, nearly facing extinction. Such grievous losses yielded no valuable information, and the prophesied turning point remained elusive. How could our 2,000 fearless warriors fail to threaten those terrifying shadow beasts? How could a mere human possibly succeed? Feng Lai sighed deeply at the thought. Wow, Captain, you've leveled up, Jack exclaimed, feeling the powerful aura emanating from Lu Chen, his eyes lighting up. If the captain has leveled up, does that mean I can too? Suddenly, a series of spine-chilling roars echoed around them. In an instant, a horrifying scene unfolded. Dozens of pitch-black shadow beasts, exuding an eerie aura, began to materialize beside the two. Their crimson tongues slithered from their mouths, dripping saliva, clearly regarding the pair as delectable prey. Oh, Captain, this situation seems rather dire. Jack managed a strained smile, inwardly lamenting. One of those invisible, physically immune monsters was troublesome enough. Now nearly 50 had appeared all at once. With a wave of his right hand, a surge of dark death energy instantly flowed into Jack's body. Stop your prattling. We have 1 hour until the parallel sea opens. Within that hour, we must eliminate them all. With the captain's support, I shall not hold back. You little pests, prepare to meet your demise. Jack felt the surging energy within him, as if he had transformed into a cartoon villain, laughing maniacally. However, just as his laughter began to crescendo, the energy abruptly dissipated. What is happening? Why haven't I reached level 6? Jack stared blankly at his hands, confusion etched across his face. No, I need to complete the entire process. Has it ended before I even began? Not enough death energy. This is all I have left. Lu Chen cast a disinterested glance at Jack. Since this fellow had acquired the boss template, the death energy required for leveling up had dramatically increased. Ascending from level 5 to 6 required over 10,000 death energy points, while his remaining 2,700 points were utterly insufficient. It seemed that he now had another creature under his command that consumed death energy, in addition to the one that feasted on life energy. Oh, I had almost forgotten that I am a boss. Yes, I am the boss. You lot, prepare to perish. Jack bellowed, unleashing the dark energy within him, which erupted forth like a tidal wave, instantly coalescing into a strand of shadowy flame that surged toward a shadow beast. The shadow beast reacted swiftly, attempting to merge into the surrounding shadows to evade Jack's assault. However, with a piercing wail, its body was ensnared by the dark flame, which consumed it in an instant, leaving it writhing in agony upon the ground. Do you truly believe that I, Jack, as a boss-level entity, rely solely on brute force? A cruel smile curled at the corners of Jack's lips, his eyes gleaming with a cold light. Chapter 90. Leveling up twice in 2 minutes. At the moment Jack made his move, Lu Chen too sprang into action. His eyes erupted with a grayish-white light, and 3 shadow beasts that had previously concealed themselves in the shadows found themselves exposed under Lu Chen's gaze, their forms instantly encased in a layer of stone-like armor. revealing their true selves. Before they could react, a razor-sharp flash of light sliced through the air, its sound akin to a dragon's roar. As the light passed, 3 massive heads fell, landing with a dull thud. At that moment, Lu Chen had evolved to the point where he could slay 9th-tier ferocious beasts with ease. Having just dispatched 3 shadow beasts, Lu Chen barely steadied himself before 2 even more ferocious shadow beasts surged forth, their gaping maws revealing sharp fangs, pouncing on him like famished tigers. Faced with this sudden onslaught, a glint of cold determination flickered in Lu Chen's eyes. He inhaled deeply, the intense energy within him instantly boiling over, transforming into a torrent of searing flames that erupted violently. Sea level, flame control. With Lu Chen's impressive perception of 840 points, augmented by enhanced perception, the flames seemed to come alive, becoming wildly ferocious. They ravenously consumed everything in their vicinity, enveloping the 2 shadow beasts in an instant. They writhed in agony, desperately attempting to flee from the lethal flames, but all efforts proved futile. Under the dominion of Lu Chen's inferno, the 2 shadow beasts endured only for a fleeting moment before being utterly consumed by the flames, transforming into 2 charred, contorted corpses that fell heavily to the ground. Ding, you have slain Shadow Beast, Tier 9, X6, gaining 36,000 life energy. Ding, you have leveled up to level 7. Level 7,040,000. Strength, 20. Agility, 20. Constitution, 20. Perception, 20. Free attributes, 10. In a flash of light, Lu Chen broke through once again, astonishingly. Within less than 2 minutes, he ascended 2 tiers. For Lu Chen at this moment, as long as the monsters were sufficient, his leveling speed would be nothing short of outrageous. Fighting alongside Jack, they were caught up in their fervor, leaving the Stormwing tribe members in the heavens utterly dumbfounded. Those that they were slaughtering were the shadow beasts we had encountered earlier, correct? A winged being's voice trembled, eyes wide with disbelief. They were all too familiar with the terror of these shadow beasts, which could indiscriminately massacre them. Yet, now, before this human and the undead, they resembled lambs to the slaughter. Was the human truly so powerful, or had the shadow beasts grown weaker? 2 tiers, in the blink of an eye. He had risen 2 tiers? The usually taciturn Yun Ting could not help but raise his voice in astonishment, exclaiming incredulously, "What a farce! After decades of arduous cultivation, I merely managed to step into Tier 5 with great difficulty, the struggles beyond words. Yet this scene before me has overturned my understanding. All my years of effort eclipsed in mere 2 minutes. Grandfather Prophet, they are so powerful. At this rate, it truly seems possible to defeat the shadow beasts and lift the seal." A female winged being exclaimed joyfully, never having witnessed anyone pose such a threat to those fearsome shadow beasts. Is this the power of an evolved being supported by the Covenant? Even the fierce wind, having gleaned some understanding of evolved beings through the tribe's ancient texts, remained speechless in shock. In a mere 2 minutes, ascending from Tier 5 to Tier 7. Such a terrifying rate of evolution is truly beyond comprehension. No wonder. The races that survive in the competition among myriad tribes can leap to become the elite in the myriad realms. With this thought, the fierce wind's desire for the Stormwing tribe to shed its legacy and gain the Covenant's support intensified. He gazed at the steadfast figure below, murmuring softly, "Could it be that you can truly create miracles?" Meanwhile, Jack was engulfed in dark magical flames, consuming the life force of a shadow beast. Behind him, a rancid stench suddenly surged forth. "Ha, you think you can harm me, the esteemed Jack, a boss-level entity?" he said confidently without turning around. In an instant, countless black crystals surged behind him, swiftly coalescing into a solid black crystal shield. With the boss template, he could easily overpower a Tier 9 ferocious beast. A deafening roar erupted as a massive claw, wielding the power to obliterate the heavens and earth, struck violently against the black crystal shield. The sound of splintering filled the air as the shield instantly became riddled with cracks, resembling a spider's web. "Impossible?" Jack exclaimed, shock coursing through him as he turned his head. He beheld a shadow beast, clearly different from the others, its size a monstrous scale, several times larger than an ordinary shadow beast. With a sharp crack, before Jack could react, the black crystal shield shattered instantly, disintegrating into shards of darkness. The giant shadow beast's claw tore towards Jack with the force of a tempest. Goodness! Jack felt an irresistible force surge toward him, and in the next moment, his entire body was sent flying. He crashed heavily against a colossal tentacle statue, and then slid down like a lump of clay. With the demise of a small insect, the Shadow Beast King let out a thunderous roar, venting its fury. It had been resting peacefully when suddenly, 2 detestable insects intruded upon its territory, mercilessly slaughtering its subjects. This incensed the Shadow Beast King, who had ruled these waters for centuries, Today, how dare anyone challenge its authority? Hearing the tremendous roar, Lu Chen turned slightly. And upon seeing the colossal figure of the Shadow Beast King, his heart leaped with joy. A boss-level creature? If he could slay it, he would obtain the fleet's command flag. Lu Chen promptly opened the panel of this ferocious creature. Beast, Shadow Beast King. Traits, capable of concealing its form. Immune to physical attacks, swift, moderately intelligent, ferocious, immensely strong. Talent, Shadow Fusion, C-Class. Skills, Shadow Translocation, C-Class. The Shadow Beast King can instantly move between shadows, as if traversing the rifts of space, a weakened version of teleportation. Combat Power Assessment, Tier 14, sufficient to annihilate an entire fleet. The elusive Shadow Beast King is a nightmare that haunts countless sailors. Reminder, the strength of ferocious beasts significantly increases after Tier 10. Chapter 91. Huh? You've come to keep me company too? Upon witnessing the panel, Lu Chen felt a wave of disappointment wash over him. It was not a boss, and his hopes were dashed. However, the Shadow Beast King was indeed the highest tier creature he had encountered, boasting a formidable Tier 14. Surely, after vanquishing it, the life energy gained would be substantial. The disappointment in Lu Chen's gaze did not escape the Shadow Beast King's notice, and it let out a deafening roar. Its anger palpable. It could not comprehend why its regal presence would dishearten such a minuscule creature before it. Did it doubt its might? How utterly absurd. Today, it would make this lowly ant experience the terrifying power of a Tier 14 being firsthand. The immense form of the Shadow Beast King suddenly sank, merging into the surrounding shadows, only to reappear before Lu Chen in the next instant. C-Class skill, Shadow Translocation. As the Shadow Beast King manifested, gasps erupted from the sky. A Tier 14 Shadow Beast King. Yun Ting's expression shifted dramatically. How could a Tier 14 Shadow Beast King possibly be hidden within the sealing altar? Recalling the last time the Stormwing tribe attacked the sealing altar, they had only encountered ordinary Tier 9 Shadow Beasts, never suspecting the presence of such a terrifying Shadow Beast King among them. Had the Shadow Nightmare Beast King manifested on the battlefield initially, it is likely that the Stormwing clan would have faced utter annihilation. Contemplating this, a chill surged through Yun Ting's heart. However, upon witnessing the once formidable Jack slowly sliding down the statue like a mere puddle of mud after a single blow from the Shadow Nightmare Beast King, a flicker of despair flashed in his eyes. It was over. With the appearance of the Shadow Nightmare Beast King, this human was unlikely to escape calamity. When would the Stormwing clan finally unravel the seal of the altar and find a glimmer of hope? The seer, Feng Lai, could only shake his head in resignation, clearly having abandoned any hope for Lu Chen. The disparity between the 7th and 14th ranks was akin to a chasm, and furthermore, the ferocity of beasts beyond the 10th rank would experience a qualitative leap in power. Although this human exhibited some prowess, his realm was too low, ultimately proving to be recklessly insufficient. Only those above the 10th rank possessed the qualifications to challenge the altar's seal. As the Stormwing clan sighed collectively in the sky, the Shadow Nightmare Beast King's claws, glinting with a chilling light, suddenly tore through the air, accompanied by a deafening howl, ferociously lunging toward Lu Chen. Upon the instant the Shadow Nightmare Beast King appeared before him, Lu Chen's eyes sparkled with fierce determination. A teleportation? How intriguing. Before his words could fully escape, he stepped back with his right foot, his form steady as a mountain, muscles taut as if forged from steel. The rocky patterns emerged upon his arms, and the power of the mountains surged forth with a deep rumble. An invisible shockwave radiated outward from his center, expanding chaotically around him. B-class talent, Power of the Mountains. At the moment the Shadow Nightmare Beast King's devastating claw, imbued with the force of destruction, struck, Lu Chen abruptly thrust his arms forward, firmly intercepting the claw capable of rending space itself. As their powers collided, the air seemed to rip apart, emitting a piercing shriek. Yet Lu Chen remained utterly unmoved, his feet firmly rooted to the ground, as though he had fused with the very mountain. The fierce light in the Shadow Nightmare Beast King's eyes abruptly froze, giving way to disbelief. How could this mere 7th rank creature possess such astonishing strength? Was I not a 14th rank sovereign? What madness is this? Before the Shadow Nightmare Beast King could react, Lu Chen's body erupted with crimson light as his power transcended into a new realm. Instantly, the Shadow Nightmare Beast King felt an unprecedented, terrifying force surging toward it. Despite exhausting all its strength, it could offer no resistance. Finding itself gripped by this 7th rank human, lifted effortlessly and swung through the air. The wind howled as Lu Chen's arm rotated, gaining speed until he suddenly hurled the beast away. The Shadow Nightmare Beast King experienced vertigo, as if regressing to its feeble juvenile phase, overwhelmed by helplessness and despair. With a thunderous crash, the beast's massive body collided with the colossal tentacle statue, subsequently sliding downwards like a boulder deprived of support, mirroring Jack's earlier descent. The juxtaposition of the large and small bodies, both sliding down the statue in a comical manner, rendered the scene oddly eerie yet tinged with humor. In the sky, the Stormwing clan's previous lamentations vanished, replaced by an eerie silence as all gazes were fixed in astonishment. The spectacle was so shocking that it left the winged beings momentarily dazed. It resembled a roaring train crashing into a delicate leaf, only for the train to be flipped over, with the leaf swinging it around. Who would dare believe such a thing? You two have come to accompany me? Jack, sliding down the statue, glanced up to find the Shadow Nightmare Beast King, which had just sent him flying, now beside him, his expression one of sheer disbelief. However, the Shadow Nightmare Beast King had no time to pay Jack any mind. Its eyes were filled with terror, and with a whimper, it vanished into the shadows. Unwilling to continue the fight against such a formidable human. Thinking of fleeing? Lu Chen scoffed, his senses, hearing, perception, and smell, suddenly heightened. Akin to a cheetah honing in on its prey, utterly focused. In the blink of an eye, a gray-white hue flickered in Lu Chen's eyes. And the Shadow Nightmare Beast King, hiding in the shadows, was suddenly ensnared by a gray-white stone cage, rendered fully visible. Creak, creak, creak. The Shadow Nightmare Beast King let out a desperate roar as its body began to solidify into gray-white stone. Confusion filled its heart. How could it, with a realm superior to that human's, be subjected to such a fate? This defied all logic. Under the despairing gaze of the Shadow Nightmare Beast King, Lu Chen gripped the heart erosion blade tightly across his chest, and with a powerful stomp, propelled himself like lightning. A chilling black blade of light sliced through the air, blood splattering as the massive head of the Shadow Nightmare Beast King fell to the ground with a resounding thud. Ding! You have slain the Shadow Nightmare Beast King, 14th rank, gaining 24,000 life energy. As the prompt echoed, a torrent of life energy surged forth from the Shadow Nightmare Beast King's carcass, which Lu Chen promptly absorbed. Level 7, 12, 00040, 000. The level of Tuanzi also ascended to 3. Level 3, 16, 380, 40, 000. Gugugugu. Having absorbed a substantial amount of life energy, Tuanzi joyfully tumbled within the backpack. Chapter 92, The Gluttonous Sovereign, Vantalos. Lu Chen smiled as he gently patted the backpack. There are troublesome bird folk above who are observing us. Please remain hidden for now. Gugug. Tuanzi complied promptly, falling silent, determined to be the most obedient and not cause any trouble for its master. With a wave of his hand, Lu Chen stored the immense body of the Shadow Nightmare Beast King within his storage ring. His eyes narrowed, and his mind raced. The power of the Shadow Nightmare Beast King fluctuated within the range of 400 to 500 points, far exceeding that of any 10th-rank beast. If not for his timely invocation of the power of the mountains and the transcendence of his strength, suppressing this behemoth would have proven exceedingly difficult. Moreover, the Shadow Nightmare Beast King bore no special boss attributes, merely being an ordinary beast. This led to the inference that creatures crossing the threshold of the 10th rank might indeed undergo a qualitative transformation. Upon witnessing the effortless decapitation of their king, the remaining Shadow Nightmare beasts upon the altar were instantly seized by despair, emitting heart-wrenching cries before leaping into the tumultuous sea, scattering in all directions. They are unwilling to follow in the footsteps of their king, becoming the next souls to perish under the blade of the Shadow Beast King. Gazing at the suddenly silent ceiling altar, Lu Chen couldn't help but frown. Once again, just as when he had slain the Gorgon, the giant rock lizards had scattered in fear. Now, with the death of the Shadow Beast King, it was no different. If he could capture all these shadow beasts in one fell swoop, he should be able to attain level 10. It seems that what I lack is a wide-range control skill. Captain, your prowess grows ever more formidable. That massive black rat was of level 14, and you dispatched it with a single strike. Your ascension to the dominion of the seas is imminent. Jack sidled up, his face alight with sycophantic enthusiasm. Enough chatter. Quickly seek a method to dispel the seal. The Shadow Beast King is not the boss mentioned in the task, Lu Chen admonished lightly, his gaze scanning the surroundings for clues to unravel the mystery. Yes, Captain, Jack replied eagerly, his eyes suddenly fixating on the statue. Captain, look. Following Jack's pointing finger, Lu Chen beheld the base of the tentacled statue, where an originally concealed platform began to materialize. The platform was shrouded in a thick layer of grayish-green moss and various parasitic mollusks. Amidst the crevices of the moss and shells, faint grooves were discernible, intertwining to form a mysterious ceiling pattern that emitted a soft, ethereal glow, as if containing an ancient and formidable power. Captain, that must be the location of the seal. The mechanism to dispel it must be hidden at its center, Jack exclaimed, dashing towards the platform with excitement. Lu Chen's expression sharpened as he followed closely behind. Indeed, at the heart of the ceiling pattern lay a fist-sized depression, surrounded by intricate runes, likely the core pivot of the entire seal. Witnessing the ceiling altar gradually revealing its true form, the Stormwing tribe in the sky erupted into a frenzy. It has manifested. The ceiling altar has revealed itself. He is about to break the seal. What on earth could be imprisoned here? According to the Prophet's prophecy, the key to our tribe's survival lies within. Prophet Feng Lai surveyed the agitated tribe members, his tone steady as he commanded, "Children, that human possesses unfathomable strength. Once he dispels the seal, we must avoid conflict with him at all costs. Seize the opportunity and withdraw immediately. Many of our kin may perish by his hand. But as long as the Stormwing tribe endures, every sacrifice will be worthwhile." Understood. Rest assured, Prophet. We fear not death. However, Yun Ting stood aside, his brow furrowed. Burdened with heavy thoughts. For some inexplicable reason, he harbored a foreboding sense that everyone, including the Prophet, had misinterpreted the true meaning of the prophecy. Yet at this moment, with the arrow knocked, he could not afford to dwell on it. Gripping his spear tightly, he fixed his determined gaze below, mentally preparing himself for the inevitable. On Lu Chen's side, after a thorough investigation, he discovered that the depression at the center of the seal was precisely the right size to accommodate the core of the Shadow Beast King. It seemed that this core was indeed the key to dispelling the seal. Captain, even the key, the core of the Shadow Beast King, possesses level 14 strength. I suspect whatever is sealed here will not be feeble. Jack cautioned solemnly. Fear not, Lu Chen resolved, embedding the dark core into the depression. If it comes to it, we can die once. We all carry the curse of immortality, so what is there to fear? The core instantly dissolved, transforming into a stream of pure energy that flowed along the grooves of the depression, gradually outlining the intricate ceiling runes. With a resounding boom, the entire ceiling ground began to tremble violently. Suddenly, an incredibly blinding light erupted, under which a chilling aura of malevolence quietly ascended. Ahahaha. After centuries, I, Vantelos, have finally broken free from this damned seal and regained my freedom. Ha 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 ha. Accompanied by a deafening, maniacal laughter, a figure resembling a mountain of flesh gradually came into Lu Chen's view. Voracious Overlord Vantelos, boss-level creature. Traits: for limbs, robust physique, devour, malevolent. Hunger, talent, steel muscles, grade B. Skill 1, voracious devour, grade C. His massive mouth can consume any object, be it biological or non-biological. Consumed objects will be swiftly digested in his gastric juices, converting into Vantelos's power. This ability allows him to rapidly recover stamina during battle, enabling prolonged combat. Always be wary of his massive mouth. Skill 2, frenzied transformation, grade B. When Vantelos falls into extreme hunger or rage, he enters a frenzied state. In this state, his strength and speed are immensely increased, and his appearance becomes more grotesque and terrifying. Initiating Phase 2. Combat Assessment. Level 12, Ahem. Level 12 is in reference to ordinary creatures. This fellow possesses a boss template. So calculate his actual strength yourself. It gives me a headache. You freaks are too troublesome. What in the world is this? Jack's eyes widened, staring intently at Vantelos, swallowing hard involuntarily. The creature before him towered at a staggering 4 meters, its colossal form resembling a moving mountain of flesh, with 4 robust arms and dark gray skin. Riddled with wrinkles and nodules, appearing extraordinarily resilient. Most horrifying of all, its bloated belly had split open, forming a massive maw lined with sharp fangs, within which the contents of its stomach churned ominously, exuding a heart-stopping aura. Though Jack himself was also a boss-level being at this moment, Vantelos instilled in him an unprecedented sense of dread. Chapter 93, Dazed and Bewildered. As they beheld the unparalleled monstrosity released from the seal, the Stormwing tribe, who had previously been exhilarated, fell into a stunned silence, exchanging glances filled with astonishment and confusion. Prophet, could it be that our opportunity lies with this terrifying creature below? A pale female winged one shrank her neck, acutely aware that the ferocious and frenzied aura emanating from it meant that anyone who approached would likely be devoured in an instant. No, that cannot be. Feng Lai's face was also clouded with despair. The prophecy he had painstakingly crafted should not have been erroneous. Yet, the malevolent and ravenous monster sealed within could not possibly be the salvation of the Stormwing tribe. Where had it all gone wrong? Prophet. Yun Ting's voice rang out at just the right moment, capturing everyone's attention. What if we have misunderstood the prophecy from the very beginning? Perhaps the true savior of our Stormwing tribe is not the creature or treasure within this sealing altar, but rather, the one who has stepped into the sealing altar. The words of Yun Ting resounded like thunder, leaving all the winged ones in a state of shock. Yunting, are you suggesting that our tribe's salvation lies in that human? Feng Lai turned to Yunting, his gaze sharp as a blade, but soon he shook his head, dismissing his own thoughts. With a long sigh, he remarked, it seems highly improbable. The four-armed monstrosity that has emerged from the seal is a formidable existence of the 12th tier, unmatched in strength. This human is unlikely to contend with it. How could a dying person possibly be our savior? Prophet. In Yunting's eyes, a flicker of brilliance shone. This human is certainly not to be underestimated. Look at him. Has there been a hint of trepidation or fear in his gaze when faced with such a terrifying foe? Indeed, he not only exhibits no fear, but appears almost exhilarated, exclaimed a female winged one, covering her mouth in astonishment. If she were to confront such a dreadful enemy, she would likely be unable to stand. Yet, this human not only remains unafraid, but seems rather pleased. Ha ha ha. So it is you two insignificant ants who have aided in breaking my seal? Van Talos chuckled darkly, his greedy eyes flitting between Lu Chen and Jack. After centuries of confinement, he was ravenous. As a token of my gratitude, I shall allow you to become a part of me by devouring you. With a maniacal laugh, Van Talos' terrifying maw opened wide, unleashing a torrent of green, suffocating gastric acid that surged towards the two. Good heavens! Jack exclaimed, darting backward. The corrosive liquid splattered onto the stone slab, hissing as it etched deep wounds into the once solid surface, wisps of white smoke rising from the damage. Jack's eyes sharpened. Captain, be wary of this creature's saliva. He hasn't brushed his teeth in ages, and it's as corrosive as sulfuric acid. Lu Chen swiftly retreated, avoiding the assault of the gastric acid. His gaze fixed on the massive, mountain-like form of Van Talos, his fighting spirit ignited. This Van Talos must be the boss we need to slay for the fleet's mission. A creature of the 12th tier, I relish the challenge. With this thought, the corners of Lu Chen's mouth curled into a cold, resolute smile. Jack, we have little time. Let us dispatch this rotund beast swiftly. There's a survival wager awaiting us back home. Jack, hearing this, widened his eyes in disbelief. Captain, while we may both be bosses, he's at tier 12, and I'm merely at tier 5. Your confidence in me is flattering. Despite his protest, Jack's movements were resolute. With a powerful stomp, he propelled himself into the air, transforming into a streak of black lightning that surged towards Van Talos. In matters of combat, Jack never hesitated once Lu Chen had spoken. Die, you rotund fiend. Jack roared, channeling all his strength into the tip of his sword. The black crystal longsword struck towards Van Talos with blinding speed, the air splitting as it sliced through, producing a sharp wail as it reached the formidable foe. Yet, Van Talos regarded Jack's lethal strike with disdain, not even bothering to defend himself. With a resounding clang, the black crystal sword clashed against Van Talos' stony, gray skin, as if striking an impenetrable steel plate. The blade trembled violently, and in a moment of disbelief from Jack, the sword shattered into countless shards, scattering into the air. Do you think you, an ant, can injure me? Van Talos sneered, his limbs extending like massive steel pincers, hurtling towards Jack with a howling rush. Damn! Jack muttered under his breath, reacting swiftly. He stomped the ground and propelled himself backward, narrowly escaping the encircling grasp of Van Talos' forelimbs. To be caught by those hands would mean certain doom, an inevitable fate of being devoured. Ants do run quite fast, Van Talos scoffed. Suddenly, a series of creaking sounds echoed as a grayish-white hue rapidly spread across his body. Petrification? He laughed derisively, a mere parlor trick. Just as Van Talos attempted to break free, he felt a bone-chilling coldness coiling around him like a serpent, instantaneously freezing him in place. His movements halted abruptly. However, before he could react, a searing wave of flames surged forth like a raging tide, engulfing him in flames, the crackling of fire resounding in the air. What is happening? Van Talos was momentarily dazed by the sudden onslaught. But there are only two of them, right? Where are all these powerful attacks coming from? Just then, for 7th-tier skeletal warriors clad in dark iron armor charged at him with furious roars. As Van Talos raised his hand to retaliate, the skeletal warriors self-destructed with a series of deafening explosions. The immense sound reverberated, shaking the entire ceiling altar. The terrifying energy unleashed by the self-detonation tore at Van Talos' form, shattering his once resilient grayish skin under the force of the blasts. Dark yellow fat and crimson blood were laid bare. Before the echoes of the explosions had faded, a rocky, iron fist descended upon his forehead like a meteor. With a thunderous crash, Van Talos felt a terrifying force that seemed capable of shattering his skull erupt upon impact. His head was slammed hard against the stone slab, cracking it under the immense pressure. Chapter 94. Why is this fat brute so resilient? Dazed and confused, Van Talos barely managed to open his eyes, catching a glimpse of a pair of abyssal black eyes gazing down at him. The owner of those eyes was now raising a black blade that shimmered with an eerie green light. Surely not. Vantalos barely had time to murmur before the black blade struck like lightning, piercing through his skull. A horrifying toxin surged through him instantly, silencing everything around him. With the mastery of petrifying ice, flaming fury, the explosive force of the undead, and the overwhelming poison, Lu Chen's combination of attacks left the once mighty Vantalos doubting his very existence, sprawled upon the ground, utterly unresponsive. Above in the stormy skies, the members of the winged tribe stood agape, their eyes nearly popping from their sockets, staring in disbelief at the scene below. Wait, is that creature lying on the ground really a 12th tier boss? A winged being vigorously rubbed his eyelids, striving to confirm the reality of what lay before him. The scene that had just unfolded was so astonishing that it cast doubt upon his own vision. Shouldn't a level 12 boss embody the terrifying essence of a demon lord? How could it be that, upon its very entrance, it was so brutally beaten that it lay motionless on the ground? This was hardly the demeanor expected of a boss. Was it? Indeed, the aura it had previously exuded was undeniably that of a level 12 boss. Yet, that human was simply too formidable. Another winged being responded, his voice trembling with fear. It's terrifying. This human is utterly terrifying. How could he possess such extraordinary talents? Among the winged beings, shock permeated the air. Just then, one of them suddenly awoke with a start, his voice tinged with unmistakable trepidation. Were we not just contemplating seizing something from that human? His eyes brimmed with relief and lingering fear. Thankfully, they had not acted rashly. Otherwise, given the astonishing speed, devastating attack power, and seemingly endless array of talent skills displayed by that human, the 200 of them would have had no chance of gaining even the slightest advantage, even if they risked their lives. Upon hearing this, all the winged beings collectively gasped, a flicker of dread crossing their faces. They realized that only moments ago, their entire clan had teetered on the precipice of annihilation. Possessing numerous talents, yet only at level 7, he had managed to suppress a level 12 boss to the point of utter helplessness. This individual was far from ordinary. Yun Ting, his eyes shimmering with hope, turned to Feng Lai and asserted, "Prophet, perhaps he is the key you foretold, the one who can lead our Stormwing clan out of peril." At that moment, Feng Lai still wore a face of astonishment. Lu Chen's astonishing combat prowess left him deeply shaken. Thankfully, they had not rushed into action. Otherwise, the Stormwing clan would have ceased to exist. Yun Ting's words jolted Feng Lai from his stupor, and he regarded Lu Chen with piercing intensity. This individual was indeed powerful and must have encountered some fortuitous events, yet Feng Lai could not discern how he could rescue the Stormwing clan from its dire straits. Upon hearing this, Yun Ting also furrowed his brow in thought. Indeed, no matter how powerful that human was, he was still merely an evolved being who had just emerged from the novice sea. How could he possibly be entwined with the survival of the Stormwing clan to weather this storm together? Dead. Jack stared in astonishment at Vantalos, who lay on the ground, devoid of breath. The captain is truly becoming more and more incredible. With a smooth combination of moves, he even took down a level 12 boss in an instant. Not yet. Lu Chen's eyes narrowed as he swept his gaze across the battlefield. Realizing he had not received a kill notification, this boss was still alive. Just as Lu Chen was about to strike again, he saw Vantalos, whose green skin was marred with wounds, suddenly tremble violently, as if a dormant rage within him had been awakened. His eyes flew open, two crimson beams piercing forth like swords, accompanied by a deep, furious roar. "You wretch! You have successfully provoked the great gluttonous overlord, Vantalos." Immediately, Vantalos' corpulent form began to swell dramatically, his four muscular arms tautening under an invisible force, veins writhing like serpents. His already massive physique grew even larger, towering nearly 5 meters, an overwhelming pressure surging forth like a tidal wave. His enormous maw slowly opened, revealing jagged fangs as he unleashed a deafening roar. Accompanying this roar, a chilling aura swept forth from his gaping mouth like a tempest, instantly enveloping the entire battlefield. B-class skill, Berserk Transformation. Lu Chen gazed at Vantalos, who seemed to have regained new life, his eyes narrowing. He had just unleashed a barrage of attacks, with the final blow infused with a lethal dose of toxin bolstered by the heart-eating blade. It should have been a fatal strike. Yet, Vantalos staggered and stood up. "This time, I shall sever your head and see if you can regenerate." Lu Chen coldly snorted, pushing off the ground with his right foot, channeling all his strength and speed into a singular, overwhelming force. On the stone platform, a flash of white light darted by like lightning, the air erupting with a thunderous crack as it was violently displaced. Following that, Lu Chen swung his right arm, the obsidian blade, propelled by 690 points of strength, slicing through Vantalos' neck with chilling precision. A muffled thud echoed as Vanthalos's thick neck was cleaved in two, exposing bone and dark red flesh. Yet, astonishingly, Vanthalos appeared oblivious to his injuries, a cold smile forming on his lips. Heh, you possess some skill, but do you truly believe you can kill me? No sooner had the words left his mouth than the wound on his neck began to heal at an astonishing pace, as if he had never been harmed at all. What the hell? How resilient is this fat bastard? Jack gaped in disbelief. Not only did this fat creature boast incredible defenses, but his self-regeneration abilities were beyond imagination. This battle was far from over. Ants, perish! Vanthalos roared, his massive body charging at Lu Chen like an advancing mountain. Lu Chen reacted swiftly, his right foot once more striking the ground, his body nimbly leaping backward to narrowly evade the crushing blow. It was clear that Vanthalos was a boss renowned for his physical prowess, his vitality extraordinarily tenacious. That B-class talent, Steel Bones, likely represented the upgraded form of his physical enhancement. Chapter 95, Absolute Judgment, The Despairing Vanthalos. At this moment, Vanthalos, while outwardly brash and grinning wickedly, harbored a deep-seated wariness of Lu Chen within his eyes. Had he been too complacent for too long? How could a low-tier human possess such terrifying strength? Although he had barely managed to withstand the human's ferocious assaults thanks to his robust physique, Vanthalos was acutely aware that both this human and the level 5 undead possessed agility far surpassing his own. He was merely a brute, unable to touch his opponents. And this feeling of impotence weighed heavily on Vanthalos's heart. If this stalemate continued, even with his formidable constitution, he would eventually be worn down like flesh under 1,000 tiny cuts by this human and the undead. The thought of this stirred an indescribable rage within Vanthalos. How could he, the boss of the Novice Sea, be reduced to such a state? In the present circumstances, it seems as though humanity has assumed the role of the boss, rendering oneself a mere lamb awaiting slaughter. Yet, with matters having escalated to this point, retreat is no longer an option, and combat fails to inflict harm upon the adversary. Vanthalos can only muster a facade of bravado, continuing his fierce yet hollow laughter, feigning indifference, hoping that these two individuals will soon tire and depart without consuming him further. Lu Chen gazed intently at Vanthalos, who wore an expression akin to a pig unbothered by boiling water. His eyes narrowed slightly as thoughts flickered through his mind like lightning. Time was of the essence. Less than an hour remained before the converging sea would open. If Vanthalos were not dealt with by then, he would be compelled to return to the converging sea and partake in the survival gamble. By the time he returned, this boss would likely have vanished without a trace. Vanthalos's bluster could not deceive Lu Chen. Given the chance, this rotund creature would undoubtedly flee faster than anyone else. However, Vanthalos was a boss renowned for his physical prowess, boasting formidable defensive and regenerative capabilities. To eliminate him, a single, thunderous strike was essential. Otherwise, it would require an extensive investment of time, gradually wearing him down, something Lu Chen could ill afford at this moment. With this realization, Lu Chen reached a decision. He slowly raised the hard-eroding blade, pointing it directly at Vanthalos, his voice low yet resolute. Vanthalos, I, the observer, Lu Chen, hereby declare you a malevolent entity. Upon witnessing Lu Chen's actions, Vanthalos was momentarily taken aback before erupting into fits of maniacal laughter. Judgment? Huh, what do you think you are? Capable of judging me? Do you consider yourself an observer? Huh. His laughter brimmed with scorn and derision, for the title of observer denoted an exalted being, far beyond the reach of this mere 7th-tier human. Yet, as his laughter began to wane, an unsettling realization crept upon him. Wait, observers, no matter how powerful, are seemingly nurtured from the ground up by the celestial edict. This human before me cannot possibly be an observer under cultivation by the celestial edict, can he? Surely, I cannot be so unfortunate. As uncertainty and dread flickered in Vanthalos's eyes, the cold voice of the celestial edict suddenly rang out, striking his heart like a heavy hammer, plunging him into a chilling abyss. Observer Lu Chen exercises judgment over the gluttonous sovereign, Vanthalos. Observer Lu Chen has officially declared Vanthalos as a malevolent entity. Vanthalos's malevolent identity has been established. The celestial edict is undergoing verification. Verification complete. No evidence found to substantiate Vanthalos's classification as a malevolent entity. Observer Lu Chen's judgment requires the expenditure of 1 absolute judgment instance. Current remaining absolute judgment instances, 0, as the voice of the celestial edict faded. A sinister I curse mark manifested upon Vanthalos's forehead, the pupil of which subtly outlined the character for Lu. Trembling, he reached out to touch the mark, his complexion turning ashen. His eyes widened in disbelief as he shouted, "Observer, how could you be an observer? What are the odds of 1 in a billion that I would encounter this? No, I just emerged from my seal. I have done nothing." And yet I am gifted an observer at the outset? Truly, is there anyone more unfortunate than I? As Lu Chen advanced steadily, Vantalos's mind was flooded with terrifying legends of observers, and an uncontrollable fear surged from deep within him. His voice quivered with desperation. Great observer, though I, Vantalos, have consumed many lives, that was centuries ago. I may be guilty, but I do not deserve to be classified as malevolent. The mere thought of being labeled malevolent sent Vantalos into uncontrollable tremors, tears unshed. How could he, of all beings, invoke the absolute judgment of an observer? In that moment, regret consumed Vantalos as he lamented silently. Ancestors, had you been any more formidable, why did you not reveal it sooner? When I first emerged from my seal, I should have knelt before you. It was only now that Vantalos grasped why the nearby boss-level undead willingly followed a low-tier human. This human had successfully passed the observer's assessment. Would it still be possible for him to feign loyalty like that undead? Once the identity of a malevolent entity is established, it cannot be revoked unless the judging observer perishes. Observers cannot accept malevolent entities as vassals. At this moment, the winged beings above observed Vantalos's unusual demeanor, exchanging puzzled glances. Who is this observer? Is he powerful? He must be extraordinary, for Vantalos's reaction seems genuine. However, he is, after all, an immensely powerful 12th-tier boss. How could he be so unsettled by mere words of judgment from a human? Yun Ting suddenly had a flash of insight, his eyes brightening. He turned to Feng Lai, bowing respectfully. Seer, do you have knowledge of the observer? Surely, a single word from that human could not provoke such a reaction from the boss. Behind those words lies the representation of a formidable existence. Feng Lai furrowed his brow, his gaze fixed intently on the curse mark on Vantalos's forehead, his mind racing through the ancient texts of memory. Observer. Observer. Suddenly, a realization struck him, igniting a fervent light in his eyes. The observer. He is indeed the observer. I understand the true significance of that prophecy. Our Stormwing tribe is saved. Chapter 96. Instant kill. Level up twice. Lu Chen regarded the once ferocious, now abjectly pleading Vantalos, a subtle smile curling at the corners of his lips, cold and piercing. Not at all. I declare you malevolent. You simply are. With that, Lu Chen surged forward with the swiftness of a leopard in pursuit, his right hand flipping to reveal the obsidian blade glinting ominously, slicing through the air with a resounding whoosh, descending upon Vantalos. The blade, like a dragon emerging from the sea, exuded an unyielding sharpness, cleaving the air as it approached Vantalos with blinding speed. The latter's eyes widened in alarm, perceiving an unparalleled pressure of wind bearing down upon him, the breath of death nearly within reach. Instinctively, Vantalos understood that he could not withstand this blow. Curse it! Vantalos could no longer afford to be careless. With a furious roar, he crossed his arms defensively in front of him, bracing for impact. However, the obsidian blade, under the absolute dominion of the Overseer's oppressive laws against the malevolent, sliced through Vantalos's once proud defenses as effortlessly as cutting through butter. With a chilling crack, Vantalos's robust arms were severed at the roots, soaring into the air, while blood gushed forth like a wild stallion unleashed. My hands, this. It cannot be. The disbelief etched across Vantalos's face was palpable. He distinctly recalled that the previous assault by Lu Chen had not been so ferocious. Why, in an instant, had it transformed into such an unstoppable force? Yet, when cornered, even a rabbit may bite. At this moment, Vantalos comprehended that pleading for mercy was futile. His only hope for survival lay in a desperate gamble against this terrifying humanoid entity. With this thought, Vantalos's eyes bulged, filled with a frenzied madness. Overseer, you have forced my hand, he roared, as a gaping maw split open in his abdomen, stretching wide in a grotesque arc, seemingly intent on devouring all that hindered its existence. If I consume you, unparalleled benefits shall be mine. His voice resonated with a hysterical frenzy. And within that cavernous mouth, a dark purple vortex of energy spun wildly, exerting an astonishing pull that distorted the very air around it, conjuring a whirlwind of chaos. C-rank skill, devour. Simultaneously, Vantalos unleashed his B-rank talent, Steel Bones, with all his might. Faced with this all-or-nothing assault, Lu Chen merely chuckled derisively. It was but a futile endeavor. With that, he surged forward. Break! Lu Chen's voice rang out as he channeled all his strength into his right arm. The heart-eating blade enveloped in a surge of formidable power, vibrating and emitting a resonant hum. In an instant, he swung the blade with a speed that transcended the limits of perception, a streak of obsidian light slicing through the heavens, accompanied by a fierce gale that seemed to cleave the very fabric of space. With a resounding clang, the heart-eating blade appeared to tear asunder the barriers of reality, flashing past Vantalos's astonished gaze at a velocity imperceptible to the naked eye. What followed was a haunting silence, soon shattered by a scene that would instill dread in the hearts of many. Vanthalos's massive form was cleaved cleanly in two, dark red blood cascading forth like a torrential waterfall, staining the surrounding air. His gaping maw had yet to close, and the madness and bitterness within his eyes became forever frozen in that moment. Lu Chen sheathed his blade, the black edge returning to its scabbard with fluid grace, as though that cataclysmic strike had merely been an ordinary swing amidst routine training. He stood tall once more, his garments billowing gently, surrounded by an aura of inviolable majesty, as if the preceding events had been nothing more than an insignificant interlude. In this instant, Lu Chen's silhouette elongated in the twilight glow, exuding an air of unparalleled pride and strength. Ding! You have slain the boss-level creature, the gluttonous Sovereign Vanthalos, Tier 12, gaining 320,000 life energy points. Ding! As Vanthalos is a malevolent entity, you have earned 1,000 execution points. Position: Overseer, 1500, 10,000. Ding! Congratulations, you have successfully leveled up to level 8. Ding! Congratulations, you have successfully leveled up to level 9. Level 9, 520,000, Ding! As an Overseer, your attribute gains upon leveling up are doubled. Strength, 40. Agility, 40. Constitution, 40. Perception, 40. Free attribute points, 20. Ding! Your pet, the Leviathan from the Northern Sea, Divine, has leveled up to level 4. Ding! Your pet, the Leviathan from the Northern Sea, Divine, has leveled up to level 5. Level 5, 560,000. Congratulations, you have completed the Fleet Power mission. You have received the mission reward, Fleet Flag 1. The formidable life energy surged into Lu Chen and his companion, the little creature, like a tidal wave, a staggering 320,000 points propelling both of them, man and beast, upward by 2 levels, a tide of evolution sweeping over them, bringing an unprecedented sense of exhilaration. Lu Chen burst forth, arms wide, and let out a triumphant howl. Ah? The little creature mirrored his actions, raising its head from the backpack to join in the joyous chorus, "Oh whoa," having leveled up twice. The little creature basked in sheer delight. Wasn't he that an instant kill? Jack, witnessing the spectacle, stood dumbfounded. I knew the captain was formidable as an Overseer, but surely not to this extent. That fat man was a Tier 12 boss with B-rank constitution talent, capable of escaping from the onslaught of thousands of similarly tiered evolvers. He was a veritable demon of the novice seas. How could the captain dispatch such a being with such ease? Remember, the captain just reached Tier 7. To slay a Tier 12 boss with a single stroke at Tier 7 is no small feat, even for an Overseer. As these thoughts coursed through him, Jack gazed at Lu Chen, his eyes shimmering with a strange light. Even among the terrifying ranks of the Overseers, the captain's talent and resolve were undoubtedly exceptional. I, Jack, truly have an eye for talent. I knew from the very first glance that the captain was no ordinary individual. Just as Lu Chen was reveling in the thrill of his newfound levels, his expression suddenly turned serious. Hundreds of winged beings circled in the sky for a prolonged moment, then suddenly dove towards him. Lu Chen furrowed his brow, instantaneously conjuring dozens of bone spears that orbited him, exuding a chilling aura. Seeking death, he barked coldly, flicking his fingers, the bone spears transforming into a rain of arrows that whistled toward the flock of winged beings. However, just as the bone spears were about to strike, they abruptly halted midair. Lu Chen raised an eyebrow, his gaze sharp as he surveyed the approaching winged beings. They made no attempt to attack or evade. Instead, they knelt before Lu Chen, their postures reverent. Had he not halted the onslaught of bone spears in time, that volley would have decimated a third of the winged beings before him. The winged being's actions stirred a wave of confusion within Lu Chen. He scrutinized the kneeling figures, awaiting an explanation. Chapter 97, Subordinate Races. The leader of the remnants, Feng Lai, led the entire Stormwing clan in an earnest bow to the esteemed Overseer. We humbly prostrate ourselves before your greatness. Feng Lai's forehead touched the ground, his voice laced with a barely perceptible tremor, clearly on edge. The winged beings behind him likewise mimicked his actions, bowing low before Lu Chen. A group of young winged beings, seizing the moment, discreetly cast their gaze toward Lu Chen, their eyes interwoven with trepidation and uncertainty. Could this remarkably youthful human truly be the salvation for our Stormwing clan? Lu Chen raised an eyebrow slightly, his tone calm, yet indifferent. You have half a minute to provide me with a reason not to slay you. Although he was an Overseer in the world of Tianyu, if these Stormwing beings were preparing to plead their case, they had indeed chosen the wrong person. He had no time for such matters. Instead, He found himself intrigued by the life energy coursing through these winged beings. Though scant, even the legs of a mosquito contain sustenance. Should they fail to present a compelling reason, Lu Chen would not hesitate to annihilate them and absorb their essence. In this world, one's own strength was of paramount importance. Upon hearing Lu Chen's nonchalant words, the prostrate winged beings trembled in fear. Was this overseer truly so ruthless? Cold sweat broke out on Feng Lai's forehead. He understood that every subsequent word would determine the fate of the Stormwing clan. Resolutely, he lifted his head, determination flickering in his gaze. Esteemed overseer, our Stormwing clan does not seek to disturb you without cause. He spoke earnestly. Rather, we wish to become your vassal race, to cleave through thorns and fire for you. However, Feng Lai's words were abruptly cut off by Jack's cold retort. Oh, old man, it's not that I hold you in contempt, but despite your number exceeding 200, you lack both talent and skills. I, Jack, alone could easily slay all of you. Jack's lips curled into a smirk, brimming with disdain. Do you truly believe our captain would accept just anyone? It's laughable. My dear snake girl, possessing 7th tier strength and B-class talents and skills, sought to pledge her allegiance to the captain, only to be slain by him. And you, with nothing to offer, think you can board our ship? How naive. Lu Chen remained silent, his indifferent gaze scrutinizing Feng Lai, silently affirming Jack's words. Everything was left unspoken. At this, the winged being's eyes brimmed with humiliation and resentment. Yun Ting hung his head low, gritting his teeth, the sound echoing as the veins in his right hand bulged, gripping his spear tightly. This humiliation pierced his heart like a blade. His clan had proactively sought to become a vassal, yet their strength was deemed inadequate. Nevertheless, despite the churn of resentment within, Yun Ting understood the gravity of the undead's words. A 5th-tier boss-level undead indeed possessed the power to annihilate their entire clan. Yet, at this moment, this was the Stormwing clan's only chance. Yun Ting would not relinquish it. With this thought in mind, Yun Ting suddenly raised his head, his gaze fierce and unwavering as he stared directly at Lu Chen. Esteemed overseer, one must not judge merely by appearances. The reason our Stormwing clan appears so weak is that we have been forsaken by Tianyu. If you would accept us, we could shed our status as the Forsaken and awaken our talents and skills anew. In that instant, you would possess an air force with an average B-class talent. Upon hearing this, Lu Chen's eyes immediately brightened. An average B-class talent? The Stormwing clan already possessed the ability to fly, and should they awaken B-class talents, their combat prowess would be formidable. Moreover, having already grasped the fleet's flag, all members would receive attribute enhancements. Thus, this Stormwing clan, endowed with average B-class talents, would undoubtedly become a powerful force under his command. Though his heart was stirred, Lu Chen's expression remained as tranquil as ever. He looked at Yun Ting and said coolly, "If you dare deceive me, the consequences will be dire. If you accept us as your vassal race, our entire clan's fate will be governed by your will." Yun Ting bowed deeply once more, blood trickling from his forehead, yet he paid it no mind, his voice resolute. "If you discover any deceit on our part, you may eliminate us without hesitation." "Very well, I shall grant you this opportunity." The moment Lu Chen's words fell, Feng Lai's eyes sparkled with ecstasy, nearly bringing him to tears. As a Forsaken clan, no matter to which powerful entity they pledged their allegiance, they could never erase the mark of being forsaken, the ironclad decree of Tianyu. However, the Overseer stood as the exception. The Overseer, the embodiment of law in the world of Tianyu, was akin to the voice of Tianyu's will. Should the Overseer choose to embrace the Stormwing clan, it would signify Tianyu's acceptance of them once more. Yet, the Overseer existed only in ethereal legends, their numbers exceedingly rare. Feng Lai had never anticipated that fate would be so kind to the Stormwing clan, allowing them to encounter Lu Chen at the brink of extinction. Truly, a blessing for my Stormwing clan. Thoughts raced through Feng Lai's mind, his eyes reddening as he bowed deeply to Lu Chen once more. "Thank you, esteemed Overseer. The Stormwing clan is willing to become your blade, cutting down all enemies that dare to approach." With Feng Lai's actions, all clan members simultaneously bowed, their voices unified, resonating through the heavens. "Thank you, esteemed Overseer. The Stormwing clan is willing to become your blade, cutting down all enemies that dare to approach." Meanwhile, mottled light emanated from each winged being, converging before Lu Chen into a brilliant sphere of light. "Esteemed Overseer, this is the crystallization of our Stormwing clan's soul. Should you accept this soul crystal, it signifies your acceptance of us as vassals," Feng Lai said respectfully. Lu Chen nodded slightly, his intent stirring, and the light sphere instantly merged into his being. At that moment, the notification sound of Tianyu rang clearly. "Ding. You have chosen to accept the Stormwing clan as a vassal race. Your current Overseer level is level 1. You can currently accept one vassal race. This number will increase as your overseer level rises. Reminder: you hold absolute dominion over your vassal races and may obliterate them at any time. Upon hearing the series of notifications from Tianyu, Lu Chen raised an eyebrow. He had not anticipated that there would be restrictions on vassal races. His current overseer level could only accommodate one vassal race. No wonder that old man was so ecstatic upon his acceptance. Reflecting on this, Lu Chen couldn't help but feel a sense of exasperation. Tianyu provided no guidance. Everything had to be discovered through trial and error. Had he known there were limitations on vassal races, he would have chosen a more powerful one. However, it was too late for regrets. Lu Chen felt no remorse. Without this Stormwing clan, he would have been unaware of the possibility of accepting another race as a vassal. The identity of the overseer increasingly appeared to grant immense power. Chapter 98. A gift prepared for the allied nations. Meanwhile, a torrent of formidable energy surged into the kneeling members of the Stormwing tribe, and astonishment blossomed in their eyes as they felt their cultivation levels ascend. This sensation was utterly marvelous. A strikingly beautiful female winged being covered her crimson lips, and in mere moments, her power soared to the 6th tier, and it continued to amplify. Ha ha ha. Gratitude to the esteemed overseer. Once again, our Stormwing tribe has garnered the celestial endorsement. This energy is a divine recompense bestowed upon us. Feng Lai extended his arms, tears streaming down his weathered cheeks. In the past, without the support of the celestial decree, the cultivation progress of the Stormwing tribe was akin to that of a snail, with all members stagnating at the 5th tier, unable to advance. But now, the shackles had shattered, and the latent potential of the tribe erupted, propelling their realms to unprecedented heights. Wiping away his tears, Feng Lai promptly instructed everyone, focus on comprehending the wind elemental affinity and mastering wind-based skills. At his words, all members of the winged tribe closed their eyes in concentration, extending their hands to welcome the gentle caress of the wind. Goodness, over 200 individuals evolving simultaneously, awakening their talents. What a magnificent sight. Can I join in? I yearn for an upgrade too. Jack gazed enviously at the winged beings undergoing transformation before him. The captain had already reached the 9th tier, while he remained stuck at the 5th. What a tragedy. They were merely reclaiming the powers that rightfully belonged to them. Lu Chen, arms crossed, looked on with curiosity, pondering what caliber of talents these Stormwing beings might awaken. It shouldn't be disappointing. Their ancestors seemed to hail from a mid-tier world, where the potential of its beings was notably robust. Jack shrugged, a glimmer of hope flickering in his eyes. It seemed his own true talent was sealed, and he wondered when it might be unlocked. Before long, the strength of all members of the Stormwing tribe surged to approximately the 10th tier. Just as Yun Ting had mentioned, every single Stormwing member awakened a talent of no less than B rank. Lu Chen opened the panel of a female winged being, and to his astonishment, its appearance had drastically changed. Stormwing tribe, subsidiary race, Yun Rue. Traits: high intelligence, flight ability, agility, wind affinity. Talent: wine manipulation, B rank. Skill: wind blade cutting, B rank, instantly unleashing razor-sharp wind blades. These blades, akin to invisible daggers, can effortlessly slice through metal and stone, inflicting lethal damage upon foes. Ever seen a humanoid fighter jet? You're witnessing one now. Combat rating: 10th tier, a ruler among the skies. To engage her in battle, it's best to ground her first. Otherwise, you will experience the frustration of being unable to retaliate while only receiving blows. Additionally, it seems she has an owner. Wow, how formidable. Jack leaned closer to Lu Chen, his eyes widening in disbelief upon glimpsing Yun Rue's panel. I truly underestimated these winged beings before. Congratulations to the captain for acquiring a powerful force. Lu Chen nodded, realizing he had indeed stumbled upon a treasure. He had not anticipated that these previously feeble winged beings would experience such a remarkable enhancement after shedding their ancestral identity. Thank you, Master. We are grateful for the new lives granted by you. The Stormwing tribe members, having awakened their talents and powers, once again bowed deeply to Lu Chen, their eyes shimmering with uncontainable joy and excitement. However, as the winged beings knelt, Yun Ting's figure stood out, like a crane among chickens. His eyes remained tightly shut, clearly lost in profound contemplation. The members of the tribe exchanged worried glances. Why had he not completed his awakening yet? Could it be that he had failed? That seemed unlikely. Yun Ting had always been the strongest among them. How could this happen? Lu Chen recalled the young winged man with a scarred face, who had previously evaded his bone spear attack. There's no need for alarm. His understanding of the wind is deeper than yours. Maintain silence so as not to disturb him. Lu Chen said calmly, though his curiosity heightened. If the ordinary Stormwing tribe could awaken talents of B rank, could this young winged man perhaps awaken an A rank talent? Having previously awakened an A-rank talent for necromancy, Lu Chen understood that the awakening of an A-rank talent was no trivial matter. As the winged beings looked on with a mix of concern and anticipation, a whirlwind began to swirl around Yunting, an invisible tempest of power gathering around him. In an instant, he abruptly opened his eyes, their sharpness akin to a blade. Drawing in a deep breath, his chest heaved, and without hesitation, he knelt before Lu Chen. Proclaiming, "Winged being Yunting, I bow to my master." Observing Yunting, Lu Chen activated the panel, his heart swelling with delight. Stormwing Tribe, subsidiary race, Yunting. Traits: high intelligence, flight ability, agility, wind affinity, cold temperament. Talent: wind resonance, A rank. Skill 1, Celestial Storm, A rank, summoning the full force of the storm within. Erupting into a devastating tempest. Ants, prepare to meet your demise. Skill 2, Wind Blade Cutting, B rank, as above. Combat rating: 11th tier, a prodigy among the Stormwing tribe. A child of the wind. To his astonishment, not only had this individual successfully awakened an A-rank talent, but he had also comprehended an A-rank skill. Remarkable, indeed, and worthy of cultivation. Lu Chen nodded in approval, quite satisfied with the combat prowess of the entire Stormwing tribe. However, beneath his joy lay a subtle unease. From the current state of the Stormwing tribe, one could glimpse the formidable strength they once wielded eons ago during the great conflict among races. At that time, billions of winged beings roamed, each possessing at least a B-rank talent. Such a formidable race had still succumbed during the great conflict, now teetering on the brink of extinction and struggling for survival. Turning his thoughts to the human populace of Blue Star, despite their numbers soaring into the hundreds of billions, the majority awakened with talents of F or E rank, and those with C rank talent were rare gems. Contemplating this, Lu Chen felt a heightened sense of urgency. Strength was paramount. Enhancing power could not be delayed. At that moment, Feng Lai knelt humbly, reporting, "Master, all 234 members of the Stormwing tribe have awakened their talents. Among them, one possesses an A-rank talent, while 233 possess B-rank talents. Aside from Yunting, the others are all around the 10th tier. Please, Master, give your orders." In unison, all the winged beings echoed, "Please, Master, give your orders." Lu Chen surveyed the tribe solemnly and declared, "Very well. There is indeed a task that requires your assistance. Proceed to location 563876. I shall await you there. Go forth." As Lu Chen's words resonated, the winged beings responded in unison, "As you command," and then took to the skies, their wings slicing through the air. "Wow, how splendid it is to fly. I envy you all." Jack gazed enviously at the winged beings flitting through the air, acutely aware of the immense advantages of flight over the vast ocean, speed, and the absence of vessels. Fortunately, they were on our side, he thought with a grin. "Captain, what do you intend to have these winged folk do?" Jack inquired, curiosity evident on his face as he looked at Lu Chen. "In half an hour, the survival wager will commence, and I plan to present the Alliance of Nations with a shocking gift," Lu Chen replied, a cold, enigmatic smile gracing his lips. Chapter 99. Has the statue come to life? With a flick of his right hand, Lu Chen summoned a peculiar flag radiating an otherworldly glow. Fleet Command Flag, special item. Holding this flag allows the establishment of a unique faction. Lu Chen stared at the flag, his gaze ablaze with fervor. It was well known that the first faction to utilize a command flag on Blue Star would receive a staggering 200 attribute points, and as the fleet leader, he would enjoy a doubled bonus of 400 points. Such a prospect stirred even the typically composed Lu Chen with fervent desire. Without a moment's hesitation, he resolutely decided to activate the command flag to seize this unprecedented opportunity. Beep. The fleet command flag has been activated. Please select the faction development direction. 1. Domain Lord of the Seas. Instantly acquire a dedicated territory. Enjoy resource benefits. With territory resources at 5, faction upgrades will expand territory and increase benefits proportionally. This path emphasizes defense and construction. 2. Sea Raiders. Initially lacking a fixed territory, this path thrives on plundering resources from others to grow stronger. Granting plunder benefits with a resource value of 5. Faction upgrades unlock special vessels and higher plunder bonuses. This route leans towards offense and pillaging. Faced with these two divergent paths, Lu Chen raised an eyebrow, swiftly analyzing his options. One option involved diligent cultivation and steadfast defense, while the other entailed a life of roving the seas and waging war for sustenance. One promised stability and empire building, while the other beckoned with the thrill of danger and victory through risk. Though the allure of becoming a domain lord was significant, possessing a territory to gradually cultivate was a dream for many. It contradicted Lu Chen's original aspirations. What he yearned for was freedom, the unshackled pursuit of exploration and conquest. Thus, Lu Chen resolutely leaned towards the second path, that of the Sea Raiders, a journey unbound by constraints and guided by whim. Beep. You have successfully chosen the faction development direction, Sea Raiders. Beep. The faction is being established. Remaining time, 59 minutes. Establishing a faction requires waiting? Lu Chen shook his head. No matter, there's no need to rush. Let us take this hour to clear the battlefield first. Jack, Captain, I've already prepared everything for you. Jack grinned widely, pointing to the right. Look, in his line of sight lay a towering heap of monstrous carcasses, the voracious tyrant, the Shadow Nightmare Beast King. 8 Shadow Nightmares, and the earlier silver feather giant hawk, all laid out before them. Tuanzi, you can come out now, Lu Chen said gently, patting his bag with a tone of affection. Goo. Upon hearing the cue, Tuanzi darted out of the bag, nuzzling against Lu Chen's face. Having been cooped up for far too long, the journey to the ceiling altar had allowed Tuanzi to level up directly to level 5, and it was brimming with excitement. Haha, Lu Chen laughed. First things first, let us absorb these corpses before we play. Goo. Tuanzi responded joyfully, and its tentacles suddenly extended, reaching the pile of corpses. Instantly, the mound began to visibly shrink and wither, gradually losing all its essence. Wow, Captain, look at Tuanzi's changes. Its tentacles can elongate now, Jack exclaimed in astonishment. He had thought the little creature would never grow, no matter how much life energy it consumed. Indeed, Lu Chen observed Tuanzi with pride and affection. It seemed that after leveling up, Tuanzi had indeed experienced growth. It appeared that Tuanzi was not incapable of growth. Rather, it could control its size at will. The prospect of Tuanzi's appearance post-maturation filled him with anticipation. Beep. Successfully absorbed the voracious tyrant, level 12. You have gained B-grade talent, Iron Will. Increasing constitution by 18 points. Beep. Successfully absorbed the Shadow Nightmare Beast King, level 14. You have gained C-grade talent, Shadow Fusion, increasing strength by 18 points. Beep. Successfully absorbed Shadow Nightmare 8, level 9. You have gained C-grade talent, Shadow Fusion 8, increasing strength by 138 points. Beep. Successfully absorbed Silver Feather Giant Hawk, level 8. Agility increased by 12 points. As the deluge of notifications resonated, Lu Chen acquired an impressive 122 points in strength, 18 points in constitution, 12 points in agility, as well as the B-grade Iron Will and C-grade Shadow Fusion talent level 9. Beep. Detecting your C-grade talent, Shadow Fusion. Meets evolution requirements. Evolving now. Evolution complete. Shadow Fusion, C-grade, has successfully evolved to B-grade talent. Shadow Walker, level 35. Feeling the surging energy within, Lu Chen's face glowed with joy. This absorption not only granted him a wealth of attribute points, but also bestowed upon him 2 B-grade talents. Thus, he now possessed 7 B-grade talents, a feat unattainable by ordinary individuals. Excellent. The battlefield is cleared. It is time to return to the vicinity of the parallel sea. Lu Chen decisively opened the celestial panel and opted for teleportation to the nearby parallel sea. However, no response ensued. Frowning, Lu Chen remarked, What is going on? Why can't I teleport? Beep. Teleportation function temporarily disabled due to interference from an unknown force. Captain, what do we do now? We're pressed for time. Jack's expression turned grave upon hearing the notification. This is no joke, with less than half an hour until the survival wager begins. You tell me the teleportation is down now? If we can't teleport, by the time we sail back to the parallel sea, it'll be too late. The Stormwing tribe has already made their way there. There's no need for concern regarding the survival wager, Lu Chen replied, his gaze steely as he surveyed the surroundings. What intrigues me more is which formidable entity has the power to disrupt celestial teleportation. At that moment, Jack's attention became fixated on the towering tentacled statue ahead. Rubbing his eyes in disbelief, he hesitantly said, Captain, I think I just saw that enormous tentacle move. Jack then shrugged, dismissing the thought, convinced he must have been mistaken. How could a statue possibly move? It was absurd to even consider. If such a colossal statue could animate, it would be nothing short of catastrophic. Yet, no sooner had Jack spoken than, as if to directly contradict his words, the towering tentacled statue erupted with a thunderous roar, resounding like a battle cry. Boom. The entire colossal statue began to tremble violently, as if awakened from a deep slumber, slowly unfurling its massive form, accompanied by a violent tremor. A deluge of debris cascaded like a torrential downpour from the outstretched tendrils of the statue, mingling with the thunderous roar as it plummeted from the heavens, crashing to the ground and raising clouds of dust. Small fragments were propelled in all directions, creating a scene of utmost devastation, reminiscent of an apocalyptic event. Jack stood in stunned silence, his previous words lodged in his throat. Was this truly alive? Chapter 100. Jack, Please take care of the dumpling. Lu Chen's pupils constricted sharply as he witnessed the towering tentacled statue bizarrely spring to life, involuntarily twitching at the corners of his eyes. The oppressive presence of this colossal entity bore down upon him like a mountain, far surpassing all adversaries he had encountered before. The dumpling gazed innocently at the slowly advancing tendril, softly calling out, as if sensing an inexplicable kinship. Suddenly, the terrifyingly massive statue lunged forward, accompanied by a howling tempest that struck with the force of thunder. The dumpling, confronted with this unexpected assault, froze in confusion, unable to comprehend why this once familiar entity would suddenly turn hostile. Yet, the gigantic tendril showed no signs of hesitation, its power unabated, poised to crush the dumpling into a pulp. In that critical moment, Lu Chen's figure flickered, his Shadow Walker ability igniting in full force. As he and the dumpling transformed into a fleeting shadow, darting away, the titanic appendage came crashing down onto the ceiling altar. A deafening impact that shattered the stone and sent debris flying. Instantly, spider webbing cracks across the altar's surface and causing the very space to tremble with the force of the blow. Lu Chen clutched the dumpling tightly, his face pale, as he shouted at Jack with urgency. This creature's target is the dumpling. Jack, quickly, maneuver the phantom to retreat. Understood. Jack responded without hesitation, his figure blurring as he raced towards the phantom. However, the enormous tendril seemed oblivious to Jack, gathering strength for another attack, sweeping toward Lu Chen's position with terrifying speed. The air itself appearing to tear apart with a piercing shriek. Faced with the encroaching statue, Lu Chen's expression hardened, realizing the vast range of the tendril's assault. If he boarded the phantom now, the vessel would surely be sunk. He had to buy time for Jack, allowing the phantom to escape the threat posed by the tendril, ensuring everyone's survival. Come on, Lu Chen shouted, crouching low before explosively springing upward with astonishing force, deftly evading the sweeping tendril. In midair, his eyes glimmered with a cold intensity. With a thought, the pile of beast corpses upon the ceiling altar erupted with fierce energy, followed by a cacophony of explosions that shook the entire altar. Yet, when Lu Chen's gaze returned to the massive tendril, his pupils dilated in shock. Aside from a few singed spots, the tendril remained utterly unscathed. The corpse explosion was his most formidable A-class skill, yet it had inflicted no substantial damage. A wave of profound astonishment surged within him. Just how powerful was this statue? The massive tendril seemed incensed by the repeated provocations from this insignificant creature. Unleashing a sudden violent tremor, it accelerated, charging forth with a speed incongruous to its immense size. Damn it, here it comes again, Lu Chen muttered, attempting to activate his Shadow Walker ability to meld into the darkness and evade the impending attack. However, the peculiar vibrations disrupted his ability to blend into the shadows. With no means of escape, the tendril drew near. A glimmer of resolve flashed in Lu Chen's eyes. Who would fear whom? With a dazzling arc of blade-like energy, he unleashed the unique skill of the Watcher, Gale Break. Yet, as the brilliant blade met the titanic tendril, it shattered instantaneously. The once unstoppable Gale Break rendered feeble before this behemoth. With the tendril rushing towards him, Lu Chen found no option but to brace himself for impact. Gritting his teeth, he summoned all his strength, his physicality and defenses surging to their utmost limits. But with a sickening sound, the colossal appendage swept through, tearing into Lu Chen's left hand and a portion of his chest, blood spraying forth. Despite his defenses being fortified to their peak, they crumbled under the tendril's touch. Fortunately, in the final moment, Lu Chen instinctively twisted his body, shielding the dumpling cradled in his right arm. His own injury was inconsequential. After all, he possessed immortality, but the dumpling could not be harmed. It was his lifeline, and nothing could happen to it. With a heavy thud, Lu Chen crashed onto the fissured ceiling altar, a spurt of blood erupting from his mouth. Since entering the world of Tianyu, this was the first time he had sustained such a grievous wound. The dumpling gazed at Lu Chen's injuries, its large eyes brimming with tears, clearly heartbroken. At that moment, Jack's voice pierced through the chaos. Captain, quickly return to the phantom. That massive tendril cannot reach here. You must not fall. Being defeated by that tendril would lead to your ceiling. Jack's words struck Lu Chen's heart with a jolt. He had thought his immortality rendered him fearless. But Jack was right. Should he falter, he could very well end up like Fantaros, permanently sealed in this place. His life had only just begun to flourish. How could he be trapped here? With this thought, Lu Chen grit his teeth and, using his remaining right hand, slammed it against the ground, leveraging the force to leap up. As green light flickered, his speed-enhancing talent ignited in full, transforming him into a blur as he sprinted toward the phantom. Safety lay just beyond reach. However, at that moment, a scene of despair unfolded. Thundering sounds accompanied the emergence of dozens of equally massive tendrils. bursting forth from the depths of the ocean, obscuring the sky behind Lu Chen. Gazing at the dense mass of swaying, enormous shadows, Lu Chen's heart sank. It is finished. I should have anticipated this. How could that statue possibly possess merely a single tentacle? Indeed, what I witnessed was merely the tip of the iceberg. The statue's true form, along with its myriad tentacles, lay concealed beneath the seabed silt. At this moment, Lu Chen felt an overwhelming despair, having already struggled to evade one tentacle. He was now confronted with dozens. It was hopeless. Just as Lu Chen's thoughts raced, the multitude of tentacles, accompanied by a howling wind, lunged ferociously toward him. He swiftly turned his head, and his sense of despair deepened. Countless tentacles had completely sealed off all avenues of escape. There was no way to evade. In this critical moment, a flicker of determination flashed in Lu Chen's eyes. His right arm was suddenly enveloped in a crimson glow, his muscles taut and bulging. As he concentrated all his strength into that arm and hurled the creature toward the phantom ship. Jack, take care of the creature. Chapter 101, God-Tier Skill. Summoning the complete Kraken statue. Captain. Jack let out a furious roar, his face contorted with fear. If he were to be sealed, it would take at least centuries. During those centuries, how could the Blue Star human race prevail in the myriad clan struggles without the captain's aid? If the Blue Star human race were to be defeated, even if the captain emerged from his seal a century later, he would meet the same fate as the Stormwing clan, reduced to a mere relic of the past, stripped of all his power. The thought filled Jack's heart with boundless dread and unease. Gooey. The creature in the air felt its pupils constrict, tears cascading like pearls from a broken string. It strained to extend its tentacles, yearning to approach its master. Even in the face of death, it desired to perish alongside him. Yet, helplessly, it could only watch as the distance between them widened. It seemed they would be separated for a time. Lu Chen gazed at the creature, a faint smile curling at the corners of his mouth. The strength he possessed was born from this creature. Now, it appeared that it would also fade because of it. Yet, his heart brimmed with gratitude for the creature, for it had brought an unforgettable brilliance into his life over these past few days. Though fleeting, that time was precious enough. The roaring overhead grew ever closer, and Lu Chen calmly closed his eyes, preparing to embrace the impending seal of death. However, as seconds ticked by, the anticipated pain did not come. Puzzled, Lu Chen furrowed his brow. How strange. Why was there no pain? Could it be that the tentacle's destructive power was so overwhelming that it reduced him to mere pulp in an instant? With a heart full of questions, Lu Chen slowly opened his eyes. In the distance, Jack was tightly clutching the creature, a look of astonishment upon his face. Huh. Lu Chen raised his hand to touch himself, finding nothing amiss. Turning back, he was astonished to see that the once mighty statue had vanished without a trace. What was happening? Where had the statue gone? Lu Chen mumbled to himself, filled with confusion. Jack trembled as he pointed at Lu Chen, stammering, "Sea Captain, the statue. It's on you." Just moments ago, Jack had witnessed the terrifying tentacles poised to crush the captain into oblivion, only to suddenly become ethereal and subsequently attach themselves to Lu Chen, disappearing from sight. Gooey. The little creature, seeing Lu Chen unharmed, immediately leapt from Jack's arms, scrambling toward him. Its 8 tiny tentacles wrapped tightly around him, its eyes sparkling with uncontainable joy. Ha ha ha, don't worry, little one. See, I'm perfectly fine. Lu Chen reassured the creature, yet he remained perplexed. Jack said the statue was on him. What did that mean? There was nothing on his person. Suddenly, a thought struck Lu Chen, and he swiftly opened his panel. Fixing his gaze upon it, he found himself frozen in place, as a new entry had clearly appeared in his skill list. Skill: Summon Kraken Statue, God-Tier Skill. Capable of summoning the complete statue of the Great Kraken to participate in battle. Upon use, this skill will enter a prolonged cooldown state. Any opponent that forces you into a corner shall confront their deepest fear. A God-Tier skill? Lu Chen's eyes widened in disbelief, his breath becoming rapid and labored. His skills were only C rank or A rank. The highest he had encountered was S rank. What on earth was a God-Tier skill? Although he had never heard of it, it undoubtedly seemed formidable. The Kraken statue he could summon. Could it be the very one that had attacked him moments ago? As this realization washed over him, Lu Chen's heart was instantly flooded with exuberance. Happiness arrived so unexpectedly. He was all too aware of the terrifying power of those gigantic tentacles before them. He had felt utterly powerless and despondent. Yet now, such a fearsome statue had become his strength, invincible. Captain, what on earth is happening? Jack approached Lu Chen, his eyes glinting with uncertainty. Everything that had just transpired had been too bizarre. What was going on? How could such a terrifying enemy suddenly vanish? Lu Chen looked down at the creature nestled in his embrace, a dawning understanding settling within him. The Great Kraken was indeed a divine entity. And the little creature was also a diminutive kraken of divine lineage. It seemed he had pieced together the puzzle, if he was not mistaken. That colossal statue had to be the handiwork of the creature's kin. Upon hearing Lu Chen's words, Jack was jolted back to reality. Right. The massive tentacle statue. Our little one is a small tentacle. However, if it was the creature's parents who had crafted it, why had the statue targeted only the little one? Jack rubbed his chin, his face a mask of confusion. Lu Chen regarded him with deep-set eyes. Consider this. If it were anyone else facing such a horrifying tentacle assault upon their pet, how would they respond? What would they do? Naturally, they would abandon the pet and flee as far as possible. What value is one's life for the sake of a pet? As Jack pondered this, he suddenly grasped the implication. So, this was a test set by the little one's parents? Lu Chen nodded gently. It must be so. Although the great kraken was a divine species, it possessed no combat capability in its youth. Thus, securing a competent guardian for the little one was crucial for its parents. As Lu Chen spoke, his tone gradually grew somber. Just moments ago, had they forsaken the little one in favor of their own escape, they might have lost it forever. Ah! Jack exclaimed, panic seizing him. Please don't say that. I adore our little one. Life would be so dull without this little creature. Lu Chen fell silent, his gaze fixed upon the distant horizon, his thoughts tumultuous. From this colossal statue, one can glean the immense efforts that Tuanzi's parents have invested in her. Should the future master regard Tuanzi as merely a tool for exploitation, they would seal her away, seeking a more suitable benefactor. Conversely, if one were to cherish Tuanzi as more precious than life itself, they would earn the unwavering support of her parents and acquire a divine skill of unparalleled might. Yet, one must ponder, why would such formidable beings as Tuanzi's parents refrain from raising her themselves, willingly risking everything to entrust her to another through the celestial decree? Could it be that remaining with her parents would subject Tuanzi to even greater peril? Contemplating this, Lu Chen's heart sank heavily. What manner of foe could invoke such trepidation in the complete entity of the divine North Sea behemoth, compelling them to relinquish their own child? What is the current state of Tuanzi's parents? Will these adversaries continue to target Tuanzi in the future? Reflecting on these complexities, Lu Chen felt a profound gravity in the situation but did not succumb to fear. Since Tuanzi had bestowed upon him such extraordinary gifts, he bore the responsibility to protect her. Regardless of the foes that lay ahead, he would stand resolutely before her. Chapter 102. Lu Chen has sustained injuries. Enough of these thoughts. I must focus on the present. The parallel sea domain for survival bedding is about to open, so I must quickly teleport back. With the interference of the Kraken statue now absent, the teleportation function should operate normally, I hope. With this in mind, Lu Chen accessed the panel and selected teleportation. Ding. Teleporting to the vicinity of the parallel sea domain. As the celestial prompt resonated, the surrounding space began to tremble violently, and in an instant, Lu Chen and the phantom ship vanished from sight. Outside the parallel sea domain, hundreds of various levels of warships gathered in District 1000. Their eyes ablaze with the fervor of battle as they gazed upon the sealed parallel sea domain, each filled with confidence. For on the leaderboard, Lu Chen reigned supreme with a staggering level 9, followed closely by level 5 Li Sini, while the third place, Yang Zimo and others, merely reached level 4. Ha! I knew the great Lu Chen would not engage in a reckless battle. 10 hours, soaring from level 5 to level 9. Was he riding a rocket? I wouldn't dare dream of such a feat. The great Lu Chen is truly more formidable than mere hacks. Ascending from level 8 to level 9 requires an astounding 80,000 life energy. I can only gather over 100 points by slaying a second-tier sea beast. I have no idea what monumental events Lu Chen must have accomplished in those 10 hours to achieve such an incredible elevation. It feels as though Lu Chen is playing a different game than us. We are struggling to survive in the ocean. While he is undoubtedly playing a boss simulator, he is the boss. Bro, you are mistaken. The great Lu Chen is far superior to any boss of his level. Indeed. During the last encounter with Vantros, I noticed that the ghostly captain by Lu Chen's side was a level 5 boss creature. Truly remarkable. No wonder the great Lu Chen has a companion capable of annihilating us all. Aboard the unicorn rhinoceros, Yang Zimo and others exchanged knowing glances, a smile creeping upon their lips. Haha, old Yang, remember how worried you were before? You must feel reassured now. The power of Lu Chen is beyond our wildest imagination. Longhauern crossed his arms and chuckled heartily. Yang Zimo nodded, grinning. Indeed, he has astonished me once more. In just 10 hours, he ascended from level 5 to level 9, and I cannot fathom how he achieved it. Did the sea beasts merely stand still, offering their necks for him to strike? Li Ming, hearing this, smiled wryly. For us, even if high-level sea beasts truly stood still, we might still struggle to breach their defenses. Their fortitude is formidable. Alas, I once thought to compete with the great Lu Chen, but now, I can only revere him as an idol. Zhou spoke of Lu Chen, his eyes glimmering with admiration. The series of awe-inspiring feats that Lu Chen has accomplished has transformed the once arrogant Zhou into a devoted fan. It should be about time. The great Lu Chen must be returning soon. As Zhou words faded, the air erupted with jubilant cheers. The phantom ship. The great Lu Chen has returned. Lu Chen, I love you. Victory. The great Lu Chen will vanquish those white-skinned pigs. The great Lu Chen is incredible. Father figure. Look at me. Upon hearing this fervent acclaim, Yang Zimo and the others exchanged knowing smiles, aware that Lu Chen had indeed returned. Subsequently, the unicorn rhinoceros slowly steered towards the epicenter of the cheers. Amidst the swirling black mist, a majestic figure of a black dragon ship began to take shape. As the mist gradually dispersed, a single-masted warship, grander than the surrounding novice wooden vessels, came into view. With the sea dragon's wrath cannon gleaming coldly atop the black dragon's prow, it was the phantom ship. Upon sighting the phantom ship, the crowd erupted once more in a cacophony of cheers. Wow. Is this the single-masted ship that can sail out of the novice sea domain? Absolutely breathtaking. The phantom ship truly resembles a ghostly vessel emerging from the depths of hell. Just a glance sends shivers down one's spine, yet it is undeniably magnificent. Great Lu Chen, please recruit human crew members. I yearn to serve aboard the phantom ship. In an era when many were still navigating rudimentary paddle boats, the appearance of a formidable single-masted warship delivered an unprecedented visual shock. However, when the crowd finally beheld Lu Chen's figure, the jubilant cheers abruptly halted, replaced by an eerie silence. For Lu Chen's left arm and a portion of his left chest had seemingly vanished, the severity of his injuries eliciting dread. The onlookers could even glimpse his still-beating heart through the gaping wound in his chest. For an ordinary person, such an injury would undoubtedly be fatal. Yet Lu Chen, with his robust physique, somehow remained standing. As the crowd regained their composure, gasps of astonishment filled the air. The great Lu Chen has been injured. Oh no. This is the first time I've seen Lu Chen so gravely wounded. It pains my heart. Doctor. Who is the doctor? Hurry and treat the great Lu Chen. I am the doctor, but I have no instruments or medications. Besides, I would need the severed arm of the great Lu Chen to reattach. Upon witnessing Lu Chen's condition, Yang Zimo's expression changed dramatically. He rushed forward, locking his gaze on Lu Chen, and asked gravely, "Injured?" Lu Chen smiled faintly. "Yes, I was struck by the statue." "What about your arm?" Lu Chen shrugged nonchalantly. "It shattered. No worries. Being one-armed is pretty cool." Though he had lost an arm, he had gained a divine skill in return. This exchange, he deemed, was worth it. Yang Zimo's expression was grave as he surveyed his surroundings, urgently calling out, "If anyone possesses healing abilities or holds healing potions or equipment, please extend your assistance. I, Yang Zimo, shall be eternally grateful." No sooner had he spoken than a luxurious novice wooden boat, the Morning Star, approached the phantom ship. Li Xin, gazing at the horrifying wound on Lu Chen, bit her lip, her eyes betraying a profound sorrow. "Xiao Qi is a healer. Let's have her give it a try." As Li Xin's words fell, a sweet-faced girl with a bob haircut timidly stepped forward. "All right," she said softly. Li Xin looked at Xiao Qi and earnestly instructed, "Xiao Qi, do not hesitate to expend your mental energy. Lu Chen is crucial to our District 1000. Rest assured, Sister Xin, I understand," Xiao Qi replied with a determined nod. Chapter 103. The Parallel Seas Open. As the Morning Star drew closer to the phantom ship, Xiao Qi unhesitatingly leaped aboard, becoming the first human to set foot on the ghostly vessel aside from Lu Chen. In an instant, a bone-chilling cold enveloped her, coiling around her like a serpent, causing her to shudder involuntarily. Her gaze swept across the deck, where rows of skeletal warriors clad in dark iron armor stood sentinel, awakened from their slumber. Their hollow eye sockets flickered with ghostly flames, revealing a glimmer of greed and bloodthirst, and they turned in unison towards Xiao Qi. The air was heavy with the faint echoes of wailing, the mournful whispers of restless spirits lingering in her ears, impossible to shake off. Oh, how terrifying! Xiao Qi's complexion paled, her lips trembling, as the stark contrast between her dreams and the grim reality before her became painfully evident. She had once fantasized about stepping aboard Lu Chen's legendary vessel, yet now, having truly boarded, she realized that the phantom ship was unmistakably a ferry for the deceased. "Hey, you mindless creatures, stop staring at the young lady. You're scaring her." Jack's shrill voice shattered the silence, followed by a self-satisfied smile that he believed was reassuring. "Come now, little girl, don't be afraid. We are all family here." However, Jack's grotesque grin, marred by decaying flesh, appeared particularly twisted in the dim light, causing Xiao Qi's heart to constrict, nearly bringing her to tears. "Oh, it's so frightening. I just want to escape." "Jack, hold your tongue." Lu Chen's voice was steady and commanding, noticing the glimmer of tears in Xiaoqi's eyes, and he couldn't help but sigh inwardly. The phantom ship seemed to be gradually disconnecting from the realm of the living, transforming into a true ghostly vessel. Xiaoqi, fear not. As long as I am here, no one can harm you. With Lu Chen's presence, Xiaoqi's fear dissipated. His indomitable image had become her unwavering belief. She stepped towards Lu Chen, her voice barely above a whisper. Brother Lu Chen, I possess a D-class natural healing talent. Though I cannot guarantee how much I can restore you, I will give it my all. Lu Chen nodded gently, harboring no lofty expectations. Regenerating severed limbs was likely beyond the capabilities of a D-class healer. Xiaoqi slowly raised her hands, her fingertips lightly touching the wound on Lu Chen's left chest. A vibrant green glow of nature's essence suddenly blossomed, and almost instantaneously, the flesh around Lu Chen's wound began to grow rapidly, visibly healing. The over 900 witnesses held their breath, silently cheering Xiaoqi on. However, as time crept by, Xiaoqi's complexion gradually paled, beads of sweat forming on her brow. Although she had successfully initiated the healing of Lu Chen's chest wound, his left arm still showed no signs of recovery. I can't do it. My natural healing level is too low to fully heal brother Lu Chen's arm. Xiaoqi's voice trembled with sorrow, clearly feeling a deep sense of guilt. On board the unicorn rhinoceros, Yang Zimo watched this unfold, feeling a weight in his heart as he sighed softly. With Lu Chen, the strongest force in District 1000, now losing an arm, his combat effectiveness would undoubtedly suffer. If misfortune were to strike during the impending chaos, the consequences would be dire. Considering this, Yang Zimo turned to Lu Chen and said, since you are injured, it would be best for you to refrain from participating in the upcoming survival gamble at sea. Having said that, Yang Zimo's gaze shifted to Jack, who was leering at Xiaoqi with undisguised interest, and he respectfully requested, we kindly ask the esteemed captain of the Phantom Ship to lend us your strength. The Phantom Ship captain was a 5th-tier boss-level creature, possessing unparalleled combat prowess. Even with Lu Chen absent, Yang Zimo still held a strong belief in their victory with his presence. However, Jack shrugged, a look of resignation on his face. Young man, it's not that I want to help you. I fear the upcoming battle won't even require my intervention. At these words, the crowd erupted in astonishment. What do you mean? The Phantom Ship captain doesn't intend to assist? But if neither Lu Chen nor the captain intervenes, it will be extremely difficult for us to win. Everyone, stop speculating. Lu Chen must have a better plan. Indeed, our Lu Chen has never let the enemy gain the upper hand. As anticipated, under the gaze of all, Lu Chen smiled nonchalantly. Do not worry about the battle at sea. I have everything under control. He then turned his attention to Yang Zimo and Li Sini, adding, however, there is a task I must assign to you. Please, we will surely accomplish it. Yang Zimo stepped forward, determination shining in his eyes. Previously, Lu Chen had been the sole offensive force, while he and the others merely played supporting roles. This time, they would finally have the chance to contribute. After the battle begins, I need you to gather the bodies and the wreckage of the special vessels, Lu Chen instructed. The command left everyone momentarily stunned. That's it. Idle Lu Chen, you don't need us to fight? Zhou Yu exclaimed, his eyes wide with confusion. If we don't participate, then who will deal with those despicable nations' alliances? Yang Zimo and Li Sini wore expressions of skepticism, for this survival gamble required District 1000 to face 10 opponents. A daunting task. Yet, Lu Chen's orders were to merely clean up the battlefield? Whatever the captain commands, you simply follow. Jack observed the crowd, shaking his head. With your limited abilities, you would only cause chaos on the battlefield. The Blue Star people truly lacked talent, awakening only low-level abilities. Had it not been for the emergence of a genius like the captain, their demise in this interspecies competition would have been a foregone conclusion. Hearing Jack's words, the crowd exchanged glances, then reluctantly nodded in half-belief. Compared to Lu Chen and the Phantom Ship captain's strength, the rest of their abilities were indeed insignificant. Just at that moment, the barriers separating the parallel sea began to slowly dissipate, and the indifferent voice of the celestial decree resounded. The time has come. The parallel sea is officially open, and the survival wager commences. Occupy the central crystal of the parallel sea for 1 hour to secure victory. The survival wager is of utmost importance. I implore all evolvers to give their utmost effort. Upon hearing the decree, the crowd exchanged glances once more. The survival wager had begun. Amidst the cheers and encouragement from the spectators, Lu Chen's spectral ship, the Yaming, along with the remaining 4 advanced novice wooden boats from Zone 1000, gradually sailed into the parallel sea. Concurrently, from 10 different directions, over 30 advanced novice wooden boats from the allied nations, carrying more than 300 individuals, formed a colossal fleet, advancing robustly into the waters. In stark contrast, Only 5 solitary warships emerged from the side of the Divine Summer. A 5v30 scenario. Yet it was the opposition that should tremble. Chapter 104, Angel? The Allied Fleet. Led by Saburo Suzuki, a newly emerged expert from the Fusang 903C region, stood at the bow of the Haihun Maru, gazing at the Yaming, which loomed majestically above the rest. His face was etched with apprehension. He turned to the side towards the lighthouse, speaking gravely, "Charles, that devil Lu Chen seems to have upgraded his warship to a single-masted sailing vessel. We must not let our guard down." Before Charles could respond, a sudden uproarious laughter erupted from the nearby white elephant. It was the ascetic Emir, confidently fiddling with his prayer beads, declaring, "What of a single-masted sailing vessel? Humph. All we need to do is concentrate our firepower and unleash a fierce bombardment. I shall see if that fragile canvas can withstand unrelenting assault." Moreover, Amir glanced at the dark artillery at the bow, pride gleaming in his eyes. It was a bronze-grade short-range rapid-fire cannon. A reward for being the first in the Novice Sea to upgrade his ship. Our Tianju has mastered such a terrifying weapon. It will surely ensure that the arrogant Lu Chen meets his demise in the depths of the sea. Yet, despite his bravado, Lu Chen's strength was indeed formidable. And among us, there seemed to be no one capable of containing him. Pierre, the gargoyle, stood aboard the Triumph, his skin marked with cracks glistening in the sunlight. An expression of deep concern etched upon his face. Pierre had believed that with his Gaulish agility, he could deftly evade the flames of battle, but alas, his sea region had ultimately become prey to Lu Chen's devilry. Recalling the terrifying attributes of Vanthros, who had also fallen before Lu Chen, a thick shroud of gloom enveloped Pierre's heart. Alas, that devil Lu Chen has now ascended to level 9. How on earth did he achieve this? On the Han River, Park Jong-ho scrutinized the leaderboard of Zone 1000, disbelief evident in his eyes. Just a while ago, during his survival wager against Lu Chen, he was merely at level 5. And now level 9? What nonsense. As the mightiest warrior of the Great Goryeo, he too was only level 5. This Lu Chen must be cheating. Just as the members of the Allied fleet were engulfed in trepidation, a sudden boisterous laughter shattered the silence, drawing their attention. It was Charles, who lowered his telescope, his face radiating uncontrollable joy. "Ha ha ha, fear not, everyone. That Lu Chen, in his haste to level up, has sustained grievous injuries. Half of his body is gone." "What?" Suzuki Saburo exclaimed, immediately looking towards the Yaming shrouded in black mist, only to discover that Lu Chen's left arm and part of his left chest had indeed vanished without a trace. His face broke into an ecstatic grin. "Ha ha. Divine providence smiles upon our great Fusang Empire. That monster Lu Chen has suffered such a severe blow at this critical juncture." The moment the Allied fleet members learned of Lu Chen's injury, the tension in their hearts relaxed, and smiles blossomed on their faces in unison. Amir's fighting spirit surged even more as he coldly remarked, "This is splendid. Soon, I shall make that Lu Chen experience the terror of our Tianju's ascetics. Even if you were once a level 9 powerhouse, now that you've lost half your body, what can you do? Soon, you shall perish beneath my wrath." Simultaneously, within the chat channel of Zone 8, members from the Allied nations erupted with jubilation upon witnessing Lu Chen's severe injuries. "Oh my god, I was somewhat worried before, but now it seems we are guaranteed victory. Ha 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 indeed. That Lu Chen is far too arrogant, foolishly attempting to challenge all 10 of our sea regions single-handedly. Now he must be regretting it. Lord Emir, charge forth. Use your strength to shatter the pride of the divine summer people and let them witness the majesty of Tianju. Ha ha ha. After our victory in this survival wager, each of our 10 sea regions will gain 40 attribute points. Arigato, these generous divine summer people. Ha ha. Fusang friends upstairs. No need to thank them, for they shall soon be wiped out. Alas, I can hardly wait to witness the scene of those divine summer people turning into dried corpses." As the Allied fleet swiftly approached, Zhou moved closer to Yang Zimo, his expression tense. "Yanggu, we are drawing nearer to the Allied fleet. What plan does our idol Lu Chen have? If we do not take action soon, we will be within their firing range. With only 5 warships, our firepower will undoubtedly be utterly suppressed. It should be noted that the rewards from the celestial decree for each novice sea region are the same. Thus, the over 30 advanced warships in the Allied fleet are similarly equipped with a considerable number of bronze and black iron-grade shipborne weapons. Although the individual power and range may not compare to the Yaming's Sea Dragon-S Fury Cannon, their sheer numbers are overwhelming. If we were to engage in a direct confrontation with our current strength, the Divine Summer Fleet would likely face dire straits. Yang Zimo shook his head gently, his gaze resolute. "I too am unaware of the specific details, but since Lu Chen has orchestrated this, he must have his intentions. We need only bide our time." The remarkable miracles Lu Chen continuously wrought had gradually instilled in the typically calm and logical officer Yang an almost blind trust in him. Reflecting on the past, he had often urged Lu Chen to avoid the limelight for his own good. However, Lu Chen had consistently defied expectations with astonishing performances. Thus, this time, he chose to place his faith in Lu Chen. Everyone, take heed. Once we enter firing range, concentrate our fire to sink Lu Chen's Yaming. Charles stood at the bow, his gaze sharp as a blade, fixed on the upright figure of Lu Chen ahead, a cold smile curling at the corners of his lips. Lu Chen, oh Lu Chen, what audacity grants you the courage to challenge all 10 of our sea regions simultaneously? Soon, you shall pay dearly for your arrogance and taste the bitterness of regret. As Charles reveled in the fantasies of victory, a sudden, piercing howl shattered the tranquility of the sea. Whoosh! The sound, growing ever closer, rapidly intensified. What could it be? Charles furrowed his brow, bewilderedly scanning his surroundings. Look to the sky, Charles, came Catherine's voice from behind, trembling with barely contained fear. The sky? Charles slowly raised his gaze, and his pupils constricted to pinpoints. In the heavens above, hundreds of figures soared, their wings spread wide, emanating an aura that sent shivers down the spine. Swiftly diving down towards them, it was the Stormwing clan, dispatched upon the orders of the demon Lu Chen. Charles felt the overwhelming pressure radiating from the Stormwing clan. His complexion turned pale, and then, as if struck by a revelation, his face blossomed with unrestrained ecstasy. Oh dear God, angels! Angels have come to aid us against the demon Lu Chen. Indeed, these Stormwing beings, with their majestic wings and handsome visages, bore a striking resemblance to the angels depicted in Western lore. Yet, before the joy could fully dissipate from Charles's face, the more than 200 beings he had mistaken for angels abruptly halted in midair, then, in perfect unison, bowed deeply to Lu Chen, exclaiming, "We greet our master." Witnessing this, Charles's smile froze instantly. Master? His eyes widened in disbelief. These so-called angels referred to that fiend, Lu Chen, as their master? Had they lost their minds? Charles! Catherine's terrified cry reached him from behind. They are not angels. They are otherworldly beings. All of them are Tier 10 entities. Upon hearing this, Charles hurriedly opened the attribute panel of one of the Stormwing beings. At a glance, his heart nearly stopped beating. The panel glaringly displayed Tier 10 strength. Pricking his eyes with its intensity, the entities in the sky were all above Tier 10. At that moment, the entire United Fleet became aware of these unwelcome guests. The initial pride and arrogance evaporated in an instant, replaced by shock and fear as they exchanged looks of disbelief. Nanny, did I mishear? These Tier 10 beings just referred to Lu Chen as their master? Saburo Suzuki turned mechanically to his companion, his voice trembling. I'm only at Tier 5. And you tell me that the adversary has over 200 Tier 10 vassals? Is this some kind of joke? Not even a drama would dare portray such a scenario. However, his companion merely gazed ahead, trembling, pale-faced, rendered speechless. Lu Chen waved his hand lightly, his expression serene. Leave none alive. As you command. The entire Stormwing clan responded in unison, their gazes sharp as they swept over the United Fleet. With a powerful flap of their wings, they summoned a tempest. And in an instant, countless wind blades, accompanied by a piercing howl, rained down upon the United Fleet like arrows in a violent storm. By the heavens! Park Jong-ho stared wide-eyed at the torrent of wind blades, his pupils constricting in terror. A dull thud echoed as an invisible force lifted his head high. And the foremost expert aboard the South Korean vessel 942 had no time to react before his head was severed from his body. Limbs and severed parts flew in all directions, blood spraying forth like a fountain. In mere moments, over 100 members of the United Fleet perished under the onslaught of the wind blades, their cries and wails merging into a cacophonous symphony of despair. On the lighthouse, 3 crew members were torn to shreds by the invisible wind blades before Charles's horrified gaze, blood erupting in a spray that splattered across his face, violently jolting him from his shock. Counterattack! Quick, counterattack! He bellowed, his face contorted. The speed and ferocity of these wind blades were beyond comprehension. Not only did they strike with incredible rapidity, but they were also intangible and razor-sharp, making evasion impossible. Contact meant injury, and contact meant death. Boom, boom, boom. Following Charles's furious roar, the bronze-level divine arrows mounted at the ship's bow roared to life. Yet the arrows fell helplessly to the ground halfway through their ascent, lacking the range to reach their target. This realization plunged the hearts of the United Fleet into an icy abyss. To contend with Tier 10 beings while being only Tier 5 was already absurd. Now, not only could the foes fly, but their range surpassed theirs. How could they hope to fight back? Charles, these otherworldly beings are far too powerful. We stand no chance. We must retreat. Saburo Suzuki, having lost half an ear to a wind blade, was filled with terror, his fighting spirit extinguished. He was clearly paralyzed with fear. Had that wind blade been even slightly misaligned, he would have perished on the spot. No, we still have a chance. Charles gritted his teeth, suddenly directing his gaze toward Lu Chen. The Stormwing clan revered Lu Chen. If they could capture this demon, there remained a possibility for reversal. Observing the devastation of the united fleet, the crowd from Shinsha fell into a stunned silence, each person wearing an expression of disbelief. Imagine, both sides armed with swords and spears, ready for a clash, only to have over 200 fighter jets suddenly appear in the sky, unleashing a relentless barrage without a word. This was a complete and utter annihilation. Old Yang, those tier 10 winged beings are all under Lu Chen's command? Long Howren's shield clattered to the deck as he gazed blankly at Yang Zimo, his eyes wide with incredulity. Is that so? Yang Zimo replied, equally astonished. At a time when they were barely able to form a team to tackle a tier 5C beast, Lu Chen had already amassed a formidable force of over 200 tier 10 powerhouses. Realizing this, Yang Zimo understood instantly why Lu Chen had never recruited human crew members and had shown no intention of conquering District 1000. It turned out that he had never regarded their meager strength with any seriousness. Just then, Zhou Yu, endowed with stealth abilities, furrowed his brow. Why do I sense that the surrounding space is rather unstable? Suddenly, his expression changed dramatically. This is bad. Someone is targeting Lu Chen. Upon hearing Zhou Yu's words, the faces of Yang Zimo and the others shifted instantaneously, their gazes locking onto the distant vessel, the Netherworld. With the formidable Stormwing clan joining the fray, it seemed almost inevitable that the Divine Summer would triumph in this life-or-death gamble. However, the crux of the situation rested solely on the shoulders of Lu Chen. Despite the Stormwing clan's unparalleled might, they remained a subordinate race to Lu Chen. Should he fall, they too would perish alongside him. It was evident that the enemy recognized this fact and had initiated a decapitation assault against Lu Chen. Although immensely powerful, Lu Chen had just suffered grievous injuries, rendering him exceptionally vulnerable at this moment. As Yang Zimo prepared to issue a warning, a figure clad in an orange monk's robe, clutching a string of prayer beads, abruptly appeared behind Lu Chen, none other than the gaunt, dark-skinned ascetic from the east, Amir. A cruel smile curled upon Amir's lips as his muscles bulged like stone, and a colossal phantom of the Brahma Buddha materialized behind him, exuding an oppressive aura. With his right hand forming a palm, he gathered his strength, channeling a force akin to a thunderous tidal wave, and struck fiercely at Lu Chen's back. Upon witnessing Amir's sudden aggression, Charles's expression contorted into one of malicious delight. As he laughed maniacally, "Ha ha, Lu Chen, did you think you were the only one with a trump card?" Fully aware of Lu Chen's terrifying prowess, Charles had long since laid multiple traps in secret. Should a direct assault on the Divine Summer Fleet falter, Amir was his hidden ace. At that moment, Amir was poised to unleash a one-time bronze-level artifact, a teleportation strike talisman, to execute a surprise beheading on Lu Chen. Chapter 106, another boss emerges. Charles held unwavering confidence in Amir's abilities. As a practicing ascetic from the east, Amir's innate attributes surpassed those of ordinary beings. Possessing a B-tier power affinity and the resonance of strength, a five-fold instant enhancement of power, coupled with his comprehension of the B-tier skill, Brahma's Wrath, which amplified attack power by 100, the explosive force of his assault surged beyond 1,000 points. Charles firmly believed that even if Lu Chen were in peak condition, he would struggle to withstand such might, especially considering Lu Chen's current state of severe injury and the absence of his left arm. Faced with this overwhelming thrust of 1,000 points of force, how could Lu Chen possibly defend himself? Was he to rely solely on his remaining arm? Ha ha. As Charles's derisive laughter echoed, Amir's potent right palm surged forth, akin to a tiger pouncing on its prey, rapidly approaching Lu Chen's vulnerable back. Strangely, Lu Chen appeared entirely oblivious, making no attempt to evade. Is this the vigilance of the greatest expert of Divine Summer? You may as well meet the King of Hell. Amir scoffed disdainfully, seemingly envisioning the gruesome fate of Lu Chen's heart shattering beneath his grip. Just as Amir reveled in his anticipated victory, a pale skeletal hand, like a specter emerging from the shadows, suddenly shot forth and seized his right arm with an iron grip. Who dares obstruct me? Amir's expression shifted dramatically, his shoulder trembling as he unleashed a flood of strength toward his right arm. Yet, that skeletal hand remained steadfast as a rock, unyielding in its hold. How is this possible? A wave of unprecedented terror washed over Amir. He was fully aware that he specialized in strength attributes, and with his talents and skills combined, his power could exceed 1,000. How could such formidable strength fail to break free from a mere bony hand? Who was this extraordinary being? As Amir grappled with his astonishment, a towering figure, clad in armor and wielding a massive skeletal axe, emerged from the shadows. Resembling a demon that had stepped forth from the depths of hell, the battle-worn armor bore the marks of countless battles, and the skeletal axe glimmered ominously in the dim light, radiating an unsettling aura of death. A 10-tier boss-level undead? Amir's eyes widened in disbelief as he glimpsed the creature's status panel, unable to fathom the reality before him. Undead, skeleton berserker, boss-level creature, summoned by Lu Chen. Traits: immense strength, insensitivity to pain, becomes more ferocious with battle, moderate intelligence. Talent: Fury of the Berserk, B-tier. Skill: Undead Roar, B-tier. Combat assessment: Tier 10, a 10-tier boss-level undead. Prepare your last words if you lack extraordinary strength. Suddenly confronted with a 10-tier boss-level undead, Amir was struck by sheer disbelief. How could this be? Wasn't Lu Chen's ghostly captain only Tier 5? Terror gripped Amir's heart as he involuntarily glanced back, only to find Jack leisurely picking his nose. 2. Amir exclaimed in shock, realizing that the Phantom had harbored 2 boss-level undead. Jack, dismissively flicking his fingers, retorted, "Baldy, you truly are overreacting. The captain controls A-tier undead. Summoning a boss-level undead is hardly remarkable." No sooner had he spoken than the skeleton berserker unleashed a furious roar, its bony hand yanking Amir forward. Amir felt an overwhelming force surge toward him, propelling him helplessly toward the skeleton berserker. In an instant, a colossal skeletal hand clamped down on Amir's face. The force erupted. "Brahma, save me!" Amir cried in despair. Yet before his voice could fade, the berserker had crushed his head with a brutal squeeze. The phantom of the Brahma Buddha behind him let out a wail before shattering into countless fragments, dissipating into the air. The skeleton berserker, holding Amir's headless corpse, strode purposefully to kneel before Lu Chen. With a gentle wave of his arm, Lu Chen dismissed the berserker, who transformed into a wisp of black smoke and vanished without a trace. Summoning a boss-level undead requires a continuous expenditure of immense mental energy. From the moment Amir had appeared until the instant his head was pulverized, Lu Chen had not once turned his gaze. To him, Amir was merely an inconsequential insect. Why would he spare a glance to crush an ant? Ha ha. On the lighthouse, Charles's sinister laughter abruptly caught in his throat. Just a moment ago, he had placed great expectations on Amir, who had charged forth with malevolent intent to eliminate Lu Chen. Yet in the blink of an eye, Amir had been obliterated by the sudden onslaught of the skeleton berserker. This unforeseen turn of events rendered Charles momentarily paralyzed, unable to comprehend what had transpired. My God, how is this possible? His meticulously prepared ace had been effortlessly dispatched without Lu Chen even turning his head. In that moment, despair enveloped Charles's heart. The combat prowess on both sides is fundamentally incomparable. Can you take a look for yourself in this kindergarten-level battlefield? If we were to place the adult Lu Chen amidst the children, would there be anyone to intervene? Astonishing. Initially filled with concern, Zhou Yu now gazes at the rapidly arriving and even more swiftly perishing Amir, his eyes widening in disbelief, leaving him momentarily speechless, ultimately exclaiming in astonishment. He is aware of the formidable nature of summoning abilities, yet to conjure a boss-level entity that surpasses the summoner's own rank is somewhat absurd, is it not? A boss. This is indeed a boss, a terrifying existence that necessitates the collective effort of many to vanquish. Yet, the illustrious Lu Chen, with a mere wave of his hand, summons forth a boss. How utterly magnificent. Li Ming stands dumbfounded, incredulity etched on his face as he queries. We have only been in the Tianyu world for 5 days. Just 5 days, and Lu Chen has grown this powerful? I am still here puzzling over building blocks, while Lu Chen has already constructed an aircraft. Are we even playing the same game? Yang Zimo lets out a long sigh, shaking his head with a smile. I knew my worries about this lad were entirely unfounded. Long Howren chuckles wryly, responding, Lu Chen is right. All we can do now is tidy up the battlefield. With Lu Chen's current strength, he could obliterate any novice sea area at his discretion. Although the description is lengthy, only mere seconds have elapsed on the battlefield. At this moment, the Stormwing clan in the sky is poised for action, their wings flapping fiercely as a torrential downpour of wind blades descends upon the allied fleet. The morale of the fleet, already waning, collapses entirely in an instant. Crew members exert every ounce of strength, yelling for help as they desperately turn their ships around, racing against time to flee the battlefield and return to their respective waters. Chapter 107. Can talents upgrade to S rank? Lord Pierre, save me. Oh God. On the deck of the Triumph, a crew member is cleaved in half by the wind blades, letting out a despairing wail before Pierre's eyes. However, as the mightiest gargoyle of the Gaulish forces, Pierre is momentarily paralyzed with fear, utterly devoid of reaction. With a whoosh, several wind blades strike the ground beneath Pierre's feet, instantly shredding the robust deck of the Triumph, splintering wood flying in all directions, and the ship's durability plummeting. The splintering wood jolts Pierre back to reality. He surveys his surroundings and sees the Allied fleet utterly defenseless, a surge of uncontrollable terror rising within him. Massacre. This is a blatant massacre. He screams in horror. And suddenly, two black wings unfurl behind him as he desperately ascends into the sky, yearning to escape this land of death. The Tianyu world is far too perilous. He wishes to return to Blue Star. Yet, not far into his flight, a young winged man with a hardened visage and a scar etched across his face obstructs his path. The master has commanded, not a single one shall escape. Where do you think you're going? Yin Ting, casting a cold glance at the winged Pierre, smirks ominously. In an instant, he transforms into a streak of lightning, hurtling towards Pierre. You scoundrel! Turn to stone. Pierre cries out, his body swiftly solidifying into stone. But with a crack, Yin Ting's form appears suddenly behind Pierre, while Pierre's stony body trembles, slowly fracturing into two. Oh God, is this how you treat your children? Charles scans his surroundings, witnessing the once revered experts falling like lambs to the slaughter under the onslaught of the Stormwing clan. Despair washes over his face like a tidal wave. He sorrowfully realizes that, at this juncture, his side has inflicted not a single scratch upon the Divine Summer faction, none at all. It is unmistakably a one-sided massacre. Fully aware that the situation is irretrievable, Charles trembles as he retrieves the teleportation assault talisman from his bosom. Fortuitously, he possesses two such talismans. One was given to Amir, while he intends to use the other to save himself. Oh, Charles, take me with you. You promised to love me and never abandon me. Catherine, with keen eyes, grabs his arm, her face a mask of pleading. Let go. Charles snarls, his body crackling with electricity, instantly reducing Catherine to a charred husk. In the next moment, he vanishes from sight. With Charles's disappearance, the linked sea area gradually falls silent. The Allied fleet, comprised of 30 warships and over 300 individuals, suffers total annihilation at the hands of the Stormwing clan, with Charles being the sole survivor. At this moment, the solemn announcement of Tianyu reverberates through the heavens. Announcement: the American 976 and 10 other novice areas have lost all advanced novice wooden boats. The Divine Summer 1000 novice area has won this survival wager. Upon hearing the announcement, the Divine Summer faction does not erupt into the jubilant cheers of earlier. Instead, a profound silence envelopes them, as everyone stands frozen, struggling to comprehend the reality. Is this really victory? We anticipated that this survival wager, with Divine Summer facing 10 opponents, would culminate in a cataclysmic battle. Even if Divine Summer were to triumph, it would surely be a harrowing struggle. Yet, from start to finish, it spanned merely a few minutes, and the Divine Summer evolvers hardly moved, simply watching the Stormwing clan commit their atrocities. How brutal. So utterly brutal. Announcement: all evolvers in the 1000 novice area receive 200 free attribute points. Announcement: the storm outside the 1000 novice area has completely dissipated. Announcement: due to the 1000 novice sea area triumphing over the stronger, all evolvers receive an additional 5 evolution points. Announcement: evolver Lu Chen contributed the most during this survival wager, receiving 400 free attribute points and a reward of 10 evolution points. Announcement: evolver Lu Chen, having contributed the most during this survival wager, additionally receives the silver grade item, Wave Strider Boots. As the announcements conclude, the sky brightens abruptly. Radiant beams of light, cascading down like waterfalls, enveloping each evolver in Zone 1000. An expression of uncontrollable ecstasy dawns upon every face, as everyone receives a full 200 attribute points and 5 evolution points. Such a bounty of 200 attribute points is immensely precious. Presently, the evolvers in Zone 1000 average a mere level of 2 or 3, with their total attributes hovering around 200. This reward is tantamount to a doubling of their power. Not to mention the 5 evolution points. This signifies that from henceforth, within District 1000, there shall no longer exist any evolvers with talents inferior to C grade. Mighty individuals such as Yang Zimo and Li Sini can elevate their talents directly to B grade. Meanwhile, Lu Chen is enveloped by a more resplendent beam of light, with his internal power surging like a tidal wave. Feeling the overwhelming force coursing through him, Lu Chen's lips curled into a slight smile. 400 free attribute points and 10 evolution points. What a thrill. Those foreign friends, Charles and his ilk, have proven to be quite useful. Without them, would I dare to gamble on survival against my fellow compatriots of Xinxia? It is indeed essential to have villains, lest I become the villain myself. By the way, with these additional 10 evolution points, I now possess 16 points in total, which should be sufficient to elevate the necromancer's control to S grade. Upgrading to A grade requires 32 points. But Lu Chen's affinity with the necromancy talent has the required evolution points. Contemplating this, a flicker of fervor ignited in Lu Chen's eyes, an S-grade talent. A realm he has never before ventured into. In stark contrast to the jubilation of the people of Xinxia. The allied nations participating in the survival gamble are shrouded in a foreboding darkness. Within the black mist, anguished cries of despair echo. In the chat channel of District 8, agonized screams arise in a cacophony. Damn it, my power has been reduced by 40 points. I am left with only 9 points now. In 5 days, the decree will unleash poisonous mists. The storm outside our marine district has returned to its former state. In 5 days, we are doomed. Baka. Our District 903 has already suffered once at Lu Chen's hands. Now we've lost another 40 attribute points. Our district is now littered with the corpses of the dead. With only over 200 of us barely surviving. My attributes are so low that I cannot even contend with a first-tier sea beast. I'm finished. Oh, who can come to our rescue? Half of our South Galley District 942 has perished. We are in utter despair. Damn it. We should never have used the survival gamble decree to plunder the Xinxia people. Otherwise, our Gallic roosters would not have fallen to such a plight. Chapter 108. Requesting judgment on Lu Chen from the Overseer? You up there, do you have no shame in saying that? When it came to plundering, you Gallic roosters were the most zealous. Woo-woo, my concern is for the future. Lu Chen from Xinxia is too powerful enough to instill despair. Indeed, as long as he possesses the survival gamble decree, he can activate the next round of the Sea War King mode at any moment. I do not wish to die. Lu Chen, we South Galley people concede. Please, spare us further harm. We acknowledge our mistakes. Yoshi, Lord Lu Chen, we the Fusang people have always respected the strong. You have conquered us, and we are willing to serve you, even at great personal risk. The Fusang people above, stop dreaming. Your District 903 now has only over 200 frail and sickly souls. Lord Lu Chen has the formidable Stormwing tribe as his vassals. How could he possibly take notice of you? Oh my, we still wish to live. God, how could the Stormwing tribe, so powerful, heed Lu Chen's commands? Exactly. In our Blue Star Civil War, Lu Chen even sought help from foreign races. This is unfair. Can you? I wish to report him. Amidst the despair, Charles's avatar flickered. Everyone, do not lose hope. That Lu Chen will face retribution. Upon seeing Charles appear, the collective anger of the crowd found its outlet. Charles, you bastard, you're still alive. If it weren't for your instigation to band against Xinxia, we wouldn't be in such dire straits. Yes, you should have perished alongside Lord Emir in the parallel sea. You deceived Lord Emir into attacking that devil Lu Chen. Woo-woo, Lord Emir met a tragic end. Charles, you must take responsibility for our current predicament. Charles replied, ladies and gentlemen, my survival is to bear the weight of this situation. What good does that do now, Charles? Lu Chen is so powerful. If he acquires another survival gamble decree, we are finished. Indeed, I can hardly conceive of any means to contend with that devil Lu Chen. His Stormwing tribe is simply too formidable. At this moment, someone tentatively inquired, Charles, are you implying that you have a plan? Charles's gaze hardened. Ladies and gentlemen, no matter how strong Lu Chen or the Stormwing tribe may be, can they surpass the enforcers of Tianyu? Upon hearing Charles's words, the crowd was momentarily taken aback. Tianyu's enforcers? Nanny, Charles, what do you mean by that? Everyone need not worry. I have received news that within our Blue Stars Total War Zone, there exists an enforcer of Tianyu, and that esteemed enforcer is currently within our 8th district. Upon hearing Charles's declaration, the previously despondent members of the allied nations suddenly felt a spark of hope. So, no matter how strong Lu Chen is, can he truly rival the enforcer of Tianyu? We have salvation. Yoshi, Charles, your news is most timely. That devil Lu Chen has allied with foreign races to harm his own kin. We must implore the esteemed enforcer to deliver justice and annihilate that devil Lu Chen. Oh, esteemed enforcer, please look upon our South Galley District 942. The waters are strewn with corpses, all thanks to that Lu Chen. You must deliver justice. Esteemed enforcer, we beseech you to save us. We eagerly await your arrival. Calling upon the esteemed enforcer, can you hear our pleas? That devil Lu Chen has allied with foreign races to slaughter his own kin. In an instant, the chat channel was flooded with requests for the enforcer's descent and the judgment of Lu Chen. Charles interjected, oh, everyone, do not be too hasty. Your actions will not directly compel the esteemed enforcer to pass judgment. I am currently undertaking a task, and once completed, I can appeal to the enforcer for a verdict against Lu Chen. Oh God, I can hardly wait. Mr. Charles, you must persevere. The esteemed enforcer is the sole hope of our 8th district. Indeed, if the esteemed enforcer does not intervene, we Fusang people may all be slaughtered by that devil Lu Chen. Mr. Charles, you must press on. Charles nodded. Rest assured, this task is not difficult. It will be completed swiftly. When the time comes, I ask that all of you join me in petitioning the esteemed enforcer for a judgment against Lu Chen. Ha ha. Rest easy, Charles. We Fusang people fully support you. We South Galley people too. That devil Lu Chen must be eradicated. We Gallic people stand in support as well. After all, that fellow Lu Chen would not spare us. We from Tianju shall seek vengeance for Lord Emir. Mr. Charles, we from Tianju support you too. At this moment, Lu Chen and his companions were teleported from the parallel sea. This time, due to prior experience, their storage rings were filled with the corpses of evolvers and the remnants of several special vessels. Awaiting outside, the people of Xinxia, upon seeing Lu Chen's return, immediately surged forth like a tide. Instantly, cheers and voices of adoration resonated across the waters of District 1000. The multitude gazed upon Lu Chen with reverence, exclaiming, "Long live the great Lu Chen! Once a mere F-rank talent, I have now ascended to C rank, all thanks to the benevolence of the great Lu Chen. Oh, the storm beyond the novice sea has dissipated, and we have survived for 5 days. Great Lu Chen, you are our progenitor. Brother Lu Chen, I adore you." In the face of countless fervent adoring gazes, Lu Chen merely nodded lightly, his heart unperturbed by excessive joy. It was premature to declare survival in the world of Tianyu. The competition extends beyond mere kinship with the Blue Star, encompassing myriad alien races from countless other realms. If the Stormwing clan of the intermediate world is already so formidable, what might those from the advanced worlds be like? Just as the crowd reveled in jubilation, a voice shattered their delight. Oh no, they are plotting against brother Lu Chen again. It was Fan Yingying, her face etched with anxiety as she gazed at the luminous screen before her. What is it, Yingying? Speak quickly. Yang Zimo, who had been smiling, furrowed his brow upon hearing that the Alliance of Nations was up to no good. They're simply despicable. That Charles claimed that we have an overseer in our district, and they intend to petition the overseer to judge brother Lu Chen, falsely accusing him of colluding with alien races and harming our kin. You must see the chat in the district. Before Fan Yingying could finish, the crowd hastily opened the district chat channel. Upon reading the messages from the Alliance of Nations, a wave of dismay washed over them. The Enforcers of Tianyu, the Overseers. Chapter 109, the Overseer? I am quite familiar with that term. I just checked the Tianyu Encyclopedia, which states that the Overseer is tasked with monitoring all things in the world and possesses the authority to judge all beings. There is only one Overseer in our Blue Star. Goodness, such a powerful entity overseeing our 8th district. Surely, the Overseer would not believe the fabrications of Charles and his ilk and take action against the great Lu Chen? This cannot stand. Everyone, quickly voice your concerns in the district channel. We must ensure the Overseer hears our truth. Someone proposed. Indeed, if the Overseer is misled by those from the Alliance, it could spell disaster for the great Lu Chen. Let us hurry. The crowd responded fervently, their previous joy now replaced with anxiety. Lu Chen was the backbone of District 1000. Nothing must happen to him. Yang Zimo's brow was also furrowed. The Overseer, the enforcers and judges of Tianyu, must possess immense power. If Charles's scheme were to succeed, Lu Chen would face a dire crisis. However, as Yang Zimo contemplated strategies, he noticed Lu Chen maintaining an air of calmness, seemingly unconcerned. Yang Zimo was taken aback. What is with this expression? Does he already have a plan? With this thought, Yang Zimo turned to Lu Chen and inquired, Lu Chen, do you have any intentions regarding the Overseer? Before Lu Chen could respond, Jack burst into laughter. Intentions? Ha ha. Do not fret about the Overseer. Upon hearing this, Yang Zimo's eyes brightened. Could it be that Captain Phantom and the Overseer are acquainted? Captain Phantom, a native boss of the Tianyu world, was enigmatic. Perhaps he indeed had the means to communicate with the Overseer. Acquainted? Ha ha ha. Indeed, very well acquainted. Jack chuckled, glancing at Lu Chen, laughing heartily. You all are quite amusing. The Overseer you speak of is standing right before you, yet you remain oblivious. It's simply hilarious. Upon hearing Jack's remarks, the previously anxious crowd felt a wave of relief wash over them. Yang Zimo bowed deeply to Jack, sincerely saying, I implore you, Captain Phantom, to convey the truth to the Overseer. Thank you, esteemed Captain. As Yang Zimo finished, nearly 1,000 individuals in District 1000 followed suit, bowing in unison, exclaiming, Thank you, esteemed Captain Phantom. In their hearts, the Overseer, capable of monitoring and judging all living beings, was shrouded in mystery and immense power. Yet, none could have anticipated that this Overseer, the subject of their fervent discussions, was, like them, a newcomer to the world of Tianyu. Jack felt somewhat embarrassed by this scene. He glanced at Lu Chen, contemplating revealing the truth to everyone. However, having spent considerable time with Lu Chen, he understood his indifferent nature and realized that disclosing the truth would lead to lengthy explanations. Thus, Jack awkwardly smiled, saying, "Oh, no need to thank me. If you wish to express gratitude, do so directly to the overseer." Yang Zimo sighed in relief. As long as Captain Phantom was willing to assist, Charles's conspiracies posed no threat to Lu Chen. With this thought, he turned to Lu Chen, suggesting, "Lu Chen, the survival wager has concluded. Should we not commence the fleet power mission?" Upon hearing about the fleet mission, Fan Yingying eagerly interjected, "Yes, Brother Lu. Our Blue Star's first established faction can yield a full 200 points of attribute bonuses. We have just acquired 200 points of free attributes. If we could obtain another 200 points from the fleet, that would be phenomenal." Her face flushed with excitement, nearly bouncing with glee. However, amidst the collective anticipation of the crowd, Lu Chen slowly shook his head, his tone unadorned. "There is no need for that." Seeing Lu Chen's refusal, Yang Zimo felt a pang of disappointment but understood the necessity of moderation. District 1000 had already received ample grace from Lu Chen. It was not right to demand more. After all, should they take on the fleet mission's boss, the primary forces would undoubtedly be Lu Chen and the Stormwing clan, while the levels of these evolvers were still too low to be of significant assistance. With this in mind, Yang Zimo nodded in understanding. "Indeed, our strengths are not yet sufficient. We should focus on solidifying our power and leveling up first. Once our capabilities increase, we will be better positioned to tackle the fleet mission." Li Sini echoed, "Let us all strive together. We cannot always rely on Lu Chen alone." Exactly. As Yang Zimo and Li Sini said, we must enhance our levels quickly so that we can support the great Lu Chen when battling the boss. Indeed, we cannot simply wait like infants for our guardian to provide for us. I, Tang Hong, vow to reach level 8 within 3 days. Yes, let us all work hard. Great Lu Chen, rest assured, we will not hold you back. Amidst the chorus of understanding, Lu Chen lightly touched the panel, glanced at the time, then shrugged his shoulders slightly. "When I said there was no need, it was because I have already completed the fleet mission." Lu Chen's somber proclamation instantaneously plunged the once boisterous sea into an eerie silence, leaving everyone rooted in disbelief, their eyes brimming with incredulity. Wait, is there something amiss with my hearing? Did the esteemed Lu Chen just announce the completion of the mission? Doubts cascaded through the minds of the crowd, for it had been but a few fleeting hours since the celestial decree had issued the task. This fleet mission was by no means a trivial endeavor. It required significant time to locate the Kraken statue, followed by the arduous task of deciphering the seal at its base, culminating in the formidable challenge of vanquishing a powerful boss. To accomplish such a Herculean feat in such a brief span of time was nothing short of fantastical. Just as the throng questioned their auditory faculties, a distinctive announcement reverberated throughout the entire Blue Star War Zone. Blue Star War Zone announcement. In the 8th District of Blue Star, the evolutionary Lu Chen of the Novice Sea Area number 1000 has successfully established a fleet faction. As the first faction created in the Blue Star War Zone, all fleet members receive a 200-point attribute bonus, while fleet leader Lu Chen receives an additional 400-point bonus. Blue Star War Zone announcement. Blue Star War Zone announcement. The resonant voice of the celestial decree echoed thrice in the heavens before gradually subsiding. Completed? The awe-inspiring announcement echoed in Yang Zimo's mind, leaving him in a daze as he pondered the birth of the first faction in Blue Star right before his very eyes. Chapter 110, Pirate of the Seas, the Underworld. Yang Zimo felt a wave of disorientation wash over him. With a population of billions on Blue Star, teeming with hidden talents and exceptional individuals, the pursuit of the top position amidst such vastness was incredibly daunting. Yet, Lu Chen, this young man, had truly achieved it. After a brief 2 seconds of silence above the sea, a frenzy erupted. "Oh my God! Blue Star's number 1. Master Lu Chen has established the first faction in Blue Star. Am I dreaming? Such a formidable task accomplished by Master Lu Chen alone? Incredible! Master Lu Chen has left billions behind. My hands tremble with excitement. I feel so fortunate to be in the same Novice Sea area as Master Lu Chen. Although I have done nothing, I have reaped so many benefits alongside him. Indeed, all thanks to Master Lu Chen. Long live Master Lu Chen." In the Blue Star 8765 district, Novice Sea Area 784, a pallid vampire named Van Payne knelt on the deck, respectfully reporting, "Ancestor. The seal of the fleet task altar has been broken, and it contains a 12th tier boss, the King Kong ape. The first team has perished at the hands of the King Kong ape. Before him stood the centuries-old progenitor of Blue Star's vampires, Blood Moon Arcadia. A 12th tier boss?" A sinister smile curled at the corners of Arcadia's lips. "Though formidable, it is not invincible. Gather all the bloodkin at once. Prepare for an assault." "Yes." Van Payne suddenly lifted his head, emitting a sharp shriek. An invisible sound wave spread outward, and in an instant, the sky was filled with countless dark bats, flocking towards Arcadia. Observing this, Van Pain quickly flattered, wishing the ancestor great success in establishing the first faction of Blue Star, the Blood Moon Dynasty. Arcadia cast a sidelong glance at Van Pain. The task is not yet complete. Wherefore the celebration? You are far too humble, ancestor. In Blue Star, who could possibly rival our bloodkin? Or you? Van Pain's face was plastered with sycophantic smiles. Ha ha ha. Arcadia's booming laughter echoed, clearly enjoying Van Pain's flattery. Contemplating the 400-point attribute bonus to be gained upon successful establishment of the faction, a glimmer of greed flickered in Arcadia's eyes. Yet, just as Arcadia was reveling in his mirth, the resounding voice of the celestial decree suddenly boomed. Blue Star War Zone announcement. In the 8th district of Blue Star, the evolutionary Lu Chen of the Novice Sea Area number 1000 has successfully established a fleet faction. Ha 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 ha, cough cough. Arcadia's triumphant laughter abruptly choked in his throat. How is this possible? Our bloodkin are so powerful, having just broken the altar seal. How could anyone be faster? This is inconceivable. Arcadia roared in frustration. Compared to ordinary individuals, his bloodkin were already extraordinarily powerful, and he had expected the throne of the first faction to be easily within his grasp. Only to be caught off guard by Lu Chen's emergence. Who, exactly, is this Lu Chen to possess such strength? In the Blue Star 658 district, Siam's 763C area, a commander with a fierce countenance, Pava, pondered the target for their next survival wager. Target? His face was etched with ferocity. His 763C area had become invincible within the district. The evolutionaries from other nations were merely his prey. Let us choose the Divine Summer 018C area. They have won twice in survival wagers, making it quite lucrative. Ha ha ha. The commander is wise. It seems the Divine Summer folks are in for a rough time. One subordinate flattered, just as he was about to crush the survival wager decree. However, at that moment, the announcement of the celestial decree suddenly rang out. Blue Star War Zone announcement. In the 8th district of Blue Star, the evolutionary Lu Chen of the Novice Sea Area number 1000 has successfully established a fleet faction. The unexpected announcement left Pava momentarily stunned. A global announcement. He scrutinized the content of the announcement, exclaiming in astonishment that someone had completed the fleet task and founded a faction. Could it truly be that a 12th tier boss had been defeated? Having unlocked the fleet task after upgrading to a single-masted sailboat, Pava, as a top-tier mercenary, immediately grasped the significance of this task and began organizing personnel to assault the sealed altar. Yet, after suffering heavy casualties and finally breaking the seal, they discovered that the altar harbored a 12th tier fire giant boss, and everyone present, save for Pava, perished in the raging flames. Such a terrifying enemy. Could anyone truly defeat it? How is this possible? Commander, should we still select the Divine Summer 018C area for the survival wager? A subordinate, holding the survival wager decree, looked on with uncertainty. Absolutely not. Pava sprang to his feet, his eyes darting. Not only will we not choose them, but immediately issue a statement throughout the district. From now on, we Siamese shall forever be friends with the Divine Summer people. Whoever dares to harm the Divine Summer people shall be my enemy. Though the Divine Summer people in the 658 district had performed modestly, Pava understood that he would eventually leave the Novice Sea area. That Divine Summer individual, Lu Chen, was incredibly powerful. He must not create enmity with him. It was imperative to forge a good relationship with the Divine Summer people at once. Yes, at this moment, the sound of a prompt from the Celestial Oracle echoed in Lu Chen's mind once again. Ding, you have successfully established a fleet faction, with the development direction set as the Sea Robbers. Please name your faction. Naming? A spark ignited in Lu Chen's heart, and he resolved to retain the name Yiming, thus confirming, Yiming. Immediately, a surge of overwhelming power flooded into Lu Chen's being like a tidal wave. Ding, you have successfully created the Sea Robbers faction, Yiming, level 1. As the fleet leader, you have received fleet attribute bonuses, increasing your free attributes by 400 points. Reminder, the leader's operation interface has been activated. You may invite or expel fleet members at any time. Faction information. Faction name, Sea Robbers, Yiming. Leader, Lu Chen. Fleet level, level 1. Fleet size, 1000. Fleet bonus, free attribute 200 points, doubled for the leader to 400 points. Plunder bonus 5. Fleet store, fleet warehouse, fleet blueprint. Lu Chen felt the surging power within him, and a glimmer of joy flickered in his eyes. Securing survival through the bet of fleet bonuses. He had garnered a substantial 800 points of free attributes in such a short span of time. What an exhilarating experience. Simultaneously, a global announcement resounded once more. Ding. Blue Star War Zone announcement. The faction, Yiming, has been successfully established, with the development direction as Sea Robbers. As the first faction established in the Blue Star War Zone, All fleet members receive a 200-point attribute bonus, while fleet leader Lu Chen receives an additional 400-point attribute bonus. Chapter 111. Yaya is so scared. At the moment the announcement was made, a sense of pride washed over the faces of the billion Shinsha people within the celestial oracle world. In an instant, cheers and encouragement erupted like a tidal wave across the seas. Yiming is ours, the Shinsha people's creation. Amazing. Yiming is incredible. Lu Chen is incredible. He truly brings honor to us, the Shinsha people. Damn it. Let's see if those Americans in the region dare to be so arrogant now. Lu Chen has already proven the excellence of our Shinsha people. Joining Yiming grants a 200-point increase in free attributes. I so want to join Yiming. Not only the Shinsha people, but upon the release of the global announcement, many factions previously hostile towards them began to alter their attitudes, seeking to curry favor with the Shinsha people. After all, there is an abundance of prey, and no one wishes to provoke the first faction of Blue Star, Yiming. Within the Novice Sea area of 1,000, amidst the fervent cheers, all 914 individuals received Lu Chen's invitation. Ding, Lord of Yiming, Lu Chen, has sent an invitation to all evolvers in the 1,000 Sea area. By joining Yiming, one can gain attribute enhancements, plunder bonuses, and access to the fleet store and fleet blueprints. After joining the fleet, if expelled by the fleet leader, half of the attribute points will be deducted as a penalty. Evolvers are advised to choose their affiliations wisely. Without a moment's hesitation, everyone in the 1,000 Sea area swiftly clicked agree. Yang Zimo joins Yiming, becoming a sea robber. Li Sini joins Yiming, becoming a sea robber. Long Hauren joins Yiming, becoming a sea robber. Tang Hong joins Yiming, becoming a sea robber. In an instant, the number of Yiming members soared from 1 to 915. Each member's panel now displayed a fleet faction interface. Ding! All members of Yiming can enjoy the Yiming fleet bonus. Free attribute points increase of 200 points, plunder bonus 5. As the celestial oracle's prompt sounded, a radiant white light enveloped everyone, followed by an infusion of power. All 914 individuals in the 1,000 area received 200 points of free attributes. In that moment, cheers erupted in waves. Am I dreaming? I was only level 2 with just over 100 total attribute points. In the blink of an eye, I have gained a whole 400 points of attributes. My strength has quadrupled. Ha! This is not a dream. We are just incredibly lucky to have encountered the great Lu Chen. Everyone, stop calling him the great Lu Chen. Now we are all members of Yiming. As the Lord of Yiming, we shall respectfully refer to him as the Nether Lord from now on. Yes, long live the Nether Lord. Without the Nether Lord, I would have perished in 5 days. He has given me a new lease on life. I am willing to do anything for the Nether Lord. Truly, we are so fortunate. Out of thousands of districts on Blue Star and millions of Novice Sea areas, the odds of encountering someone as astonishing as the Nether Lord are slimmer than winning the lottery. Amidst the jubilant cheers, Lu Chen's gaze suddenly sharpened, swiftly scanning the back of the crowd. There, on a novice wooden boat, a 4-year-old girl named Yaya was clapping her hands, her cherubic face radiating delight. However, behind her lurked a 4-meter-long, ice-scaled, 4th-tier ice swordfish, bursting forth from the water, baring its fangs, and rushing towards Yaya, clearly targeting the innocent girl as its prey. 5 days prior, Yaya had traversed into this celestial oracle world with her mother, only to tragically lose her in an attack by a sea beast. Since then, Yaya had become an orphan. Under the protection of the people in the 1,000 area, she had barely managed to survive, yet in this chaotic world, everyone was on edge, unable to provide her with more care. As a result, Yaya had never personally hunted any sea beasts and remained at the initial level 1. Faced with this sudden crisis, the 4-year-old girl appeared so small and helpless. Seeking death, Lu Chen snorted coldly, and in an instant, a bone spear shimmering with a chilling light coalesced above his head. Yet before the spear could be launched, the situation took a remarkable turn. The ice swordfish, expanding its form, leaped out of the water, its sharp fin striking towards Yaya like a bolt of lightning. At this critical moment, Yaya, with her delicate and fair little hands, astonishingly reached out to meet the oncoming swordfish, not in evasion, but to catch it head-on. Ah, how terrifying. Yaya closed her eyes, gripping tightly, and an inexplicable surge of power coursed through her body. Then, her tiny frame astonishingly swung the 4-meter-long ice swordfish as if it were a mere toy, flinging it with a fierce motion. Yaya is scared. The ice swordfish emitted a bewildered howl, tracing an icy arc in the air before being forcefully hurled away by Yaya, crashing heavily into the distant sea, creating a splash and flipping onto its back. This scene left everyone around utterly astonished, and the cold glint in Lu Chen's eyes was replaced by a smile. Yaya found herself momentarily frozen in place, gazing at her small hands, dampened by the splashes of seawater. A flicker of confusion crossed her eyes, only to be swiftly replaced by her innate, innocent exuberance. As if the breathtaking scene she had just experienced was merely a trifling adventure in her game. At this moment, all the evolutionaries in the 1000th district, having triumphed in 3 survival wagers, bolstered by the formidable attributes of their fleet, could unleash combat prowess capable of overwhelming high-tier sea beasts. Even a tender child of level 1 could do so with a mere flick of their hand. Upon witnessing this spectacle, Yang Zimo couldn't help but smile, reassured that everyone was likely to survive, a feat to which he felt indebted. With this thought in mind, Yang Zimo turned to Lu Chen, bowing solemnly and respectfully proclaiming, "Lord of the Underworld, I extend my congratulations on the establishment of the Netherworld. Please, Lord, instruct us on the next course of action for our Netherworld." No longer addressing Lu Chen by his name as casually as before, Yang Zimo spoke with a tone imbued with reverence, acknowledging him as the Lord of the Underworld. He understood that from the moment the faction was founded, the hierarchy had been starkly delineated. The Netherworld was poised to evolve into a colossal power with countless members, and he must remain astute, refraining from any reckless actions simply because of his modest reputation in the 1000th district. Lu Chen noticed Yang Zimo's shift in demeanor, but refrained from uttering any platitudes about camaraderie. He had no time for such trivialities. What Lu Chen required was an organization within the Netherworld that would adhere to his commands without question. Yang Zimo's performance pleased Lu Chen immensely. As Chapter 112 unfolded, just as Lu Chen was about to speak, the voice of the Heavenly Edict suddenly resonated again. Heavenly Edict announcement. Congratulations to all evolutionaries for surviving thus far. In 4 days and 23 hours, all novice regions will release toxic gas. Please, evolutionaries, seize the moment to upgrade your vessels and depart from the novice region. Effective immediately, the survival wager and invasion orders are nullified. All evolutionaries may now focus solely on enhancing their strength and upgrading their ships. With only 5 days remaining before the toxic mist was unleashed, those who failed to upgrade their ships to single-masted sailboats would be left to their fates. An undoubtedly grim outcome for the majority. However, the inhabitants of the 1000th district displayed no signs of trepidation. On the contrary, they appeared relaxed. For the storms beyond the 1000th sea had dissipated due to Lu Chen's series of victories in the survival wagers, enabling them to navigate with vessels of any level out of the novice sea region. Thus, rather than exuding anxiety, their expressions were tinged with regret, lamenting, alas. The Heavenly Edict chose this moment to cancel the survival wager. Otherwise, with our current strength, we could have plundered considerable attribute points through the wager. Let us be content. We have collectively garnered 260 attribute points through the survival wager, which has undoubtedly incited envy among those in other sea districts. Meanwhile, over there, more than 200 are barely hanging on. If we were to engage them in another survival wager, we would surely annihilate them. Fear not, although they may not be dead. Having lost so many attributes, they won't last 5 days. Amidst their banter, the voice of the Heavenly Edict rang out once more. Reminder, after the release of the toxic mist, executioners will appear outside the novice sea region. Reminder, executioners are 50th tier boss level beings and will randomly execute 50 evolutionaries. Reminder, upgrading the fleet to level 2 will unlock the protective array special ship, which can evade the executioner's executions. Finally, we wish all evolutionaries good luck. The once carefree expressions of the crowd instantly froze, replaced by a wave of anger directed at the sea. Damn it, I knew that cursed Heavenly Edict wouldn't let us have it easy. Just as we resolved the threat of the toxic mist, we are faced with the appearance of an executioner. What do you mean the executioner is a 50th tier boss? How are we supposed to combat that? Combat. Did you not comprehend the meaning of the Heavenly Edict? The executioner is simply insurmountable for us. The edict wants us to elevate the Nether Fleet to level 2 and construct the protective array special ship to avoid the executioner's execution. But from my understanding of the Heavenly Edict, upgrading the fleet to level 2 will be no simple task. Brother, your words are ominous. I just checked the fleet interface. To elevate the Nether to level 2, we require 10 single-masted sailboats, 110th tier evolutionaries, and 1,000 plunder points, with the fleet members numbering no less than 500. As these words were spoken, a profound silence enveloped the sea. Shock and disbelief filled everyone's eyes. 110th tier evolutionaries? Did I hear that correctly? Damn, we need 110th tier evolutionaries? Has the Heavenly Edict gone mad? With just over 4 days remaining, where are we to find so many experts? By the way, can anyone tell me how much life energy is needed to ascend from level 9 to level 10? 160. 000. Damn. The Heavenly Edict is clearly demanding half of our lives. While despair echoed among the crowd, Yang Zimo snorted coldly and chastised sternly. Humph. You are all members of the foremost power in Blue Star. To complain about such minor difficulties is to dishonor the strength bestowed upon you by the Lord of the Underworld. As Yang Zimo's words fell, the crowd hung their heads in shame. Indeed, the Lord of the Underworld had generously granted each individual 400 points of free attributes. With determination, reaching level 10 within 5 days was still within the realm of possibility. Yang Zimo surveyed the group and finally turned to Lu Chen, respectfully stating, Lord of the Underworld. Upgrading the fleet requires 3 conditions: 10 single-masted sailboats and 110th tier evolutionaries, both of which we can likely achieve. However, the 1,000 plunder points may pose a challenge. Please, Lord, arrange the next steps for the Nether. Upon hearing Yang Zimo's words, Lu Chen nodded. Yang Zimo, with his background as a police officer, had keenly identified the crux of the matter. The single-masted sailboats and the 100 evolutionaries were manageable, especially given that each person had just acquired 400 attribute points. As long as they did not slack off and were willing to fight hard, Lu Chen was confident that gathering 110th tier evolutionaries within 5 days would be a straightforward task. However, the plunder points were a different story, attainable only through plundering other factions. This meant that, to upgrade the fleet, the Nether would inevitably have to clash with the local factions in the world of the Heavenly Edict. With this thought in mind, Lu Chen turned to Yang Zimo and said calmly, Yang Zimo, Li Sini, I appoint you both as the vice commanders of the Nether. Your upcoming task will be to lead the members of the Nether in their upgrades. With that, Lu Chen waved his right hand, and a beam of light surged into Yang Zimo's ship, the Unicorn Rhinoceros. I have designated the Unicorn Rhinoceros as the base ship for the Nether. Everyone can teleport back to the vicinity of the base ship at any time. Yang Zimo, upon hearing this, expressed his confusion. Lord, will you not join us? Lu Chen cast a glance at Yang Zimo, his voice even and measured. You need only focus on ensuring everyone's upgrades. I have my own matters to attend to. When you encounter insurmountable challenges, do not hesitate to seek my assistance. At this moment, a flicker of battle intent sparked in Lu Chen's eyes. A level 50 boss. The Executor, should it be vanquished, the rewards would undoubtedly be substantial. Indeed, from the instant he heard the announcement from the heavens, Lu Chen had no inclination to evade the Executor's reckoning. You are the Executor, and I am the Overseer. Confronting a level 50 boss is somewhat taxing at present. However, the scenario may differ in 5 days. Yes, Yang Zimo respectfully acknowledged, stepping forward with a suggestion, my Lord of the Underworld. Your ghost ship currently has only the Ghost Captain. Would you consider recruiting additional evolvers from the Nether to join the ghost ship? Upon hearing Yang Zimo's words, the eyes of the gathered crowd gleamed with excitement. The might of the Lord of the Underworld, along with the opportunity to serve aboard the ghost ship as the Ghost Captain's attendant, was a coveted dream for many. In an instant, numerous voices clamored forth, my Lord, allow me to accompany you. I am formidable in battle and shall not disappoint you. Brother Lu Chen, I have yet to experience love. You are currently without one arm, and life must be quite inconvenient. Permit me to care for you. Father, take me with you. I cannot bear to be apart from you. Li Sini, witnessing this scene, felt a stirring within her heart, her lips parting slightly. Yet, ultimately, she remained silent. She understood that Lu Chen would likely continue his pattern of not recruiting any human crew members this time, just as before. Chapter 113, Level 18 Boss. The Soul Beast King. Indeed, in response to the fervent gazes of the crowd, Lu Chen gently shook his head. The ghost ship is a vessel of curses. Should humans linger aboard for too long, they will inevitably transform into the undead, much like Jack. Upon hearing this, the crowd was taken aback. They had not realized that the ghostly visage of the ghost captain was a result of a curse. No wonder the ghost ship perpetually emanated an ominous aura. At that moment, a look of concern crossed Li Sini's face as she stepped forward anxiously. Lu Chen, are you also cursed now? Yes. I shall soon become one of the undead. Lu Chen replied with an air of indifference. He was not oblivious to Li Sini's affections. He knew her heart well. Now that she was aware of his impending transformation, surely she would resign herself to despair? However, her next words left Lu Chen momentarily stunned. I am not afraid of becoming undead. I will come to take care of you. The determination in Li Sini's eyes was unmistakable, clearly not a rash decision. Lu Chen slightly tilted his head, his gaze profound. You shall first join Yang Zimo in leading everyone to level up. We shall deliberate on this matter at a later time. With that, the sails of the ghost ship began to rise slowly, the vessel gradually shrouded in the black mist, eventually vanishing from sight. Li Sini stood there, staring blankly at the swirling darkness over the sea, murmuring softly, what must I do to draw closer to your heart? Lu Chen stood at the bow of the ship, the sea breeze brushing against him, his eyes narrowing slightly as he gazed into the distance. The members of the Nether, while ostensibly his subordinates, were unlike Jack and the Stormwing clan. His control over them was limited to merely expelling them from the nether, and he could not directly eliminate them. Such control lacked sufficient deterrence. Thus, he remained apprehensive. If anyone betrayed him for selfish desires, revealing the existence of the Tuanzi, it would bring him endless trouble. Lu Chen understood the intricacies of human nature, which is why he resolved to refrain from recruiting human crew members during Tuanzi's infancy. As for Li Sini, she was indeed somewhat special, but given the present perilous circumstances, he had no time to indulge in matters of the heart. Just then, Jack's voice broke through the silence. Captain, that old curmudgeon Feng Lai has arrived. Lu Chen turned slightly, observing Feng Lai leading two strikingly beautiful winged clan women, who walked respectfully behind Jack. Old servant Feng Lai, I pay my respects to my master. Yun Rui, I pay my respects to my master. Yin Yan, I pay my respects to my master. The three spoke in unison, bowing in deference. What brings you here? Lu Chen raised an eyebrow. Master, I come with two requests. Feng Lai replied, casting a sidelong glance at the enchanting Yun Rui and Yun Yan, a cunning glint flickering in his eyes. Yun Rui and Yun Yan, the most beautiful among the Stormwing clan, would surely please you, master. I wish to leave them to serve you. What are your thoughts on this? As soon as Feng Lai finished speaking, Yun Rui and Yun Yan discreetly glanced up, catching sight of Lu Chen's handsome visage, their cheeks flushing with delight. They had witnessed his formidable strength firsthand as he effortlessly felled the level 12 Ventalos. Such a powerful man was unlike any they had known. Hey, old man. Are you only bringing beauties for the captain and neglecting to send one to me, Jack? Jack teased from the side. Well, in the future, I certainly will. Ha ha ha, Feng Lai responded awkwardly. He regarded the women of the Stormwing clan as his own. Offering them to Lu Chen was something he could bear, knowing full well the Overseer's strength. Moreover, he understood that as time passed, the Overseer would accumulate more vassal races. The Stormwing clan must seize this opportunity to enhance their standing in the Master's eyes. If Yun Rui and Yun Yan could bear Lu Chen offspring, the status of the Stormwing clan would be secured. However, to give them to Jack was something he hesitated to do. There is no need to mention this again. I require no one to serve me. What is your second request? Lu Chen decisively refused, his gaze piercing as he fixed it on Feng Lai. If this old fellow had come merely for such trivial matters, he would need to reprimand him. He had just barely departed the novice waters. If he were to indulge in lust now, even as the Overseer, his demise would not be far off. Sensing Lu Chen's intense gaze, Feng Lai quickly lowered his head and respectfully stated, Master, the second matter concerns the sacred relic of my Stormwing clan, the Heart of the Wind. Oh, pray tell more. A glint of sharp interest flickered in Lu Chen's eyes. Anything deemed a sacred relic could only be extraordinary. Master, the Heart of the Wind grants immense power to its bearer, elevating them to a boss-level entity and significantly enhancing their wind-related talents and skills, Feng Lai elaborated. In other words, as long as our Stormwing clan possesses this sacred relic, we can instantly create a powerful boss-level warrior to serve you with utmost loyalty. So, the Heart of the Wind has been taken? Lu Chen inquired, his tone calm. Feng Lai's face contorted with humiliation as he suddenly knelt, lamenting, Master, I, Feng Lai, am powerless. The Heart of the Wind was seized by the Soul Beast King. I implore you to seek justice for me and the Stormwing clan. Yun Rui and Yun Yan immediately knelt as well, pleading in unison, Please, Master, seek justice for my Stormwing clan. Wait, your entire clan has regained its strength. Cannot you handle this Soul Beast King on your own? Jack raised an eyebrow and inquired, with over 200 members of the Stormwing tribe, each possessing 10th tier strength and B-grade talents, not to mention their ability to soar through the skies. Why would we need to trouble the captain? Upon hearing Jack's words, Feng Lai's face flickered with a hint of embarrassment as he hastily explained, My lord, you may not be aware that the Soul Beast King initially possessed only 5th tier strength when it seized our clan's sacred artifact. However, understood, it possesses a peculiar talent, corpse fusion, that enables it to merge with corpses to enhance its own power. After acquiring the Heart of Wind, this Soul Beast King has now ascended to an 18th tier boss. Its strength is indeed formidable. Although Feng Lai's realm surpassed Jack's, they were acutely aware that Jack was a trusted confidant of Lu Chen, and they could not afford to offend him. Hence, their demeanor was exceedingly respectful. 18th tier boss. Lu Chen's eyes gleamed with excitement. He was in dire need of a monster, and the Soul Beast King was just what he sought. Where is this Soul Beast King located? Master, the Soul Beast King resides on the Corpse Burial Island at coordinates 355554. Lu Chen glanced at the coordinates on the map, his heart swelling with joy as the location of Corpse Burial Island was conveniently situated not far from the northern side of the Kraken statue. Very well, Feng Lai. You shall lead the Stormwing tribe to await my arrival near Corpse Burial Island, Lu Chen commanded. Feng Lai was momentarily taken aback. His companion, Yun Yan tugged at his wing, snapping him back to reality. In disbelief, he asked, Master, do you intend to confront the Soul Beast King immediately? Fearing that Lu Chen might be unaware of the situation, Feng Lai added, Master, there are countless undead creatures on Corpse Burial Island, all under the command of the Soul Beast King. If we proceed now, we would not only face the Soul Beast King, but also contend with its legion of undead. I believe it would be prudent to strategize first, or perhaps level up before launching an attack. Chapter 114. The Humanoid Boss, Lu Chen. Lu Chen cast a sidelong glance. His voice calm, yet suffused with undeniable authority. You need only execute my orders. There is no need for further discussion. Upon hearing this, Feng Lai immediately bowed his head, respectfully affirming, this old servant obeys. Subsequently, Feng Lai and his companions bowed and took their leave, swiftly taking flight and vanishing into the horizon. Watching the trio disappear, Jack clicked his tongue and muttered, the Soul Beast King. What a striking name. I hope it's not a useless fellow. Lu Chen's gaze shifted to Jack, a glimmer of amusement flashing in his eyes. Jack, once we reach Corpse Burial Island, you should have ample death energy to level up. Upon hearing this, Jack was instantly moved, exclaiming, Whoa, Captain, you went out of your way to visit Corpse Burial Island for my sake. I am deeply touched. Upgrading you was merely a byproduct. My primary interest lies in assessing how much plunder value can be gained by leveling Corpse Burial Island to the ground. Captain, your emotional intelligence is truly lacking. At this rate, you will remain single for a lifetime. When I am single, do not expect to have a companion either. Captain, I believe your charm alone is more than sufficient to leave the young lady spellbound, rendering emotional intelligence unnecessary. Is the master truly going to take action against Corpse Burial Island now? A winged individual tremulously inquired, casting a wary glance at the desolate land below. Upon Corpse Burial Island, corpses lay strewn about, piled high as if every inch of land were shrouded in the shadow of death. The undead drifted through the putrid air, some flickering erratically while others emitted mournful wails, saturating the entire island with a spine-chilling, eerie atmosphere. The eyes of the winged people flickered with trepidation as their gazes flitted among the undead, quietly assessing. There are a staggering number of these undead, if not 10,000. At least 8,000, densely packed like a sea of death. With merely our 200 Stormwing tribe members, would we not be charging into a tiger's den? Unable to make even a whisper of sound, someone murmured in a low voice, their tone rife with unease. As the overseer, the master should find dealing with these undead to be a trivial matter. How dare you harbor doubts about the master's strength? Yun Ting admonished sternly, his gaze sharp as a blade, surveying the surroundings with unwavering conviction. Indeed, Yun Ting speaks true. Let us cast aside our baseless doubts and await the master's arrival in silence, Feng Lai concurred. Although his lips moved in agreement, a hint of imperceptible hesitation lingered in his expression. He struggled to maintain an outward calm, yet inwardly, he wrestled with unease. Feng Lai's gaze inadvertently drifted downward, where the Soul Beast King exuded an aura that sent shivers down his spine, encircled by countless undead. This oppressive sensation weighed heavily upon Feng Lai's heart, causing the confidence he harbored to waver. Although the master was powerful as the overseer, he had recently sustained grave injuries and was missing an arm. Jack responded without hesitation. Could he truly contend with the Soul Burial Island? Ding. Successfully absorbed Emir, 5th tier. You have acquired B-grade talent, Power Resonance, increasing strength by 6 points. Ding. Successfully absorbed Park Young-ho, 5th tier. You have acquired B-grade talent, Speed Resonance, increasing agility by 5 points. Ding. Successfully absorbed Pierre, 5th tier. You have acquired B-grade talent, Perception Resonance, increasing perception by 4 points. Ding. Successfully absorbed Suzuki Saburo, 5th tier. You have acquired C-grade talent, Lightning Control, increasing perception by 3 points. Accompanied by a series of heavenly notifications. Over 300 corpses of the evolutionaries from the Alliance of Nations transformed into shriveled husks, drifting upon the sea surrounding the phantom ship. Gugugu. A small creature entwined around Lu Chen's neck appeared utterly exhausted. Little one, you have worked hard. Lu Chen gently stroked the small creature, his eyes brimming with compassion. After the creature's tireless efforts, it had finally aided Lu Chen in completely absorbing the more than 300 corpses acquired during this survival wager. However, the evolutionaries from the Alliance of Nations were generally of low rank, with only a handful possessing B-grade talents, while the rest were scattered among D and C grades. Nevertheless, the sheer number was advantageous. Once Lu Chen absorbed these talents one by one, all his talents below C grade underwent a transformation. A grade, Control of the Undead. B grade, Undying Curse, Petrifying Gaze, Mountainous Strength, 0-25, Inyang Master, Blood Feast, Shadow Walker, 35, Steel Bones, 0.25, Power Resonance, 20, Speed Resonance, 8, Perception Resonance, 12. C-Grade, Plant Affinity, 50, Poison Control, 75, Flame Control, 62, Ice Control, 65, Lightning Control, 35, Olfactory Mastery, 50, Visual Mastery, 14, Auditory Mastery, 95. At this moment, there were no talents below C-Grade remaining in Lu Chen's talent repository. Auxiliary talents such as Olfactory, Auditory, and Visual Mastery had all ascended to the C-Grade echelon. Strength, Perception, Speed, and Physical Enhancement talents had all crossed the threshold into B-Grade, thanks to the integration of numerous low-tier talents of the same type. The evolutionary progress of each talent had advanced. Among them, the C-Grade Auditory Mastery was nearing its critical point, boasting a progress rate of 95. Only 2 more instances of D-Grade Auditory Perception were needed to ascend to the B-Grade realm. Unlike the innate talent for absorption, the attributes points were far from satisfactory. Due to the extensive consumption of low-tier evolved beings, the resulting attribute decay was exceedingly severe. In the end, many Tier 4 evolvers found themselves unable to extract even a single evolution point. Ultimately, from over 300 corpses, Lu Chen managed to acquire Strength 85, Agility 81, Constitution 82, Perception 88. Over 300 points in attributes? Not bad. Lu Chen scrutinized his attribute panel and nodded slightly. From this point onward, he realized that he would be unable to gain any attributes from consuming beings below Tier 5. Fortunately, Lu Chen had never entertained the notion of growing stronger merely by preying on the weak. In comparison, the power derived from absorbing the strong exhilarated him far more. With 800 free attribute points at his disposal, he resolved to distribute them evenly. Lu Chen proceeded to elevate each of his 4 primary attributes by 200 points. The adjusted attributes transformed into Strength, 677, Agility, 714, Constitution, 640, Perception, 668. At level 9, Lu Chen's attributes astonishingly ascended beyond 600, far surpassing those of his peers in the same realm. He resembled a humanoid boss. Indeed, even the bosses of the same tier could not compete with him. The conventional understanding that human attributes are inferior to those of their savage counterparts at the same level had been utterly overturned. Chapter 115, the second A-class talent, Teleportation. In addition to the corpses of evolved beings, Lu Chen's storage ring contained several specialized vessels. However, when attempting to absorb the specialized ships, a complication arose. Ding, your ship. The Yinming is a single-masted sailboat, having reached the limit of its talent capacity and can no longer be endowed with additional talents. Upgrading the ship to a double-masted frigate will increase its talent capacity. The little creature looked up at Lu Chen with wide eyes, murmuring in resignation. It's all right. The Yinming can currently support 5 talents, which is quite commendable. Lu Chen reassured the little one gently. One should not be overly greedy. He was already quite satisfied with his current gains. Speaking of which, after creating the Yinming, he recalled that the fleet panel featured several new functions: the fleet store, fleet warehouse, and fleet blueprint. The fleet store resembled the previous Empyrean store he had encountered, requiring contribution points to exchange for items. Contribution points could be earned through the provision of resources, equipment, and so forth. The fleet warehouse served as a large shared storage ring, and Lu Chen particularly appreciated its ability to store ships. Thus, in specific scenarios, he could place the Yinming into the fleet warehouse and withdraw it when needed, which was incredibly convenient. When Lu Chen finally beheld the fleet blueprints, his eyes sparkled with excitement. Currently, the Yinming, as a Tier 1 fleet, had unlocked 2 blueprints: short-range rapid-fire cannon blueprint, bronze advanced, a cannon with a short-range but rapid-firing speed. Once your fleet is equipped with this cannon en masse, your opponents will understand what it means to be bombarded with a hail of projectiles. Requirements for crafting: 1 Tier 10 crystal core, 20 iron ingots, 1 magic stone, 5 copper ingots. C-Class Healing Wave Specialized Ship Blueprint, basic single-masted sailboat, a specialized vessel endowed with formidable healing talents. The C-Class Healing Wave is powerful enough to restore severed limbs. Requirements for crafting: 1 Tier 15 or above spirit crystal core, 5 copper ingots, 150 wood, 20 fiber, 10 iron ingots. These 2 blueprints not only allowed for the creation of advanced bronze cannons, but also enabled the direct construction of C-Class specialized ships. It was worth noting that these specialized vessels were exceedingly rare among the thousands of individuals in the Novice Sea area. Only a fortunate few could possess them. Now, as long as resources were plentiful, he could potentially mass-produce these specialized ships. What thrilled Lu Chen even more was that the C-Class Healing Wave specialized ship could achieve a level of healing capable of regenerating severed limbs. Precisely what he urgently needed at the moment. After all, he currently had only one hand, which would indeed impact his combat effectiveness to some extent. Of course, the materials required to construct specialized ships were exceedingly precious. The Tier 15 Spirit Crystal Core could only be obtained from the brains of Tier 15 boss-level creatures. Although he lacked a Tier 15 boss at hand, fortuitously, an 18-tier boss, the Soul Beast King, lay before him. Reflecting on bosses, Lu Chen's thoughts drifted back to the evolution points he had amassed from previous boss kills, now totaling 16 points. 16 points should be sufficient to elevate Necromancy to S-Class. A warmth surged within Lu Chen as he decided to consume the evolution points to upgrade Necromancy. Ding! You have not yet awakened and cannot comprehend S-Class talents. Lu Chen was taken aback. What was this? Awakening? Empyrean, what does awakening mean? Must one awaken to comprehend S-Class talents? Ding, yes. Only awakened evolvers have the potential to comprehend S-Class talents. Upon reaching level 50, you may proceed to the Awakening Tower to complete trials for awakening. Upon successful awakening, you will enter the Awakening Realm. Reminder, awakening is the first significant realm on the path of evolution. Upon completion, your strength will undergo a qualitative transformation. We hope you continue to strive. As Lu Chen read the prompt from Empyrean, he narrowed his eyes, a tumultuous wave of emotions surging within him. It turned out that the previous tiers were merely the preliminary explorations of the path of evolution. The true realm commenced with awakening after level 50. With this thought, Lu Chen sighed softly. It seemed that S-Class talents could not be rushed. The disparity between different races was indeed stark, as a divine being. The little creature possessed an SSS-class supreme talent from birth. In contrast, the humans of Blue Star predominantly awakened F-Class or E-Class talents. And his own situation was even more dire. He had directly failed to awaken. Lu Chen shook his head with a wry smile, then decisively decided to invest all 16 evolution points into Shadow Walker. In this perilous world, every resource must be swiftly transformed into combat power. The ability to conceal oneself and traverse through shadows with Shadow Walker was undoubtedly the talent that would aid Lu Chen the most. As the system's notification sounded, profound insights regarding the essence and void, light and dark, space and confinement surged into Lu Chen's mind like a tidal wave. Ding, congratulations. Shadow Walker, B-Class, has successfully evolved into Space Manipulation, A-Class. Your success rate is 100. Ding, due to your profound comprehension of space-based talents, you have successfully grasped the skill. Teleportation, A-Class. Hearing the notification from Empyrean, a subtle smile graced Lu Chen's lips. He had succeeded. He had not anticipated that this initial invisibility would belong to the realm of space-based talents. To Lu Chen's astonishment, he had also grasped a new skill. Teleportation, Grade A, allowing you to transcend the confines of space and instantly move to any location within your line of sight, whether for offense or retreat. This skill enables you to navigate with unparalleled ease. A commendable ability, highly praised by those who have utilized it. However, it does demand considerable mental energy, so be mindful of its consumption. On Burial Island, the colossal Soul Beast King, akin to a mountain, had now sensed the presence of the Stormwing tribe hovering in the sky, and it suddenly opened its massive, bloodied maw, unleashing a thunderous roar of derision. Ha! I wondered who it could be. It turns out to be you feeble feathered wretches. Have you come to meet your demise once more? It extended its long tongue, slowly licking its cracked lips, adding, I must express my gratitude for the wind heart essence you graciously provided me back then. Thus, I have taken good care of your kin. As it spoke, the grotesque body of the Soul Beast King, constructed from countless blackened bones, fetid flesh, and various necromantic components, suddenly revealed a multitude of Stormwing heads densely clustered upon it. In the sky, all members of the Stormwing tribe witnessed this sight, and their fury ignited instantly. You vile creature, Soul Beast King, you shall face divine retribution. Our master will not let you escape. Those severed heads belonged to the warriors of the Stormwing tribe that the Soul Beast King had once slain. Its utter desecration of their comrades' remains was utterly unforgivable. Chapter 116, The Terrifying Soul Beast King. Just as the Stormwing tribe confronted the Soul Beast King in the distance, a small fleet of 7 single-masted pirate ships lay in wait, quietly observing. The vessels, weathered and worn, bore tattered sails adorned with menacing skulls, seemingly proclaiming their piratical identity. Rusty iron hooks dangled from the bows, adorned with strings of desiccated heads and unknown bones, enhancing their ominous aura. On the deck of the lead ship, a group of dog-headed beings radiating an imposing aura of level 15 congregated together. Captain, it's been days since we've struck any fortune. What are we waiting for here? Those birdfolk are weak and possess nothing of value, one of the dog-headed pirates remarked, gazing up at the circling Stormwing tribe, his face etched with impatience and boredom. These fledglings often come to hover around Burial Island, seemingly in search of some treasure. Yet they always leave behind a trail of corpses, fleeing in disgrace. We, the hyena pirates, can hardly be bothered to lift a finger against such novices. However, the captain of the dog-headed crew, Wilderness, smiled and shook his head. No, my target is not those avians. Captain, you can't be considering an attack on Burial Island. Can you? That Soul Beast King is not to be trifled with, exclaimed Dogtail in surprise. Do you think I'm tired of living? Wilderness retorted sharply. With over 10,000 undead on Burial Island, do you expect us, with just over 100 dogs, to go there and die? So what is your plan, Captain? Dogtail asked, clutching his head, bewildered. Did you not catch the distinct scent emanating from those Stormwing tribe members? Wilderness inquired. A distinct scent. Dogtail closed his eyes and took a deep sniff. Suddenly his face lit up with joy. It's the scent of an evolver. Wilderness narrowed his eyes and spoke in a low tone. Indeed, these avians are reeking of evolver essence. Soon, we hyena pirates shall stealthily follow them, and we will undoubtedly discover the gathering place of the evolvers. Upon hearing this, Dogtail's face was alight with unrestrained greed and bloodlust. This cross-species tournament has only just begun 5 days ago. Those evolvers must still be inexperienced. If we can eliminate them all, just think of the rewards. Ha ha ha, exactly. Under the rules of the divine mandate, if evolvers kill us, they grow stronger. Likewise, if we slay evolvers, we too shall enhance our power. As long as we locate a region densely populated with evolvers and wipe them out, the spoils will equate to decades of our arduous training. At this point, Wilderness's face broke into a sinister grin. Hee, Captain, you are indeed astute. Let us not allow the Soul Beast King's idle taunts to provoke us. Our master is en route, and we must heed his commands. Fonlai glared at the multitude of his kin's heads adorning the Soul Beast King, his eyes flickering with humiliation, yet he gritted his teeth, suppressing his rage to restrain his companions. Although the Stormwing tribe had regained recognition from the divine mandate, their strength still paled in comparison to the 18th tier Soul Beast King. Master? The Soul Beast King paused, then erupted into derisive laughter. I knew there was something peculiar about your scent. So you feathered miscreants have pledged allegiance to an evolver who has just arrived in this world for a mere 5 days. It laughed boisterously, dripping with disdain. Ha ha, you dare to place your hopes in a newly arrived, pitiful evolver? How utterly laughable. The Soul Beast King's laughter served as a signal, and the countless undead on Burial Island joined in, emitting a chilling cacophony of laughter. He. In the face of this overwhelming ridicule, Yunting's eyes glinted with fury, and he bellowed, How dare you show such disrespect to our master? Immediately, he expanded his form, his hands sweeping through the air as his internal energy surged like a tidal wave, transforming into a violent force of tempestuous power. Grade A skill, Skystorm. Yunting grasped the windstorm energy, rapidly condensing it into a tornado, which charged towards the Soul Beast King with destructive intent. The majesty of our master is not to be defiled by the likes of you, he roared, moving with the storm, embodying the very essence of the tempest as he bore down on the Soul Beast King. The storm surged forth like a raging dragon breaking free from the sea, tearing through the air with piercing howls. The undead surrounding the Soul Beast King were caught unawares, instantaneously pulled into the whirlwind. The storm's force rampaged with ferocity, akin to a merciless meat grinder, tearing the undead into fragments, blood and flesh flying. The sound of cracking bones echoed, crack, crack. The bodies of the undead were instantly obliterated by the storm, scattering like confetti in the wind. Yet, facing the terrifying tempest, the Soul Beast King remained unfazed, letting out a disdainful snort. An A-grade skill? Finally, there's one among you feathered wretches who piques my interest. Before the words had fully left its mouth, the colossal frame of the Soul Beast King shuddered slightly, its massive maw opening wide. Roar. A deafening roar erupted like thunder, imbued with boundless pressure and power, instantly colliding with the storm unleashed by Yunting. The tempest, as if struck by an unstoppable force, shattered instantaneously, vanishing without a trace. Uft. Yunting, who was controlling the storm, was struck by backlash, spitting out a mouthful of blood, his complexion turning as pale as a sheet. Yunting, hang in there. The surrounding winged beings swiftly reached out, steadying the staggering Yuntian. Shock filled the eyes of the crowd. Yuntian, a paragon among the Stormwing tribe, had unleashed an A-rank storm attack with all his might, only to have it effortlessly disintegrated by a mere roar from the Soul Beast King. To what terrifying extent had this Soul Beast King's power escalated? In the distance, aboard the hyena, Huanya lowered his telescope, a disdainful smile curling at the corners of his mouth. Ha! Truly seeking one's own demise. An 18th tier Soul Beast King is formidable indeed. We of the Hyena Pirate crew wouldn't dare provoke it lightly. Yet, a mere 11th tier winged being has the audacity to attack the Soul Beast King. How laughable. Dogtail interjected, Captain, do you think those winged beings will all perish on Corpse Island? That would leave us unable to find those evolutionaries. Huang Ye reassured him, fear not. These winged beings may lack combat prowess, but they possess a knack for escape. After all, they can fly, so at least a few will manage to flee. Huang Ye smiled confidently, predicting that these winged beings would soon make their retreat. Huh, Captain, why do I sense they have no intention of leaving? Are they perhaps awaiting reinforcements? Huang Ye shot Dogtail a glare. Reinforcements? Are there any nearby? Do you think they can rely on those evolutionaries who have only just arrived 5 days ago? Chapter 117, One Punch Man. While the two conversed, the previously shocked and uneasy members of the Stormwing tribe suddenly bent their knees in unison, bowing deeply, and exclaimed in unison, we pay our respects to our master. Master? Could it be those evolutionaries? Huang Ye's gaze followed the direction in which the winged beings bowed, revealing a single-masted sailboat flickering in and out of the black mist. At the bow stood a handsome young man, upright as a pine tree. An evolutionary. Captain, look. That evolutionary is indeed the winged being's savior. Dogtail exclaimed, pointing at the young man with astonishment. Huang Ye shook his head. What nonsense, savior. When the Soul Beast King arrives, I fear he will be the first to flee. Even we do not dare set foot on Corpse Island to confront the Soul Beast King. What can a mere 9th tier evolutionary achieve? A glint of greed flashed in Dogtail's eyes. Then when he runs, why not seize the opportunity to capture him and extract the location of the evolutionaries gathering? Huang Ye and Dogtail exchanged knowing smiles. Ha ha. Dogtail seemed to envision the delightful scene. Oh, how convenient it is to fly. These bird people arrive so swiftly. Jack looked up at the winged tribe in the sky, then suddenly inhaled sharply. A look of excitement spreading across his face. Captain, the aura of death is thick. There must be plenty of undead on the island ahead. Indeed, this is the place. Lu Chen nodded indifferently, for he had already received the divine prompt. Ding, you have discovered a dangerous area, Corpse Island. Warning, Corpse Island is a habitat for undead creatures. It is recommended to form a team of over 515th tier evolutionaries to explore. Upon reading the divine prompt, Lu Chen raised an eyebrow slightly. A recommendation for over 515th tier evolutionaries to explore? This was the first time such a substantial requirement had been proposed for exploration. It appeared that Corpse Island was indeed extraordinary, which suited him just fine. A glimmer of battle intent flickered in Lu Chen's eyes. He had just received an epic enhancement and was eager to find monsters to test his strength. Master, ahead lies Corpse Island. Feng Lai respectfully informed Lu Chen. The island is home to the 18th tier Soul Beast King and nearly 10,000 undead of 10th tier and above. Lu Chen nodded slightly. Then his gaze fell on Yun Tian behind Feng Lai, pale-faced, breath ragged, with blood at the corner of his mouth. His brow furrowed slightly. Injured? Seeing this, Yun Tian quickly lowered his head, shamefaced. I, Yun Tian, lack strength and failed to defeat the Soul Beast King, bringing shame to my master. Lu Chen said nothing, instead focusing on the colossal being on the island, a faint smile curling at the corners of his mouth. Dare to harm my people? The Soul Beast King, having noticed the bowing actions of the Stormwing tribe, simultaneously observed the approaching black vessel and Lu Chen aboard it. Its grotesque visage twisted with contempt. You are the evolutionary these winged beings pledge allegiance to? A mere 9th tier? Your Stormwing tribe has truly fallen to such depths, bowing before a 9th tier evolutionary. How utterly ridiculous. However, before the Soul Beast King's derisive laughter could fully dissipate, it suddenly realized that the black-eyed youth who had been far away on the black vessel had inexplicably appeared right before it, his eyes deep as the stars, glinting with icy light, fixed upon it. Ha ha ha. The Soul Beast King's laughter abruptly ceased. What? What is happening? That distance was far. Even flying would take a moment. How could he suddenly appear before me? Yet, before it could react, Lu Chen erupted with a blinding red light. B-rank talent. Resonance of strength. Strength increased 5-fold. The force of a mountain coalesced in his right fist, enveloped in impenetrable stone. B-rank talent. Power of the mountain. Lu Chen's gaze sharpened. His form surged forward, and with a single punch, it was as if he had unleashed a cannonball. Whoosh. This punch, swift as lightning and heavy as a mountain, bore down with the might to devastate directly upon the Soul Beast King's enormous head. The smirk on the Soul Beast King's face had yet to fade when a fierce gale swept in, striking its face with the force of a blade, causing pain to radiate across its skin. The Soul Beast King's pupils constricted in terror. What the hell? Is this the might of a 9th tier realm? In a flurry, it surged death energy to its head, attempting to bolster its defenses. However, it was utterly futile. Boom. The mountain-like fist collided violently with its head, producing a thunderous roar that shook the heavens. The Soul Beast King's grotesque visage twisted and then shattered beneath Lu Chen's punch, splattering blood and brain matter in a heart-stopping spectacle. The Soul Beast King's massive body was propelled backward with the overwhelming force of the punch, crashing into a mound of corpses, sending shattered bones flying. Boom! The mound of corpses slowly collapsed, raising a cloud of dust. Yet, the scene fell into a profound silence. The Stormwing tribe in the sky and the undead on Corpse Island alike rendered dumbfounded. In the distance, the triumphant laughter of the wilderness and the dogtail abruptly ceased upon witnessing the scene before them, caught in their throats. What is happening? I merely blinked, and the head of the Soul Beast King has vanished? The wilderness stared, mouth agape, at the Soul Beast King buried beneath a mountain of corpses, rubbing its eyes in disbelief. Surely, I must have seen wrong. Just moments ago, a 9th-tier youth appeared out of nowhere before the Soul Beast King, and, with a single punch, obliterated its head. That was an 18th-tier boss. How could this be possible? Has the world gone mad? A 9th-tier human annihilating an 18th-tier boss? And to top it off, with just one arm. What is going on? Is it over? Yun Ting's eyes widened, his voice trembling. The Soul Beast King's mere roar could incapacitate him, yet his master, whose realm was undeniably beneath my own, dispatched it with a single blow. Truly, my master Yun Ting is remarkable. The essence of the Soul Beast King still lingers. It cannot be finished yet. Beside him, the seer Feng Lai was equally astonished. Though it was not an outright kill, the casual punch thrown by his master was astonishingly powerful. It is known that the Soul Beast King, as an 18th-tier boss, possessed strength and resilience exceeding 2,000 points. 2,000 points. Yet his master effortlessly crushed it. Could it be? Feng Lai trembled at the thought. Has his master's power surpassed 2,000 points? Chapter 118. Has this fellow changed his head, or has his mind also gone awry? Contemplating this, Feng Lai's heart was tumultuous. His master, now merely at the 9th tier, could already overpower an 18th-tier boss. If his master were to ascend to the 18th tier, what kind of terror would that unleash? With this thought, joy swelled within Feng Lai. Initially, he had pledged allegiance to Lu Chen to escape the shadow of his heritage. But at this moment, he was increasingly aware of the extraordinary talent possessed by Lu Chen, the overseer of the Blue Star. Feng Lai gazed at Lu Chen, his eyes gleaming with fervor. Perhaps today, his master could indeed assist them in reclaiming the sacred artifact of the Stormwing tribe on this island of the dead. Plagued by the undead. Captain, wait for me. When did you learn to teleport? Jack panted, finally catching up to Lu Chen, breathless. However, upon arriving, he was astonished to find that the previously arrogant Soul Beast King was now decapitated. He muttered in disbelief. Goodness, Captain, you are becoming increasingly formidable. Even an 18-tier boss can be dispatched with a single strike? At this point, if you told me that a punch could take down an executioner, I would believe you. Lu Chen stood still, the red glow surrounding him gradually dissipating. Teleportation, indeed an A-grade skill, though lacking offensive capability, proved immensely useful in battle. Moments ago, his sudden teleportation to the Soul Beast King's front left it vulnerable, allowing his punch, infused with 3,385 points of power, to land a devastating blow. However, Lu Chen understood that the Soul Beast King, as an 18-tier boss, would not be so easily vanquished. Thus, he accessed the Soul Beast King's attributes panel. Soul Beast King, boss-level creature. Traits: no fatal weaknesses, high intelligence, capable of merging corpses, brutal, commands the undead. Harbors intense hatred for the living. Talent: undead fusion, A-grade. Can merge with the corpses of other beings to gain enhanced strength and unique abilities. Skill 1, Nether Tear, B-grade. The Soul Beast King uses its claws, which have merged with various undead limbs, to effortlessly shred enemy defenses and inflict fatal damage. Whoever it grabs shall meet their demise. Don't believe it? Try it. Skill 2, Soul Impact, A-grade. The Soul Beast King gathers dark energy within, unleashing a surge of soul impact. The impact is imbued with the resentment of undead beings, inflicting immense damage upon the souls of living creatures. Don't think you can withstand it just because of your robust defenses. This move can obliterate souls. Battle Power Assessment. 18-tier boss, a terrifying existence capable of making the oceans tremble. Do not assume that merely dealing with it is sufficient, or you will experience despair in the sea of the undead. Upon reviewing the panel, Lu Chen narrowed his eyes. As expected, this creature would not perish simply because it had lost its head. However, Lu Chen was not in a hurry to deliver a finishing blow. His strength had seen a considerable increase, and he needed a worthy opponent to test his talent and hone his power. Boom, boom. With a resounding roar shaking the earth, the mountain of corpses began to tremble violently, as if an unstoppable force was breaking free from within. The Soul Beast King's massive headless body, akin to a colossal beast awakening from the abyss, slowly emerged from the piled corpses, each step causing the ground to quake. It suddenly extended its arms, gripping tightly onto the head of a long-dead Yalong lying nearby. The Yalong, immense in size, had its eyes shut, its decaying flesh emitting a repulsive stench. Yet, in the face of the Soul Beast King's irresistible might, the head of the Yalong was wrenched off with brutal force, flesh splattering and stale blood staining the surrounding bones. What followed was a breathtaking spectacle. The Soul Beast King raised the Yalong's head high, cruelly affixing it to its own body, accompanied by a chilling sound of bone grinding. The head settled into place, and to everyone's astonishment, the once lifeless eyes of the Yalong eerily opened. They flickered with a strange, ghostly light, resembling two burning flames of the underworld, exuding boundless brutality and resentment. Roar! You bastard, you seek death. The Soul Beast King unleashed a thunderous roar, its newly affixed Yalong eyes glaring menacingly at Lu Chen, as if intending to devour him whole. As the king of the island of the dead, commanding countless undead, the Soul Beast King had never faced such provocation. Today, this insignificant creature dared to ambush it. It was utterly unforgivable. Unforgivable. Goodness, is this even possible? This Yalong is practically mush, and yet it can still merge? Jack's eyes widened in disbelief, his expression one of disgust. He had thought his own decaying flesh was revolting, only to find that the Soul Beast King was even more grotesque, capable of utilizing such a putrid head. Upon witnessing the sudden wrath of the Soul Beast King, both Wilderness and Dogtail aboard the hyena ship exhaled a sigh of relief. I told you, what kind of existence is the Soul Beast King? How could it possibly be vanquished by that mere 9th-tier human in a single strike? Dogtail patted his chest, displaying a semblance of relief. It was evident that the Soul Beast King had underestimated the situation, allowing that human to catch it off guard. Now, the Soul Beast King was enraged, and I was eager to see how that human would extricate himself from this predicament. Wilderness and Dogtail could accept the superiority of the Soul Beast King, for it was an apex boss of the 18th tier, its power unfathomable. However, they could not fathom the notion that a mere newcomer to the Celestial Mandate world, a human of only 9th tier, could surpass them. After decades of arduous cultivation, they had barely reached the 15th tier, and now they were told that someone had surpassed them after merely 5 days of training. The sensation was more disheartening than death itself. Moreover, if this human truly possessed such formidable strength, how could they continue to follow the trail and hunt those evolved beings? After donning the head of the subdragon, the Soul Beast King would acquire part of its power, significantly augmenting its strength. That human was undoubtedly doomed. Dogtail gazed at the menacing Soul Beast King in the distance, a sly smile creeping across his lips. Let them fight. The more ferociously they clash, the better it is for us, the hyena pirates. As the crowd observed with a mix of astonishment and delight, the Soul Beast King suddenly opened its massive dragon jaws wide. Instantly, an intensely scorching flame erupted forth, akin to a surging torrent of lava, imbued with cataclysmic power, engulfing the surroundings. This fire was no ordinary flame. It was so searing it could melt steel and warp the very air. Wherever it spread, the space appeared to twist and contort, accompanied by a cacophony of explosive sounds. Yet, this heart-stopping assault was not directed at Lu Chen, but rather, inexplicably, at its own spectral minions. Whoosh! The flames rampaged like a wild beast, swiftly consuming over a dozen wraiths. Those specters emitted wretched cries of agony as they were devoured by the flames, their forms rapidly dissolving into wisps of black smoke, vanishing without a trace, a scene both terrifying and awe-inspiring. Has this creature's brain rotted along with its decayed head? Jack gaped in disbelief at Lu Chen, stammering his question. Isn't it so? The Soul Beast King strikes a pose of invincibility, only to turn upon its own kind. What a farce. Lu Chen observed the Soul Beast King in its frenzied slaughter of the wraiths, a knowing smile gracing his lips. Indeed, the simultaneous activation of C-tier visual, auditory, and olfactory abilities was sufficient to confuse the enemy to the point of failing to distinguish friend from foe. Chapter 119. The Sea of Bones and the Forest of Corpses. Boss, it's us. The surrounding wraiths cried out in panic, desperately trying to evade. They were bewildered as to why their leader suddenly turned upon its own. In the eyes of the Soul Beast King, it perceived Lu Chen leaping amidst the hellfire. The cries of its subordinates transformed into Lu Chen's anguished screams in its ears, and even the scent bore a striking resemblance to that of Lu Chen. The intertwining illusions of sight, sound, and smell led the Soul Beast King to remain blissfully unaware that it was slaughtering its own minions. Ha ha ha, human today. I shall make you taste the bitterness of regret. With that, its robust claws descended violently, smashing the head of a 16th-tier zombie into the ground. Die, boss. I am one of your subordinates. The zombie wailed in despair. In an instant, a surge of power erupted, and with a splatter, the head of the 16th tier zombie was crushed beneath the Soul Beast King's foot, its struggles abruptly ceasing. This sensation is not right. The Soul Beast King furrowed its brow, raising its claw in confusion. The texture it had just felt was not that of delicate human flesh, but rather the coarse hide of a zombie. Could it be? The Soul Beast King felt a jolt of realization, shaking its head vigorously. The scene before it had suddenly transformed. Surrounding it were the remnants of its subordinates, and that human stood before it, observing like a spectator at a circus. You scoundrel! It was you who orchestrated this. The Soul Beast King finally awakened to the grim reality that it had slaughtered its own ranks. This only intensified its already boiling rage. How dare this insufferable human toy with me? I shall rend him limb from limb. Yet, despite its fury, the Soul Beast King refrained from rashly charging forward. Its gaze shifted toward Lu Chen, filled with trepidation. This human was exceedingly peculiar. Not only could he unleash astonishing power in an instant, but he also wielded a bizarre ability to distort others' perceptions, rendering the Soul Beast King hesitant to act impulsively. Wow, Captain! How did you manage to control the Soul Beast King as if you were walking a dog? Jack inquired with wide-eyed curiosity, leaning closer. It's quite simple. Lu Chen replied with a casual glance at Jack, followed by a gentle snap of his fingers. In an instant, Jack beheld a monumental transformation in Lu Chen's appearance. He morphed into an unparalleled beauty, his red lips parting to reveal a melodious voice, because when auxiliary talents ascend to a higher level, they can interfere with the enemy's perceptions. The visual ability allows enemies to witness illusory scenes, the olfactory ability enables them to smell phantom scents, and the auditory ability makes them hear non-existent sounds. The simultaneous application of these three perceptual interferences weaves an invisible net, ensnaring the enemy within, making it nearly impossible to discern reality from illusion. Wow! Incredible! Jack exclaimed, his mouth agape, finally snapping back to reality. Captain, your methods are simply astounding. While dealing with a single perception interference might be manageable, manipulating sight, sound, and smell all at once puts even the mightiest foes at a significant disadvantage. How dare you chat in my presence? The Soul Beast King's eyes blazed crimson, fixated on Lu Chen, as it growled through gritted teeth. Human, I concede that you possess some skill. However, this burial isle is the domain of my undead kin. Today, I shall ensure you meet your demise amidst the endless sea of bones. As the last syllable fell from its lips, the Soul Beast King suddenly threw its head back and howled, a sound that resonated deafeningly, as if it could pierce the clouds and reach the underworld. With its roar, the entire island seemed to tremble, the ground vibrating slightly, as if some ancient power long dormant was being awakened. Soon after, a cacophony of eerie bone scraping filled the air, initially faint, but rapidly coalescing into an unstoppable torrent that echoed all around. Suddenly, with a crack, a skeletal arm burst forth from the ground, followed closely by a second, then a third. Crack, crack, crack. Hundreds upon thousands of skeletal arms erupted from the ground like mushrooms after a spring rain. As these bony appendages continued to surge forth, a multitude of undead clawed their way out from the depths of the earth. Their forms varied greatly. Some were grotesquely incomplete, while others retained the semblance of their former selves. Yet, without exception, they exuded a chilling aura of death. Tens of thousands of undead, with hollow eyes and mouths emitting deep, ominous howls, amassed densely, resembling a vast ocean of the deceased, completely encircling Lu Chen and Jack. Upon witnessing this scene, the king of the undead let out a triumphant laugh, exclaiming, "Ha! Mere insects. In the face of this endless sea of bones, your feeble attempts to alter perception are utterly futile. Today, you are destined to be buried within this infinite ocean of the undead." Above, the members of the Stormwing clan gazed down at the wide expanse of skeletal remains on Corpse Island, their expressions suddenly grave as iron. This is dire. There are over 20,000 undead, all at least tier 10. Yuan clenched her hands tightly, covering her mouth in disbelief. Her eyes wide with terror. 20,000 undead was an almost suffocating number. Feng Lai's gaze burned fiercely as he scanned the sea of bones below, his heart heavy. The situation he had dreaded most had indeed come to pass. He had anticipated a reduction in the undead on Corpse Island, yet their numbers had only swelled. However, at this juncture, the Stormwing clan had no choice but to face the oncoming tide. Retreat was not an option. Should Lu Chen fall in this battle, the Stormwing clan would be buried alongside him. With this thought, Feng Lai surveyed his kin, his voice low yet resolute. All of you, prepare for battle. Regardless of life or death, we shall fight with all our might. As long as a single member of the Stormwing clan survives, we must not allow our master to perish. Yes, the winged warriors echoed in unison, their eyes glinting with unwavering determination. Despite the Stormwing clan's ability to soar through the skies, facing adversaries of such overwhelming numbers at the same tier would undoubtedly render this battle extraordinarily arduous. With each moment a struggle for survival. There they are, the sea of bones and the forest of corpses on Corpse Island. Inuyasha's eyes widened in horror as he fixed his gaze on the stark, white landscape of Corpse Island, completely blanketed in bones. Over 10,000 skeletons, densely packed, loomed ominously. Even a super-strong being above Tier 30 might find themselves ground to dust beneath this relentless tide of the undead. In the wilderness, looking upon the encircled Lu Chen, Huang Yi could not help but smirk cynically, shaking his head. TSK, this human evolutionist does possess some skill. Yet, he is far too arrogant, oblivious to the vastness of the world. To assault Corpse Island without 1,000 elite warriors is sheer folly. With a decisive wave of his hand, he commanded, "This human is doomed. We need no longer conceal our movements. Raise the sails, all ships, proceed towards Corpse Island." In the ensuing chaos, capture a few winged beings and extract the location of the evolutionists' gathering point. Yes, Captain. Chapter 120. The change of ownership of Corpse Island. Yet, confronted with the seemingly infinite expanse of skeletal remains, both Lu Chen and Jack appeared relaxed, devoid of fear. Jack caught sight of the king of the undead's smug demeanor and scoffed. TSK, little one, if other clans had such numbers, we might indeed need to temporarily avoid their might. But as for undead creatures, no matter how many there are, they are merely providing dinner for the captain. As he spoke, Jack recalled the overwhelming presence that accompanied Lu Chen's evolution of his necromancy talent to A grade. It was unmistakably the aura of a high-ranking individual. He had nearly knelt in reverence. The captain's status in the realm of the undead was undoubtedly formidable. The mere presence of 1 or 2 dozen thousand undead seeking to pose a threat to the captain was laughable. In the midst of Jack's derisive gaze, the king of the undead unleashed a thunderous roar, and the skeletal army surged towards Lu Chen and Jack with a primal fury. Undead, skeleton warrior. Traits: insensitive to pain, grows fiercer with battle, low intelligence. Harbors hatred for the living. Talent: none. Skills: none. Combat power assessment. Tier 10, the most common and fearsome of skeleton warriors, although individually weak. Their endless numbers can easily plunge enemies into despair. Tier 10 undead? Intriguing. As Lu Chen surveyed the densely packed, grotesque army of the undead, a slight smile graced his lips. In this realm saturated with death energy, his necromancy talent and skills would undoubtedly receive substantial enhancement. With this thought, Lu Chen flicked his right hand, producing a sharp crack. As the sound echoed, the foremost skeleton warrior abruptly halted, and in an instant, its internal death energy erupted violently. With a resounding boom, the skeleton warrior's body was seemingly torn apart by an invisible force, exploding into a 10-meter-wide crater, scattering dust and bone fragments in every direction. The explosive shockwaves surged forth like a relentless tide, instantly engulfing dozens of nearby undead, their fragile frames crumbling beneath the blast, reduced to dust scattered across the battlefield. At the edge of the crater, soil and debris were hurled skyward before crashing down heavily, creating a cloud of dust. Yet, this was merely the beginning. Boom, boom, boom. As more explosions erupted like firecrackers, countless charging skeleton warriors detonated without warning, their internal death energy erupting and obliterating their comrades within a 10-meter radius, turning flesh and bone into the most primitive of dust, blanketing the skies above Corpse Island. In an instant, Corpse Island transformed into a hellish landscape. The cacophony of explosions ringing deafeningly, the bone dust and debris mingled, painting the entire island in a blanket of purest white. The air saturated with an intense aura of death. A-grade skill, corpse explosion. Witnessing the cataclysmic explosions unfold, the king of the undead's grin froze, momentarily bewildered. After a brief pause, he roared in disbelief. "See corpse explosion? You actually unleashed corpse explosion. How is this possible? Corpse explosion is an A-grade skill only wielded by mysterious necromancers. How could this tier 9 human possibly master it? Could it be?" The king of the undead's thoughts raced, his pupils narrowing in realization. Could this human have awakened an A-grade necromancy talent? As if to confirm his suspicions, Lu Chen at the center of the explosions raised his right hand, a cold glint flashing in his dark eyes. "You insects dare to be so brazen before me." In an instant, a black halo erupted from Lu Chen, roaring outward. A-grade talent, necromancy control, activated. At that moment, Lu Chen was struck by a sudden inspiration. If the corpse explosion could affect the undead beyond his control, then what of controlling the undead themselves? Was it possible to seize command of the undead legion from the Soul Beast King? Possessing a comparable A-level necromantic talent, he felt compelled to give it a try. As the black aura enveloped the area, the once ferocious skeleton army suddenly halted, confusion etched upon their skeletal faces. Then, with a crack, a skeletal warrior dropped its bone spear and, astonishingly, knelt on one knee before Lu Chen. Following suit, countless undead followed in a domino effect, bowing down as if paying homage to their sovereign. Wretches, what are you doing? I command you to kill him. Slay this human. The Soul Beast King roared in a frenzy, a flicker of uncontrollable terror flashing in its eyes. How could this be? This human truly possessed A-level necromantic talent, and his dominion over the undead surpassed even its own. How could this be? He was merely a 9th-tier human. How could he exert greater influence over the undead than I, an 18-tier necromantic boss? Lu Chen observed the Soul Beast King's hysterical outburst with a glimmer of amusement. He had indeed succeeded. It appeared his prowess in necromancy was unparalleled. The undead legion that had taken the Soul Beast King centuries to assemble was effortlessly commandeered with a mere gesture. How delightful! A smirk danced upon Lu Chen's lips as he spoke nonchalantly. Soul Beast King, it seems your mastery over the undead pales in comparison to mine. Thus, you may perish. As his words fell, the kneeling undead legion seemed to receive an unspoken command, rising slowly to fix their hollow, terrifying gazes upon their former master, the Soul Beast King. Witnessing this scene, the Soul Beast King's roar abruptly ceased, barely managing to utter, "In no way." However, the next moment plunged it into icy despair. Roar! Countless skeletal warriors unleashed a thunderous howl, and, like a tidal wave, surged towards the Soul Beast King. At that instant, Burial Island had changed hands. Gazing down at the terrifying ocean of undead, the members of the Stormwing clan exchanged incredulous glances, their eyes betraying disbelief. So, does that mean the undead legion below now belongs to our master? Feng Lai's voice trembled slightly, his face a canvas of shock. Just moments ago, he had braced himself for a desperate fight, yet before he could even act, he witnessed his master merely wave an arm, prompting a myriad of undead to self-destruct, turning hundreds upon thousands of skeletons to dust. But that was just the beginning. As their master flexed his formidable physique, the tens of thousands of undead present obediently followed his command and rebelled. That was a staggering army of 20,000 10th-tier undead. Such terrifying power bowed before their master with a mere flick of his hand. My heavens, who exactly is our master? How can he be so extraordinary? Yun Ting gazed at Lu Chen, standing resolute as a pine tree, his eyes ablaze with fervent admiration. I always knew these meager undead on Burial Island could never be a match for our master. Chapter 121. The Utterly Frustrated Soul Beast King. You brainless swine. You are truly damned. The Soul Beast King bellowed, as suddenly, a colossal tail composed of a myriad of intertwined bony arms erupted from its grotesque, stitched-together form. With a fierce sweep, the tail lashed out, instantly cleaving several approaching undead in two. Yet the surrounding skeletons, undeterred, surged forth like a relentless tide, clinging tightly to the foul, decaying body of the Soul Beast King. Lu Chen, witnessing this spectacle, felt a chilling glint in his eyes. Now, allow me to show you the true might of the undead on Burial Island. As Lu Chen's voice resonated, the undead clinging to the Soul Beast King's body stretched their jaws wide, their soul flames dancing wildly in their minds. And the death energy within them surged like a torrential flood. The Soul Beast King, observing this, felt its pupils constrict as it realized the impending doom. Before it could utter another word, boom, boom, boom. In an instant, the undead surrounding the Soul Beast King detonated like ignited explosives. The center of the explosion erupted in a blinding light, akin to the sun plummeting to the mortal realm, unleashing a searing wave that obliterated everything in its vicinity. A terrifying shockwave, like a surging tsunami, unleashed its fury, sweeping across every inch of Burial Island, uprooting corpses and scattering debris. As this cataclysmic wave crashed against the sea, the water seemed to be struck by an invisible giant hand, sending forth towering waves that blotted out the sky. The monstrous surges, laden with the remnants of the explosion, surged forth into the distance, creating ripples of terror upon the surface, as if even the ocean trembled, bearing witness to this horrific detonation. In the epicenter of the chaos, a massive pit, several meters deep, was revealed. The once mighty Soul Beast King was now reduced to nothingness, utterly annihilated. Wait, it was that easy to destroy it? How dull, Jack scoffed, disdainfully curling his lip. Having battled numerous bosses alongside the captain, he found the Soul Beast King the most lackluster of them all, devoid of excitement. Yet, just as Jack's words left his lips, an unusual dark aura surged ominously behind Lu Chen. A torrent of energy imbued with the endless resentment of the undead sweeping towards him like a tempest. That was the Soul Beast King's A-level skill, Soul Impact. As the shadow quivered, it gradually coalesced, forming the outline of a human figure, the true form of the Soul Beast King. It was indeed a manifestation of vengeful spirits, and its previous colossal form was merely a shell to enhance its combat prowess. Suddenly, Lu Chen found himself caught off guard, struck by the soul impact. His complexion turned as pale as a sheet, and as he slowly turned to face the Soul Beast King, his finger trembled as he pointed at it. Eyes wide with disbelief. "You're not dead? How can this be?" Before he could finish, Lu Chen coughed violently, blood spewing forth as his gaze dimmed. A sign of his soul slowly dissipating. "Ha! Human, did you truly believe that your recent assault could inflict harm upon me? It is merely a vessel I have fashioned from a multitude of corpses." The Soul Beast King, observing Lu Chen's disheveled appearance, threw back his head in triumphant laughter. Although this human possessed terrifying innate talent, what did it matter? His demise was still at my hands. Soon, if I were to seize his corporeal form, my power would undoubtedly surge to unprecedented heights. Ha ha ha. The Soul Beast King was consumed by an irrepressible ecstasy. However, at that very moment, the Soul Beast King noticed Jack and the Stormwing tribe in the sky regarding him with expressions of sheer incredulity, as though he were a fool. "Your master has perished. Why are you not mourning?" The Soul Beast King questioned with a frown. "Mourning? Perhaps you should take a glance at your own actions. Is attacking thin air truly amusing?" Jack remarked, a flicker of pity flashing in his eyes as he regarded the Soul Beast King. How tragic. This Soul Beast King, a formidable overlord of the undead, commanded thousands of specters. Now, confronted by the captain, not only had his minions been conscripted, but he himself was being manipulated like a simpleton. Alas, how unfortunate. It was a stroke of genius on my part to pledge my allegiance to the captain when I first encountered him. I, Jack, am truly astute. Attacking thin air? A sense of foreboding surged within the Soul Beast King. Could it be that I have once again fallen victim to that human's illusion? Impossible. I have exercised sufficient caution. How could that human's reactions be so astute? Yet, as the Soul Beast King shook his head vigorously, he found that Lu Chen's figure had vanished. Once more, my perception has been obscured. The Soul Beast King felt a chill run down his spine and hurriedly turned around, only to see Lu Chen standing directly behind him, a pitch-black blade in hand, emanating an eerie green light. This cannot be. My movements were shrouded in secrecy. How did you uncover my presence? This is unthinkable. The Soul Beast King's eyes widened in disbelief as he roared in fury. In an instant, a torrent of dark energy surged around him, as if he intended to devour the very fabric of space itself. In a flash, he lunged forward, arms sweeping wide, coalescing an intensely cold force of the underworld into a dark claw, tearing through space with ferocity as it lunged toward Lu Chen. B-rank skill, Underworld Tear. Wherever the Underworld Tear passed, space appeared to rend asunder, revealing an abyss of endless void and darkness. The claw's reach sliced through the air with a shrill sound, as if even light could not escape its sharpness. Yet, in the face of this overwhelming strike from the Soul Beast King, Lu Chen remained unfazed, unwavering as a tempest of power surged within him, akin to the roar of dragons and tigers. Suddenly, the black blade in his right hand blazed with brilliance. In an instant, he swung his arm, unleashing a destructive force. With a swift motion, a dazzling blade of light erupted from the tip of the heart-eating blade, soaring forth like a dragon rising from the seas, wielding the might to rend all as it collided with the Soul Beast King's underworld tier. Boom! The clash erupted with a deafening roar. The impact of the wind and the underworld tier reverberating through the air, a spectacle of light that dazzled like falling stars, shaking the very heavens and earth. Yet, the Soul Beast King's fully concentrated underworld tear shattered in an instant, the blade's radiance sweeping through like a tempest, obliterating the underworld tear into mere powder. As if space itself had been cleaved apart, the residual force of the blade surged forth, relentless as a piercing arrow, aimed directly at the Soul Beast King. The Soul Beast King's eyes bulged wide with horror and disbelief. This is impossible. You are merely at the 9th tier. How could your attack possess such might? What level of skill is this? This cannot be. He sought to evade, but it was too late, and he could only watch helplessly as the resplendent blade approached. Flash! Lu Chen roared, the heart-eating blade, imbued with boundless killing intent, descended in an instant. The blade's brilliance pierced through the Soul Beast King's ethereal form, cleaving its massive shadow in two. No, this cannot be. I refuse to accept it. The Soul Beast King wailed beneath the blade's onslaught, dissipating into nothingness. Lu Chen stood firm, the heart-eating blade in hand, surrounded by a swirling aura of blade light, his gaze cold and profound, as though he had just concluded an effortlessly simple hunt. Forward! Full speed ahead charge! Wildfire commanded, his eyes gleaming with avarice as he ordered his crew. Behind him, A dozen goblin pirates strained to pull the ship's sails, the hyena slicing through the waves with vigor, bursting forth from the mist, heading straight for the corpse island. However, just as Wildfire brimmed with ambition, his first mate, Dogtail, suddenly appeared as though he had seen a ghost, tremblingly pointing toward the corpse island, stuttering, "Captain, it's over." At that moment, Wildfire, crouched to inspect the grappling crossbow, cast an impatient glance at Dogtail. With over 20,000 specters, is it not normal for that human to be slain? Why the fuss? Soon, we'll capture a birdman, and that will suffice. And no, Captain, you must look, Dogtail exclaimed, nearly on the verge of tears, his words faltering. Fuss. Wildfire glared at Dogtail, slowly rising to direct his gaze toward the distant corpse island. Upon seeing the scene before him, clang, his grappling crossbow slipped from his hands, crashing onto the deck. For he had witnessed the once mighty Soul Beast King being cleaved in two by that human, dissipating into nothingness amidst a wail. Moreover, the thousands of specters on the corpse island were now kneeling before that human, as if submitting to their sovereign. Is this for real? Wildfire gasped, his face a mask of disbelief. Isn't that human only at tier 9? How could he possibly slay an 18th tier Soul Beast King with a single blow? This must be a joke, and those specters should be seeking vengeance for their king, yet they kneel before him instead? In that moment, decades of Wildfire's experience on the seas crumbled, leaving him in utter shock. He had never witnessed such an absurd spectacle, a 9th tier evolved being clashing with an 18th tier boss of the undead, devoid of the epic battle he had envisioned. Merely a brief flurry of activity, and then it was all over? Was it that the human was overwhelmingly powerful, or was the Soul Beast King simply too feeble? Yet, the Soul Beast King's prowess remained formidable, as the wilderness recalled the scene from 6 months prior. A dragon of over 20 ranks inadvertently flew into the Isle of the Dead, only to be mercilessly ground to dust by the Soul Beast King and its endless legion of spirits. Since that fateful encounter, the hyena pirate crew had kept their distance from the Isle of the Dead, despite the alluring magical stones buried within its depths. At this moment, the wilderness's gaze fell once more upon the human surrounded by a swirling aura of blades, and his heart sank. He realized there was only one possible explanation for the spectacle before him. The strength of this human had far surpassed everyone's expectations and imaginations. Captain, the sails are fully deployed, and we have reached maximum speed. The voice of a crew member behind him suddenly broke his reverie, causing the wilderness to tremble. He swiftly turned, a fierce expression contorting his face as he roared his command. Quickly, turn the ship around. Immediately, I command you to turn back. However, it was already too late. The imposing figure on the Isle of the Dead had coldly directed its gaze towards the approaching hyena pirate fleet, as if observing a group of prey about to fall into a trap. Just a minute earlier, the notification sounded. Ding. You have slain the Soul Beast King, 18th rank boss, earning 800,000 points of death energy. With the celestial prompt echoing in his mind, Lu Chen's brow arched slightly. 800,000 death energy? Who would have thought the Soul Beast King would be so bountiful? If this were life energy, it should be sufficient for me to level up several times, right? Nonetheless, Lu Chen did not dwell on it too much, for the surrounding monsters continued to swarm, providing ample opportunities for advancement. Moreover, Jack, being only at rank 5, was in urgent need of enhancement. At that moment, from the place where the Soul Beast King had vanished, a flicker of green ethereal light appeared intermittently. With a mere thought, Lu Chen summoned the green glow, which shot into his palm like a meteor. Ding! You have acquired a special item, Heart of the Wind. Heart of the Wind, special item. A sacred relic of the ancient Stormwing tribe, grants formidable power to the bearer, aiding their ascension to boss-level existence. Additionally, it significantly enhances wind-related talents and skills. Lu Chen gazed intently at the object in his hand, narrowing his starry eyes. This was indeed the Heart of the Wind, the sacred artifact of the Stormwing tribe that Fenlai had mentioned, capable of bestowing the boss template without any adverse effects. It was a rare treasure, truly deserving of its title. Recalling the dark essence he had previously given to Jack, which also conferred the boss template, but at the cost of losing one's sanity to corruption, Lu Chen acknowledged that, were it not for Jack's immortality, no one would dare to touch the dark essence lightly. In contrast, this Heart of the Wind not only bore no side effects, but also enhanced wind talents and skills. It was no wonder the Soul Beast King had desperately sought it. The thought of the boss template ignited a fervor within Lu Chen. After all, the power of a boss level being far exceeded that of its peers. However, when Lu Chen attempted to assimilate the Heart of the Wind, the celestial notification chimed again. Ding. You already possess the Overseer template, which has a higher priority than the boss template, thus preventing you from absorbing the Heart of the Wind. Lu Chen sighed softly. As expected, he was unable to absorb it. Nevertheless, he understood that one should not be overly greedy. The Overseer template was vastly superior to the Boss template. The Heart of the Wind could be given to someone from the Stormwing tribe later. After all, they were also a force under his command. At that moment, Lu Chen's ears perked up, detecting a faint commotion in the distance. More enemies? He then directed his gaze toward the sea, activating his visual abilities. He beheld 7 weathered single-masted ships hastily approaching the Isle of the Dead, their masts adorned with tattered canvas, emblazoned with grotesque skull motifs. Pirates? Lu Chen raised an eyebrow, a playful smile curling his lips. Speaking of which, our netherworld's development direction aligns with that of sea raiders. We are indeed kindred spirits. Then, I shall pay these fellow marauders a visit. Chapter 123. What a coincidence. I am also a pirate. Turn around. Did you not hear me? Turn the ship around. The wilderness bellowed in a ghastly rage. Yet, beside him, a canine figure stood frozen, awkwardly patting the wilderness on the shoulder, its movements stiff. What are you doing? The wilderness impatiently turned his head, only to see the black-eyed, one-armed youth, who had been far away on the Isle of the Dead, now oddly seated at the bow of the hyena's ship, observing him with keen interest. Ah, you've arrived. The wilderness managed a strained smile, one more grotesque than a grimace. Lu Chen scanned the deck, where heaps of debris and corpses lay scattered, and 15 dog-headed beings stared at him in bewilderment. Oh, were you looking for me just now? Well, here I am. A mischievous smile graced Lu Chen's lips as his gaze settled on the dog-headed leader donning a captain's tricorn hat. Dog-headed, wilderness, boss-level being. Traits, cunning. High intellect, keen senses, incorrigibly thievish, agile. Talent, speed resonance, B rank. Skill 1, cunning ambush, C rank. Dog-headed pirates can, with sharp instincts and primal strength, swiftly close in on enemies to launch surprise attacks. Their speed is akin to lightning, and their strikes are as ferocious as a descending tiger. Leaving foes defenseless, a bite from them can be quite painful. Combat assessment, 15th rank boss, the hyena of the seas. All wounded sailors are its prey. However, it seems it has chosen the wrong quarry this time. Glimpsing Wilderness's attribute panel, a blaze ignited in Lu Chen's eyes. A 15th rank boss. What a boon. Just moments ago, he lamented the lack of life energy after slaying the Soul Beast King, and now this dog-headed creature has delivered it right to him. It was as if he wished to sleep, only to have someone provide a pillow. Haha, it's good to see you're well, so I can rest easy. We shall take our leave now. Do not see us off. Wilderness chuckled awkwardly, while 1,000 curses raced through his mind. Wait, am I not the mantis stalking the cicada, unaware of the oriole behind? I am the hunter. How have I suddenly become the prey on someone else's platter? Moreover, could this human truly be just a newcomer in the celestial realm for 5 days? He bore no semblance of a novice. If all the evolvers in the competition of the myriad races possessed such strength, what could we do but await our demise? Damn it. Upon hearing this, Lu Chen gently swept back his hair, his tone nonchalant. You pirates do not seem to be fulfilling your role adequately. What a coincidence. I happen to be a pirate as well. Allow me to enlighten you, declared Lu Chen. The marauders of the sea have specific duties to attend to. As his words fell, a thunderous crash erupted, and the pitch-black vessel, the underworld, surged forth, cleaving through the waves and positioning itself before the hyena fleet. The prow's cannon, the fury of the sea dragon, glimmered ominously, its muzzle aimed directly at the hyena's ship. Ha ha ha. Captain, this is our moment to strike. We VE just felled a spectral boss, and now we VE stumbled upon a null boss. Jack leaned against the fury of the sea dragon, eyeing the hyena pirates with an expression rife with mockery. These null pirates likely harbored intentions of pillaging, while the captain and the Isle of the Dead were ensnared in mutual destruction. Alas, their calculations were flawed. The captain reigned supreme in these waters. Rather than fleeing, these gnolls had unwittingly offered themselves up, a source of amusement indeed. With a rush of wings, the Stormwing tribe descended upon the skies above the hyena fleet, their wings fluttering delicately, poised to unleash a lethal blow at a moment's notice. The leader of the gnolls, Wilderness, observed this spectacle with a sudden grimness, threatening, human evolver, I respect you as a formidable adversary, and thus I wish not to engage you. Do you truly believe that with merely a couple hundred men and a solitary ship, you can overpower my 7 single-masted warships? As he spoke, Wilderness's tail swung rhythmically behind him, and 2 of his pirates exchanged knowing glances, silently slipping into the shadows. Wilderness's expression softened before he continued, I, Wilderness, have always favored camaraderie with the strong. Young brother, you are new to the world of the divine revelation, and I suspect you have much yet to learn. Furthermore, we are both pirates. Why not forge a bond as sworn brothers? With me, Wilderness, by your side, you shall never suffer loss. Lu Chen smirked coldly at this turn of events. However, at that very moment, an unexpected twist unfolded. 2 gnolls had stealthily approached Lu Chen's side. springing into action with surprising ferocity, their web guns aimed squarely at him. With a swift sound, two pristine webs ensnared Lu Chen in a tight embrace. Wilderness's heart surged with joy at this turn of events. He stomped his right foot heavily, propelling himself forward like a bolt of lightning, his right claws elongating, glinting menacingly as they sliced through the air, propelled by a fierce gale, heading straight for Lu Chen, C-class skill, cunning ambush. As the claws tore through the air with a piercing howl, Wilderness's previously amiable demeanor evaporated, replaced by a grotesque grin. Ha ha ha, boy. Did you truly believe that with a stroke of luck and a few encounters in the novice seas, you could act recklessly in this world of divine revelation? Today, I shall show you the true essence of deceit in battle. The surrounding Knoll pirates erupted into raucous laughter. Ha! Our leader is magnificent. Let us dispatch that lad. Human flesh is delectable. I want the first bite of his brain. In the eyes of the Knoll pirates, Lu Chen, ensnared in the web, was now utterly trapped. His demise seemingly inevitable. It is worth noting that the web binding him was woven from the resilient silk of the hundred-eyed spider, capable of ensnaring even a level 20 powerhouse, rendering escape in a short span nearly impossible. Moreover, Wilderness's cunning ambush was a formidable skill. The fragile human form, unprepared, would surely be torn apart. Victory appeared tantalizingly close, and the Knoll pirates laughed even more maniacally. However, unlike the others, Inu Wei's face was painted with terror as he slowly retreated, desperately attempting to conceal his presence. While the others were preoccupied, he had not missed the battle unfolding on the Isle of the Dead. The spectral Beast King had been rendered utterly powerless before this human. Akin to a child facing insurmountable odds, Inu Wei could not fathom that such a powerful individual would fall easily to mere webs of the hundred-eyed spider. Thus, a singular thought consumed him: escape. It was imperative to flee. Just as Wilderness's claws neared Lu Chen, a mere meter away, Lu Chen's eyes suddenly turned a chilling gray. A spine-tingling cacophony erupted, and Wilderness felt his movements slow to an agonizing crawl. The claws that were moments away from reaching Lu Chen seemed ensnared by an unseen force, refusing to descend. He glanced down in horror, his pupils dilating, as he realized his body was rapidly petrifying, as though sculpted into stone by an invisible sorceress hand. B-class talent, petrifying gaze. Petrification. How could you possibly master the petrification arts of the Naga royal lineage? Shock filled Wilderness's eyes. The talent of petrification was exclusive to the Naga royal family. How had this human awakened such an ability? Moreover, how did he possess so many talents? Just moments ago, Wilderness had witnessed Lu Chen wielding necromantic, spatial, strength, and supportive talents, and now there was yet another, petrification. It was utterly unfair. He possessed but a single talent, while this one flaunted a multitude. Amidst Wilderness's astonishment, a radiant glow enveloped Lu Chen, and he rose slowly. The web that had once bound even a level 20 powerhouse shattered instantaneously, offering no hindrance to Lu Chen. Wilderness's pupils constricted once more. Impossible. That silk can bind even the strongest. How could you possibly break free? Before he could finish, Wilderness fell silent. For images of Lu Chen teleporting before the spectral Beast King and obliterating its skull with a single punch flashed through his mind. At that moment, he had presumed Lu Chen had exploited the Beast King's carelessness to launch a surprise attack, but now it was clear that the victory had stemmed from sheer, overwhelming power. With this realization, an uncontrollable fear surged in Wilderness's eyes. The green light surrounding him flickered wildly, a sign of his desperate attempt to resonate with speed. Yet, no matter how he struggled, his petrified form remained immobile. Under Lu Chen's heightened perception attributes, Wilderness found himself utterly incapable of breaking free from the stone-esque grip. No, this cannot be happening, he screamed in despair. Suddenly, Lu Chen's seemingly delicate right hand clamped down on Wilderness's face. With a surge of immense strength, he forcefully slammed Wilderness's head against the deck with a resounding crash. The deck shuddered violently, causing the entire hyena vessel to tremble slightly. A tremendous shockwave sent blood gushing from Wilderness's orifices, darkening his vision, as if the world were spinning uncontrollably. "Spare me," he managed to utter with great difficulty. "Spare you? Who will grant me life energy?" Lu Chen's lips curled into a chilling smile. Immediately, his right hand, pressing against Wilderness's head, radiated a crimson glow, with muscles tautening instantaneously. A surge of terrifying might erupted once more. Wilderness felt an irresistible force crashing upon him. "No," he howled in despair. With a sickening crunch, Lu Chen's right hand crushed Wilderness's skull as if it were a watermelon, splattering red and white matter everywhere. With flecks of flesh and brain matter painting Lu Chen's sharply defined visage, rendering him akin to a demon risen from the depths of hell. "Ding! You have slain Wilderness, the 15th tier boss, and acquired 560,000 life energy. Ding. Congratulations, you have successfully leveled up to level 10. Level 10, 172, 300, 000. Ding. As an overseer, your attribute gains upon leveling up are doubled. Strength, 20. Agility, 20. Constitution, 20. Perception, 20. Free attribute points, 10. Ding. Due to your successful transcendence over level 10, you receive additional attributes. Strength, agility, constitution, perception, each 100. The standard reward for ordinary level 10 evolvers is merely 50 points. Reminder, after level 10, the attribute points gained by evolvers are doubled. Reminder, with the Overseer template, after level 10, for each level gained, attributes increase by 40 and free attributes by 20. Ordinary evolvers gain 20 attributes and 10 free attributes after level 10. Ding. Your pet, the Leviathan, Divine Grade, has leveled up to level 6. Level 6, 176. 000, 30, 000. As the surging life energy flooded through him, Lu Chen's power expanded at a visibly accelerated pace. It was no wonder that beings of level 10 were so formidable. The transition from level 9 to 10 brought about such a metamorphosis, instantly granting an equivalent of 5 levels worth of attribute points, with subsequent levels accelerating attribute growth exponentially. A staggering leap of 490 points in attributes compelled Lu Chen to tilt his head back and laugh maniacally. Ha ha ha, this is exhilarating. The rush of soaring strength is unparalleled. The remaining dog-headed pirates of the hyena pirates stared in shock, jaws agape, utterly dumbfounded. Their leader, the formidable 15th tier boss of the hyena pirates, had been so brutally dispatched before this human. But the boss is a boss, an entity capable of facing 100 foes. Shouldn't there have been a titanic clash? They pondered. How could he crush the boss's head with a single strike? Even an adult wouldn't do that to a child. After a moment of stunned silence, a wave of terror washed over the pirates. The boss is gone. A demon. This human is a demon. Run. They screamed. Where can we escape? Jump into the sea. Quickly. The dog-headed men discarded their weapons, fleeing in panic. But now, with their escape too late, Lu Chen scoffed, his right hand sweeping through the air, a dark energy surging into Jack aboard the phantom ship. While a vibrant green light soared into the body of Cloud Thunder above, Jack's face lit up with joy as his form trembled, his rank skyrocketing from the pinnacle of level 5 to the zenith of level 10, with the black energy roiling around him, inducing a sense of dread. The illustrious Jack, have finally leveled up. He cackled, his crimson eyes ablaze with uncontrollable savagery and murderous intent. Above in the skies, Cloud Thunder spread his arms wide, letting out a long howl, as the energy within him surged at an astonishing rate. That vibrant green was the essence of the wind's heart. Is this the power of a boss-level creature? He marveled, gazing at his hands, his eyes sparkling with uncontainable excitement. While both were at level 11, the combat prowess of a boss-level entity was vastly superior to that of ordinary beings. Chapter 125, Slaughter. Do not dawdle, leave no pirate behind. But don't sink the ship. Lu Chen reappeared on the phantom ship, his tone calm, clearly disinterested in getting personally involved. Captain, rest assured. Jack replied with a sinister laugh. We shall obey your command. Cloud Thunder nodded solemnly, their gazes locked onto the fleeing dog-headed pirates. The dog-headed men froze, a chill gripping their hearts. 2 bosses? This human has 2 bosses under his command? How is that possible? He has only been in the Destiny world for 5 days. They thought. Not just 2. This human is even more terrifying than a boss. Run. Yet, what awaited them was the thunderous roar of the Sea Dragon's Fury Cannon. Boom. The Dragon's Eye of the Sea Dragon's Fury Cannon blazed to life, and a massive projectile roared out, striking the mast of a hyena pirate sloop with tremendous force. Boom. The projectile exploded violently, sending 3 dog-headed men controlling the storm soaring into the air. Crack. The mast splintered, collapsing under the onslaught. The remaining dog-headed men on the ship watched in despair as the powered sail gradually fell, leaving the vessel helplessly adrift on the sea. Before the remaining dog-headed men could react, a streak of black light zipped past 2 terrified dog-headed pirates, and in an instant, 2 massive heads flew skyward. With the black light coalescing, a rotting corpse clad in tattered captain's attire and a triangular hat stood before them, none other than Jack, who had ascended to the pinnacle of level 10. It's that undead boss. There's no escaping. Let us fight. The 10 remaining dog-headed men exchanged glances, then howled as they charged at Jack. Facing the 10 howling dog-headed pirates, Jack's lips curled into a menacing grin. My darlings, Uncle Jack has come to play with you. With a sudden movement, he darted into the midst of the pirates like a phantom. With a swift motion of his hands, black crystals coalesced in his palms, transforming into sharp blades. Whoosh! A flash of black light streaked by, slitting the throat of one pirate. Blood gushing forth as the body collapsed. Jack's form shifted incessantly. With a swift motion of his right hand, a black crystal twisted into the shape of a serpent, ensnaring the neck of another pirate with ferocious intensity. In a brutal twist, the pirate's eyes widened in shock as the sound of his neck snapping echoed in the air, extinguishing the light of life in an instant. A yelp of terror escaped the lips of a goblin pirate as he brandished his blade in a futile attempt to fend off Jack's onslaught. Yet, with a mere flick of his wrist, Jack transformed the black crystal into a shield, deflecting the pirate's strike, while sharp spikes erupted from the edges, piercing the pirate's chest in a heartbeat. Panic surged among the remaining pirates as Jack's attacks grew increasingly ferocious. He moved like lightning, the black crystal in his grasp morphing endlessly, sometimes into a long sword, other times into a colossal hammer. With each swing, another pirate's life was claimed. With a resounding kick, Jack sent one pirate flying, who tumbled through the air and crashed brutally to the ground, blood spilling forth. Before the pirate could rise, Jack's right hand transformed the black crystal into a blade, piercing through his body from behind. In the blink of an eye, more than half of the 10 pirates lay slain. The remaining few, their eyes filled with dread and despair, found themselves with no avenue of escape. These goblin pirates, all of them formidable beings of the 15th tier, would be considered bosses in the novice seas. Yet at this moment, they were akin to livestock, slaughtered at Jack's whim. With a sinister grin, Jack approached the last remaining pirate. "My dear, do not fear. I am quite gentle." The black crystal in his hand coalesced into a massive scythe. He swung the scythe down with tremendous force, cleaving the pirate's body in two, blood splattering across the deck. "See, it doesn't hurt, does it?" Jack licked the blood from the corner of his mouth, then with a powerful stomp, propelled himself like a cannonball towards another single-masted warship that was desperately fleeing. In the sky, Yun Ting's voice boomed suddenly, resonating across the battlefield. "Stormwing Clan, follow me to slay the enemy." Yes, the warriors of the Stormwing Clan echoed in unison, their voices rising like a tidal wave. With that, Yun Ting unfurled his wings with a mighty flap, summoning a tempest. In an instant, hundreds of blades glowing with an eerie green light coalesced beneath his wings, resembling the sides of death, hurtling towards a single-masted pirate ship that was hastily attempting to change course. "Quick! The captain is dead. Flee!" The goblin captain on the deck screamed, his features contorted in terror, urging his crew. However, just then, a chilling whistling sound drew near, akin to the breath of death itself. The goblin captain slowly raised his head, his pupils dilating in horror as he beheld a sight that sent shivers through his soul. Countless wind blades streaked through the air like lightning, carrying the scent of death. With a sickening thud, one of the wind blades struck a pirate squarely in the chest, eviscerating him and spilling his entrails across the deck, blood gushing forth like a fountain. The wind blades descended like a torrential downpour, each one striking down upon the pirates on the deck. One pirate found his chest pierced by a wind blade, blood erupting from him as he stared wide-eyed, instinctively clutching at his chest only to grasp a handful of warm blood. Yet, in the next instant, his hands were severed by a wind blade. His body cleaved into several pieces, dismembered limbs strewn about. Another pirate, engulfed in a green glow, attempted to activate his agility-based talent to evade. But against the barrage of wind blades, all struggle proved futile. An invisible wind blade silently sliced through his neck, sending his head soaring into the air, blood spilling everywhere as his headless body wobbled before crashing to the ground. The deck transformed into a slaughterhouse. Wherever the wind blades passed, limbs flew and blood splattered. One pirate was bisected by a wind blade, his upper body severed from his lower half, entrails scattered and emitting a nauseating stench. Another, in a panic, jumped into the sea, seeking escape, but the wind blades followed relentlessly, inflicting a deep wound across his back, staining the sea red with his blood as he sank into the depths, vanishing without a trace. Moments later, the deck lay devoid of life, only remnants of limbs and flowing blood bearing witness to the horrific massacre that had transpired. Yun Ting's wings flapped slowly as he coldly surveyed the pirate ship, now transformed into a hellish scene below, his expression devoid of emotion, before casting his gaze towards the next vessel. Meanwhile, on another pirate ship not far away, Jack abruptly released the goblin whose neck he had just snapped, staring in shock towards Yun Ting's direction. What in the world has this birdman consumed? How is he so formidable? 15 pirates dispatched in a single strike. Jack's eyes widened in disbelief as he muttered to himself. Chapter 126. What a shame. He then turned his head, bloodlust surging within him, a fervent desire to kill igniting his heart. No, I am the first to follow the captain. I cannot be outdone by this birdman. With this thought, Jack's slaughter became even more ruthless, and in an instant, the The sea was filled with the agonized wails and screams of goblins facing their demise, blood staining the waters, intertwining with the dying rays of the setting sun, forming a horrifying tableau. On the turbulent surface of the sea, a dogtail floated amidst the chaos, witnessing its kin being ruthlessly slaughtered like cattle, utterly powerless to resist. Its body trembled involuntarily, its complexion turning pale. "Boss, it's over. The hyena pirates are finished." How could this be? Shouldn't the evolvers be weak at this stage? How can they be so powerful? The ancestral teachings of the goblin clan echoed in its mind, stating that during the initial stages of the 10,000 races competition, the various clans entering the world of Tianyu were weak. If one could hunt extensively at this time, it would yield immeasurable benefits, potentially altering the status of the goblin clan. Yet, this year's competition had only just begun, merely 5 days had passed. How could an evolver emerge so powerful in such a short time? The ancestral teachings have misled us. As the dogtail contemplated the annihilation of the hyena pirates, its face grew even paler. In the perilous world of Tianyu, it was all alone. Without a powerful backing, it would inevitably meet its end in these vast oceans. Wait. The dogtail suddenly recalled something, a glimmer of hope flashing in its eyes. That human used a petrification technique when he killed the captain, didn't he? It sniffed the air, carefully recalling the moment. Petrification is a unique talent of the Naga royal family. This human must have blood of the Naga on his hands. The dogtail calculated in its mind, if I deliver this news to the Naga royal family, I could surely gain their protection. At that point, wealth and glory will be within my grasp. Upon contemplating the formidable strength of the Naga royal court, the canine tail felt a renewed sense of hope for the future. Its nose twitched once more, diligently committing Lu Chen's scent to memory, before it plunged headlong into the sea, its form gradually fading from view. Hisses. Accompanied by a piercing shriek, a 6-meter-long wetland ant king collapsed thunderously, its transparent 4 wings drooping listlessly, surrounding the colossal body of the ant king. Formidable figures of the nether, including Yang Zimo, Li Sini, Long Howren, Li Ming, and Zhou Yu, gasped for breath, their eyes shimmering with irrepressible excitement. Ha ha ha, old Yang. This wetland flying ant king, a tier 7 boss, is truly not easy to deal with. Yet, we have triumphed. Long Howren exclaimed with laughter. His right hand contorted into a grotesque angle, evidently fractured, yet the smile on his face shone brighter than ever. A tier 7 boss was a challenge they had once deemed unimaginable, yet now it lay defeated at their feet. Yang Zimo nodded, his gaze sweeping over the immense form of the wetland ant king, a surge of accomplishment welling within him. The Ant Island, a perilous domain that the Tian Shu had suggested required a team of 500 tier 7 evolutionists to explore, had now been conquered by this group of nether members, whose levels were still somewhat lacking. On the island, the corpses of wetland flying ants were strewn about, resembling a vast ocean of darkness. Numerous nether members were focused on hunting down the last few remaining wetland flying ants. Amidst the flashing blades, these final few were swiftly dispatched. Reflecting on the earlier battle, Yang Zimo still felt a twinge of anxiety. Thousands of tier 6 wetland flying ants had surged forth, with the leading wetland ant king being exceptionally formidable. Had it not been for the significant attribute enhancements and their seamless cooperation, they might have long since been devoured by the ants. However, at this moment, all the dangers and hardships were worth it. The ant island had indeed been successfully seized by the nether. Brother Yang, Sister Sini. Fan Yingying approached with an excited jog. Her cheeks flushed, exclaiming, "Everyone has discovered that there are abundant iron mines hidden on Ant Island. We are going to strike it rich." Hearing this, Li Sini's lips curled into a smile. "We should reserve some iron for upgrading our ships, while the rest can be exchanged for contribution points to procure valuable items from the fleet store." Yang Zimo nodded in agreement. Indeed, the fleet store is filled with treasures that can significantly enhance the power of the nether. At that moment, the Tianshu's notification echoed in everyone's minds. Ding! Nether Vice Commander Yang Zimo, Li Sini, successfully plundered Ant Island. Beginner small force, gaining 20 plunder points. Current plunder points, 21,000. Upon hearing the announcement, the crowd erupted in cheers. Wow! We have successfully plundered a beginner small force. We have plunder points. Hooray! Oh, we are simply magnificent. Father figure, did you see? I single-handedly killed 3 wetland flying ants, and I didn't embarrass you. Although the plunder points totaled only 20, still far from the 1,000 required for the nether to advance to level 2, the group was filled with pride. It was important to note that Ant Island was home to thousands of tier 6 wetland flying ants, alongside a tier 7 boss presiding over it. Given the strength of Ant Island, it could easily crush any novice area in the 8th district. Yet, such a powerful entity had been defeated by the people of District 1000. How could they not be exhilarated? Yang Zimo, Li Sini, and the other nether strongmen exchanged smiles, their faces radiating pride. To vanquish a beginner small force at such a low level was indeed a matter of great pride. Ha ha ha, we have accomplished something monumental this time. The Lord of the Nether should be quite pleased, right? Li Ming said with a grin. For a long time, he and the others had been beneficiaries of the Lord's grace, and now they finally felt they had made a contribution. The Lord would undoubtedly be delighted, especially since the Nether's plunder points had previously been at 0, and now they had made a promising start. Zhou Yu chimed in with a smile. Since meeting the Lord, I have felt constantly challenged. I once roamed as a prodigy, but now I feel like a mere shadow of myself. At last, I can earn the Lord's recognition. However, the joy of the group had yet to linger before the Tianshu's notification resonated in their minds once more. Ding. Nether leader Lu Chen successfully plundered Corpse Island, intermediate small force, gaining 200 plunder points. Current plunder points, 220, 1,000. Upon hearing the Tianshu's announcement, the smiles on their faces froze instantaneously. Li Ming's eyes widened in disbelief as he stammered, "Wait, the Lord also succeeded in plundering?" Zhou Yu, equally aghast, echoed the Tianshu's earlier notification in his mind. He shook his head in astonishment. The Corpse Island that the Lord plundered must be far larger than Ant Island. Ant Island is merely a beginner small force, yet Corpse Island is classified as an intermediate small force. The plunder points from a force contribution differ by a factor of 10. The Lord must have accomplished something extraordinary. As these words sank in, the group exchanged glances filled with astonishment. Just moments ago, they had been elated over a mere 20 plunder points, only to realize that the Lord had effortlessly amassed 200 points, leaving them feeling utterly humbled. Yet before they could fully recover from their shock, the Tianshu's voice resonated in their minds yet again. Ding, Nether leader Lu Chen successfully plundered Hyena Pirates, intermediate small force, gaining 150 plunder points. Current plunder points, 370. 1,000. The subsequent notification from Tianshu left the Nether members on Ant Island in a state of utter disbelief. They exchanged bewildered glances, their eyes wide with shock. 2. The Lord has plundered 2 intermediate forces in succession? Zhou Yu, who had managed to maintain a semblance of composure just moments ago, was now utterly flabbergasted. Struggling to articulate his thoughts, Li Ming stood stupefied, mumbling incoherently. The Lord is incredible. Here they were, over 900 of them, battling fiercely, enduring countless hardships to barely overcome a single beginner small force, thinking they could earn the Lord's favor. Yet, the Lord, single-handedly, had conquered 2 intermediate small forces. There was no contest. Yang Zimo, who had just felt a surge of joy from successfully plundering Ant Island, found that sensation swiftly eclipsed by the revelation of Lu Chen's accomplishments. He shook his head, a bitter smile forming on his lips. The Lord truly spares us no opportunity to feel proud. Just when we thought we could take a moment to revel in our success, he demonstrated to us the vast chasm that separates our abilities. As Fan Yingying gazed in astonishment, her large eyes brimmed with curiosity. Can someone enlighten me on the true strength of the intermediate small faction that Brother Lu Chen has vanquished? A 15th tier boss. Li Sini inhaled deeply, her beautiful eyes narrowing as she responded in a low voice. Only factions led by a 15th tier boss are deemed eligible for evaluation as intermediate small factions by the Celestial Edict. She lifted her gaze toward the horizon, her heart growing heavier with each thought. No matter how hard she endeavored, the gap between her and Lu Chen seemed to widen incessantly. Even with the combined efforts of herself and all the renowned masters across the 1,000 seas, they had barely managed to defeat a 7th tier boss. Yet, Lu Chen now effortlessly dispatched 2 15th tier bosses in rapid succession, as if he were slicing through vegetables. It appeared that she and Lu Chen were gradually traversing toward 2 entirely different realms. Upon hearing Li Sini's words, a flurry of gasps erupted from the crowd on Peony Island, as if the very air had been frozen in shock. A 15th tier? Does that mean the Lord of the Underworld has just slain 2 15th tier bosses? The realization struck like a thunderclap. A 15th tier indeed. It seems the Lord of the Underworld's power grows exponentially with each battle. Compared to him, I feel utterly insignificant. After a brief moment of stunned silence, the island erupted into an ear-splitting cheer, as if they aimed to overturn the very heavens. Long live the Lord of the Underworld. The Lord of the Underworld is magnificent. Your Highness, I adore you. Oh my, I am so overwhelmed with emotion that I cannot find the words. With the Lord of the Underworld here, we are invincible in the Underworld, and even the divine summer is invincible. The Lord of the Underworld is truly majestic. At that moment, the hearts of the crowd swelled with boundless excitement. An existence as prodigious as Lu Chen, if he were an enemy, would surely be akin to a nightmare. Fortunately, Lu Chen was not their adversary, but rather their compatriot, their Lord of the Underworld. What bliss! Such incredible fortune to be in the thousand seas. Yang Zimo surveyed the jubilant crowd on Peony Island, a smile of contentment gracing his face as he murmured softly, Lu Chen, your presence brings great fortune to our people and to divine summer. Reporting to you, my lord, the hyena pirate crew's foes have been completely eradicated. Yun Ting knelt on one knee, his gaze filled with reverence. I just took down over 40 goblin heads. Captain, you must praise me. Jack chimed in playfully from the side. It was hard to fathom that these two had slain nearly 115th tier goblin bosses. Lu Chen cast a fleeting glance at them and calmly instructed, clear the battlefield and transport all the corpses to the Isle of Burials. With that, Lu Chen vanished, reappearing on the distant Isle of Burials. At your command, please rest assured, my lord. Yun Ting replied with a respectful bow before slowly rising. Hey, little Yun, the captain has left. Who are you still bowing to? Jack approached, patting Yun Ting on the shoulder. Now, you're in charge of cleaning up the battlefield. I'll go find the captain. Remember to dock the underworld ship and the hyena pirates' warship by the island. Rest assured, Senior Jack. Yun Ting bowed respectfully to Jack. Despite now being a boss-level entity himself, he still held Jack, the earliest follower of their master, and the only crew member aboard the underworld ship aside from the master, in high esteem. I'll take my leave first. Jack grinned, transforming into a streak of black light as he sped toward the Isle of Burials. Everyone, immediately clear the battlefield, collect the corpses and transport them to the Isle of Burials. Yun Ting surveyed the storm-winged tribe in the sky, issuing the command with undeniable authority. Ever since Lu Chen bestowed upon Yun Ting the Heart of the Wind, he had replaced Feng Lai and become the new leader of the storm-winged tribe. Yes, all winged beings responded in unison, swiftly putting their orders into action. Feng Lai regarded Yun Ting with repeated nods, his eyes misty with unshed tears, brimming with uncontainable pride. In Yun Ting, he saw the hope for the resurgence of the Stormwing tribe. With Yun Ting's current prowess, perhaps he could be accepted as a crew member aboard the underworld ship. Feng Lai smiled, contemplating that only by boarding the underworld ship and getting closer to their master could one truly integrate into the heart of the underworld's forces. On the Isle of Burials, Lu Chen observed the black crystal formed from the demise of the Soul Beast King, his heart pounding. Why had the Soul Beast King transformed into a pearl upon death? Could this or be absorbed? Never mind, let me allow the little one to try absorbing it. Just as Lu Chen was about to awaken the slumbering creature in his backpack, he suddenly paused, then closed his eyes and focused, activating his visual, auditory, and olfactory senses to keenly perceive his surroundings. Just moments ago, during his battle with the Soul Beast King, he had failed to notice that a whole pirate fleet was lurking outside the Isle of Burials, poised for action. If it hadn't been for the wild's impatience in guiding the fleet out of the mist, intending to seize the prize at the Isle of Burials, he might not have detected those cunning goblins at all. Should the existence of the little one be exposed, it would undoubtedly invite unimaginable troubles. Although Lu Chen could now dispatch 15th tier bosses with the ease of a game, he dared not overestimate his strength. After all, he had yet to step into the awakening realm, not even brushing against the lowest threshold of level 50. Should he encounter a formidable foe in the awakening realm or beyond, he would stand no chance. Thus, for the sake of safety, Lu Chen had to exercise utmost caution. Chapter 128. Jack receives an epic enhancement. After carefully assessing his surroundings, Lu Chen confirmed that no other creatures were observing him before he slowly removed his backpack, giving it a gentle shake. Within the bag, a faint movement stirred, and soon, a tiny pink tentacle peeked out from the opening. Little one, wake up. Goo-goo-goo. The creature responded sleepily. Lu Chen chuckled at the sight of the little one's languid demeanor. He had just been embroiled in a fierce battle. Yet this little creature managed to sleep so soundly. What a carefree spirit. The little one tilted its head, its round eyes suddenly wide open, clearly having realized it had leveled up to level 6. Goo-goo-goo. It squeaked excitedly, its tiny tentacles wrapping around Lu Chen's fingers, as if to say, I leveled up. I leveled up. Lu Chen smiled and ruffled the little one's head. Indeed, you've leveled up again. At this rate, you'll soon outgrow your juvenile stage. Goo-goo-goo. The little creature closed its eyes, relishing Lu Chen's gentle caress. Come, let us see if you can absorb this black pearl. Lu Chen pointed towards the corpse left by the Soul Beast King, a dark orb that had crystallized after its demise, which could be considered a part of its remains. Goo-goo, upon hearing the commotion, Tawanzi's round little body immediately began to wriggle, swiftly enveloping the black orb. However, moments later, Tawanzi released its tentacles and shook its head, Goo-goo, as if to convey, it's not suitable. Not suitable. Lu Chen shrugged, revealing no disappointment. He possessed numerous talents and did not rely on this one. Just then, Jack came running over, exclaiming, Captain, could you refrain from using teleportation so often? You vanish in the blink of an eye while I'm left gasping for breath behind. Upon seeing Jack, Tawanzi's eyes sparkled. Goo goo. It pointed at the black orb and then at Jack. Lu Chen's eyes lit up as he turned to Jack, saying, Jack, why don't you try consuming the orb crystallized by the Soul Beast King? Jack froze, bewildered. What? You want me to eat something random again? Hey, Tawanzi, you're not trying to trick me, are you? Goo 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 goo. Tawanzi immediately extended its tentacles towards the black orb, clearly indicating, if you don't eat it, return it to me. All right, I'll eat it. Jack snatched the orb with a grin, confident that whatever the seed of God indicated must be a treasure. As he prepared to swallow the black orb, he glanced at Lu Chen, saying, Captain, if I mutate later, you better come to my rescue. Fear not. If you mutate, I shall be the first to eliminate you. A smile flickered in Lu Chen's eyes as he urged, with your immortality, what is there to fear? Eat up. Jack swallowed hard, closed his eyes, and ingested the orb, which exuded a foul and sinister aura. Moments later, an explosion of black light erupted from Jack. A powerful and malevolent energy surging from within him, followed by a sudden spike in his aura. Lu Chen squinted, observing that Jack's status had undergone a significant transformation. Undead, cursed captain, demonized Jack, boss-level creature. Traits, extremely fast, insensitivity to pain, grows stronger with each battle, high intelligence, cunning. Brutal, bloodthirsty, commands the undead. Talent, undying curse, a level. Cursed by Eleanor, possesses immortality. Skill 1, dark magic sword, B level. A masterful swordsmanship combined with the power of dark magic. Versatile for both offense and defense. Skill 2, corpse fusion, A level. Capable of merging and devouring the undead or corpses to gain greater strength and special abilities. A skill formidable enough to frighten children. Combat assessment, 10th tier boss, terrifying undead. Despair is the only companion for those who oppose it. Witnessing Jack's transformation, a smirk crept onto Lu Chen's lips. Had his talent evolved to A level and acquired an A level skill? There was indeed some progress. He. Meanwhile, Jack, feeling the surging power within him, involuntarily twitched his shoulders, emitting a chilling laugh, complemented by his terrifying appearance and utterly evil aura, resembling a quintessential villain from an animated series. Were you not my subordinate? I would have judged you as a malevolent spirit and dispatched you in an instant, Lu Chen remarked blandly, observing Jack, who, in his eyes, increasingly resembled a nefarious entity. He meow. Just as Jack was chuckling sinisterly, upon hearing Lu Chen's words, he trembled, his wicked expression instantly shifting to one of sycophancy. He hurriedly leaned closer to Lu Chen, gripping his shoulders. Oh no. I, Jack, have always been devoted to maintaining world peace, resolutely assisting the esteemed overseer, safeguarding the tranquility of the world. Lu Chen cast a sidelong glance at Jack, realizing that this crafty fellow had struck a considerable bargain. All the spoils from their expedition to the corpse-bearing island would belong to Jack. Subsequently, Lu Chen turned his gaze towards the vast army of the undead, his brows knitting together. Could these undead be taken out of the corpse-bearing island? Well, they can be taken out, but once they leave the island, they will lack the death energy to sustain their forms, Jack commented, continuing his tasks. At that point, this army of 20,000 would become disposable, unable to return. Lu Chen nodded. 20,000 10th tier undead would suffice for a single use. Once they located a nearby, relatively stronger force, he would deploy these undead en masse. Given the pace at which his own strength was increasing, it would not be long before these 20,000 undead could no longer keep up with him. It would be wiser to find an unfortunate force to utilize these undead as disposable weapons, unleashing their full potential. Disposable undead combined with corpse explosion techniques would create a veritable army of moving bombs, enough to leave any force trembling in fear. At that moment, numerous Stormwing clan members had gathered over 100 Null corpses before Lu Chen. Master, the battlefield has been cleared, Yun Ting reported with a bow. Lu Chen nodded slightly and instructed solemnly. Good. Conduct a thorough search of the corpse-bearing island and see if there are any resources worth plundering. Understood. Yun Ting bowed before turning to take flight, leading his kin to begin their search. Following this, Tawanzi set to work, systematically absorbing the nearly 100 Null corpses. Chapter 129. Captain, I envy you. Ding. Successfully absorbed Null, Wilderness, 15th tier boss. You have gained a B-level talent, Speed Resonance, increasing agility by 19 points. Ding. Successfully absorbed Null. Lesser Null, 15th tier. You have gained a C-level talent, Speed Polarization, increasing agility by 18 points. Accompanied by a series of notification sounds. Tawanzi successfully assisted Lu Chen in absorbing talents from the hundreds of Nulls of the Hyena pirate crew, acquiring 1 B-level Speed Resonance and over 100 C-level Speed Polarization, along with a staggering 10-20 points of agility. Indeed, it was a remarkable 10-20 points. This was despite Tuanzi's absorption being slightly diminished due to the excessive number of 15th tier corpses consumed. Otherwise, the agility boost could have reached around 2,000 points. Nevertheless, Lu Chen was already immensely satisfied. It was worth noting that his agility before Tuanzi's absorption was merely 834 points. Now, it had doubled to a terrifying 1854. Having spent more than 5 days in the world of Tianyu, Lu Chen had gradually developed a rough estimation of the basic attributes of monsters across different tiers through observation and practical experience. The creatures of the 10th tier possess attributes that fluctuate around an average of 100 to 200 points across their 4 dimensions. In contrast, monsters of the 20th tier can achieve an impressive range of 300 to 600 points. With my current agility score of 1854, I am now capable of entirely overwhelming ordinary 30-tier monsters in terms of speed. If I were to activate my speed-related talents, I could even crush 30-tier bosses. Speaking of speed talents, Lu Chen suddenly realized that the over 100 goblins he had absorbed this time all bore speed-related abilities. Could it be possible to evolve my speed talent to an A grade? Indeed, just as this thought crossed Lu Chen's mind, the notification from the game chimed once more. Ding. Detected your B grade talent, speed resonance, meets evolution criteria. Evolving in progress. Immediately, a brilliant green radiance erupted around Lu Chen, and a torrent of insights and understandings about speed flooded his mind. In that instant, it felt as though he was immersed in a world constructed entirely of speed, with everything around him swirling at an astonishing pace, and he was at the very center of it all. Lu Chen sensed an unprecedented mastery over his own body. Each cell and muscle moved with precision under his command. Jack gazed at Lu Chen in awe, his mouth agape, exclaiming in astonishment, another A-grade talent, the kind that ordinary people dream of, and yet here it is as commonplace as bread for the captain. This must be the third one. As Jack pondered, a sudden frown crossed his brow, and he queried, wait a minute? I remember others attempting to evolve their talents to A-grade had a success rate of only 1 in 3. How come the captain has never failed with 3 A-grades? While Jack was engulfed in his suspicions, the green light surrounding Lu Chen gradually receded. Ding, your talent, speed resonance, B-grade, has successfully evolved into speed eruption, A-grade, with a success rate of 99. Due to your profound understanding of agility talents, you have successfully comprehended the A-grade skill, Flowing Cloud Sword Dance. Flowing Cloud Sword Dance, A-grade. The sword tip lightly flicks, sword shadows drift like clouds, concealing lethal intent. The unity of man and sword creates fleeting illusions. This technique triumphs through speed and skill. The higher the agility, the greater the damage. When Flowing Cloud Sword Dance is unleashed, the most ethereal yet deadly dance is born. As the notification concluded, Lu Chen's tightly shut eyes suddenly flung open, radiating brilliance. Indeed, as long as there are enough foes, my gains will be immense. Although I did not reap substantial rewards on Corpse-Bearing Island, just one hyena pirate group has filled my coffers. Not only has speed resonance successfully ascended to A-grade, its enhancement has leapt from 5-fold to an astonishing 6-fold. Moreover, I have grasped an exceedingly graceful A-grade skill, Flowing Cloud Sword Dance. Pleased with this realization, Lu Chen nodded contentedly, only to find Jack beside him wearing a look of sheer astonishment. Is it really that remarkable to evolve an A-grade talent? Lu Chen shot Jack a sidelong glance. Is evolving an A-grade talent such a big deal? Jack's eyes widened in disbelief, his voice rising in pitch. Captain, this is utterly incredible. That fellow Yunting has an A-grade talent, and listen to how the game praises him. An extraordinary talent of the Stormwing clan. How many possess the ability to awaken an A-grade talent? Surely, they are all exceptional. Lu Chen was momentarily taken aback by Jack's words. Oh, is there truly a chance of failure when evolving to A-grade? Of course. Jack vigorously nodded. Most people in this world don't even get the opportunity to evolve their talents to A-grade. Even if they spend a fortune attempting, the success rate is merely 1 in 3, and those of mediocre talent fare even worse. Captain, how is it that your talent evolution seems as simple as drinking water? Succeeding every time? At this point, Jack suddenly paused, gazing at Lu Chen with keen interest. Captain, you have the game interface. You must be able to see the success rate of your talent evolution, right? What is yours? The success rate. Lu Chen stroked his chin, recalling the scenes from each evolution. Indeed, there was a success rate displayed after every evolution. When evolving the undead control, the success rate was 100%, while others were slightly lower. Jack listened, pouting and nodding knowingly. Well, Captain, it's no surprise that your affinity with the undead is so strong. It makes sense that the success rate for other types of talents is lower. It seems your luck is truly exceptional, achieving all evolutions in one go. As he spoke, Jack casually asked, by the way, Captain, what about the success rates for your space and agility talents? 30? Well, The success rates for space manipulation and speed eruption are indeed a bit lower. At 99, Lu Chen replied nonchalantly. 99? That's indeed low, Jack muttered. Then suddenly looked up at Lu Chen, his eyes filled with disbelief. 99? Just 1% away, and you call that low? My goodness. Captain, who on earth are you? Knowing of Lu Chen's high affinity with the undead, Jack understood that while rare, it wasn't unheard of. But to have a 99 in both agility and space talents? Was he truly a polymath? How could such an extraordinary being exist in this world? Captain, I envy you. Chapter 130. Activating the Overseer's Altar. Upon witnessing Jack's exaggerated reaction, Lu Chen could not help but shrug. Well, it seems my potential indeed surpasses that of the average individual by a slight margin. However, even with my current capabilities, had it not been for the assistance of the dumpling, I might have remained a terminally ill patient unable to awaken my talent, perhaps already lost to the vast sea. With this thought, Lu Chen cast a grateful glance at the dumpling. One could say it was the dumpling that granted him a second chance at life. Dumpling, rest assured, I shall nurture you into the mightiest behemoth of the North Sea. In the 8th District, the New BC area of the United States 976, a cacophony ensued. A group of natives, with skin a yellowish hue and adorned with bizarre patterns, fell one after another under the fierce assault of nearly 1,000 Americans. The tumult of battle intertwined with the natives' wails, echoing throughout the solitary island. Go meet Satan, Charles bellowed, his face contorted with rage, as lightning surged from his body, instantly reducing the village chief of the natives to a charred heap on the ground. With the chief's fall, the cries of battle ceased entirely. Mr. Charles, we have cleared out all the natives on the island. Richard wiped the blood from his face, his eyes sparkling with anticipation and exhilaration. Look, is that the altar of the overseer mentioned in the mission? Charles brushed aside his hair, tousled by the sea breeze, and slowly directed his gaze ahead. There lay the remains of indigenous people scattered across the ground, behind which stood an ancient altar, constructed from massive stones etched with intricate runes. At the center of the altar stood a black monolith, bearing a peculiar eye symbol, within which a light flickered as if it were scrutinizing all that existed in the world. Beneath the stone tablet was a hollow sacrificial trough, seemingly once used for offerings. The altar emanated an aura of ancient majesty that inspired awe, compelling one to kneel in reverence. Indeed, that was the altar of the overseer. Charles nodded, a glimmer of joy flashing in his eyes. We have finally completed our mission. Now, it is time to submit a request for the judgment of Lu Chen to the overseer of Blue Star. Upon hearing Charles's words, the Americans in the vicinity erupted into thunderous cheers. Fantastic. We can finally bring that devil, Lu Chen, to justice. Oh God, Lu Chen is exceedingly formidable. He has just established the first fleet power of Blue Star. Without the overseer, I shudder to think how we could confront such a demon. Haha, Lu Chen. This time I will ensure you return every single attribute point you have taken from us Americans, down to the last drop. Oh, no. Merely returning the attribute points is insufficient. We must have the overseer obliterate Lu Chen and reclaim all his equipment and attributes for us Americans. Yes, I concur. That scoundrel has colluded with foreign entities to harm humanity. The overseer will surely side with us. So what are we waiting for? Let us proceed. I am eager to witness Lu Chen's demise. Mr. Charles, let us act swiftly. Gazing at the expectant faces around him, Charles threw back his head and laughed. Ha, splendid. I shall petition the overseer for Lu Chen's judgment at once. With that, he strode toward the altar, surrounded by the throng. He then produced a small knife and decisively cut his right hand, allowing crimson blood to drip into the sacrificial trough, which absorbed it immediately. The peculiar eye on the stone tablet began to shimmer with light, and suddenly, a divine proclamation resonated from the heavens. Ding, the overseer's altar has been successfully activated. The activator is of the Blue Star human race, scanning for the presence of the Blue Star overseer. Scan complete. The Blue Star human race overseer is present, and the altar is operational. The activator has one opportunity to petition the overseer for judgment. Upon hearing the divine voice, ecstasy flooded Charles's face. It worked. After all my efforts, I finally have the chance to bring Lu Chen to justice. Recalling the merciless slaughter inflicted upon his side by Lu Chen in the parallel sea and the attribute points he had lost, a sinister smile crept across Charles's face. Haha, Lu Chen, today is your day of reckoning. With that, Charles pressed his bloodied right hand firmly against the eye of the stone tablet. Moments later, the divine announcement echoed throughout the chat channel of the 8th District. Announcement. In the U.S. Battle Zone 976, Novice Sea Area Evolver Charles has successfully activated the Overseer's altar and submitted a public judgment request to the Overseer. Request details. Evolver Lu Chen of the 8th District's Novice Sea Area, utilizing improper means to collude with foreign entities. has harmed the blue star human race to secure a survival gamble. Expected judgment outcome, annihilation of Lu Chen, and the return of illegally obtained attribute points and evolution points from the 1000 C area. Initiating C area, U.S. 976 C area. Success probability, 50. Reminder, this is a public judgment. Other C areas may join the U.S. 976 C area in the petition. The more C areas that participate, the greater the influence on the overseer, thus increasing the probability of success. Since Lu Chen established the underworld, the chat channel of the 8th district had fallen silent. With the once arrogant coalition of nations now subdued, fearful of attracting the attention of the divine Xia people. However, upon the announcement, the chat channel erupted with excitement. Yoshi. Charles Kuan, you truly are the best friend of our Fusang people, accomplishing the mission so swiftly. We, the Fusang people, support you. Announcement. Fusang C Area 903 has joined the joint request, increasing the success rate to 60. Aha, Lu Chen. You will repay every attribute point you plundered from our great Goryeo nation today. Announcement. South Goryeo C Area 942 has joined the joint request, increasing the success rate to 70. Lu Chen. You heretic. We, the people of Tianju, shall avenge Lord Emir and our fallen compatriots today. Announcement. Tianju C Area 579 has joined the joint request, increasing the success rate to 80. In an instant, the previously silent coalition nations sprang forth, joining the U.S. in their joint request. With each additional C area, the success rate continued to climb. Charles, watching the success rate rise, laughed triumphantly. Ha! Thank you all for your support. Once the overseer sees our united demand, he will surely obliterate Lu Chen, forcing him and those divine Xia people to return all their evolution points. Chapter 131. The overseer supports our judgment against Lu Chen. Yoshi, we can finally bring justice to those vile divine Xia people. Since the survival gamble ended, we in C Area 903 have lost dozens more lives, leaving only over 100 of us. All of this is due to that wretched Lu Chen. Charles Kuan. Why not directly request the overseer to annihilate all the divine Xia people to eliminate future threats? Indeed, Mr. Charles. We Goryeo people find the suggestion of our Fusang friends to be excellent. Those divine Xia people are utterly detestable. Merely annihilating Lu Chen does not suffice to quench our wrath. In that moment, the coalition nations fervently suggested the direct extermination of all divine Xia people in Area 1000. Fearing the emergence of another Lu Chen, Charles shook his head. Oh, dear friends, it is not that I am unwilling, but there are limitations to the requests that can be made. This is the most advantageous condition I can propose at this time. Ah, what a pity. We cannot resolve all the divine Xia in one fell swoop. Yoshi, being able to eliminate Lu Chen and reclaim our attribute points is already a blessing. As for the other divine Xia, we shall settle the score once we exit the Novice Sea area. Yes, they were once our prey and will remain so after we exit the Novice Sea area. Had it not been for Lu Chen's cheating, the divine Xia would not stand a chance against us Tianju people. Ha ha ha, everyone, the success rate has reached 90, which sea areas have yet to join. Where the sun never sets people. We're here. Our great Eagle Empire has joined. Announcement. Sun never sets. Sea Area 345 has joined the joint request, increasing the success rate to 95. Yoshi, this time, victory is assured. An island, everyone. Come quickly. Charles is about to petition the overseer to initiate judgment against brother Lu Chen. Fan Yingying gazed intently at the luminous screen before her, her delicate face etched with an unmistakable concern. Upon hearing her call, the members of the underworld, who were busy sorting through their spoils, swiftly gathered around. Oh, fret not. Yingying, Lord Jack is well acquainted with the overseer, is he not? With him intervening, the lord of the underworld is surely safe, Dragon Howren remarked casually. His right hand bandaged, yet his demeanor relaxed. However, Yang Zimo noticed the unease in Fan Yingying's expression. Yingying, is there something amiss? She bit her lip and addressed the group. Although the big brother zombie claims to know the overseer, the oracle indicates that Charles and the others have a success rate of 95. I still harbor some worries. The group's faces fell momentarily at her words. Li Sini hastily opened the chat channel for the 8th district, and upon seeing the oracle's announcement, her icy countenance shifted dramatically, exclaiming, their success rate has astonishingly soared to 99. How can this be? Yang Zimo's gaze fixated on the announcement, his voice trembling involuntarily. At this moment, the inclusion of regions 764 from Italy and 137 from Australia had abruptly elevated the success rate of the united request to an astounding 99. The glaring figure caused Yang Zimo's eyes to sting. He promptly messaged Lu Chen in the chat. Lu Chen, Lord of the Underworld, please check the 8th District's chat channel. The Alliance of Nations has completed their task, and is about to instigate a trial against you from the Overseer. The Oracle displays a success rate of 99. Please, Captain Phantom, clarify this swiftly to prevent any misconceptions from the Overseer. Yet, Lu Chen did not respond. Observing the tension among the group, Zhou Yu attempted to reassure them. Yang, Cinny, I believe there is no need for excessive worry. It is merely a statistic after all. It hasn't reached 100 yet. And the final verdict is ultimately at the discretion of the Overseer. Both Lord Jack and the Lord of the Underworld have assured us that they are prepared regarding the Overseer. Li Ming nodded in agreement. Indeed, the words of the Lord of the Underworld have never disappointed us. Trusting in him is the right course. The concerns in the hearts of the Underworld members were somewhat alleviated by their words. However, at that moment, the announcement from the district channel echoed once more, plunging them into despair as if encased in ice. Announcement. This is the first trial petition submitted by Blue Star, successfully attracting the attention of the Blue Star Overseer. Announcement. The Overseer has relaxed the restrictions on the trial results, allowing the initiating region to modify the expected outcomes. Reminder. The success rate, following the Overseer's attention, now represents the Overseer's inclination. The final interpretation rests with the Overseer. The current petition success rate is 99. The Alliance nations, previously jubilant, were now beside themselves with excitement upon reading the Oracle's announcement. Oh dear God, this news is utterly exhilarating. The Overseer of Blue Star has taken notice of our demands. Thank you, Overseer, for your keen insight. A success rate of 99, unchanged, indicates the Overseer's strong support for us. Ha ha ha, I am overwhelmed with joy. Proud of our just Overseer. Charles, Mr. Charles, what does the announcement mean by relaxing the restrictions? Does it imply that we can make more demands and impose a heavier price on the Shinsha people? Charles replied, ha ha indeed. The Overseer is truly magnificent, having notably relaxed the restrictions for us, allowing those Shinsha to pay an even greater price. Long live the Overseer. Your greatness is unparalleled, standing alongside the great God of creation. We, the people of Tianju, shall forever follow you in faith. Ha ha, we, the Koreans, can hardly wait. Mr. Charles, please modify the petition quickly. I want to see those Shinsha utterly annihilated. Yes, I can hardly contain my anticipation. Charles reassured. Oh, everyone, do not rush. I am in the process of modification. Moments later, the Oracle's announcement reverberated once more. Beep, the initiating region, the 976th region of the United States, has submitted the modified petition content. Expected trial outcome, annihilation of Lu Chen, restitution of the attributes and evolution points obtained through illicit means from the 1,000 regions, and compensation of 100 attribute points for each participant in the joint petition from the involved regions. Joint petitioning regions, United States 976, Fusang 903, South Korea 942, Tianju 579, among others. Success probability 99. Reminder, the compensated attribute points will be stripped from the evolutionists of the judged region. Reminder, those who petition for public trial are also under consideration for judgment. All verdicts will be ultimately determined by the Overseer. Upon seeing the Oracle's announcement, the members of the Alliance erupted once again into thunderous cheers. The chat channel of the 8th District flooded with exuberant messages. Wow, 100 attribute points. Chapter 132. Am I to annihilate myself? Ha ha ha. This time, we can reclaim all the attribute points we lost from those Shinsha. Hee hee, what I see is merely the beginning. The attributes of those Shinsha are far from sufficient to compensate for such a substantial sum. Soon, they shall be reduced to mere husks. Ha ha ha. I, from the Saint Country, can hardly wait to witness the Shinsha accompany Lord Nakamura Kenta to their demise. I despise that Lu Chen. This time, he must be obliterated. Indeed, we all arrived in the world of the Oracle together. Why should he be so powerful? It is utterly unfair. He must be cheating. Precisely. This time the Overseer shall deliver justice on our behalf. 2 minutes ago, on Burial Island, Lu Chen was engaged in playful antics with Tuanzi when suddenly, the Oracle's prompt resonated in his mind. Beep. Evolutionist Charles has successfully activated the Overseer's altar and submitted a trial request to the Overseer. Evolutionist Lu Chen, as the Overseer of Blue Star, is responsible for executing this trial. Shall we proceed with the trial immediately? Huh, that Charles fellow is surprisingly swift. Having actually concocted a trial request, Lu Chen raised an eyebrow slightly, then opened the trial content submitted by Charles. Oh, he accuses me of colluding with foreign races and harming humanity, demanding my obliteration. Lu Chen cast a glance at Charles's request, feeling a wave of incredulity wash over him. This fellow truly expects me, the Overseer, to judge myself? And to think he dares to wish for my annihilation. Has he lost his senses? Seeing Lu Chen's expression, Jack curiously approached. Upon his gaze landing on the panel before Lu Chen, he could not help but burst into uncontrollable laughter. Ha! These fools actually had the audacity to pull this off. Oh, you're killing me. Tears streamed down Jack's cheeks from laughter. They must think that the overseers are directly dispatched by the Oracle, oblivious to the fact that the overseer is none other than you, the captain. I can hardly wait to see the look on their faces when they discover that you are the overseer of Blue Star. Jack pointed at Lu Chen, laughing so heartily that his entire body shook. Haha, Captain, just look at you. As their overseer, you have become the very first to be judged. How utterly detestable you are. Ahaha. Lu Chen cast a sidelong glance at Jack, his gaze growing increasingly frigid, and replied indifferently, Is that amusing to you? I think next time you encounter the boss, you should charge in as a human bomb. That scene would undoubtedly be far more hilarious. Upon hearing Lu Chen's words, the smile on Jack's face instantly froze. He shook his head vigorously, much like a rattle drum. Not funny at all, not in the slightest. As he spoke, Jack quickly adopted a righteous expression. These scoundrels dare to slander our officials. They truly deserve a fate worse than death. Captain, once you judge them, let none escape. Annihilate them. Wipe them out. It's settled then. Next time you self-destruct, a boss-level corpse explosion should pack quite a punch. Boo-hoo, I was wrong, Captain. Jack was suddenly at a loss for tears. Boo-hoo, these rascals. Because of the mess you caused, I've been turned into a walking bomb. I, Jack, will not let this go. Meanwhile, Lu Chen stroked his chin, contemplating the authority of the Overseer's judgment. He discovered that the Overseer's powers were vast, encompassing both the accuser and the accused within his judgment realm. However, the punishments associated with the judgment were limited, constrained by the accuser's demands. Charles' demand was to erase him and return the attribute points and evolution points acquired through illegal means in the 1000 Seas. Thus, should Lu Chen rule against Charles, the most significant consequence for Charles and the allied nations would align with Charles' request to erase him, while the 1000 Seas would not be required to return those points. While this seemed satisfying, it bore no substantial benefit for Lu Chen. He was no child, acting merely to vent his anger. He needed to procure tangible advantages. With this in mind, Lu Chen's eyes lit up with a sudden realization. If there are limitations, I could just ease some of them. As an overseer, I should possess this modicum of privilege, shouldn't I? He then began to manipulate the situation, and indeed, as a level 1 overseer, he had the authority to appropriately relax the restrictions of the judgment results. Lu Chen's eyes sparkled with excitement as he took action, a cold smirk curling upon his lips. The trap was set. It was now a matter of whether they would willingly leap into it. Contrasting Lu Chen's calm demeanor, the individuals in the 1000 zone were already as restless as ants on a hot stove, pacing anxiously. What do we do? What do we do? The Overseer has actually expressed support for the allied nations. Is Lu Chen really going to be erased? Upon thinking of this dreadful outcome, Fan Yingying's tears instantly streamed down her cheeks. No, I refuse to accept that Lu Chen will be erased. Boo-hoo. This makes no sense. The Lord of the Underworld and the Ghost Captain both claimed that there was no need to worry about the Overseer. How could it come to this? Yang Zimo furrowed his brow, his heart filled with confusion. He simply could not comprehend why the Ghost Captain's demeanor and words had seemed genuine. Yet now the Overseer appeared to take a stance in favor of the allied nations. Alas, Yang, I believe this world of Tianshu is no different from our Blue Star. Li Ming sighed, speaking despondently. Human emotions are fickle, and the world is harsh. Perhaps the Ghost Captain once had a camaraderie with the Overseer and could speak on their behalf. But now, the Ghost Captain has fallen, while the Overseer remains exalted. Perhaps the ties of old have long since dissipated. Li Sini took a deep breath and resolutely shook her head. No, I cannot stand idly by as Lu Chen suffers. He has sacrificed too much for us. With that, she swiftly opened the chat channel for Zone 8 and sent a message, Mighty Overseer. The claims of the allied nations are not factual. The Stormwing clan is merely Lu Chen's vassal and has not colluded with foreign tribes. Furthermore, there are many matters I undertook alongside Lu Chen. I, Li Sini, am willing to bear the responsibility, only pleading with you not to erase Lu Chen. As soon as Li Sini's words fell, the people of Zone 1000 began to voice their support in the regional channel. Indeed, Mighty Overseer. It cannot be the case that those with greater numbers are always right. You must also listen to our perspective as the people of Shinsha. The members of the allied nations were the first to harm others using betting orders to plunder attributes. Now that they encounter the great Lu Chen and cannot overcome him, they seek to use you to erase him. Mighty Overseer, you must not heed their slanders. These rascals are simply envious of the great Lu Chen's strength, seeking to drag him down. Chapter 133, Charles' Fear. The members of the allied nations, including Charles, upon seeing the messages from the people of Zone 1000, erupted into scornful laughter. Haha, these Shinsha people still foolishly cling to the hope of pleading for mercy. Give it up, your Lu Chen is doomed. Indeed, they still argue that Lu Chen did not cheat. We arrived in the Tianshu world at the same time. We are merely at levels 4 and 5. While Lu Chen is already at level 10. How could such an advantage exist without cheating? Moreover, those from the Stormwing clan are all above level 10. At that time, Lu Chen was merely at level 9. How could he possibly subjugate over 200 level 10 Stormwing clan members as vassals? The answer is clear. Lu Chen is a spy from Blue Star, having long since allied with foreign tribes. A traitor. And why is it that only Lu Chen can subjugate vassal races? I glanced at my panel. I can't even subdue a single vassal follower, let alone an entire race. He must have betrayed us. The Wing clan is merely using the guise of vassals to slaughter us. Indeed, everyone speaks the truth. The despicable Shinsha people, look at this. Does our success rate diminish 1 iota despite your endless chatter? The great mighty overseer could never be deceived by your trifles, huh? As the messages from the Fusang people emerged, the gaze of the Shinsha individuals involuntarily shifted towards the panel, where the joint petition initiated by the allied nations maintained a success rate of an unwavering 99, unchanged in the slightest. How can this be? How can this be? Li Sini stared at the glaring number, murmuring in despair. 99 signified that the overseer was entirely aligned with the allied nations at this moment, foretelling that once the judgment commenced, Lu Chen would truly be erased. After all, to render Charles' petition a failure, there was only a 1 chance, merely 1. Nearly equivalent to 0, unless Lu Chen himself was the overseer, capable of whimsically altering his stance and toying with the allied nations. But how could that be possible? The overseer represented a divine authority, an enforcer of justice for all beings in the Tianshu realm. Such a lofty existence could not possibly be a mere evolutionary being who had only arrived in the Tianshu world 5 days ago. As this thought crossed her mind, Li Sini felt as though her heart were being cleaved, engulfed in despair. No, it cannot be. Resolutely, Li Sini steeled herself and once more sent a message in the regional channel. Esteemed overseer, the actions taken by Lu Chen do not entirely stem from his own volition. Many of these matters were orchestrated by me, and I willingly accept the lion's share of the responsibility. Upon hearing Li Sini's declaration, the others from the underworld echoed her sentiments. Damn it, I have reaped so many benefits from my adoptive father. I cannot let him bear the burden alone. Overseer, I confess, the alliance with the foreign races was my idea, Tang Hong's. If you must erase someone, let it be me. I fear nothing. Damn it, if it weren't for the Lord of the Underworld, I would have perished long ago. Overseer, you misguided fool, open your eyes. Lu Chen did nothing. It was I who reached out to them. Indeed, Lu Chen was oblivious. If you must erase someone, let it be us. Yang Zimo gazed at the unfolding drama with a deep breath, his eyes glimmering with resolute determination. He slowly began to type in the message box, Esteemed Overseer. I am Yang Zimo, the commander of the underworld. You may freely verify this. From the moment I stepped into the world of Tianshu, I have been the organizer and leader of the 1,000 Seas. The turmoil we face is my doing, and it bears no connection to Lu Chen. Should you wish to pursue this matter, I, Yang Zimo, am prepared to bear the consequences first and foremost. If you deem my weight insufficient, all individuals from the 1,000 district are willing to accept collective punishment. As for Lu Chen, he is entirely unaware. All actions are the result of Yang Zimo and the others from the 1,000 Seas. I earnestly implore you, esteemed overseer, to reconsider the decision to eliminate Lu Chen. Yang Zimo articulated these words due to the draconian nature of the judgment proposed by Charles, which demanded that the 1,000 district compensate each of the 10 sea zones of the various nations with 100 attribute points. This staggering amount would total a terrifying sum exceeding 500,000 attribute points. Such a colossal deficit would be insurmountable for all, save for Lu Chen. Yang Zimo, too, would not escape unscathed. This implied that if the overseer were to rule in favor of Charles, all individuals from the 1,000 district would be stripped of their attributes, reduced to lifeless husks. However, Lu Chen was different. Yang Zimo understood the immense potential Lu Chen possessed. If he could ensure Lu Chen's survival, he could endure any reduction in attributes and swiftly recover. As long as Lu Chen remained, the prospects for the divine summer would flourish, providing a greater hope for survival and resurgence in this ruthless game of existence. As Yang Zimo's message was sent, the island of Piandi was enveloped in an instant silence. All eyes fixated on him. Everyone comprehended the gravity of his statement. He intended to sacrifice all for the sake of preserving Lu Chen, himself included. Faced with the impending specter of death, fear and reluctance flickered in their eyes. Many timid women wept silently. Yet, no one voiced dissent or rushed to the district channel to dissociate themselves from the matter. Should the judgment fail, death awaited them all. It seemed wiser to shoulder the responsibility and protect Lu Chen's life. They firmly believed that Lu Chen would avenge them. At this moment, The unity of the Divine Summer moved the entirety of the 8th District. It became evident to me why the Divine Summer could ascend to become a superpower in the world so rapidly after the Second World War. Such solidarity and cohesion were indeed formidable. My heavens, do they not fear death? How can humans be so courageous? No, they do not fear death. They merely wish for their demise to carry greater significance. Alas, regrettably, after today, the 8th District will likely fall under the control of the Allied nations. Charles, witnessing the unity of the Divine Summer, felt a tremor in his heart. He feared that the Overseer might change his mind upon witnessing this scene, and he quickly scrutinized the panel. Only when he confirmed that the success rate remained at 99 did the weight upon his chest lift. He could not deny that, in this moment, he felt true fear. He feared Lu Chen's might, but he feared even more the unity of the Divine Summer. Such a nation, such a people, if not subdued, must be eradicated. Otherwise, they would surely stand atop the world. With this thought, Charles took a deep breath and then erupted into a raucous laugh. Ha ha ha, Divine Summer people. Do not waste your efforts. Whether Lu Chen or the rest of you, today, you shall all perish. Indeed, Charles is correct. After today, the Divine Summer will no longer exist within the 8th District. Alas, we Koreans have suffered greatly at the hands of the Divine Summer. Now, we shall finally exact our revenge. Mr. Charles, please initiate the judgment, esteemed Overseer. Chapter 134. Is the Overseer also Lu Chen? Charles nodded. The unity of the Divine Summer necessitated swift action. Delays could lead to unforeseen changes. A 99 success rate was sufficiently high. There was no need to wait any longer. With this in mind, Charles decisively clicked the confirmation button. The Tianshu system's announcement reverberated. Ding. Initiator, Charles, has submitted a judgment request to the Overseer. Current success rate, 99. The Blue Star Overseer will execute the judgment in 10 seconds. 9. 8. Charles gazed at the Tianshu system's prompt. A sinister grin spreading across his face. Ha ha ha, you damn Divine Summer people. Take a few more breaths now, for when the Overseer arrives, you shall all meet your doom. Members of the Allied nations revealed their grotesque visages, mockery ringing out. Ha ha ha, Divine Summer, were you not arrogant? Wait until the Overseer arrives. Let us see how you maintain your bravado. Indeed, Lu Chen will ultimately not escape our grasp. Opposing us, the people of Fusang shall not have a favorable end. I yearn to witness the moment when the Overseer annihilates that devil, Lu Chen. It will surely be filled with terror and helplessness. To oppose us, the people of Tianju, is to invite certain death. We, the people of Fusang, can hardly wait to see the entirety of the 1,000 seas stripped of their attributes, wailing in despair, ultimately reduced to lifeless corpses. Oh dear God, this is so cruel. But I relish it. Can we make the Divine Summer suffer even more? Observing the vile expressions of the Allied nations, Yang Zimo's fists clenched tightly, his heart ablaze with fury. He gritted his teeth and roared, why? We did not perish on the battlefield, yet we must fall prey to this inexplicable judgment. I refuse to accept it. Longhauern patted Yang Zimo's shoulder, forcing a semblance of a smile to offer comfort. Old Yang, we haven't lost yet. Didn't Lord Jack say he knows the Overseer? Perhaps mentioning Lord Jack's name will offer us a glimmer of hope. However, Longhauern cast a glance at the glaring 99 success rate displayed on the panel, and within his heart, he recognized that his words were merely an exercise in self-deception. The Overseer had evidently taken note of this case and was fully aware of the current circumstances, yet the success rate remained unchanged, indicating that the Overseer's stance aligned with that of the Allied nations. What he articulated was but a flicker of hope amidst the overwhelming odds. Although this hope was tenuous, perhaps, just perhaps, a miracle might yet unfold. Lisini, gazing at the incessantly ticking countdown, took 2 steps back in despair and leaned against a tree, her beautiful eyes filled with hopelessness as she murmured softly, I'm sorry, I ultimately could not assist you. Just as the denizens of Zone 1000 looked on in despair, the countdown finally reached 0, and the announcement from the celestial system echoed once more. Ding. The Overseer has accepted the public trial request submitted by the Evolver Charles. Trial content requested. Evolver Lu Chen from the new BC of Zone 1000 has colluded with alien entities through improper means, harming the Blue Star human race to secure his survival in a gamble. Expected trial outcome, execution of Lu Chen. In Zone 1000 to return the attribute points and evolution points acquired through illegal means. Furthermore, compensation of 100 attribute points for each participant who co-signed the petition. The presiding judge will be Blue Star Overseer Lu Chen. Upon the issuance of this announcement, the previously boisterous chat channel of Zone 8 fell into an immediate silence, as all eyes fixated upon the last 2 words of the proclamation. Lu Chen. What? The Blue Star Overseer is Lu Chen? As the people of Fusang typed the name Lu Chen, Their hands trembled. Lu Chen judging Lu Chen? What in the world is this? Calm down, everyone. This is merely a coincidence. The esteemed overseer just happens to share the same name, Charles said, wiping the cold sweat from his brow, striving to maintain his composure. Look, the success rate still shows 99, does it not? Upon hearing Charles's words, the members of the allied nations felt a slight sense of reassurance. I knew it. However, it is quite the coincidence that the overseer is also named Lu Chen. They chuckled nervously. Why do I suddenly have a dreadful premonition? Is it too late for us Gauls to withdraw from the joint application? Baka, you Gauls are always like this. The overseer is a being of utmost nobility, incomparable to those despicable Shinxians. Your concern is an affront to the dignity of the overseer. The speaker from Fusang exuded confidence in words, yet his countenance betrayed an inner trepidation. The unease within him grew stronger. Lu Chen from the Shinxian realm was extraordinarily powerful, possessing dozens of talents while others had but one. No one could subjugate the vassals, save for Lu Chen, who had even tamed an entire formidable race. Such power was not typical for an ordinary evolver. Most crucially, the overseer shared the name Lu Chen. Could this truly be a coincidence? At this moment, the chat channel of Zone 8 had grown markedly quieter than before, as many who reveled in the misfortune began to sense the anomaly and fell into silence. Hesitant to speak further, on the island of Pieni, all individuals from Zone 1000 stared blankly at the public screen, their heartbeats nearly ceasing. Old Yang. The overseer is also named Lu Chen. Do you think it's possible? Longhauren's voice trembled slightly as he spoke, clearly overwhelmed by the unexpected turn of events. Yang Zimo stared dumbfoundedly at the name of the overseer on the screen, repeatedly muttering, Lu Chen, is this all real? Originally engulfed in despair. Li Xinyi's tears flowed freely upon seeing the name of the overseer, joy overwhelming her as she realized, in that moment, why Lu Chen had previously exhibited no worry and why Jack had worn that expression. In just 5 days since arriving here, he had achieved such a status. However, despite the faint understanding shared among the crowd of Zone 1000, none dared to confirm the truth. As one was a fledgling evolver struggling for survival in the realm of Celestial, while the other was the representative of Celestial, the enforcer overseeing all beings. One was grounded, the other celestial. One was a commoner, the other a dignitary. No one dared to draw connections between these two seemingly unrelated individuals. Chapter 135, Plaintiff Compensating the Defendant. As all eyes were fixed upon the unfolding drama, an ethereal silhouette gradually coalesced above the vast sea of Zone 8. Ding, the image projection of the overseer, Lu Chen, has been established. The trial officially commences. Charles gazed upward at the increasingly distinct projection in the sky, his hands unconsciously clenching into fists as he fervently prayed to the divine, beseeching that the similarity in names between the overseer and Lu Chen was merely a coincidence. However, as the projection of the overseer took shape, Charles's heart grew colder. Charles, how is it that the overseer is missing his left arm? Could he truly be Lu Chen? Richard's face turned ashen, his fingers trembling as he pointed towards the sky, his voice quaking. Impossible. Charles whirled around. His face contorted in rage as he shouted at Richard. The overseer has faced countless battles. Sustaining injuries is entirely normal. Lu Chen is merely an evolver who arrived in the celestial realm 5 days ago. What gives him the right to become the representative of the overseer? This cannot be true. Charles's eyes were fixated on the spectral image in the sky, his features twisted in disbelief as he muttered, "It's impossible." Yet, as the figure became more solid, a voice as familiar as it was chilling resonated, plunging Charles into the depths of despair. The overseer in the sky slowly opened his cold, piercing eyes, surveying the masses with a gaze as sharp as a sword. His lips parted, and an icy yet authoritative voice reverberated throughout Zone 8. You insignificant insects dare to bring charges against this overseer? How audacious! The figure, with brows like blades and eyes akin to stars, was undoubtedly Lu Chen. In that instant, the entirety of Zone 8 fell into a profound silence, as all stared blankly at the projection above, their eyes shimmering with disbelief. The members of the allied 10 nations widened their eyes, their faces etched with uncontrollable shock and terror. No way. How can this be? Lu Chen is indeed the overseer. We have been actively opposing the overseer of Blue Star. We have been courting death all along. Oh, God, what foolishness have we committed? No, this cannot be real. I must be dreaming. We have demanded the overseer to judge himself. We are nothing but jesters. Lu Chen, you arrived here with us merely 5 days ago, and yet I struggle to survive, while you, of all people, have been elevated to the status of an observer? This must be a jest. As he gazed upon Lu Chen's projection in the sky, Charles's facial muscles contorted involuntarily, resembling a madman. He simply could not accept this reality. The observer he had painstakingly sought was none other than his enemy, Lu Chen. How naive was he to imagine that Lu Chen would willingly obliterate himself? Ha ha ha, what absurdity! How utterly laughable! Surely, there could be no one more foolish than he. In stark contrast to the reactions of the allied nations, the denizens of the Thousand Seas erupted into a chorus of thunderous cheers upon realizing that the observer in the heavens was indeed Lu Chen. Each face radiated uncontainable jubilation, a sensation akin to soaring from the depths of hell to the heights of paradise, indescribable in its intensity. Many, swept away by the fervor, shed tears of joy. The Lord of the Underworld is truly the observer. Long live Lu Chen. Goodness, I haven't cried since reaching adulthood. What is happening today? I cannot seem to control my tears. The Lord of the Underworld is simply extraordinary. Father, you are magnificent. Voice cracking. High above, Lu Chen stood resolute, his gaze sweeping over the gathered multitude from the allied nations, a slow, cold smile gracing his lips. In a voice as chilling as ice, he proclaimed, "The trial commences regarding the accusations against this observer for colluding with foreign entities and harming the Blue Star human race. This is nothing but a baseless fabrication. I, Lu Chen, observer of the Blue Star, hereby declare that the joint trial initiated by the allied nations is deemed a failure." Upon hearing Lu Chen's verdict, none, including the representatives of the allied nations, were taken aback. It was a farcical notion that one could judge oneself and emerge with a loss. At this moment, the collective spirit of the allied nations had been thoroughly shattered by Lu Chen, their only hope being for this farce to conclude swiftly. In this life, no, not even in the next, would they dare oppose the Shinsha people again. How could this still be considered human? While they toiled for survival, he had ascended to become the enforcer of the divine decree. Yet, their expectations were excessively naive. Once the conflict was ignited, how could it be so easily quelled? Lu Chen's subsequent words pierced the air like shards of ice, plunging all present from the allied nations into an abyss of despair. The United States and the other 10 seas, for slandering the observer, their crime is punishable by death. I, this observer, hereby announce the ruling. The evolver Charles shall be eradicated. All evolvers participating in the joint trial shall each forfeit 100 attribute points as compensation to the Thousand Seas. With these words, a satisfied smile played upon Lu Chen's lips. How delightful it was to see the allied nations eagerly stepping into the traps he had laid. The verdict he rendered stood in stark opposition to Charles's initial demands, marking the greatest advantage he could secure for himself and the denizens of the underworld. It was indeed a wise decision to withhold the identity of the observer from Yang Zimo and the others. In light of today's spectacle, the genuine emotions of the Thousand Seas inhabitants were laid bare, each vying to sacrifice themselves in the frenzy of elation. Reflecting on this, Lu Chen cast his gaze upon the multitude from the Thousand Seas, a hint of softness flickering in his eyes. The forthcoming rewards are rightfully yours. Upon hearing Lu Chen's verdict, the allied nations were left momentarily dumbfounded. Wasn't this trial initiated by them? The worst outcome would simply be a ruling of defeat, rendering their efforts futile. But how could they be compelled to forfeit their attributes as compensation? Damn it, we are the plaintiffs. How can the plaintiffs be required to compensate the defendants? By the heavens, look, someone is abusing their power. We are wronged. The thought of losing 100 attribute points sent the 10 seas of the allied nations into a cacophony of wails, with many collapsing to their knees, pleading for mercy. They had already suffered significant losses from Lu Chen's prior raids on their attributes. If they were to lose an additional 100 points, these 10 novice seas would be utterly desolate. No, this is unjust. Charles's face twisted in rage as he screamed at the heavens. Our proposal had a success rate of 99. By what right do you arbitrarily declare us defeated? Chapter 136, 510,000 Free Attributes. A 99 success rate? Lu Chen looked down at Charles, a light laugh escaping his lips. If I do not provide you with hope, how could you possibly be compliant in raising your demands? Thus, I can extract more attributes from you. As Lu Chen's words settled, the success rate of the allied nations' proposal plummeted on the panel, eventually landing at a disheartening 0. Charles's heart seized in shock. All of this was a trap you had set. He recalled the arduous efforts he had expended to activate the observer's altar, unconsciously raising the upper limit of the trial's outcome, as though he were a fool digging his own grave while dragging the allied nations down with him. With a gasp, Charles, overwhelmed by anger, coughed up blood, feeling utterly humiliated. The members of the allied nations, witnessing the 0 success rate, felt their last glimmer of hope extinguished. They fell to their knees, pleading incessantly, "Great observer, spare us. My remaining total attributes are below 100. If you deduct more, I shall surely perish." It was all Charles's fault. We, the Gauls, are entirely innocent. Please, have mercy on us. Lord Lu Chen, we, the people of Fusang, truly submit to you. We are willing to become the slaves of the Shensha people, just begging you to spare our lives. Oh, magnificent observer, please punish only Charles. We, the rest of the Americans, are blameless. You must uphold democracy. President Lu Chen, your brilliance must surely stem from the bloodline of our great Goryeo. We Goryos pledge our allegiance to you as our king. Do not associate with those Shensha people anymore. Great Goryeo is your true home. Seeking death. Upon hearing the words of the Goryeo people, a glint of coldness flashed in Lu Chen's eyes. With a swift motion of his right hand, the verdict was rendered. To be executed immediately. In an instant, a vast surge of black mist erupted from the various seas of the allied nations, spreading rapidly. Oh no, dear God! What the hell? This black mist is siphoning my attributes. We were wrong. Spare us, O Brahma. Save us. Where the black mist passed, cries of agony echoed relentlessly. Those evolutionaries who came into contact with the black mist were instantaneously transformed into ghastly, desiccated corpses. Although the coalition nations are among the most formidable of the 10 seas in the 8th district, scarcely anyone could withstand the plunder of 100 attribute points. I have not perished. I am still alive. Charles found himself enveloped by the black mist, observing as his hands gradually withered, yet a flicker of astonishment graced his visage. He had attained a higher level and, by sheer fortune, survived this bout of attribute plunder. However, the others in the 976 sea of the United States were not so fortunate. As Charles surveyed his surroundings, he beheld thousands of horrifyingly shaped corpses strewn about, their faces frozen in expressions of terror and struggle. Witnessing the dire fate of his compatriots, Charles's body trembled violently. In that moment, an overwhelming instinct for survival compelled him to abandon all dignity and animosity. He simply wished to live. Charles collapsed to the ground, fervently bowing his head in supplication to Lu Chen, pleading, Lu Chen, I was wrong. I should not have opposed you or the divine Xia people. I possess a B-level talent. I am willing to be your vassal, your slave. I still have value. I implore you, spare me. Yet, what awaited Charles was a sudden and ferocious bolt of heavenly thunder, striking down with a resounding crash. In an instant, his body was reduced to dust, vanishing without a trace. Observing the spot where Charles had once stood, a cold smirk crept across Lu Chen's lips. Such a mere ant wished to become my vassal. How utterly laughable. Subsequently, the projection in the sky gradually dissipated, and as Lu Chen's consciousness returned to his corporeal form, he slowly opened his eyes, greeted by the decaying visage of Jack. Captain, how is it? Does it feel exhilarating to judge others with the power of the divine edict? Jack inquired with excitement. Lu Chen cast a sidelong glance at Jack, remarking, It is not my own power. What joy is there in that? Were it not advantageous to me, I would not have expended such effort. Then, Captain, when you next conduct the observer's judgment, allow me to participate. I guarantee fairness and justice. Jack instantly assumed a solemn demeanor. I, the observer, Jack Benchon, declare you guilty and condemn you to obliteration. Hee hee. If you have the leisure for such theatrics, you might as well prepare for battle. Prepare for battle? Jack was taken aback. Captain, what do you mean? We just annihilated 2 factions. Are there still monsters around? Lu Chen shook his head. Did you not notice that a dog-headed man escaped during your skirmish with the hyena pirates? Huh, was that the case? Jack furrowed his brow, reflecting carefully. Indeed, the number of corpses does not add up. Upon realizing this, Jack's face flushed with embarrassment. Hee, Captain, what shall we do now? Should we leave this graveyard island? Leave? Why should we leave? Lu Chen gazed at Jack, a smile playing at the corners of his mouth. I deliberately let it escape. That dog-headed man seems capable of contacting the Naga royal family. Although Lu Chen had refrained from direct confrontation, the ecological symbiosis of the netherworld continuously operated, with the seagulls in the sky and the fish in the sea acting as his eyes and ears. The dog-headed man's small maneuvers could not elude Lu Chen's keen perception. The Naga royal family, my precious serpent girl. Jack suddenly comprehended, his eyes widening. Captain, are you planning to lie in wait for them? And are you not afraid of being overmatched? Lu Chen shot Jack a glance. If it truly comes to that, fleeing is always an option. It is far superior to the arduous endeavor of hunting monsters. Hee. Indeed, the captain is astute. Just as the two were conversing, over 900 dazzling pillars of light suddenly descended from the heavens, enveloping everyone in the 1000th sea. Ding. The united judgment initiated by the evolutionist Charles is now in effect. All individuals in the 1000th sea receive 538 attribute points as compensation from the 976 sea of the United States. After averaging, each person may allocate 560 free attribute points. Accompanied by the announcement of the divine edict, a surging torrent of power surged into each individual's body, albeit at the tremendous cost of the coalition nations being transformed into corpses. As the radiance gradually faded, The faces of all individuals in the 1000th district were alight with astonishment. Wow, wow, I just received 560 free attribute points. How about you? Did you receive anything? I did. I received it too. This is absolutely exhilarating. It is the Lord of the Netherworld. All of this is thanks to him. Boo-hoo. In less than a day's time, my total attributes skyrocketed from over 100 to over 1,000. It feels like a dream. No. I wouldn't even dare to dream of something so outrageous. Chapter 137, The Naga Royal Court. Sister Cinny, Brother Yang, are we not the defendants? How can the defendants receive compensation from the plaintiffs? Is this even possible? Fan Yingying, feeling the surge of power within her, was filled with delight. Charles's voluntary initiation of the United Judgment had resulted in such a substantial compensation of attribute points. It was truly tragic. No wonder he was so enraged that he spat blood in the end. Li Cinny cast a glance at Fan Yingying, her eyes sparkling with mirth. Your brother Lu is the observer. The verdict is naturally at his discretion. Recalling her previous despair, a hint of reproach appeared on Li Cinny's face. However, he is indeed quite cunning, keeping us in the dark until now, causing us such worry. Brother Lu is the observer of Blue Star. Does that not mean we need not fret for our survival? Everyone will be able to live. Upon this thought, Fan Yingying's face flushed with excitement. Being assigned to the same sea as Brother Lu was simply blissful. Clearly, in the 1000th district, many shared Fan Yingying's sentiments. Upon learning that Lu Chen was the sole observer of Blue Star, many breathed a sigh of relief, their expressions lightening. Haha, my boss is the enforcer of the Divine Edict. What can the Divine Edict do to me? However, Yang Zimo's subsequent words poured cold water on everyone's enthusiasm. If you think that having the Lord of the Netherworld as a connection means you can rest easy, you are gravely mistaken. Yang Zimo's expression turned serious, his voice low. Upon hearing this, the Divine Xia people, who had been envisioning a bright future, turned to Yang Zimo in unison. Commander Yang, what do you mean by that? The Lord of the Netherworld is already the supreme observer of the Blue Star battle zone. Could there still be danger? Indeed, Brother Yang. We each received over 1,000 attribute points. We are far stronger than before. Surely survival will not be an issue? Observing the jubilant faces of the crowd, Yang Zimo shook his head. It seemed necessary to firmly remind everyone of their circumstances. Otherwise, the inevitable fate awaiting them was annihilation. Have you not considered why the Divine Edict, so powerful, does not send an observer directly, but instead chooses to select among us? The words of Yang Zimo plunged the crowd into deep contemplation. Zhou Yu's eyes flickered as he swiftly deduced the reason. It was likely that even the Lord of the Underworld, despite being an overseer, faced competition akin to ours. Should his strength prove insufficient, he too could face elimination. He continued his analysis. When I observed the Stormwing clan the other day, it became evident that we are not the only ones from the Blue Star who have traversed into the realm of Tianshu. Undoubtedly, there are other races as well. Our true adversaries are likely those foreign entities who have also crossed into Tianshu. While we possess overseers in our Blue Star, it is entirely plausible that they have overseers among them as well. Yang Zimo regarded Zhou Yu with a look of appreciation. The scholar's quick wit was commendable. He nodded in agreement and elaborated. Indeed, we cannot consider ourselves safe just yet. Even the formidable Lord of the Underworld is likely facing the same risk of elimination as we are. Tianshu will undoubtedly select the most powerful overseers to serve as its true representatives. To take a hypothetical step back, even if the Lord of the Underworld is exceptionally powerful, if all other foreign races prove no match for him, he might still accept other races as vassals. He paused, his tone growing grave. In the future, the Underworld will only grow stronger, and the Lord of the Underworld's vassal races will multiply. If we, the Xinsha people, do not become sufficiently strong and diligent, remaining perpetually infantile and awaiting the Lord's nurturing without alleviating his burdens, it is highly probable that he will forsake us in favor of other races. Upon these words, the expressions of the crowd shifted from joy to solemnity. Indeed, setting aside other races, merely considering the Stormwing clan that the Lord of the Underworld had already subdued, each possessed B-grade talent and boasted strength at the 10th tier, far surpassing the current Xinsha people. If we continue to languish in complacency, it is conceivable that one day we could be abandoned by the Lord of the Underworld. Moreover, in such a brutal contest among myriad races, how could the Lord of the Underworld be expected to lead the charge alone? Everyone must rapidly grow stronger. Only in this way can we genuinely survive, and Xinsha can firmly establish itself atop the hierarchy of races. Commander Yang, rest assured, we shall exert ourselves to the fullest. Yes, we shall never be outdone by the Stormwing clan. B-grade talent, 10th tier strength. I shall soon catch up. The Xinsha cannot be overshadowed by those avian beings. Let us go, brothers, and slay some monsters. Commander Yang's words instantaneously roused me. I wish to waste not a single moment longer. Very well, let us go and vanquish our foes. We must expedite our efforts to demonstrate to the Lord of the Underworld that the Shunsha are indeed the strongest. The crowd quickly grasped the gravity of the situation, springing into action with expressions of determination and resolve. At the same moment, not far from the Isle of Buried Corpses, on a concealed island, a grand palace constructed from massive stones stood imperiously at its center. Before the palace, a statue of a Naga, brandishing a trident and clad in scale armor, loomed prominently. Inside the palace, dozens of Naga were gathered in discussion, while the canine figure, Dogtail, knelt trembling in their midst. Each of these Nagas possessed strength exceeding the 20th tier, and the Naga King himself reached the terrifying 30-tier boss level. The oppressive aura emanating from them nearly suffocated the 15th tier Dogtail. Father, Naga Lothar has been absent for days without a word. The eldest prince, Naga Rikas, cast a glance at the kneeling Dogtail, his voice dropping to a somber tone. If what this canine says is true, then my sister may have fallen victim to that human. As soon as the words left his lips, a fierce killing intent erupted from all the powerful Nagas, for Naga Lothar was the beloved princess of the Naga royal court. Feeling this palpable aura of menace, Dogtail lowered himself even further. Your Highness, I would never dare to deceive you. That human truly possesses the power of petrifying gaze. As he spoke, Dogtail pointed towards the direction of the Isle of Buried Corpses. He is right there, not far from the isle. I remember his scent well. If you do not believe me, I can lead you to verify. Hearing Dogtail's words, Naga King Nagasalos's ancient eyes flickered with pain. The art of petrification has traditionally been awakened only by the Naga royal lineage. This human, capable of such a gaze, must have employed some means to wrest it from Naga Lothar. Despite the anguish in his heart, the Naga King fixed his gaze on Dogtail, asking in a low voice, "What of this human's strength? What is his origin?" When Dogtail spoke of the human's might, terror flashed in his eyes as he trembled. Terrifying, truly terrifying. Though he is only at the 10th tier, he can instantaneously obliterate our leader. Defeating the 18th tier Wraith Beast King is a mere trifle for him. Chapter 138, Ascending to Level 12. Moreover, he has subdued all 20,000 undead on the Isle of Buried Corpses. My lords, if you confront him, please do not underestimate him. That human is simply too fearsome. The eldest prince shot Dogtail a derisive glance, disdain etched on his face as he retorted. A mere 10th tier human can annihilate your entire pack of hyena pirates? You are truly useless. Upon hearing this, Dogtail quickly raised his head, eager to defend himself. No, it was that human. However, he was abruptly interrupted by the Naga King. Enough. Just tell us his origin. His origin. Dogtail paused, recalling the scene from earlier. He should be here to participate in this year's contest among the myriad races. An evolver? Nagasalos furrowed his brow, probing further. Is he from a middle-tier world or a high-tier world? If he hails from a middle-tier world, it may be manageable. But if this human evolver comes from a high-tier world, then my vengeance for my daughter may become unachievable. The Naga royal court currently lacked the strength to contend with evolvers from high-tier worlds. As for the possibility of a low-tier world, Nagasalos dismissed this outright. To defeat an 18th tier boss, the Wraith Beast King, with a 10th tier prowess, such a formidable existence could hardly be a being from a low-tier world. However, Dogtail's subsequent words left Nagasalos in stunned silence. He comes from a low-tier world, but though he is from a low-tier world, he is indeed frightening. As soon as the words low-tier world fell from his lips, the palace erupted in a cacophony of derisive laughter. Huh. A lowly being from a low-tier world dares to strike against the Naga royal family? What utter folly. The human race is inherently weak, and those from low-tier worlds are even weaker still. My king, let us mobilize our forces at once to slay the human and avenge the princess. At that moment, the 22nd tier boss guard captain, Aston, stepped forward, his menacing serpentine head extending as his crimson tongue flicked out, lightly licking his lips as he urged, "My king, he is but an ant from a low-tier world. Just grant me a mere 100 of my kin, and I shall surely conquer the Isle of the Dead, severing the head of that human to present before our king." Only the Naga royal lineage possesses the form of a human head and serpent tail, while ordinary Naga bear a serpent head and human body with a serpent tail. The Naga King glanced at Aston, pondering deeply. Though this individual hails from a lesser realm, his ability to vanquish the Soul Beast King and the hyena pirates has already attested to his prowess. He must be a paragon of this inferior world and should not be underestimated. At this juncture, he turned his gaze to his eldest son, Naga Rixus, a level 25 boss. With Rixus's strength, even if that human possesses some stratagems, survival is out of the question. Naga Rixus, you shall accompany the captain of the guards to the Isle of the Dead. I will additionally allocate 500 of our kin to ensure the human is captured. Upon hearing this, Naga Rixus smirked, a look of disdain upon his countenance. Father, a mere level 10 human from a lesser world is no match for me. There is no need for such a grand mobilization. Foolishness, the Naga King exclaimed, his eyes widening in fury. The contest of myriad races has only commenced for 5 days. His evolution within this time frame is no trivial matter. Should you underestimate him, calamity shall surely befall you. Witnessing his father's genuine anger, Naga Rixus lowered his head. Forgive my insolence, father. The Naga King's expression softened slightly as he cautioned. It is said that slaying an evolved being in the contest of myriad races yields immense rewards. Naga Rixus, upon encountering that human, ensure you extract the whereabouts of the other evolved beings before dispatching him. Rest assured, father. Naga Rixus bowed respectfully, then pointed at the kneeling Canine Tail. You will accompany us. Canine Tail's countenance shifted dramatically as he stammered, pointing to himself. Me? Haha, surely, with the prince's formidable might. My presence is unnecessary. Despite the overwhelming force dispatched from the Naga court, a level 25 boss, a level 22 boss, and an additional 500 Naga warriors of level 20 and above, Canine Tail felt an unsettling anxiety whenever he recalled the harrowing cries of the sole Beast King in the wilds. That human had obliterated both foes as if they were mere trifles, and Canine Tail could not fathom his true strength. Enough of this nonsense. We shall go together. If we fail to locate that human, I shall be the first to end your life. Naga Rixus scoffed, his serpent tail swaying as he strode out of the palace. Canine Tail, his neck recoiling, begrudgingly followed behind, feeling a tinge of regret for his arrival at the Naga court. On the Isle of the Dead, as the beams of light gradually faded, Lu Chen lowered his head to inspect his panel, a smile creeping upon his lips at the effortless acquisition of 560 free attributes. Delightful. The thought of Charles brought a chuckle to Lu Chen's lips. Had it not been for Charles's painstaking efforts to complete the task and activate the Overseer's altar, he would not have garnered such an impressive boost. That Charles, so selfless, a truly good person. Turning his thoughts back, Lu Chen remembered the 40-odd dog-headed pirates that Jack had previously slain. Their life energy had yet to be extracted. With a gentle tap, a torrent of life energy surged toward Lu Chen and the little dumpling. Ding! Your vassal Jack has slain 48 dog-headed pirates. You have gained life energy. 340,000. After allocating half to the dumpling, Lu Chen was astonished to receive a staggering 670,000 life energy, propelling him to new heights. Ding! You have reached level 11. Ding! You have reached level 12. Level 12 for W, 70W. Strength, 80. Agility, 80. Constitution, 80. Perception, 80. Free attributes, 40. Ha ha ha. What a joy. The exhilarating sensation of ascending 2 levels compelled Lu Chen to throw his head back and roar. The little dumpling in his arms chimed in, making adorable sounds that, while reminiscent of a dog's bark, were irresistibly charming. After leveling up, the dumpling's status was level 8 for W, 70W. Lu Chen affectionately stroked the dumpling's soft, pink form, his heart brimming with joy. Subsequently, Lu Chen decisively allocated all 610 free attributes to strength. With the impending battle, every ounce of power must be transformed into tangible might. After distributing the free attributes, Lu Chen's status panel underwent a remarkable transformation. Strength, 1480. Agility, 1934. Constitution, 840. Perception, 868. The average 4-dimensional attributes for a level 12 evolved being is around 200 points. At that moment, Yun Ting arrived, wings unfurled, kneeling before Lu Chen and respectfully reporting, Master, we have discovered a substantial quantity of magical stones beneath the Isle of the Dead. Chapter 139. Restoration of the Arm Magical Stones? Lu Chen raised an eyebrow, recalling that the blueprint for the short-range rapid-fire cannon unlocked by the fleet required magical stones as materials. With these magical stones, his fleet could potentially be equipped en masse with the advanced bronze short-range rapid-fire cannons, thereby significantly enhancing the power of the netherworld. Contemplating this, Lu Chen nodded and commanded, Very well, Jack. You shall direct the undead on the Isle of the Dead to work alongside Yun Ting in excavating all the magical stones. After assimilating the Black Pearl from the Soul Beast King, Jack acquired the ability to command the undead, capable of controlling those with a lower realm than himself. Aye, Captain. Leave it to me. Jack grinned widely, then surveyed the dense sea of bones surrounding them, bellowing, You lazy bones, get moving. Dig. Extract all the magical stones. The undead, upon hearing his command, immediately began their excavation. As Yun Ting was preparing to join the digging crew, he was halted by Feng Lai. Yun Ting, please wait a moment. Yes, Prophet. After bowing to Lu Chen, Feng Lai slowly spoke. Master, Yunting has reached level 14 and possesses the boss template, showcasing extraordinary combat prowess. Do you think he could serve as a crew member aboard the Netherworld, serving at your side? Previously, Yunting had slain numerous dog-headed pirates and ascended to level 14. To board the Netherworld? Lu Chen regarded Yunting seriously. Yunting, you may not be aware, but the Netherworld is a cursed vessel. All its crew members are subject to a curse. While they gain immortality, their bodies will gradually decay, much like Jack's. Even so, do you still wish to join the Netherworld? Upon hearing Lu Chen's words, Yunting exhibited no surprise. Jack had already informed him about the curse of the Netherworld. Without hesitation, he knelt on one knee and proclaimed, Yunting is willing to become a crew member of the Netherworld, serving by the Master's side and vanquishing all foes that dare approach. Excellent. Lu Chen lightly lowered his chin, not declining the offer. An infinitely resurrecting boss-level subordinate would undoubtedly greatly enhance his power. With a wave of his right hand, Yunting officially joined the ranks of the crew aboard the Phantom. On the panel, in addition to the A-grade wind resonance talent, a B-grade undying curse was slowly added. Ha ha ha, little Yun, it seems you will soon be akin to me, and I shall no longer be the only one burdened with unattractiveness. Upon witnessing Yunting's curse, Jack burst into hearty laughter. It was an honor for Yunting to serve alongside Lord Jack. Yunting bowed once more and then immersed himself in the team dedicated to mining magical stones. Lu Chen gazed at Yunting's departing figure, nodding in satisfaction. This individual possessed immense potential and a resilient character, remaining unfazed by both praise and reproach. Truly remarkable. Subsequently, Lu Chen's gaze shifted to his empty left arm. It was time to restore it. Though Yang Guo was undeniably cool, the absence of a hand inevitably affected combat prowess. Now, all the materials required for constructing the healing special vessel had been gathered. Thus, Lu Chen opened the fleet blueprint and selected to manufacture. Ding. Consuming 1 tier 15 spirit crystal core, 5 copper ingots, 150 wood, 20 fiber, 10 iron ingots. C-class special single-masted sailboat, currently under construction. Before long, a single-masted warship emanating a green glow gradually took shape on the surface of the sea outside the Isle of the Dead. Gugu, upon seeing this, the little creature's large eyes immediately squinted into crescent shapes, sensing that this vessel could heal its master. Clever little creature, my arm shall soon be healed. Let us board. Lu Chen smiled faintly and, with the creature, instantly appeared on the deck of the special ship. Single-masted sailboat. Unnamed, captain, unspecified. Level, beginner. Crew, 015. Durability, 1000. Weapon slots, small weapons, 03. Equipment slots, small equipment, 01. Speed, medium, sail. Defense, medium, medium armor. Talent, healing wave, C-class, an exceptionally formidable ship healing talent, capable of restoring severed limbs. With this ship, as long as you still breathe, you can be saved. Although the healing vessel is also a beginner single-masted sailboat like the Phantom, the attribute differences are significant. The Phantom boasts a durability of up to 1500 and high-level defense, easily capable of sinking the healing vessel in naval combat. Nevertheless, Lu Chen did not feel disheartened. After all, the purpose of constructing the healing ship was not combat, but to heal his arm. Soon after, with a thought, a burst of emerald light suddenly erupted, transforming into rippling energy that danced around Lu Chen. At his left chest, the flesh bud grew at an observable speed, and new bone rapidly formed at the fracture. Approximately half an hour later, Lu Chen's left arm was completely restored. Clenching his left fist without any discomfort, Lu Chen felt immense satisfaction. It was indeed worthy of being a special ship constructed from a tier 15 boss crystal core. Its healing abilities were remarkably powerful. Subsequently, Lu Chen stored the healing ship in the fleet's warehouse and returned to the Phantom. There are still 7 warships unaccounted for. Casting his gaze over the 7 hyena pirate warships docked at the island's edge, Lu Chen instinctively stroked his chin. These warships, as spoils of the plundering hyena pirates, were merely ordinary vessels devoid of talents, with unremarkable weaponry that did not warrant equipping them to his fleet. Wait, could these useless items be exchanged for contribution points? Lu Chen suddenly recalled that after creating the Phantom, the fleet shop had been opened. Although he found no value in these 7 warships, the treasures within the fleet shop were indeed valuable. With a resolute thought, Lu Chen swiftly operated to exchange all 7 ships for contribution points. Ding, beginner single-masted sailboat X7. Exchange for contribution points, 1507. Current contribution points, 1050. The sound of the prompt echoed, and Lu Chen proceeded to check the items available for exchange in the fleet shop. 1. Sea Spirit Ginseng, Silver Beginner, 300 points. 2. Storm Amulet, Silver Beginner, 350 points. 3. Sea Dragon's Wrath Cannon, Silver Beginner, 400 points. 4. Ocean Spirit Pearl, special item, 500 points. Upon seeing the Ocean Spirit Pearl, Lu Chen's eyes instantly gleamed. This was a treasure capable of upgrading ship talents. Without a moment of hesitation, Lu Chen decisively consumed 1,000 contribution points to exchange for 2 Ocean Spirit Pearls. Moments later, gazing at the 2 pearls before him, Lu Chen's eyes narrowed slightly. The Ocean Spirit Pearl could only evolve talents below C grade, and the 5 current talents of the Phantom were Ghost Ship, B grade, Enhanced Guardian Barrier, B grade, Night Voyager, C, Ecological Symbiosis, D grade, and Extreme Speed, D grade. Chapter 140. More and more like Davy Jones, this meant he could only choose 2 talents for evolution from Night Voyager, Ecological Symbiosis, and Extreme Speed. The stealth capability of Night Voyager was exceedingly practical, making it the prime choice. As for Ecological Symbiosis and Extreme Speed, after pondering for 2 seconds, Lu Chen decided to upgrade Extreme Speed first. After all, even if Ecological Symbiosis were to upgrade, it would only allow control over more powerful creatures. And with Jack and Yun Ting, 2 boss-level vassals, at his side, he was not lacking in combat power. In comparison, the ability to enhance sailing speed was far more beneficial for Lu Chen at present. Ding, the D-grade talent, Extreme Speed, of the Phantom has evolved into the C-grade talent. Gale, C-grade. The ship gains speed akin to the Gale, capable of instant acceleration to its limits and maintaining high-speed cruising for an extended duration. Compare speed with this ship? Ding, the C-grade talent, Night Voyager, of the Phantom has evolved into the B-grade talent, Night Submersion. Night Submersion, B grade. The ship can not only sail invisibly, but can also submerge underwater for a short period. Let us play hide and seek. Looking at the upgraded talents of the Phantom, a glimmer of excitement flashed in Lu Chen's eyes. These talents were exceedingly practical. Gale not only allowed for instant acceleration, but also maintained high-speed cruising for extended periods, greatly benefiting travel or pursuit. The upgrade of Night Submersion pleasantly surprised Lu Chen. The B-grade Night Submersion not only offered invisibility, but also enabled the Phantom to dive beneath the waves. Wait a moment, with a cursed ghost ship, a pet octopus, a deck full of undead, and the ship's ability to submerge, I am increasingly resembling Davy Jones from the Pirates of the Caribbean. Fortunately, I have not yet succumbed to the repulsive visage akin to that of Davy Jones, nor does my little companion resemble the grotesque sea monster from the film. With this thought, Lu Chen gazed down at the adorable, rosy creature nestled in his arms, his heart drumming with anticipation. Little one, you won't transform into something like that film creature when you grow up, will you, Guji? The creature tilted its small head, evidently perplexed by Lu Chen's musings. Oh, it's nothing at all. Regardless of how you may appear in the future, my love for you will remain eternal. Lu Chen embraced the little one, affectionately rubbing his face against its soft form. Guji. The creature closed its eyes, its 8 tiny tentacles joyfully dancing about. At that moment, Yun Ting gracefully descended, flapping his wings, and respectfully bowed. Master, all the magic stones have been fully mined. Good. Lu Chen nodded, his figure flickering as he instantly appeared on Corpse Island. The advent of teleportation made short-distance travel remarkably convenient. However, he had previously attempted long-distance teleportation, which, while feasible, consumed an alarming amount of mental energy, far beyond what he could presently endure. For now, teleportation was primarily utilized in combat rather than for lengthy journeys. Upon reaching Corpse Island, he found Jack had already arranged the magic stones meticulously. Upon seeing Lu Chen, Jack's face brightened with surprise. Captain, your arm is healed. Indeed. I crafted a healing ship, Lu Chen replied, shifting his gaze to the magic stones. They were entirely transparent, each emitting a faint glow, with peculiar patterns swirling across their surfaces. Magic Stone 100, Bronze Intermediate, a stone imbued with extraordinary energy, serving as a power source for numerous weapons and devices. Bronze Intermediate materials? Lu Chen's brows lifted in astonishment. A full 100 units of such materials constituted a considerable fortune. However, recalling the might of the Soul Beast King and the forces on Corpse Island, he felt a sense of acceptance. While the Soul Beast King posed no threat to Lu Chen, it was due to his high-level necromantic talent that had turned the undead army on Corpse Island against their master. Otherwise, even Lu Chen would hesitate to confront such a formidable force of 20,000 undead warriors. In the world of Tianyu, risks and rewards coexisted. Thus, it was only reasonable that precious magic stones were hidden within the perilous confines of Corpse Island. Without hesitation, Lu Chen utilized 2 magic stones to forge 2 bronze advanced short-range rapid-fire cannons, subsequently replacing the harpoon catapult on the Yomi with them, fully equipping the vessel. With that, all 3 small weapon slots on the Yomi were now occupied. Next, Lu Chen deposited the remaining magic stones into the fleet's warehouse and opened the fleet channel to Yang Zimo. Yang Zimo responded promptly, "Lord of the Underworld, how may I serve? There is a healing ship and a batch of magic stones in the warehouse. Please arrange for their use and expedite the leveling up of Yomi members." Upon reading the message, Yang Zimo's eyes sparkled with excitement. With magic stones in hand, obtaining 10-tier crystal cores would enable the construction of short-range rapid-fire cannons. He immediately pledged, "Yes, Lord of the Underworld. I guarantee that within 4 days, everyone's level will surpass 10. Lu Chen nodded, then recalled something else. The creation of short-range rapid-fire cannons also required 10-tier crystal cores. So he deposited the hundreds of 15-tier crystal cores he had extracted from the dog-headed men into the fleet's warehouse. Also, there are some 10-tier crystal cores here. Allocate them as you and Li Cini see fit. Additionally, keep an eye out for sea beasts with auditory talents. Dispose of the weak ones directly and bring me their corpses. For those you cannot handle, summon me." Having given his instructions, Lu Chen closed the fleet channel. His auditory talent had already evolved to level C at 95. He only needed to absorb 1 D-level auditory spirit to upgrade to level B. The previous battle with the Soul Beast King had profoundly impressed upon Lu Chen the tremendous advantage gained from upgrading supportive talents to level C in combat. Although a single supportive talent might have limited impact on enemies, with his little companion by his side, possessing enhancements in vision, smell, and hearing, the cumulative effect would be astonishing. This was merely at level C. How formidable would it become at level B? Moreover, Lu Chen was curious about the transformations that would occur once his auditory talent evolved to level B. Yang Zimo, watching the chat channel, felt a surge of excitement. He then turned to address the members of Yomi behind him, declaring in a serious tone, "The Lord of the Underworld has provided us with over 100 materials for short-range rapid-fire cannons. The feast has been laid before us. We must seize the opportunity. I have already made a solemn vow. Within 4 days, all of you must elevate your levels to above 10. Upon hearing this, the members of Yomi erupted with enthusiasm. "Wow, short-range rapid-fire cannons. Those are advanced bronze cannons. How could Yomi acquire such an abundance of materials? Incredible. Long live the Lord of the Underworld. Long live the Lord of the Underworld. Rest assured, Commander Yang, the Lord of the Underworld has shown us such favor. If we fail to reach level 10, we might as well find a block of tofu to throw ourselves against. Indeed, I believe that as long as there are enough monsters, we'll reach level 10 in less than 4 days." Observing the fervor and high spirits of his comrades, Yang Zimo nodded approvingly before issuing further commands. "All right, everyone. Do not let your guard down. I do not wish to witness any sacrifices. According to our plan, the exploration team will venture out to seek sea beasts while the support team remains on standby. Should they discover a large-scale hostile force, the main army will launch an immediate assault." He paused, then emphasized firmly, "Furthermore, everyone must be vigilant. The Lord of the Underworld has specifically requested sea beasts with auditory talents. If discovered, no matter the cost, capture them." "Yes, Captain, what shall we do next?" Jack inquired. Noticing Lu Chen closing the panel, his curiosity piqued. "Next, we shall rest," Lu Chen replied, seeking a comfortable spot, lying down and closing his eyes. Since entering the world of Tianyu, Lu Chen had either been engaged in battle or en route to one. Although his heightened perception allowed him to maintain his physical functions without sleep, the fatigue remained an inescapable burden. With the spoils properly organized, and, barring any unforeseen circumstances, enemies likely to present themselves soon, Lu Chen intended to seize this rare moment of leisure for a much-needed slumber. Guji, the little creature swiftly nestled onto Lu Chen's lap, curling into a small, pink ball, and promptly fell into a deep sleep. "Sleep, sleep. I adore sleeping." "Really? The Naga royal family is about to arrive. And you can still sleep?" Jack exclaimed, eyes wide in disbelief at the sight of the one person and one creature quickly succumbing to slumber. He then waved at Yunting. "I want to sleep too. Come on, little Yun." Yunting shook his head. "My lord Jack, please rest. I shall keep watch over the Isle of Buried Corpses." Very well, Jack shrugged, then reclined beside Lu Chen, sprawling in a most undignified manner. Shortly thereafter, snoring thunderously. On the 6th day in the world of Tianyu, dawn broke, and a sliver of sunlight gently cascaded over Lu Chen's chiseled features. Suddenly, Lu Chen's eyes sprang open, glinting with a hint of coldness. Guests had arrived. "Damn, they are here." Jack, abruptly roused from his slumber, sprang up, dark energy flashing from his hands as he instantly conjured 2 obsidian-long swords, his expression taut with tension. Guguwei, the little creature, blissfully asleep, was startled by Jack's sudden movement and expressed its displeasure with a series of grumbles. This was its first time sleeping in its master's embrace, only to be disturbed by Jack. "You're far too loud. You frightened Guguwei." Lu Chen shot Jack a glare before gently soothing the little creature. I thought the Naga were upon us. Jack scratched the back of his head, grinning sheepishly. Since we're awake, we should hide. We may need to engage shortly. Lu Chen quietly instructed, giving Guguwei a gentle pat. Guguwei, the little creature obediently responded, promptly burrowing into the backpack behind Lu Chen. Just then, Yinting descended gracefully from the sky, hastening to stand before Lu Chen, reporting, "My lord, during my aerial reconnaissance, I discovered that a large contingent of Naga is approaching the Isle of Buried Corpses." Understood, Lu Chen nodded. "Let us feign ignorance until they draw near. As you command." On the turbulent waters outside the Isle of Buried Corpses, the Naga warriors, led by Duke Rikes, surged forward, their serpentine tails undulating menacingly. "My lord, the Isle of Buried Corpses lies ahead. That human capable of petrifying gazes is there," one of the warriors noted, his limbs thrashing in the water, nostrils flaring as he caught the scent. "He hasn't left? I can still smell him," the warrior continued. "Heh, is this what they call the Isle of Buried Corpses? I can't sense even a mere 15th tier presence," Chief Guard Aston sneered, his serpent-like visage dripping with disdain. "My lord, the island is swarming with nothing but 10th tier trash. Let us charge forth." Duke Rikes nodded, raising his hand to issue the attack command, but was interrupted by the urgent voice of the warrior. "My lord, we must not." The warrior, his face paling, implored, "The Isle of Buried Corpses is home to a staggering 20,000 undead." Aston scoffed at this, disdain evident in his expression. "Humph, mere 10th tier ants. No matter how many there are, they cannot impede me. With but a charge, I shall slay that human, and these undead will scatter like headless flies." Duke Rikes agreed. Indeed, while there are many undead, most lack intelligence and pose little threat. He commanded, "All units, advance toward the Isle of Buried Corpses." However, before he could fully deliver his order, the warrior cried out once more, "No, my lord, we absolutely cannot." The warrior shook his head vigorously, trembling with palpable fear. Aston's bloodthirsty gaze intensified, and he licked his lips with a cold smirk. My lord, this dog-headed one is clearly terrified of that human. He is of no use to us. Why not dispose of him as an offering to our banner?" A glimmer of coldness flashed in Duke Rikes' eyes as he fixed his gaze upon the warrior, coldly questioning, "Dog-headed one, do you think I cannot best that lowly human? You had better provide me with a reasonable explanation." Faced with the frigid stares of Rikes and Aston, the warrior involuntarily swallowed hard, anxiety gnawing at him. He wished to avoid repeatedly opposing the Naga, yet the current situation forced his hand. If he intervened now, he might face death. But if he followed the Naga onto the Isle of Buried Corpses, his doom was assured. Summoning his courage, the warrior stammered, "My lord, it's not that you cannot defeat that human. It's just that he possesses some peculiar abilities." Pointing toward the large pit at the center of the isle, he continued, "He can command the undead to self-destruct. That pit was created by his explosion." The warrior, eyes wide with terror, recounted, "I witnessed the Soul Beast King obliterated in an instant. The power was horrifying." Upon hearing this, Duke Rikes and Aston exchanged grave looks, their expressions shifting to one of concern. "Self-detonation? You mean the undead skill, corpse explosion?" Duke Rikes' voice rose involuntarily. They exchanged knowing glances, both harboring deep trepidation. There were tens of thousands of undead on the island. Had they recklessly charged in, they would have been met with a deluge of explosive undead. Corpse explosion? Humph, what of it? Our Naga tribe would not fear such trivialities, Chief Guard Aston scoffed, though he quickly shifted his stance, adding, "However, the advantage of terrain lies with them. A direct assault would be unwise. While those undead are bound to the isle, that human, as an evolutionary participant in the myriad races contest, values time immensely. He will surely seek to depart the isle swiftly, and we need only wait patiently for him to come to us. A single 10th tier undead self-detonation might not be a concern, but if it occurred en masse, even one as formidable as Aston might struggle to withstand such destructive force." Duke Rikes nodded, commanding, "The Chief Guard speaks wisely. All units, disperse and closely monitor the Isle of Buried Corpses. Once the human departs, we shall intercept immediately." "Understood." The Naga responded in unison. The warrior, upon witnessing this, breathed a sigh of relief, patting his chest as he muttered to himself, "That human likely only excels in undead abilities. Once he leaves the isle, devoid of the undead army's support, he should not stand a chance against the Naga court." Unbeknownst to them, a pure white seagull circled high above, having captured every word of their conversation. On the Isle of Buried Corpses, Jack idly toyed with the magic crystal long sword in his hand, complaining, "Why are these Naga making such a fuss? Where are they? They won't come." Lu Chen replied calmly, flexing his newly revived left hand. "They are aware of my expertise in self-detonation." Jack was taken aback, then grew anxious. Does that mean our undead army was prepared for nothing? Suddenly, realization dawned on him. his eyes widening as he stammered, "Captain, you don't intend to leave the Isle of Buried Corpses and take the initiative, do you? But those are two bosses above level 20 and over 500 high-ranking Naga." Snap. Lu Chen made a crisp sound with his fingers. "Clever. Since you've already deduced it, you'll be the first to attack later, won't you?" "No, wait. I'm only at level 12. Are you suggesting I take on two bosses above level 20? Jack pointed at himself, his eyes wide with astonishment. "What? The renowned Captain Jack is afraid?" A glimmer of mockery flickered in Lu Chen's eyes. "Afraid? I, Jack, have never known the meaning of fear since the day I was born. Just watch, Captain. I'll be the one to twist the heads off those two long worms." Jack straightened his back resolutely. "Damn it, at worst, I'll just die once. I'm immortal, what is there to fear? All right, the Phantom sets sail. Target, the Naga tribe at sea. Your Highness, a black vessel has emerged from the Isle of the Dead and is rapidly approaching us." The frontline reconnaissance Naga warriors immediately reported to Naga Rikas upon sighting the Phantom. "Ha ha ha, these humans are so foolishly endowed with talent, yet utterly dim-witted. They dare to leave the Isle of the Dead without any reconnaissance, effectively seeking their own demise." Aston sneered coldly as he watched the approaching black vessel. "Humph. If that human were to remain entrenched at the Isle of the Dead, relying on the power of the undead explosion, I would indeed be at a loss. However, I never expected him to so easily relinquish his advantage. Truly, he must be tired of living." Naga Rikas felt a surge of delight at this sight, a cruel smile curling his lips. "How dare you slip out from the Isle of the Dead? Without the undead army, today is your doomsday." Before his words could fade, he raised his right arm and coldly commanded, "Everyone, block that black vessel." At once, the Naga warriors echoed in unison, their voices like thunder. Immediately, with a cacophony of splashes, numerous Naga warriors brandishing tridents, their eyes glinting with ferocity, surged from the depths of the sea, obstructing the path of the Phantom. "Human, you'd best obediently bring your ship to a halt. Otherwise, I shall let you experience the terror of our Naga court." Aston, wielding a massive hammer, threatened with a sinister grin, his muscles taut and poised, ready to crush the enigmatic black vessel. After all, no one would be foolish enough to stop their ship in the face of such a multitude of adversaries. However, to Aston's astonishment, the black sails of the Phantom slowly descended. The ship, indeed, came to a halt. A strikingly handsome youth, standing tall like a pine at the bow of the ship, surveyed the Naga with a calm gaze. "Naga, we have been waiting for you for quite some time. You're quite slow in arriving." Upon hearing this, the Naga warriors exchanged bewildered glances. What is happening? A mere level 12 human, facing the fearsome army of the Naga court, displayed not a shred of fear. Instead, his eyes sparkled with an unusual anticipation, as if it were they who were destined to be his prey. "This is not right. We are the hunters." Especially the canine tail, who, amidst the Naga army, caught sight of Lu Chen's tranquil expression, felt an increasing sense of unease. Instinctively, he glanced at Aston, constantly reassuring himself, It's fine. That human is surely just putting on a show." With the Naga court so powerful, they would undoubtedly crush that human into dust. Clap, clap, clap. Just then, a round of applause erupted unexpectedly, and Naga Rikas slowly rose from the sea, his serpentine hair hissing, his eyes like blades fixed on Lu Chen. To have traversed the Navasi region in just 5 days, this evolutionist is indeed remarkable. Naga Rikas, his gaze intense, fixed on Lu Chen aboard the black vessel, spoke in a chilling voice. "We have come this time solely to verify one matter. How did you achieve your petrification?" No sooner had he finished speaking than a palpable aura of murderous intent enveloped Naga Rikas. In the face of Naga Rikas' inquiry, Lu Chen displayed no surprise, responding indifferently. "Oh, I merely killed a snake woman." With that, a cold smile crept across Lu Chen's lips as he added, "By the way, she had snake hair just like yours." As Lu Chen's words fell, the surroundings plunged into an eerie silence, all the Naga warriors fixating on him with murderous glares. Arrogant, exceedingly arrogant. He unabashedly admitted it. Showing complete disregard for our Naga kin, the canine tail, gazing at Lu Chen standing resolutely like a pine, could not help but swallow hard. This human truly possesses courage. He had expected him to make excuses, yet he so readily acknowledged it, undoubtedly forging an unending enmity with the powerful Naga court. Very well, very well. I didn't expect you to be so bold." Naga Rikas' face contorted into a sinister expression. "Do you not know that the Naga Latos you killed was the princess of our Naga court, my sister?" Chapter 143. A one-time weapon, Jack? Lu Chen shot him a glance, a cold smile playing at his lips. The court? A diminutive clan of frogs in a well dares to call itself a court. How laughable. Scoundrel. Detestable human. Your Highness, stop wasting your breath on him. Give the order to kill him. At this utterance, the surrounding Naga warriors instantaneously erupted with fury. Naga Rika's gaze was as frigid as ice as he slowly raised his right hand and spoke vehemently. Captain, break his limbs. I shall personally slice his flesh piece by piece and feed it to the fish in the sea. Rest assured, Your Highness. I will make this little brat plead with you for a swift end. Aston grinned savagely, his sharp fangs bared, his vertical pupils locked onto Lu Chen aboard the Phantom. The surging power within him akin to a volcano on the verge of eruption. Naga Clan, Aston, boss-level entity. Traits: ferocious, ocean affinity, amphibious, scaled skin. Talent: water resonance, grade B. Skill 1, raging sea, grade B. Aston can summon a vast, furious sea, inundating the entire battlefield in tumult. In this raging sea, his power and speed will be immensely enhanced, while enemies will suffer continuous damage and suppression. Have you ever experienced a tsunami? Skill 2, water shield, grade C. Aston can weave an impenetrable barrier from water, protecting against all attacks. This barrier can also rebound the assailant strikes, making them taste their own bitterness. Attacking me is equivalent to attacking yourself. Combat assessment, level 22 boss. Encountering him in a water-rich environment, fleeing is the best option. Of course, that is, if you can escape. Level 22 boss. As he gazed at the serpentine figure before him, Lu Chen raised an eyebrow, asserting, with your meager strength, it is unlikely you could compel me to weep and plead for mercy. The young man continued, I am fully aware of your reliance on the countless undead and your self-destruct technique from Corpse Burial Island. Yet, at this moment, amidst the vast ocean, the spirits of Corpse Burial Island can offer you no assistance. Thus, you may as well prepare for your demise. Before his words had fully dissipated, Aston bellowed with fervor, unleashing a torrent of power within him as if a volcano had erupted. His serpentine tail lashed violently, and in an instant, his form transformed into an afterimage, hurtling towards Lu Chen with astonishing speed. Simultaneously, wielding his trident with ferocity, Aston summoned towering waves that surged into a terrifying tsunami, roaring forth like an enraged dragon, intent on engulfing the phantom ship. Insect. Today, I shall demonstrate the might of my Naga kin. With a B-grade skill, Raging Sea Tempest. The ferocity of his attack was akin to the very heavens shattering, as if all creation were to be engulfed in flames. Aston was acutely aware that this human had previously vanquished an 18th-tier soul beast king. Thus, he held nothing back, unleashing his most formidable strike, vowing to eliminate Lu Chen in a single blow and eradicate any future threat. Watching the monstrous wave, Inu Wei's face lit up with excitement. Truly, the Naga royal court was formidable, capable of such devastation with a mere flick of the wrist. Although that human was peculiar, beneath this raging tsunami, he stood no chance of survival. The thought of the substantial rewards awaiting him after Lu Chen's demise brought an uncontrollable grin to Inu Wei's face. However, the smile froze, morphing into disbelief. How can this be? On Lu Chen's side, facing the monstrous tsunami conjured by Aston, his expression remained as tranquil as still water, devoid of any movement. Suddenly, a flash of dark light erupted from behind him, racing towards the oncoming Aston. Aston paused, and upon recognizing the approaching figure, disdain crossed his face. Humph, a mere 12th-tier boss-level undead dares to impede me? With that, Aston's muscles surged, and his colossal trident, howling through the air, lunged at the charging Jack, determined to cleave him in twain, intent on demonstrating that the might of a 22nd-tier boss was beyond the reach of a 12th-tier being. Ha ha! Serpent, behold my 12th-tier power. Jack, fixated on the rapidly advancing trident and the overwhelming tsunami, broke into a frenzied grin. Abruptly, he extended his arms wide, laughing maniacally towards the heavens. Ha ha ha! Today, you little serpents shall remember the unparalleled might of Lord Jack. As his words echoed, a blinding dark radiance enveloped him, and the energy of death surged forth like a deluge, tumultuous and unrestrained. No, Aston's expression turned ashen. This terrifying surge of power could only be a corpse explosion. He was paralyzed by horror, cursing inwardly. What madness is this? They have sent a boss to commit suicide right at the start? Is a boss so easily expendable? In that fleeting moment, Jack's form seemed to be rent asunder by an invisible force, the energy of death erupting with volcanic intensity, instantly consuming him whole. With a thunderous roar, Jack detonated, the cataclysmic force of the explosion radiating outward from his epicenter, tearing the very fabric of space as it spread. Madman! Aston reacted swiftly, summoning the elemental water around him, frantically coalescing it into a thick shield, desperate to withstand the obliterating force. However, the impact of the corpse explosion surpassed all expectations. The shield he had painstakingly formed cracked and splintered under the overwhelming force, ultimately shattering into oblivion. Simultaneously, the tsunami Aston had unleashed crumbled before the explosive power, vanishing without a trace. The surrounding seawater seemed to be flung into the sky by an unseen force, soaring hundreds of meters upwards, only to crash down like a torrential downpour, mingled with shards of waves, plunging the scene into chaos. Mist enveloped the area, obscuring vision in a shroud of confusion, as if the entire world had been cleansed by this sudden deluge. As the storm subsided, Aston was left floating helplessly on the surface of the sea, his once ferocious vertical pupils now filled with terror. His serpentine scales lay in tatters, revealing ghastly wounds, the crimson blood staining the surrounding waters. More horrifyingly, both of his arms had been obliterated in the explosion. The once mighty captain of the guard was now a pitiful sight. This catastrophic explosion rendered the previously mocking Naga tribe momentarily stunned, their gazes fixed in disbelief. How ruthless! How merciless! A 12th-tier boss-level undead had willingly transformed into a disposable weapon of destruction for that human. It must be noted that high-intelligence undead cannot be coerced into self-destruction against their will, and that human, cold as ice, had watched impassively as his loyal servant was obliterated before him, his expression unruffled, as if he cared not for the undead's fate, as if it would merely resurrect once more. Chapter 144. Is Lu Chen being overwhelmed? Inu Wei's fur was drenched by the torrential rain unleashed by Jack's explosion. His eyes wide in shock as he beheld Aston, who had once exuded arrogance, now reduced to a pitiful state. Aston had boasted that with merely 100 of his kin, he could raise Corpse Burial Island to the ground. Yet now he had not even grazed a hair on that human and had been grievously wounded, losing all combat capability. Is this real? Could it be that the Naga royal court cannot truly contend with this human who has only just arrived in Tianshu 6 days prior? Madman, you are all complete lunatics. Aston's eyes blazed red, the stark whiteness of his severed arms laid bare. In a state of panic, he bellowed, "Your Highness, quickly, kill this deranged fiend." As the captain of the guard of the Naga royal court, Aston had encountered countless battles, but he had never faced an adversary as ruthless as Jack, who had so recklessly employed his own body as bait for a self-destructive explosion, seeking to perish alongside him. What in the world has that human offered you to make you so willing to sacrifice yourself, so eager to become his living bomb? Nagarix observed the disheveled state of the captain of the guards, his eyelids involuntarily narrowing slightly as he intoned, "A boss-level corpse explosion. Human, you truly are generous. Ruthless against your foes, yet even more so against your own kin. What a character you are." At this juncture, Nagarix's tone abruptly turned frigid, an aura of murderous intent enveloping him. "However, your subordinates possess no other boss-level undead to indulge in further corpse explosions." Yet, before Nagarix could complete his statement, he caught a glimpse of impatience flashing across Lu Chen's face. "Enough with the tiresome chatter. Do you villains always prattle so much before engaging in battle?" With that, a streak of black light suddenly sliced through the air above the sea, the sound of its passage deafening. Under the scrutiny of hundreds of gazes, Lu Chen, who had been standing at the bow of the ship, erupted into motion, akin to a bolt of black lightning, surging forth in an instant. Simultaneously, the obsidian blade in his right hand cleaved through the air, thrusting violently towards Nagarix. The 12th-tier Lu Chen audaciously initiated an assault against the 25th-tier Nagarix. Witnessing this, the canned tail behind him fell into a moment of speechlessness. "Villain? Brother, you appear far more like a villain. First, you killed his sister, then used your own subordinates as human bombs, effectively incapacitating his captain of the guards, and now you boldly attack him. Why do I feel that the Naga clan is the true aggrieved party? However, once the crown prince makes his move, this human is surely doomed." Contemplating the might of the Naga, the previously anxious heart of the canned tail found a semblance of calm. "Arrogant wretch," Nagarix bellowed as he witnessed Lu Chen's bold advance. He gripped his trident tightly and swung it ferociously towards the dark blade before him. The clash reverberated with a thunderous roar as the heart-eating blade collided with the trident. Sparks flying in every direction, Lu Chen felt a colossal force surge towards him, propelling him backward as he somersaulted twice in the air before crashing onto the surface of the sea. The wave-treading boots on his feet gleamed brilliantly, allowing him to take 6 rapid steps upon the water's surface to dissipate the overwhelming force. Seeing Nagarix's casual strike send Lu Chen tumbling back several dozen meters, the surrounding Naga erupted into a cacophony of cheers. "The Crown Prince is formidable. Your Highness, slay this audacious human. A race as diminutive as ants dares to provoke our Naga clan. Today, let them witness our might." The canned tail, witnessing this spectacle, exhaled a sigh of relief. "Ha! I told you so. How could a mere 12th-tier human possibly contend with the Naga royal family? Now I can rest easy. Soon, I shall claim my reward." Feeling the power coursing through his hands, the gravity in Nagarix's gaze gradually dissipated, replaced by a sneer. "Huh, Humans are ultimately just that, so weak. Previously, you relied on your loyal subordinates to act recklessly, but now that you take the field yourself, you are indeed no match. At this moment, Lu Chen stood firmly upon the sea, his form swaying with the undulating waves. He cast a glance at his slightly trembling arm, narrowing his eyes. You think you can simply send me retreating with a casual swipe? Let it be known, though I did not unleash my full resonance of power in that last strike. My base attributes have already reached a terrifying 1480 points. To exert such dominance over me signifies that Nagrix's base attributes must be at least around 3,000 points. Quite intriguing. No wonder he is a boss of the 25th tier. With a thought, Lu Chen summoned Nagrix's attribute panel. Naga, Nagrix, boss level being. Traits: ocean affinity, amphibious, scaled skin. High intelligence, talent, petrifying gaze, a level. Under its gaze, all shall become still. Whoever is stared at shall be ensnared. Skill 1, blood tracking B level. Nagrix possesses acute senses in the ocean, enabling him to effortlessly track the scent of his enemies. Once he sets his sights on you, there is no escape, even to the ends of the earth. Skill 2, bloody cut, A level, unleashes a powerful slicing attack, while simultaneously draining the blood and life force of enemies, continually replenishing Nagrix's energy, making him increasingly ferocious in battle. Prolonged engagements are precisely to his liking. Combat assessment: 25th tier boss, the terrifying Bloody Naga. Additionally, be wary of his gaze. An A-level petrifying gaze? Lu Chen's eyes brightened suddenly, a smirk playing on his lips. This just became more interesting. I hope you can keep up. With this thought, Lu Chen propelled himself off the surface of the sea with a powerful kick, akin to a massive hammer striking down, launching himself forward. As the sound of air being torn apart resonated, Lu Chen's figure shot forth like a dart, aimed once more at Nagrix with the obsidian blade in his hand glimmering with a chilling light, carving a decisive arc as it sought Nagrix anew. Humph! You dare to come forth to your demise. Nagrix, perceiving Lu Chen's reckless advance, could not suppress his growing disdain. His arms bulged with muscle, resembling iron. As an overwhelming force coalesced within him, akin to rivers flowing into the sea, all concentrated in his limbs. The trident in his grasp wielded cataclysmic power as he swung it towards Lu Chen. "Ant, this strike shall claim your life." Amid Nagrix's roar, the trident collided thunderously with the ebony blade. However, this time, instead of the expected metallic clash, the trident shattered upon contact as if it were fragile porcelain. The obsidian blade surged forward relentlessly, piercing through Nagrix's right shoulder in a moment of shock, the sound of shattering bone echoing sharply, sending a chill down the spine. Chapter 145, Nagrix's Existential Doubt. Nagrix felt an indescribable and terrifying force surge into him, as his shoulder erupted in a brilliant spray of crimson. The immense power sent him hurtling backward, akin to a kite severed from its string, crashing down onto the sea's surface and stirring up a towering wave. Damn it! A power-type talent. You are indeed a power-type talent user. Nagrix howled in anguish, the searing pain in his shoulder driving him into a frenzy. In that fleeting moment of being struck, he distinctly glimpsed a bizarre red glow flickering across Lu Chen's form, a clear indication of a power-type talent being activated. He could never have anticipated that this ant-like human, in addition to possessing a necromantic talent, also wielded a power-type talent. How infuriating! How could this human possibly master two talents simultaneously? However, the astonishment of Nagrix had yet to dissipate when a flicker of eerie green rapidly spread across his wound. This sight caused his pupils to constrict sharply. Poison. He had been poisoned. Damn it, this human possesses a talent for toxins. Just how many abilities does he command? Yet, at this moment, Lu Chen showed no signs of hesitation. Amidst the countless astonished gazes, he flickered, arriving before Nagrix almost the instant he plummeted toward the ocean's surface. Countless dramas from Blue Star had imparted a crucial lesson. Villains often meet their demise through excessive verbosity and arrogance. Even when facing a mere rabbit, a lion must exert its full strength. Delivering the finishing blow is invariably the foremost priority in battle. As Nagrix lifted his gaze, he found himself ensnared by Lu Chen's emotionless black eyes, as frigid as ice. In the next moment, a long hand shot forth, seizing his head with a grip as relentless as a vice, forcefully pressing him against the ocean's surface. The palm brimmed with a terrifying might, poised to unleash a cataclysmic force at any moment. The ocean's surface, under the influence of the wave-breaker boots, had solidified to the hardness of rock. At that instant, Nagrix sensed an overwhelming aura of death bearing down upon him, chilling to the bone. Instincts honed through countless battles screamed in alarm. If he could not withstand this strike, he would surely perish. With this thought, Nagrix dared not hesitate for an instant. His eyes flared wide, transforming into a shade of ashen white. while the serpents atop his head writhed in frenzy, their hisses echoing in unison. Activating his A-rank ability, Petrifying Gaze. Before Lu Chen's right hand could unleash its power, he was instantaneously transformed into a stone statue. Bastard, witnessing Lu Chen's petrification, Nagarix gasped, his breath quickening, filled with trepidation. He dared not retaliate. Instead, thrashing his serpentine tail and swiftly retreating to distance himself from Lu Chen. An individual petrified and subsequently attacked will break free from the petrification. Subsequently, Nagarix concentrated all his energy on the wound on his shoulder, striving to contain the spread of the toxin. When he cast his gaze upon Lu Chen, all traces of disdain vanished, replaced with profound wariness and gravity. The tenacity of this human was unlike anything he had ever encountered. With this realization, Nagarix couldn't help but curse inwardly. Damn, is this a mere evolutionary creature from a lower realm? Wasn't it said that the talents of evolutionary beings from lower realms are generally of low caliber? Awakening a C-rank ability is already considered genius. Yet, here stands this aberration. Boasting not only an A-rank necromancy ability, but also a B-rank strength ability and a C-rank toxin ability. 3 abilities in total. Damn it, he is only at the 12th tier. I am a bona fide 25th tier boss, a 25th tier boss who has toiled for a century. And I nearly fell to a mere evolutionary who has just entered the celestial realm 6 days ago. Is there any justice left? Is there any law? Celestial realm. Just look at the monstrous evolutionary you've unleashed upon us. Do you intend for us natives to survive? This sudden clash rendered the once cheering Naga clan silent. Their mouths agape, eyes nearly popping from their sockets. The one who had retreated in such disgrace was none other than the Grand Prince of the Naga royal family. A super strong individual second only to the Naga king. The Grand Prince had been sent flying by that human with a single blow. Furthermore, he was reduced to relying on his petrification ability to escape in a panic. Just how powerful is this human? To compel the Grand Prince to flee without daring to retaliate in the face of a petrified Lu Chen? Witnessing this shocking scene, the smile on the face of Inu Wei froze instantly. He blinked in confusion, poking a nearby Naga warrior, who was equally dumbfounded, and stammered. Is that prince not using his full power? Perhaps, the Naga warrior replied, his tone lacking conviction. Aston, who had lost both arms, was utterly stunned. I can't be seeing this wrong. Has the prince been overpowered? How is this possible? It must be noted that the prince's strength attribute exceeds 3,000 points. To overpower him in strength and shatter his weapon in a single blow would require at least 6,000 points. This human is only at the 12th tier, yet his strength exceeds 6,000? What the hell? At that moment, a wave of dread washed over Aston. He had initially thought himself unfortunate to encounter a human bomb right off the bat, yet upon reflection, he realized his luck was extraordinary. After all, Aston lacked the attributes and strength of Nagarix. Had he faced Lu Chen's terrifying strike, he would have surely met his demise. On Nagarix's side, having barely suppressed the toxin in his shoulder, he was suddenly startled by a series of cracking sounds. He beheld Lu Chen, who had been petrified, suddenly fissuring with countless cracks. Then, with a thunderous crash, he shattered into countless stone fragments. Nagarix's pupils constricted sharply, and he couldn't help but exclaim, "What? How could you possibly break free from petrification so quickly?" His petrifying gaze had evolved to a rank. Even a boss-level opponent of the same tier would struggle for several minutes to escape the shackles of petrification. Yet this monster, from the moment of petrification to liberation, had accomplished the feat in a mere 5 seconds. Damn it, how is it possible that my A-rank ability can only hold for 5 seconds? To what astonishing degree has this monster's perception reached to resist abnormal states with such ferocity? A-rank petrification, very well, I accept it. Lu Chen flexed his stiff neck, a glimmer of satisfaction flashing in his gaze as he regarded Nagarix. Truly, a rank ability. Under the resistance of his perceptual resonance, it managed to petrify him for 5 seconds, indicating some skill. Speaking of which, the Naga clan is indeed generous. The sister first offered a B-rank petrification, and the brother, fearing he might be unsatisfied, personally came forth to upgrade his ability. What a good soul. Chapter 146. A-rank ability, petrifying gaze delayed. You desire my ability? The moment Lu Chen's words fell, the shock on Nagarix's face contorted into a sinister sneer. Did you truly believe the Naga royal family has survived in this brutal world solely based on this meager petrification ability? He scoffed. Humans, take a moment to truly sense your body. Upon hearing the words of Nagaryukas, Lu Chen lightly moved his wrist, and his brow furrowed instantly as he beheld his agility plummet dramatically from 1934 to a mere 967 points. Haha, human, you have fallen victim to my petrifying gaze. Even if you manage to break free, your agility and response will be halved. Nagaryukas cackled maliciously, having discerned Lu Chen's formidable strength, indicative of a power-focused evolver, with agility being his Achilles heel. Now, further diminished by the effects of petrification, he was certain that Lu Chen could not evade his impending strike, destined for death. With this thought, Nagayuki's visage twisted into a more grotesque grimace as he bellowed, "Human, pay for my sister's life." Before his words had fully escaped his lips, his body trembled violently, a torrent of power surging within him. Crackling sounds echoed as blood-red scales erupted from beneath his skin, and his fingertips transformed into scarlet claws, sharp as blades, slicing through the air with an ear-piercing shriek. In an instant, Nagayuki morphed into a bloodthirsty naga, an overwhelming aura of oppression enveloping the surroundings. "Die!" he roared, unleashing a thunderous howl as he swung his claws, summoning a storm of blood and carnage. Countless crimson blades shot forth from his claws like a deluge. A sea of lethal scythes aimed directly at Lu Chen. A-class skill, Bloody Slash. The bloody slash interwove in the air, forming a web of sanguine menace. Where it passed, the air was savagely torn asunder, a cacophony of shrieks permeating the atmosphere. The space surrounding Lu Chen was instantly engulfed by this terrifying force, as if he had been drawn into a blood-soaked meat grinder. Observing the relentless tide of crimson scythes surging forth, Chief Guard Aston's face contorted into a smirk of triumph. "Ha! This human's talent is indeed remarkable, but he is far too arrogant. His Highness's petrifying gaze has ascended to Class A. How could he possibly withstand it with such ease? Even a boss of the same level and peak condition would struggle to evade His Highness's full-powered bloody slash. Let alone this 12th-tier human, weakened by a 50% reduction in agility and reaction speed." With this in mind, a fervent glint sparkled in Aston's vertical pupils, as if he could already foresee Lu Chen's body being shredded into countless fragments. Beside him, the canine-tailed warrior patted his chest, exhaling deeply as he muttered, "You scared me. I told you. How could the Naga royalty possibly be defeated by a 12th-tier human? How is this even conceivable?" Before he could finish his thought, his jaw dropped in shock, rendered speechless. As the blood-red scythes rained down like a torrential storm, a glimmer of brilliance flashed in Lu Chen's eyes, a cold smirk curving his lips. "Even when petrified, I find it rather enjoyable." With that declaration, a blinding green radiance erupted from Lu Chen's form. An A-class talent, Speed Burst, activated. His agility, diminished to 967 points, surged sixfold in an instant, skyrocketing to an astonishing 5,802 points. Whoosh! A blood-red slash charged towards him. But Lu Chen's form glided gracefully to the side, the scythe barely grazing the tip of his nose, severing only a lock of his dark hair. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. In rapid succession, a multitude of blood-red blades followed like a tempest. Yet, bolstered by his terrifying agility of 5,802 points, Lu Chen merely shifted his body slightly. And every one of those monumental, overwhelming scythes merely skimmed past him, plunging into the sea and creating tumultuous waves without landing a single hit on Lu Chen. How is this possible? Nagayuki gasped, his eyes wide with horror. His full-powered bloody slash had missed entirely. That was hundreds of attacks, even by sheer chance. He should have landed at least one, right? At that moment, Aston's voice thundered in Nagayuki's ears like a bolt from the blue, causing his heart to plummet. "Your Highness." Speed Burst. He just activated Speed Burst. Aston's eyes widened as he stared at Lu Chen, who was enveloped in shimmering green light, his voice rife with disbelief. "A-class talent. Another A-class talent. Is this boy's talent acquired from wholesale? Is it free of charge? Damn. Why is it that I struggle so hard to evolve a single talent and have yet to attain even one A-class, while this human, who has only been in the world of Tianshu for 6 days, possesses 2 A-class talents? It's utterly unfair." Upon hearing Aston's words, Nagayuki felt as if a weight had crashed upon his heart. He gazed at the unharmed Lu Chen, a mix of dread and astonishment flooding his senses. "Speed Burst. You awakened an A-class Speed Burst," he murmured to himself, then abruptly shook his head. "No, it is impossible for one to awaken 2 talents." Suddenly, a flicker of realization crossed Nagayuki's eyes as he fixed his gaze on Lu Chen, his voice rising in intensity. You have mastered some method to absorb the talents of others. Only this would explain how you possess Nagaloz's petrification and such an abundance of high-level talents. You demon." Lu Chen absent-mindedly touched the lock of hair severed from his forehead, curling his lip. The halving of his agility and response had indeed had a significant impact. He had been grazed by a mere hair. It appeared that he must continue to bolster his strength. With this in mind, Lu Chen raised his gaze to Nagayuki, a subtle smile gracing his lips, a glint of coldness flashing in his eyes. "Soon, you shall understand." In that instant of locking eyes with Lu Chen, Nagayuki felt as though he had been scrutinized by an ancient behemoth, every hair on his body standing on end. He had to concede. At that moment, he felt fear. The thought that if he were to be defeated, his talents would be plundered, caused his body to involuntarily tremble. Everyone, attack together and kill the human. The terrified Nagaryukis commanded loudly, no longer daring to challenge Lu Chen one-on-one, opting instead to overwhelm him with a horde of 500 Naga warriors. After all, no matter how strong one might be, it was impossible to face 500 foes alone, right? Yes. The surrounding Naga warriors responded promptly, converging towards Lu Chen. However, just then, a languid and carefree voice suddenly rang out, leaving the Naga clan momentarily stunned. Oh, so you Naga clan, unable to face him one-on-one, resort to a group attack? How utterly shameless. From the bow of the black ship, a decayed figure clad in tattered captain's attire and a tri-cornered hat rose, gazing at them with disdain. It was none other than Jack, who had just executed a corpse explosion. It's you. Didn't you just self-destruct? Aston's pupils constricted sharply upon seeing Jack, instinctively taking a step back. Chapter 147. Did you not expect it? I can revive. His severed arms still throbbed with a phantom pain, while the very individual responsible for his wretched state now stood before him, unscathed. Well, little one, did you truly think I could not return from the dead? Jack scoffed derisively. What? Do you believe me to be foolish enough to perish alongside a worthless creature like you? Revived? You mean to say you can come back to life? Aston's eyes widened in disbelief, his face a canvas of incredulity. But if you've been resurrected, what becomes of my severed arms? Were we not destined to perish together? Now, my arms lie shattered by your hand, and you dare claim you can resurrect? And so swiftly, no less. This is utterly unjust. What is it so surprising? Not only I, but Captain, all the crew aboard the Phantom are immortal. Jack shrugged nonchalantly. Immortal, is it? How envious. A gift exchanged for, oh, woe is me. The undying wraiths, cursed ship. Naga Rix's pupils dilated as he felt something amiss upon witnessing the Phantom shrouded in dark mist. This single-masted vessel exuded an unprecedented aura of eeriness. At this moment, he comprehended that the ship before him was indeed a cursed vessel. According to legend, those vessels and their crews, upon incurring the wrath of the sea goddess, would transform into terrifying monstrosities. The crew would become skeletal beings, devoid of any basic desires for food, beauty, or pleasure. Yet, they would gain immortality, a state more torturous than death, for the curse would eternally accompany them, condemning them to wander the seas until their consciousness faded, becoming mere vessels of slaughter. As these thoughts surged within him, a profound terror enveloped Naga Rix. He realized he had been battling a horde of indomitable monsters. His gaze involuntarily shifted to Lu Chen. And indeed, he noted the unnatural pallor of Lu Chen's skin, a clear sign of his gradual transformation into a wraith. A wave of despair washed over Naga Rix. Damn it. If they're that formidable, and on top of that, immortal creatures, how are we to fight? It's utterly impossible. Just as he contemplated retreat, the sudden sound of flapping wings broke the silence. Over 200 Stormwing beings descended slowly from the sky, led by a winged figure bearing a prominent scar across his face. He bowed respectfully to Lu Chen. Master, shall we engage the Stormwing tribe? However, the moment Naga Rix's gaze fell upon the Stormwing tribe, his expression shifted dramatically, as if he had witnessed the most horrifying sight imaginable. He abruptly turned his head, his features contorted, and roared at the stunned Inu tail behind him. Vassal race. Why did you not inform me that this human has a vassal race? Inu tail trembled at Naga Rix's furious shout, stammering. Well, there are just over 200 tier 10 beings. They shouldn't significantly impact the situation, right? Indeed. These avian beings posed no significant threat. Naga Rix glared at Inu tail, fury flickering in his eyes, wishing nothing more than to tear him to shreds. Yet, the ability to command a vassal race implied he had passed the Overseer's selection. He was now an Overseer. You mean to tell me we're to oppose an Overseer? Oh, Overseer? That cannot be. Inu tail's complexion turned ashen, barely managing a smile that resembled a grimace. He had only been in the celestial realm for 6 days. How could he be an Overseer? Naga Rix's gaze was fixated intently on Lu Chen, his expression grave. All Overseers are selected from each generation of the multi-species championship. It is a rare occurrence, one Overseer for every 10 races. I never expected that in this lowly world, someone could pass the Overseer selection. The sheer improbability of this 1 in a trillion chance had befallen him. Realizing this, Naga Rix understood why Lu Chen was so extraordinarily powerful, so enigmatic. The term Overseer alone sufficed to elucidate everything. Nevertheless, despite the weight upon his heart, Naga Rix harbored no thoughts of pleading for mercy from Lu Chen. This human Overseer evidently possessed the ability to usurp the talents of others. He would never allow himself to be deprived of his A-tier talent. Casting a glance at his 500 elite Naga warriors, Naga Rix resolved, as long as he could hold Lu Chen at bay, he could escape back to the Naga royal court. With his father's formidable strength, he could still contend against an overseer. With this thought, Naga Rix raised his right hand. Shouting loudly, "Warriors of the Naga royal court, the time to display your valor has come. Slay this human before us, and let the glory of the Naga shine eternally. Let the glory of the Naga shine eternally." The 500 Naga warriors echoed in unison, their serpentine tails twisting as they surged toward Lu Chen like a mighty tide. "Master." Yun Ting furrowed his brow at this sight, preparing to lead the Stormwing tribe into battle. Yet, Lu Chen raised a hand to halt him. "Leave these Naga to me. Wait until they attempt to flee before you strike." A fierce determination glinted in Lu Chen's eyes as he slowly sheathed the heart-eating blade and turned to Jack. "Jack, hand me 2 swords." "Right away." Jack responded enthusiastically, his hands coursing with black crystal energy, which swiftly coalesced into 2 towering black crystal long swords. "Captain, are you eager to test your new skills?" He grinned, tossing the long swords to Lu Chen. Lu Chen caught them deftly, a cold smile curling at his lips. Having encountered such a multitude of foes, he was indeed inclined to test his mettle. At this moment, bolstered by Lu Chen's formidable perception, the debilitation of Naga Rix's agility dissipated entirely. His agility attributes surged back to normal, and then a green glow emanated from Lu Chen as his speed burst talent activated once more, catapulting his agility to a staggering 11,604 points. With his eyes slightly closed, Lu Chen inhaled deeply, gripping the black crystal long swords tightly. A tempest of wind swirled around the blades, as if they possessed a life of their own, gently tousling the dark strands of his hair. Indeed, Lu Chen was poised to unleash the A-tier skill he had just comprehended from the speed burst, Cloud Flow Sword Dance. Cloud Flow Sword Dance. The higher the agility, the greater the damage. "Human, you are exceedingly arrogant. Our 500 elite Naga warriors are all tier 20 or above, and united, we can rival a tier 30 boss. How dare you challenge us alone? Slay him. Let him feel the might of the Naga. Charge." The Naga warriors roared as they brandished their weapons, launching themselves at Lu Chen. "Come on, my Naga brothers, let us prevail." In a fit of excitement, Inuzuka shouted eagerly, ready to cheer for the Naga warriors. However, he was abruptly struck by the realization that their leader, Naga Rixus, was not joining his subordinates in the assault. Instead, he was retreating silently. Inuzuka froze in disbelief. "What does this mean, Prince? They haven't even engaged yet, and he is the first to flee?" Chapter 148, Dance of the Flowing Clouds. Inuzuka's mind raced as he sensed the gravity of the situation. Naga Rixus would never abandon his troops without dire necessity. A chill ran down Inuzuka's spine. It seemed Rixus believed that even 500 elite Naga could not contend with that human. This fleeting thought sent shivers through him. Although he had heard of the Overseer's might, this human had only arrived in the world of Tianyu 6 days prior, possessing merely a 12th tier status. His foundation and realm seemingly shallow. Yet, unexpectedly, he had compelled Naga Rixus to retreat without a fight. Contemplating this, Inuzuka too began to withdraw discreetly. Meanwhile, at the forefront, a Naga warrior, his visage twisted with fury, thrust his trident toward Lu Chen, shouting, "Die!" Just as the trident's tip was mere inches from Lu Chen's nose. Lu Chen's eyes widened suddenly, a fierce light flashing within them. With a swift motion, he drew 2 black, crystal long swords, their blades glittering like dragons soaring through the sky. The Naga warrior, still snarling, was met with confusion. No matter how he exerted force, the trident pressed against Lu Chen's nose could advance no further. Suddenly, several lines of blood erupted from the Naga warrior's body, and in an instant, he shattered like a block of wood, crumbling to pieces. In his final moments, the warrior's eyes were filled with bewilderment. Lu Chen's sword struck with the speed of lightning, so swift that he did not witness the process, nor feel any pain. "Kill!" The remaining Naga warriors charged past the shattered remains, roaring as they lunged at Lu Chen. "Come at me." Lu Chen chuckled lightly, his sword tip flicking with casual elegance, concealing deadly intent. The sword's shadows erupted like flowing clouds, intertwining in the air, transforming into myriad blade illusions, as ethereal as the clouds yet laden with lethal intent. In an instant, the 8 elite Naga warriors who rushed toward Lu Chen were reduced to mere fragments, their 20-tier strength extinguished before they could even scream. Without pausing, Lu Chen stomped down, sending waves crashing upon the sea. Harnessing the momentum, he transformed into a bolt of black lightning, piercing into the throng of Naga. The Naga warriors, witnessing this, roared in fury, brandishing their tridents, attempting to overpower Lu Chen with sheer numbers. "Do not fear, he is but one," they cried. "The glory of the Naga shall shine forever." Yet, to Lu Chen's eyes, Their movements appeared slow and clumsy. With a flicker, Lu Chen easily dodged the incoming trident, simultaneously swinging his black crystal longsword, its blade flashing with electric brilliance, instantly severing a Naga warrior's arm. The warrior let out a scream, blood gushing forth. But before he could react, Lu Chen's sword silhouette descended, separating head from body in a heartbeat. Ross, no? Kill this human. Seeing this, his comrades became frenzied, wildly thrashing their tridents in a desperate attempt to avenge their fallen comrade. However, Lu Chen's speed was beyond their comprehension. They could not even catch a glimpse of his figure. Within the Naga ranks, Lu Chen moved as if he were a fish in water, his form flickering amidst the sword shadows. At times, he leapt into the air, his blade streaking through the sky like a shooting star. At other moments, he dove down, his sword tips aimed directly at the Naga's vital points. His movements were fluid and agile, each swing of his sword executed with pinpoint accuracy, as if he anticipated every action of his foes. The sword light swept like flowing clouds, every strike accompanied by the sound of wind being cut. The Naga warriors were momentarily dazzled, only to be met with waves of excruciating pain. Some attempted to block with their tridents, but Lu Chen's blade sliced through both the trident and the warrior in one fell swoop. In the face of Lu Chen's dance of the flowing clouds, the tridents wielded by the Naga warriors appeared clumsy and ineffectual. They could not perceive Lu Chen's figure, let alone withstand his blade's edge. As Lu Chen spun, his sword light swept like a whirlwind, and wherever he passed, Naga warriors fell, leaving a sea stained crimson with their blood. As the dance of the flowing clouds unfolded, the most ethereal yet lethal of dances came to life. Lu Chen seemed to transform into a spirit of the sword, gracefully dancing upon the surface of the sea. Each swing of his blade was a reaping of lives, every movement a testament to the essence of death. In that moment, the Stormwing clan members in the sky could only watch in stunned silence. Yun Rui and Yun Yan were especially captivated, their eyes glazed, cheeks flushed. Master, he is truly magnificent, they thought, relishing the spectacle of his battle as if it were a grand feast. Yun Rui's beautiful eyes followed Lu Chen's figure below, a blush spreading nearly to her neck. Such exquisite swordsmanship, Yun Yan thought. She had never witnessed anything like it in her life. Yun Yan bit her lip, her gaze entranced, even the flapping of her wings slowed. Meanwhile, Naga Rixus had not retreated far when he was overwhelmed by a cacophony of anguished screams. Help! A demon! That human is a demon. I can't even see his movements. A massacre! This is a blatant slaughter. Run! His comrades cried out for their prince. Prince, save us! The piercing cries made Rixus' eyes twitch involuntarily. No, could it be? Those 500 elite Naga, even if they could not defeat the human overseer, should at least be able to hold their ground long enough for him to escape, right? After all, they were 520-tier warriors. With his heart trembling, Rixus slowly turned back, and upon that glance, his complexion turned ashen, pale as paper. The once azure sea was now a vivid crimson, the severed limbs and remains of Naga warriors floating atop, transforming the entire expanse into a hellish battleground. The very warriors he had placed his hopes upon had crumbled beneath Lu Chen's dance of the flowing clouds, scattering in a panic. And that demon-like human overseer, in a flash, appeared before the captain of the guards, Aston. Terror filled Aston's eyes. Before he could react, a flash of sword light severed his head from his body. How could this be? In such a short span, how had my elite Naga been so utterly defeated? Witnessing this scene, Naga Rixus was consumed by fear, abandoning all pretense, turning to flee, plunging into the depths of the sea in frantic escape. The horror was overwhelming. That human was truly terrifying. In that moment, Rixus' mind was singularly focused on one thought: escape. Fleeing this hellish realm, I returned to the Naga royal court, only to find the Naga tribe in disarray, scattered, and defeated. In the skies, Yun Ting issued a cold command. Stormwing clan, follow me and pursue the enemy. Slay. The deafening battle cries erupted, as the Stormwing clan swooped down like a squadron of fighter jets, unleashing a frenzied massacre upon the fleeing Naga warriors. Haha, it's time to catch the piglets again. A bloodthirsty glint flashed in Jack's eyes as he propelled himself off the deck, transforming into a streak of black light, darting towards the fleeing Naga. Meanwhile, Naga Rix, utterly unconcerned for his kin's fate, had successfully submerged into the ocean's depths. Feeling the increasing water pressure around him, he let out a silent sigh of relief. Though that human was terrifying, he was ultimately a creature of the land, incapable of delving into the ocean's depths. I am safe. Despite this catastrophic defeat, at least I have survived. I must quickly inform my father, to guard against that human overseer, Rix murmured to himself, then flicked his serpentine tail, accelerating towards the Naga royal court. Chapter 149. Shall we annihilate the Naga royal court? However, just as he swam a short distance, A faint voice suddenly echoed in Reich's ears. You think you can escape before my talent has even leveled up? It was Lu Chen's voice. Reich's body instantly froze in disbelief. No way. This is the deep sea. How could a human possibly chase me here? Trembling, he slowly turned his head, only to see Lu Chen, arms crossed, surrounded by a faint halo, regarding him with a mocking expression. The surrounding water pressure seemed to have no effect on him. It was a skill bestowed upon Lu Chen by Fu Yao, a manifestation of the sea goddess' favor. I fled to the depths of the ocean, and you can still follow me. Reich's pupils constricted in terror, his soul seemingly fleeing his body as he desperately flicked his tail, propelling himself forward like an arrow. Even if that human could dive, the immense resistance of the deep sea would surely hinder his speed. Reich's reassured himself as he swam, but suddenly, he found a familiar silhouette blocking his path. Upon closer inspection, it was Lu Chen once again. How did you get here? Reich's exclaimed in disbelief. But there was no time to ponder as he instantly changed direction and fled once more. However, that devilish figure reappeared before him like an inescapable nightmare. This time, Reich's recognized it clearly: teleportation. An A-class spatial talent? You actually possess an A-class spatial talent? Reich's face turned ashen, his lips trembling as he muttered in despair. In his entire life, he had never been so shaken as he was in these fleeting minutes. Damn it, is A-class talent as common as cabbage? How could he possibly have a spatial talent? Even if one could absorb talents, there are limits to what one's body can withstand. Not running away? Lu Chen glanced at Reich's with a sidelong look, then gently patted the backpack behind him. Tawanzi, come out. It's time for us to reap our rewards. Gugaway. Whom are you speaking to? Reich stared at Lu Chen's actions, an inexplicable and overwhelming dread surging within him, as if something horrifying and ancient were concealed within Lu Chen's backpack. At that moment, as Reich widened his eyes, a delicate, pink tentacle stealthily emerged from the backpack. Instantly, the schools of fish surrounding Lu Chen scattered in panic, as if they had encountered some unspeakable horror. Reich trembled, his complexion paling, utterly stunned. The great Leviathan of the Northern Sea. This human actually carries a Northern Sea Leviathan. By the heavens, the Northern Sea Leviathan is a divine being. Not the Lord of the Undead, the Overseer, the Master of the Northern Sea Leviathan. My heavens, what kind of enemy have we Naga provoked? At this moment, Reich felt his legs weaken, devoid of the strength to flee. The innate pressure of the Northern Sea Leviathan upon marine creatures was like a soul-deep tremor, stripping him of all will to resist. Ding. You have slain Naga Reich, 25th tier boss, gaining 1,360,000 life energy. Ding. Successfully absorbed Naga Reich. You have acquired A-class talent, petrifying gaze, increasing perception by 30 points. Well done, Tawanzi. Lu Chen chuckled, stroking Tawanzi. With yet another A-class talent in hand, he now possessed a total of 4 A-class talents: Undead, Space, Speed, and Petrification, significantly enhancing his power, filling him with immense satisfaction. Gugaway. Tawanzi nuzzled affectionately against Lu Chen before obediently diving back into the backpack. Then, Lu Chen's figure flickered and vanished, leaving behind only the withered corpse of Reich swaying in the ocean current. On the surface, the battle neared its conclusion, the remnants of the Naga tribe strewn about, creating a scene both tragic and magnificent. Master. We welcome you, Master. The Stormwing clan greeted Lu Chen's sudden appearance with bows, their eyes filled with admiration. With 0 casualties, they had completely annihilated the formidable Naga tribe without sustaining any losses, a feat once unimaginable for the Stormwing clan. Master. All the corpses of the Naga tribe have been collected, awaiting Tawanzi's absorption, Yun Ting reported. Good. Lu Chen nodded, shifting his gaze to Yun Ting. Level 17 now? Indeed, all thanks to your nurturing, Master. Not only I, but the entire clan has experienced an elevation in rank, Yun Ting replied. We are grateful for your grace, Master. The members of the Stormwing clan chorused in unison, bowing deeply, their faces radiant with uncontainable joy. At this moment, over 200 members of the Stormwing clan had achieved an average strength of 15th to 16th tier. Once, they had toiled for decades to reach the 5th tier, but now, under Lu Chen's guidance, they had regained the favor of the celestial decree, acquiring the same life energy absorption capabilities as evolvers. In just over 2 days, they had ascended to the 15th tier, surpassing decades of arduous training, all due to Lu Chen. Captain, shall we directly launch a surprise attack on the Naga Royal Court next, and wipe it out in one fell swoop? Jack leaned closer, excitement gleaming in his eyes. Initially, he had thought the Naga Royal Court would be a tough nut to crack, but now it seemed rather trivial. When the time comes, even if the Naga King possesses some strength, I, Jack, can simply unleash a corpse explosion, ensuring he'll have his fill. Lu Chen nodded gently. Once we extinguish the Naga King's court, The plunder value from the underworld should suffice to accumulate 1,000 points. Moreover, Lu Chen harbored a thought in his heart, the Tower of Awakening. He longed to explore the Tower of Evolution, for without awakening, 1's talents cannot ascend to the S grade. As an indigenous force of the world of destiny, the Naga King's court might very well hold clues to the Tower of Evolution. Alas, we should have spared a life to interrogate. Now, we are left unaware of the Naga King's court's whereabouts. Jack stroked his chin, his brow furrowed. There is no need for concern. Lu Chen cast a sidelong glance at Jack, a slight smile gracing his lips. In the distance, the dog-tail's complexion turned ashen, its limbs paddling frantically. Splashing water everywhere. How terrifying. Thankfully, that human did not pursue. I was clever to escape so swiftly. The dog-tail dared not pause for a moment. Furiously paddling through the water, the Naga Legion, immensely powerful, could obliterate the hyena pirates tenfold, yet crumbled to nothing before that human, who was simply too terrifying. The mere thought of Lu Chen sent a shiver down Dog-tail's spine. It no longer wished to be an enemy of that human, nor did it wish to lay eyes upon him again. He was too frightening. Chapter 157. 46 million life energy. So we shall not return to the Naga King's court. Immediately, Dog-tail shook its head in denial, stating, "No, if the great prince perishes here, the Naga King will surely believe I am responsible for his death, and I would be hunted down. Regardless, that human, no matter how strong, cannot possibly defeat the Naga King. Yes, let us proceed. Back to the Naga King's court." Dog-tail nodded, then changed direction, vigorously swimming toward the Naga King's court. However, unbeknownst to it, a pike was stealthily following closely behind. Upon hearing Dog-tail's decision to return to the Naga King's court, Lu Chen nodded with satisfaction. This way, he would not need to capture it, but merely follow discreetly. Subsequently, Lu Chen opened his panel and scrutinized it carefully. He had been so exhilarated by the recent battle that he had neglected to check how much life energy he had absorbed. Upon looking, Lu Chen was momentarily stunned. The spoils of this battle were astonishing. Ding! You have slain 101 Naga King's court warriors, level 20, gaining 480, 101 life energy. Ding! You have slain the head of the Naga King's court guards, Aston, level 22 boss, gaining 120, 000 life energy. Ding! Your vassal, the demonized Jack, has slain 31 Naga King's court warriors, level 20, gaining 480, 031 life energy. A total of 46 million life energy. This exhilarating slaughter had allowed Lu Chen to amass such a terrifying amount of life energy. Even if he were to share half with the little one, he would still retain 73 million, ample enough to level up several times. Indeed, the strength of 1's opponent directly correlates to the speed of 1's advancement. A smile crept onto Lu Chen's lips, his heart filled with joy. Without hesitation, he chose to absorb this life energy. In an instant, a colossal surge of life energy rushed in from all directions, flooding into his body. Lu Chen slowly closed his eyes, and a terrifying wave surged within him. The energy skyrocketing like a rocket, with level-up notifications ringing out in succession. Ding! You have reached level 13. Ding! You have reached level 14. Ding! You have reached level 15. Level 15, 57W, 200W. Strength, 120. Agility, 120. Constitution, 120. Sensitivity, 120. Free attributes, 60. As the wave subsided, Lu Chen slowly opened his eyes, his gaze sparkling with brilliance. Leveling up 3 times felt exhilarating. At that moment, a rustling emanated from his backpack. It was the little one, who, much like Lu Chen, had also leveled up 3 times to reach level 11. Level 11, 57W, 200W. Clearly, this little creature was equally ecstatic. Lu Chen chuckled softly and said, "No worries, come out, little one. There's no one around. Gugaway." Upon hearing its master's words, the little one sprang from the backpack, snuggling up to Lu Chen for a hug. The little one felt that if it continued to evolve at this pace, it would soon grow up and be able to assist its master even better. Just then, a decree from the Destiny echoed throughout the Blue Star Battle Zone. Blue Star Battle Zone announcement. In District 8765, the newly established Novice Seat Area number 784, the Evolver, Arcadia, has successfully founded a force, the Blood Moon Dynasty, Development Direction, Sea Lord, as the second force established in the Blue Star Battle Zone. All members of the Blood Moon Dynasty receive a 100-point attribute bonus, and the force leader, Arcadia, receives an additional 200-point attribute bonus. Upon hearing the announcement, Lu Chen raised an eyebrow, feeling a weight in his heart. It was not because the Blood Moon Dynasty was founded too swiftly, rather, it was too slow. It had been more than a day since he established the underworld, and only now had someone else managed to create a second force among the hundreds of billions of people on Blue Star. This pace is truly astonishingly slow. Reflecting upon this, Lu Chen couldn't help but shake his head, realizing that the others on Blue Star possessed limited strength. If he wished to carve out a place for himself in this battle of myriad races, he could only rely on himself. With that, Lu Chen turned to the little one. Let us get to work, little one. If we wish to live in peace, we must put in more effort. Gugaway. In the Blue Star Battle Zone, District 8765, at the Novice Sea Area number 784, upon the ceiling altar, hundreds of vampire corpses lay scattered in disarray. The vampire patriarch, Blood Moon Arcadia, gazed pallidly at the fallen King Kong ape before him, his eyelids twitching slightly. This level 12 boss proved to be exceedingly troublesome. Arcadia had mustered the strength of the entire Novice Sea area, suffering the loss of nearly one-third of his kin, just to barely slay this fearsome King Kong ape, leaving him severely wounded in the process. Completing this Force-S mission had proven to be so arduous. Congratulations to the Patriarch for establishing the first force of Blue Star, the Blood Moon Dynasty. The vampires on the altar cheered in unison. However, there was not a hint of joy on Blood Moon Arcadia's face. The foremost power of Blue Star? Humph. The Nether had been established over a day ago, while our Blood Moon Dynasty merely languished in second place. With that, Arcadia's visage twisted in fury. My initial attributes are so formidable, yet I barely managed to vanquish this boss. Who on earth is that Lu Chen? That he possesses such immense strength. I had anticipated the first reward to be easily within reach, yet it was snatched away, and now, even claiming second place after a day's delay is such a struggle. Had it not been for the vampire's life-preserving skill, I would have already met my demise beneath the iron fists of the Diamond Ape King. Contemplating this, Blood Moon Arcadia's eyes brimmed with resentment. I am the sovereign of the dark world of Blue Star, the most powerful being, yet now I am overshadowed by an obscure figure from the divine Xia. Unacceptable. Upon hearing the ancestor's words, the vampires exchanged silent glances. Fan Payan pondered briefly and speculated, Ancestor, could this Lu Chen be a member of an ancient martial family from divine Xia? Impossible. Arcadia vehemently rejected the notion. Those ancient martial families have long since declined, unable to withstand even one of my princes. At this moment, another vampire ventured a guess, Ancestor. I surmise that those divine Xia individuals must have employed some trickery to fortuitously complete their task. Their true strength may not be as formidable as it seems. This statement garnered immediate agreement from the others. Indeed, that is the only explanation that makes sense. Those cunning divine Xia people have robbed us of the first reward of the Blood Moon Dynasty. In an instant, the vampires were stirred with fervor. Just then, Fan Payan suggested with a sinister grin, Ancestor, I have consulted the Codex of Celestial Edicts. Among kin powers, one can devour another. If we encounter that Lu Chen in the future, we merely need to slay him and seize his fleet's banner to take his place. At Fan Payan's words, a glint of greed flashed in Blood Moon Arcadia's eyes. The leader of Blue Star's foremost power could enjoy an impressive boost of 400 attribute points. Contemplating this, a bloodthirsty grin crept across Arcadia's lips. Lu Chen, I eagerly await our encounter in the Codex. Chapter 151, absorbing over 1,000 points of perception. In the Novice Sea area number 1000, those hunting sea beasts were taken aback by the announcement that had just been broadcast. What the hell? It's only now that someone has established the second power? The gap is too vast. The Nether was founded over a day ago by the Nether Lord. I thought someone had already set up the second power, but it turns out that only now has someone completed the fleet task. Ha ha ha, with the Nether Lord around. All those prodigies and strong ones must step aside. The Nether Lord is invincible. Heh, I'm not surprised at all. My adoptive father is the overseer of our Blue Star Battle Zone, a being that represents the celestial edicts and watches over all life. My father's strength is beyond what we ordinary folks can fathom. We are truly fortunate. What the hell, I just checked. And the Nether Lord has directly leveled up 3 times. He is now level 15. At this proclamation, everyone gasped. I just reached level 6 and thought I was leveling up quickly. You're telling me the Nether Lord is already level 15? The Nether Lord's strength is becoming increasingly unfathomable. Keep in mind, he requires double the life energy to level up compared to us. I cannot even imagine how many alien beings he must have slain to achieve such a feat at that moment. Someone suddenly exclaimed, Everyone, look! The Nether Lord is speaking in the chat channel. Excitement surged through the crowd as they hurriedly entered the chat channel. Nether Lord. Long live the Nether Lord. Brother Lu Chen, I love you. Lu Chen looked at the exuberant crowd with a bewildered expression. What is going on? I just called out Yang Zimo. Why are you all so excited? Little did he know, in contrast to Arcadia, the crowd truly sensed Lu Chen's formidable power. Having founded the Nether a full day ahead, it was clear that Lu Chen's prowess in Blue Star far exceeded that of anyone else. Yang Zimo quickly responded. Yang Zimo is here. Netherlord, please command. Lu Chen glanced at Yang Zimo's level, nodding in satisfaction. At this moment, Yang Zimo had already leveled up to 8. Not only Yang Zimo, but also Li Sini, Long Howren, and other strong members of the Nether had reached level 8, while ordinary members had attained levels 5 and 6. Such substantial growth in a little over a day indicated that everyone was racing against time to level up, leaving no room for waste. Notify everyone to cease all activities immediately and gather at the coordinates 367,986. The Nether's upgrade required 100 Tier 10 evolvers. Without Lu Chen's assistance, it would take the Nether's members 1 to 2 more days to reach level 10, which was far too slow. Therefore, for this assault on the Naga Royal Court, Lu Chen decided to bring the Nether members along. After all, a single unit from the Naga Royal Court could elevate the entire Stormwing tribe to around level 15. If they could annihilate the Naga Royal Court in one fell swoop, assisting 100 people in reaching level 10 would be a piece of cake. Yes, Yang Zimo respectfully replied, then tentatively inquired, "May I ask, Netherlord, what is our task this time?" "Annihilate the Naga Royal Court." Lu Chen left those 6 words before exiting the chat channel, leaving the Nether members stunned in place. Annihilate the Naga Royal Court? Zhou Yu's eyes widened in disbelief. His thoughts a blank slate. Wait, isn't this a survival game in the ocean? Shouldn't we be struggling to survive? We've only been here for 6 days. And now the Netherlord suddenly says we are to actively go and destroy a royal court. This is exhilarating. To follow the Overseer is truly exceptional. The crowd exchanged glances for a while, their faces reflecting shock, excitement, and exhilaration, but there was no fear. The miracles that Lu Chen had repeatedly created had fostered an unconditional and fervent trust among them. At this moment, even if Lu Chen were to lead them against the celestial edicts, they would resolutely follow. Such is the charm of a leader. Yang Zimo surveyed the crowd and solemnly commanded, "Everyone understands the Netherlord's orders, right? Quickly clear the battlefield and head to the designated location." "Yes." They responded in unison. "Haha, finally able to fight alongside the Netherlord. I'm so excited. I wish I could always stay by the Netherlord's side. Just like those from the Stormwing tribe. The Naga Royal Court, is it a kingdom? Are we going to annihilate a nation? Wow, how thrilling. A kingdom might not be entirely accurate, as it is near the Novice Sea area, but it will certainly be stronger than any enemy we have encountered." At this moment, Li Sini's cold voice resonated, indicating that the underworld now possessed 60 single-masted warships, each outfitted with swift-firing short cannons. This marked our inaugural battle alongside the Lord of the Underworld, and we must exert every ounce of our strength to showcase the prowess of the divine Xia people, proving to the Lord of the Underworld that we are not inferior to the Winged tribe. Her words rang out with conviction, igniting the spirits of everyone present. Since the Lord of the Underworld established the Realm of Shadows, the Stormwing tribe had consistently fought alongside him, while they, unfortunately, could only hunt lower-tier sea beasts in the novice waters. A sense of dissatisfaction brewed among them, unwilling to be overshadowed by the Winged tribe. This impending battle represented an unparalleled opportunity to demonstrate their worth. "Rest assured, Sister Sini, I shall not bring shame to the divine Xia people," declared one. While another confidently stated, "Commander Li, you need not worry. The enemies we slay will surely rival those avian foes." Numerous affirmations echoed throughout the ranks. Yang Zimo nodded, cautioning, "The creatures of the Naga Royal Court likely possess formidable attributes. Engaging them in close combat would be disadvantageous. We must leverage our strengths, concentrating our firepower to conduct a barrage with the swift-firing short cannons." Indeed. Now all ships, set sail. Our target, the Naga Royal Court. Gujajai, with immense effort, finally absorbed all the Naga beings present, then waddled over to Lu Chen. "Wow, you've absorbed them all. How impressive." Lu Chen's eyes twinkled as he gathered Gujajai into his embrace. Immediately, waves of energy surged into Lu Chen's body. Beep. Successfully absorbed Naga Warrior, Tier 20. You have acquired a sea-level talent, Water Manipulation, increasing perception by 24 points. Beep. Successfully absorbed Naga Warrior, Tier 20. You have acquired a D-level talent, Water Control, increasing perception by 23 points. Accompanied by a series of notifications from the celestial system, an abundance of perception points flowed into Lu Chen. However, as his perception attributes continued to rise, the points gained from each absorption began to diminish, ultimately falling to single digits. With the final notification fading away, Lu Chen felt a surge of clarity in his mind. Despite the significant reduction, he had genuinely accumulated 1,012 points of perception, propelling his previous total from 1,018 to a staggering 2030. Chapter 152. An addition of A-level talent, a surge in power. The warriors of the Naga Royal Court primarily possessed attributes leaning towards perception, and their awakened talents were predominantly water-based. Hence, Although the talents absorbed from the ordinary Naga warriors were not particularly high, mostly D-level water control and C-level water manipulation, the sheer volume of these low-tier talents enabled Lu Chen's water-based talent to ascend directly to B-level. Water resonance. Gazing at his attribute panel, Lu Chen nodded appreciatively, recognizing the advantage of having similar talents from a different race. This allowed him to swiftly elevate to higher-tier talents. Among the 500 Naga warriors present, including Aston, the highest talent was merely B-level water resonance. However, he could absorb and merge their talents, granting himself an A-level water-based talent that surpassed them all. Contemplating this, Lu Chen's lips curled into a slight smile. Gujajai, absorb Aston. Gujajai responded, beep. Successfully absorb the Naga Royal Court's captain, Aston, tier 22nd boss. You have acquired a B-level talent, water resonance, increasing perception by 26 points. Detected that your B-level talent, water resonance, meets the evolution criteria. Evolving now. In an instant, the waters surrounding the underworld surged violently, coalescing into a water dragon that spiraled above Lu Chen, roaring fiercely. At this moment, Lu Chen closed his eyes, as a torrent of knowledge and understanding regarding water flooded his mind. Observing the roaring water dragon before him, Yin Ting's expression grew grave. Can Master successfully evolve to an A-level talent? Water-based talents are predominantly awakened by marine creatures. As a terrestrial being, the compatibility must be exceedingly low. Furthermore, Master had never grasped any water-based talents, not even the most basic ones. Now, suddenly absorbing a multitude of water-based talents in pursuit of evolution is akin to rushing into battle. The probability of success is concerning. With this thought, Yun Ting's face was marked with tension. However, Jack, standing nearby, was already accustomed to such situations. He glanced at Yun Ting and remarked, "Little Yun, why fret so? Our captain is a monster. I've never seen him fail in evolving a talent. Evolving to an A-level talent should be a piece of cake." As he spoke, Jack began counting on his fingers. 1, 2, 3, 4. This should be the captain's 5th A-level talent. He then mused. Let us see if the captain can directly comprehend a water-based skill. Just as Jack finished his words, the water dragon in the sky emitted a triumphant roar, shaking the heavens. Simultaneously, Lu Chen's eyes snapped open, radiating brilliance. In an instant, four massive water dragons erupted from the sea, soaring into the sky, rampaging with thunderous roars that shook the earth. Beep. Your B-level talent, water resonance, has successfully evolved into an A-level talent, water avatar. Your success rate, 99. Success rate for same-tier humans, 10. Beep. Due to your profound understanding of water-based talents, you have successfully comprehended the skill, Water Dragon Roar, A-level. Skill, Water Dragon Roar, A-level. Capable of summoning multiple enormous water dragons that, upon rushing towards enemies, self-destruct, unleashing torrents and devastating energy waves, inflicting immense damage upon foes. Let us have a water fight, but no hard feelings. Excellent. I've comprehended yet another A-level skill. Lu Chen nodded in satisfaction. Water-based skills wield considerable power over the ocean. As long as his mental strength was sufficient, this water dragon roar would transform him into a mobile missile launcher. With that said, Lu Chen trembled, and the 5 roaring water dragons instantly dissolved into countless droplets, scattering across the sky. Congratulations, Master, on acquiring another divine skill. Yun Ting exclaimed excitedly, his eyes filled with fervent admiration for Lu Chen. You did it. You truly succeeded. For someone who had never ventured into, nor excelled in this domain, Master had remarkably evolved his talent to a level in one go while also successfully comprehending a skill. Such innate talent is utterly terrifying. Captain, with your performance, I feel like A-level talents are becoming trivial, Jack muttered, pouting. Jack had once reveled in his successful evolution to an A-level talent, but now, when compared to Lu Chen, he instantly felt that there was little to celebrate, his joy dissipating as he perceived himself as utterly worthless. As Lu Chen turned to look at him, a knowing smile crept across his lips. Your corpse fusion technique is also commendable. It will soon come in handy. Jack shivered involuntarily at Lu Chen's smile, exclaiming, Captain, when you smile like that, I can't help but feel a chill. He couldn't help but wonder what terrifying events awaited those unfortunate souls in the Naga Royal Court. Is it just you who returned from the Naga Royal Court? Where are Rex and the captain of the guards? The Naga King, Naga Saroth, cast a cold, piercing gaze upon the disheveled canine tail. Seeing the Naga King before him, the canine tail wept profusely, exclaiming, Oh, Naga King, I can't believe I made it back alive. I thought I was doomed. That human, he is a devil. He single-handedly crushed the elite guards. And the crown prince and the captain of the guards were all slain by him. At this revelation, the assembly was thrown into shock. Nonsense. A Naga elder barked sharply. Do not claim that mere human is but a low-tier world evolver. Even if he hails from a higher realm, he has only been in Tianyu for 6 days. 6 days? How formidable can he be? The crown prince and the captain of the guards, even if they were outmatched, could surely retreat. How could they perish at the hands of such a lowly human? Once the elder's words fell, the other Nagas nodded in agreement. Indeed, no matter how gifted that human may be, he has only been in Tianyu for 6 days. To evolve to the 10th tier in such a short span is already miraculous. The crown prince and the captain of the guards are both over 20 tiers strong. How could they fall to someone of such a meager stature? Exactly. Canine Tail, cease your jest and speak the truth. Where is his highness now? Faced with their disbelief, the Canine Tail wiped away his tears and hurriedly replied, I am not lying. That human is an overseer. The mere utterance of the term overseer rendered the once boisterous palace utterly silent, leaving everyone in stunned disbelief. Nagasaroth sprang to his feet, his serpentine tail whipping around as he swiftly approached the Canine Tail, seizing him by the neck with a grip akin to iron, lifting him high. Repeat that. Overseer. Nagasaroth's teeth ground together, veins bulging on his forehead. It is truly an overseer. He has subservient races. Chapter 153. The Nine Heavens Palace. A great battle approaches. With his neck in a vice-like grip, the Canine Tail's face turned crimson as he strained to utter the words. Nagasaroth's expression grew grave. It felt as though a colossal weight had settled upon his heart. Subservient races. Overseer. He had never anticipated that someone from the lower worlds would pass the trials. If Rex were to confront the overseer, the outcome would be unpredictable. It was said that once an evolver became an overseer, they would inherit the legacy of the overseers. Traditionally, overseers were renowned figures mentoring their juniors, and those esteemed overseers were invariably formidable beings, their legacies immensely powerful. Realizing this, Nagasaroth's eyes widened as he bellowed at the Canine Tail. Where's Rex? Where is he now? However, before the Canine Tail could respond, a Naga warrior rushed in with urgent news. My king, numerous evolver warships have been sighted approaching from beyond the island. At this announcement, panic swept through the hall. Evolver warships? Could they be the fleet of that overseer? A Naga elder gasped, his complexion paling. It is certain. The competition among the races has only commenced for 6 days, and within that span, they have managed to navigate out of the novice seas and assemble a fleet. Who but an overseer possesses such capabilities? An overseer dares to launch an attack against us? What are we to do? The overseer holds the power to judge evildoers. Should we be deemed as such, there would be no escape. In an instant, the arrogance and disdain that once adorned the faces of the Naga vanished, replaced by anxiety and trepidation. The name of the overseer struck fear into their hearts. Suddenly, a Naga elder fixed a cold gaze upon the Canine Tail. This does not add up. The ocean is vast and boundless. How could the overseer locate us so swiftly? With these words, every Naga turned their eyes toward the Canine Tail, their gazes glimmering with malice. Nagasaroth realized the truth and roared, It is you. You are the one who led the overseer here. It was your instigation that caused Rex and Aston to leave Naga Island. As the assembly pointed their accusations at him, the Canine Tail trembled in terror, stammering, No, it's a misunderstanding. Yet before he could finish, a sharp crack echoed as Nagasaroth twisted the Canine Tail's neck, causing his head to droop lifelessly. What a clever maneuver. Overseer, Nagasaroth muttered darkly, discarding the corpse as if it were refuse. A nearby elder slithered closer to the Naga king, respectfully inquiring, My king, this newly emerged human overseer has evidently set their sights on our Naga royal court. Should we retreat? Retreat? Nagasaroth scoffed. What of the overseer? He is not invincible. Witnessing Nagasaroth's bravado, the elder's face paled further as he continued. But, does not the overseer possess the power granted by Tianyu to judge evildoers? With a flick of his serpentine tail, Nagasaroth glided to his throne, raising a massive, dark hammer with a glint of deadly intent in his eyes. He can indeed judge evildoers, but if I slay that judging overseer, the mark of evildoers will vanish without a trace. As he spoke, a fervent light flickered in Nagasaroth's eyes. Moreover, should I slay an overseer, the benefits will be immeasurable, and our Naga race will seize this opportunity to rise completely. With that declaration, Nagasaroth waved his hand vigorously, summoning all his kin. Today, we shall utterly annihilate this so-called overseer and avenge Rex and all our fallen kin. Yes, off the coast of Naga Island, 60 pitch-black, single-masted warships loomed upon the surface of the sea, their masts standing tall and imposing. At this moment, over 900 members of the underworld had assembled at the designated location provided by Lu Chen. Old-Yang. Ahead lies what the Lord of the Underworld referred to as the Naga Royal Court. From the looks of it, this is not going to be an easy challenge. Longhauern squinted, surveying the island ahead. Indeed, Yang Zimo nodded, his voice low. The Naga tribe on the island likely possesses tiers exceeding 20. It remains uncertain how many there are. 20 tiers? Well, this time we should be able to make a decisive strike. To be candid, I have grown weary of the 8th and 10th tier sea beasts in the novice waters. Li Ming's fingers twitched slightly. Arcs of electricity crackling as the fervor of battle ignited in his eyes. Suddenly, the scout at the bow, endowed with extraordinary vision, exclaimed loudly, "Commander! The Naga tribe on the island is gathering in large numbers. There are 2,000, no, at least 3,000. Upon hearing this, the previously relaxed members of the underworld were instantly taken aback. How many? 3,000? Zhou Yu gasped in astonishment. My goodness, over 3,000 level 20 Naga, this time. The Lord of the Underworld truly has an insatiable appetite. Ha ha ha, the Lord's decision is indeed imposing. This battle will be exhilarating. Longhauren slowly unstrapped the colossal shield from his back, tilting his head back in laughter, his face radiating exuberance. However, some held a more cautious stance. Commander Yang, we currently possess only over 900 level 6 and 7 evolvers. Challenging the Naga Royal Court would be akin to an ant attempting to shake a tree. Should we not withdraw for now? We can reassess when the Lord of the Underworld arrives. Level 20, over 3,000 of them. My heavens. I have never encountered so many high-tier monsters in my life. The disparity in both rank and number is far too great. We should wait for the Lord to arrive. Listening to the others, Yang Zimo surveyed his surroundings, his gaze piercing and resolute. The Lord has commanded us to await our opportunity. We possess formidable ships and cannons. If we cower now, merely hiding behind the Lord's shadow, we will inevitably be forsaken by him. With these words, those who had previously advocated for retreat lowered their heads, their faces filled with shame. Commander Yang, we were wrong. I do not wish to be abandoned by the Lord. Yes, we will follow your orders. Yang Zimo slowly directed his gaze toward the gathering Naga on the island and commanded in a deep voice, "All hands, prepare for battle." Understood. In an instant, the sails of the warships unfurled one by one. Cannon muzzles began to swivel and adjust their aim, and the impending clash loomed. Meanwhile, a 30-meter-long two-masted frigate was steadily making its way toward the Naga Royal Court, its sides gleaming with the cold light of numerous cannons, while on the deck, the towering mast bore the flag of the Golden Divine Eagle, fluttering fiercely in the wind. Captain, what might we be to the Nine Heavens Palace? Why should we seek the Awakening Tower's secrets from others? Does the minister truly need to invite this ancient serpent? Xiao Langtao, clad in a black bodysuit and clutching a long sword, expressed his impatience with a slight smirk. Captain Xiaoyan Fan's lips curled into a smile. The minister's decision holds merit. The Awakening Tower opens only once every millennium, and the dangers concealed within are unknown to any. It is prudent to gather more formidable allies. At the mention of the Awakening Tower, a flicker of fervor ignited in his eyes. It is said that within that tower lies the potential for awakening. Once successful, one's strength would undergo a tremendous transformation. However, exploring the Awakening Tower requires at least a level 50. The Naga King is only at level 30. What difference could he make? It is likely he won't even be able to enter the tower's gates. Xiao Langtao scoffed dismissively. You fail to understand. This Naga King is no ordinary foe. Xiaoyan Fan shot a glare at Xiao Langtao. He possesses a unique ability that allows him to harness ancestral power, elevating his talent to S-Class. Otherwise, why would the minister extend a special invitation to him? S-Class. My heavens. Xiao Langtao's expression shifted dramatically, and he promptly retracted his earlier disdain. He had only seen S-Class talent in their clan leader, whose strength he could hardly fathom. Just then, a lookout atop the mast sounded the alarm. Captain, multiple unidentified vessels have been spotted ahead of Naga Island. The members of the Nine Heavens Palace lifted their gazes. Before Naga Island, dozens of single-masted warships lined the sea. All were rudimentary single-masted sailboats. Pirates? What could they be up to? Are they attempting to assault Naga Island? Xiao Langtao raised an eyebrow. Skepticism etched across his face. Xiaoyan Fan scrutinized them for a moment before shaking his head and scoffing. Pirates? They are merely evolvers who have recently emerged from the novice waters. Evolvers participating in the myriad races competition? Xiao Langtao's eyes widened in shock. They've only been here for 6 days and dare to set their sights on the Naga Royal Court? Have they lost their minds? Haha. They must have had an easy time in the novice waters and believe it would be the same out here. Just wait and see. These few ships will soon find themselves at the bottom of the sea, courtesy of the Naga tribe. Xiaoyan Fan crossed his arms, adopting a spectator's demeanor. Indeed, a group of evolvers not even at level 10 dares to target the Naga Royal Court. How utterly reckless. Captain, I wager that once the Naga tribe makes a move, these humans will scatter in all directions in fright. Xiao Langtao remarked, a fierce glint in his eyes. Our Ling Xiao will conveniently block their retreat, executing a pincer maneuver to capture every last one of them. The mere thought of the rewards from slaying evolvers brought a grin to Xiao Longtao's lips. Commander Yang, the situation is dire. The Naga are entering the water. They are aquatic beings, and once submerged, they may become even more formidable. Li Sini observed the Naga warriors crawling toward the sea, her brows furrowing tightly. Yang Zimo too recognized the severity of the situation, his countenance grave. Old dragon, how far are we? Long Howren closed one eye, raising his thumb to gauge the distance. Having handled artillery in the military, this simple measurement posed no challenge for him. Now is the right moment, he declared loudly. Hearing this, Yang Zimo's eyes widened in realization, and he bellowed the command. All ships, lower sails and halt. Aim at the Naga on the island. Fire! 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 The moment Yang Zimo's order was issued, the captains of the underworld fleet roared, issuing commands to open fire. Boom! In an instant, the 180 short-range rapid-fire cannons across 60 single-masted sailboats roared in unison, unleashing a torrent of cannon fire that tore through the air like a raging dragon, shaking the very heavens and raining destruction upon the Naga. Quick! Everyone move! An elder of the Naga was urgently commanding the surrounding Naga warriors. Suddenly, a piercing shriek sliced through the air. The elder instinctively looked up to see a deluge of cannonballs descending like a dark cloud. His pupils constricted in terror, and before he could react, a blazing cannonball struck him like a meteor, sending him hurtling several meters away, blood spraying forth. Yet, this was merely the beginning of a nightmare. Hundreds of projectiles poured down upon the small Naga island like a tempest, triggering a series of earth-shattering explosions. Boom, boom, boom. In an instant, dust surged into the air, as if the very heavens and earth were being overturned by an immense force. Boulders rolled, and smoke enveloped the sky, obscuring the sun. How can they possess such ferocious firepower? Elder Naga bellowed in shock and despair amidst the relentless explosions. Before his words could fully escape his lips, his body was utterly torn apart by the continuous blasts, shattered into countless fragments. Although the Naga tribe typically boasted a level of power exceeding the 20th tier, granting them formidable resilience, they could withstand the impact of a single artillery shell, but were utterly incapable of enduring the torrential bombardment akin to a deluge of cannon fire. The short-range rapid-fire cannon, a weapon of advanced bronze quality, was sufficient to dominate enemies at sea with just one. However, the terrifying war machines of the underworld fleet were equipped with a staggering 180 of these cannons. Were it not for the limitation of only 3 weapon slots per ship, Yang Zimo would have eagerly added another 180, for these instruments were remarkably effective and devastatingly lethal. Continue firing, do not cease. Keep them suppressed, Yang Zimo commanded, striking the armrest fiercely as he issued his order on the dust-laden Naga island. He understood that while the current onslaught was thunderous and awe-inspiring, the high tier of the Naga tribe meant that without a sustained barrage, it would be challenging to effectively eliminate the enemy. Boom, boom, boom. The Naga warriors, stunned by the explosions, had no time to react before the underworld fleet unleashed a second wave of cannon fire. Although the short-range rapid-fire cannons had limited range and accuracy, their firing rate was akin to a tempest, leaving the Naga tribe no respite as shot after shot rained down incessantly. In mere seconds, the underworld fleet completed 10 volleys of fire. It was not until this moment that the cacophony of cannon fire finally ceased. This was not due to Yang Zimo's unwillingness to continue, but rather because the cannon barrels had turned an incandescent red after 10 consecutive ferocious discharges, desperately needing time to cool down. As the sounds of cannon fire faded, the dust on Naga Island gradually dispersed under the caress of the sea breeze, revealing a scene of unimaginable devastation. Once a picturesque paradise, Naga Island was now riddled with craters, and the remains of Naga warriors lay scattered, some grotesquely disfigured, while others writhed in agony, struggling for breath in the craters. This relentless barrage had mercilessly claimed the lives of over 500 Naga warriors. In an instant, vast waves of life energy surged from the corpses of the Naga tribe, coalescing in the air like a torrent before violently rushing towards the members of the underworld fleet. The magnitude of this life energy was so immense that it instantaneously elevated over 900 individuals by 2 to 3 levels, significantly enhancing their power. Chapter 155, The Undead Legion Strikes. The members of the underworld, feeling their levels surge, erupted into a fervent cheer. Wow, did we really do this? Incredible. In less than a minute, we've wiped out over 520th tier monsters. I could never have imagined this. I've gone from level 6 to level 9. I've never felt this exhilarated in my life. Ha ha ha. Thanks to the Lord of the Underworld for providing us with so many magical stones. Otherwise, how could we have constructed such an arsenal of short-range rapid-fire cannons? Long live the Lord of the Underworld. Foster father, I've reached level 10. Did you see that? We are not inferior to those Stormwing clan. Cheers erupted in the background, but the members of the Nine Heavens Palace, who had been preparing to witness the underworld's folly, were now left dumbfounded. Xiao Langtao mechanically turned to Captain Xiaoyan Fan, disbelief etched on his face. Captain, are they truly evolvers who just arrived in the Tianyu world 6 days ago? This firepower, this intensity, our Lingxiao can't withstand it either. 6 days? Where did they acquire so many advanced bronze cannons? Xiaoyan Fan was momentarily stunned, feeling as though he had been soundly slapped in the face. Just a minute ago, he had been mocking them, yet in the next moment, these evolvers had seemingly activated a cheat, unleashing hundreds of cannons to annihilate over 500 Naga warriors. However, despite his surprise, Xiaoyan Fan shook his head and solemnly remarked, I admit, I underestimated these evolvers. Still, they cannot alter the outcome. The strength of the Naga tribe is not something that can be countered merely by these few cannons. Indeed, as soon as Xiaoyan Fan's words fell, the Naga warriors surged towards the ocean like a tide once more. Observing the cessation of cannon fire, the Naga king scoffed, Is this all you've got, Overseer? You cannot defeat me with just these cannons. Once all the Naga warriors submerged into the sea, the power of the human artillery would be significantly diminished. At that moment, the Naga warriors would launch a surprise attack from beneath the waves, determined to eradicate these bothersome evolvers. As the Naga warriors surged forward once more, the cheers of the underworld began to wane, replaced by a heavy silence. Despite their significant kills, the sight of the Naga warriors remained dauntingly numerous and terrifying. Yang Zimo gritted his teeth, issuing an order, all ships, raise sail and retreat at full speed. Create distance and wait for the short-range rapid-fire cannons to cool down. Yes, orders acknowledged, retreat at full speed. In an instant, the underworld fleet unfurled their sails, preparing to withdraw. However, before the fleet could move, a cacophony of dense bone scraping echoed across the sea. The crew stood in astonishment. Huh? What is that sound? It seems like the sound of bones grinding against each other. Bones. But this is all seawater. Where would bones come from? On Naga Island, the Naga tribe also heard the eerie sound of bones scraping, exchanging bewildered glances. Do not stop. Continue into the sea and slay those evolvers, urged the supervising Naga elder. Just then, a Naga warrior, half submerged in the water, felt something strange beneath his feet. Looking down, his face paled in horror as he exclaimed, Skeletons! My lord! The sea is filled with skeletons. The once murky seabed had transformed into a pallid expanse, entirely composed of stacked skeletons. Before the warrior could issue a warning, he was overwhelmed and devoured by the dense mass of skeletons, his screams piercing the air. Following this, countless grotesque and terrifying skeletal warriors emerged from the depths, instantly engulfing the once golden beach in a sea of bones. Undead. The countenance of the Naga elder shifted dramatically, as he pondered the sudden emergence of such a multitude of undead. When had the Naga tribe incurred the wrath of the necromantic forces? Yet, the gravity of the situation left little room for contemplation. In an instant, countless skeletal warriors howled, surging towards Naga Island like an overwhelming tide. Infuriating. These undead are merely level 10, Naga warriors. Charge forth with me and eradicate them entirely. The glory of the Naga shall endure. With a fierce roar, the Naga elder led the charge into the sea of bones. The glory of the Naga shall endure. A vast wave of blue, composed of Naga warriors, collided violently with the pale sea of undead. In that fleeting moment, limbs shattered, bones splintered, and the cacophony of battle intertwined with anguished cries. This unforeseen turn of events rendered the members of the underworld, who were poised to retreat, utterly speechless. No, Old Yang, what is the meaning of this undead army? Look at their numbers. It must be no fewer than 8,000. Is this your doing? Long Howren gazed at the chaotic battlefield, his eyes filled with astonishment and confusion. When did we in the underworld acquire such a legion of the undead? Yang Zimo shook his head in perplexity. I am equally in the dark. But one thing is certain, these undead are not our foes. At that moment, Zhou Yu's voice broke through, drawing everyone's attention. Might this legion of undead be the handiwork of the Lord of the Underworld? Zhou Yu speculated, gazing at the sea of bones. Though it sounded implausible. The Lord of the Underworld is, after all, a watcher. It is conceivable that a watcher would command a vast army of the undead. Just as the crowd grappled with their astonishment, the sound of crashing waves erupted. Suddenly, a pitch-black vessel, exuding an eerie black mist, emerged from the depths, rising to the surface of the sea. Upon sighting this dark ship, the crowd erupted in jubilant cheers. The Underworld ship, it has arrived. The Lord of the Underworld is here. These undead are all under the Lord's command. How splendid. The Underworld ship can even operate underwater. Long live the Lord of the Underworld. The cheers echoed ceaselessly, yet the corners of Lu Chen's eyes twitched slightly. What a pitiful situation. This ocean is treacherous indeed. I had brought forth a staggering 20,000 skeletal warriors from the Isle of Buried Corpses, yet due to a lack of sufficient vessels, I was compelled to direct the undead army to traverse the ocean floor. To my dismay, the depths were teeming with ferocious and bizarre sea creatures, which did not spare even the skeletons. Consequently, from the Isle of Buried Corpses to the Naga Royal Court, a mere short march, I lost over 10,000 skeletal warriors. Now, merely over 8,000 remain. Moreover, devoid of the deathly aura provided by the Isle of Buried Corpses, these 8,000 skeletal warriors possess only a transient combat capacity, incapable of sustaining prolonged engagement. Contemplating this, Lu Chen felt a pang of distress. It is imperative that I devise a method to produce deathly energy and store the undead army's essence without having to lead the skeletal warriors through this perilous underwater route. With deathly energy, the undead army can harness power, and with a means of storage, I shall no longer be burdened to escort skeletal warriors across these treacherous depths. Chapter 156. Why do I feel we resemble the villains? The loss of half the undead during the march left Lu Chen with an indescribable frustration. At this moment, the Naga tribe became the perfect outlet for his pent-up fury. A glint of cold light flashed in Lu Chen's eyes as he raised his right hand with sudden fervor. Let them all perish. The skeletal warriors, locked in battle with the Naga warriors, suddenly opened their mouths wide, their internal death energy spiraling into chaotic frenzy. In the next instant, under the terrified gaze of the Naga warriors, the skeletal warriors detonated in a cataclysmic explosion. The thunderous booms echoed incessantly. The self-detonation of level 10 undead surpassed even the rapid-fire cannons of the underworld fleet. In an instant, the ground trembled, mountains swayed, and the tremendous force of the explosions unleashed towering waves, with the sea being thrust several feet into the air before crashing down violently. The skies above Naga Island were enveloped in a thick shroud of sanguine mist, formed from the flesh and blood of countless Naga warriors torn asunder in the blasts. Retreat. Fall back swiftly. The Naga elder frantically conjured a water shield, his voice hoarse with urgency. At this moment, his eyes were filled with an uncontrollable terror. The corpse explosion. It is indeed a corpse explosion. The Naga elder had never witnessed such a brutal method of combat. These skeletal warriors, indifferent to their own lives, charged forth with a roar whenever they beheld a Naga, seeking to achieve mutual annihilation through self-detonation. However, scarcely had he uttered these words when more than a dozen skeletal warriors lunged at him, furiously assaulting his water shield. The death energy within them expanded at a visibly rapid pace. It's over. The Naga elder's pupils constricted sharply, his heart laden with despair. Boom. A resounding explosion shook the heavens as more than a dozen undead detonated simultaneously. The immense shockwave shattered the water shield that the Naga elder had desperately maintained, scattering it into wisps of vapor. No. Accompanied by the Naga elder's despairing wail, his body was mercilessly torn apart in the explosion, blood splattering everywhere, vanishing into the dark crimson mist. As the echoes of the explosions faded, Naga Island was entirely shrouded in a veil of black-red dust, a mixture of pulverized flesh, soil, and bone fragments. The battlefield fell into a profound silence, with both Naga and human forces, even the distant Jiuxiao Hall, gazing blankly at the slowly descending dust, revealing a harrowing sight. The thousands of Naga warriors who had been engaged in combat, alongside countless skeletal warriors, had all turned to dust, leaving only the gaping craters where the corpse explosions had occurred. Gulp. Xiao Langtao swallowed hard, his voice trembling. Captain, is this how fierce the battles are for this generation of evolvers? 4 to 5,000 beings have simply disintegrated before our eyes. Such a method of warfare sends chills down my spine. With a sufficient number of undead, which force can withstand this self-destructive style of war? Even our Jiuxiao Hall would falter. Gazing at the hellish scene before him, Xiao Yunfan couldn't help but take a deep breath. The A-level corpse explosion indicates that an extraordinary individual has emerged among the evolvers in this maritime region. With that said, a glimmer of intrigue flickered in his eyes as he spoke in a low tone. I must observe how long this evolver from the lower world can endure beneath the Naga King's command. How long can he endure? Xiao Longtao's visage was rife with perplexity. Captain, is it not the case that the human evolutionists currently hold the upper hand? Humph, utterly futile. Xiao Yunfan let out a cold snort, asserting, in this world, the ultimate determinant of victory is always the strong. Regardless of the cunning schemes these evolutionists employ to gain their advantages, the moment the Naga King strikes, they shall crumble like mere clay figurines. A slow, chilling smile crept across Xiao Yunfan's lips. To a true powerhouse, no multitude of ants could ever bring down an elephant. And in Xiao Yunfan's eyes, the Naga King epitomized true strength. Otherwise, the minister would not have extended a special invitation to the Naga King to explore the Tower of Awakening. The observer has made his move. Witnessing the instantaneous transformation of thousands of his kin into a crimson mist, Naga Salos's eyes flickered with sorrow. The warriors of Naga Island were the elite of the Naga court, totaling no more than 3,000, and now, with the onset of battle, half had already perished. Contemplating this, Naga Salos gripped the heavy black iron hammer tightly, advancing slowly as he commanded in a deep voice, "Do not engage these skeletons in close combat. The blast radius of their corpses is approximately 10 meters. Maintain your distance and annihilate these undead with water-based abilities. As you command, the glory of the Naga shall endure. Victory belongs to us." With Naga Salos's orders, the previously anxious Naga warriors steadied their resolve. Naga Salos's gaze pierced the surface of the ocean, settling upon the dark vessel. And he coldly inquired, "Lord Observer, having graced the Naga court with your presence, why not ascend for a discourse?" However, the response he received was not from Lu Chen, but rather a sinister, mocking laughter that rose in pitch. "Ha ha ha. Old man, if you wish to contend with the captain, you must first pass through me." Lord Jack. No sooner had the words left his mouth than a colossal wave surged from the sea, followed by a massive hand breaking the surface, and soon after, a giant, towering several dozen meters, emerged from the depths, the very voice that had spoken. The appearance of the giant elicited gasps from the inhabitants of Naga Island. This behemoth was formed from the withered corpses of Naga warriors, twisted and entwined, manifesting a nightmarish colossus. Countless faces of Naga warriors were faintly discernible upon its body, frozen in expressions of utter terror and despair, as if silently narrating the agony and defiance of their former lives. "They are our people. They are all dead." This was the retinue that accompanied the prince on his expedition. I saw the face of the captain of the guards. He too has perished." Amidst the cries of horror, the corpse giant slowly raised its right leg and brought it crashing down, creating a thunderous impact that sent waves crashing toward Naga Island. Simultaneously, the sound of bone grinding against bone echoed as countless skeleton warriors surged from the ocean, gathering beneath the giant and trailing it towards Naga Island to launch an assault. Within the Phantom Fleet, the crew stood in stunned silence, transfixed by the horrifying spectacle. "Why do I feel like we resemble the villains in this scenario?" Zhou scratched his head, offering an awkward smile. Observing their own side, undead, rotting corpses, self-detonation. A giant composed of bodies. The fleet had evidently been formed for the purpose of plundering resources, hardly exuding any semblance of righteousness. Chapter 157, The Naga King's Exclusive Skill? "Do not speak nonsense. We are indeed forces under the observer." Li Ming feigned composure, clearing his throat. "Even if we employ undead and self-detonation, it represents the justice of the explosion. What if our appearance and skills are fearsome? Our leader is the observer, officially sanctioned. If anyone dares to label us as villains, we shall obliterate them. Yes, let us proceed thus. You seek death." Naga Salos glared at the towering corpse giant, his eyes widening in fury. A palpable aura of murderous intent enveloping him. Upon the giant's form, he glimpsed the visage of his son. "Damn it, you all shall accompany Rix to the grave." Naga Salos roared, his serpentine tail lashing out as he bolted toward the corpse giant like an arrow released from its bow. "Come forth, old man," Jack sneered, as the giant's right hand swung through the air, hurtling toward Naga King. Yet, the moment that hand made contact with Naga King, it shattered into countless pieces like sandcastles. Gripping the obsidian hammer, Naga Salos surged forward with unstoppable force, delivering a mighty blow to the chest of the corpse giant. With a dull thud, the horrifying giant's chest was shattered by Naga King's strike. Arg! The corpse giant howled, its form disintegrating into countless fragments. However, at that moment, a dark flash erupted from the shattered remains, hurtling toward Naga King. "Ha ha ha, old man. Let me show you what true surprise feels like." Jack's grin widened, his aura surging as he evidently prepared to unleash the explosive technique once more, aiming to catch Naga King off guard. Yet, Naga Salos, with his wealth of combat experience, quickly discerned Jack's nefarious scheme. His eyes turned a stark gray, his serpentine hair thrashing wildly as the heads of his serpents hissed in unison. The Naga royal family's exclusive talent, petrifying gaze, was activated. Jack, poised with arms wide open, ready to surprise Naga King, suddenly felt his energy flow slow to a crawl. Looking down, he realized he had begun to petrify. Damn it, this old man reacts so quickly. Before he could finish his thought, Jack had completely transformed into a statue. Frozen in place, Naga Salos, undeterred, swung his obsidian hammer with a whoosh, shattering Jack's head into a fine mist of debris. Naga Salos gracefully alighted, casting a cold smile at Lu Chen. "Heh, a boss-level explosion. Lord Observer, you truly spare no expense, but alas, it was all in vain. If you do not make your move soon, your entire retinue will swiftly follow in the footsteps of these undead. As his words fell, numerous Naga warriors emerged from all directions around Naga Island, agilely maneuvering through the water like arrows released from a bow, surging toward the phantom fleet. Observing Jack, who had merged with 500 corpses yet was unable to unleash his explosive technique before being annihilated, Lu Chen could not help but allow a smile to curve his lips. With such profound combat experience, it was no wonder Naga King was so formidable. How intriguing. With that, Lu Chen accessed Naga King's profile. Naga race, Naga Salos, boss-level entity. Traits, ocean affinity, amphibious nature, scaled skin, high intelligence. Innate ability, petrifying gaze, grade A, under the gaze. All things become immobile. Stare at someone and they become pregnant. Skill 1, rock hammer domination, grade A, channeling all one's strength into a rock hammer, striking fiercely. With enough power to flatten a small island and instantaneously obliterate foes. A hammer of 80. Skill 2, ancestors' might, exclusive to Naga King. Naga Saloros can harness the power of ancestors, resulting in a tremendous enhancement of his own strength. The ancestors have manifested. Combat assessment, level 30 boss, when facing him. You better pray his hammer doesn't smash your face, as it will aid in identifying your corpse. Upon reviewing the panel of Naga King, Lu Chen's brow furrowed slightly, and a grave expression surfaced upon his visage for the first time. The innate ability and great skill of Naga Saloros did not come as a surprise to Lu Chen. However, upon seeing the Naga King's second skill, Ancestor's Might, an unsettling feeling surged within him. This skill lacked a level classification, and its description was exceedingly vague. He possessed a similar skill, the exclusive skill of the Observer, Windbreaker. He was acutely aware of Windbreaker's formidable power. Could it be that the potency of Ancestor's Might was equally extraordinary? It seemed that the forthcoming battle might not be as effortless as before. Nevertheless, this was welcome, since defeating Gorgon. It had become increasingly rare to encounter an opponent who could compel him to exert his full strength. With this thought, Lu Chen's fighting spirit intensified. Yin Ting, summon the Stormwing clan to assist the Nether Fleet. I shall confront this Naga King. Yes, master. Yin Ting replied respectfully, and immediately, the sound of flapping wings crescendoed as over 200 Stormwing clan members descended from the heavens, spiraling above the Nether Fleet. Their wings shimmered with the azure power of wind, poised to unleash wind blades and initiate an assault. With the Stormwing clan providing aerial support, the Nether Fleet would possess a fighting chance against the Naga clan. Lu Chen's thoughts raced, and he fixed his gaze upon Naga Saloros. I shall witness the true extent of your exclusive skill. Before his words faded, Lu Chen leaped from the bow of the ship, his form transforming into a blur as he charged towards Naga Saloros. The latter merely perceived a sharp sound near his ear, the air ripping apart with a thunderous roar. In the next instant, Lu Chen arrived before him, his weapon, a blade as dark as the night, glinting with an eerie green light, thrusting forward with fervor. Naga Saloros felt a jolt of alarm. What incredible speed! He barely had time to discern Lu Chen's movement before the blade was upon him. Truly, the reputation of the Observer was terrifying. In the face of an Observer's onslaught, Naga Saloros dared not underestimate the threat. He swiftly whirled his massive hammer to intercept the ebony blade, yet no impact reverberated as expected. Instead, the figure of Lu Chen, once so close, vanished in an instant. A phantom. Naga Saloros gasped in shock, swiftly deducing that his visual and auditory senses had been disrupted. He spun around, and indeed, Lu Chen had silently appeared behind him, the black blade's edge mere inches from his back. Arrogant, Naga Saloros bellowed, his inner power surging forth, conjuring a water shield that materialized behind him. Yet, Lu Chen's form again dissipated like a specter. Damn it, my vision wasn't impaired? Naga Saloros's eyes widened, the moment he sensed disruption. He had fully fortified his visual and auditory defenses. That shadow was undoubtedly Lu Chen's true form. How could he have vanished so abruptly? Wait, could it be teleportation? A chill coursed through Saloros as he swiftly turned his gaze, and indeed, Lu Chen's figure materialized before him once more, the green glow still emanating from the black blade. Yet Naga Saloros found himself unable to block in time. Chapter 158, A Single Surge. You have awakened a spatial affinity? Naga Saloros roared in a mix of shock and fury, his eyes suddenly turning a pale gray as he attempted to unleash his petrifying gaze to immobilize Lu Chen. Though Lu Chen was merely at the 15th level, the fearsome reputation of the Observer was not something he wished to confront directly. However, before the petrifying gaze could be fully cast, Naga Saloros was astonished to find Lu Chen's eyes had also transformed to gray. Petrification. How could you? Before he could finish his words, Naga Soloros's body instantaneously solidified into a statue of stone, his expression frozen in shock and disbelief. He never anticipated that he too would experience the moment of petrification. Lu Chen's eyes glinted coldly, his movements unwavering as he thrust the hard erosion blade with fierce intent, piercing directly into the location of Naga Soloros's heart. Simultaneously, the green glow surged upon the heart erosion blade, the full might of his venomous control exploding forth. This Naga King had instilled a profound sense of threat within Lu Chen, thus he held nothing back, striving for a decisive blow. The sound of the blade piercing flesh echoed, followed by a sickening crunch. As the heart was pierced, Naga Soloros's petrified state shattered into countless fragments, and he felt a searing pain in his chest. In the next moment, his body was violently propelled by the immense force contained within the black blade, crashing heavily onto a rocky shore, scattering stone debris in all directions. This sudden turn of events left all present on the battlefield momentarily dumbfounded. The Naga on the island, poised to cheer for their king as he crushed the terrifying giant of a corpse, found themselves speechless as they witnessed the low-level human rise in fury. In the next heartbeat, the Naga King's heart was pierced, and his body thunderously fell to the ground. Moreover, the green hue spreading across the Naga King's form clearly indicated he had been poisoned. Seeing this, the Naga tribe collectively gaped, their faces etched with shock and disbelief. The pitiful figure sprawled upon the ground was none other than their strongest champion, their king. How could he be so grievously harmed by a mere human of inferior rank? Meanwhile, on the ship Lingxiao, those who had initially been excited to witness the Naga King in action, including Xiao Yunfen and Xiaolangtou, now stood frozen in awe. Xiaolangtou rubbed his eyes, trembling as he asked, "Captain, are you truly convinced that this Naga King is as formidable as you claim? How could he have fallen after merely engaging with that evolver? These injuries are undoubtedly fatal." Xiao Fan's expression mirrored his astonishment, his lips twitching with disbelief. "It shouldn't be this way. I have personally witnessed the Naga King's prowess, which is nothing short of astonishing. This can only mean one thing. The strength of this human exceeds our expectations." Indeed, Xiaolangtou nodded in agreement. The true capabilities of this human must far surpass his 15th tier realm. During their confrontation, he showcased his talents in spatial manipulation, petrification, and poison. Within just 6 days, he has mastered 3 abilities. This individual is certainly not to be trifled with. Unfortunately, we are positioned too far away to overhear their dialogue. Otherwise, it would undoubtedly be more riveting. With that, Xiaolangtou turned to Xiao Fan and inquired, "Captain, with the Naga King's heart pierced, he should be beyond saving, correct? There seems to be no need to extend another invitation. Should we return to the Nine Heavens Palace?" However, Xiao Fan chuckled lightly. "Beyond saving? You underestimate the Naga King. If he were merely this capable, our minister would not have invited him to explore the Awakening Tower alongside us. Just wait, the best is yet to come." Under the watchful gaze of countless spectators, Lu Chen's movements remained unceasing. He refused to indulge in the arrogance typical of antagonists in television dramas. The Naga King clearly harbored a mysterious skill, and the optimal strategy was to strike decisively, eliminating him before he could unleash that power. With this thought, Lu Chen waved his left hand gently, and dozens of bone spears glimmered ominously as they shot forth like arrows released from a bow, hurtling towards the Naga King amidst the rubble. Thud, thud, thud. The bone spears struck true, producing a series of heart-stopping sounds. Yet, this was merely the beginning. From behind Lu Chen, 5 water dragons roared as they surged skyward from the sea, their massive forms twisting and contorting, accompanied by earth-shattering roars as they lunged toward the Naga King. Then came a cacophony of explosive sounds as the 5 dragons detonated upon contact with the Naga King, unleashing torrents of water and waves of devastating energy. Like colossal bombs, they created a gaping pit at the Naga King's location, obscuring the view with a swirling mix of dust and mist, enveloping all in chaos. Gulp. Zhou Yu watched in awe at this breathtaking spectacle, instinctively swallowing hard. Is this what it looks like when the Lord of the Underworld strikes? Terrifying, absolutely terrifying. Witnessing Lu Chen's relentless assault, Long Howren shivered involuntarily. My heavens! The Lord of the Underworld is indeed the mightiest of Blue Star. The ferocity of his onslaught surpasses that of our entire Underworld fleet. Ha! With the strength of the Lord of the Underworld's recent attack, even a lump of iron would be shattered. The Naga King is surely doomed. Li Ming laughed heartily. Once the Naga King meets his end, the remaining Naga warriors will be leaderless, ripe for our slaughter. Yet, Yang Zimo's gaze was fixed intently upon the chaos, his expression unyielding. Something is amiss. After enduring such a fierce assault, how could the Naga King's aura become even more formidable? On Lu Chen's end, despite unleashing such a terrifying barrage, he felt an unsettling apprehension. He quickly propelled himself towards the Naga King, knowing he must personally sever the Naga King's head to feel secure. However, after merely 2 steps, Lu Chen abruptly halted, a rare gravity flashing in his eyes. As the dust began to settle, a colossal figure gradually unveiled itself. The Naga King, previously standing at a mere 2 meters, now towered to an imposing 4 meters. His body enveloped in deep gray scales that shimmered ominously. Each scale glistened with a cold light, reflecting a formidable presence. His muscular arms twisted like carved rock, unyieldingly strong, while his serpentine tail extended over 10 meters, robust and graceful. At this moment, Naga Salos had undergone a remarkable transformation, emanating a suffocating aura of terror that sent chills down the spine. Lu Chen narrowed his eyes, his gaze sharp as he swiftly scanned Naga Salos' attribute panel, which had indeed been completely revitalized. Chapter 159, The Terrifying S-Class Talent. Naga Clan, Naga Salos, empowered by ancestral might, boss-level entity. Traits: Ocean Affinity, Amphibious, Scaled Skin, High Intelligence. Ancestral Power Enhancement. Talent: Petrification Domain, S-Class, 100-meter radius. With a mere gesture, all can be turned to stone. Master Sculptor. Skill 1, Rockhammer Supremacy, A-Class. Skill 2, Ancestral Power, exclusive to the Naga King. Combat Power Assessment. Unable to evaluate, feel the terror of S-Class talent. The Combat Power Assessment section had dramatically shifted from a 30th tier boss to an unable to evaluate status. Notably, entities deemed unable to evaluate typically surpassed the constraints of their realms. Most astonishingly, the Naga King's talent had evolved from A-Class to S-Class. This was the first S-Class talent Lu Chen had encountered since arriving in the realm of Tianyu. With this realization, a fervent battle spirit ignited in Lu Chen's eyes. The timing was perfect. He had longed to experience the might of an S-Class talent. On Naga Island, the Naga clan, initially astounded by Lu Chen's strength, transformed their astonishment into fervent joy upon witnessing Naga Salos empowered by ancestral might. They knelt fervently, tails touching the ground, fervently exclaiming, "The ancestors manifest. The ancestors come to aid us. Naga ancestors, bless our Naga glory eternal. Slay this human, avenge our kin." On board the Lingxiao, Xiaoling Tao's eyes widened in disbelief as he beheld the Naga King's metamorphosis. No way. The talent has truly skyrocketed to S-Class. How absurd. An S-Class talent is typically an extraordinary gift possessed solely by superlative beings who have undergone awakening. Even among awakened beings, the probability of evolving a talent from A-Class to S-Class is a meager 3. This illustrates the tremendous difficulty in acquiring an S-Class talent. Yet, the Naga King, despite being merely 30th tier, astonishingly possessed such an extraordinary talent, leaving all in awe. Xiao Langtao sensed the terrifying aura emanating from the Naga King, and at last, he comprehended why the minister had dispatched him to invite the Naga King. Possessing such formidable strength, the Naga King might not even falter in the face of a 50th tier powerhouse. The Naga King not only evolved his innate talent to S rank, but, bolstered by the power of his ancestors, his attributes would receive tremendous enhancement. Xiao Yunfan spoke, his gaze shifting towards Lu Chen, a flicker of pity flashing in his eyes. This human could indeed be considered a prodigy among their race. Yet alas, he had provoked an entity best left undisturbed. Clearly, in Xiao Yunfan's view, Lu Chen stood no chance against the Naga King empowered by the ancestral force. His demise was inevitable. The Naga King cast a sidelong glance at the gaping wound on his shoulder, where the bone spear had penetrated, and then, with a ripple of muscle, the horrifying injury swiftly mended itself. Subsequently, Naga Salos fixed his piercing gaze upon the ebony-eyed youth, speaking in a deep voice. "Human, you have only just entered the world of Tianshu for 6 days. Logically, I should not resort to such measures against you." At this point, the Naga King's tone abruptly turned frigid, a palpable aura of lethal intent erupting around him like blades and swords. "Yet you dared to slay my beloved children and massacre my kin, even if you are the chosen overseer of Tianshu. Today I vow to take your life to assuage my rage. Moreover, although you have passed the overseer's trial, do not foolishly presume that Tianshu will come to your aid. In the realm of Tianshu, strength reigns supreme. Should I slay you, it will merely attest to your inadequacy. Tianshu will not intervene." Upon hearing the Naga King's words, Lu Chen's lips curled into a faint smile, devoid of any surprise. I anticipated this. This world is ruled by the strong. Therefore, I am rather intrigued by the prospect of ending your life. As soon as he finished speaking, Lu Chen stomped his right foot onto the ground, and in an instant, his figure transformed into an ephemeral shadow, hurtling towards the Naga King at breakneck speed. Simultaneously, his sensory abilities, olfactory, auditory, and visual, were all fully activated. However, The corners of the Naga King's mouth curled into a cold smile, remaining unfazed. Overseer, is it not embarrassing to employ such juvenile distractions? He chuckled. Knowing you possess the talent to disrupt perception, would I fall for it again? Yet, in that moment, a glint of cold light flickered in Lu Chen's eyes as he activated his perception resonance, causing his perception points to surge from 2056 to an astonishing 10,280. Empowered by over 10,000 points of perception, Nagasalos suddenly realized that Lu Chen's figure was omnipresent, resulting in instant visual disarray and auditory confusion. Even his sense of smell was thrown into turmoil. Nagasalos's heart trembled. Damn, under the state of my ancestral power, my strength has greatly increased, and yet, how can this still affect me? Just how many perception points does this kid possess? Facing an overseer, Nagasalos dared not be careless. He flicked his serpent's tail, attempting to retreat and create distance to dispel the aberrant state. However, he was abruptly struck by the sight of the previously hand-high weeds on the ground, now wildly growing and ensnaring his tail like ropes. A plant-based talent. Nagasalos felt a chill run down his spine. Truly, the overseer was replete with various techniques. Realizing he could not evade Lu Chen's assault, Nagasalos decided against avoidance, allowing a sinister smile to creep across his face. Though there are many tricks, they are but desperate struggles. In an instant, Lu Chen appeared behind Nagasalos, his body radiating a crimson glow, strength resonating powerfully. The pitch-black battle blade in his hand was suddenly swung forth, slicing through the air with a chilling whistle, aimed directly at the back of Nagasalos's head. Having survived a heart-piercing, this time, I shall cleave your head asunder and see if you live or die. Yet, just as the heart-corroding blade was a mere hair's breadth from Nagasalos's skull, a terrifying wave erupted from within Nagasalos, accompanied by a cacophony of cracking sounds. The razor-sharp tip of the heart-corroding blade was instantaneously petrified, as if struck by lightning. Lu Chen's pupils constricted, an S-rank petrification domain. He acted decisively, activating his teleportation, vanishing from his original position and reappearing 100 meters away. Meanwhile, Nagasalos remained rooted in place, and as the wave of petrification spread, the grass, soil, trees, and corpses beneath his feet were successively turned to stone. In the blink of an eye, the area within 100 meters around him transformed into a desolate world of stone. Nagasalos slowly turned, his piercing gaze locking onto Lu Chen 100 meters away. His expression twisted with rage. You reacted rather swiftly. You managed to escape this calamity. Lu Chen lowered his gaze to the heart-corroding blade in his hand. Now half transformed into stone, his brow furrowed. He had distanced himself from the Naga King's petrification range, yet the heart-corroding blade remained in its petrified state, failing to revert. Ha. Overseer, do you still foolishly hope that your blade can return to its former state? Nagasalos cackled uncontrollably. In my petrification domain, apart from living beings that still possess vitality, all else shall eternally become stone sculptures. That blade of yours is now nothing but scrap metal. Ha. Chapter 160, Tianshu. Is this the overseer you have produced? Lu Chen regarded the cackling Nagasalos, his eyes narrowing slightly. An S-rank talent, indeed extraordinary. Since you can petrify everything within 100 meters, I shall create distance and engage in long-range attrition. I shall see how long you can maintain this S-rank talent while operating beyond your limits. With this thought, Lu Chen spread his arms wide, palms facing the sky. With a roar, 4 water dragons surged forth from the water, charging towards the Naga King. However, before they could get close, their movements gradually slowed, and with reluctant roars, they transformed into 4 rigid stone dragons. Nagasalos's petrification domain could even petrify the water dragons formed from flowing water. Ha. Merely a parlor trick, overseer. What other tricks do you have? Feel free to reveal them. I am eager to see what else you can conjure. Nagasalos scoffed with derision. Yet, Lu Chen's lips curled into a cold smile as he waved his right hand. A winged fire spirit, ablaze with flames, descended from the skies, swooping fiercely towards the Naga King. However, as soon as it entered the petrification domain, the fire spirit was instantly frozen into a stone statue. Following that, several 15th-tier undead warriors were summoned forth. In an instant, the surroundings of Nagasithros were enveloped by a dense array of stone statues, water dragons, undead, shikigami, and rampant vegetation. Although the results appeared impressive, Nagasathros found himself unable to smile. After petrifying 4 undead warriors that charged towards him with the intent to self-destruct, the corners of his eyes twitched involuntarily. He finally realized that Lu Chen intended to exhaust his mental energy completely. The mere thought of it provoked an outburst of expletives within Nagasathros. How could a 30th-tier boss be driven to such desperation by a mere 15th-tier evolver? Was it possible that Lu Chen's mental acuity surpassed his own? This notion struck him as utterly absurd. Yet, observing Lu Chen's relentless onslaught, unfazed and resolute, coupled with the astonishing power of his skills, it seemed plausible that his perceptive attributes might indeed be inferior to this seemingly insignificant 15th-tier human. Such a thought was utterly outrageous. With this realization, Nagasathros dared not slack off any further. The taste of defeat was most unpalatable. His brow furrowed tightly, veins bulging on his forehead, as an invisible wave of energy suddenly radiated outward from him. This shockwave, swift and expansive, far exceeded any he had unleashed previously. Lu Chen, caught off guard, felt his heart sink. The petrification range of the Naga King was merely 100 meters, and this shockwave was clearly not of the petrifying nature. Rather, it bore a resemblance to an A-grade slowing effect. With this in mind, Lu Chen gradually inspected the agility displayed on his panel. Indeed, his agility had significantly diminished, and his teleportation ability was rendered inert. The S-grade petrification domain exerted an overwhelming suppression on his A-grade spatial talent. It appeared that the Naga King had discerned his intentions and was preparing to launch a fierce assault. However, Lu Chen remained unperturbed, his composure unwavering as he gazed at Nagasathros. If you aim to continually suppress my agility and teleportation, then surely the petrification domain cannot be maintained simultaneously? Nagasathros fixed his gaze upon Lu Chen, his voice laden with gravity. So what? You are the first overseer I have truly faced, and I concede that your potential instills a certain fear within me. Give you another 10 days. No, 5, and I may no longer be your match. But at this juncture, a frenzied gleam flickered across Nagasathros' visage. Now, you are about to perish by my hand. Regardless of your illustrious future or your prodigious potential, everything will come to an end today. The thought of vanquishing a legendary overseer ignited an uncontrollable exhilaration within Nagasathros. With a fierce whip of his serpent tail, he propelled himself like an arrow toward Lu Chen. Simultaneously, his muscular arms coiled like dragons, gripping a pitch-black colossal hammer that swung with the force of a tempest, crashing down upon Lu Chen with unrelenting might. As Lu Chen beheld this scene, a fierce light ignited in his eyes, a cold smile curling at his lips. Come at me. I, Lu Chen, have never shied away from direct confrontation. I prefer this honorable battle over distant attrition. No sooner had he spoken, a crimson glow surged from his body, the resonance of strength surging to its zenith. The heart-eating black blade, infused with an overwhelming 8,000 points of power, howled through the air as it swung toward the obsidian hammer. Ha ha ha. You, a perceptive evolver, dare to clash with me head-on? You are courting death. Nagasathros' eyes brimmed with wild ambition as he envisioned Lu Chen being reduced to mere pulp beneath his strike. Under the watchful eyes of the crowd, the blade met the hammer in a thunderous collision. In that moment, sparks flew like brilliant fireworks. A deafening roar erupted, resonating through the air. The two titanic forces clashed, tearing at one another, unleashing a shockwave that radiated outward from their point of contact. Surrounding debris, dust, weeds, and corpses were violently upheaved, scattering in all directions. The mere collision of their weapons resembled the detonation of a colossal bomb, striking terror into the hearts of all present. As the dust settled, the gigantic hammer and the black blade remained locked in a fierce struggle. To everyone's astonishment, they began to push inexorably in the direction of Nagasathros. How could this be? Veins bulged on Nagasathros' forehead, his eyes wide with disbelief. After the infusion of ancestral power, his strength had soared to an astonishing 7,000 points. With such power, he could crush not only a 15th-tier human, but even a 30th-tier boss. Yet, despite exerting all his might, why was it that this insignificant human seemed to possess greater strength? Fury ignited within Nagasathros, almost compelling him to howl at the heavens in protest against its injustice. Heavenly decree, is this the overseer you have bestowed upon us? Possessing dozens of talents is one thing, and an exceptionally potent perception is tolerable. But how could this mere 15th-tier evolver surpass my strength? Is there no justice in this world? Am I not the boss, or is he? Chapter 161. Do not slap my face. It seemed that Nagasathros' anguished roar resonated with the heavens, for the heart-eating blade, in a half-petrified state, instantaneously fissured, and then, to Nagasathros' astonished gaze, it shattered with a resounding crash. Ha ha ha, overseer, without your weapon, let us see how you meet your demise. Nagasathros cackled maniacally, as the massive hammer hurtled toward Lu Chen's head. My body is my most formidable weapon. Lu Chen shouted coldly, his left hand outstretched, palm upward, as the power of the mountains converged upon him, directly meeting the unstoppable force of the colossal hammer. Lu Chen, astonishingly, braced himself to withstand this blow with his bare hand. You seek death. Nagasathros clenched his teeth tightly, channeling all his strength into the colossal hammer. vowing to flatten Lu Chen with a single blow. Regardless of how formidable Lu Chen's power might be, the fragile human form was destined to be no match against the might of a weapon. Lu Chen's audacity played right into Nagasaro's hands. A resounding thud echoed as Lu Chen's seemingly slender left hand firmly braced against the weighty hammer of Nagasaro's. How could this be possible? Nagasaro's pupils dilated in disbelief. Was this human truly using his flesh to block my stone hammer? And he succeeded? Just how robust is this kid's physique? This must be some sort of trick. In truth, Lu Chen's physical constitution had always been relatively feeble, only amounting to 960 points. Yet at that moment, he activated his physical talent, Steel Bones, causing his constitution to surge to an astounding 4,800 points. Coupled with the enhancement from the mountain's might, while not as overwhelmingly powerful as his other attributes, it was more than sufficient to withstand a strike from the Naga King. Before the astonishment could dissipate from Nagasaro's face, he witnessed Lu Chen's right fist retracting slowly, with rock forming at its tip. In an instant, Nagasaro's grasped Lu Chen's intent. This kid isn't seriously preparing to strike me with his bare fists, is he? Fear surged within him as he hurriedly attempted to withdraw his giant hammer for defense. He had no desire to engage in close combat with an opponent capable of withstanding weapons with mere flesh and possessing such monstrous strength. However, the ebony hammer remained firmly ensnared by Lu Chen's slender left hand, unyielding. Nagasaro's eyes widened in alarm. Don't slap me in the face. Too late. Lu Chen's right fist, bolstered by 800 points of power, shot forth like a cannonball, crashing down towards Nagasaro's face with a deafening crack. Boom. With a thunderous sound, Nagasaro's felt as if he had been struck head-on by a whale, stars exploding before his eyes, the world spinning around him. But this was merely the beginning. Lu Chen's right fist descended in a relentless storm, battering Nagasaro's into a daze. Clinging to the giant hammer with his right hand, fearful of having it wrested from him, he loosened his left hand from the hammer's grip, preparing to counterattack. Damn it, as the formidable Naga King. How could I allow myself to be pummeled like this? I must retaliate. Yet, a sudden chill enveloped him, and Nagasaro's found his left arm stiffening, rendering him immobile. Amid the stars dancing before his eyes, he caught a glimpse of his left hand encased in a thick layer of frost. An ice-based talent. This damned overseer possesses ice abilities as well. What else can he possibly do? At this moment, Lu Chen's left arm swelled with muscle, an overwhelming force surging forth. Releasing the giant hammer, he seized Nagasaro's by the forehead, exerting tremendous pressure, and with a resounding crash, the towering Naga King was forced to the ground. Without delay, Lu Chen swiftly descended, his fists raining down like a tempest, pounding, pounding, pounding. Each strike sent Nagasaro's into a haze, sending debris flying and causing the entire Naga to tremble. On the Lingxiao, Xiao Yunfan and Xiaolangtou were left dumbfounded, their eyes nearly popping from their sockets. Captain, didn't you say that the Naga King would become immensely powerful with the blessing of ancestral strength? Xiaolangtou's voice trembled with disbelief. Wasn't it said that this Naga King was formidable, that this human would meet a gruesome end? This is not how the script was supposed to unfold. Logically, when the boss unleashed his ultimate attack, shouldn't he have been fearsome, pursuing the Evolver with relentless fury? How did it turn around like this? The Evolver seems to be the one dominating the Naga King. With every heavy punch Lu Chen delivered, Xiaolangtou's heart quaked. It was terrifying. This human was terrifying. How could one so brazenly bully a boss? The Naga King had unleashed his ultimate move. Couldn't he be afforded some dignity as a boss? Yet here we are, with the Evolver hammering away on his face. Is this truly someone who just arrived from a lowly world 6 days ago? Did he consume some divine elixir during those 6 days? Beside him, Xiao Yunfan was equally entranced, and upon hearing Xiaolangtou's words, he paused, regaining his senses only after a couple of seconds. No, something is amiss. This human is not ordinary. Xiao Yunfan gripped the railing tightly, leaning forward, his face etched with suspicion. The Naga King did not hold back. I can feel his terrifying aura even from this distance. Yet, this human can suppress such a ferocious Naga King. Who exactly is he? In that moment, Xiao Yunfan recalled the information from the last Interspecies Championship. It makes no sense. An Evolver who has only been in the Tianyu world for 6 days cannot possibly be this formidable. Could it be that he has passed the Overseer's selection? The thought sent a shiver down his spine. He quickly shook his head, dismissing the notion. Impossible. Absolutely impossible. The Overseer's selection is exceedingly difficult. How could a human from a lowly world pass it? If an Overseer truly emerged in our waters, it would undoubtedly spell trouble for the Zhixiao Hall. I must be overthinking this, Xiao Yunfan told himself as he fixed his gaze intently on Lu Chen. Meanwhile, as Lu Chen reveled in his onslaught, he suddenly felt a lightness in his body. This was a sign that the Naga King's suppression of his agility and teleportation had been lifted. Almost simultaneously, Lu Chen sensed a surge of energy gathering beneath his feet, an energy he was all too familiar with, the S-rank petrification domain. In a flash of insight, Lu Chen ceased his greedy assault, his figure flickering as he activated his teleportation skill, vanishing from his original spot. Indeed, at the instant Lu Chen disappeared, an invisible wave of energy surged forth, radiating rapidly from the Naga King's center, petrifying everything within 100 meters in an instant. Lu Chen stood firm, a cold smile curling on his lips. What's this? No more close combat. You scoundrel. The Naga King's massive form slowly struggled to rise from the pit created by the earlier blows. His once handsome visage now swollen and battered like a pig's head. He gazed at Lu Chen, his eyes brimming with uncontrollable astonishment. The Overseer. Could this truly be the fabled Overseer? Such terror emanated from him, possessing not only a plethora of advanced innate abilities, but also exhibiting staggering attributes across all 4 dimensions, rendering him a veritable humanoid monstrosity devoid of any weaknesses. No wonder the mere mention of the Overseer sends shivers through the populace, akin to encountering a ferocious tiger. Having only entered the world of Tianyu for a mere 6 days, he displayed combat prowess that far surpassed the fruits of Naga Salos' centuries of arduous training. Naga Salos marveled inwardly, pondering what terrifying heights this human might reach given another 6 months, or even 6 years. It was utterly unfathomable. At that moment, the Naga tribe, who had previously prostrated themselves, fervently calling upon their ancestors for aid, now stood frozen in disbelief. Wasn't he the ancestor already manifesting? Logically, this human should have been easily overwhelmed by their king, yet here they were, witnessing their king being subdued instead. The Naga were beset by existential doubts. The power of their ancestors had always been a formidable means for the continuation of their lineage. Historically, no matter the perilous crisis the Naga faced, the invocation of ancestral power would resolve all dilemmas. Yet, against this formidable human, even their king, bolstered by ancestral might, seemed unable to prevail. How could this be? How could a mere 15th-tier human possess such extraordinary strength? Contrasting the shock of the Naga and the Nine Heavens Pavilion, the members of the Underworld and Stormwing tribes erupted in thunderous applause. Takula, Lord of the Underworld. They cheered. Wow, when I saw that Serpent Man transform, my heart nearly leapt from my chest. His aura was terrifying, yet the Lord of the Underworld managed to subdue him. It's incredible. Someone exclaimed, look at him. Kneeling before the Lord of the Underworld. He can engage in both ranged and melee combat. It's utterly unbeatable. I almost feel pity for the Naga King now. Whatever tactics he employs seem utterly futile against the Lord of the Underworld. Now I understand why Tianyu chose the Lord of the Underworld as the Overseer. With his potential, he is truly unrivaled among his peers. Father, you are so magnificent. The S-class petrification domain is indeed formidable. Lu Chen regarded Naga Salos with a calm demeanor, stating, since you evade close combat, I shall deplete your mental energy. I am eager to see how many times you can wield your petrification domain. As his words fell, a multitude of bone spears coalesced above Lu Chen's head, launching forth like arrows released from a bow, accompanied by a sharp whistle aimed directly at Naga Salos. Witnessing this, Naga Salos' expression contorted in rage as he cursed inwardly. How infuriating! Utilizing the petrification domain, yet this human possesses an agility that defies reason, coupled with teleportation skills, rendering me unable to engage in close combat and forcing me to exhaust myself from a distance. Should I refrain from using the petrification domain? While it could suppress this human's speed and teleportation, how could I have imagined that I would be outmatched in close quarters? It is utterly insolvable. Once again petrifying the incoming bone spears, a flicker of determination crossed Naga Salos' eyes. I cannot allow this to continue. My mental energy will soon be depleted, leaving me vulnerable. Desperation gripped him. Was he left with no choice but to resort to that one final move? Naga Salos felt a pang in his heart. Yet he fixed his gaze on Lu Chen with unwavering resolve. Regardless of the cost, if he could eliminate this Overseer, the reward would surely outweigh the sacrifice. Everything would be worth it. With this determination, Naga Salos spread his arms wide and roared to the heavens. Oh, ancestors of the Naga, as an unfilial descendant, Naga Salos, I face a powerful foe today and cannot withstand it. I earnestly beseech the Naga ancestors to unleash your full power and lend me strength to slay this formidable enemy, ensuring the eternal prosperity and glory of our Naga tribe. As his words resounded, torrents of immense energy surged from all directions into Naga Salos' body. In an instant, his already towering 4-meter frame expanded at a visible rate, while the terrifying aura emanating from him intensified. The Naga King has gone mad. He has unleashed all the ancestral power in one fell swoop. Upon witnessing this, Xiao Longtao's eyes widened in shock, exclaiming, "The Naga King's actions mean he has exhausted the formidable skill of ancestral power all at once. After today, the Naga will lose the protection of their ancestors." Has he lost his mind? However, Captain Xiao Yunfan narrowed his eyes and shook his head gently, letting out a long sigh. Surely, the Naga King has been driven to desperation. That human strength is simply astonishing. If he did not act thus, he would likely not endure much longer. With that, Xiao Yunfan turned his gaze back to the steadfast Lu Chen, murmuring, "This human is relentless, seeking to annihilate completely. Now, the Naga King is fighting for his life. No matter how monstrous this human may be, he cannot escape death today." Xiao Langtao nodded in agreement, acknowledging, "Indeed, the Naga King has unleashed all ancestral power at once. No one can fathom the heights of his current strength." As he spoke, a hint of regret surfaced in his eyes. This human, if he survived today, could undoubtedly rise to become a dominant force in the world of Tianyu. A pity indeed. At that moment, a smile gradually crept upon Xiao Yunfan's lips. Let him perish. It would spare me the worry that this sea will gain another overseer. With the Naga King's current might, even if that human were to pass the overseer's selection, he would struggle to contend with the Naga King. While the overseer may surpass others of the same tier, he is by no means invincible. On Naga Island, the Naga tribe, witnessing Naga Salos regain his strength, did not erupt in jubilant cheers as in times past. Instead, wails of despair and cries of sorrow filled the air. From this day forth, our Naga tribe shall lose the protection of our ancestors. A venerable Naga elder wiped away tears from his eyes, gazing at Lu Chen with an unmistakable hatred. It is all because of that human. He is the reason we have lost the protection of our ancestors. King, slay him. Kill him. Eliminate him. In an instant, the Naga tribe was stirred into a frenzy, their cries for blood echoing loudly. Lu Chen gazed intently at the Naga King, whose height had surged to an imposing 8 meters, resembling a towering mountain. His eyes narrowed slightly. The aura emanating from the Naga King instilled in Lu Chen an unprecedented sense of vigilance, as he sensed an extraordinary threat. Could it truly transform a second time? A wave of confusion washed over Lu Chen as his gaze swept towards the Naga King's attributes panel. In that moment, he noted that the Naga King's once exclusive skill, ancestral power, had mysteriously vanished. So that's how it is, Lu Chen mused, nodding lightly, a flicker of admiration crossing his gaze as he regarded the Naga King. To engage him in battle, the Naga King had resolutely expended such a formidable exclusive skill in one fell swoop. Such a drastic measure speaks volumes of his character. Indeed, he was a worthy adversary, pushing Lu Chen to this extreme. Naga Salos glared at Lu Chen, his eyes glinting with malice and hatred, his voice growing ever more frenzied. At this moment, I have harnessed all the power passed down from countless ancestors of the Naga clan. He raised both hands high. The pitch-black giant hammer in his grasp began to tremble violently, resonating with its master's will, releasing an ancient and overwhelming aura. "You shall consider it an honor to perish beneath my hammer." A cruel delight laced his words as he thrust the colossal hammer skyward. In an instant, the hammer expanded dramatically, the stone-like body emitting a deep, resonant roar as it was infused with power. With a furious roar, Naga Salos slammed his serpentine tail onto the ground, causing the earth to quake, stones to scatter, and fissures to snake across the terrain like a dragon in flight. He swung the giant hammer, which had transformed into a mountainous weapon imbued with apocalyptic force, slicing through the air as it descended upon Lu Chen with ferocity. A-class skill, world-destroying hammer. The shadow of the hammer loomed like a storm cloud, instantly obscuring Lu Chen's vision as the atmosphere thickened with an aura of annihilation. Wherever the giant hammer passed, the very fabric of space appeared to be torn, leaving behind distorted trails of light. Feeling the fierce gale rushing toward him, Lu Chen furrowed his brow. This blow cannot be met head-on. In an instant, he attempted to activate his teleportation to evade. Yet, there was no response. Both his teleportation and agility were firmly suppressed by Naga Salos' S-class petrification domain. Realizing escape was futile, Lu Chen swiftly resolved to disrupt the Naga King's perception, unleashing the full force of his 3 auxiliary talents. However, the terrifying energy radiating from Naga Salos fluctuated violently, rendering Lu Chen's visual, auditory, and olfactory abilities utterly ineffective against him. Observing Lu Chen's tightly furrowed brow, Naga Salos erupted into maniacal laughter. "Ha! Did you think you could escape through teleportation? I anticipated this." As his words trailed off, the vicious expression on Naga Salos' face intensified. "Observer, meet your demise." Faced with an unavoidable strike, a faint smile slowly curled at the corners of Lu Chen's mouth, his eyes ablaze with combat fervor. To prey upon the weak is utterly tedious. It is only by vanquishing such a formidable opponent that I, Lu Chen, find fulfillment. Since evasion is not an option, then let us fight. Come forth. Lu Chen bellowed with conviction, golden light flashing in his eyes. B-class talent, Iron Will. In that instant, countless white bones surged forth from above him, swiftly coalescing into a chillingly radiant bone shield. A-class talent, Necromancer's Control. Following this, with a thunderous roar, a small stone mountain erupted from the ground, standing resolutely before the bone shield. B-class talent, Mountainous Might. In the face of that awe-inspiring hammer strike, Lu Chen dared not exhibit any negligence, activating all his defensive talents, his mental energy pouring forth like a torrential flood. At that moment, Nagasalos's colossal rock hammer descended with alarming speed, crashing into the seemingly solid small stone mountain, which disintegrated into a cloud of white dust upon contact. The giant hammer's momentum remained unabated, cutting through the mist of stone powder and violently striking the bone shield. Boom! With a resounding explosion, the bone shield, capable of withstanding the full force of a level 30 boss, instantly became riddled with cracks. Subsequently, to the astonishment of onlookers, it shattered spectacularly, sending countless fragments flying. The dark, giant hammer, having breached the bone shield, continued its relentless descent, determined to pulverize Lu Chen into a mere pulp. Bring it on! Lu Chen roared fiercely, a flash of red light enveloping his body as his muscular arms bulged with intensity, under the full activation of his power resonance. A staggering 8,000 points of strength surged forth like a tidal wave, pouring out unreservedly. Lu Chen had resolved to meet this blow head-on with his physical form. The members of the underworld fleet, witnessing this scene from afar, were filled with terror, their faces betraying their astonishment as they cried out in alarm, "Be careful! Lord of the underworld! Brother Lu Chen, quickly dodge, don't take it head-on. Father, evade this attack." Whether it was the sturdy stone mountain or the massive bone shield, both were reduced to mere dust upon contact with that terrifying hammer. The crowd trembled, unable to fathom the sheer potency contained within Nagasalos's full-force strike, which had gathered all ancestral power. And there stood Lu Chen, their lord of the underworld, with both hands raised, intent on receiving that unfathomably devastating blow. How could this be possible? That hammer, as towering as a mountain, was beyond the capacity of a mere mortal's flesh to endure. As this thought crossed their minds, the onlookers were consumed with dread, their hearts racing in turmoil. Under the scrutiny of countless gazes, Lu Chen spread his palms wide, bracing himself like a vice against the colossal rock hammer plummeting from the heavens. In that instant, an unprecedented force surged forth like a tempest, violently impacting every inch of Lu Chen's skin and bone, as if it sought to tear him asunder. Give way! Crack! 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 In a series of horrifyingly crisp sounds, Lu Chen's teeth shattered under the immense pressure, the veins in his arms bulging like furious serpents, twisting and contorting. Then, with a series of dull explosions, his veins could no longer withstand the strain, bursting forth and spewing blood like a fountain, staining his garments crimson. Though Lu Chen had summoned his indomitable will, the sheer magnitude of 4,800 points in physique, when pitted against such terrifying force, still appeared somewhat inadequate. It would not take long for his body to succumb under the weight of such overwhelming power. With wide eyes, bloodshot and filled with fury, Lu Chen let out a thunderous roar. In the astonished gaze of Nagasalos, he astonishingly withstood a cataclysmic blow through sheer tenacity. In the next moment, Lu Chen exerted tremendous force, thrusting his arms to the right, redirecting the colossal rock hammer that narrowly whizzed past him, imbued with destructive energy, crashing violently into the ground below. With a resounding boom, the entire world seemed to tremble at that instant. Centered around Naga Island, the vast ocean quaked violently, waves surging like an enraged beast roaring in fury. Chapter 164. No, this is unfair. Observing the massive hammer embedded deep into the earth, Nagasalos's eyes widened in disbelief. Blocked? A mere 15th tier individual managed to withstand a strike that consolidated all ancestral power? The Overseer is truly formidable. Just as anxiety swirled within the heart of the Naga King, Lu Chen suddenly stomped his right foot on the ground, swiftly retreating. Simultaneously, a mouthful of crimson blood erupted from his lips. Witnessing this, the trepidation in Nagasalos's eyes was instantly replaced by wild elation. He grinned malevolently, exclaiming, "Overseer, I never anticipated that your fragile human form could withstand my earth-splitting hammer. Truly surprising, but now that you are gravely injured, I shall see how long you can endure." With that, he gripped the hammer's handle tightly, intending to pull it free and crush Lu Chen utterly. At that moment, a clamor erupted among the ranks of the Nether Fleet, shock and disbelief rippling through the crew. They were astonished that Lu Chen had managed to face such a devastating blow head-on. yet their hearts ached for his current wretched state. Yang Zimo gazed at the blood trickling from Lu Chen's mouth, his teeth unconsciously grinding together, his expression darkening to its utmost. Since arriving in the world of Tianshu, he had never witnessed the Nether Lord in such dire straits, so grievously wounded. It was imperative. He, the soul of the Nether Fleet and the hope of the Xinxia people, must not come to harm. With this thought, Yang Zimo anxiously commanded, "Nether Fleet, follow me to support the Lord." However, before his words could fully escape, Long Howren abruptly interrupted, "Old Yang, do not act rashly." Yang Zimo was taken aback, turning to Long Howren, a flicker of anger flashing in his eyes. How could he not be anxious when the Netherlord's life hung by a thread? Long Howren gazed ahead, his eyes deep with contemplation, slowly articulating, "Old Yang, observe the Lord's eyes closely. Do you perceive even a hint of panic or fear?" At this, Yang Zimo shifted his gaze to Lu Chen. Though his arms were marred and bleeding, his appearance exceedingly disheveled, a subtle smile curled at his lips, and his eyes sparkled with fervor. At this moment, Lu Chen's gaze upon Naga Salos was intense and focused, akin to a hunter fixated on his long-desired prey. Long Howren continued in a solemn tone, "The Naga King, while seemingly formidable, has yet to truly compel the Lord to reveal his ultimate weapon. Should we rashly charge forward now, we would not only fail to assist the Lord, but may also disrupt his plans." Long Howren's intuition proved correct, though the Naga King's earlier titanic strike was awe-inspiring. It had not genuinely threatened Lu Chen. Even with the Naga King's S-class talent and the full backing of ancestral power, his strength had been amplified dramatically. Yet Lu Chen still had no intention of summoning the Kraken statue of the North Sea, a skill with an exceedingly long cooldown, reserved for truly insurmountable foes. The Naga King, indeed, did not meet that threshold. On the contrary, feeling the Naga King's surging, terrifying power, Lu Chen, despite being jolted by the blow, was filled with exhilaration. For at this moment, the Naga King, by harnessing ancestral power, had forcibly elevated his strength to a level far beyond his natural capacity, thus violating the laws of Tianshu and qualifying for judgment as a malevolent entity. Ever since Lu Chen had expended his quota of absolute judgments on Phantalos this month, he had refrained from hastily condemning beings as malevolent. Each judgment underwent a review by Tianshu, and should a review fail while he lacked additional absolute judgments, the consequences would be dire. If Tianshu were to dispatch a head overseer for inspection and expose the existence of his companion, the repercussions would be catastrophic. Lu Chen understood that the temptation of the divine-level North Sea Kraken's juvenile form was irresistible, even to other overseers. Thus, during this period, he had been cautious, unwilling to execute judgments without full assurance. However, malevolent creatures were exceedingly rare, and Lu Chen aspired to eliminate more of them swiftly, accumulating execution points to elevate his overseer rank. He sensed that with the elevation of his overseer rank, his own strength would experience significant augmentation. The Naga King before him was indeed a splendid target. He had originally not met the criteria for malevolence, and even after invoking ancestral power, the distinction remained nebulous. Yet now, having depleted all ancestral power in one fell swoop, he had forcibly elevated his strength to levels well beyond his own, finally qualifying as malevolent. At this moment, Lu Chen regarded the Naga King as if he were gazing at a bounty of execution points within reach, his eyes ablaze with fervor. "Naga King, truthfully, I should express my gratitude to your kind." As the Naga King, preoccupied with extracting the hammer, sensed Lu Chen's fervent gaze, a tremor coursed through him, and he retorted with a facade of bravado, "Why do you stare at me like that? Do not think that a few kind words will spare you." For reasons unknown, despite the Naga King appearing to hold the upper hand at this moment, he felt an utter lack of security within. A reluctance to continue the battle against the overseer crept over him, for this entity exuded an unsettling aura, possessing a strength that seemed almost inhuman. Upon hearing the words of Naga Salois, Lu Chen's lips curled into a deeper smile. "Without the unwavering support of your Naga Kin, how could my power have burgeoned so swiftly?" A sudden wave of ominous premonition surged within Naga Salois. Just as the words escaped his lips, Lu Chen extended a finger towards himself, his thin lips parting to declare, "Naga Salois, I, the Overseer Lu Chen, hereby proclaim you as a malevolent entity." At this proclamation, the Naga King's pupils constricted sharply, a judgment of malevolence. This accursed Overseer truly dared to invoke absolute judgment upon him. Although the Naga King had heard tales of the Overseer's ability to declare beings as malevolent, the sheer terror that gripped him upon experiencing it firsthand was inescapable. In that instant, the solemn voice of the celestial decree reverberated through the heavens. Overseer Lu Chen exercises judgment over Naga King Naga Salois. Overseer Lu Chen has officially declared Naga Salois as a malevolent entity. Naga Salois's identity as malevolent has been established. The celestial decree is undergoing verification. Verification complete. Naga Salois's malevolent identity is confirmed, and Overseer Lu Chen's judgment does not consume any instances of absolute judgment. Remaining instances of absolute judgment, 0. No. This is unjust. Naga Salois's eyes widened in disbelief as he heard the celestial decree affirm his status, his face contorting with rage. How could this be? I merely borrowed a modicum of ancestral power, and yet I am branded as malevolent. With that, Naga Salois thrust out his hand, pointing an accusatory finger at Lu Chen. His visage twisted in fury. And you are merely at the 15th tier, yet your power is so formidable. You should be the true malevolent one. Hearing Naga Salois's indignant outburst, Lu Chen nodded in agreement, acknowledging the kernel of truth in his words. A cold smile crept across Lu Chen's face as he retorted. But do not forget, I am the Overseer. I possess the authority to judge you, while you can only futilely bemoan your perceived injustice. As his words fell, a malevolent seal slowly manifested upon Naga Salois's forehead, the contours of the character Lu shimmering ominously within his eyes. Touching the seal upon his brow, Naga Salois grimaced. What of it? If only I can slay you, my malevolent seal shall be lifted. Yet Lu Chen merely responded with a disdainful smile. Very well. I shall await your attempt. Huh. When you were not malevolent, you were powerless to affect me. Now, with the Overseer's absolute suppression of malevolence in place, Naga Salois, you are truly deluding yourself. No sooner had Lu Chen finished speaking than two ominous sounds echoed, as two arms, formed from innumerable corpses, erupted from the ground, seizing Naga Salois's thick serpentine tail with a vice-like grip. What in the world? Naga Salois gasped, looking down in horror. The very entities that had emerged to ensnare him were the remains of the colossal undead he had shattered with a single blow. How could this be? You were supposed to be dead. He had personally reduced that boss-level undead's head to a pulp. How could it possibly have returned? Cackling with glee, the undead giant, now a manifestation of Jack, declared, Old Serpent, I, Lord Jack, can annihilate whomever I desire. Prepare to meet your demise. The colossal being's form radiated a terrifying surge of energy. Another self-detonation? You madman. Naga Salois's heart raced, as he cursed inwardly. This undead giant, amalgamated from countless corpses, combined with the core of a boss-level undead, would unleash devastation beyond imagination if it detonated. Realizing this, Naga Salois knew he could not afford to hesitate, and immediately invoked his petrifying domain at any cost. Previously, Jack had attempted to lure the Naga King into a self-detonation, only to be thwarted by the Naga King's petrifying abilities. Now, fortified by ancestral power, the S-tier petrifying domain should have been even swifter and more effective in immobilizing Jack. However, as the petrifying domain unfolded, the corpses and earth beneath Naga Salois's feet turned to stone, yet Jack remained unaffected, grinning mockingly at him. A look of sheer terror overcame Naga Salois's face as he roared in disbelief. This is impossible. How can you withstand an S-tier petrifying domain? Malevolence cannot impose adverse effects on the Overseer or his vassals. Lu Chen slowly raised his hand, his gaze lifting. Farewell. With those words, he snapped his fingers. A-tier skill. Corpse detonation. With a resounding crack, the energy contained within the countless corpses that made up the undead giant surged violently, as if ignited like a powder keg, reaching the critical threshold of explosion in an instant. Boom! The undead giant erupted with a thunderous roar, as the self-detonation commander, Comrade Jack, once again met his heroic end, completing his mission with honor. The immense shockwave generated by the detonation surged forth like a tsunami, sweeping outward with ferocity. The ground trembled under the force, as if an invisible hand had violently overturned it, sending dust and debris flying like bullets. The air crackled with energy fluctuations, erupting into a tempest that sent the island's trees swaying wildly, branches and leaves scattering in the maelstrom. The shockwave surged forth like a ferocious beast, roaring toward the ocean. Instantly, the sea was upheaved, creating towering walls of water, as monstrous waves churned and roared. The Naga tribe on the island and the countless undead warriors on the beach were rendered helpless against this cataclysmic force, swept skyward like tattered leaves in the wind, only to struggle and crash down violently onto the ground. In that moment, the entire island seemed engulfed in an apocalyptic storm, chaos and destruction reigning supreme. The Naga tribe was doomed. An aged Naga elder clung desperately to a nearby tree, whispering in despair, "My king. We should never have opposed the Overseer." His voice trembled with fear. We should not have been enemies of the Overseer. As the dust settled, revealing the devastation below, the once towering figure of the Naga King, now reduced to a mere 2 meters, lay helplessly in the deep crater created by the explosion. His body was battered and bruised, his breath shallow, confusion and disbelief etched across his face. He could not comprehend why this was happening. What right do I have? After painstakingly honing my skills for over a century and exhausting the ancestral power of the Naga clan, to be defeated by a mere human who has only graced the world of Tianshu for 6 days? It feels so profoundly unjust, so exceedingly unfair. Just then, a pale-bone spear shot forth like a bolt of lightning, piercing through the skull of Naga Salos with brutal precision. In his dying gaze, the last image reflected was that of a figure as tall and resolute as a pine tree, before his vision gradually blurred and ultimately faded away. System notification: you have slain the Naga King, Naga Salos, level 30 boss, and gained 1,760,000 life energy. System notification: Naga Salos is an evil creature. You have earned 4,000 execution points. Hearing the notification chime resonate in his ears, Lu Chen's face broke into a satisfied smile, not solely because of the staggering 1,760,000 life energy contributed by the Naga King, but rather due to the 4,000 execution points. The act of vanquishing Naga Salos had directly awarded him a remarkable bounty of 4,000 execution points. With the addition of these points, his job classification was updated to Job, Overseer, Level 1, 510,000. The progress towards the upgrade of Overseer had already surpassed the halfway mark. He merely needed to find another evil being of comparable strength to Naga Salos to ascend further. This thought ignited a fervor within Lu Chen, fueling his desire to swiftly encounter another evil creature to slay. He was eager to behold the transformation that awaited him upon upgrading to Overseer. At this moment, above the tumultuous sea, the ghostly fleet, the Naga clan, and the Stormwing tribe were all taken aback by the cataclysmic explosion. As the crowd regained their composure, the ghostly fleet and the Stormwing tribe erupted into a thunderous cheer, their eyes brimming with fervor and admiration for Lu Chen. The Lord of the Underworld, indeed, was unmatched. Meanwhile, the Naga clan, witnessing their king pierced through the skull, succumbed to a cacophony of despairing wails as life ebbed away. The remaining Naga warriors, stripped of their fighting spirit, instantly crumbled, scattering like birds and beasts in frantic flight. However, Lu Chen paid no heed to the fleeing Naga. He did not immediately absorb the life energy of the Naga King. Instead, he slowly turned his gaze towards the horizon, where a 2-masted escort ship swayed with the undulating waves. Chapter 166. Am I merely here to enjoy the spectacle, only to find myself in a life-or-death crisis? Yang Zimo, Yun Ting, you two take your men and eliminate the remaining Naga, Lu Chen commanded, a cold smile curling at the corner of his lips. For some, who had been watching this drama unfold for so long, it was time to collect their admission fees. As his words faded, Lu Chen's form abruptly vanished, reappearing aboard the ghostly ship. Immediately, the sails of the ghostly ship billowed, and the entire vessel, shrouded in rolling black mist, surged forward with incredible speed. Ever since encountering the hyena pirates, Lu Chen had grown more vigilant. At all times, the ecological symbiotic system of the ghostly ship maintained a watchful eye, controlling various small marine creatures or birds to scout the surroundings, guarding against unforeseen circumstances. Thus, when the Lingxiao ship approached Naga Island, Lu Chen had already sensed its presence. However, preoccupied with his confrontation against the Naga King, he had little time to spare. Nevertheless, he had kept track of the Lingxiao ship's every move through the seagull perched on the mast, overhearing the dialogue between Xiao Yunfan and Xiao Teo without missing a word. The Nine Heavens Hall, an entirely unfamiliar faction to Lu Chen. Yet, these individuals seemed to possess knowledge of the location of the Tower of Awakening, a reason sufficient for Lu Chen to take action. Yes, master. We shall obey the Lord of the Underworld's command. Yunting and Yang Zimo both bowed in response, promptly directing their respective forces to pursue the fleeing Naga clan. At this moment aboard the Lingxiao ship, an eerie silence enveloped the atmosphere. Xiao Yunfan and Xiao Lioteo stood dumbfounded, their mouths agape in disbelief. Due to the distance, they had failed to catch the conversation between Lu Chen and the Naga King. However, they had clearly heard the voice of the system announcing, "Evil judgment, Overseer." This human from a lower world was, in fact, an overseer. No wonder. No wonder the Naga King appeared so feeble before this individual. No wonder the Naga King had chosen to gamble everything, exhausting all ancestral power to combat this mere level 15 human. No wonder this individual exuded such confidence. The title Overseer alone was enough to explain everything. At this realization, a shiver coursed through Xiao Yunfan's heart. The Naga King, that iron-headed fool, had just engaged in combat with an overseer. What gave him the audacity to believe he could triumph over an overseer? More crucially, their group had been foolishly critiquing an overseer from the sidelines. As this thought crossed their minds, Xiao Yunfin and Xiaoloteo exchanged glances, rendered speechless. Several seconds passed before Xiaoloteo, shaking off his shock, stammered, "Captain, the Naga King was slain by the Overseer. Should we still proceed? Proceed? To what end? To meet our demise?" Xiao Yunfin shot him a glare. "Do you think you can contend with an Overseer? They are evolved beings, capable of slaying our indigenous forces to augment their strength. If the Overseer discovers us, what chance do we have? Thankfully, I had the foresight to keep my distance from the start. Now, even if circumstances change, the Lingxiao ship can retreat unscathed." With this thought, Xiao Yunfin let out a sigh of relief. However, when he glanced back at Lu Chen, his expression shifted abruptly. "What the hell? Where did the Overseer go?" Xiao Yunfin grasped the railing tightly, disbelief etched across his face. The Overseer had just been within his line of sight. How could he have vanished in the blink of an eye? "Captain," Xiaoloteo pointed towards the front right, terror unmistakable on his face. "He is coming for us." Xiao Yunfin turned to look, his pupils constricting in shock. A peculiar black vessel, shrouded in swirling black mist, was hurtling towards the Lingxiao ship at an astonishing speed. This vessel was none other than the flagship of the Overseer. "What? We've distanced ourselves so far. How did he discover us? I merely came to witness the spectacle, and now find myself facing a life-and-death crisis." Though a tempest surged within his heart, Captain Xiao Yunfin was too preoccupied to ponder further. His features contorted in fury, he bellowed, "Hurry! Set sail, full speed ahead. Get us away from this accursed place." The crew aboard the Lingxiao was taken aback by the captain's ferocity, having never witnessed him so unhinged. "What are you waiting for? The Overseer is hot on our heels. If we don't flee now, we shall surely perish here." Seeing the crew frozen in shock, Xiaolangto beside him also shouted in a twisted visage. Upon hearing these words, the dozens of sailors on deck jolted, hastily springing into action. As the sails on the two stout masts of the Lingxiao swiftly unfurled, the massive vessel, stretching 30 meters in length, began to move. However, despite the ship's accelerating speed, there was no trace of elation on Captain Xiao Yunfin's face. For the black vessel of the Overseer was closing in with alarming swiftness. In mere moments, the black ship had traversed half the distance, and it would not be long before it caught up to the Lingxiao. Boom, boom, boom. The rapid-fire cannons erupted thrice in thunderous roars, and among the 20-odd fleeing Naga warriors ahead, 2 were instantaneously obliterated. "Damn it, we can't escape. The water is too shallow. We cannot dive. If we continue this flight, we will inevitably become human targets." The Naga squad leader abruptly halted his serpentine movements, glancing back at the relentless warship, a glint of ruthless determination flashing in his eyes. "Brothers, there is but one ship pursuing us, with only 15 evolved aboard. Though the Overseer is formidable, his subordinates may not be as capable. If we eliminate these humans, we shall avenge our Naga King." Upon hearing their leader's words, the surrounding Naga warriors rallied in agreement. Indeed, these humans rely solely on their sturdy ships and powerful cannons. Their strength barely reaches the 10th tier. "I've been seething with rage, constantly oppressed by these low-tier scum. Let's take them down." "Exactly. Let us slay them before we retreat." In an instant, nearly 20 Naga warriors turned in unison, charging towards the single-masted warship adorned with beastly horns at the prow. In their eyes, these human evolved were merely leveraging their robust vessel and artillery to gain an advantage. Once they closed the distance, they would be at their mercy. After all, with an average strength of 20 tiers, the Naga warriors should easily dispatch these foes who barely reached the 10th tier. However, as they leapt aboard the single-masted vessel named the Unicorn Rhinoceros, a one-sided massacre ensued. But curiously, the slaughter was directed against them. "Ha ha ha, splendid." Li Ming laughed maniacally, as a thunderous bolt descended like a celestial hammer. In an instant, 3 Naga warriors who had scaled the deck were struck, their bodies charred and mangled. "Curse it, and B-grade lightning adept. Kill him." The Naga warriors, filled with dread, leaped over their writhing companions, thrusting their tridents towards Li Ming. The lightning ability held a significant advantage over marine creatures. He must be dealt with swiftly. Yet at that moment, a towering figure stepped forward, slamming a massive shield onto the deck, and in an instant, a wall of earthen yellow erupted from the ground, blocking all attacks from the Naga warriors. "If you wish to move against those aboard the Unicorn Rhinoceros, you must first pass through me." Longhauren's voice resonated like a tolling bell. With a dull thud, the Naga squad leader's trident collided with the earthen wall, sending a jolt through his arms as he felt his limbs grow numb from the tremendous recoil. While the wall stood unwavering. Stunned, the Naga squad leader was taken aback, filled with disbelief. Before he could comprehend the situation, a shadow swept past, and the heads of 2 Naga warriors behind him soared into the air, blood spraying forth as Zhou Yu's lean, agile form emerged. In mere moments, Half of the Naga squad under his command had been decimated, leaving the previously fierce squad leader utterly dumbfounded. Wait, what is happening? We are at 20 tiers. Shouldn't we be utterly crushing these foes at 10 tiers? Why are we the ones being slaughtered? The overseer may be cheating, but do his subordinates cheat as well? Are they not even pretending? As the Naga squad leader grappled with his shock, a resolute man clad in a uniform appeared before him, his right arm swelling as if inflated. The Naga squad leader barely had time to react before he saw a fist the size of a millstone hurtling towards him, accompanied by a howling wind. Bang! With a resounding thud, the Naga squad leader felt as if he had been struck head-on by a dragon, a wave of terrifying power crashing over him. In that moment, he finally understood why his comrades had been dispatched so swiftly. These evolved beings, though appearing to be merely at the 10th tier, possessed strength far beyond his imagination. The force of that punch surpassed even that of a 20-tier sea beast. Were the overseer's subordinates all monsters? With a spurt of blood mixed with internal organs, the Naga squad leader's astonishment solidified, his heart shattered by Yang Zimo's blow. The remaining Naga warriors were besieged and slain by the other members of the underworld aboard the Unicorn Rhinoceros. And this once formidable Naga squad was entirely annihilated within mere seconds of stepping onto the deck. At this moment, such scenes unfolded across the battlefield. Although the members of the underworld were not of high tier, they benefited from the sinking, each gaining a substantial boost of 1,000 attribute points, with their talents evolving to above C grade. Coupled with aerial support from the Stormwing tribe, despite the Naga's slightly higher tier, they were still subjected to unilateral slaughter. Crack! Long Howren crushed the skull of a Naga warrior underfoot, before lifting his gaze to the distance, where the pitch-black vessel, the underworld, was rapidly closing in on the two-masted warship. A smirk curled at the corner of Long Howren's mouth. A two-masted warship, it seems equipped with at least a dozen cannons. This is the first time I've seen such a large ship since arriving in Tianshu. I hope the Lord of the Underworld doesn't sink this treasure. Wiping the blood from his hands, Yang Zimo gazed at the frantically fleeing warship and chuckled softly. The Lord of the Underworld has just sustained an injury and is currently alone. Are you not concerned he may encounter danger? Danger? Long Howren raised an eyebrow, realizing that the true danger lay with them. He guessed they must be desperately wishing to jump into the water and push the ship away. In fact, Long Howren's conjecture was not far from the truth. Xiaoyan Fan gazed at the approaching phantom ship, his teeth clenched tightly. The Lingxiao, a two-masted sailing vessel, had reached its maximum speed, yet that ghostly ship continued to close in relentlessly. Damn it! How could a two-masted sailing ship fail to outrun a single-masted vessel? Where's the logic in that? Captain, it's a speed-type special ship. We can't shake it off. What should we do? Xiaolang Tao looked at the oncoming ghost ship, swallowing hard, lamenting, what merit have I earned to be pursued by an overseer? A fierce glint crossed Xiaoyan Fan's eyes as he barked angrily. Damn it! This overseer, achieving such prowess in such a short span of time, is certainly no ordinary adversary. If we fall into his hands, we will surely become mere experience points for him, doomed to die. Everyone, prepare for battle. Sink his ship. As soon as Xiaoyan Fan's voice fell, more than 50 crew members turned to look at him in unison, their expressions a mixture of complexity. Battle? Against an overseer? Did you not witness how that giant serpent met its demise? However, before anyone could react, a sudden dragon's roar erupted. Immediately after, a massive cannonball struck the stern of the Lingxiao, causing the entire ship to tremble violently. The phantom ship, the overseer's phantom ship, has opened fire, cried the lookout on the mast in terror. Xiaoyan Fan gritted his teeth and shouted, what are you afraid of? No matter how powerful the overseer, he is merely an evolver who has been here for 6 days. As long as we sink his ship, he too shall meet his end beneath the waves. Everyone, aim for the phantom ship and prepare to fire. Though Xiaoyan Fan was internally reluctant to engage in battle with Lu Chen, the preceding cannon fire had made the overseer's intentions abundantly clear. Now, they had no choice but to fight to the bitter end. Moreover, a flicker of hope lingered in Xiaoyan Fan's heart. The clash between the overseer and the Naga King was so intense that the expenditure and injuries must have been considerable. If they could seize this opportunity to slay an overseer, he could soar to greatness, becoming the minister of the Thundercloud Department or even the lord of the Nine Heavens Palace. With this thought, the fear in Xiaoyan Fan's heart was swiftly engulfed by greed. Overseer, I concede your strength is formidable, but at this moment, adrift in the vast ocean. I am eager to see if your humble vessel can withstand a full broadside from the Lingxiao. Lu Chen stood upon the deck, his brow slightly raised. Just moments ago, the phantom ship had unleashed a broadside of 3 cannonballs. However, only the Sea Dragon's fury managed to damage the enemy vessel, while the other 2 rapid-fire cannons failed to penetrate its defenses. The escort vessel was indeed far superior to a single-masted ship. Lu Chen's eyes narrowed as he quickly accessed the enemy ship's information panel. Two-masted escort ship. Ling Xiao, Captain, Xiaoyan Fan. Level, Primary. Crew, 50-50. Durability, 4,855,000. Weapon slots. Medium weapons 0-1. Small weapons 12-12. Ship-mounted instant strike cannons 12. Bronze intermediate. Equipment slots. Small equipment 4-4. Primary armor 4. Bronze intermediate. Speed. High sail. Defense. Extremely high. Medium armor. Talent. None. Chapter 168. What? His ship is that formidable too? 5,000 points of durability? It is indeed 3 times that of the Phantom ship. Lu Chen stared at the attributes of the Ling Xiao, astonished. This was his first encounter with an escort vessel, and he had not anticipated that the attributes of a two-masted escort ship would surpass the Phantom ship by such a margin. Not only was its durability astonishing, but its weapon and equipment slots were also quadruple that of the Phantom ship. Even its speed surpassed that of an ordinary single-masted ship. Were it not for the Phantom ship's C-grade talent, Gale, it would indeed be challenging to keep pace with the Ling Xiao. Most crucially, the Ling Xiao had an available medium weapon slot. Lu Chen had never encountered medium ship-mounted weapons and was uncertain of their power. But he had an inkling that it was this medium weapon that endowed the escort vessel with comprehensive strength far exceeding that of a single-masted ship. At that moment, the frantic Ling Xiao suddenly executed a sharp turn, the ship leaning dangerously as it pivoted, its starboard side now facing the Phantom ship. The cannon ports on the side of the ship slowly opened, revealing glimmering cannon muzzles within. Overseer, this is your own doing. Xiaoyan Fan stood on the deck, his eyes flickering with madness and greed, and with a forceful swing of his right hand, commanded, fire. Boom, boom, boom. A cacophony of deafening explosions erupted as 12 cannons fired simultaneously. The tremendous recoil caused the Ling Xiao to tilt sharply to the left, the planks creaking ominously. Simultaneously, 12 massive cannonballs, howling through the air, hurtled towards the Phantom ship. Witnessing this, Xiaoyan Fan's face contorted with a sinister grin. Overseer, no matter how formidable you are, what does it matter? Your ship is merely a piece of junk, a single-masted novice vessel. I refuse to believe it can withstand the onslaught of 12 cannons. Once I destroy this Phantom ship, you will become nothing but a drifting weed upon the sea. With the Ling Xiao's formidable firepower and superior maneuverability, I shall outlast you. Yet, as the cannonballs surged ominously closer, Lu Chen remained unyielding, his expression calm, his stance unwavering. Xiaoling Tao, witnessing this scene, could not suppress a smile of delight. Ha ha. This overseer is far too arrogant. He actually believes his strength allows him to disregard the cannon fire. No matter how powerful the overseer, he is still merely a human on land, not a fish in the sea. Once his ship is destroyed and capsized, adrift in the vast ocean, he will have nowhere to stand, and his strength will be greatly diminished. At that moment, perhaps we truly will have the opportunity to slay an overseer. Contemplating this, Xiaoling Tao suppressed his fear, excitement evident in his demeanor. Just as all the crew members of the Ling Xiao fixated on the fiery cannonballs, poised to strike the hull of the Phantom ship, a pitch-black barrier suddenly materialized at the bow of the Phantom ship. Boom, boom, boom. A series of explosive sounds roared. Flames and smoke surged forth, obscuring the view of the Nine Heavens Palace members. Did we hit it? Xiaoyan Fan fixed his gaze upon the smoky haze, his heart taut as a bowstring. However, in the next moment, a black ship surged forth from the dense smoke, charging directly towards the Ling Xiao. Its hull shimmered ominously, devoid of any signs of damage. Was this a phantom? Xiaoyan Fan's eyes nearly bulged in disbelief. Where on earth did our cannonballs go? Just moments ago, a barrage had rocked the very foundations of the sea, yet here was the enemy, seemingly unfazed. As the ghostly vessel drew ever closer, defiant Xiaoyan Fan resolved to make another attempt. Hurry, reload. You fools, aim this time, he bellowed, eyes fixed on the swiftly approaching specter. The Ling Xiao had come to a halt, granting him one last chance to fire before that swift ghost ship caught up. Naturally, Xiaoyan Fan held no fear of the single-masted ghost ship. His dread lay with the observer aboard. He was unafraid of naval battles, but if the observer boarded, he doubted he could stand against the Naga King harnessing the power of his ancestors. This final opportunity must not be squandered. At that moment, the ship's 12 cannons were fully loaded. Xiaoyan Fan swung his arm dramatically and commanded, fire. Thunderous booms echoed as a volley of cannonballs erupted forth once more. However, before the projectiles could near the Yumming, an inky barrier materialized out of thin air, intercepting every single shot. Yumming possesses a B-class talent, Enhanced Guardian Barrier. This scene left the crew of the Ling Xiao utterly dumbfounded. B-class Guardian Barrier. Xiaoyan Fan finally comprehended where all the previous cannonballs had gone. They had been thwarted by this very barrier. A wave of despair washed over him. No, this cannot be. Your ship is clearly a speed-oriented special vessel. How can it possess two talents? Special vessels are already rare, and those with advanced talents are exceptionally so. Yet this human, having only arrived in the Tianyu world a mere 6 days ago, already boasts astonishing talents, and to his utter disbelief, his ship possesses advanced talents as well. And the worst part is, it has too. Having lived a considerable part of his life, Xiao Yunfan had never encountered a special vessel with dual talents. Was this not an affront? The person is abnormal, and so is the ship. At that moment, Xiao Yunfan felt an overwhelming sense of indignation. It is so unfair, utterly unjust. He had toiled for decades in this world, barely reaching level 30 and elevating his talent to B class, just to secure a position as captain of the Lingxiao. Despite this, his ship remained a mere ordinary warship devoid of any talent. Nevertheless, he had previously felt a sense of satisfaction, for his achievements had far surpassed those of most of his peers. Yet, upon witnessing Lu Chen, his heart shattered. A being from a lower-tier world had, in just 6 days, acquired numerous advanced talents, evolved to the point of slaying a level 30 boss, and commanded an incredibly powerful dual-talent ship. Unbeknownst to him, the youngling concealed several dormant talents, or else he would have been utterly devastated. Moreover, he had been chosen by Tianyu as an observer. Oh heaven, you are so biased. This is unjust. Was it not said that beings from lower worlds participating in the myriad races competition were meant to bestow benefits upon us, the native beings? What sort of benefit is this? Have you ever seen such a benefit? This is akin to delivering us an ancestor. Lu Chen was oblivious to the fact that he had already instigated a crisis of existential doubt within the opposing captain. As the Guardian Barrier began to dissipate, Lu Chen's eyes narrowed. Although the B-class enhanced Guardian Barrier had withstood 2 volleys from the Lingxiao, the energy expenditure was considerable. Furthermore, the weaponry aboard the Yuming was insufficient to rapidly sink the massive Lingxiao. Chapter 169, Location of the Awakening Tower. In light of this, I shall directly approach the Lingxiao and slay all aboard. After all, no matter how formidable a ship may be, it requires a crew to operate it. At this moment, as the Yuming closed in on the Lingxiao, Lu Chen's right hand suddenly extended, and in an instant, an icy long sword materialized, glinting with a chilling radiance. Following this, he propelled himself off the deck, transforming into a fleeting shadow and launching into the air, soaring above the Lingxiao. He's coming. Defend. Quick, defend. Forget about the cannons. They can't reach him. Everyone, follow me and unleash your lightning talents. Xiao Yunfan shouted, gazing up at Lu Chen in terror. Around him, electric arcs danced like frenzied serpents as the B-class lightning resonance surged forth. The crew of the Lingxiao, faced with a genuine observer, tightened their expressions, channeling their lightning talents with all their might. Xiao Yunfan, a member of the Thunder Department in the Nine Heavens Palace, commanded a crew well-versed in lightning talents. In an instant, countless bolts of lightning coalesced aboard the Lingxiao, forming a thunderous tiger that roared towards Lu Chen. Despite the impressive display of power, Xiao Yunfan's eyes remained filled with dread. He feared not the naval battle, but the prospect of confronting an observer left him feeling utterly lost, devoid of any confidence. Surely, this will be enough to bring him down? Xiao Yunfan muttered to himself, his voice tinged with anxiety and trepidation. Just as the tension reached its peak, Lu Chen made his move. With a swift flourish of his icy long sword, he pointed the blade skyward, and with a sharp swing, he intoned, "Break, wind." In an instant, the sword tip tore through the air, producing a piercing whistle as a fierce sword light cleaved through the heavens, striking directly at the thunderous tiger. Boom! The clash between the sword light and the lightning tiger erupted with an ear-splitting roar, casting brilliance across the sky, shaking the very heavens. The seemingly ferocious lightning tiger let out a mournful howl as it was struck by the sword light, instantly dissipating into countless sparks of electricity, vanishing into the ether. Lu Chen's sword momentum remained unabated, hurtling towards Xiao Yunfan and the crew on the deck. Xiao Yunfan felt a sharp, oppressive wind bearing down upon him, the chilling breath of death rushing towards him. His pupils constricted violently, and his heart nearly halted. It was over. His lips quivered as he uttered a mere 2 words. Yet the sword's radiance had already sliced through the deck like a streak of silk. Xiao Yunfan and the 20 or so crew members in the center of the deck had not even had time to react before the sword's brilliance engulfed them. In an instant, their forms froze, and then, as if severed by an invisible blade, they were violently reduced to shattered corpses, blood splattering everywhere, leaving no trace of life. With a single stroke, a deep gash was left on the deck of the Lingxiao ship, extending from bow to stern, nearly cleaving the vessel in two. A chilling aura rapidly spread along the sword mark, and the surrounding air seemed to freeze instantaneously, forming a delicate layer of frost. This scene unfolded with such breathtaking speed that it was utterly staggering. Lu Chen landed lightly, plunging his long sword into the deck, the hilt vibrating violently, producing a low hum. Subsequently, the sword, unable to withstand the fierce force of the wind, shattered with a thunderous crack, scattering into countless shards of ice. At that moment, the entirety of the Lingxiao ship was paralyzed by the terror of that single sword strike, enveloped in an eerie silence, as if even the wind had ceased its blowing. The surviving crew members, witnessing this spectacle, were horrified, their eyes wide and mouths agape, yet no sound escaped them, utterly petrified by fear. After what felt like an eternity, they finally jolted back to reality, shouting in panic, "Run! Help! Is this the Overseer? So terrifying! We stand no chance at all. Abandon ship! Hurry, abandon ship! Flee!" They were like scattered leaves in a storm, shrieking as they leapt into the sea. In the vast ocean, human survival without the support of a vessel was nearly non-existent. This fact was clear to everyone. Yet, even so, they dared not remain before this demon for a moment longer. Splashing sounds echoed as, one after another, the crew members of the Lingxiao ship plunged into the water, desperately swimming away. Their sole thought was to distance themselves from this hellish overseer. Ding! Killed Jiu Xiaodian. Xiao Yunfan, level 30, gained 880,000 life energy. Ding! Killed Jiu Xiaodian. Shower Pang, level 24, gained 640,000 life energy. Hearing the notifications resonate in his mind, Lu Chen couldn't help but curl his lip in disdain. This Jiu Xiaodian was truly pathetic. A double-masted frigate that didn't even have a single boss-level character on board. The combined life energy contributed by these individuals was less than that of a single Naga King. Reflecting on the Naga King, Lu Chen frowned. That scoundrel had shattered his heart-cutting blade, leaving him without a reliable weapon. Although the ice-formed long sword could serve in an emergency, it would be utterly inadequate for high-intensity combat. Clearly, he needed to find a new weapon quickly. At that moment, Lu Chen's gaze fell upon the only crew member on the Lingxiao ship who had not jumped into the sea, Xiao Langtao. The latter wore a stoic expression, his demeanor grave, as if prepared to fight to the death against Lu Chen. Lu Chen raised an eyebrow. "You're not fleeing? Ah, interesting. It seems there are a few with backbone left in this Jiu Xiaodian." However, just as Lu Chen's words left his lips, he saw Xiao Langtao tremble, suddenly dropping to his knees, banging his head repeatedly against the deck, pleading, "Overseer, spare me. My legs went weak from fear. I couldn't move, woo." At this moment, Xiao Longtao's spirit shattered, his thoughts a tangled mess. On the Lingxiao ship, there were over 50 crew members, with one sword stroke. Half had been instantly slain. Had the remaining half not been scattered, they would likely have been wiped out in a single blow. How could they possibly fight back? This was entirely beyond their level. Xiao Langtao was overwhelmed with despair. In this moment, he finally grasped the might of the Naga King. Indeed, the Naga King was formidable. For how else could one withstand the assault of this humanoid monstrosity for so long before succumbing? Damn, what am I thinking? Whoa, my legs failed me. I missed my chance to escape, and now I'm doomed. With this thought, Xiao Langtao cast a longing glance towards his teammates swimming desperately in the sea, filled with envy. Yet, at that instant, calamity struck. The sea surface suddenly roiled, and grotesque, half-decayed sharks emerged from all directions, mercilessly tearing apart the crew members who had plunged into the water, staining the ocean crimson with blood in an instant. The air was filled with the chilling sounds of wails and screams, sending shivers down one's spine. Seeing this, Xiao Longtao's face turned pale, his gaze vacant. Lu Chen observed the suddenly kneeling Xiao Langtao with a sense of resignation. He had initially thought he had encountered a tough adversary, only to find the most cowardly one instead. Shaking his head, Lu Chen spoke calmly. "Reveal the location of the Awakening Tower, and I shall grant you a swift end." Chapter 170. Target, Awakening Tower. Awakening Tower, Xiao Langtao murmured, his face ashen, never expecting that this overseer had pursued them for the location of the Awakening Tower. What? Unwilling to speak? Lu Chen's gaze remained flat as he regarded Xiao Langtao. Should this individual remain obstinate? Lu Chen possessed numerous methods to compel him to divulge the information. "I will speak." Sensing the faint glimmer of hope slipping away, Xiao Langtao ceased to quail in fear. He forced a bitter smile and slowly revealed, "The location of the Awakening Tower is at 647326. There, you can obtain greater power through awakening." However, a fleeting glint of malice flickered in Xiao Longtao's eyes. "Go ahead. By all means, venture there. Should you dare to step into the Awakening Tower, you will surely encounter the minister and the others. At that moment, I shall watch from above as you meet your demise. The minister's strength is such that even you, the overseer, cannot contend with." Upon learning the location of the Awakening Tower, Lu Chen's fingers twitched slightly, and a bone spear slowly materialized before him. He gazed at Xiao Langtao and remarked coolly, "I know you intend to use others' hands against me within the Awakening Tower." At this moment, Your minister from the Thundercloud department should be near the Awakening Tower, yes? Lu Chen's words caused Xiao Longtao's eyes to widen in disbelief. How do you know? Suddenly, Xia Langto's countenance twisted into a ghastly grimace. What does it matter to you? Now, the minister and all the formidable beings of this sea are hastening towards the Awakening Tower. Should you dare to take even a single step closer, the minister shall assuredly claim your life and vengeance for me. Upon finishing his words, a mocking grin reappeared on Xia Langto's face. You aren't frightened into inaction, are you? If so, I truly hold you in contempt. What of the overseer? Merely a cowardly wretch who preys on the weak. Before his words could fully dissipate, a muffled thud echoed through the air. In an instant, the derision on Xia Langto's face froze as a bone spear pierced through his skull, causing him to collapse lifelessly onto the deck, devoid of breath. Provocation tactics? Lu Chen retracted his finger with a cold smirk. Only a child would fall for such tricks. However, I am indeed curious to behold the Awakening Tower. His interest was not stirred by Xia Langto's taunts, but rather by his urgent need for new creatures to enhance his prowess. In this vast expanse of ocean, locating a powerful faction was no simple task, and the Awakening Tower was precisely where a multitude congregated. It presented an excellent opportunity to ensnare them all at once. Furthermore, Lu Chen held a keen fascination with the concept of awakening. Only through awakening could an A-grade talent potentially ascend to S-grade. Following his battle with the Naga King, Lu Chen had come to profoundly appreciate the might of S-grade talents and yearned to evolve his own aptitude to that esteemed level. Hence, a journey to the Awakening Tower was imperative. However, before venturing there, he needed to convert the spoils of this battle into strength. With that thought, Lu Chen instantaneously teleported back to the Phantom ship, waving his right hand to stow the Lingxiao ship into the fleet's hold. Although this escort vessel had been struck by his blade, it was not severely damaged and could be utilized with minor repairs. Soon after, his gaze fell upon his status panel. In the clash against the Naga King escort, Lu Chen had long since lost count of the enemies he had slain and the life energy he had accumulated. Before him, the panel displayed a lengthy list of kill notifications. Ding. Slayed the Naga King, Naga Salos, 30th tier boss, acquired 1. 76 million life energy. Ding. Slayed 1134 Naga warriors, 20th tier. Acquired 54. 42 million life energy. Ding. Slayed Xia Langto, 28th tier. Acquired 80,000 life energy. Ding. Slayed the Nine Heavens Palace. Upon seeing the figures, Lu Chen's heart jolted. 60 million. Indeed, a staggering 60 million life energy. He had not anticipated that the Naga King escort would yield such abundant experience. With raised brows, he was taken aback. Surprisingly, the kill of a Naga King only granted him 76 million, yet the Undead Legion had bestowed upon him over 50 million life energy. For all 1134 Naga warriors had perished at the hands of the Undead Legion. After all, the undead soldiers were under Lu Chen's control, and the spoils from their vanquished foes naturally belonged to him. It seemed the added strength in numbers held true. Without the Undead Legion, even if those 1134 Naga warriors had stood still for him to slay, it would have taken considerable time. Rubbing his chin in contemplation, Lu Chen realized the necessity of assembling a truly personal Undead Legion. On a grand battlefield, the significance of an Undead Legion was immeasurable, and this battle served as the finest testament to that. Moreover, this was under the circumstance that the undead soldiers were only tier 10 and lacked any source of death energy for replenishment. With a sigh, Lu Chen acknowledged that to establish a grand army of the undead, he first needed to address the sources of death energy and the logistics of transporting the undead forces, a matter that could not be rushed. He then patted the backpack behind him, a smile gracing his lips. Tuanzi, it appears we shall indulge ourselves soon. The little creature within the backpack excitedly waved its tiny tentacles, sensing the immense life energy emanating from its master. Food. Tuanzi loves food. As Lu Chen opted to absorb the energy, an overwhelmingly rich life energy surged into both his and Tuanzi's bodies. In an instant, the energy within Lu Chen began to surge wildly, with prompts of leveling up ringing in succession. Ding. Consumed 2. 5 million life energy. You have reached level 16. Ding. Consumed 3 million life energy. You have reached level 17. Ding. Consumed 6 million life energy. You have reached level 22. Level 22 4. 57 million, 7 million. Ding. As an overseer, your attributes gained upon leveling up are doubled. Ding. Due to reaching level 20, you have earned 10 evolution points. Ordinary evolvers receive 5 points. Strength, 407. Agility, 407. Constitution, 407. Perception, 407. Free attribute points, 207. As he ascended through the levels, an exhilarating rush washed over him like a tide. Lu Chen suddenly spread his arms wide, gazing skyward as he let out a triumphant howl. Ha! Exhilarating. 7 levels. Following this battle, he had inexplicably jumped a full 7 levels. What a delight. The little creature in the backpack could no longer contain itself, its 8 tiny tentacles stretching and curling. Yapping like a playful puppy, Gujajaya Wo. Tawanzi had also achieved a consecutive leap of 7 levels, soaring to level 18. Level 18 4, 57 million, 7 million. Lu Chen turned to glance at the little creature in his backpack, his eyes alight with joy. Though Tawanzi at level 18 had not exhibited any notable physical changes, Lu Chen could distinctly feel the energy within it intensifying. Evolvers could awaken at tier 50, perhaps Tawanzi, as a North Sea behemoth, would also break free from its juvenile phase and enter its growth stage thereafter. At that time, the true might of the North Sea behemoth would surely astonish the world. Now that Tawanzi had reached level 18, at this rate, it would transition into its growth phase within 10 days. With this thought, Lu Chen's heart brimmed with both anticipation and trepidation. He eagerly awaited the astonishing combat prowess Tawanzi would display upon leaving its juvenile phase. Yet he was anxious about whether his adorable companion would transform into a fearsome sea monster akin to those depicted in films. Enough of such thoughts. Lu Chen shook his head, pulling his focus back. He redirected his gaze to his status panel once more. Upon ascending 7 levels, the enhancement of 1's capabilities is nothing short of monumental, having accrued a total of 1260 attribute points, a truly remarkable achievement. Following this elevation, Lu Chen's 4 primary attributes underwent a magnificent transformation. Strength, 1880, Agility, 2330, Constitution, 1240, Perception, 2336. Free attribute points, 200, Evolution points, 10. While his Constitution may appear slightly inferior, the other 3 attributes either approach or surpass the formidable threshold of 2,000 points. Lu Chen nodded in satisfaction, his gaze fixating on the 10 evolution points. It appears that with every 10 levels gained, one is met with a significant enhancement. A glint flashed in Lu Chen's eyes. Upon reaching level 10, he experienced a substantial surge in attribute points, and upon attaining level 20, he was rewarded with an additional 10 evolution points. Remarkable. The observer template is indeed exceptional. Even the bestowed evolution points exceed that of ordinary evolutionists by a factor of 2. However, Lu Chen was in no haste to utilize these evolution points. His collection of advanced talents and skills was already ample, and what he truly lacked was an S-rank talent. Rather than squander these evolution points on lower-tier talents, it would be far more judicious to accumulate them until he successfully awakens, at which point he could elevate his talents en masse to S-rank. Subsequently, the Phantom slowly adjusted its course, heading towards Naga Island. Ding successfully plundered the Naga Royal Court, advanced small force. Plunder value increased by 700 points. Current plunder value, 1070. 1000 achieved. As the last Naga warrior shattered under the onslaught of the Stormwing clan, the prompt from the celestial system resounded, heralding the complete annihilation of the Naga Royal Court. The members of the Phantom erupted into deafening cheers alongside the Stormwing clan in the sky, many overwhelmed with emotion as tears streamed down their faces. It is noteworthy that the Naga Royal Court was a formidable force boasting over 3,000 rank 20 elites, which had been vanquished by their nascent force, averaging merely level 10, a veritable miracle. All of this was attributable to the Lord of the Underworld. As the Phantom made its way back, the members of the Phantom fervently and adoringly surrounded it, their cheers resonating throughout the vast sea. Long live our master. I never imagined I could witness such strength in my lifetime. Thank you, Lord of the Underworld. Brother Lu Chen, I love you. Foster father. That sword strike you executed was simply magnificent. Amidst the jubilant clamor, the unicorn rhinoceros approached the returning Phantom. Yang Zimo stood at the bow, a flush of excitement gracing his face, and reported, Lord of the Underworld, all Naga have been eradicated. The brothers of the Phantom have reaped significant rewards from this battle, with their average level now elevated to approximately level 12. At this point, Yang Zimo's voice quivered slightly as he continued, Lord of the Underworld, our Phantom is ready for an upgrade. Upon hearing these words, the surrounding cheers intensified. An upgrade is imminent. In just over a day since the establishment of the Phantom, the members' strength had soared from levels 3 and 4 to level 12, and all ships had been upgraded to single-masted sailing vessels. Furthermore, they had plundered 4 forces, accumulating over 1,000 plunder points, fully meeting the conditions for the Phantom's upgrade. Such a glorious achievement could not help but evoke exhilaration. Most crucially, once the Phantom ascends to level 2, the members would no longer need to fear the threat of the Executioner. It is essential to note that 3 days hence, as the Novice Sea region releases toxic mists, the Executioner will indiscriminately execute 50 evolutionists, But now, the members can construct specialized protective vessels to evade the Executioner's judgment. Upon receiving Yang Zimo's report, Lu Chen nodded, expressing his satisfaction with everyone's performance. To have eliminated the remaining 1,000 Naga warriors in such a brief span was indeed commendable. He then accessed the panel of the Phantom Fleet. Observing that the upgrade requirements were as follows: plunder value, 1,000 points, 10 single-masted sailing vessels, 100 rank 10 evolutionists, fleet members not less than 500. All conditions had been met. Upon witnessing this, a spark of enthusiasm flickered in Lu Chen's eyes. As the first force established in Blue Star, the Phantom had been rewarded with a significant allocation of attribute points upon its founding. One could only wonder what rewards awaited the first force to upgrade to level 2. Without hesitation, Lu Chen opted for the upgrade. In an instant, the heavens erupted in a radiant display, beams of light descending like divine miracles, enveloping all members of the Phantom, including the Stormwing clan, within their embrace. Ding! Celestial announcement. Sea Bandit. Phantom, successfully upgraded to level 2. As the first force in Blue Star to reach level 2, all members receive an additional 400 points of free attribute bonus, and the fleet leader receives an additional 800 points of free attribute bonus. As the first force in Blue Star to reach level 2, all members receive an additional 8 evolution points, and the fleet leader receives an additional 16 evolution points as a reward. As the voice of the celestial system faded, the attributes of those within the light beams surged dramatically. On the surface of the sea, a roar akin to a tsunami erupted in jubilant cheers. What in the world? What has transpired? Jack, who had just been resurrected, emerged from the cabin of the Phantom, gazing at the spectacle before him, utterly bewildered. Captain, please don't make me self-destruct again. After self-destructing, the battle concluded, and I was left in the dark. Jack, observing the jubilant crowd, pouted in complaint. Lu Chen cast a glance at Jack, suggesting, try sensing the changes in your internal power. Changes in power? Jack paused, then activated the death energy within him, circulating it throughout his body. In an instant, a look of pure elation blossomed on his face. What on earth is happening? I merely self-destructed, and yet my attributes have skyrocketed so much. Jack was astonished to discover that his attributes had increased by 400 points. 400 points, while significant even for one with a boss template like Jack, represented a considerable enhancement. Lu Chen smiled faintly. With the Phantom having ascended to level 2, all members received an additional 400 points of attribute bonus, including Jack. Despite Jack and the Stormwing clan not being direct members of the Phantom, as vassals of Lu Chen, they too could partake in the benefits of the Phantom's power. Chapter 172, A Global Tremor. Haha, then my self-destruction was indeed worthwhile. Jack grinned broadly, joining in the revelry. Ding! Sea Bandit. Phantom has successfully upgraded to level 2. Plunder value, 10,000. The fleet capacity has increased to 2,000. Fleet personnel, 874. 2,000. In the battle against the Naga Royal Court, 39 perished. Fleet bonuses, 600 points of free attributes, doubled for the leader to 1,200 points. 8 points of evolution rewards, doubled for the leader to 16 points. Plunder gain of 10. The total attribute bonus from the two rewards, 200, 400600. For forces of the same level, the free attribute bonus is 100 points, and the evolution reward is 1 point. New items have been added to the fleet shop. The fleet warehouse has been expanded. New weapon and ship blueprints have been added to the fleet's design catalog. Gazing at the upgraded panel of the underworld, joy radiated from the faces of the crowd, uncontrollable and exuberant. Ha ha, we are the pride of Blue Star. Our underworld is the very first force to ascend to level 2 in Blue Star. How could we not be first? We have leveled up. And the third force of Blue Star has yet to be established. Wah, following the Lord of the Underworld is truly a blessing. Indeed, it is a great fortune. I glanced around and saw that we are now in the underworld, enjoying a full 600 points of attribute bonuses and 8 points of evolution. This is a privilege exclusive to the first force to establish and level up in the Blue Star War Zone. Other forces, even if they reach level 2, can only gain 100 points of attributes and 1 point of evolution. Ha ha ha, the disparity is so vast. If others knew, they would be envious beyond measure. Their envy is futile. In the world of Tianyu, the strong become stronger while the weak grow weaker, and our differences will only continue to widen. When I first arrived in Tianyu, I was merely a girl with poor attributes and mediocre talent, utterly powerless. Who would have thought I could become so formidable now? Without the Lord of the Underworld, I would have perished long ago at the jaws of a sea beast. Truly, the Lord of the Underworld is our deity. With the strength of the Naga King, had it not been for the Lord's intervention, no matter how many of us there were, we would have been unable to conquer the Naga Royal Court. Honestly, the Lord is invincible. When the Naga King summoned the power of his ancestors with a single strike, he could have obliterated us. Such a formidable foe was conquered by the Lord of the Underworld. Moreover, if it were not for Lord Jack's self-detonation, the Naga King would not have met his demise so easily. The undead are truly magnificent. Long life. The echoes of jubilant cheers filled Lu Chen's ears as his gaze slowly drifted away from the panel, a smile involuntarily curling at the corners of his mouth. 800 points of free attributes. 16 points of evolution. Such a bountiful harvest. As the first force in the Blue Star War Zone to break through the level 2 barrier, the rewards we obtained are remarkably generous. It seems that once the force level rises, the overall bonuses for the fleet will also ascend, growing ever stronger. At this moment, the establishment of the Underworld Force has brought increasingly significant support to Lu Chen. Just then, a resounding announcement echoed throughout the entire Blue Star War Zone. Blue Star War Zone announcement. The Blue Star Force, Underworld, has successfully ascended to level 2. As the first force in the Blue Star War Zone to reach level 2, all members receive an additional 400 points of free attributes and 8 points of evolution bonuses. With leader Lu Chen receiving an additional 800 points of free attributes and 16 points of evolution bonuses. Blue Star War Zone announcement. Blue Star War Zone announcement. The resounding voice of Tianyu resounded 3 times throughout the Blue Star War Zone before it finally ceased. This announcement left countless Blue Star evolvers, who were struggling for survival amidst the ocean, in shock and disbelief. What is happening? We are still anxiously wondering if we can survive the toxic mist released in 3 days, and their fleet has already reached level 2? Have they directly eliminated the threat of the executioners? No. Did we not all come to this cursed place together? Is there such a vast disparity between people? The ordinary members of the Underworld received a direct reward of 400 points of attributes. I barely have 400 points in total. If we are to perish, let us perish together. Why must we struggle for survival in this ocean while they indulge in a superhero training game? This is utterly unfair. In an instant, fervent discussions erupted in every corner of the Blue Star War Zone, with the focal point being none other than Lu Chen and the Underworld. Oh my god. Is Lu Chen a god? His fleet's total attribute bonus has reached a terrifying 600 points. I can't even fathom how powerful the members of the Underworld must be now. Ha ha ha. Lu Chen truly is the pride of our Shensha, bringing honor to all of us. By the way, do they still need to worry about the toxic mist in 3 days? Toxic mist? Haha. Brother, don't compare yourself to them, alright? They have probably already ventured out of the Novice Sea area to plunder and slaughter. Right? I checked the Tianyu Encyclopedia to elevate the plunderers to level 2. They need to accumulate 1,000 points of plunder value. Who knows how many indigenous forces they have raided during this time. Damn, their fleet has reached level 2. Does that mean the people in their sea area not only need not worry about the toxic mist, but are also free from the threat of the executioners? Everyone can survive. No, this is unfair. At this rate, only about 30 of us in our sea area will survive in 3 days, and when facing the executioner's judgment, half of us will perish again. This is far too unjust. Wah, Lord Lu Chen, please save us, fellow citizens of Shensha from other districts. I am only at level 2. I will surely be poisoned to death in 3 days. I truly envy those in District 8 who are in the Novice Sea area. They are so fortunate to share a zone with such a powerful being. Damn it, why does Shensha produce such formidable evolvers? What about our warriors from Defusang? Can someone tell me how I can contact Lu Chen? I wish to join the Underworld. I also want to join the Underworld. Once I join, I can receive a full 600 points of attribute bonuses, and I will survive. Oh, great Mr. Lu Chen. If you allow me to join the Underworld, I am willing to pay any price. In District 8765, the Blood Moon Dynasty, a throng of vampires surrounded, their faces filled with astonishment. Patriarch, it's that Lu Chen again. They have once again outpaced us and elevated their force to level 2. Damn it, him again. Our first reward from the Blood Moon Dynasty was snatched away by this guy last time, and now it is happening again. He must be cheating. Surely he is cheating. Our Blood Moon Dynasty has been the overlord of the dark world of Blue Star for centuries. How could an obscure Lu Chen possibly overshadow us at every turn? Chapter 173, Legendary Force, Deep Sea Butcher. Indeed, he must be employing some despicable means to consistently stay ahead of us. Patriarch, we must swiftly eliminate this scoundrel Lu Chen. Otherwise, all future firsts in the Blue Star War Zone will likely be taken by him. The vampires were agitated, as if the attributes and evolution points awarded to the Underworld by Tianyu were being plundered from their own pockets. Meanwhile, the vampire patriarch, Blood Moon Arcadia, had eyes ablaze with fury, veins bulging on his forehead. He shared the anger of his subordinates, feeling an intensified sense of unwillingness. It is crucial to recognize that the rewards for a leader are indeed doubled, amounting to a staggering 800 points of free attribute points and 16 evolution points, all of which rightfully belong to him. Lu Chen, Arcadia roared. I, Blood Moon Arcadia, shall feast upon your flesh and drink your blood to vent my pent-up rage. However, beside him, Van Pain furrowed his brow, cautiously interjecting, Progenitor, I believe our Blood Moon dynasty should reconsider its enmity with the Netherworld. I sense that Lu Chen is no ordinary foe. Perhaps forging an alliance with him would be more advantageous than adversarial. Initially, Van Pain shared the sentiments of many vampires, viewing Lu Chen as a mere opportunist. Yet, upon learning of the Netherworld's recent upgrade, his perspective shifted. It is important to note that the Pirate of the Sea's forces require 1,000 plunder points for an upgrade. One can only imagine the formidable adversaries the Netherworld must have vanquished to amass such a wealth of plunder points. Could this also be deemed as cheating? It seems that Lu Chen's true prowess has far surpassed that of the vampire clan. Yet, Arcadia remained ensnared by the belief of being the strongest in Blue Star. His crimson eyes fixated on Van Pain. What? Do you truly believe Lu Chen can surpass me? Upon uttering these words, Van Pain was immediately met with a chorus of furious roars from the other vampires. Van Pain, those mere mortals have always been our sustenance. Now you wish for us to befriend our food? Absurd. While Lu Chen may possess some strength, as long as he remains human and carries blood within him, he cannot possibly rival the Progenitor. Indeed, the Progenitor has mastered the art of manipulating human blood to perfection, no matter how formidable Lu Chen's statistics appear on paper. The Progenitor could drain his blood in the blink of an eye, reducing him to a withered corpse. For centuries, the Progenitor has been recognized as the mightiest being in Blue Star, and even in this new realm, he remains the most powerful evolver. Lu Chen's audacity in usurping the substantial rewards belonging to our vampire clan cannot go unpunished. He must be slain to reclaim what is rightfully ours. Kill him. Kill him. Upon hearing this, Van Pain could only shake his head in resignation, letting out a sigh, and fell silent. The vampire clan has lingered too long in the glory of yesteryears, oblivious to the fact that the world has transformed. This place is no longer Blue Star. If the Progenitor continues to harbor such delusions, he will inevitably bring ruin upon the vampire clan. Unbeknownst to Lu Chen, in this brutal arena of competing races, the Blood Moon dynasty, the second force of Blue Star, is not contemplating how to collaborate with the myriad factions of Blue Star to expand their territory. Instead, they are wholly engrossed in internal strife, seeking to wrest the attributes and benefits of the Netherworld fleet from Lu Chen. Of course, even if Lu Chen were aware of this, it would not concern him. In this world governed by the survival of the fittest, Lu Chen has never entertained the notion of allying with other forces. He firmly believes in the strength that lies within his own hands. As the announcement from the new realm concluded, Lu Chen glanced at his status panel, where the free attribute section clearly displayed a staggering 1,000 unallocated free points. Fleet reward, 800 points, upgrade, 140 points, previously accumulated, 60 points. A fervent spark ignited within Lu Chen's eyes. Having just ascended 7 levels, he had gained over 1,000 attribute points, and now, an additional 1,000 free points were at his disposal. What bliss! His fierce battle with the Naga King had imparted a profound lesson. One must not exhibit any weaknesses in their dimensional attributes. In the clash with the Naga King, Lu Chen's strength attribute was indeed sufficient to contend with his foe, but due to his base constitution being too low at merely over 840 points, far inferior to the other 3 attributes, he struggled to withstand the immense force during their confrontation, nearly collapsing under the pressure. Therefore, to truly become a formidable force, one must ensure that all 4 attributes develop in a balanced manner, avoiding any disparities. With this resolution in mind, Lu Chen promptly decided to allocate 800 points of the 1,000 free attributes to his constitution and the remaining 200 points to his strength. After the distribution, his dimensional attributes were as follows: Strength, 2080, Agility, 2,330, Constitution, 2040, Perception, 2,336. Each attribute had reached a terrifying level of over 2,000 points. For a level 22 evolver of the same rank, the average 4-dimensional attributes are merely 400 to 500. Balanced and powerful indeed. Lu Chen nodded in satisfaction. Just then, the announcement from the new realm rang out once more. Ding! The first level 2 force in the Blue Star War Zone has been detected. The unique force task has been automatically triggered. Force task, Legendary Force Deep Sea Butcher, Unique task, Chain task, Time-limited task. This sudden notification left the members of the Netherworld, who were reveling in celebration, momentarily stunned. Their faces etched with astonishment. Wait, is my hearing intact? A unique task? What is going on? Forces can have tasks? A unique task means that only we can undertake it, right? This sounds incredible. Lu Chen's brow arched sharply, his eyes gleaming with keen interest. A unique time-limited task must surely offer remarkable rewards. With this thought, Lu Chen quickly directed his gaze toward the task panel. Reminder, Legendary Force Deep Sea Butcher, Force Task. Activated automatically upon the emergence of the first Level 2 force within 7 days of the onset of the war among the races. This task is unique, exclusively for the Netherworld to undertake. This task is a chain task. Upon completing each phase, rewards and extra time will be granted. Completing all tasks will bestow the force with the title of Legendary Force, Deep Sea Butcher. Deep Sea Butcher Phase 1 Task Description, Gather the Butchers. Among the billions of people in Blue Star, with myriad national factions, those of common origin exhibit greater cohesion. Within 24 hours, recruit 2,000 fleet members, all of whom must be of Xingxia nationality. Deep Sea Butcher Phase 1 Task Rewards. The fleet's ships will receive an additional 50 points in durability, defense, and attack strength. The leader's flagship will receive double the bonus. Upon the ocean, we embody the harbingers of fear and the emissaries of death. Remaining time for the task, 23 hours, 59 minutes. Failure to complete the task within the time limit or destruction of the fleet's flag will result in task failure. Phase 1 Task Difficulty Rating. Extremely difficult. Even for the simplest first phase, the success rate is only 10. The forces that can complete the entire task and earn the title of Deep Sea Butcher exist only in legend. Chapter 174. An Impossible Task? Legendary Force. The moment Lu Chen's gaze fell upon the task description, a sharp glimmer ignited in his eyes. The mere reward for the first phase of this task is a substantial enhancement of 50 to all attributes of the fleet. Should we successfully complete this series of quests, the Phantom Fleet will undoubtedly roam the vast oceans with impunity, unafraid of any naval battle. Not only did the land dwellers recognize the extraordinary value of this task, but the air was also filled with a cacophony of discussions. Wow, a legendary faction task. Does this mean if we accomplish this series of tasks, the Phantom can elevate to a legendary pirate crew? That sounds incredibly impressive. The allure of the first phase's reward is undeniable. With a boost of 50 to the ship's durability, defense, and attack, upon completion, we could dominate the seas. Moreover, this is just the beginning, and the subsequent rewards are sure to be even more bountiful. Alas, this task appears simple. We just need to recruit people. However, just as the members of the Phantom were salivating over the enticing rewards of the Deep Sea Butcher task, Zhou Yu's words fell like a bucket of cold water, extinguishing their fervor. He shook his head with a sigh, acknowledging that while the task rewards were indeed tempting, they seemed nearly impossible to achieve. As it stands, there are only 874 of us left in the 8th district of the Xingya people. It is utterly impossible to recruit 2,000. Upon hearing this, the once vibrant discussions came to an abrupt halt, leaving everyone in stunned silence. Indeed, the entire 8th district boasts only 3 novice Cs for the Xingya. Aside from the 1,000 novice C, the other 2 Cs have seen the Xingya wiped out in their gambles against the allied nations, with no recruits available. Even if the Phantom Fleet could freely navigate the novice Cs, there were no other Xingya left to enlist within the 8th district. Realizing this, everyone exchanged glances, their hearts heavy with confusion. One person tentatively suggested, what if we try recruiting outside the 8th district? How would we get there? Just with this sailing ship? Not to mention whether we can survive the journey. Even if we do make it, time is against us. This task is time-limited, lasting only 24 hours. We might not even make it out of the 8th district. Indeed, and we have no idea where the other districts are. This task seems promising, but is fundamentally unachievable. Curse those scoundrels from the allied nations. If it weren't for their internal strife early on, our compatriots in those 2 seas would not have perished. I wish I could eliminate them all. Calm down. They have already been annihilated by the Lord of the Underworld. Is our Deep Sea Butcher task doomed to fail like this? I don't want that. In that moment, a sense of loss and helplessness filled the hearts of the crowd. At that juncture, Li Xinyi's calm voice gradually emerged. This task may determine whether we, the Blue Star people, can continue to survive amidst the competition of myriad races. The hint from the celestial revelation is quite clear. We have a 10 chance of completing this task, so we must not give up so easily. As soon as Li Xinyi finished speaking, Yang Zimo nodded in agreement, asserting, what Captain Li says is absolutely right. This legendary faction task may represent our only opportunity for the low-level races to catch up with the high-level races. Such an opportunity is rare, and we cannot let it slip away. It is important to note that in the entirety of the Blue Star battle zone, this legendary faction task may only appear once. If we fail or abandon it, we shall be forever estranged from the legendary factions. Turning to Lu Chen, Yang Zimo inquired, my lord, what insights do you hold regarding this task? Instantly, the eyes of the Phantom members turned toward Lu Chen, who had established an image of omnipotence in their minds. However, Lu Chen was genuinely unaware that there were no Shinya left in the 8th district. To recruit, they would need to make contact with the Shinya from other districts. But how to reach them posed a considerable challenge. Yet, despite his own ignorance, perhaps someone among them would know. After all, he had many individuals from the celestial revelation world under his command. With this thought, Lu Chen surveyed the crowd and calmly remarked, Feng Lai, Jack, Yin Ting. Do you know of any methods to swiftly reach the novice seas of other districts? Feng Lai and Yin Ting exchanged bewildered glances, their eyes filled with uncertainty. Feng Lai bowed respectfully, expressing his guilt. My lord, I am ashamed. The Stormwing tribe has been coiled in this place for centuries, and much of the knowledge from our ancestors has been lost. Upon speaking, Feng Lai gritted his teeth, seemingly resolved. However, I am willing to risk my life to perform a divination, seeking a turning point for our tribe. Feng Lai's divination comes at the cost of his soul. He can only use it twice in his lifetime. Having already performed it once to seek a turning point for the Stormwing tribe, should he attempt it again, his soul would shatter, leading to his demise. Upon hearing Feng Lai's words, the other members of the Stormwing tribe trembled. Their eyes filled with reluctance as they gazed at Feng Lai's stooped figure. Yet, no one spoke to dissuade him. To alleviate their lord's burdens is the pride of the Stormwing tribe. There is no need for such drastic measures, Lu Chen interjected, casting a glare at Jack, who was picking his nose. Speak up. Huh, how did you know I would know? Jack stammered, realizing that the captain seemed to be increasingly adept at reading his thoughts. From now on, my little secrets might not stay hidden from the captain. Jack licked his lips and began, Well, Captain, didn't you just learn about the location of the Awakening Tower? Inside the Awakening Tower, there's a teleportation array that can whisk evolutionaries away to any novice sea of their kin. Upon hearing this, hope instantly sparked in the eyes of the crowd. However, Jack's subsequent words doused that spark with a chilling reality. He shrugged and continued, But it's pointless to mention it, because you need to reach level 50 to even qualify to step through the doors of the Evolution Tower. At this statement, an uproar ensued among the crowd. How much? Level 50? Did I mishear that? You must be joking. My adoptive father is so formidable, and he is only at level 22. For others from different seas, reaching level 10 is already commendable. We've only been here for just over 6 days. Reaching level 50? That is utterly absurd. No wonder completing this series of tasks is dubbed legendary. The difficulty is akin to scaling the heavens. Indeed, what kind of character could possibly achieve level 50 in such a short time? Alas, it seems this task is one we must abandon. Hearing Jack's words, Lu Chen furrowed his brow tightly. Leveling up to 50 within 24 hours was beyond even his capabilities. Could it be that the legendary faction task truly has no solution? No, he thought. Since the celestial revelation has provided a 10 success rate, it implies that there is a path to follow in this task. At this moment, Lu Chen's mind raced with thoughts, recognizing that once he secured the title of this legendary faction, both his own power and that of the entire underworld would undergo a transformative leap. This mission, he could not abandon lightly. Suddenly, a spark of inspiration flickered in Lu Chen's eyes as he turned to Jack. Jack, you mentioned that only evolutionaries at level 50 can enter the Awakening Tower. What then? Obstructs those below level 50? Is it a barrier? Guards? Or perhaps some binding law? Jack stroked his chin, recalling, if I remember correctly, there is a level 50 boss-level guardian stationed there. This fellow specifically targets evolutionaries while ignoring the local natives. Upon hearing this, a glint of determination flashed in Lu Chen's eyes as he let out a cold snort. A level 50 boss. If we eliminate him, won't we be able to access the Awakening Tower to complete our task? Jack, startled, quickly waved his hands in protest. No, Captain. You mustn't act rashly. Although the Guardian's level is 50, he is a powerful awakened being. Fearing that Lu Chen might not grasp the implications of being awakened, Jack hastily added, Once a person awakens, their strength surges dramatically. To put it in perspective, an awakened individual at level 50 could easily handle 3 unawakened opponents of the same level. At this revelation, the onlookers collectively gasped. The level 30 Naga King had been formidable enough, yet this Guardian was not only a level 50 boss, but also awakened, rendering him terrifyingly powerful. Nevertheless, Lu Chen's eyes brimmed with fighting spirit. An awakened powerhouse. I am eager to meet him and gauge his true strength. Jack sighed, rubbing his forehead in resignation. The captain was indeed a battle enthusiast. When faced with an enemy, regardless of their might, he charged headlong into combat. The Guardian was the protector of the Awakening Tower, and the captain intended to slay him to gain entry? A level 22 evolutionary challenging an awakened foe at level 50? Madness, sheer madness. Yet, at this moment, Lu Chen was resolute, commanding Yang Zimo, lead the team to scavenge resources from Naga Island. Then, collaborate with the Stormwing tribe to hunt the surrounding sea beasts and indigenous forces. Understood, Yang Zi replied. then turned to Lu Chen with a question. My lord, given the Guardian's formidable strength, why not have all of us accompany you? We could provide some firepower support. The Stormwing tribe members echoed. Yes, master, take us with you. I am already at level 17, and my wind blades should be capable of breaching the Guardian's defenses. Master, please allow us to assist. However, in the face of their eagerness, Lu Chen firmly declined. You all need to focus on your development. It is sufficient for Jack and Yun Ting to accompany me. In the battle against the Naga court, the underworld had lost 39 warriors, while the Stormwing tribe, being able to fly, had suffered no fatalities, yet many were severely injured. Although Lu Chen was combative, he understood the stakes. The Guardian was no ordinary foe. If he brought the underworld fleet and the Stormwing tribe along, losing half their numbers would be a conservative estimate, ultimately hindering their efforts. It was better to take only Jack and Yun Ting, who could fight freely, knowing they could be revived if they fell. With that thought, Lu Chen said no more, and the sails of the underworld ship slowly ascended, disappearing into the mist. Yang Zimo watched the receding vessel with a sigh. Alas, the true burden rests solely on our Lord's shoulders. We are still too weak to truly assist him. Long Howren patted Yang Zimo's shoulder in consolation. Don't be disheartened. We will all grow stronger in time. Li Ming nodded in agreement. Encouraging, indeed. Though we may not be able to contribute significantly on the battlefield, we can still undertake smaller tasks within our capabilities. I noticed a grove of golden-patterned firs on Naga Island. That timber is essential for upgrading the underworld ship. Zhou Yu chimed in. Yes. I recall the Lord mentioning a need for the corpses of sea beasts with auditory talents. I shall lead a team to search for them. Hearing this, Yang Zimo took a deep breath and nodded. Yes, while our Lord battles on the front lines, we must support him with all our might from the rear. Let's scour Naga Island for resources and seek out the auditory talent sea beasts. Everyone move out. Yes. The group responded in unison. The black sails of the underworld ship billowed as it sped toward the designated location amidst the tumultuous waves. On the deck, corpses piled high. Apart from the Naga King and a few elders, the rest were warriors from the Nine Heavens Palace. The little creature busily wriggled about, consuming these corpses one by one. In truth, over 3,000 corpses of Naga warriors lay nearby. However, after absorbing too many level 20 Naga, the creature's strength had significantly waned, rendering it unable to extract further attribute points. Moreover, the talents of the Naga warriors were all water-type talents that Lu Chen already possessed, making them of little use. Fortunately, the warriors from the Nine Heavens Palace, though lacking in strength, all exceeded level 20, still providing Lu Chen with some gains. Captain, won't you let the little creature absorb the Naga King's body? Jack inquired curiously, eyeing the corpse set aside. This Naga King is yours, Lu Chen replied. Me? Jack pointed at himself in astonishment. Lu Chen nodded. I already possess the talent of this Naga King. His corpse holds no value for me. You should attempt to fuse with it. Perhaps you can gain greater power. Whoa, Captain, you truly understand me. I adore you. Jack exclaimed, preparing to leap onto Lu Chen. I shall create a little zombie for you. Get off. Lu Chen kicked Jack away. First, see how much you can fuse with this corpse. All right, Jack shrugged. You're always so shy, Captain. With that, Jack waved his right hand, and the Naga King's massive corpse began to levitate, merging into Jack's body. Moments later, a face astonishingly sprouted from the back of Jack's head. It was the deceased Naga King. Suddenly, the Naga King's eyes turned a ghostly white, and a seagull soaring through the sky was instantly petrified. This was the Naga King's A-grade talent, petrifying gaze. Oh ha ha ha, Captain. This Naga King's corpse you've given me is truly remarkable. Jack laughed joyously, looking skyward. Well, it's not surprising that you can utilize an A-grade petrifying gaze. Lu Chen gazed at Jack, his eyes narrowing slightly. However, when the Naga King perished, he was in an S-rank state. Why not attempt to invoke the S-rank petrification domain? Chapter 176, an additional A-rank lightning talent. Lu Chen himself possessed an A-rank petrifying gaze. Should Jack be able to wield an S-rank petrification domain, it would undoubtedly be advantageous in the forthcoming battle against the tower defenders. S-rank. Captain, you truly overestimate my abilities. My corpse fusion skill is merely A-rank. Let me give it a try, Jack muttered. Following this, the visage of the Naga King materialized behind him, its eyes bloodshot and face contorted in a grotesque manner. Well, it might work, but I fear it could only be employed once or twice before the Naga King's corpse deteriorates, Jack remarked helplessly. Once or twice. Lu Chen's heart leapt with joy as he nodded in agreement. To his astonishment, Jack had presented him with a delightful surprise, the potential to utilize an S-rank petrification domain. With Jack's assistance, the upcoming combat appeared increasingly assured. At that moment, the round little entity known as Tuanzi had finished absorbing all the corpses on the deck. Clambering over to Lu Chen, it gently placed its soft, pink tentacles upon him. In an instant, A tremendous surge of power flooded in. Ding. Successfully absorbed the 9 Heavens Palace, Xiaoyun Fan, 30th rank. You have acquired a B rank talent, Lightning Resonance, increasing strength by 34 points. Ding. Successfully absorbed the 9 Heavens Palace. Xiaoling Tao, 28th rank. You have acquired a B rank talent, Lightning Resonance, increasing Constitution by 29 points. Ding. Successfully absorbed the 9 Heavens Palace, Xiaoner Pang, 22nd rank. You have acquired a C rank talent, Lightning Manipulation, increasing Constitution by 26 points, accompanied by a flurry of notification sounds. The 50 martial artists of the 9 Heavens Palace allowed Tuanzi to absorb a total of 675 points in Constitution and 721 points in Strength, along with a plethora of lightning-based talents. A total of 1,300 points in attributes had effortlessly been amassed, and Lu Chen's eyes sparkled with uncontainable joy. Tuanzi truly was an extraordinary asset. Even with his Overseer template, he had barely gained 1,260 points in attributes after leveling up 7 times. Yet, Tuanzi had merely helped him absorb over 50 rather mediocre martial artists from the 9 Heavens Palace, resulting in more than 1,300 points, surpassing the total he had gained from leveling up 7 times. The assistance Tuanzi provided was simply monumental. If Tuanzi's ability to absorb 20th rank beings had not waned, then the corpses of over 3,000 Naga would surely elevate Lu Chen's attributes to an unfathomable height. Nevertheless, Lu Chen did not feel regret. One must learn to find contentment. If his attributes were lacking, he would hunt higher-level monsters for Tuanzi to absorb. In this vast ocean, high-level creatures were never in short supply. Ding! Detecting the B-rank talent, Lightning Resonance, of the evolver Lu Chen, evolution conditions have been met. Evolving. The prompt from the Heavenly Oracle arrived, and Lu Chen was momentarily taken aback, soon recalling that both Xiaoyun Fan and Xiaoling Tao possessed B-rank Lightning Resonance. Upon absorbing both, the fusion of 2 B-rank talents had triggered the evolution conditions. Lu Chen then closed his eyes, immersing himself in the overwhelming insights of the lightning talent. Xiao Yunzi, come here and witness the divine. Jack observed Lu Chen, enveloped in crackling lightning, his expression blank, clearly accustomed to such spectacles. Is the captain about to evolve another A-rank talent? Yun Ting inquired eagerly, no longer burdened by the concerns he had previously harbored regarding Lu Chen's potential failure in evolution. If the captain could evolve an entirely unfamiliar water-based talent with a 99 success rate to a rank, then evolving a lightning talent to A rank should be a walk in the park. As expected, moments later, Lu Chen's talent repository expanded to include an A-rank talent, Lightning Incarnation, along with an A-rank skill, Thunderous Might, A rank, summons a deluge of lightning to severely damage a targeted area, incapacitating enemies in a paralyzed state. I dare anyone to make a foolish vow. Lu Chen gradually opened his eyes, electric sparks dancing within them, a satisfied smile gracing his lips. The A-rank Thunderous Might was indeed impressive. To his astonishment, evolving his lightning talent to A rank had granted him a wide-ranging lightning attack skill complete with paralysis control effects. Previously, during assaults on Giant Lizard Island and the Shadow Nightmare Beast, the absence of area of effect skills had allowed minions to escape after each boss defeat. Now, Thunderous Might would aptly resolve this dilemma. Furthermore, amidst the vast ocean, water's conductivity would undoubtedly amplify the prowess of his lightning talents. 6 hours later, Captain, this place is indeed correct. The coordinates align. Yun Ting flapped his wings, circling around, his brow furrowed in confusion. After a 6-hour voyage, the phantom vessel had finally reached the location provided by Xiaoling Tao. However, what lay before them was an endless expanse of ocean. Not a trace of the awakening tower could be found, nor even the outline of a small island. Damn it! Have we been played by that bastard from the 9 Heavens Palace? Jack exclaimed, unable to restrain his frustration. The mission time for the legendary faction was pressing, and the 6 hours spent traveling could prove detrimental if the coordinates were incorrect. This task could very well end in failure. Yet Lu Chen squinted, surveying the surroundings, and spoke solemnly. No, the location provided by Xiaoling Tao should be accurate. The awakening tower must be here. Last time, the seal altar of Phantalos was also hidden. Let us search the surface of the ocean to see if there's anything concealed. Lu Chen was acutely aware that Xiaoling Tao had divulged the location of the awakening tower in hopes of using the other powerful beings within it to eliminate him for revenge. Thus, the location provided by Xiaoling Tao could not possibly be erroneous. The awakening tower was assuredly located here, beyond Lu Chen's reconnaissance range. A uniquely designed, 2-masted warship drifted slowly upon the waves. Atop its mast fluttered a massive eye banner, the distinctive war flag of the Light Eye clan. On the ship's deck stood a group of blue-skinned warriors, their eyes glowing with an eerie white light, all fixated on the direction of the phantom vessel. Brother, Look at that single-masted sailboat. The individuals aboard seem to be evolvers participating in the battle of all races. Alos's eyes shone with intensified white light, his visual talent operating at full capacity, rendering the distant scene vividly clear in his sight. Upon the mention of evolutionists, a glint of avarice flickered in Alos's eyes. Just yesterday, he had vanquished a group of fledgling evolutionists who had ventured forth from the novice seas, and to his astonishment, those mere Tier 10 beings had unexpectedly facilitated his ascension to the next level. It is noteworthy that Alos, now a formidable Tier 35 adept, had to endure years of arduous training for each elevation in rank. Yet, the mere presence of a handful of insignificant evolutionists had allowed him to ascend with such ease, filling his heart with fervent anticipation for another encounter with them. Chapter 177. The Awakening Tower awaits. With this thought, Alos could not restrain himself from licking his cracked lips, a sinister grin spreading across his face. Brother, shall we proceed to eliminate them? However, before he could finish his sentence, Leos, the captain of the dual-masted warship, abruptly raised his hand and delivered a sharp rap to Alos's head. Have you lost your mind? Can you not think before you act? Leos, his eyes wide with fury, glared at Alos. That evolutionist is clearly formidable. Do you think you can just kill without consequence? Beware of pitfalls lurking in the shadows. What? I observe that evolutionist is merely Tier 22. They pose no threat to us. Alos protested, nursing his sore head, weariness evident upon his face. Rank, rank. All you ever think about is rank. Leos snapped, his irritation palpable as he furrowed his brow. Tell me, where are we? What is our purpose here? Alos, still in a state of confusion, stammered. Isn't this the Awakening Tower? The Nine Heavens Hall and the Thunder Department invited us to explore it. Have you not considered that they, too, are searching for the Awakening Tower? Leos's expression darkened, his tone laden with gravity. The battle among the myriad races has scarcely begun, and these evolutionists have already managed to ascertain the tower's location. Do you truly believe they are mere trifles? Could they be evolutionists from a higher world? Alos's complexion paled, and he quickly turned to gaze at the phantom ship, his eyes shimmering with alarm. Yet, he was soon engulfed in doubt. No, that cannot be. These humans are clearly evolutionists from a lower world. How potent could the races from a lower world truly be? What's wrong with the lower worlds? Leos shot Alos a piercing glare, cutting him off mid-sentence. How many powerful beings have emerged from lower worlds? If you continue to underestimate them, you shall inevitably face dire consequences. As he spoke, Leos surveyed the phantom crew, who were scouring the sky and sea, and said solemnly, take a closer look at that undead and the winged humanoid. And what of them? I just saw that they are merely Tier 20, Alos mumbled. Yet he activated his visual talent once more. To his utter shock, he gasped in disbelief. By the gods, they are both boss-level entities. It is essential to note that his brother was regarded as one of the most gifted warriors among the Radiant clan, and he had only recently acquired the boss template during an adventure. Yet here, on the single-masted vessel, stood two boss-level figures. How could this be possible? What manner of beings were they? The two bosses are subordinates of this human evolutionist, Leos observed keenly, his gaze fixated on Lu Chen, deep contemplation flickering in his eyes. In just 7 days, he has managed to subjugate two bosses. He is no ordinary individual. Currently, with the Awakening Tower newly unveiled, our primary objective is to delve into its depths. If we can achieve awakening within, that would be ideal. Remember, we must not allow complications to arise. As for that human, Leos's tone shifted. Though he knows the location of the Awakening Tower, he is evidently ignorant of its intricacies. Once he fails to find it, he shall depart. We will simply wait at a distance. However, before he could finish, Alos abruptly pointed into the distance, exclaiming, Brother, look, they are heading underwater. Have they discovered the entrance to the Awakening Tower? At this, Leos's expression shifted, and he swiftly turned to observe. A cold smile crept upon his lips as he spoke slowly. These fools have no idea they are intruding upon the territory of the bone-devouring fish, diving straight down like lambs to the slaughter. He turned to Alos, a glint of ruthlessness in his eyes. If any among them manages to escape the clutches of the bone-devouring fish, that will be our opportunity. We shall swiftly eliminate them and claim their experience. Upon hearing this, a sinister smile spread across Alos's face. The bone-devouring fish are not to be trifled with, even by Tier 50 warriors. These evolutionists, emboldened by a modicum of strength, act recklessly. Soon, they shall become nothing more than fodder for the bone-devouring fish. Meanwhile, Lu Chen was scanning the skies while Yun Ting searched the water surface. Yet, despite their efforts, the sea presented nothing but tumultuous waves. This shouldn't be happening, Lu Chen muttered, brow furrowed in concentration. Suddenly, a realization struck him. Who said the Awakening Tower must be located on the surface? It could very well be submerged. With that thought, Lu Chen swiftly activated his ecological symbiosis, controlling a pomfret to swim into the depths of the sea. Moments later, an enormous shadow emerged in the abyss. Indeed, it was situated beneath the waves. Overjoyed, Lu Chen turned to Jack and Yunting. I have found the awakening tower, and it lies in the depths. We must descend. Without hesitation, the three plunged into the ocean, propelling themselves toward the colossal shadow. Little Yun, both the captain and I are adept in water. You, however, are quite the amateur, Jack teased as he effortlessly glided through the water beside Yunting. Lu Chen also noticed Yunting, who was holding his breath and struggling with a clumsy swimming technique. His large wings added considerable drag, clearly indicating that the Stormwing clan was not accustomed to aquatic environments. All right, Yunting, you should head up for now. I will call for you if needed, Lu Chen instructed. Yunting shook his head, wanting to protest. But realizing he could hardly contribute in the water, he merely offered a respectful bow to Lu Chen before swimming back to the surface, dejected. Even the Stormwing clan faces difficulties sometimes. I always said that the heavens are fair. They can fly, yet once they hit the water, they are at a disadvantage. As Jack observed the clumsy cloud of mist rising to the water's surface, laughter erupted from his lips. However, his amusement was abruptly interrupted as his gaze shifted. He perceived an unsettling peculiarity in the ocean before him. Why do I feel as though something is watching me from within these waters? Jack pondered, tentatively extending a finger towards the vaguely visible eyes lurking beneath the surface. Just as his finger moved, those eyes suddenly blinked vigorously. In the next moment, a peculiar fish, half a meter long and entirely transparent, its body blending seamlessly with the sea, lunged at him with its gaping maw, revealing razor-sharp teeth, aiming straight for Jack's finger. Good grief, Jack exclaimed, his heart racing as he swiftly transformed his finger into a palm, grasping the ferocious creature with a powerful grip. With a forceful squeeze, he crushed the fish into oblivion. Instantly, a crimson hue spread through the water. What on earth was that? Jack muttered, shaking his finger in disbelief. Meanwhile, Lu Chen surveyed their surroundings and solemnly remarked, Jack, it seems you have inadvertently disturbed a hornet's nest. Chapter 178, Piranhas? Hornet's nest? What does that mean? Jack paused in confusion, then glanced around. To his astonishment, he noticed that the once tranquil azure waters now brimmed with countless pairs of eyes, all regarding him with a bloodthirsty glare. No way. Piranhas? Jack's lips twitched as he pondered. Is it too late to apologize? Sea beast, bone-eating fish. Traits: highly stealthy, extremely aggressive, bloodthirsty, gregarious, low intelligence, cooperative, sharp teeth, agile. Talent: none. Skills: none. Combat assessment: level 8. Though a single bone-eating fish is not particularly strong, they are pack hunters. A swarm of them could easily devour a whale. It is advised that you confront the swarm directly and boldly proclaim, "Come at me. I fear you not." This way, your demise may hold some semblance of dignity. Time is of the essence. These bone-eating fish possess formidable aggression. We must have trespassed into their territory. Lu Chen cast a wary glance around at the densely packed swarm of bone-eating fish, his eyes narrowing. These creatures bear a striking resemblance to the piranhas of Blue Star. Although individually weak, they become utterly terrifying when united in a group. Before he could finish his thought, the tails of countless bone-eating fish lashed out, resembling streaks of silver lightning as they converged into a surging tide, racing towards Jack with reckless abandon. Goodness, Jack gasped, immediately conjuring two black crystal swords in his hands, which he swung fiercely at the swarm. With a series of splashes, dozens of bone-eating fish were cleaved in two. Yet, even more darted through the gaps of his strikes like arrows, relentless in their pursuit of Jack. There were simply too many. Jack's complexion paled. The swarm was densely packed, numbering no less than 8,000. The few he had just slain were of little consequence. Gritting his teeth, he summoned the deathly energy within him, unleashing a torrent of black crystals that rapidly coalesced into a robust black crystal shield enveloping him. However, the swarm's eyes glowed a fierce crimson as they bared their razor-like teeth, savagely gnawing at the black crystal barrier. In an instant, his shield was riddled with cracks. How can their teeth be so sharp? Jack was alarmed. He was a level 22 boss, having been upgraded to match Lu Chen after the battle on Nago Island. To think that his conjured shield could be breached by these mere level 8 bone-eating fish. Yet, before Jack could ponder further, the black crystal shield shattered with a resounding crash, and the ravenous swarm descended upon him like a pack of starving wolves. The sounds of flesh being devoured echoing around him. In the blink of an eye, the swarm dispersed, leaving behind only a grim tableau of bones. All of Jack's flesh had been consumed. The bone-eating fish did not continue their feast on his skeletal remains, for they had spotted a fresher target, Lu Chen, who stood nearby. The previous meal had been putrid and rotten, utterly unpalatable. In stark contrast, the human before them promised a delectable banquet. As for the strength of this human, merely a level 20+ human. The bone-eating fish had even devoured level 50 boss sea beasts before. In an instant, the terrifying swarm surged towards Lu Chen like a horde of locusts. On the surface, Leo's eyes gleamed with a white light, a sardonic smile creeping across his lips. The undead was finished. Next, it would be the human's turn. At this thought, he shook his head, realizing he had perhaps been overly cautious. This human evolutionary being had merely relied on fortuitous circumstances to achieve such accomplishments. It now appeared that he was nothing more than mediocre. Ilos clicked his tongue in dissatisfaction, grumbling, "If I had known these creatures were so easily dispatched, we should have eliminated them immediately and spared ourselves the waste of life energy." Leo shot his brother a sidelong glance. "Enough of your complaints. A cautious approach ensures longevity. The evolutionary being is doomed. Let us prepare to enter the awakening tower. Our sister awaits us inside." Upon hearing his sister's name, a surge of pride illuminated Ilos's face as he grinned. "Leona is our light, our tribe's beacon of hope. Achieving level 50 at such a young age, I believe she will undoubtedly succeed in her awakening. Brother, do you not agree?" He turned to his brother, only to find Leo's unresponsive. Instead, Leo's eyes glowed even brighter, fixated on the distance, his expression one of utter disbelief. "What is happening? Isn't that human doomed?" Ilos felt a pang of confusion as he followed Leo's gaze. Upon doing so, his eyes nearly popped from their sockets. Good grief! How is this possible? Meanwhile, facing the oncoming swarm of bone-eating fish, Lu Chen's expression remained utterly unperturbed. From observing Jack's battle, he deduced that these bone-eating fish boasted high attack power but low defense. Their true terror lay in their overwhelming numbers and razor-sharp teeth. To confront such gregarious creatures, wide-ranging offensive skills prove most effective, and fortuitously, I have just grasped one. Contemplating this, a glimmer of sharpness flickered in Lu Chen's eyes. The timing was impeccable. I shall use these insignificant fish to test my newly acquired skill. As soon as the words left his lips, Lu Chen's figure surged forward, his hands raised high above his head, as if an invisible force akin to thunder was swiftly gathering around him. In an instant, the sky above the sea appeared to darken, ominous clouds rapidly converging, accompanied by the resounding boom of thunder. The surface of the sea churned violently, disturbed by this sudden surge of power. With a swift movement, Lu Chen brought his palms together, then thrust them apart with a thunderous roar, thunderous might. At the sound of his fierce proclamation, several robust bolts of lightning descended from the heavens, akin to fissures splitting the sky, crashing into the sea with precision, striking the bone-eating fish swarm directly. In that moment, the air was filled with the intertwining of lightning, brilliant flashes illuminating the surrounding waters, as if the entire ocean was being violently shaken by this thunderous force. Within a 30-meter radius around Lu Chen, thousands of bone-eating fish exploded under the onslaught of the thunder, their bodies charred black. The seawater boiled under the might of the lightning, bubbles incessantly rising to the surface. Faced with this terrifying spectacle, the entire swarm of bone-eating fish momentarily froze. Those who had dared to approach the humans found themselves utterly annihilated in the blink of an eye. Although bone-eating fish are not particularly intelligent, their instincts urged them to recognize that the figure before them was no ordinary adversary. With their population scarcely exceeding 10,000, this human had, with a single strike, decimated nearly 2,000 of their brethren, an utterly terrifying loss. Even in their hunts for whales, they had never encountered such devastating casualties. Realizing this, all the bone-eating fish felt an overwhelming urge to retreat. If they could not compete, they must flee. However, despite their desire to escape, their bodies were paralyzed. Over 9,000 bone-eating fish floating helplessly in the sea, their forms stiffened and immobile. In an instant, countless eyes of the bone-eating fish were filled with terror. They were all incapacitated by the lightning. In the water, the power of the lightning-based skill was magnified to an extreme degree. At that moment, Jack, who was reduced to nothing but bones after being gnawed on by the bone-eating fish, felt himself electrified and trembled as he spoke. "Woe is me! My handsome visage has been thus ruined by this vile swarm of fish. Most importantly, those scoundrels have devoured my Koen. Unforgivable. Absolutely unforgivable." As Jack lamented, Lu Chen cast him a sidelong glance, a smile tugging at the corners of his mouth. "Fear not. I shall resolve this matter forthwith." No sooner had he spoken than an extraordinary wave of energy surged from his body, activating his sensory resonance to its fullest extent, catapulting his sensory attributes from 2336 points to a staggering 11,680 points. Upon witnessing this, Jack suddenly recalled something, his body trembling as he exclaimed, "Captain, please don't zap me too. Water conducts electricity, and I've already been thoroughly shocked by you. However, it was too late. Before Jack could finish his warning, even thicker bolts of lightning illuminated the entire ocean, striking down like colossal dragons, crashing into the sea with a deafening roar. In an instant, the terrifying lightning filled the vast ocean. Ugh, ugh, ugh. Jack's body convulsed as his once pale bones were scorched black. As Lu Chen's perception quintupled, the power of his thunderous might amplified correspondingly. In that fleeting moment, the entire expanse of the sea was suffused with the force of thunder, an utterly horrifying spectacle. Even Jack, a level 22 boss, was suffering immensely from the electrical onslaught, let alone the surrounding bone-eating fish. Paralyzed and unable to flee, they were instantly turned belly up, perishing on the spot. Moments later, as the power of the lightning dissipated, the once mighty and fearsome swarm of bone-eating fish lay transformed into charred corpses, drifting helplessly with the current. Over 10,000 bone-eating fish had been wiped out in the wake of Lu Chen's two thunderous might strikes, with not a single survivor. In the distance, Alos's voice trembled as he fixated on the cataclysmic lightning, his body rigid as he whispered, "The swarm of bone-eating fish has been entirely annihilated? How is this possible?" At this sight, Leos stood speechless, his expression vacant, utterly dumbfounded. How could it be that in less than 2 seconds, the swarm of bone-eating fish, which struck fear into countless sea creatures, had been completely obliterated? It was well known that a horde of bone-eating fish could devour even a level 50 boss with ease. If Leos himself were to confront the swarm, he would scarcely last a second before being reduced to mere bones. Yet this human, having arrived in the realm of Tianshu for less than 7 days, and merely at level 22, had achieved the impossible. How could the disparity between individuals be so vast? Although Leos had sensed that Lu Chen was extraordinary, he had never imagined that Lu Chen could survive the onslaught of the bone-eating fish, let alone annihilate them with a mere wave of his hand. What transpired before him had utterly shattered Leos's understanding. There were over 10,000 bone-eating fish in that swarm. Even if they stood still, it would take him days to eliminate them all. Moreover, the bone-eating fish were renowned for their ferocity and agility. They would swiftly flee if they sensed danger. Yet here, at this moment, such a formidable swarm was entirely eradicated by Lu Chen's casual gesture. What manner of being is this evolved one, capable of such terror? Alos, his power is terrifying. If he enters the awakening tower, could my sister, Leona, be in danger? Alos, amidst his shock, felt a tightening in his chest, recalling his sister. Though Leona was a level 50 prodigy, he had no doubt that she would be unable to withstand the might of one who could obliterate over 10,000 bone-eating fish with a single thunderous display. That need not be a concern. Rayos gently patted his cheek, striving to shake off the shock that enveloped him, then declared, "Though this human is formidable, he has yet to achieve the 50th tier. The guardian of the tower would never permit him entry into the awakening tower." "Ah, yes, yes." Alos suddenly comprehended, thumping his chest with fervor and exhaling deeply. "I was so astounded that I completely overlooked the guardian. With the guardian stationed there, any evolver below the 50th tier, even if they locate the awakening tower, would be barred from entry." Alos then looked at Rayos with a face full of relief. "Brother, I'm fortunate you stopped me. Had I rushed in to confront that human, I would surely have been reduced to ashes by a lightning strike." "Heh, prudence is always wise," Rayos replied, scratching his nose with an awkward smile. In truth, he had also misjudged the situation. Just a moment ago, he had confidently proclaimed that the human was doomed, only to witness the bone-eating fish horde being annihilated in an instant. It was a classic case of self-inflicted humiliation. Clearing his throat, Rayos continued, "It seems we must wait a while. After this human is rejected by the guardian, we shall enter." "Yes, yes, no rush." Alos eagerly nodded. "This fellow is too terrifying. We must ensure he does not discover our presence." Ding. Killed bone-eating fish, tier 8, 10, 135, gained 300, 010, 135 life energy. As the notification echoed, an abundance of life energy surged forth from the countless fish corpses surrounding them, flowing towards Lu Chen and the small creature behind him. In an instant, Lu Chen's level ascended once more. Ding. Consumed 700 W life energy. You have successfully reached level 23. Ding. Consumed 800 W life energy. You have successfully reached level 24. Current level, 24, for 75 W, 900 W. Strength, 402. Agility, 402. Constitution, 402. Perception, 402. Free attribute points, 202. Ding. Your pet, the North Sea Giant, Divine, has successfully reached level 19, then 20. Current level, 20, for 57 W, 900 W. Chapter 180, The Guardian of the Tower appears. Feeling the surging power within him, Lu Chen's eyes sparkled with joy. He had not anticipated encountering such a massive horde of bone-eating fish before even stepping into the awakening tower, allowing him to level up twice. What a thrill. Beside him, Jack stood frozen, half stunned by the electric shock and half by sheer astonishment. He had merely spoken casually, never expecting the captain to annihilate the entire horde of bone-eating fish with a mere wave of his hand. Goodness gracious, Jack's soul fire flickered within his skeletal head. Trembling as he asked, "Captain, how is your skill so powerful? That was a horde of over 10,000 bone-eating fish, and you dispatched them in an instant. If they had nibbled on me for even a second longer, my skeletal frame would surely have collapsed." The memory of the earlier helplessness against the bone-eating fish made Jack shudder involuntarily. Lu Chen glanced at Jack, his tone calm. Lightning-based skills inherently gain an advantage in water, and coupled with my heightened perception, it is only reasonable that I could obliterate 1,000 fish in a single strike. Earlier, bolstered by the resonance of perception, Lu Chen's perception attribute soared to an astonishing 11,680 points. He estimated that even a 50th tier sea beast would possess an average attribute of around 1,500 points. Thus, the power of his earlier strike had far exceeded the 50th tier threshold, making the annihilation of the entire bone-eating fish horde entirely unsurprising. After all, these creatures were characterized by high attack power and low defense. Moreover, Lu Chen was exceedingly pleased with the performance of this thunderous skill. It was perfectly suited for dealing with weaker, numerous groups. No matter how diminutive the beings, if their numbers were sufficient, they could yield substantial rewards for Lu Chen. It was noteworthy that these bone-eating fish were only tier 8, yet they enabled both Lu Chen and the small creature to ascend 2 levels, a bountiful harvest indeed. Observing Jack's charred skeleton, Lu Chen furrowed his brow. "You have no flesh left. Can the Naga King's talent still be utilized? Perhaps I should strike you down first to allow you to resurrect?" Jack hastily shook his head. No. My flesh can still regenerate. It does not impair my combat ability." As he spoke, he channeled death energy, rapidly sprouting putrid flesh from his blackened bones, restoring him to the fearsome visage of the ghostly captain. Seeing this, Lu Chen nodded slightly and said solemnly, "Very well, the awakening tower lies below. We shall likely face a fierce battle ahead." Jack watched Lu Chen slowly descend, a smirk creeping across his lips as he muttered, "Fierce battle? I dare say it may be the Guardian who faces the true challenge." Before arriving here, Jack had harbored trepidation regarding Lu Chen's impending confrontation with the Guardian. But after witnessing Lu Chen's devastating strike that obliterated the entire horde of bone-eating fish, his perspective had entirely shifted. That cataclysmic blow could hardly be replicated by even a Guardian. With this thought, Jack silently mourned for the Guardian for 3 seconds. "Brother, it's not that you're lacking in prowess. It's simply that our captain is too formidable. I wish you good fortune in your endeavors." As the two gradually descended, a massive shadow underwater became increasingly discernible. Suddenly, an imposing tower, as grand as a pyramid, came into view, resembling an indomitable underwater mountain. The tower was enveloped by a faint, invisible membrane, shimmering with peculiar light, effectively isolating the tumultuous sea water and miraculously creating a space filled with air at the ocean's depths. Ding! You have discovered an extremely dangerous area, the Awakening Tower. It is recommended to form a team of 10 evolvers above the 50th tier to explore. A visit here can be considered worthwhile, even if just for a look. Upon hearing the notification, a glimmer of excitement flashed in Lu Chen's eyes. "The Awakening Tower. We have finally arrived." Lu Chen and Jack gently passed through the membrane, instantly feeling a sense of weightlessness as the oppressive water pressure vanished, replaced by the invigorating rush of fresh air. "Oh, nothing compares to being out of the water," Jack remarked, tilting his head and shaking out the water from his ears while surveying the surroundings. However, this Awakening Tower is truly magnificent. It has managed to carve out such an expansive space beneath the sea. Such a grand endeavor could only be executed by an entity of divine caliber. Enough with the musings, let us proceed. Lu Chen found himself unable to admire the magnificent scenery before him, as only 17 hours remained until the deadline for the deep-sea butcher mission. Observing the scale of the tower, it was evident that its internal space was vast. With such limited time, defeating the Guardian of the Tower and locating the teleportation array in the sea area would prove to be no easy feat. He needed to act swiftly. With this in mind, Lu Chen first signaled Yunting to dive into the depths of the sea for reinforcements. Then, with a powerful push of his right foot, he transformed into a fleeting shadow, darting towards the entrance of the Awakening Tower. Suddenly, whoosh! A crystal shot past Lu Chen, the gust it created stinging his cheek. Lu Chen's expression hardened as he came to an abrupt halt, his eyes narrowing. The Guardian of the Tower had revealed itself. Creak, creak, creak. Accompanied by the sound of crystal grinding, a tall, sharply defined crystalline figure slowly stepped into Lu Chen's line of sight. Indeed, it was a crystal man. This uninvited guest, though humanoid in form, was entirely sculpted from glistening, transparent crystal. The crystal man, Tarion, slowly waved his elongated fingers, and in an instant, countless crystals coalesced behind him, forming a resplendent crystal throne. He gracefully seated himself, his thin lips parting. Evolvers from lowly worlds, retreat. The Awakening Tower is not a place for mere ants of your caliber to trespass. Tarion rested his chin on his left hand, surveying the two before him with a condescending gaze filled with disdain. Huh. Who would have thought that the Awakening Tower I guard would be situated within the realm of a lowly world? Over 6 days had passed, and only this single evolver had dared to approach, and yet he was merely at the 24th tier. Ultimately, a lowly world is just that. Its races are pitiably weak in both talent and strength, mere fodder in this grand game of races vying for supremacy. If we were in a higher world, after nearly 7 days, 1 or 2 prodigies would have surely broken through to the 50th tier by now. Oh, Lu Chen raised an eyebrow, a cold smirk curling at the corners of his mouth as he inquired, "Pray tell, what level of strength must one possess to proceed?" "Level 50, Tarion replied. "The Awakening Tower has its rules. An evolver must reach level 50 to be deemed worthy to enter." Tarion scanned Lu Chen from head to toe, scoffing. "However, by the time you reach level 50, it will surely take a while. You might as well leave quickly." Chapter 181, Battle with the Guardian of the Tower. "Level 50? How do you presume my true strength is below that threshold?" Lu Chen retorted, lightly touching the Crystal Man's panel to summon information. "Guardian of the Tower. Tarion, boss-level creature, beginner awakening. Characteristics: crystal body, extremely high defense, extremely high agility, high intelligence. Talent: Crystal Incarnation, A-Class. Skill 1, Crystal Burst, A-Class. Tarion can gather surrounding crystals to unleash a dazzling crystal barrage upon his enemies. Dynamic Light Wave. Skill 2, Crystal Clone, A-Class. Tarion can create several formidable clones using crystal. Come on, let us see who can summon more. Combat Assessment. Awakening Level, 50th Tier Boss. Guardian of the Awakening Tower, Terrifying Strength. Cross him, and you will experience the horror of the Awakening level." Lu Chen's gaze swept over the panel, a glint of cold light flashing in his eyes. A 50th Tier Boss. A-Class Talent, A-Class Skills. Merely tagged as a beginner awakening, there was nothing particularly remarkable about it. He could fight. It was laughable. "I have already vanquished the S-Class Talent Naga King. How could I fear a mere A-Class Talent Guardian?" Strength? Tarion erupted into uproarious laughter, as if hearing the most absurd joke in the world. "You, an ant from a lowly world, dare to speak of strength with me?" Lu Chen exchanged a glance with Jack and quietly stepped forward, speaking in a low voice. "I have heard that aside from evolvers, others are free to enter and exit the Awakening Tower without the 50th tier restriction. Might the Guardian grant us the courtesy of entry?" "Courtesy?" Tarion shot Lu Chen a sidelong glance, a sneer curling his lips. "Who do you think you are to ask me for such favors? My patience is limited. Be gone." The contempt on Tarion's face was palpable, evidently filled with disdain for Lu Chen, this evolver from a lowly world. "Ha ha ha, brother, look. He really has been stopped by the Guardian of the Tower." Alos chuckled at Lu Chen being thwarted. No matter how monstrous an evolver, upon arriving at the Awakening Tower, they must abide by its rules. It seems he will have to go back and level up slowly, ha. However, Leos furrowed his brow, puzzled, strange. The Guardian has blocked him, yet why doesn't he leave? He is unwilling to accept that. Just wait until the Guardian shows him a thing or two. Alos shrugged dismissively. No, Leos's eyes widened in alarm. "Something is amiss, Alos. Look at the positions of that Birdman and the undead. Are they planning to attack the Guardian?" Alos's eyes instantly brightened as he directed his gaze over. He saw that the winged being had stealthily approached the Guardians overhead, while the undead, covered in decaying flesh, had slowly moved to the Guardian's side. The three had evidently formed a surrounding position against the Guardian. Witnessing this scene, Alos's expression turned to one of shock. "No, it can't be. The Guardian is a boss at the Awakening level. Although this human possesses some strength, compared to the Guardian, he is nothing but an ant. An Awakening level powerhouse is not something these newly arrived evolvers can challenge." However, just as the two conversed, a sudden turn of events unfolded. Upon hearing the Guardian's sharp words, Lu Chen's cold smile deepened. It seemed the Guardian was unwilling to extend any favors. "Then, I shall have to find my own way." As Lu Chen's words fell, a multitude of piercing sounds filled the air. Countless sharp wind blades, imbued with a terrifying force, surged towards Tarion like a torrential rain. Simultaneously, Jack, already lurking beside Tarion, surged forth. With a flick of his right hand, black light flashed, and a black crystal longsword, accompanied by a thunderous roar, lunged towards Tarion's temple. Sensing the torrential onslaught, Tarion's expression grew even more disdainful. It seems you are truly a naive newcomer who is not afraid of death. Do you really think this guardian would hesitate to strike down an evolver? Before his words could fully escape his lips, Yunting had already unleashed a ferocious wind blade, sharp as a dagger, that struck fiercely against Tarion's crystalline form. In an instant, sparks erupted, and the clanging sound of metal reverberated in the air. Yet, as the wind blades descended like a torrential downpour, only faint white marks appeared on Tarion's body, leaving him utterly unscathed. Simultaneously, Jack's obsidian longsword, propelled by a thunderous force, was thrust violently against Tarion's temple. Kekekek, behold as I send you to your demise with a single strike. Jack cackled, channeling all his power. However, the longsword met an unyielding barrier, as if it had collided with an indestructible meteorite, failing to penetrate even a fraction. In contrast, the overwhelming recoil from the hilt sent a jolt of numbness through Jack's hands. Damn, how tough. Before Jack could finish his exclamation, Tarion's crystalline head slowly turned towards him. And in the next moment, a crystalline fist, akin to a shooting star, hurtled towards Jack with blinding speed. So fast, Jack's pupils contracted in alarm, leaving him no time to evade. His head was instantly shattered by Tarion's fist. With Jack dispatched, Tarion showed no sign of pause. He turned to the sky, offering Yunting a slight smile, and then, with a swift gesture of his left hand, dozens of crystals levitated around him. In an instant, those crystals transformed into cannonballs, roaring forth with thunderous might towards Yunting. In the air, Yunting saw Tarion's left hand push forward, and within the blink of an eye, the crystals were upon him. How can they be so fast? Shocked, his face betrayed disbelief, leaving him unable to react in time. In a heartbeat, dozens of crystals pierced through his body like arrows, one of which even penetrated his forehead, splattering blood into the air, casting a crimson hue. All of this transpired in the blink of an eye. The duo of Yunting and Jack, formidable 20th tier bosses that would instill fear in any ordinary person, were thus effortlessly obliterated by Tarion. The might of the Awakened was indeed terrifying beyond measure. Aboard the Lumina Guard, Eros widened his eyes in astonishment, exclaiming, "Goodness! They've really engaged in combat." He had never anticipated that these three mere 20th tier evolvers would act so recklessly, daring to confront a 50th tier sentinel of the Awakening realm. However, the ensuing battle did not surprise him. Within mere moments, the two bosses under human command were reduced to helpless lambs, instantaneously annihilated by the sentinel. Leo observed this scene, shaking his head, a derisive smirk curling on his lips. These humans must have been sailing smoothly in the novice seas, truly believing themselves invincible. He contemptuously remarked, they have no comprehension of what the Awakening realm truly signifies. For the Awakened, no matter how powerful the unawakened may seem, they remain mere ants. Just as Leo was speaking, Lu Chen's form rapidly approached Tarion. His right fist, enveloped in a crimson glow, surged with the force of a meteor crashing to the earth, striking fiercely towards Tarion's crystalline visage. Yet, in the face of Lu Chen's colossal punch, Tarion wore a scornful expression, making no attempt to evade. With you feeble 20th tier beings, even if I stood here and allowed you to strike me, you would never breach my defenses. This time, I shall withstand your punch. So you lowly creatures of this inferior world may comprehend the sheer might of an Awakened. Jack and Yunting's previous assaults posed no threat to Tarion, bolstering his confidence as he anticipated Lu Chen's strength to be akin to theirs, insignificant. However, the moment Lu Chen's fist made contact with Tarion's crystalline face, Tarion realized, with startling clarity, how gravely mistaken he was. An unprecedented surge of terrifying power, like a raging torrent, crashed against his crystalline form. The crystals upon his face seemed to be mercilessly struck by invisible hammers, producing a cacophony of cracking sounds as shards scattered like ice flowers. Tarion's body, in the face of this unstoppable force, was akin to a withered leaf caught in a tempest, sent hurtling backward by Lu Chen's punch. His form traced a parabolic arc through the air, crashing violently against the wall of the Awakening Tower with a deafening roar. The solid wall trembled under the impact, ripples reverberating from the collision. Tarion's crystalline body left a deep indentation in the wall, embedding itself within. His face was a mask of disbelief and horror. How could I be sent flying by a mere 24th tier evolver? How could it be possible for a 24th tier evolver to possess such terrifying strength? To send me flying, this force must be in the tens of thousands. Are the beings of this inferior world not supposed to have minimal potential? At just 24 tiers, how could he possibly possess such overwhelming power? What must his growth attributes be? Even races from advanced worlds could not reach such terrifying heights. Meanwhile, Leo's mocking grin had yet to fade, but his expression abruptly froze. He shook his head vigorously, rubbing his eyes as if in disbelief. Just moments ago, he witnessed the awakened sentinel being struck into the wall by that 20th tier human. I must have seen it wrong. It's impossible for an awakened being to be bested by an unawakened wretch. Yet, when Leo cleared his vision, the sight remained unchanged. The sentinel's form was still embedded in the wall, cracks spreading across his face. This scene shattered the fragile confidence Leo had just regained, collapsing his worldview once more. A 24th tier evolver had indeed crushed a 50th tier awakened boss into the wall. The absurdity was staggering. Had he not seen it with his own eyes, who would believe such a tale? Brother, did you not say that awakened beings are invincible? What on earth is happening? Eros stood in a state of astonishment, his voice trembling as he spoke. Perhaps the guardian of the tower, perceiving their lowly status, is intentionally sparing them. Leo forced a smile, his disbelief palpable. How could a 50th tier awakened being possibly be outmatched by a mere 20th tier evolver? The absurdity of it all was staggering. At that moment, Lu Chen's movements were relentless, undeterred by the earlier praise Jack had heaped upon the awakened beings. Time was of the essence, and Lu Chen had no desire to engage in a protracted battle with this crystalline entity. Seizing the moment of overconfidence, he resolved to unleash a fatal combination of attacks to eliminate this threat once and for all. With this thought, a glint of cold light flashed in Lu Chen's eyes. He abruptly shook his right hand, and the dark, rippling spear materialized in his palm, emitting a roar akin to a tiger's cry, slicing through the air as it surged towards Tarion. I was careless. Truly, I was far too careless. Tarion's expression twisted into a grotesque grimace as he beheld the rapidly approaching spear tip. Just moments ago, he had been smashed into the wall by Lu Chen's fist, a humiliation of the highest order. This time, I shall not show you any mercy, he vowed inwardly, a brilliant radiance erupting from his body, his inner power surging like a tsunami. Yet, just as he prepared to retaliate fiercely and deliver a devastating blow to this audacious human, an unmistakable command echoed in his ears: break wind. In an instant, the spear tip erupted with astonishing might, resembling a tempest that swept all before it. The spear transformed into a razor-sharp blade of unparalleled ferocity, piercing towards Tarion with a force capable of tearing through any obstruction in its path. The terrifying gust generated by the break wind technique rushed towards Tarion, causing his pupils to constrict in an instant. Earlier, Jack's sword had aimed for his head, but he had dismissed it, confident in the formidable defense of his crystalline form. However, facing this terrifying shot, every shard of crystal on Tarion's body screamed in alarm, an instinctive warning that if he did not evade, he would surely perish. Indeed, the notion that a 50th tier awakened being could be slain by a single thrust from a 20th tier evolver seemed utterly ludicrous, yet Tarion dared not take the risk. Damn it! Tarion's face contorted with rage, his eyes glazing over as his consciousness shifted to a distant crystalline avatar. A-tier skill, crystal avatar. In the next moment, the spear, glowing with a chilling brilliance, erupted forth as if a beast long imprisoned had finally broken free from its shackles. The destructive power contained within the spear, propelled by the break wind technique, transformed into an unstoppable torrent. The spear plunged deeply into the body Tarion had left behind, and in an instant, his once impenetrable crystalline head was pierced through, shattering with a sharp crack into countless fragments under the spear's devastating force. The residual might of the spear continued its relentless advance, crashing violently against the thick, solid walls of the awakening tower. With a deafening roar, the walls seemed to be torn asunder by an invisible force, revealing a gaping chasm nearly 2 meters deep. Debris flew like cannonballs, dust swirling into the air as the once resilient walls of the awakening tower were effortlessly shredded as if they were mere paper. Fortunately, the walls of the awakening tower were sufficiently robust. Otherwise, Lu Chen's strike would have surely left a gaping hole in its structure. Is he dead? Lu Chen pondered, gazing at the crystalline remnants before him, his brow furrowing slightly. Could it be that a 50th tier awakened boss was this lackluster? He had prepared extensively, even ready to employ his divine statue skill. And yet, was this the outcome? With a sudden exertion, Lu Chen yanked the spear free from the wall, embedded deep within. At that moment, a realization struck him. The guardian had certainly not perished, as he had yet to receive the celestial notification. Just then, a dazzling beam of crystalline light, akin to a sword of apocalyptic fury, hurtled towards Lu Chen with blinding speed. The ground was torn apart in its wake, a tempest of dust swirling, the fierce winds ravaging everything around. As expected, he is still alive. Lu Chen scoffed, vanishing from his position in an instant. A-tier skill, teleportation, activated. The crystalline beam pierced through the afterimage left by Lu Chen, crashing violently into the earth, producing a resounding explosion. The point of impact seemed to split the ground open, curling and twisting as it formed a massive pit. The shockwave from the explosion radiated outward like a tidal wave, lifting debris and dust into chaotic disarray. Die, you bastard! Tarion, having unleashed his luminous explosion skill, now pointed his fingers together like a sword, directing them forward. The sheer intensity of his attack radiated a searing heat, causing the surrounding air to tremble. His gaze fell upon the massive crater in the walls of the awakening tower, and a flicker of unease crossed his expression. Recalling the earlier attack from the human, he felt a lingering dread. Had he not reacted swiftly to evade, he might have already met his demise. With this thought, a wave of apprehension washed over Tarion. What in the world are these freaks? Despite being only in the 20s, they possess such astonishing power. Even if someone were to inform Tarion that this human was also a 50th tier awakened being, he would believe it. How could a lowly world give rise to such individuals? Even prodigies from higher realms could not match the ferocity displayed by this human. At last, everything has come to an end. As he gazed at the settling dust before him, Tarion finally exhaled in relief, a cold smirk curling at the corners of his mouth. Internally, he mused, "Ha, humanity. No matter how extraordinary your talents may be, daring to provoke the great Tarion shall seal your fate today." The thought of having slain a prodigious genius amidst the clash of myriad races filled Tarion with an indescribable euphoria. Ha! He laughed heartily. Had you not crossed my path today, perhaps you could have risen to prominence within the realm of prophecy. But now, you shall be reduced to mere ashes beneath my might. Ha ha! Suddenly, as Tarion reveled in his triumph, the hairs on his body stood on end. Do not inquire how a crystal being possesses body hair. A sharp sound of air being sliced through abruptly erupted in his ears. An enemy remained. Tarion's scalp prickled with alarm, and almost instinctively, he ducked his head and darted to the side. Boom! A familiar obsidian spear grazed his scalp as it flew by, crashing heavily into the ground before him, sending shards of stone flying, the spear trembling violently from the force of its impact. Tarion swiftly turned, his pupils constricting in shock as he gasped, "Why, you're still alive." A cold smile spread across Lu Chen's lips as he replied, "If you were still standing, how could I fall first?" As his words fell, Lu Chen's figure instantly vanished, reappearing before Tarion in the blink of an eye. Tarion barely registered the movement. The demon-like human stood mockingly before him, his heart racing, nearly ceasing altogether. An A-grade spatial talent. This cannot be. You were clearly a power-type talent user. Tarion's heart raced with trepidation, his face paling as he realized, you possess dual talents. You are mistaken. Lu Chen's smile deepened, his right arm's muscles coiling like a dragon, a crimson glow emanating from his entire being as his right fist, engulfed in a radiance that obscured the mountains, swung violently towards Tarion's head. My talents extend beyond mere duality. Having previously felt Lu Chen's strength, Tarion dared not confront him head-on. With a flash of crystalline light from his legs, he attempted to evade using his speed. However, at that very moment, Tarion's horror escalated as he beheld his legs transforming rapidly into a grayish hue, an A-grade petrification. Tarion's voice soared in pitch, disbelief etched across his features. He exerted every ounce of his strength but found his legs, now petrified, as immovable as lead. As Lu Chen's fist, capable of shattering the air, neared, Tarion could only instinctively cross his arms, bracing for the impending strike. Bang! Tarion's eyes widened in terror as he witnessed his arms fracture upon contact with Lu Chen's fist. Moments later, boom! His arms exploded into countless shards of crystal, and Lu Chen's iron fist, undiminished in force, struck ruthlessly towards Tarion's head. Tarion felt an overwhelming force, as if struck by a meteor, propelling him backward through the air. 15,000. In mid-flight, Tarion frantically calculated this number in his mind. After enduring yet another blow, he finally estimated Lu Chen's power attribute. The result was utterly devastating. This mere 24th tier human evolutionist possessed a power attribute nearing 15,000 points. What a terrifying figure. He, who held a boss template and awakened enhancements, merely fluctuated between 9,000 and 10,000 points. Yet this human, who had been in the realm of prophecy for less than a week, already boasted a strength of 15,000. What madness was this? Damn it. Am I truly the awakened one? Or is he? In that moment, Tarion yearned to scream his frustrations to the heavens, lamenting this unfair reality. How could one lacking awakened attributes surpass me? If he awakens, what will become of me? Chapter 184. Let us turn off the cheats. This is no fun. Just then, Tarion suddenly noticed Lu Chen's devilish black eyes reappearing before him. His heart quaked as he cursed inwardly. Damn it, is this not over yet? Do you think your teleportation grants you free reign? Gritting his teeth, Tarion swiftly conjured a shard of crystal behind him. He propelled himself off of it with a powerful kick, using the recoil to dart in another direction. This freak possessed tremendous strength. A direct confrontation was ill-advised. He needed to rely on his agility, engaging in a long-range dance to exhaust him. However, before he could implement his strategy, Tarion found Lu Chen materializing before him once more. Another teleportation? The energy expenditure for such spatial skills must be considerable. I shall see how many more times you can employ it. But as this thought crossed his mind, Tarion's pupils contracted sharply. He realized that Lu Chen was radiating a green luminescence, his speed matching Tarion's own. This human, he hadn't used teleportation at all. He had simply closed the gap through sheer velocity. His agility surpassed my own. With that thought, Tarion felt his heart nearly seize. No way, brother. Are you truly only level 24? If you are merely a behind-the-scenes overlord indulging in life's pleasures, just say so. Do not toy with me. It was one thing to be stronger in strength, but now his agility exceeded mine as well. Does level mean nothing to you? At this moment, Tarion was increasingly beset by existential doubt. Agility had always been his proudest asset. His agility attribute had reached an astonishing 10,000 points. Yet, even with this advantage, Tarion's speed paled in comparison to that of this human. This indicated that the human's attributes far surpassed his own. Level 24, Strength 15,000, Agility 15,000. Wasn't the average attribute for a 24th tier evolutionist only around 500 points? His attributes were 30 times that of a typical evolutionist? Let us turn off the cheats. This is no fun. By the way, can I report this? It's too unfair to the boss, sob. At this moment, Lu Chen's power attribute, bolstered by the resonance of strength, surged fivefold, reaching 14,005 points. His agility attribute, enhanced by speed burst, soared sixfold to 13,980 points. Lu Chen was indifferent to Tarion's existential doubts. His time was limited, and he needed to act decisively. As he approached Tarion, Lu Chen clenched his fists tightly, raising them high above his head. And then, in the face of Tarion's terrified gaze, he brought his unyielding elbows crashing down. With a thunderous impact, Tarion was struck as if by a colossal hammer, his body immediately spiraling out of control, plummeting to the ground like a meteor. The earth seemed to be torn asunder by this immense force, shaking violently as dust billowed like turbulent waves. However, Lu Chen's assault did not cease there. He spread his arms wide and swung them forcefully, unleashing a deafening roar as 4 ferocious water dragons surged into the protective barrier, their claws bared and howling as they dove into the crater left by Tarion. A-class skill, Water Dragon Roar. In an instant, the 4 water dragons entwined within the pit, spiraling together to form an unstoppable surge of power. Then, as if reaching a critical threshold, they erupted with a cataclysmic explosion. Boom, boom, boom. In that moment of detonation, a tremendous energy surged forth like a raging tide, tearing apart dust and mist, merging them into a chaotic shroud. The remnants of the water dragons scattered like countless minuscule droplets, splattering violently, while the earth beneath them split open, forming deep ravines under the weight of this force. Yet, this was not the end. Just as the aftershocks of the water dragon's explosion had not fully dissipated, a flash of lightning sparked in Lu Chen's eyes, as if thunder was brewing within his very pupils. Then, a tempest of thunder followed in rapid succession, descending like divine retribution. A-class skill, Thunderous Might. The thunder roared like an enraged dragon, striking down with the power to obliterate everything within that chaos. Lightning and mist intertwined, creating blinding sparks that painted a cataclysmic scene of electric fury. The ground trembled incessantly under the relentless bombardment of thunder, struggling to withstand the continuous barrage. Meanwhile, the crater where Tarion stood was utterly transformed, reduced to a desolate wasteland. Heat waves rolled forth, suffocating in their intensity, while the acrid scent of charred earth permeated the air. Aboard the Light Eye Clan's guardian ship, the eyes of Leos and Eros had turned a vivid crimson, betraying their profound shock. At that moment, their mouths hung agape, as if they could barely contain a fist within, utterly stupefied. Brother, the Guardian is on the verge of defeat, and he is still yielding to that human? Eros turned mechanically to his brother, his voice trembling. Earlier, Leos had suggested that the Guardian was merely being lenient with the human, a notion Eros had half-heartedly entertained. But now, as the Guardian teetered on the brink of annihilation, the idea of leniency seemed absurd. He was clearly outmatched. The thought of a level 50 awakened boss being so thoroughly bested by a mere level 24 human filled Eros with an indescribable awe. How could this be possible? Leos stared blankly, murmuring to himself, struggling to accept the reality before him. In this realm, an unawakened individual could never hope to contend with an awakened one. It was an unbreakable rule, a matter of common knowledge. Yet, what had just transpired shattered that knowledge like a razor-sharp blade. That human had not only defeated the awakened guardian, but had done so with overwhelming force, signifying that in terms of talent, attributes, skills, and combat prowess, he far surpassed the guardian. Yet, how could this be? He had only arrived in the world of Tianyu less than 7 days ago. Laos understood all too well how weak beings from lower worlds were upon entering this ocean, practically powerless. Yet, this human had transformed from an insignificant insect into a terrifying entity in a mere 7 days. What astonishing potential! With that thought, Laos shivered, overwhelmed by an ominous premonition. The emergence of such a figure in this ocean could spell disaster for all beings. More critically, Leona was still within the awakening tower. With this realization, Laos clasped his hands together, fervently praying, "Guardian, you must hold strong. It is solely upon you to stop this monster." However, it was painfully evident that Laos's prayers bore no fruit. On the battlefield, the dust mingled with the vapor gradually settled, revealing Tarian's disheveled form. He lay helplessly in the charred pit, his crystalline body riddled with cracks, flickering arcs of electricity still dancing across his form. Chapter 185. Revenge on the Spot. The once formidable guardian now found himself in a state of utter disarray. Both his lightning and water affinities were rated A class. Who are you? Tarian's voice trembled, his face etched with disbelief, as he struggled to comprehend the impossibility before him. Captain. Space, speed, petrification, water, lightning. 5 abilities in total. This human had somehow mastered 5 A-class affinities. In all his life, he had never witnessed, nor even heard of, anyone possessing such a combination of strengths. After exhausting countless resources to attain just 1 A-class affinity, how could this newcomer, who had only been here for less than 7 days, possess 5? It was utterly unjust. Yet, despite the flames of jealousy raging within him, Tarian forced a ghastly smile as Lu Chen drew closer. Ha ha ha, valiant evolver. You have proven your strength. Now, the gates of the awakening tower stand open for you. You wish to enter, do you not? I grant you passage, just spare me. He whimpered, it hurts so much. Oh, you are no longer blocking my way. Lu Chen regarded Tarian with an icy smile. Am I not the lowly insect from the lower world, unworthy of entering the awakening tower? Ha 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 ha. Of course, you are qualified. I was merely concerned for your safety, fearing that you might not be strong enough to face the dangers within. Tarian's laughter was strained, devoid of any genuine mirth. If only he could turn back time, he would never have obstructed this monstrosity. As he witnessed Tarian's obsequious grin, Lu Chen's cold smile deepened, relishing the contrast to Tarian's previous demeanor. Indeed, in this world, power reigns supreme. All rules and laws yield to those who possess sufficient strength. With this thought in mind, Lu Chen advanced slowly, closing in on Tarian. I adhere to a principle. Enmity must be avenged. You have slain 2 of my subordinates. How shall we reckon this? Upon hearing Lu Chen's words, Tarian felt a tightening in his chest. This would not be easily resolved. He quickly devised a plan. I see that your weapon is merely of black iron grade. I know of a location where a golden grade weapon is concealed. A golden grade weapon? Where? Lu Chen's eyes sparkled at this revelation. Ever since the heart-eating blade shattered, he had been plagued by the absence of a suitable weapon, forced to resort to the outdated Wavebreaker spear. However, the Wavebreaker, being merely black iron grade, could hardly withstand intense combat. Thus, this golden grade weapon would be immensely beneficial to him. Seeing Lu Chen's interest, Tarian breathed a sigh of relief. Indeed, the allure of this weapon was enormous to the peculiar being before him. He spoke slowly. Once you complete your task and enter the second layer of the awakening tower, you will encounter a frost wyvern. The golden grade weapon is hidden within its dragon horn. What do you think? A valuable piece of information, isn't it? Now go. I never wish to see you again in this life, or the next. Lu Chen nodded. Very well. I shall let the matter of you killing Jack slide. Just as Tarian felt a moment of respite, Lu Chen's tone shifted abruptly. However, I have yet to avenge Yunting. Thus, you must die. At this, a flicker of shame and anger crossed Tarian's face, and he roared, You scoundrel, evolver. I have already permitted you entry. Why do you continue to press me? Lu Chen twisted his wrist and responded nonchalantly. Do you know why I am so powerful? Because every monster I lay my eyes upon becomes life energy within me. As he spoke, a cold glint flashed in his gaze. Moreover, I hold grudges. He recalled how the Tower Guardian had referred to him as an insignificant insect. And he would not forget. Vengeance must be exacted on the spot. With this thought, Lu Chen's right hand moved slightly, summoning dozens of bone spears that coalesced above him. Accompanied by a sharp sonic boom, the bone spears hurtled towards Tarian's frail form. You think you can truly dominate me? Tarian snarled, his face contorted with rage. He bent low and slammed his head against the pit's floor. In an instant, a plethora of crystals erupted from the ground, forming a crystalline wall that thwarted all the bone spears. Did you not expect this? Beneath the awakening tower lies a trove of crystals. Taryan grinned wickedly. His previously damaged body restored to a flawless state by the crystals. And what of that? Lu Chen's gaze remained unfazed as he materialized before Taryan. His right fist slicing through the air with a chilling wind, aimed directly at Taryan's head. He would merely delay his demise. However, just as his fist was about to strike Taryan, a multitude of crystals suddenly appeared around him, launching towards Lu Chen with thunderous force. Unperturbed, Lu Chen pressed forward, his eyes shimmering with golden light as his steel and bone talent activated. His physical prowess surged fivefold, skyrocketing to a staggering 13,575 points. With a series of dull thuds, the crystals collided with Lu Chen, instantly disintegrating into powder. Yet, his skin merely flushed slightly red. Taryan stared in astonishment, rendered numb by Lu Chen's display of power. Indeed, over 10,000 in physical strength. No need to guess. His perception must also exceed 10,000. In comparison, I am but a mere novice. It seems I must unleash everything I have. Just as Lu Chen's fist hovered perilously close to Taryan's nose, he suddenly halted, not out of mercy, but because Taryan's gaze had turned vacant, his eyes devoid of consciousness. Simultaneously, a multitude of crystalline figures surged forth. All the crystal beings glared at Lu Chen, their faces contorted in malice, and they spoke in unison. Human, I acknowledge your strength, but this is my domain. If you wish to kill me, you must be dreaming. Today, I shall ensure your demise beneath my endless avatars. As their words echoed, swathes of crystal beings transformed into blurs, rushing towards Lu Chen. Observing this, Lu Chen furrowed his brow and immediately teleported away. It appeared that Taryan, relying on the abundant crystals underground, had preemptively amassed numerous crystalline avatars. While Lu Chen was unafraid of these avatars, Taryan's consciousness could traverse between them at will. To defeat him would undoubtedly consume an inordinate amount of time. At this moment, Lu Chen was acutely aware of the urgency. The legendary faction's mission took precedence, and it was unnecessary to waste time on a mere tower guardian. Just as he contemplated retreat, he heard Jack's familiar voice rise above the chaos. What the hell? I just revived, and it's already this chaotic? Jack had returned. Seeing Jack's familiar figure, a faint smile graced Lu Chen's lips as he mused. This presents an opportunity. Chapter 186, Slaying the Tower Guardian. At this moment, Jack surveyed the battlefield, which resembled the apocalypse, in a daze. Suddenly, Lu Chen materialized beside him. Immediately, a swarm of crystal beings surged towards Jack. Startled, Jack exclaimed, "Captain, I just revived. Can't you let me catch my breath?" "Enough chatter," Lu Chen retorted coldly. "Use the petrification domain." Petrification domain. Oh, right, I almost forgot in my haste. Jack smacked his forehead, the visage of the Naga King manifesting behind him. Upon witnessing this, the crystal beings erupted into mocking laughter. Ha ha ha. Human, you are powerless against me and dare to place your hopes in a subordinate? How utterly laughable. Hearing their taunts, Jack's lips curled into a smirk. Oh, you dare to underestimate the great Captain Jack? I shall show you the folly of your disdain. As his words fell, the visage of the Naga King behind Jack transformed into a grotesque form, bloodshot eyes glaring, veins protruding like worms. Immediately, an invisible wave radiated explosively from Jack, its epicenter. S-class talent, petrification domain. Wherever the wave reached, the surrounding land, crystals, and flora instantaneously transformed into cold stone. As the master of Jack, Lu Chen was naturally unaffected by the petrification. The crystalline beings charging towards Lu Chen and Jack were the first to be enveloped by the petrification domain. Creak, creak, creak. Accompanied by a piercing sound, the once lustrous bodies of the crystalline beings turned pale. Upon witnessing this, Taryan squinted slightly, an A-class petrifying gaze. He had not anticipated that this undead would also possess petrification abilities. However, he remained unperturbed. Even if he were petrified, he could escape by transferring his soul consciousness. But at that moment, Taryan suddenly noticed that the crystalline doppelganger behind the undead had also succumbed to petrification. A jolt of alarm surged through him. Ordinarily, an A-class petrifying gaze should only affect objects within the line of sight. How could the areas unseen by the undead also be petrified? Suddenly, a terrifying thought flashed through his mind. Could it be that the undead was not employing an A-class petrifying gaze, but rather an S-class petrification domain? No, this is impossible. An S-class talent, even for a being of his awakened caliber, only permitted a mere 3 chance of successful evolution. How could a mere 20-something level undead possess such an S-class talent? Ridiculous. In that fleeting moment, Taryan was petrified, unwilling to accept this fate. He attempted to use his usual method of escape through consciousness transfer. Yet, no matter how he struggled, he found his soul firmly ensnared within the stone shell. In an instant, despair engulfed Tarjan as if he had fallen into an icy abyss. SS class. Indeed, it was S class. Madness. This human is extraordinarily formidable. But to think that one of his subordinates, merely at level 22, possesses an S-class talent while I, an awakened being, am relegated to an A-class talent. Lu Chen slowly approached Tarjan, a mocking smile gracing his features. An S-class talent is sufficient to petrify your very soul. This time, there is no escape. Tarjan, gazing at the encroaching Lu Chen, felt his pupils tremble violently. He wished to flee, to beg for mercy. He would do anything to survive. Yet, despite his desperate efforts, his body remained as if nailed in place, unable to utter a single word. Then, all at once, Lu Chen's fist, covered in rock-like armor and imbued with overwhelming power, struck down upon Tarjan's head. Boom! With a thunderous sound, Tarjan's skull shattered in an instant, scattering into countless fragments. This time was unlike any before. With his body's destruction, his very soul was obliterated as well. Ding! You have slain the Guardian Tarjan, level 50 boss, awakened, gaining 10 million life energy points. You have leveled up to level 25. Current level, 25, 75W, 1000W. All attributes at 40. Free attributes at 20. As the notification from the game echoed, a torrent of formidable life energy surged from Tarjan's dismembered body into Lu Chen. With this infusion of energy, Lu Chen's level skyrocketed to 25. Cackle, cackle, cackle. Dare to underestimate me, Lord Jack? This is your fate. Jack looked at the lifeless crystalline beings, bursting into a triumphant laugh. But hold on. Can the Naga King's petrification domain still be utilized? Lu Chen twisted his neck as the energy within him, stirred by the upgrade, gradually calmed down. And he turned to inquire of Jack. Cackle, cackle, cackle. Let me see. Laughing heartily, Jack suddenly paused, swiftly summoning the Naga King. The Naga King appeared. Its face marred with blood and one eye already burst, clearly unable to withstand the immense pressure of the earlier S-class talent. Its body was on the verge of collapse. Captain, given this situation, it seems this body can no longer wield the S-class talent. Jack shrugged in resignation. Well, being able to use it even once is already an unexpected delight. Without the assistance of the petrification domain, we could never have dispatched this guardian so effortlessly. Lu Chen nodded in agreement, speaking earnestly. Although Tarjan appeared utterly helpless against Lu Chen, this was only due to Lu Chen's attributes being excessively powerful under the enhancement of multiple talents. Had it been an ordinary level 24 evolver, they would likely have been unable to withstand even a single strike from Tarjan. This point was exemplified when Jack and Yunting were instantly obliterated at the battle's outset. Nonetheless, the rewards from slaying Tarjan were immensely rich. Not only did it elevate Lu Chen by a level, but it also granted him a new A-class talent. Contemplating Tarjan's talent, Lu Chen immediately extended his perception, scanning the surroundings. Upon confirming that no one was watching, he summoned the little dumpling to absorb Tarjan's corpse. As he was about to step into the awakening tower, Lu Chen knew that the unknown dangers within were formidable, necessitating the elevation of his power to its zenith. Acquiring an additional A-class talent would enhance his chances of survival. It is worth mentioning that the Light Eye clan's escort ship, due to both Laos and Eros possessing high-level visual talents, was situated far from Lu Chen, thus managing to evade his detection and narrowly escaping disaster. On the Light Eye clan's escort ship, all the crew members stared curiously at their captain and first mate, whispering among themselves. What are the captain and first mate looking at? Their mouths are agape so wide that you could fit an egg in. I don't know. Just look at the red light in their eyes, like blood. Could they have seen something terrifying? I haven't heard of any horrors near the awakening tower. Isn't it just a swarm of bone-eating fish? Just avoid them. Sigh, my talent level is too low. I can't see anything, and it's killing me with curiosity. However, I've truly never seen the captain look this shocked. I can't imagine what kind of monster has emerged below. Chapter 187. Is the dumpling exposed? Laos and Eros had no mind to pay attention to the crew's whispered speculations. Eros trembled, turning to his brother, stammering, "Brother, the Guardian is dead? What kind of monster is that human evolver? He is only at level 20, yet he managed to kill a level 50 awakened Guardian just to enter the awakening tower." As he spoke, Elros seemed to recall the scene he had just witnessed, his face betraying an uncontrollable fear. Moreover, there was that octopus lurking behind the human. To think that this creature could absorb the traits and attributes of corpses. What manner of monstrosity was this? At that moment, Leo's eyes involuntarily twitched, overwhelmed by terror. This evolver was simply too formidable. Merely in terms of abilities, he had unleashed over a dozen, and astonishingly, all of them were advanced talents rated B level or above. Contemplating this, Leo couldn't help but cast his gaze towards the little octopus that was playfully rubbing against Lu Chen, his eyes filled with indescribable horror. A divine offspring. There could be no mistake. This human possessed a divine creature as a pet. No wonder he wielded such an array of talents. No wonder he was so powerful. All of this was due to that little creature. Upon hearing the term divine, Elrose's tone instantly ascended, exclaiming in shock. The fear on his face was swiftly supplanted by greed. A divine offspring capable of absorbing talents. If we could seize this little being, wouldn't we become as powerful as that evolver? At that moment, Elrose felt an overwhelming urge to rush down and slay Lu Chen, claiming the creature for himself. However, just as greed clouded his judgment, a sharp slap from Leo jolted him awake. Seize it. Are you mad? Do you think you can overpower that human? Elrose hesitated, realizing the truth in his brother's words. What could they do? This little creature was an invaluable treasure. Could they really just watch as this human took it away? Elrose's face was filled with reluctance. One must possess self-awareness, Leo said, refocusing his gaze on Lu Chen. Such a treasure was beyond our reach. Rather than clinging to a secret we lack the strength to claim, it would be wiser to sell it for a hefty price. Although Elrose felt a pang of regret at his brother's suggestion, he recognized his own limitations. Attempting to forcibly seize this treasure would likely result in their own demise. With this in mind, he proposed, "Brother, the Nine Heavens Palace is the strongest force in these waters. They possess extraordinary power and would surely pay a high price for this information. Indeed, I share your thoughts. Elrose, you should head to the Nine Heavens Palace and sell this information to the palace master. Remember, aim for a good price," Leo instructed. Brother, won't you accompany me?" Elrose asked. "No, I have more pressing matters to attend to." Leo shook his head, his gaze drifting towards the awakening tower below. His expression grave. That terrifying human had already defeated the guardian of the tower and would undoubtedly proceed to enter the awakening tower. I must warn Leona to steer clear of this human. Hearing his sister's name, Elrose's eyes flickered with concern. Leona. But then he recalled something. Brother, Leona isn't the only one in the awakening tower. The minister of the Thunder Department from the Nine Heavens Palace and many formidable beings from this sea region are also inside. With them present, Leona should be relatively safe. Right? Upon hearing this, Leo couldn't help but let out a bitter laugh. Those powerful beings, aside from the minister of the Nine Heavens Palace. Do you think anyone could match the guardian of the tower we just witnessed? This statement left Elrose speechless. Indeed, if even the formidable guardian of the tower fell to that human, who could possibly stand in his way once he entered the awakening tower? Leo continued, moreover, this human possesses a divine offspring capable of absorbing talents. He will undoubtedly not hesitate to seize every opportunity that comes his way. At this, a look of horror crept across Elrose's face. Yes, brother, I was so stunned earlier. I only now realize that this human possesses dozens of high-level talents. How many individuals must he have absorbed to achieve this? And Leona has an A-level talent in visual brilliance. This human will certainly not overlook such a rare advanced auxiliary talent. It is important to note that auxiliary talents are already scarce, and beings capable of elevating them to a level are exceedingly rare. Most beings with auxiliary talents perish early due to their lack of offensive or self-defense capabilities, never having the chance to evolve their talents to higher levels. Only races, like the Light Eye clan, with a high affinity for visual talents, can produce geniuses like Leona. Indeed, Leo nodded. Thus, we must split up. You take the warship to the Nine Heavens Palace, sell the information for the best price, and then return with reinforcements. I will quietly follow that human into the awakening tower to find Leona. All right, brother, do hurry. Leona has no idea how formidable that human is, Elrose said anxiously. Fear not, the awakening tower is fraught with challenges. I'm confident that merely passing through the first layer's trials will consume a considerable amount of time. Leona is currently on the second layer and won't encounter that human anytime soon. Ding. Successfully absorbed the guardian of the tower, Tarion, 50th tier awakening level boss. You have acquired A-level talent, Crystal Avatar, increasing agility by 150 points. Feeling the surge of energy within him, Lu Chen's eyes sparkled with joy. The little creature had once again helped him absorb an A-level talent, bringing his total of such talents in his library to a staggering 7. Furthermore, the creature had also helped him absorb a remarkable 150 points of agility from Tarion, marking the first time Lu Chen had gained such a substantial attribute boost from a single entity. It seemed that hunting awakening-level beings indeed accelerated his strength enhancement. Clenching his fists, Lu Chen allowed a smile to grace his lips. He then turned his gaze towards the towering awakening tower before him. Surely, there would be numerous prey within. At that moment, Jack approached, pointing at Lu Chen's panel. Captain, take a look at the chat channel. It seems that Yang Zi is trying to get your attention. That's enough. Lu Chen shot Jack a glance before opening the chat channel. Upon seeing the messages, a look of delight illuminated his face. Yang Zmo had sent a message, Lord of the Underworld. We have gathered all the materials needed for the evolution of the Netherworld. Additionally, we have completed the hunt for the auditory talent Sea Beast you required, with a total of 2 corpses carrying B-level and D-level auditory talents. The Sea Beast corpses and materials are stored in the fleet's warehouse, available for your use at any time. Chapter 188. Auditory talent evolved to A-level. 2 auditory talent Sea Beast corpses of B-level and D-level. Lu Chen felt a jolt within his heart. It is worth noting that his C-grade auditory talent, having absorbed countless lower-tier similar abilities, had approached the precipice of evolution. With a progress rate of 95, he was merely one crucial step away from ascending to B-grade. However, the corpses of sea beasts possessing auditory talents were exceedingly rare. Lu Chen had searched for some time, yet to no avail, and could only temporarily set aside his aspirations for advancement. At this moment, the 2 corpses of auditory talent sea beasts provided by Yang Zimo were, without a doubt, a timely boon for Lu Chen, akin to rain in a prolonged drought. By first absorbing the D-grade auditory talent, Lu Chen would accumulate 100 evolution points within his auditory ability, thus facilitating his evolution to B-grade. Once he subsequently absorbed the corresponding B-grade talent, his B-grade auditory ability would fulfill the conditions for evolution to A-grade. Lu Chen was filled with curiosity regarding the A-grade auditory talent. This ability, which initially merely enhanced hearing, what extraordinary powers would it unveil upon reaching A-grade? With this thought in mind, Lu Chen waved his right hand, and before him materialized 2 sea beast corpses, one large and one small, both enveloped in azure hues. With a slight arch of his brow, Lu Chen realized, so that's it. No wonder one is B-grade and the other is D-grade. Yang Zimo has not even spared the youngling. Though Yang Zimo's actions seemed somewhat cruel, Lu Chen could only commend the audacity. For the D-grade talent from the young sea beast was indeed the key to his elevation to A-grade auditory talent. Kunzi, absorb this youngling first. Gujajai Kunzi complied, gently placing its small tentacles upon the corpse of the sea beast cub. Instantly, the corpse began to shrivel at a visible pace. Moments later, the notification sound from the system resonated. Ding. Successfully absorbed sea beast, Linging dolphin, youngling, 5th tier. You have acquired D-grade talent, auditory spirit perception. Due to the low level of the corpse, attributes cannot be absorbed. With the absorption of the youngling's talent, Lu Chen's auditory ability instantly reached the critical point and began to break through. Ding, your C-grade talent, auditory ability, has accumulated 100 evolution points, meeting the evolution criteria. Initiating evolution. Ding, your talent, auditory ability, C-grade, has successfully evolved into auditory resonance, B-grade. Hearing the notification from the system, a smile curved upon Lu Chen's lips. As anticipated, the D-grade auditory spirit perception precisely matched the 5 evolution points needed for his auditory ability, successfully promoting him to B-grade. The next step was to strive for A-grade. Ding, successfully absorbed sea beast, Linging dolphin, 25th tier. You have acquired B-grade talent, auditory resonance. Agility increased by 30 points. Detected that you already possess B-grade talent, auditory resonance. Acquiring this talent again meets the evolution criteria. Initiating evolution. As the notification chimed once more, an overwhelming flood of insights regarding sound surged into Lu Chen's mind. He could distinctly capture the delicate buzzing of insects' wings, the resounding roar of crashing waves, and the myriad voices of the world enveloping his ears. In that moment, Lu Chen felt as though he had merged with sound itself. Delving deep into its mysteries, tracing the origins of sound production, and following the trajectory of sound propagation, he endeavored to touch the texture of sound, to feel its rhythm, and to comprehend its power. Gradually, Lu Chen learned to manipulate sound, transforming it into a potent weapon at his disposal. Ding, congratulations. Auditory resonance, B-grade, has successfully evolved into auditory edge, A-grade. Reminder, your evolution success rate is 99. The evolution success rate for others of the same tier is 30. Ding. Due to your profound comprehension of auditory talents, you have successfully grasped the A-grade skill, string movement of the 9 heavens. As the series of notifications concluded, Lu Chen slowly opened his eyes, the smile upon his lips growing ever more pronounced. The rewards of this endeavor were monumental. Though the path of auxiliary talents was fraught with challenges, once one reached the pinnacle of higher tiers, the assistance rendered to the host would be immeasurable. Captain, you took quite a long time to comprehend. It nearly rivaled the duration of that necromancy evolution. Jack exclaimed as he approached Lu Chen. Curiosity etched across his face. Captain, what is it like to evolve the auditory talent to A-grade? Have you comprehended any skills? Lu Chen turned to Jack. slowly extending his right hand in a gesture for silence. Instantly, although Jack's mouth moved, no sound escaped. His eyes widened in astonishment, lips forming words that remained silent. Only when Lu Chen withdrew his hand did Jack's voice burst forth like a fountain. What on earth, Captain? I thought I had become mute. After reaching A grade, I can now control sound. With merely a thought, I can render ordinary individuals speechless in an instant, Lu Chen stated calmly. Impressive, Jack exclaimed, giving a thumbs up, then inquiring. Captain, did you not awaken a new skill this time? Lu Chen cast a sidelong glance at Jack before directing his gaze to his interface. There, within the skill repository, a new A-grade skill was listed. Skill, String Movement of the Nine Heavens, A-grade. Harnessing the power of sound from the heavens and earth to manifest an ethereal soundwave zither. A gentle pluck of the strings can unleash sharp and unparalleled soundwave slashes that disregard physical defenses. So you think you're a tank, huh? Upon reading this, Lu Chen focused his mind, and an invisible guqin suddenly materialized before him. With a delicate stroke of the strings, a resonant note filled with a sense of impending doom rang out, and an invisible sound blade shot forth towards a cluster of crystals in the distance. Puff! A muffled sound echoed as the incredibly resilient cluster of crystals was sliced cleanly in two, gracefully sliding apart with mirror-like surfaces. Whoa! That's so sharp, Jack gaped in astonishment. He had personally experienced the hardness of those crystals, as solid as rock. Even his most forceful strike left no mark. Yet, the sound blade casually plucked by the captain had severed such a large cluster so cleanly. What kind of sharpness was required to achieve that? Naturally sharp. For this skill can disregard physical defenses, Lu Chen replied with a slight smile, thoroughly satisfied with the prowess of String Movement of the Nine Heavens. Though this skill demanded considerable mental energy, its unparalleled ability to penetrate armor made it an exceptional technique against high-defense foes. Wow, Captain! I see you are treading further down the path of invincibility, even acquiring skills that disregard physical defenses. With your presence, how can the other races participating in the multitude competition possibly endure? Jack remarked with a curl of his lip, expressing his sentiments. Chapter 189. The Unlocking of the Blue Star Chat Channel. One must not underestimate. Even the formidable Stormwing clan faced defeat in the last multitude competition. In this edition, the strength of the High World races remains an unpredictable enigma. Lu Chen waved his right hand, causing the ethereal ancient zither to dissipate in an instant. Despite his victorious journey thus far, he felt no hint of arrogance. There are always stronger individuals out there, and one mountain surpasses another. In this vast world, there will always exist evolvers more powerful than oneself. What he could do is to seize every fleeting moment to enhance his strength, to perpetually grow stronger, until he stands atop the world, a figure of reverence for all. Gurgling, the little creature tilted its head, gazing at Lu Chen with wide, watery eyes filled with stars. Though it could not comprehend the words, it sensed the magnificence in its master's speech. Lu Chen affectionately patted the creature's delicate head, then shifted his gaze to the fleet's warehouse interface, where he noted that Yang Zimo had prepared all the materials necessary for upgrading the netherworld. Seeing this, Lu Chen nodded in satisfaction. Having a capable subordinate was a true blessing, saving him considerable effort. While the materials for upgrading the netherworld were not particularly rare, gathering them all required a significant investment of time. Subsequently, Lu Chen closed the warehouse interface, currently being near the awakening tower. The upgrade to the netherworld was not an immediate concern. He then opened the fleet chat channel and typed, "The corpse of the Sonic Dolphin is immensely beneficial to me. Splendid work, everyone." As soon as the message was sent, the previously silent fleet channel erupted into a frenzy. "The Lord of the Netherworld has spoken. Ha. We can finally assist the Lord. Indeed, being able to aid the Lord brings us great satisfaction. We cannot always bask in his grace without contributing." It was Tang Hong who ventured into the perilous zones to discover the Sonic Dolphin's whereabouts. We must acknowledge his achievement. Ha. It was merely a discovery. The Sonic Dolphin is remarkably cunning, and it was our over 800 brethren from the Netherworld, alongside the Stormwing clan, who managed to hunt it down. Hee. As long as I can assist my adoptive father, that suffices. Observing the exchanges of the Netherworld members, Lu Chen nodded in approval. Initially, he had established his faction solely for the attribute enhancement, yet it appeared that the collective support from his comrades was also quite significant. Lu Chen continued typing. "Excellent work. Everyone, Tang Hong is promoted to captain. Additionally, I have dealt with the Tower Guardian, and the first phase of the legendary faction quest should be completed shortly." Upon hearing Lu Chen's words, the once lively chat channel fell into an abrupt silence, as everyone fixated on those few words. Utterly astonished, the 50th tier awakening level Tower Guardian has been resolved by the Lord of the Netherworld in such a brief span. At this moment, Even the members of the Netherworld, who held an unwavering trust in Lu Chen, were left speechless, stunned by the feat of defeating a level 50 boss at level 22. The Lord of the Netherworld. He truly accomplished it. Moments later, the chat channel exploded with fervent expressions from the Netherworld members. Wow, the Lord is invincible. I thought it would be a hard-fought victory. I was mistaken. In such a short time, the Lord dispatched the Tower Guardian. This is a resounding triumph. Oh, my adoptive father is incredible. Ha ha ha. The title of legendary faction beckons to us. I now eagerly anticipate encountering those high-world races. Let them witness just how formidable the Lord of the Netherworld truly is. Long life. Just as the jubilant atmosphere surged, Yang Zimo addressed Lu Chen, Lord of the Netherworld. During this time, numerous factions have sprung up in the Blue Star War Zone like mushrooms after rain, and the Blue Star chat channel has now been unlocked. If we are to recruit, can we begin scouting candidates? Upon reading this, Lu Chen's brow arched in surprise. Several factions had appeared all at once. The Blue Star chat channel had been unlocked? Soon enough, he indeed discovered the Blue Star chat channel interface, along with a plethora of announcements. Previously, Lu Chen had been engrossed in his battle with the Tower Guardian and had not paid attention to this. Blue Star War Zone announcement. American Evolver, Michael, successfully established a faction, the Pioneer Legion, Pirates of the Sea. As the third faction established in Blue Star, all members of the Pioneer Legion receive an additional 50 points of free attribute enhancement. Blue Star War Zone announcement. Divine Summer Evolver, Zhao Weigua, successfully established a faction. The Dragon Alliance, Lords of the Sea. Blue Star War Zone announcement. Fusang Evolver, Sato Jiro, successfully established a faction, the East Japan Shogunate, Pirates of the Sea. Blue Star War Zone announcement. Siamese Evolver, Pava, successfully established a faction, the Muay Thai War God Alliance, Pirates of the Sea. Blue Star War Zone announcement. Bear Country Evolver. Ivan, successfully established a faction, the Siberian Sea Wolves, Pirates of the Sea. Ding! As the number of factions established in the Blue Star War Zone has reached 10. The Blue Star chat channel is officially unlocked. Reminder, due to the large number of participants in the Blue Star chat channel, a speech restriction policy is in effect. Only evolvers at level 10 and above may speak. Evolvers below level may 10th enter the chat channel, but are prohibited from speaking. This rule will change as the levels of evolvers increase. Surveying the dense array of announcements, Lu Chen could not help but shake his head. For quite some time, there had only been the Blood Moon Dynasty, followed by silence. How could it suddenly give rise to so many factions simultaneously? However, after a brief moment, Lu Chen began to understand. Given the prowess of the top-tier strong individuals from various nations in Blue Star, it typically required around 7 days to evolve and complete the faction quest. With this thought, Lu Chen's expression darkened. It seemed the previously scorned Blood Moon Dynasty, in comparison to these newcomers, had indeed demonstrated considerable strength. They had managed to establish their faction in a mere 6 days. With this realization, Lu Chen let out a long sigh, already aware of the implications. The human race of Blue Star, in order to survive in this multitude competition, could only rely on themselves. Though Blue Star appeared to boast billions of inhabitants, none had emerged with talents that rivaled his own. Otherwise, the time taken to establish a faction should have been comparable to that of the Netherworld. Nevertheless, regardless of the circumstances, recruitment was necessary. The legendary faction quest must be fulfilled. Therefore, Lu Chen entered the Blue Star chat channel. At this moment, the chat channel was abuzz with excitement, as every utterance revealed a hint of pride. To speak in this channel, one must attain level 10, and currently, the average level of the Blue Star evolvers hovered around level 5. Those who managed to reach level 10 in such a short period were undoubtedly the elite of Blue Star. Francois, level 10, Gallic Rooster Knights, ha ha ha. Mr. James, you need not fret about the poisonous fog in 3 days, correct? James, level 11, Pioneer Legion O, Mr. Francois, the poisonous fog is indeed manageable, but the threat of the executioner still looms overhead. Sergei, level 10, Siberian Wolf Sai, looking at the entirety of Blue Star, aside from the underworld. I fear no other faction can elevate to level 2 within 3 days. It seems we cannot evade the executioner. Chapter 190, Recruitment. The Neglected Arcadia. James, oh. It was only after joining the Pioneer Legion that I realized how stringent the conditions are for a faction to upgrade to level 2. The most vexing requirement is amassing 1,000 points of plunder value. Captain Michael led us to exert every effort, sacrificing dozens, just to barely defeat a small initial faction. And what did we receive? A mere 80 points of plunder value. To accumulate 1,000 points in 3 days is an utterly impossible task. Upon James's words, a chorus of sighs erupted in the Blue Star chat channel. Alas, your Pioneer Legion still enjoys a 50-point free attribute bonus. If you struggle so, What hope do we have without any attribute bonuses? Indeed, this damned oracle seems intent on decimating half of us. I envy the underworld so. I cannot fathom how they managed to gather 1,000 plunder points in such a brief span. Sigh, brother, envy is futile. The underworld resides in the 8th district. Far removed from us. We can only pray for good fortune in 3 days and hope not to attract the executioner's attention. At that moment, a remarkable message appeared in the chat channel. Arcadia, level 15, Blood Moon Dynasty, leader brave warriors of Blue Star. The Blood Moon Dynasty is currently recruiting newcomers. Those interested may register to become reserve members. Once the teleportation array is unlocked in the future, you may officially join us and enjoy a generous 100-point attribute bonus. Upon this proclamation, a wave of astonished exclamations filled the air. Goodness, it's the Blood Moon Dynasty, the second faction of Blue Star. The leader of the Blood Moon Dynasty has spoken. No wonder they are so formidable. It turns out to be the progenitor of Blood Moon. The progenitor of Blood Moon was the mightiest in the Dark World while in Blue Star, and now it seems they remain equally powerful in this Oracle realm. Indeed, I am already the strongest in our district, and I have only reached level 11. Yet the progenitor has ascended to level 15 in such a short time. They are the highest level among all evolvers I have encountered. Truly impressive. The progenitor must be the highest-ranking individual among our Blue Star human race, right? Wow. The Blood Moon Dynasty, as the second faction of Blue Star, offers a 100-point free attribute bonus. Joining them would mean a significant enhancement in strength. I'm only at level 10. With an additional 100 points, my chances of survival would increase dramatically. Progenitor, please sign me up. I wish to join the Blood Moon Dynasty. I want to join too. Count me in. As Arcadia made his appearance, he instantly attracted a throng of formidable individuals. In an instant, numerous powerhouses above level 10, yet unaffiliated with any faction, clamored to join the Blood Moon Dynasty. After all, joining the Blood Moon Dynasty meant acquiring a 100-point attribute bonus. And with a powerful leader at the helm, the hope of survival in this brutal game of existence would undoubtedly be greater. Arcadia, witnessing the fervent scene, couldn't help but laugh triumphantly. Ha! Fear not, everyone. First, register with Van Payne, and though the Blood Moon Dynasty currently has only 1,000 slots, we shall soon rise to become an unprecedentedly powerful empire upon these seas, and all of you will have the opportunity to join. He surveyed the chat channel with a gleam of pride in his eyes. At this moment, those who could voice their opinions in the channel were the exceptionally gifted and powerful elite of Blue Star. Arcadia was acutely aware that his Blood Moon Dynasty was in its nascent stage, desperately in need of manpower. Moreover, with the executioner slated to execute half the population in 3 days, the demand for personnel would only intensify. Enlisting these top-tier powerhouses would undoubtedly be advantageous for the future of the Blood Moon Dynasty. Van Payne, level 13, Blood Moon Dynasty, Commander Evolvers wishing to register. Come to me. Provide your names, talent levels, and whether you have comprehended any skills. Those with awakened high-level talents will be given priority. However, as Van Payne's message was issued, not a single evolver approached to register. This was because another message appeared simultaneously in the chat channel. Lu Chen, level 25, Underworld. Leader the Underworld is recruiting. For specifics, please consult Commander Yang Zimo. This simple statement rendered the previously boisterous chat channel abruptly silent. The crowd stood in stunned silence for a second or two before reacting, and then, the once quiet chat channel erupted into chaos. Goodness, it's the Lord of the Underworld. Lu Chen. I have heard this name countless times in the Oracle announcements. Today, I finally see the real person. 25 levels. Goodness, look, Mr. Lu Chen has reached level 25. Oh my, I'm only at level 10, and I am the strongest in my district. Mr. Lu Chen has ascended to level 25. He is truly godlike in strength. Lu Chen, the divine, you are the most powerful human I have ever encountered. Wow. President Lu Chen shares the same visage as our great Goryeo people. I am so thrilled. President Lu Chen, you are our pride in Asia, who just claimed that the progenitor of Blood Moon was the highest level in Blue Star. Step forward. Mr. Lu Chen has now reached level 25. This is the true embodiment of power in Blue Star. Indeed, compared to Mr. Lu Chen, the progenitor of Blood Moon, who was just speaking, doesn't even qualify to shine his shoes. Ha ha ha, Lord Lu Chen, you truly bring honor to us Xingxians. You are magnificent. How strange, for someone as formidable as Mr. Lu Chen, why have I never heard of his exploits back in Blue Star? The Xingxians prefer to remain low-key. Mr. Lu Chen appears to be a reclusive master from the Xingxian realm. Once Lu Chen spoke, the previously sought-after Arcadia was instantly overshadowed. Van Payne, who was about to register recruits, wore an awkward expression as no one approached him. Blood Moon Dynasty. Arcadia glared at the chat channel, gritting his teeth. Damn it. How could he possibly level up so swiftly? Arcadia's gaze was fixed on the number following Lu Chen's name, 25, his eyes reddening, and his expression contorted with resentment and fury. Arcadia had always believed that Lu Chen's advantages were merely the result of underhanded tactics and cunning manipulation. Arcadia was firmly convinced that his true strength could not possibly be inferior to Lu Chen's. After all, as the progenitor of the Blood Clan, his four-dimensional attributes had been several times greater than those of any other evolutionary of the same rank upon entering the world of Tianyu. Yet, despite this, he had only recently managed to reach level 15, while this Lu Chen had astonishingly already attained level 25. This was inconceivable, absolutely impossible. He must have discovered some despicable means to surreptitiously elevate his level. That rascal. Chapter 191. Compared to Yu Ming, the power I established is utterly trivial. At this moment, the chat channel of the Blue Star Battle Zone was inundated with a flurry of messages, filled with compliments, flattery, envy, and even pleas for assistance. As Lu Chen surveyed the barrage of messages, a headache began to set in. He simply stated that anyone with matters to discuss should contact Yang Zimo, and promptly closed the chat channel. Time was of the essence. He needed to swiftly enter the Awakening Tower to fulfill the legendary faction task. Lu Chen had no time to indulge in idle flattery or trivial conversations. He entrusted the task of recruiting to Yang Zimo entirely. All that was required was to gather enough participants to complete the mission. The selection and vetting of personnel could be left to Yang Zimo's discretion. At that moment, Yun Ting's voice broke through. I apologize for my tardiness. Captain, Yun Ting has returned. Yun Ting had been resurrected. Ah, little Yun. I've been resurrected for quite some time, and you just now arrive? Jack stepped forward, wrapping an arm around Yun Ting's shoulder, scrutinizing him with a grin. Not bad. Not bad. Little Yun now embodies the essence of our ship, Yu Ming. Before them stood the resurrected Yun Ting, his appearance markedly altered. The once pristine white wings had transformed into a shade of dark gray, and the formerly neat and vibrant feathers were now dry and disheveled. His skin bore an unnatural pallor, his face marred by cracks, emanating an aura of cold death. The former Yun Ting, once a radiant and handsome angel, had now morphed into a hauntingly terrifying fallen angel. Senior Jack, please refrain from jesting. Your immortality talent is superior to mine, naturally resulting in a shorter resurrection time. I feel quite ashamed, Yun Ting replied with a bitter smile. He had only unleashed a wind blade during the battle and was swiftly defeated, contributing nothing to his master's endeavors, leaving him feeling deeply embarrassed. Only having died once, and the signs of necrosis are already so pronounced? Lu Chen scrutinized Yun Ting. His brow furrowed in concern. The stark manifestation of necrotic traits after just one death suggested that should he perish again, he would undoubtedly succumb to full transformation into a wraith, at which point the curse's negative effects would unleash in their entirety. With this thought, Lu Chen felt increasingly anxious. The power of this immortality curse was even more formidable than anticipated. He needed to act swiftly to dispel this curse. Otherwise, should he also completely transform into a wraith, all crew members aboard the Yu Ming would become wandering spirits unable to set foot on solid ground. Indeed, Master, after my death, the energy within me has undergone a transformation. In the future, I can only level up by absorbing death energy, Yun Ting respectfully acknowledged. Haha, splendid. There is an abundance of death energy on Burial Island. We won't even have to compete with the captain for life energy, Jack laughed heartily. Now that Yun Ting has returned, let us proceed to the Awakening Tower, Lu Chen nodded, then stepped towards the towering entrance of the Awakening Tower. Simultaneously, the Blue Star chat channel was alive with chatter. Hey, Mr. Lu Chen, don't rush off. I want to join Yu Ming. Oh my god, Mr. Lu Chen is so aloof. I adore him. I wonder if he likes Western beauties. I long to be his woman. As many lamented Lu Chen's departure from the chat channel, a message drew everyone's attention like a magnet. Yang Zimo, level 16, Yu Ming. Leader, I am fully responsible for the recruitment of Yu Ming. Please direct any inquiries my way. As soon as Yang Zimo's message appeared, the chat channel erupted once more. Am I seeing things? Mr. Yang Zimo has reached level 16. Heavens! While Mr. Lu Chen is formidable, now even a leader from Yu Ming is so impressive. Already at level 16. Goodness, the Blood Moon progenitor is still only at level 15. So, not only is the Blood Moon progenitor incomparable to Mr. Lu Chen, but even a mere leader from Yu Ming surpasses him. The disparity between the first and second factions was astonishingly vast. Witnessing this scene, Arcadia, already seething with rage, clenched his teeth, the veins on his forehead bulging ominously, as if they might burst. It was one thing for Lu Chen to outlevel him. Now, even a minor leader from Yu Ming had surpassed him in level, a profound humiliation, an absolute disgrace. He was, after all, recognized as the strongest in Blue Star for centuries. How dare these insects employ such despicable tactics to usurp his position of supremacy, even poaching members from his Blood Moon dynasty? Unforgivable. I shall drain their blood to the last drop to avenge my grievances. Beside him, Fan Payan observed the progenitor's fierce countenance, as if he wished to devour others whole, and could only shake his head, letting out a deep sigh. Progenitor, now is not the time for infighting. Mr. Yang Zimo, may I inquire if joining Yuming confers similar attribute enhancements as the Blood Moon dynasty? Indeed, the Blood Moon dynasty provides a full 100 points of attribute enhancement. As the foremost faction, Yuming should offer even more, right? In response to the crowd's inquiries, Yang Zimo sent a message. Yes, upon joining Yuming, one will receive a generous 600 points of free attributes and an additional 8 evolution points. Upon this revelation, the chat channel fell into stunned silence. Although everyone had previously heard the announcement from Tianyu and had an inkling of the substantial benefits, witnessing such staggering numbers left them all in shock. Their gazes fixated on the eye-catching figures, eyes gleaming with an uncontrollable fervor. What? Am I seeing things? Joining Yuming grants such an immense boost in attributes. This is exhilarating. In comparison to Yuming, the recently mentioned Blood Moon dynasty seemed utterly unappealing. If the Blood Moon dynasty is akin to a dilapidated old car, then Yuming is a Rolls-Royce. They are simply not in the same league. I yearn to join the Abyss, willing to do anything to achieve this ambition. I must become a part of the Abyss. My total attributes barely exceeds 600 points. The augmentation offered by the Abyss surpasses my combined attributes. Does this not imply that, upon joining the Abyss, my strength would immediately double? It is not merely about attribute points. There are also evolution points, an astounding 8 points. If I were to acquire these evolution points, my talent could ascend to be rank. It has now become clear to me why the leader of the Abyss holds a rank superior to that of the Blood Moon ancestor. Such a formidable fleet enhancement means that even a 5-year-old child entering the Abyss could instantaneously transform into a master. How did Mr. Lu Chen accomplish such a feat, founding such a terrifying force? Oh, Yang Zimo, if you would allow me to join the Abyss, I would immediately withdraw from my position as a guardian of the Han River, even if it meant having my attribute points. Damn it, I, Ivan, am the leader of the Siberian Sea Wolves. If I could join the Abyss, I would burn my fleet's flag right now. Compared to the Abyss, my fledgling force adds no attributes whatsoever. It is utterly worthless. I adore the God of Summer. I adore the Abyss. Grant me entry, huzzah! Ordinary level 1 forces provide no attribute bonuses, while level 2 forces offer a 100-point free attribute and 1 evolution point bonus. Chapter 192. Is it too late for me to learn the tongue of the God of Summer? In an instant, the screen was flooded with messages from those eager to join the Abyss. The allure of 600 free attribute points and 8 evolution points was simply too tempting to resist. Even a top-tier powerhouse like Ivan, who had established a force, began to contemplate disbanding his own to devote himself to the Abyss. However, Yang Zimo's subsequent words doused the fervor of the crowd like a bucket of cold water. Yang Zimo, thank you all for your kind words. But the membership in the Abyss is limited. The Lord of the Abyss has decreed that we currently only accept individuals from the God of Summer. Those wishing to join God of Summer Evolvers, please register with me. Upon hearing this, the chat channel erupted in a cacophony of frustration. Oh, for goodness sake, this is undemocratic. You cannot discriminate against me simply because I am an American. Indeed, Blue Star Village as a whole. The great Lord of the Abyss should treat people from all nations equally and give us a chance. Mr. Yang Zimo, I am Pawa, the leader of the Muay Thai War God Alliance. You can verify that in Region 658, I have always assisted the people of the God of Summer. We Siamese and the God of Summer are the best of friends. Please lift the restriction and give us Siamese a chance. I am willing to disband the Muay Thai War God Alliance immediately if you allow me to join the Abyss. And me. Since the Lord of the Abyss established this force, we Koreans in Region 1783 have ceased to oppose the God of Summer. We are all yellow-skinned Asians. You must give us a chance. Yet, despite the pleas of the crowd, Yang Zimo remained unwavering, reiterating, please understand. The Abyss has limited slots and currently only accepts individuals from the God of Summer. This is the Lord's absolute command. However, we remember your friendship towards the God of Summer, and perhaps we will consider accepting individuals from other nations once the Abyss grows stronger. Seeing Yang Zimo's resoluteness, the crowd was filled with despair, yet some remained unwilling to concede. Mr. Yang, we Koreans have historically been vassals of the God of Summer, tracing our ancestry. I too can be considered a person of the God of Summer. Please allow me to join. Yoshi, that's right. Our ancestors from Fusang also came from the God of Summer. By rights, the blood of the God of Summer flows within us as well. We Fusang people also qualify to join the Abyss. However, upon hearing the words of the Koreans and Fusang people, The God of Summer individuals in the channel immediately reacted. How shameless can you be? When have we ever seen you claim to be one of us? Now that there are benefits, you all come crawling back, dreaming. Indeed, the Abyss has only 2,000 slots, while we have a billion people from the God of Summer. There's not enough for our own. And you little folk from Fusan and Korea think you can share a piece of the pie? Go cool off. Commander Yang, my name is Li Chao, level 11. B-rank strength talent. I wish to register for the Abyss. I am level 10, with a B-rank poison talent. I want to sign up too. Count me in. In an instant, the God of Summer individuals eagerly began to register. The evolvers from other nations looked on with envy, knowing that joining the Abyss would mean a dramatic enhancement in strength. More importantly, the Abyss had displayed an unstoppable momentum of rise. Everyone understood that in the world of Tianyu, the strong would grow stronger and the weak would become weaker. As time passed, the gap between the Abyss and other forces would only widen, rendering them unreachable. At this moment, the opportunity to join the Abyss outweighed all efforts. Oh, I am filled with such resentment. Why wasn't I born in the God of Summer? Then I could join the Abyss. I envy these people from the God of Summer. To join the Abyss would be to leap to greatness in an instant. Woe is me, may there be no racial discrimination in the next life. Sigh, I understand. With only 2,000 slots, the God of Summer people themselves don't have enough. How could they share with us? Van Payen attempted to console, do not lose hope. If you cannot join the Abyss, you can come to our Blood Moon dynasty. While the acrid scent of charred earth permeated, forget it. Those who have ridden in luxury cars would never settle for a lowly vehicle. Indeed, after seeing the enhancement attributes of the Abyss, I feel the Blood Moon dynasty, ranked second in Blue Star, suddenly seems so inferior. At that moment, a vampire from the Blood Moon dynasty remarked with a mocking tone, "Heh, do not envy them. Even if they register now, they shall not easily join the Abyss. When the executioner arrives in 3 days, at least half of these people will perish. What does it matter if they are now on the list? They are no different from us. No one can guarantee they will not be among the executed half, left to fate." Upon hearing this, the once jubilant and elated people from the God of Summer could not help but sigh deeply. Yes, as splendid as joining the Abyss may be, that is a matter for the future. No one can ensure they will live to see the moment of true entry into the Abyss. Yet, at this very moment, Yang Zimo's words left everyone momentarily stunned. Yang Zimo. Oh, regarding the issue of the executioner, there is no need for concern. All who join the Abyss will be escorted back to the 8th district within a day. At that time, the threat of the executioner will naturally dissipate. Really? Joining the Abyss now means you will come to retrieve us? The Abyss is currently the only level 2 force in Blue Star. If we can go to the 8th district, then we will survive. I am so overwhelmed that tears are streaming down my face. The Lord of the Abyss is truly magnificent. Long live the Abyss. Long live the Lord. Upon hearing this, the powerful individuals of Blue Star were filled with immense joy, with many moved to tears. It is well known that the Executioner is a level 50 boss-level creature, an entity that currently none can withstand. If one could reach the 8th district, they could escape the 50 chance of death. The sight before the envious eyes of evolutionists from other nations filled them with an overwhelming jealousy, igniting a fervent desire to immediately change their nationalities and become citizens of the Divine Summer. Oh my heavens, are you implying that if they join the underworld now, they could acquire 600 points of free attributes and 8 evolution points in less than a day, all the while evading the Executioner's judgment? Yes, indeed. I am consumed with envy. Is it too late for me to learn the language of the Divine Summer? Strike me down with a sword. Witnessing the treatment of the Divine Summer citizens has extinguished my will to live. How absurd. As fellow Asians, why has the Divine Summer produced such a remarkable being as Lu Chen? Our great Fusang people are no less deserving. This is simply unjust. At that moment, as the crowd was engulfed in envy, a message from Arcadia instantly captured everyone's attention. A divine being? I dare say Lu Chen is merely a charlatan full of empty boasts. Chapter 193, the first layer of the Tower of Awakening, another dimension. What? Ancestor of the Blood Moon. What do you mean by that? Indeed, Ancestor of the Blood Moon. Have you perhaps caught wind of something? I am still at a loss on how to traverse the vast regions. Could there be some sort of teleportation array? Seeing the crowd captivated by his message, Arcadia let out a cold laugh and shared an image in the Blue Star chat channel. It depicted the guiding stone tablet, clearly stating that novice evolutionists wishing to swiftly cross the sea regions must head to the Tower of Awakening to unlock the teleportation array. However, only those who reach level 50 would be permitted to pass by the formidable Tower Guardian. Do you truly believe Lu Chen can elevate to level 50 in a single day? Or that he could overcome the Guardian while being more than 20 levels below? How ludicrous. Upon hearing these words, the crowd erupted in astonishment. Is it really so? Unlocking the teleportation array requires such stringent conditions, requiring level 50. My goodness, that Tower Guardian is incredibly powerful, a level 50 awakened boss, rivaling the Executioner set to arrive in 3 days. But the Lord of the Underworld clearly stated we could return within a day. What is going on? In response, some evolutionists, filled with jealousy at being denied entry to the Underworld, began to mock. What is this? Just hot air. It seems this so-called Lord of the Underworld is nothing special. Indeed, it's likely Lu Chen is completely unaware of the stringent conditions for using the teleportation array. How ridiculous. They were just boasting about only recruiting Divine Summer citizens. If they're so unreliable in their words, I wouldn't join even if they invited me now. Indeed, reaching level 50 in a day is nothing short of a fantasy. If the Underworld cannot utilize the teleportation array after a day, it would be a global embarrassment. It seems Lu Chen's strength is merely a product of good fortune. In an instant, the chat channel was filled with sarcastic remarks. However, evolutionists from other nations in the 8th District were horrified to see their compatriots daring to mock Lu Chen in the Blue Star channel. Their hearts racing as they wished to rush over and silence those individuals. Good heavens, Lu Chen is an observer. Do you even understand what an observer signifies? He represents the celestial decree overseeing all beings. How dare you mock an observer? Even if you are unaware that Lu Chen is an observer, at the very least. Think for a moment. The top-tier strong are only around level 10, and Lu Chen has already reached level 25. Is it really that simple? How could you dare mock him? Yet, as no one had reached level 10, others from the 8th District found themselves unable to speak in the Blue Star channel and could only plead in the District channel. To the brother who claims the Lord of the Underworld is boasting. I beg you, do not bring ruin upon us Ceylonians. The Lord of the Underworld is our observer. How dare you say the observer is boasting? Are you tired of living? Don't endanger the rest of us Ceylonians. I wish to live a few more days. 8th District, Salon 851 Beginner C area. Oh, do they even realize what they are doing? To the strong from Java, I implore you, please be silent. If you have been denied entry, just wait for your opportunity. If you offend the observer, our Java tribe may cease to exist. 8th District, Java 243 Beginner C area. I am currently level 9. If I level up once more, I can speak in the World Channel. At that time, I must urgently inform my compatriots in Luzon that the observer is not someone we can provoke. Brother above, please level up quickly. I fear what our foolish countrymen might say to anger the Lord of the Observer. Oh, Lord of the Observer. Their words only represent themselves and have nothing to do with the rest of our nation. Please do not hold it against us. Spare us. Upon witnessing this, Yang Zimo scoffed. The strength of the Lord of the Underworld is not for mere ants like you to discuss. Anyone who dares to speak ill of the Lord of the Underworld shall be my enemy. Though far away, I shall eradicate you. Those wishing to join the Underworld should register swiftly, for time waits for no one. With these words, the envious evolutionists fell silent. After all, achieving level 10 in such a brief period is no trivial feat. None were foolish enough to jeopardize their standing with such a powerful entity as the Underworld over a mere dispute of words. However, aside from the ancestor of the Blood Moon, Arcadia remarked, "Oh, has the truth of the lies been exposed, prompting you to resort to threats? Truly a band of jesters." Upon seeing the message from the ancestor of the Blood Moon, Yang Zimo merely smiled coldly. Whether it be truth or falsehood will be revealed in a day. Further words are futile. Arcadia replied with laughter. "Ah, I shall be here, eagerly awaiting your folly. I look forward to seeing how Lu Chen will apologize to everyone in disgrace a day hence. At that time, the Underworld shall become the laughingstock of the entire Blue Star." Despite this commotion, it did nothing to dampen the enthusiasm of the Divine Summer citizens to register. Those capable of speaking in the chat channel were the elite of the Divine Summer. They understood well that Lu Chen's ability to establish the Underworld in such a short time was no mere coincidence. Joining the Underworld would pave the way for their ascendance. How could they possibly abandon that prospect due to the trifling words of the ancestor of the Blood Moon? Meanwhile, Lu Chen remained unfazed by the commotion in the Blue Star chat channel, leading Jack and Yun Ting into the Tower of Awakening. As they crossed the imposing threshold, a wave of heat rushed towards them, revealing a landscape of sandy yellow, with dust swirling in the air. Inside the Tower of Awakening, the scene was akin to an unbearable desert, with the blazing sun suspended in the sky, scorching the earth. Ding! You have entered the first layer of the Tower of Awakening in the 8th District, the Scorching Sands. What in the world? Is this a tower or another dimension? Why is there a sun hanging above? Jack exclaimed, utterly astonished. At that moment, the first layer of the Tower of Awakening resembled a wholly different, tangible world. Aren't you familiar with the Tower of Awakening? Why do you look so flabbergasted? Lu Chen quipped, glancing at Jack. Well, I know of it. But this is my first time here. Jack replied. Jack surveyed his surroundings, smacking his lips in awe, exclaiming, "Goodness gracious, the Celestial Covenant is truly remarkable. Managing to create such a world beneath the sea. What an extraordinary feat. Master, look over there. That should be the passageway to the second level." Yunting pointed ahead, revealing a colossal yellowish pillar soaring from the desert, piercing the heavens. Lu Chen gazed at the towering column that vanished into the clouds, his eyes narrowing in astonishment. It was evident that the Celestial Covenant could expand the limited space within the Awakening Tower into a miniature world. What an astonishing power. Reflecting on space, he recalled his own A-grade spatial talent, yet he had barely tapped into its potential. Perhaps one day, when his spatial abilities reached a formidable level, he too could create a new world akin to the Celestial Covenant. Chapter 194. If one does not wish to resolve the issue, then eliminate the one who posed it. At that moment, the voice of the Celestial Covenant resonated. Ding. Task triggered. Trial of the Blazing Sands. Reminder, brave evolver. Your entry into this realm has already proven your strength. However, this is merely the beginning of your journey. To progress further, you must complete the Trial of the Blazing Sands and earn the recognition of the Guardian, the Scorpion Demon Sarah. Task description. The Blazing Sands conceal numerous lethal giant sand scorpions. You must seek out and hunt 20 giant sand scorpions and collect the sand sea crystals from their brains. With the sand sea crystals, you will obtain a vague clue regarding the desert temple. Following this, you must rely on your wisdom and strength to locate the desert temple amidst this vast desert. Upon defeating the level 45 boss, the fiery sand beast, within the desert temple, you will gain the Guardian Sarah's acknowledgement and acquire the Sand Sea Pass, which will allow you to ascend to the second level of the Awakening Tower. Task rating, difficult. Only powerful evolvers are qualified to complete awakenings within the Awakening Tower. Good heavens, this task is exceedingly cumbersome, Jack exclaimed, tilting his head to scrutinize Lu Chen's task panel, his brow furrowing as he muttered, more monster slaying, item collecting, and searching for that ridiculous temple, not to mention battling a boss. With a sequence like this, I doubt there will be enough time left for the deep sea butcher's task. Master, this sand sea is vast. Why don't the three of us split up and hunt the scorpions first? Yunting suggested earnestly. However, Lu Chen simply closed the task panel and replied nonchalantly. Too much trouble. I have no intention of undertaking this task. What? Not doing it? Then what do you plan, Captain? Jack's expression was one of shock, followed by a sudden slap to his forehead as realization dawned. Ah, how could I be so forgetful? The captain didn't adhere to the rules upon entry, so naturally, he needn't follow them now. Let us just eliminate that so-called scorpion demon Sarah and save ourselves the hassle of the task. Indeed, Jack. You are beginning to understand me better, Lu Chen remarked with a glint of approval in his eyes, a cold smirk gracing his lips. I require no one's acknowledgement. Whoever dares to obstruct me shall meet their end. Yunting, standing nearby, was left utterly speechless, completely bewildered. Having been raised in the Stormwing clan, he had always adhered strictly to the rules. He never imagined that matters could be handled in such a manner. The Awakening Tower stipulated that evolvers must reach level 50 to gain entry. Yet, the Master, not meeting the criteria, intended to slay the Guardian responsible for enforcing this rule instead. Once inside the tower, there were further stipulations requiring the acknowledgement of the Guardian of that level to ascend. The Master, uninterested in such formalities, was resolutely planning to eliminate the Guardian. If one does not wish to resolve the issue, then eliminate the one who posed it, and the problem will naturally resolve itself. This was utterly lawless. Wait, as an overseer, the Master was indeed a figure of authority, capable of such lawlessness. Thus, with a whirlwind of thoughts, Yunting followed Lu Chen and Jack, racing towards the towering column. After the trio departed, a stealthy figure slipped through the door's crack. None other than Laos, who had been spying with his advanced vision ability. He patted his chest, striving to calm his racing heart. How terrifying, Laos muttered. Having just passed through the battlefield between the human and the Tower Guardian, witnessing the massive dent in the Awakening Tower's wall and the battlefield's devastation, his perception of Lu Chen's formidable prowess was now profoundly enhanced. No wonder the Tower Guardian had fallen to him. This human was truly terrifying. How could such a monster emerge from a lower world? Laos pondered. Then, his eyes darting, he felt a slight relief. Despite the human's frightful strength, he would need at least several hours to complete the trial of the Blazing Sands. I must seize this opportunity to find Leona on the second level. The Awakening Tower's space is vast. If I can evade this human with Leona until Alos arrives with reinforcements from the Nine Heavens Hall, this human will be doomed, and I shall reap boundless rewards. As this thought crossed his mind, a greedy smile crept onto Laos's lips. He then raised his head, his gaze once again fixating on Lu Chen. Upon doing so, Laos furrowed his brow in confusion. Why aren't they searching for scorpions, but instead heading straight for the towering pillar? Suddenly, an idea struck him, and his expression shifted dramatically. Cursed be it. They can't be planning to bypass the trial and directly challenge the guardian of this level to ascend the tower, can they? This notion, once dismissed as absurd, now seemed plausible to Leos, given that the creature ahead had just slain the tower guardian. They must merely be going for a look. Once they witness the might of this level's guardian, they will surely comply with the task, he reassured himself. Within the awakening tower, aside from the guardian at the entrance, each level had its own guardian tasked with filtering the entering evolvers. As the levels ascended, the strength of the guardians escalated correspondingly. Even the guardian of the first level, the Blazing Sands, possessed power far exceeding that of the tower guardian whom Lu Chen had defeated. Yet, despite his self-soothing thoughts, Leos remained uneasy. For the battle between the tower guardian and that human had seen the guardian thoroughly overwhelmed. Leos could not fathom the true extent of the human strength. A sudden hiss shattered the silence. The yellow sand suddenly erupted, surging like tumultuous waves. In an instant, a scorpion tail, shimmering with a ghostly green luminescence, sprang forth from the sand, darting towards the rear of the line where Jack stood, swift as an arrow. What the hell? Jack exclaimed, thrusting his right foot firmly into the ground to halt his advance, his core muscles tensing as power surged within him. With a sudden twist of his torso, the scorpion tail grazed perilously close to his chest, stirring a fierce gust of wind. However, just as Jack exhaled a sigh of relief, two more scorpion tails erupted from the sand with a muffled thud, like hidden arrows, rapidly striking towards him. With no avenue for evasion, Jack was directly hit. And in that fleeting moment, the flesh upon his body began to turn a vivid green as the toxin spread. Poison. A grim smile crossed Jack's lips, a fierce glint igniting in his eyes. With a sudden lunge, he seized the two scorpion tails with hands like iron claws. I am a being of the undead. I fear not your venom. Jack bellowed, his arms straining with effort, muscles bulging as he roared. With a tremendous pull, he yanked a massive sand scorpion from the depths of the sand, its 8-meter-long body a dusty yellow, its exoskeleton remarkably tough, and its tail adorned with 3 robust appendages resembling serpents, thrashing violently. Chapter 195, The Poisonous Scorpion Demon, Sarah. At that moment, a series of whistling sounds pierced the air as dozens of wind blades sliced through, colliding with the scorpion's formidable shell. It was Yunting's strike. Sparks flew as the giant scorpion's tough shell exhibited remarkable resilience. Despite the numerous cracks, it stubbornly withstood the onslaught of Yunting's wind blades. Damn it! Yunting's pupils constricted at the sight, recalling how he had been unable to penetrate the defenses of the Tower Guardian. Now, even a mere ordinary creature eluded him? This cannot continue. If this persists, I shall inevitably be eliminated by my master. With this thought, Yunting gritted his teeth, a cold light flashing in his eyes as he spread his arms wide. In an instant, a violent tempest unleashed, swirling the yellow sand into a frenzy. A miniature storm rapidly coalesced, hurtling towards the giant sand scorpion. A-class skill, Celestial Storm. What the hell, Yunting, why create such a commotion for a mere minor creature? Jack felt the terrifying force of the winds and quickly released his grip on the scorpion tails, pressing down on his hat to prevent it from being blown away. The colossal sand scorpion, meanwhile, was swept into the air by the storm, howling in despair before being torn to shreds. Ding, your minion, Yunting, has slain the giant sand scorpion, level 45. You have gained 150,000 life energy. Current level, 25, 820,001, 000,000. Upon hearing the notification, Lu Chen glanced back at Yunting and Jack, reminding them, remember to collect the carcass. Before the words had left his lips, he continued his rapid advance towards the towering pillar. At that moment, a piercing roar erupted. Another giant sand scorpion suddenly leapt from the sands before Lu Chen, its 3 tails striking like venomous serpents. Yet, Lu Chen did not falter. An invisible blade of sound sliced through the air, and with a muffled thud, the ferocious giant sand scorpion froze in place. Then, its grotesque head slowly slid away, a clean cut. Ding, slain giant sand scorpion, level 45, gained 150,000 life energy. Current level, 25, 880,001, 000,000. With a flick of his right hand, Lu Chen stored the scorpion's corpse into his storage ring and transformed into a blur, continuing his rapid advance. From the ambush of the giant sand scorpion to its demise, only an instant had passed, and Lu Chen's pace remained unbroken. Yunting gazed blankly at Lu Chen's retreating figure, murmuring to himself, I had to exert my full strength and unleash my most powerful skills to barely contend with the giant sand scorpion. Yet my master dispatched it as effortlessly as one would crush an ant. Despite our levels being nearly equal, our combat prowess is worlds apart. My master is growing ever stronger. Ha ha ha. No need for such lamentations, little Yunting. I've never encountered someone as monstrous as Captain in my long life. Jack chuckled heartily, clapping Yunting's shoulder. We must hurry, or we shall lose sight of the captain. Right. Yunting shook off his thoughts, unfurling his dark wings and pursuing Lu Chen. Before long, Lu Chen rapidly approached the towering pillar that pierced the clouds. However, a colossal creature loomed at the base of the pillar, its upper half humanoid and its lower half scorpion-like. Lu Chen slowed his pace, narrowing his eyes as he beheld the creature standing like a mountain, towering at 15 meters. Its upper body resembled a human form, muscles taut and skin bearing the sun-baked bronze hue, while its lower body was distinctly scorpion-like, with an incredibly tough exoskeleton and 9 long, agile tails behind it, each glimmering with a chilling green venom. Captain, wait for us, Jack exclaimed, bracing himself against his knees. Panting as he took in the sight of the beast at the pillar's base, his eyes widening involuntarily. It seems this massive creature is the guardian Sarah. Truly intimidating. Whoosh. Whoosh whoosh. Yunting flapped his wings, circling in the sky. Confusion etched on his face as he queried. But why does Sarah seem even more formidable than the previous Crystal Guardian? Lu Chen scrutinized Sarah's stats, nodding in agreement. Indeed, Sarah is notably stronger than the prior Tarion. The panel clearly displayed. Guardian of the Blazing Sands, Poison Scorpion Demon Sarah, boss-level creature. Intermediate awakening. Traits, hardened exoskeleton, extremely high defense, deadly venom, high intelligence, immense strength. Talent, Venom Incarnation, A-Class. Skill 1, Sandstorm, A-Class, manipulating surrounding sand particles to create a devastating sandstorm. Within this storm, Sarah's attack power and speed are significantly enhanced, while enemies find their vision obstructed and movement hindered, turning them into living targets. What is referred to as home field advantage. Skill 2, Toxic Spread, A-Class. Releasing deadly poison on the ground to create a toxic zone. Any enemy entering this area will suffer continuous toxic damage and experience a substantial reduction in movement speed. When these two skills are combined, you shall know what true despair is. Combat Assessment, Intermediate Awakening, Level 53 Boss. If you lack 3 heads and 6 arms, encountering him is best met with a hasty retreat. Oh, at last, has an evolver arrived? Shahila, sensing a disturbance by her ear, gradually opened her eyes, directing her gaze towards Lu Chen and his companions. Upon closer inspection, she discovered they were merely at level 25, causing her brow to furrow in discontent. What is that scoundrel Tarion up to? How could he permit evolvers below level 50 to enter the Awakening Tower? Despite Tarion's negligence, as long as I am present, I shall not allow any substandard evolvers to infiltrate. Contemplating this, Shahila looked down at Lu Chen, her eyes filled with contempt as if scrutinizing an insignificant insect. How has this lowly creature from an inferior world managed to evade Tarion's watchful gaze and infiltrate the Awakening Tower? Nevertheless, with my presence, if you wish to proceed, you must obediently complete tasks to obtain a pass. Hey, mighty scorpion spirit, aren't you going to ask us if we have a pass first? Perhaps we have already secured one. Jack interjected, crossing his arms with a taunting grin. Oh, Shahila raised an eyebrow sharply at this revelation. Could it be that these 3 level 25 insignificant beings are capable of completing that trial task? It is known that at least 10 level 50 evolvers are required to form a team for such an endeavor. Oh, do you possess a pass? No, we do not. Upon hearing this, Shahila's eyes twitched in irritation. It seemed she had been deceived. Without a pass, you had best leave immediately. Otherwise, as long as I draw breath, you shall never ascend to the 2nd level. In the distance, Rios lay hidden in the sand, his face alight with glee as he laughed heartily. Ha! They've been stopped by the Guardian. The poisonous scorpion demon truly is a formidable foe of intermediate awakening. Even from this distance, I can sense that terrifying aura. These humans will have no choice but to comply with their tasks. Ha ha ha. Chapter 196, Strings of Destiny. As all beings awaken, the potential varies greatly, resulting in differing levels of awakening. Awakening is categorized into 4 tiers: primary, intermediate, advanced, and perfect awakening. The higher the awakening level, the greater the power gained thereafter. Despite Tarion and Shahila being of similar levels, an intermediate awakened Shahila can easily overpower a primary awakened Tarion. With this thought, Rios, who had been anxious, suddenly felt a surge of confidence. He fixed his gaze on Lu Chen, a smug smile curling his lips. With such a powerful guardian, I cannot believe this human would dare to act recklessly. Once Elios returns with the might of the 9 Heavens Palace, it will be your end. Even your divine pet will fall into our grasp. As Rios continued his soliloquy, Lu Chen, beneath the pillar of heaven, felt a slight tremor in his ears. and an overwhelming aura of killing intent surged around him. They have discovered me. I never anticipated that my careful concealment would be breached. With a subtle motion of his ears, Lu Chen swiftly pinpointed Ryoza's location. Realizing that the one spying on him must possess either B or even A-grade visual talents to perceive him from such a distance without detection. However, he did not foresee that his auditory talent had recently evolved to A-grade as well, and his listening range was equally formidable. Every word of Ryoza's murmuring had been captured by Lu Chen's keen hearing. Yet, despite knowing that his secret had been exposed, Lu Chen did not immediately pursue the voyeur. Instead, he approached Shahila with an air of calm determination. From what I just heard, it is evident that they will soon return with their so-called reinforcements to seize my companion. All I need to do is wait for them to walk into the trap. Nevertheless, before that, I must swiftly deal with this guardian before the situation escalates and jeopardizes my task's progress. With this in mind, Lu Chen raised his gaze. Locking eyes with the poisonous scorpion demon, a cold smile gracing his lips. As long as you live, we cannot ascend to the second level. Therefore, I shall end your existence. No sooner had the words left his mouth than Lu Chen's right arm suddenly twitched, and 3 invisible sound blades shot towards Shahila in an instant. You seek death. Shahila could never have anticipated that this diminutive level 25 being would dare to strike at her. Humph! Shahila roared. Her muscular form instantly enveloped in a layer of earthy yellow chitinous armor. Today, I shall demonstrate just how feeble your attack is against the powerful scorpion demon Shahila. As the sound blades hurtled towards her, Shahila's face was filled with disdain. Humph! My chitin can easily withstand attacks from level 50 bosses. How dare you? A mere level 25 evolver, lay a hand on me? Truly the height of arrogance. Yet, as the sound blades closed in, the disdain on Shahila's face abruptly froze, replaced by shock as 3 dull thuds echoed. A searing pain pierced her chest, and her mocking expression became one of disbelief. What is happening? Looking down, she was horrified to find 3 ghastly wounds, deep to the bone, gushing blood from her once proud and sturdy chest. Her chitinous armor, which she had always taken pride in, had been effortlessly torn asunder, offering no protection whatsoever. In that moment, Shahila's pupils constricted, her face a mask of terror. How could this be possible? Not even a level 50 evolver could breach my chitin. What manner of attack was that, so sharp? Before Shahila could react, Lu Chen gently tapped the ground with one foot, balancing his body in a graceful posture, his hands lightly resting upon an invisible ancient zither. Witnessing this, Shahila's complexion changed dramatically as she gasped in shock. An A-grade auditory skill? You have mastered the art of sound blades. In that instant, Shahila comprehended why her chitin had proven utterly defenseless. Sound blade attacks ignore physical defenses. Suddenly, Lu Chen's fingers danced with fervor, producing a series of cold, sharp notes that resonated like a chilling symphony. Invisible sonic blades surged forth like a tidal wave, cleaving through the air and leaving fissures in their wake. Swiftly aimed at the massive Shera. Time was of the essence. This Shera was evidently a boss-level creature with formidable defenses. Thus, Lu Chen held nothing back, unleashing his A-grade skill, strings resounding through the heavens, which disregarded physical barriers. Damn it! Shera roared, as its dual massive pincers shot up, interposing themselves before the onslaught. Thud! 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 A series of muffled impacts echoed as the resilient defense of its pincers was severed by the sonic blades, and in an instant, green ichor splattered forth. Feeling the excruciating pain emanating from its pincers, Shera clenched its teeth, silently vowing vengeance. Damn it! Though this sonic blade technique is powerful, the mental energy it consumes must be staggering. I intend to see just how many times a level 25 evolved being can sustain such an attack. Yet, the barrage of sonic blades continued unrelenting, and with a crisp snap, Shera's prideful pincers, renowned for their duality of offense and defense, were brutally cleaved asunder. Nevertheless, the relentless onslaught of sonic blades fell upon Shera like a torrential downpour, showing no sign of abating. Upon witnessing this, Shera's pupils constricted in panic, an uncontrollable dread flashing in its eyes. No, how can the intensity of this sonic blade attack not diminish? By all that is holy, how can this wretch possess such acute perception and boundless mental energy? It was well aware that the preceding barrage of sonic blades could have drained the entire mental energy reserve of a level 50 evolved being. Yet, before it stood Lu Chen, a mere level 25, who remained composed and unperturbed, showing no signs of mental exhaustion. At this moment, Lu Chen's perception soared to a staggering 280 points, augmented by the resonance of perception. The average four-dimensional attributes of a level 50 evolved being hover around 1200 points. In the face of the sonic blades that disregarded physical defenses, Shera dared not confront them head-on any longer. Its most formidable and robust pincers had already been shattered, Should it attempt to endure further, it would risk having its own head cleaved next. Damn it! Shara's visage contorted in fury, consumed by the indignation of being cornered by a mere level 25 insect. It bellowed, Chapter 197, Shara's combo technique. With a sudden flourish, its arms spread wide, and the sands around surged, coalescing into a formidable sandstorm. Shara's A-grade skill, Sand Sea Tempest. The sonic blades aimed at it slowed dramatically in the face of the storm's onslaught, while Shara adeptly maneuvered its limbs to evade the sonic blades, and then, shrouded by the swirling sands, vanished into the depths beneath its feet. Whoosh! The sandstorm expanded rapidly, engulfing Lu Chen in its embrace. The yellow sands cascaded down upon him, crashing with a cacophony, causing Lu Chen to furrow his brow, feeling his weight suddenly increase, as if enveloped by a haze of chaotic yellow. Within this turbulent sea of sand, his vision blurred, and his movements were hindered, while Shara's speed surged. At that moment, the sands beneath Lu Chen quaked violently. Suddenly, a thunderous roar erupted, scattering the sands, as Shara's gargantuan form burst forth, emerging as if from a cocoon. Its countenance twisted with malice. The muscles of its right arm bulged, coiling like serpents. The massive fist, akin to a small automobile, hurtled toward Lu Chen with a thunderous boom. In this moment, Lu Chen, standing at a height of 1.8 meters, appeared as insignificant as an ant before Shara's towering 15-meter frame. Shara gazed down upon Lu Chen, its eyes filled with mockery and malice. Huh, human, I concede that your previous attack possessed a degree of finesse. However, you remain merely human, frail and weak. Once I close the distance, your fate is sealed. You shall be ground into a pulp. With Shara's roar echoing through the air, Lu Chen's seemingly delicate hand slowly rose to meet the weighty fist that resembled a mountain. In an instant, Shara's fist collided with Lu Chen's palm. Bang! A deafening sound reverberated, as if the heavens themselves trembled in response. Where their contact occurred, a terrifying wave of energy erupted, cascading forth like a deluge and forming a horrific shockwave, akin to a colossal bomb detonating. The shockwave expanded with the force of a tempest, sweeping away the yellow sands and generating towering waves of sand. The sheer ferocity of the impact shattered the raging sandstorm. As if the entire world quaked in that singular moment. Shara's once menacing visage remained, but its eyes now betrayed an uncontainable shock. Its right arm, muscles taut and coiled like a dragon, trembled slightly, indicating that it had exerted all its might. Yet, despite its efforts, its fist was thwarted as if blocked by an invisible wall, unable to advance even a fraction further. This scene could only be interpreted in one way: the insect-like entity before it possessed strength that rivaled its own. As this realization dawned, Shara's heart constricted, nearly halting its rhythm. It could not fathom this reality. A mere level 25 evolved being managing to contend with a 53rd level boss, a being of intermediate awakening? Impossible. Wasn't it true that this creature had only arrived in the world of Tianyu less than 7 days ago? Had it consumed some elixir of immortality during that time? It had toiled for over 200 years to attain its current strength, and now, it was being told that an individual who had trained for less than a week was on par with it? How could such a thing be conceivable? At that moment, Lu Chen's right palm steadied against Shara's mountainous fist. His eyes narrowed slightly as he pondered inwardly. At approximately 12,000 points, Shara's strength astonishingly surpasses that of Tarion, who was at the 50th tier by over 3,000 points. During their previous encounter, Lu Chen discerned that Tarion's strength attribute was merely around 9,000 points. However, Shara is only 3 tiers above Tarion. How could there be such a disparity in strength? Both entities are boss templates and have undergone awakenings. Logically, with such a minimal difference in levels, their strengths should not diverge so drastically. Awakening. A sudden epiphany illuminated Lu Chen's mind as he recalled the information displayed on his panel. Shara possesses a mid-level awakening, while Tarion has only a basic awakening. Could this be the root of their attribute disparity? It is unexpected that a mere difference in the degree of awakening could lead to such a significant variation in attributes. It appears that the impact of awakening levels on strength is profound. I wonder what degree of awakening I will achieve and what enhancements I will receive. Nevertheless, those are matters for another time. I must first address the current battle. With this thought, Lu Chen's arm muscles tensed, radiant energy coursed through him, and the resonance of strength erupted in full force. Subsequently, bolstered by 14,605 points of power, Lu Chen's right palm began to exert pressure. Under Shara's incredulous gaze, his palm pressed against Shara's right fist, steadily yet resolutely advancing. In that moment, Shara felt the terrifying force emanating from the fist, causing a wave of despair to wash over him. How could this be? Brother, you stand less than 2 meters tall, while I tower at a full 15 meters. After all these years, how could your strength surpass that of a mere insignificant creature? Is there no justice? Is there no law? Look for yourself, Tianyu. Is this reasonable? Unwilling to concede his disadvantage in strength, Shara's 9 scorpion tails suddenly writhed, akin to 9 poised venomous dragons, extending their sharp stingers and launching a fierce assault upon Lu Chen from all directions. The venom contained within those scorpion tails could easily spell doom for any creature below the 50th tier. Lu Chen furrowed his brow, his figure flickering as he activated his teleportation skill. With a series of piercing sounds, the 9 scorpion tails pierced through the remnants of Lu Chen's illusion, plunging deeply into the desert and kicking up clouds of yellow sand. Does he possess spatial talents? Shara raised an eyebrow, then revealed a sinister grin. What of it? He then violently commanded his scorpion tails to inject copious amounts of venom into the yellow sand. In an instant, a wave of eerie green, emanating from the scorpion tails, surged outward at an astonishing speed. A-class skill, venom spreading. In the blink of an eye, the once yellow desert transformed into a terrifying expanse of green poison. Simultaneously, Shara manipulated the surrounding sandstorm, intensifying its ferocity and completely sealing off Lu Chen's escape route. Human, I am eager to see what actions you can take under my net of assaults, Shara sneered. The sandstorm obscured vision and blocked retreat, while the spreading venom aimed to poison the opponent. This was Shara's most prized combination technique. He had previously utilized this series of strikes to lethally poison foes whose strengths far exceeded his own. Kid, this combo is being deployed for the first time against an opponent below the 60th tier, Shara proclaimed with pride. Even in death, you shall have the honor of being a part of this. Chapter 198. The Wonders of Spatial Talents. Oh no, the captain is in danger. He cannot die? If he dies, he will turn into a wraith. Seeing the dire situation, Jack quickly turned to Yun Ting and said, Little Yun, our attacks likely won't penetrate this scorpion demon's defenses. How about this? You carry me to the top of its head, and we can execute a self-destruct maneuver. We will interrupt this scorpion's skills and give the captain a moment to breathe. However, Yun Ting shook his head, his voice low and somber. Senior Jack, this poison mire poses no threat to the master. Have you forgotten? The master has just absorbed the crystal being's talents. And how could a crystalline body be poisoned? Ah, the crystal, Jack exclaimed, slapping his forehead in frustration for having overlooked this detail. The little runt had already absorbed the crystal being's talents for the master. At this point, Jack glanced at Shara, who was exerting his skills with great fervor, and couldn't help but smirk with pity. This guardian is truly unfortunate to encounter our captain. As the two conversed, the poison mire rapidly spread beneath Lu Chen's feet. Should an ordinary 25th tier evolver come into contact, their feet would instantly succumb to the venom, their bodies dissolving into blood within mere seconds. Observing this, Shara erupted into a triumphant laugh. Ha, human, even if you possess boundless abilities, once you are tainted by my venom, there is no escape. However, just as Shara's laughter reached its peak, it abruptly faltered. Before him, Lu Chen's once flesh and blood form had transformed into a translucent, crystalline body. His venom could not penetrate this crystallized physique in the slightest. A-class talent, crystal avatar. How is this possible? Shara's eyes widened in disbelief. How did he turn into crystal? Isn't this kid supposed to be a sound-based talent user? Crystal, wait. This seems to be the talent of that Tarion fellow. How could this kid also possess it? Suddenly, a terrifying thought invaded Shara's mind. Tarion. Could it be that he was not neglectful in his duties, but rather felled by this mere 25th tier evolver? Moreover, his talent was seized by this youth through some means. That is why this evolver could enter the awakening tower with a mere 25th tier strength and possess Tarion's talents. Upon this realization, Shara felt a chill run down his spine. This youth was too uncanny. At just 25 levels, his combat prowess was astonishing, and he had mastery over multiple advanced talents and skills. Most critically, he seemed capable of seizing others' talents. No wonder. No wonder this kid bypassed the trial tasks and headed straight for the Pillar of Ascension. If I do not allow him passage, does he intend to slay me as well? With this thought, Shara's eyes twitched slightly, and his fighting spirit dissipated in an instant. This peculiar human was far too strange. It was not worth risking his life over the so-called rules for this anomaly. In the worst-case scenario, one could simply depart from the Tower of Awakening and cease to be a guardian. With this thought in mind, Shara cleared his throat and feigned composure, stating, Human, although you have not undertaken the trial task, you have now earned the recognition of the illustrious Scorpion Demon Shara. You may now ascend to the second level of the Tower of Awakening. However, upon hearing this, Lu Chen merely curled the corner of his mouth into a cold smile and retorted, You're allowing me passage now. It's too late. Huh. I am quite intrigued by your venomous avatar talent. With this thought, Lu Chen concentrated, and the ethereal ancient zither materialized before him once more. His hands swiftly plucked the strings, unleashing a melody brimming with a murderous intent. In an instant, countless sound blades surged forth like a tempest, cascading towards Shara. "You fool! Do you think those sound blades could harm me amidst the sandstorm?" Shara bellowed furiously. Indeed, the sound blades emitted by Lu Chen, hindered by the sandstorm, slowed considerably. Shara merely needed to lightly sway his scorpion tail to evade them effortlessly. Yet, just as Shara positioned himself to dodge, the multitude of sound blades abruptly vanished without a trace. Huh, what just happened? They've disappeared? Shara was momentarily taken aback, but in the next second, the entire array of sound blades reappeared before him. Damn! Shara's pupils constricted sharply. He had no time to react as the sound blades, imbued with a fierce momentum, ruthlessly sliced through his form. In a heartbeat, blood gushed forth, and fragments of his limbs flew as Shara's body was marred by dozens of deep gashes, with several scorpion tails and legs severed beneath him. Witnessing this scene, Lu Chen's eyes glimmered with delight. It worked. The spatial talent can indeed be synergized with other offensive skills. After witnessing the miniature world within the Tower of Awakening, Lu Chen had become obsessed with the development of his spatial abilities. After all, his A-grade spatial talent had merely achieved the basic application of teleportation, with its true potential yet to be fully realized. Lu Chen had attempted to tear apart space and condense spatial blades, but had repeatedly failed due to his insufficient understanding of the concept. However, just moments ago, when the sound blades slowed in the sandstorm and struggled to reach their target, an epiphany struck him. Since he could utilize his spatial talent for teleportation, could the attacks he initiated also be teleported? With this realization, Lu Chen, at the moment of unleashing the sound blades, attempted to teleport them directly before Shara. Thus, the sound blades bypassed the lengthy flight, erupting directly in front of Shara, thereby diminishing the attenuation of their power and catching Shara off guard, significantly enhancing the likelihood of a hit. Reflecting on this, a smile crept upon Lu Chen's lips as his right hand plucked the strings once more, initiating the melody of the heavens. The sound blades vanished yet again as they were unleashed. Not again. Shara's expression shifted dramatically, his gaze fixated on the empty space before him. The previous sound blades had appeared so abruptly that he had been unable to react. This time, I will not fall for it. Yet, just as he remained vigilant, a sudden disturbance emanated from behind him. A multitude of sound blades materialized from thin air, accompanied by the shrill sound of slicing air, fiercely targeting his back. In an instant, blood splattered as Shara's robust back was rendered a bloody mess. It is crucial to note that these sound blades bypassed physical defenses. Had it not been for Shara's high physical attributes, that barrage could have easily severed him in two. "Ah, you bastard, you bastard, you bastard." Shara howled in agony, his face contorted in rage. However, before he could react further, the deadly melody resounded once more. The strings reverberated, and in rapid succession, several sound blades seemingly sprang into existence at Shara's right side, aiming mercilessly for his neck. Shara's pupils dilated in terror as the breath of death washed over him. In that moment, he had no time to evade, instinctively raising his right arm to defend. Yet, the next second, the sound blades ravaged through, severing his sturdy right arm, which fell to the ground, drenched in blood. Chapter 199, The Thrill of Battle. Unable to contain oneself, how could this be happening? The formerly composed Leos stood frozen, his eyes glazed and mouth agape, utterly bewildered. The unfolding events had completely shattered his expectations. Faced with the guardian Shara's obstruction, this human not only acted recklessly but did so with overwhelming decisiveness, dominating Shara throughout the engagement. Was the disparity in levels truly of no consequence to him? Leos had initially believed that the mid-level awakened Shara, ranked 53 and embodying a boss template, would at least be able to contend evenly with this enigmatic human, even if he could not defeat him. Yet the reality was that Shara had been consistently on the receiving end, failing to mount even a single substantial counterattack. This was no ordinary mid-level awakened superboss. Even a coalition of dozens of level 50 evolvers would find it challenging to corner him to such a pitiful state. And yet, this mere level 25 human had managed to subdue Shara so thoroughly. What was even more alarming to Leos was the realization that this human had yet to unleash his full prowess. As this thought crossed his mind, a chill gripped Leos' heart, and an ominous premonition surged within him. What if the Lord of the Nine Heavens were to confront this human? Surely, he wouldn't be able to overcome him as well. As this idea took root, Leos shook his head vigorously, deeming it utterly absurd. The Lord of the Nine Heavens possessed a strength of level 60, an S-grade talent, and had achieved the pinnacle of high awakening. From any perspective, he could never be bested by a level 25 evolver. Yes, that must be it. I was merely frightening myself earlier. The Lord of the Nine Heavens could never lose to a level 25 evolver. As Leo sought to reassure himself, the battle beneath the Pillar of Heaven drew ever closer to its conclusion. At this moment, Shara was a sight of utter despair, his right arm severed. 9 scorpion tails completely chopped off, and his massive form marred by an array of wounds, varying in depth, each gash revealing bone beneath. Most horrifying of all, a third of his neck had been cleaved open, the stark whiteness of his cervical vertebrae faintly visible amidst the crimson flesh. The arrogance that once adorned Shara's visage had vanished, replaced by an unmistakable fear. Terrifying. It was utterly horrifying. In less than a minute, he had been reduced to such a pitiful state by the overwhelming onslaught of sound blades. Surely, this was not the nature of the sound blade technique that I am familiar with, which, while capable of bypassing physical defenses and inflicting dreadful harm, did not possess such grotesque efficiency. Others who wielded sound blades had at least a limited speed, allowing for the possibility of evasion. Yet this boy's sound blades? The very instant they were unleashed, they were already upon him, providing no opportunity for escape. Was this not akin to cheating? Even more infuriating was the fact that this boy possessed Tarian's crystallized avatar, rendering his poison ineffective against him. In that moment, Shara loathed Tarian with all his being. Were it not for that wretched creature granting Lu Chen the crystal ability, he would not find himself in such a passive predicament. Tarian, is it my fault you are weak? Just then, the ominous sound of the strings echoed once more. Shara instantly sensed an imminent threat surrounding him, as if, in the next heartbeat, his neck would be severed by a lethal blade, the shadow of death enveloping him entirely. Flee. He must escape. Otherwise, he would surely meet his end. Shara's mind raced as his limbs frantically dug into the yellow sand, attempting to burrow beneath its surface for concealment. However, the once soft sand, like flowing water, had now hardened like iron, and despite his desperate efforts, he found himself unable to make any progress. How could this be? In shock, Shara's gaze darted towards Lu Chen. There stood Lu Chen like a towering mountain, his feet planted firmly, as a golden hue emanated from the surrounding sands. An earth-based ability, the might of mountains? Is it you? Shara was engulfed in terror. It is indeed me, Lu Chen replied with an expression of calmness. And with a mere thought, several sound blades materialized behind Shara, followed by a dull thud as Shara's enormous head was severed from his body. The guardian of the blazing sand sea had thus fallen. In an instant, an overwhelming surge of life energy emanated from Shara's remains, rushing towards Lu Chen and the small creature behind him. Ding! Killed the guardian of the blazing sand sea, Scorpion Demon Shara, level 53 boss, intermediate awakening, gained 26,700. 000 life energy points. You have leveled up to level 26. Current level, 26, 4, 170, 00011, 000. Strength 40, Agility 40, Constitution 40, Perception 40. Free attributes 20. Gurgle, gurgle. After absorbing half of the life energy, the small creature also successfully leveled up alongside Lu Chen. Current level, 22, 4, 170, 001, 000. Oh, Captain, you are incredible. Upon witnessing the end of the battle, Jack rushed over with uncontainable excitement. Did you really just shoot that giant scorpion to death with sound blades? I reckon that even if it stood still while Yun Ting and I attacked, we might not be able to bring it down. However, in the face of Jack's rapid-fire remarks, Lu Chen suddenly felt his legs weaken, swaying unsteadily. Master, Yun Ting, quick to react, stepped forward to steady him, concern etched on his face. Jack, what is wrong with the master? Gurgle. The small creature in the bag sensed Lu Chen's unusual state and anxiously wriggled out, coiling around Lu Chen's neck, gently pressing its tendrils against his temples with a heart full of concern. Headache. The creature felt its master was in pain and was deeply distressed. Jack, noticing this, immediately quelled his excitement, stroking his chin in contemplation. It seems, Captain, that you have exhausted your mental energy, having followed you for so long. This is the first time I've seen your mental energy run low. I always believed it was boundless. Lu Chen cast a pale glare at Jack. I am not a deity. My mental energy is merely slightly superior to that of an ordinary person. Excessive consumption will lead to exhaustion. As he spoke, Lu Chen slowly sank to the ground with Yun Ting's assistance. Feeling the excruciating pain in his mind, he forced a bitter smile and shook his head. The combination of the Nine Heavens string and teleportation was exhilarating to use. Its attack power was formidable, making it difficult for enemies to evade. Yet the consumption of mental energy was truly staggering. Even with over 12,000 points of perception from the resonance, during the battle with Shara, he had been too focused on a swift resolution and inadvertently drained his mental energy. Chapter 200. 10,000 units of golden pattern fur, striking gold. This was the first instance since Lu Chen traversed to the world of Tianyu that he had exhausted his mental energy. After a brief rest, Lu Chen embraced the creature, gently reassuring, "Do not worry. It is merely mental exhaustion. I will recover in a few hours." Gurgle. "Ah, Captain. This is not something that can be resolved in just a few hours. Mental exhaustion typically requires at least 12 hours to regain combat effectiveness." Jack stomped his foot in frustration, his brow furrowing. "If this is the case, we may not have enough time." Hearing this, Lu Chen could only shake his head, letting out a bitter smile. "I initially thought that time was of the essence and aimed to quickly eliminate Shara to complete the task. Little did I expect that in my haste, I ended up wasting even more time. Truly, haste makes waste. Master, I can fly. Perhaps I should scout ahead to find where the teleportation array in that sea area is located," Yun Ting suggested. "Not yet. The creatures in the Awakening Tower are far too high level. Even with the boss template, you and Jack would struggle here. I need to recover first, and then we will ascend together." Lu Chen closed his eyes and spoke calmly. Upon hearing this, a flicker of guilt crossed Yun Ting's face as he lowered his head and said, "Master, it is my inadequacy. Had I been stronger, I could have assisted you further. You both are already exceptional among your peers. However, here, one must be level 50 to explore, so it is only natural for you to feel overwhelmed." Lu Chen closed his eyes and responded with a tranquil demeanor. However, his master had only reached level 26, yet was capable of effortlessly slaying guardians. While he struggled against an ordinary sand scorpion, Yun Ting clenched his fists tightly, his eyes filled with resentment. The rate at which Lu Chen's strength was escalating was astonishing. So much so that it instilled fear within Yun Ting. Though he himself possessed a boss template, much envied by others, he still felt that he could hardly compare to Lu Chen. "Oh, little Yun, don't compare yourself to the captain," Jack interjected, picking his nose nonchalantly. "The captain has that little dumpling as a cheat. Comparing ourselves to him is merely inviting disappointment. We should focus on finding some materials or potions that can enhance our attributes while we're at the Awakening Tower. Then we can complete a high-level awakening here. And at that point, we should be able to assist the captain." Just as Lu Chen was in the midst of recuperating and restoring his mental strength, he suddenly snapped his eyes open at Jack's words. "Potions. Indeed, after the upgrade, the fleet shop should have new stock. I wonder if there are any suitable potions available?" With that thought, Lu Chen quickly opened the fleet shop interface of the Abyss. As expected, the shop had been completely revitalized, featuring several new categories. 1. Potions. 2. Equipment. 3. Materials. 4. Special items. Upon seeing the potions category, Lu Chen's eyes sparkled with excitement. This is it. He swiftly opened the category and found several potions displayed before him. Ocean Essence Body Strengthening Elixir, Bronze Beginner, a potion refined from deep sea essence. With a rich hue, consuming it permanently increases one's constitution by 10 points. A highly precious potion, but each individual may only consume 3 bottles. Contribution points required for exchange, 300 points. Wind Spirit Swift Elixir, Bronze Beginner. Harvested from the howling sea winds and meticulously crafted by alchemists, imbued with the lightness of wind elements. Consuming it permanently increases agility by 10 points. Though only the first 3 bottles are effective, the permanently increased attributes are invaluable. Contribution points required for exchange, 300 points. All the displayed items were potions capable of permanently enhancing attributes. Such items might be regarded as priceless treasures by other evolvers, yet to Lu Chen, they were akin to mere trinkets. This was because these potions were not only exorbitantly priced, but a bronze beginner potion equated to the cost of a silver beginner weapon. Furthermore, their effects were rather unimpressive, merely boosting attributes by 10 points, with a limit of 3 consumptions. In comparison to the abilities of the dumpling, they were hardly worth mentioning. It was important to note that the dumpling could effortlessly absorb the remains of a level 20 sea beast, yielding an increase of over 20 points in attributes, not to mention the potential to acquire talents. Lu Chen shook his head, his gaze continuing to scan downward. Suddenly, an item caught his attention. Calming Seaweed Elixir, Bronze Beginner, derived from seaweed found in tranquil deep-sea waters, boasting a verdant hue and a pleasant aroma. Consuming it restores mental strength. Indeed, this is the renowned Blue Potion. However, don't even think about using it in battle, as the potion becomes ineffective if the user's breath is unsteady. Contribution points required for exchange, 300 points. A potion that restores mental strength? Was this not precisely what he urgently needed? Excellent. Just as Lu Chen intended to make the exchange, he discovered that he had only 50 contribution points remaining. His contribution points were insufficient. However, Yang Zimo and the others must have plundered considerable resources on Naga Island, which should yield a substantial amount of contribution points. With this thought in mind, Lu Chen swiftly opened the fleet's warehouse. Before him lay a mountain of timber, alongside a plethora of iron, ore, copper, or beast hides, magic stones, and various grades of sea beast cores, not to mention a massive two-masted escort ship. It appeared that the Abyss had accumulated quite a wealth of resources during this time. We have indeed amassed a considerable bounty, Lu Chen murmured to himself. Then promptly accessed the panel for the most abundant item in the warehouse, timber. Golden vein cedar 10,000, black iron advanced, a mid-grade timber adorned with golden streaks, making it an exceptional material for constructing and upgrading ships. Mid-grade timber is quite valuable. If you discover a grove of golden vein cedars, congratulations. You've struck gold. Golden vein cedar, mid-grade timber? A glimmer of light flashed in Lu Chen's eyes. This was a crucial material needed for upgrading ships. A strategic resource indeed. He had not anticipated that the warehouse would contain over 10,000 units. Undoubtedly, this was the spoils of war acquired by Yang Zimo and others after the fall of the Naga royal court. Over 10,000 units of black iron advanced timber represented an immense fortune. Although considerable effort had been expended in defeating the Naga king, the rewards now appeared exceedingly bountiful. While mid-grade timber was indeed a strategic resource that should be stored, there was no need for a full 10,000 units. After a moment of contemplation, Lu Chen decisively resolved to exchange 5,000 units of golden vein cedar for contribution points. Beep. Consuming 5,000 units of golden vein cedar, black iron advanced, to exchange for contribution points, 35,000 points added. Current contribution points, 15,050 points. Gazing at the soaring contribution points, Lu Chen felt a surge of joy. War truly was the fastest avenue to wealth. By vanquishing a small advanced faction, the plundered 10,000 units of golden vein cedar could be converted into a staggering 30,000 contribution points. Chapter 201, Major Upgrade for the Abyss. With ample contribution points at his disposal, Lu Chen wasted no time in spending 3,000 points to purchase 10 bottles of calming seaweed elixir from the fleet shop. Moments later, 10 bottles of emerald green potions appeared before him. Lu Chen opened one bottle and drank it in one gulp. The potion entered his mouth cool and salty, instantly refreshing his mind. The intense headache caused by the overexertion of his mental strength was swiftly alleviated, and his previously drained mental energy surged forth like a spring, rapidly replenishing itself. Indeed, this is a fine product, Lu Chen praised, noting that at this rate, he would be able to regain his combat effectiveness within an hour. Afterward, he checked his remaining contribution points, which stood at 12050. Lu Chen decided to continue browsing other items to see if there was anything else worthwhile to exchange. He glanced around, bypassing the equipment and materials categories, and directly clicked on the special items category. He recalled that the Sea Spirit Pearl, which could upgrade a ship's talents, was classified as a special item. With this fleet upgrade, he wondered what new treasures might have been added. As the page slowly opened, the special items did not boast the same dazzling array as the potions. Only 2 items stood prominently before him. 1. Hylon Spirit Pearl, special item. A mystical pearl formed from the tears of ancient gods, capable of enabling C-grade and below ship talents to evolve. A super rare treasure. Buy it, buy it, buy it. Of course, ensure you have enough contribution points. Contribution points required for exchange, 500. 2. Hylon Divine Crystal, special item. An evolved version of the Hylon Spirit Pearl. Crystallized from the tears of ancient gods, imbued with purer and more potent divine power, allowing B-grade and below ship talents to evolve. Acquiring this item is the greatest advantage in building a fleet. As for the price, you know what I mean. Contribution points required for exchange, 5,000. Upon beholding the Hylon Divine Crystal, Lu Chen's heart trembled with excitement. Indeed, after upgrading the fleet, treasures that could elevate ship talents to A-grade were now attainable. It is worth noting that the previously purchased Hylon Spirit Pearl could only enhance ship talents to B-grade. However, upon observing the exorbitant price of the Hylon Divine Crystal, Lu Chen's eyelid twitched involuntarily. 5,000 points. How outrageously expensive. Alas, it seems that good things do not come cheap. Nevertheless, regardless of the cost, it must be procured. After all, in the vast ocean, ships are of paramount importance, and A-grade ship talents can significantly bolster combat prowess. Ding. Consuming 10,000 contribution points to exchange for 2 Hylon Divine Crystals, special item. Current remaining contribution points, 2050. Ding. Consuming 1,500 contribution points to exchange for 3 Hylon Spirit Pearls, special item. Current remaining contribution points, 550. Accompanied by a series of notification sounds, Lu Chen's freshly acquired 15,000 contribution points, barely warmed in his grasp, were instantly squandered. Subsequently, Lu Chen accessed the fleet warehouse, where the eerie, pitch-black phantom ship loomed ominously, shrouded in a mysterious black mist. Prior to the trio's descent, Lu Chen had already secured the phantom ship within the fleet warehouse. Upon opening the phantom ship's panel, The talent section displayed. Talent: Phantom Vessel, B grade. Enhanced Guardian Barrier, B grade. Night Submersion, B. Ecological Symbiosis, D grade. Gale, C grade. From this day forth, the Phantom ship would no longer possess talents of B grade or lower. Lu Chen exerted a slight pressure with his right hand, instantly shattering 3 Hylon Spirit Pearls. He chose to upgrade Ecological Symbiosis and Gale to B grade. Ding! The D grade ship talent, Ecological Symbiosis, of the Phantom ship is evolving. Successfully evolved to C grade talent. Ecological Symbiosis Halo, continuing to evolve. Successfully evolved to B grade talent. Ecological Symbiosis Domain. Evolving from D grade to B grade requires consuming 2 Hylon Spirit Pearls. Ding! The C grade ship talent, Gale, of the Phantom ship is evolving. Successfully evolved to B grade talent. Gale's Swift Charge. Current talents: Phantom Vessel, B grade. Enhanced Guardian Barrier, B grade. Night Submersion, B. Ecological Symbiosis Domain, B grade. Gale's Swift Charge, B grade. Lu Chen surveyed the panel of the Phantom ship, nodding in satisfaction. This once humble wooden boat had now evolved into a formidable and terrifying force. However, a dilemma soon arose. The Phantom ship now boasted 5 B-grade talents. Yet only 2 Hylon Divine Crystals were at his disposal. Which talents should be upgraded? Lu Chen first contemplated the Phantom Vessel talent. This ability would allow the Phantom ship to become a ghost ship, possessing the power to manipulate corpses. While the capability was impressive, it was ultimately a curse. Who could predict the potential side effects of upgrading? Thus, the Phantom Vessel was swiftly dismissed. Next came the Enhanced Guardian Barrier talent. Remarkably, this talent had previously enabled the Phantom ship, a mere single-masted vessel, to withstand 2 volleys from the double-masted frigate Lingxiao. Truly impressive. The existence of this talent significantly elevated the Phantom ship's survival capabilities at sea. Indeed, the Enhanced Guardian Barrier would be the first to evolve. Lu Chen's gaze then lingered on the remaining 3 talents, a hint of indecision flickering in his eyes. All 3 talents were undeniably useful. Yet as he recalled the trio's descent into the depths of the sea in search of the Awakening Tower, a resolution began to form in his mind. Although the Night Submersion talent offered invisibility and submersion capabilities, its low level resulted in a brief duration for both effects. This was also the reason Lu Chen had not directly utilized the Phantom ship for submersion earlier. As levels increased, underwater operations would undoubtedly become more frequent, making the importance of this talent's level increasingly critical. With his mind made up, Lu Chen decisively utilized the Hylon Divine Crystals for an upgrade. Ding! The B-grade ship talent, Enhanced Guardian Barrier, of the Phantom ship is evolving. Successfully evolved to A-grade talent, Indestructible Guardian Barrier. Indestructible Guardian Barrier, A-grade talent, significantly enhances the shield, forming a sturdier barrier capable of withstanding more formidable attacks. I'll let you have 3 shots first. Ding! The B-grade ship talent, Night Submersion, of the Phantom ship is evolving. Successfully evolved to A-grade talent, Enhanced Night Submersion. Enhanced Night Submersion, A-grade talent. The ship possesses a far more powerful invisibility and submersion capability. Wow, an invisible submarine. Excellent. With this, the Phantom ship now possessed 2 A-grade talents. Lu Chen nodded in satisfaction as he listened to the notifications chiming in his ears. Following the comprehensive evolution of its talents, the Phantom ship had truly ascended to a boss-level existence among ships of the same tier. Unfortunately, being within the Awakening Tower, he was unable to test the true power of the Phantom ship's upgraded talents. Chapter 202, Frost Wyvern, Golden Weapon. Just then, the little creature, Tuanzi, crawled over, its tiny tentacles gently resting on Lu Chen's hand. In an instant, a surge of energy flooded into Lu Chen's body. Ding! Successfully absorbed the Scorpion Demon Shara, Intermediate Awakening. 53rd Tier Boss. You have acquired the A-grade talent, Venom Incarnation, increasing your constitution by 159 points. Ding! Successfully absorbed Giant Sand Scorpion 2, 45th Tier. You have acquired the C-grade talent, Venom Manipulation, increasing your strength by 492 points. Current 4-dimensional attributes: Strength, 3056. Agility, 2670. Constitution, 3034. Perception, 2496. Wow, Tuanzi finished the task so quickly? Impressive. Lu Chen affectionately patted Tuanzi, then turned his gaze to his attribute panel, noting that both strength and constitution had surpassed the 3000 mark. Reflecting on his initial arrival in the world of Tianyu, where his legs had withered and he was on the brink of death, with strength and constitution merely at a pitiful 1 point, it was astonishing that in just over 6 days, he had evolved to such a formidable degree. If I were to return to Blue Star now, this strength should suffice to elevate me to the status of a superhero, wouldn't it? A subtle smile graced Lu Chen's lips. Sensing that the mental energy within his mind had recovered significantly, he stood up resolutely and declared, "Let us proceed to the second floor." Gug. Tawanzi obediently responded, promptly sliding into the backpack behind Lu Chen. Tawanzi was exceedingly well-behaved, always hiding away during Lu Chen's movements or battles, ensuring that no trouble was brought to his master. "Master, this towering pillar lacks stairs. Allow me to carry you aloft," Yun Ting suggested. "No need. You can carry Jack. I have my own means," Lu Chen replied, and with a thought, 8 pale, skeletal limbs sprang forth from his back. He then ascended the robust pillar with the agility of a spider. "Well, fine," Yun Ting said helplessly, casting a glance at Jack, who was adorned in decaying flesh and winking playfully at him, his expression somewhat stiff. "Come on, little Yun. Uncle Jack is fond of you," Jack teased. As they climbed higher, the temperature around them plummeted sharply, and frost began to crystallize upon Lu Chen's eyelashes. Below them, the desert unfurled like a diminutive painting, revealing that they were indeed at an extraordinary altitude. Suddenly, the scenery around them shifted rapidly, and in the next moment, Lu Chen found himself immersed in a frigid, snow-laden white world. "Ding, you have entered the second layer of the awakening tower in the 8th district, the extreme cold ice field." "Huh." A fierce gust of icy wind, laced with a bone-chilling chill, assaulted Lu Chen, causing his brow to involuntarily furrow. So cold. If the first layer was characterized by scorching dryness, the second layer was defined by piercing cold. Goodness, is the contrast between this second layer and the first layer truly so stark? Jack exclaimed, brushing the frost off his hat, his face reflecting astonishment. "Ding, quest activated. Trial of the extreme cold ice field. Notice, brave evolver. Your entrance into the second layer of the awakening tower marks you as a standout among this year's competition of myriad races. Deep within the extreme cold ice field lies a temple of transference, where the world map can be unlocked and the sea area teleportation arrays can be activated. More importantly, it contains the teleportation array leading to the third layer of the awakening tower, where one can embark on the long-desired awakening. However, to access the temple of transference, you must first complete the trial and earn the recognition of the guardian of the extreme cold ice field, the frost giant Eska." Quest description. Upon the activation of the trial, Lu Chen cast a fleeting glance at the quest introduction, dismissing it without a second thought, closing the panel. "What trial? I've never participated in such things before, nor will I in the future. Captain, shall we seek out Eska directly?" Jack inquired, raising an eyebrow. "I hope Eska possesses some wisdom. Otherwise, the guardian of this second layer may soon find themselves replaced." Just then, Lu Chen's ears twitched slightly, and a faint sound of dragon roars drifted into his hearing. Dragon roars? Could it be the frost wyvern that Tarion mentioned? This could lead me to my weapon. With that thought, a playful smile curled at the corners of Lu Chen's mouth. No rush. There are still more intriguing matters awaiting our attention. Deep within the howling winds of the extreme cold ice field, a 20-meter-long frost wyvern, entirely snow-white, was presently covered in gruesome wounds. Its robust limbs flailed desperately, eyes filled with terror as it fled frantically, leaving a long trail of blood in its wake. Wyverns are not dragons and cannot fly. Hot on its heels were 5 formidable individuals of varying stature. "Hurry, Lyona, this beast is too swift. It's about to exceed my earth elemental control range. Once it burrows into the ice, finding it again will become exceedingly difficult." A tall, bull-headed man with peculiar markings on his face shouted anxiously. A faint earthy glow emanated from his hooves, hardening the surrounding ice like iron. "Do not fret." Tager, a slender woman of the light-eyed race, calmly replied. It was Lyona, previously mentioned by Leos and Ilas. "The prey I set my sights on has never escaped." With a cold smirk, Lyona's beautiful eyes suddenly shimmered with light. With a surge of energy, her cascading blue hair flowed in the wind. Instantly, a terrifying laser shot forth from her eyes. Just as the frost wyvern was about to escape the range of earth elemental magic, teetering on the brink of freedom, a laser pierced through its massive head. Roar! The frost wyvern let out a mournful cry, its legs buckling as it collapsed to the ground, barely clinging to life. Ha ha! Lyona truly is a once-in-a-century genius of the light-eyed race. This divine punishment of light is formidable, a level 50 frost wyvern boss. Defeating it is sure to yield valuable spoils. However, this colossus was indeed challenging. It took us 5 of us quite a while to bring it down. After all, it is a level 50 boss. Although it hasn't awakened, its power is still astonishing. If not for Lyona, we might have ended up accomplishing nothing. As the frost wyvern fell, joy spread across Lyona's teammates' faces. Observing this, Lyona's lips curled into a smug smile, her expression brimming with pride. Slaying a level 50 boss-grade beast was enough to make her proud in this sea region. However, at that moment, a sharp sound of slicing air suddenly rang out. Following that, a pale-boned spear shot forth like lightning, ruthlessly penetrating the head of the prostrate Frost Wyvern. With a dull thud, brain matter splattered instantaneously, and the already near-death Frost Wyvern was swiftly dispatched. Chapter 203, 5 Bosses, Fortune Awaits. Who goes there? Leona frowned. Before her stood a tall figure, eyes resembling deep-set stars, who had appeared in an instant above the Frost Wyvern's head. Teleportation? A space elemental talent? Could it be someone here to snatch our spoils? Yet, there were no renowned space elemental powerhouses in this sea region. Leona's brow furrowed even tighter, her face a mask of suspicion. No, Leona, he is not from this world. The bull-headed man Tager, his eyes sharp, intoned gravely. Not from this world. Could he be an evolver participating in the competition of myriad races? The thought sent a jolt through Leona's heart. The grand contest among the myriad races had commenced for less than a week. Yet this individual had swiftly ascended to the second level of the Awakening Tower. This signified that his level had reached at least 50. Achieving such a feat in just 6 days. Only an evolutionist from a higher realm could accomplish this. At that moment, under the watchful gazes of Leona and her 4 companions, a rich and pure essence of life surged forth from the carcass of the Frost Wyvern. Absorbed by the ebony-eyed youth. To be able to absorb life energy, truly, he was an evolutionist. Leona's heart tightened, her beautiful eyes fixated on this unexpected intruder. If an evolutionist from a higher world had indeed infiltrated this sea region, then the Luminescent clan would be in peril. No, not just them. All creatures in this domain would become prey for the evolutionists seeking to harvest life energy. However, as Leona gradually attuned herself to the essence of the evolutionist before her, the gravity on her face dissipated, replaced by a sense of relief. Phew, she thought, I was overthinking it. He is merely a 26th tier evolutionist from a lower world. Notification, you have slain the Frost Wyvern, level 50 boss, gaining 3 from million points of life energy. Current level, 26, 5, 87 million, 11 million. Lu Chen felt the surging energy within him, stretching his neck with satisfaction. These natives were indeed generous, bestowing upon him a substantial gift right from the outset. Although the Frost Wyvern had not awakened, its contribution of 3 for million points of life energy was still quite considerable. Subsequently, Lu Chen grasped the wyvern's horn, and with a powerful twist, it snapped with a crisp crack. In the ensuing golden radiance, the horn gradually transformed into a magnificent longsword of pure ice blue. Notification, congratulations, you have acquired the weapon, Ice Dragon's Lament. Ice Dragon's Lament, Gold Tier. A legendary sword forged from millennia-old ice and ancient dragon souls. The blade is ice blue, emanating a chilling aura, with dragon-shaped patterns faintly visible along the edge, as if one could hear the sound of a dragon's roar. When used in conjunction with ice-based talents, this sword will allow you to unleash an overwhelming frost that can freeze vast expanses with a single swing. While wielding this sword, the power of ice-based talents is enhanced by 200. Lu Chen tightly gripped the cold and weighty hilt, a spark of joy flashing in his eyes. What a splendid sword. In terms of sharpness and resilience, it far surpassed his former hard erosion blade, not to mention the substantial 200-point boost to his ice-based talent. A gold-tier weapon, truly deserving of its reputation for being formidable. Leona, Tager, and the other 3 gazed greedily at the golden glow shimmering on the Ice Dragon's Lament. A gold-tier weapon. How extraordinary. Ha ha, we struck gold. I told you, slaying this wyvern would yield remarkable treasures. Heh, acquiring this sword makes our trip to the Awakening Tower worthwhile. But don't celebrate too soon. The sword is still in the hands of that evolutionist, Leona cautioned, her gaze shifting to Lu Chen with a serious tone. Oh ho ho ho. A woman entwined with flowers, her figure graceful, Fiora chuckled softly. Leona. He is merely a 26th tier little fellow. Does he truly warrant your special mention? As Fiora spoke, her eyes sparkled with allure, and with a playful laugh, she added, but, little brother, you are rather handsome. Just obediently hand over the sword to your sister, and I shall let you enjoy yourself first before sending you on your way. Fiora, you flirtatious vixen, do you not realize that your opponent is an evolutionist participating in the grand contest of races? Are you not afraid he might retaliate in bed? Elven man Elven, with a striking visage and long pointed ears, rolled his eyes in exasperation. Ha ha ha, you all are truly debating this. He is but a mere insect who somehow slipped into the Awakening Tower. Just slay him. No need for excessive chatter, snarled the bloodthirsty wolfman, Ragnar, licking his lips with a gleam of bloodlust in his eyes. Clearly, these 5 regarded Lu Chen as insignificant, dismissing him as a trivial presence. Upon hearing their words, Lu Chen flicked his wrist, causing the Ice Dragon's Lament to flourish with a dazzling display, its blade like lightning, aimed directly at the 5. A cold smile crept across his lips. a 50th level A-rank Earth-type Minotaur boss, a 48th level A-rank Strength-type Wolfman boss, a 49th level A-rank Agility-type Elven boss, a 47th level A-rank Plant-type Spirit boss, and a 50th level A-rank Vision-type Luminescent Eye boss. 5 bosses, all possessing A-rank talents. Among them, for talents were ones he did not possess. This was a windfall. The quality of monsters within the Awakening Tower was unexpectedly high. Should he slay them all and allow his companion to absorb their essences, he would instantly acquire 4 additional A-rank talents. With this thought, Lu Chen's fighting spirit ignited fiercely. "Do you covet this sword?" Lu Chen inquired coldly, his smile growing more pronounced. "Then let us see if you possess the life to claim it." "Oh ho! You truly are a fool who won't shed tears until you see the coffin." Ragnar scoffed at the audacity of this mere 26th tier insect attempting to resist. With elongated claws sprouting from his hands, he prepared to advance and shred Lu Chen to pieces, eager to demonstrate the terror of a 48th level boss. However, Minotaur Tager interjected. "Ragnar, slaying this evolutionist would greatly benefit us, more than years of arduous training. Leona played a crucial role in the previous battle. Let her handle this evolutionist." Upon hearing this, Ragnar's face flickered with regret, yet he retracted his claws, crossing his arms, and nodded. "Very well. Then this fellow is yours to deal with, Leona." The other 3 voiced no objections, evidently in agreement with Tager's proposal. Seeing this, Leona's lips curled into a gentle smile, her beauty captivating. "Since everyone is willing to grant me this opportunity, I shall graciously accept it." With that, she lightly tossed her flowing blue hair and prepared to launch her attack. However, just as Leona was about to make her move, she suddenly spotted a familiar figure racing toward her at great speed. The individual was wildly waving their arms, their face etched with terror. "Brother?" Leona's heart skipped a beat, her expression filled with disbelief. "Leona!" Leos sprinted toward her, breathless, as if his lungs were about to burst. Just moments ago, when he witnessed Leona preparing to strike at Lu Chen, his heart nearly ceased to beat from fear. After all, that was a being capable of effortlessly slaying Awaken-level foes. Although Leona was a 50th tier boss, in the presence of that individual, Leos was certain she would not withstand 3 moves. The consequences of any engagement would be dire. Fortunately, there was still time to salvage the situation. "Liliona, our mother has called us home for dinner. Stop fighting and come back with me. The food will get cold." Gasping for breath, Leos seized his sister's hand, intent on pulling her away. The surrounding Tagore and others, upon hearing this, nearly stumbled in disbelief. "Brother, you rushed over in such a frenzy. And we thought something monumental was afoot, yet it turns out your mother is merely summoning you for dinner? What is going on?" Leona was momentarily taken aback and protested. "Brother, this human has stolen our golden tier weapon. I must slay him and retrieve it before returning." "Be good. Listen to your brother. It is merely a golden tier weapon. We do not covet it. Let them have it, and allow those 4 to share it," Leos insisted, casting desperate glances at Leona. "For heaven's sake, come with me. That is a harbinger of death accompanied by a divine pet. That creature can absorb talents and attributes. If we do not leave now, we may never escape." Leona, astute and perceptive, noticed her brother's frantic gestures and immediately perceived the gravity of the situation. Although she could not fathom why her brother was in such a state of agitation, she trusted that he would never lead her astray. "All right," she acquiesced after a moment's contemplation, turning to Tagore and the others. "Then, you can handle these spoils. We of the Light Eye clan shall not partake. Farewell." "Oh ho ho ho," Fiona giggled, her tone laced with provocation. "Sister Leona, you are forsaking the treasure you have obtained. Could it be that you are terrified of this mere 26th tier human?" "Hee hee, the Light Eye clan is not naive. Although this human is only 26th tier, the fact that he has entered the Awakening Tower and completed the trials to reach the 2nd level indicates he is not to be underestimated." Ragnar fixated his crimson gaze on Lu Chen, akin to a predator eyeing its prey, and grinned wickedly. "Yet, even if he possesses some strength, he cannot possibly contend with the 5 of us. Leona, your courage is woefully lacking." The elven slowly drew an arrow from his quiver and calmly remarked, "Indeed, Leona, caution is prudent. This human's early arrival here suggests he is a prodigy from their lower world, undoubtedly possessing some skill. However, even so, constrained by his 26th level status, he cannot possibly match the might of the 5 of us." The Minotaur Tagore also chimed in. "Precisely, each of us is a top-tier expert from our respective clans. Together, we could dispatch a 20-something tier evolver with the ease of crushing an ant." "Silence!" Leos snapped at the Minotaur, his eyes ablaze with fury. This accursed beast had nearly led Leona to her doom moments ago, and now he dared to speak. "Ladies and gentlemen, we of the Light Eye clan indeed have pressing matters. We shall not accompany you in the exploration of the Awakening Tower." With that, Leos grasped Leona's hand, and turned to depart. However, after taking just 2 steps, a high-pitched voice suddenly rang out. "Oh, our captain has not granted you permission to leave. It would be wise to remain here. There is no rush to return home for dinner." Laos's pupils constricted as he beheld a decaying undead clad in tattered captain's garb and a triangular hat, blocking his path with a provocative glare. Simultaneously, a winged creature with jet-black wings hovered above, coldly surveying him. At this sight, Laos's heart raced. It was the 2 undead minions of that humanoid monstrosity. This was it. They were targeted. "Oh no." Leona, noticing her brother's anxious demeanor, whispered, "Brother, they are merely 2 undead of over 20 tiers. They cannot stop us. Shall we charge through?" "No. Wait." Laos shook his head vehemently. To strike now would inevitably attract the attention of that harbinger of death. It would be more prudent to wait until they engaged in conflict and then escape amidst the chaos. Leona nodded, her gaze shifting back to Lu Chen, who stood atop the frost dragon. This 20-something tier evolver appeared quite ordinary. Why was her brother so tense? Lu Chen, observing Laos's anxious expression, smirked and taunted. "You seemed quite invested before. Why the sudden haste to leave? Why not linger a while longer?" As he spoke, Lu Chen's sword swept across the crowd, his tone growing frigid. "Take a good look at how you all became part of my strength." Upon hearing Lu Chen's words, Ragnar and his companions exchanged cold smirks, deeming his arrogance laughable. Did this boy truly believe he could retain them all? He is but a frog in a well. Blissfully unaware that there are greater depths beyond his own realm, Fiona chimed in. "Oh, how I adore the bravado of this little brother. I find it quite charming. Soon, I shall use your corpse to cultivate flowers, and the blossoms shall be extraordinarily vibrant." In the midst of this tense atmosphere, a pair of eyes flickered in and out of sight amidst the howling cold winds, sparkling with an eager light. He was none other than the guardian of the frigid plains, the frost giant Askar. How intriguing, truly intriguing. I have been utterly bored in this awakening tower. And to encounter such an interesting evolver amidst the myriad races is a delightful surprise. Askar concealed himself within the icy winds, scrutinizing Lu Chen. How could a mere 26th level being evade Tarion and Shara? Did he possess high-grade equipment that concealed his presence? Askar shook his head, unable to comprehend how a 26th tier evolver could have arrived at this point. However, it was unwise for this human to engage in a confrontation with formidable adversaries for the sake of a sword instead of completing his mission and entering the Transcendent Sanctuary. With a sigh, Askar concluded that this human evolver would likely meet his demise, and his own Transcendent Sanctuary would have to wait a while longer. Since the Light Eye clan is unwilling, we shall not press the matter. With one less share of this golden tier weapon, our portion shall be greater. The jackal wolf Ragnar licked his sharp claws, a sinister grin spreading across his face. This individual is certainly not simple. We must strike together to avoid any mishaps. Elvin retracted his disdainful expression, slowly drawing an arrow from behind and knocking it on his bowstring. Chapter 205, Confronting 4 level 50 bosses. Though this human's level may not be particularly high, his presence in the second layer of the Awakening Tower is a testament to his extraordinary nature. More crucially, the reaction of Rios set off alarm bells in Elvin's mind. Thus, they could not afford to underestimate this human. A decisive strike was imperative, one that would leave no room for retaliation. Tager, Fiola, and Ragna, each distinguished figures within their respective races, possessed keen intellects and understood that even when hunting a rabbit, a lion must exert its full strength. Therefore, despite their internal disdain for this level 26 human, the 4 had no intention of engaging in a futile display of bravado. Instead, they resolved to join forces and annihilate him in one fell swoop. Observing the scene, Leona bit her lip, a flicker of resentment crossing her features. The outcome seemed all but predetermined. For level 50 bosses besieging a mere 26 level evolver, and it was likely that he would not withstand even a single blow, meeting his demise on the spot. Yet, with her withdrawal from the fray, the coveted golden tier weapon would slip from her grasp. Contemplating this, Leona stole a glance at Rios and murmured, "Brother, why must we proceed this way? This human appears feeble. He is surely doomed. Could it be that he has powerful allies lurking in the shadows?" Upon hearing his sister's words, Rios's eyes widened in disbelief. "Weak? You dare label this creature before us as weak? Huh. If he were weak, we would have no reason to exist." The corners of Rios's mouth twitched as he leaned closer to Leona, whispering urgently, "We must flee before they are all dispatched by that human." "Oh," Leona nodded initially, only to be struck by sudden realization. What? Before they are all killed? Her face was a canvas of astonishment. Did her brother truly believe that Elvin and his 3 level 50 allies were no match for this mere level 26 human? How could this be possible? Elvin, Ragna, Tager, and Fiola had all been invited by the esteemed Lord Lei Jun of the Nine Heavens Hall, each renowned as formidable warriors in this maritime realm, capable of dominating any territory alone. And now, with the four united, her brother asserted that they could not contend with a mere 26-level evolver? This was utterly absurd. Yet, despite her shock, Leona could not dismiss the genuine fear reflected in Ryoz's gaze. He must have perceived something she had not. With this thought, her beautiful eyes fixated on Lu Chen, eager to witness how he would navigate the imminent crisis. Meanwhile, Elvin and his companions sprang into action. A verdant glow emanated from Elvin as his piercing gaze locked onto Lu Chen's head. With a swift release of the bowstring, a meter-long arrow sliced through the air, emitting a sharp whistle akin to a green meteor, hurtling towards Lu Chen's head. Ah, dear little brother, do not blame sister for being ruthless. Fiola chuckled lightly, her delicate hand gesturing, causing a multitude of floral stems to surge forth like serpents from their lair, ensnaring Lu Chen's feet tightly. Ants observing from a well. Perish. Ragnar's body surged with a crimson aura as his innate power erupted. With a powerful push from his right foot against the ground, the earth trembled and dust billowed. Harnessing the recoil, Ragnar became a blur, darting towards Lu Chen like lightning, claws poised to strike at Lu Chen's handsome visage. Earth element, piercing strike. Tager roared, his hooves crashing down with a resounding crack, the ground splintering beneath him. In an instant, numerous razor-sharp earth spikes erupted from beneath Lu Chen, aiming to impale him from below. Faced with the onslaught of attacks, Lu Chen's eyes sparkled with exhilaration. Battle, how exhilarating! With a mighty roar, he unleashed a torrent of flames from within. Sea-level talent, flame control. The floral stems binding his feet contorted and snapped under the searing heat. Simultaneously, Lu Chen vanished from sight, deftly evading the sudden emergence of the earth spikes. A-level skill, teleportation. Humph, I anticipated your use of teleportation. Elvin sneered, his right hand sweeping to the side, redirecting the previously speeding arrow with astonishing velocity towards Lu Chen once more. Die beneath my tracking arrow. The murderous intent on Elvin's handsome face was palpable. Once ensnared by his tracking arrow, there would be no escape. Only death awaited. To perish by the hand of a mere 26-level insect would indeed be a privilege. However, as Elvin watched, the ominous tracking arrow suddenly came to a halt. As a long, powerful hand firmly grasped the shaft, the arrow's tail vibrated violently due to its immense kinetic energy, yet it could advance no further. Wait, it was caught. Elvin's pupils constricted in disbelief, his expression a mixture of shock and incredulity. He had unleashed his tracking arrow with every ounce of strength. Even a level 50 boss could only narrowly evade a fatal hit, let alone catch it by hand. The speed and power of the arrow demanded extraordinary agility and strength. Yet, this human, merely level 26, how could he achieve such a feat? With a flick of his wrist, Lu Chen snapped the arrow, casting it aside with nonchalance. He then brandished his dragon's roar sword, expertly parrying the oncoming claws. Clang! The clash of metal sent sparks flying as the claws and sword locked in a stalemate. Ragnar, the Wolfman, roared fiercely, "You are far too arrogant, boy. I am an A-level power talent wielder. With my talent activated, I possess a staggering 16,000 points of strength. And you dare to confront me head-on?" As soon as the words left his mouth, Ragnar's muscular arms swelled as if inflated, unleashing an overwhelming force of 16,000 points without reservation towards Lu Chen. However, amidst the sparks flying, the clash between the claws and the longsword remained utterly still. Ragnar's wolf-like eyes widened in disbelief. Your strength is actually on par with mine? How is this possible? It must be noted that I am a master specializing in power. No one has ever dared to confront me directly, not even those of awakening level power. But what in the world is this 26th tier human? No, I unleashed my power. My strength has surged sixfold. Chapter 206, The Boss of Bosses, Lu Chen. How can I not crush this human? Could it be that his strength also measures 16,000 points? How can that even be possible? Just as Ragnar was engulfed in shock, a sudden crack of shattering bones echoed through the air. His complexion shifted dramatically, filled with terror. It was the bones in his arms that could no longer withstand such immense force, teetering on the brink of collapse. Despite Ragnar's power reaching a terrifying 16,000 points under the surge, his physique was barely below 3,000 points. When faced with an evenly matched force, his fragile body could not endure such overwhelming strength and was on the verge of breaking. Hearing the increasingly loud creaking sound, Ragnar gazed at Lu Chen before him as if staring at a monster. No, I, a 48th tier boss, cannot withstand this. Yet this fellow appears completely unscathed? Could it be that his physical attributes surpass mine? How is this possible? He is merely at level 26. It's one thing for our strengths to be comparable, but his constitution is even greater than mine. This is utterly illogical. As Ragnar's horrified gaze lingered, his arms could bear the terrifying force no longer. With a resounding crack, they snapped, and his claws, which had been resisting the dragon's roar sword, fell limply. Accompanied by the sound of the sword's cry, the blade flashed through the air. With a dull thud, a massive wolf's head soared into the air. Ding! Slain the wild leader Ragnar, 48th tier boss. Gained 2 million life energy. Hearing the prompt from the heavens, Lu Chen smirked coldly, his movements unceasing as he teleported once more, appearing before the Minotaur Tager in an instant. Tager's expression changed abruptly, desperately channeling his mental power. With a thunderous roar, a formidable earthen wall surged from the ground, attempting to block Lu Chen. However, a sudden melody filled with murderous intent erupted, and Tager's seemingly indestructible earth wall crumbled like tofu, the edges smooth and clean, clearly having suffered an extraordinarily sharp attack. Upon seeing Lu Chen's figure emerge from the debris of the collapsed wall, Tager's pupils constricted to the size of pinpricks. My wallet didn't hold for even a second before being destroyed. How can this be? That was an A-grade earth talent. My wall unleashed with all my strength, capable of withstanding even the full force of awakening-level warriors. Could it be that this human's attack was even more powerful than that of an awakening-level warrior? This is impossible. He is merely at level 26. In Tager's incredulous gaze, Lu Chen lightly flicked his left hand, and with a resonance, several invisible soundwave blades shot forth, slicing through the air, heading straight for Tager. With a series of piercing sounds, Tager barely had time to react as the soundwave blades penetrated his body, deeply embedding themselves into the ice behind him, sending shards flying. The Minotaur Tager, possessing earth talent, had formidable defense, but his agility was relatively low, and his sluggish reaction speed rendered him unable to evade the assault of the sound blades. Physical defense? Tager's eyes glazed over as he muttered his final words. In that moment, he finally comprehended why his once proud earthen wall had crumbled so easily. The sound blade attack completely ignored physical defenses. How can such a terrifying attack exist? Soon after, deep gashes appeared across Tager's burly form, and with a series of chilling sounds, he collapsed like a stack of disassembled blocks, breaking into dozens of pieces that slowly scattered, blood and innards staining the once pure ice into a scene of carnage. Ding! Slain the Earth Guardian Tager, 50th tier boss. Gained 4 million life energy. The second, Lu Chen's figure flickered, instantly appearing before the elf Elvin. As Elvin knocked a second arrow onto his longbow, his fingertips yet to let go, two of his teammates suddenly fell to the ground. Witnessing Lu Chen locking onto him, Elvin was struck with terror. A radiant green light enveloped him as he activated his speed burst talent, transforming into a blur, retreating at great speed. This human is terrifying. I must create distance. Speed burst. I can do that too. Lu Chen chuckled coldly, a green glow emanating from his body as he darted forward, hot on Elvin's heels, his speed matching that of the 49th tier agility specialist. This is impossible, Elvin exclaimed in shock. His agility, bolstered by the speed burst, had soared above 15,000 points. Confident that no one below 50th tier could match him. Yet, this human, what was going on? At merely 26th tier, his speed was on par with a boss specializing in agility. This was surely cheating. Nothing is impossible. Lu Chen smiled nonchalantly, then vanished in a peculiar manner, reappearing like a specter behind Elvin. No, Elvin cried out in horror, his heart pounding. The adversary matched his agility, yet, damn it, he could also teleport. There was no way to shake him off. This was utterly unfair. At that moment, Lu Chen's dragon whisper sword trembled in his hand, the blade's tip flicked lightly, and the sound of the dragon's roar erupted. In an instant, the sword's shadow surged forth, dazzling like flowing clouds and swift as the tempest. Before Elvin could even react, he saw only a flash of sword light, and Lu Chen had already swept past him, the sword's shadows intertwining in a breathtaking display. A-class skill. Cloud Flow Sword Dance. Swift, indeed, was the sword. Before his words could finish, a crimson line appeared across his neck, and his handsome head fell. The 49th tier agile boss, Elvin, while in full flight, was instantaneously caught up by Lu Chen, silenced by a single stroke to the throat, and perished on the spot. Ding! Slain the longbow marksman Elvin, 49th tier boss. Gained 3 million life energy. The third, as Lu Chen's calm voice resonated, the icy expanse was abruptly enveloped in silence. Save for the howling cold wind that whistled through the air. The battle had commenced. Leo's eyes sparkled with delight upon witnessing Elvin and the others engage in combat. Leona, run quickly. He seized his sister Leona's hand and turned to flee, seizing the moment while that humanoid monster was preoccupied with the four fools. If he could break through the two deathless beings ahead with Leona, they could escape. However, after taking just a few steps, Leo felt a sudden halt from his hand. Leona had stopped in her tracks. Leona, what are you dawdling for? Hurry up, Leo urged anxiously, twisting his head to prompt her. Yet he found Leona staring blankly behind them, her delicate face marred by unmistakable horror and fear. Chapter 207. Level up to 27. Deadly. Leona's eyes were vacant as she muttered to herself. The scene before her struck her existing notions like a colossal hammer. Elvin, Ragna, and Tagore. These three were renowned as the apex powerhouses of this sea region. Merely one of them required countless evolvers to besiege as a boss-level entity. Together, they were formidable enough to challenge even awakened tier experts. Yet, in the moment they unleashed their assault, that seemingly ordinary human evolver dispatched all three within 5 seconds. Like autumn leaves swept away by the wind. How is this possible? Wasn't he Ragna supposed to be immensely powerful? Wasn't he claimed to be invincible below the 50th tier? How could he falter against this human? Tagore, the so-called indomitable shield of Earth. How could he not withstand even a single strike from this human and be shredded in an instant? And Elvin, wasn't he heralded as the fastest? How could he too be effortlessly pursued and decapitated by this human? Madness. This world had gone completely mad. A 26th tier evolver, who ought to be as insignificant as an ant, had within 5 seconds slain 3 50th tier bosses. Who exactly is this evolver? How could he be so terrifying? Has he truly been in this world for less than 7 days? In just 7 days, he could slaughter us as though we were mere dogs. What does that render our decades of training? At that moment, Leona finally comprehended why her brother had been so frantic to pull her away. The evolver before them was far from the soft target everyone believed him to be. He was a demon clad in human skin. Run, for heaven's sake. Leo turned around, his eyes nearly popping from their sockets. No, he knew these four were definitely no match for that humanoid creature. But did they really need to be defeated so swiftly? For 50th tier bosses, and in less than 5 seconds, 3 had been slaughtered. Damn it, they were truly useless, even if they were 4 pigs. It would be impossible to butcher 3 of them in 5 seconds. Just then, Lu Chen slowly directed his gaze towards the astonished Leo siblings. A smirk curling at the corners of his mouth as he taunted. Thinking of running? Did I ever say you could leave? Upon hearing this, Leo forced an ugly smile onto his face, stammering, How could I dare to leave without your lordship's permission? As he spoke, tears nearly streamed down his face. Lu, how is it that such a freak appears in a lowly world, and we happen to encounter him? Why am I so unfortunate? Noticing that the Leo siblings had ceased their flight, Lu Chen took a step forward, slowly approaching the alluring Fiona. At that moment, Fiona was utterly petrified, her once charming visage now rife with terror. As Lu Chen approached, she felt as though she were being scrutinized by an ancient beast, her delicate frame trembling involuntarily, instinctively wishing to flee. Yet, considering that even the agile Elvin had been unable to escape, how could she hope to evade? Therefore, Fiona halted her steps, her beautiful eyes darting about as her thoughts raced. In the presence of this monster, both fleeing and fighting seemed unrealistic. To survive, she could only rely on her own allure. Thus, a seductive smile graced Fiona's face as she cast a flirtatious glance at Lu Chen. The flowers adorning her slowly fell away, revealing her snow-white skin. Oh dear, I didn't expect this young man to be such a concealed expert, she said, feigning a pitiful expression, biting her lip, and exuding an air of seduction. I am but a drifting reed in this chaotic world, always seeking a powerful man like you. Brother, for support. She continued to speak alluringly, her eyes filled with temptation. As long as you do not disdain me, I would willingly follow you and do anything for you. In the background, Jack's eyes sparkled at this scene, nodding in satisfaction after my guidance. The captain has finally wised up and even left 2 stunning beauties behind. As he spoke, he stroked his chin, his gaze flitting between Fiona and Leona, deliberating. Each has their merits. Truly a difficult choice. Who should I select? Senior. I can't help but feel that given the captain's temperament, both of them might struggle to escape unscathed, Yin Ting remarked slowly. Within the Stormwing clan and the members of the Netherworld, there has never been a shortage of various types of beauties. Yet, the master has never demanded anyone to serve him in a bed. A clear indication that physical allure holds little significance for him. These 2 women, though possessing a modicum of beauty, are likely valued more for their innate talents and attributes. Indeed, as Yin Ting's words faded, Lu Chen stepped forward with his right foot, instantly appearing before Fiona. His right hand shot out, firmly grasping her delicate, pale neck, lifting her entirely off the ground. Gazing at the incredulous expression on Fiona's face, Lu Chen scoffed disdainfully. By killing you, I could acquire an A-grade plant-type talent and a vast reservoir of life energy. Do you truly believe that sparing you could yield greater benefits than your demise? No. Fiona's eyes brimmed with terror. Confronted by this immensely powerful and impervious evolved being, she was overwhelmed by an uncontrollable dread. Realizing that Lu Chen would not be swayed by her beauty, Fiona's enchanting gaze hardened, and her mental energy surged wildly in her mind, preparing for a last-ditch effort. With a flurry, a monstrous, terrifying giant carnivorous plant erupted from the ice, its gaping maw filled with sharp teeth lunging towards Lu Chen. However, Lu Chen merely offered a cold smile. With a sudden exertion of power, a sharp crack resounded as Fiona's neck was crushed under the immense force, her delicate head drooping lifelessly. Meanwhile, the fearsome carnivorous plant, just inches away from Lu Chen, lost its mental support as Fiona's energy dissipated, letting out a reluctant wail before vanishing. Notification: killed Flora Fiona, level 47 boss. Acquired life energy, 3, 100, 000. Consumed 11, 000 life energy. You have successfully ascended to level 27. Current level, 27, 1, 370, 00012, 000. Due to possessing the Overseer template, you gain double attributes upon leveling up. Strength, 40. Agility, 40. Vitality, 40. Perception, 40. Free attribute points, 20. Chapter 208. Absolutely no compassion. Having consecutively slain 4 bosses, the tremendous life energy acquired propelled Lu Chen and the little group to level 27. Feeling the surging power within him, Lu Chen could not help but stretch his arms wide and roar to the heavens. Ha! Exhilarating. In this world, nothing is more satisfying than a surge in strength. Once his breath steadied, Lu Chen gradually turned, his gaze locking onto the Leona's siblings, his lips curling into a slight smirk as he spoke nonchalantly. Having watched the spectacle for so long, now, it is your turn. These casual words resonated like the voice of a demon, instantly pronouncing the death sentence upon Leona and Rios, transforming their expressions drastically. Meanwhile, Jack, witnessing the scene, covered his face and lamented, "Ah, little Yunzi, your ominous words have come true. The captain intends to spare none." As he spoke, Jack peered through his fingers at Leona's beautiful visage, shaking his head in regret. Such a stunning beauty, and the captain says to kill her without hesitation. I now seriously suspect the captain is impotent. Yin Ting shot a glance at Jack, a smile playing at the corners of his mouth, yet he remained silent. The master spared them solely for the sake of enhancing his strength. As for impotence, we do have one here, though it is not the captain. When Lu Chen's gaze fell upon Leona, her complexion turned pale, her eyes shimmering with a flicker of light, a sign that the judgment of the light eye was about to be unleashed. Nevertheless, Lu Chen maintained an air of calm indifference, betraying no hint of fear, as if the level 50 boss before him were merely an inconsequential child. Leona, observing Lu Chen, could not fathom how this human had just slain 4 of her equally ranked companions. She held no belief that her attack could pose any threat to him. Suddenly, she glanced at Jack and Yun Ting, realizing they were all subordinates of this human. Could I also become one? With this thought, she took a deep breath, seemingly making a pivotal decision. The brilliance in her eyes began to dim, and she unexpectedly knelt before Lu Chen, her voice trembling. Evolved 1. The Light Eye clan does not wish to be your enemy. If you would spare my brother, Leona is willing to sacrifice half of her soul to become your subordinate. As her words fell, to demonstrate her sincerity, a glimmering green essence of her soul gradually detached from her eyes, hovering in the air. Should Lu Chen desire it, he could absorb this essence at any moment, thereby wielding control over Leona's life and death. Leona was confident in her act of submission. She understood that she was fundamentally different from Fiona. Fiona had offered mere words, while she was genuinely relinquishing a part of her soul. She believed that this level 26 human would not forsake the opportunity to gain a level 50 boss-level subordinate for a trivial amount of life energy. Though it exacted a significant toll, at the very least, her brother would survive. However, when Rios witnessed his sister sacrificing half her soul to willingly submit to this human for the sake of survival, despair etched itself across his face. He shook his head with a bitter smile and said to Leona, "Leona, it's futile." Leona frowned in confusion, asking, "Why? If he kills me, what benefit could he derive? Is it just for that minuscule amount of life energy? I could defeat more sea beasts in the future to provide him with far more." Rios merely smiled in despair, his eyes hollow and devoid of hope, because he possesses a divine-level pet capable of devouring the talents and attributes of others. He will not let go of the visual talent within us. Upon hearing this, Leona stood frozen, murmuring to herself, Divine-level pet? Lu Chen regarded the siblings before him, his expression serene, yet deep within, a ripple of emotion stirred. Just 7 days ago, he had been an ordinary citizen on Blue Star, adhering to the laws and upholding moral integrity. In the face of this pair of siblings, one naturally harbors no desire to commit indiscriminate slaughter. However, having stepped into this world governed by the law of the jungle, the enhancement of one's own strength must be the foremost priority. All else must yield to this imperative. Should one indulge in the benevolence of a woman, akin to a saint, it is only a matter of time before they meet their demise in this merciless expanse. With this thought in mind, Lu Chen gently patted the backpack behind him, urging, "Tawanzi, come out for a breath of fresh air." With a soft squelch, Tawanzi's presence had already been revealed, and there was no longer a need for Lu Chen to keep Tawanzi concealed within that cramped, suffocating backpack. Allowing this pair of siblings to comprehend the truth could be considered Lu Chen's final act of kindness. Be behemoth of the North Sea. Leona's eyes widened in shock as she beheld a diminutive octopus emerging slowly from behind Lu Chen. Her pupils constricted, her face a canvas of astonishment. A fervent admirer of ancient tomes, she possessed a modicum of knowledge regarding legendary creatures from around the world. Upon catching sight of Tawanzi, she instantly concluded that this soft, plump little creature was the very behemoth of the North Sea described in the ancient texts, capable of devouring entire oceans. The behemoth of the North Sea, a being that exists solely in folklore. Such a top-tier creature's offspring should rightfully inhabit the higher central oceanic regions. How could one possibly emerge in this lowly first-tier sea, where vitality is so scarce? As her thoughts raced, Leona suddenly turned her gaze toward Lu Chen, who was cradling Tawanzi, her astonishment unabated. Who on earth is he? To have gained the behemoth's recognition? Could it be? Yet, before Leona could untangle her thoughts, Lu Chen raised the dragon's roar sword slightly. Its tip aimed directly at the two. His voice remained calm and indifferent. If you seek to place blame, direct it at this world. Your talents shall be utilized to their fullest. At his words, Leona and Rios sank into despair before the master of the behemoth of the North Sea. How could they hope to escape? Just then, a coarse and greedy voice echoed, "The behemoth of the North Sea? Ha ha. I never expected to encounter an offspring of the behemoth while in the Tower of Awakening. Truly, fortune favors me." Upon hearing this voice, a glimmer of hope flickered across Leona's face. It was Minister Lu Chen of the Thunderclap Division. He had rushed over upon hearing the sounds of battle. Turning to Rios, her face brimming with uncontainable joy, she declared, "Brother, Minister Lu Chen is a formidable awakener from the Nine Heavens Palace. With him here, we are saved." However, Rios did not share Leona's relief but instead wore a bitter smile as he murmured to himself, "And what of Lu Chen? Merely a 50-tier novice awakener. He has slain humanoid monsters before." Chapter 209, The Nine Heavens Palace. At this moment, the cold wind howled as a pair of eyes flickered in the haze. Filled with disbelief, the guardian of the frigid expanse, Saga, could hardly conceal his astonishment, having reached only the 26th tier. He had witnessed the effortless slaughter of a 50-tier boss, a testament to the advantage granted by a divine pet. It appears that a remarkable evolver has emerged in this oceanic realm. Saga's gaze shifted toward the rapidly approaching Lu Chen, shaking his head with a sigh. Yet, he was far too hasty. With such an advantage, he ought to proceed with caution, avoiding recklessness. This human, though fortunate, exhibited an excess of arrogance. Lu Chen possessed awakening powers, comparable to Tarion, and this human, still in the early stages of growth, would likely find himself in dire straits under Lu Chen's scrutiny. Even this divine pet offspring might not be able to protect him. Meanwhile, within the Nine Heavens Palace, the atmosphere was as heavy as lead. Aelrose knelt humbly upon the cold stone floor, his knees pressed against the frigid surface, a chill creeping upon his skin. He cautiously lifted his gaze, encountering two rows of towering seats, orderly arranged along the sides of the grand hall, upon which sat a congregation of formidable beings radiating an aura of authority. Aelrose's gaze extended to the end of the hall, where a simple yet elegant white jade seat stood in quiet repose. Seated upon it was the strongest entity in this oceanic realm, the master of the Nine Heavens Palace, Xiaoyan. With silver hair cascading casually over his shoulders and clad in an exquisite robe adorned with simple yet distinguished patterns, he gazed down at Aelrose. A flicker of skepticism crossing his eyes as he inquired, "Aelrose, repeat what you just said. What exactly did your light-eyed tribe discover near the Tower of Awakening?" "Master, a divine pet." Aelrose replied hastily, "We have discovered an evolver, and his pet is divine." As he mentioned Lu Chen, a glint of terror flashed in Aelrose's eyes. However, before he could finish his thought, he was interrupted by a derisive laugh. A towering figure with unkempt hair, Xiaoyan scoffed, "Ha, utterly absurd. Do you know what a divine pet is? It is a being that can ultimately transcend into a god." With that, Xiaoyan turned to Xiaoyan, raising his hand in report, "Master, my Earth Sky Division has already determined that the evolvers in this sea are from Blue Star, a world devoid of vitality." Upon finishing, He abruptly turned his head, pointing a finger at Aelrose. Yet this fellow dares to claim that an evolver from a lowly world could possess a divine pet? It is sheer nonsense, ludicrous in the extreme. He clearly seeks to deceive the Nine Heavens Palace for rewards. At this declaration, the assembled powers nodded in agreement, evidently dismissive of Aelrose's words. Seeing this, Aelrose felt a surge of desperation and quickly defended. It is true. My brother and I witnessed it with our own eyes. That human slayed the guardian of the Tower of Awakening and used his divine pet to absorb the guardian's talents and attributes. At this proclamation, the hall erupted with laughter. Ha ha ha. This is becoming increasingly ridiculous. The competition among the myriad races has only commenced for 7 days. It is impressive enough for these evolvers to reach level 10. And you dare to claim they can slay a guardian? Huh. If you are going to spin a yarn, at least make it plausible. The guardian is a 50-tier awakener. How could a non-awakener possibly contend? You claim that a lowly world evolver, who has only been here for 7 days, could defeat a guardian? Are you treating the Nine Heavens Palace as fools? Your light-eyed tribe is becoming increasingly brazen, even attempting to deceive us into granting rewards. It is the truth. Aelrose insisted fervently. He is currently inside the Tower of Awakening. Whether we have lied or not, you will know as soon as you go. Huh. Such an absurd lie requires verification? I say, we should simply beat this little brat and drive him out. Silence. Xiao Yunjia uttered a cold reprimand, and the cacophonous grand hall fell into an immediate hush. Xiao Su, what is your opinion? He turned to the minister of the Zixiao department beside him. Xiao Su was the foremost strategist of the entire Jiuxiao palace. He stroked his long beard thoughtfully, a glint of intelligence flashing in his eyes as he spoke slowly. In my humble opinion, while the claims of this individual may be somewhat exaggerated, I believe he would not dare to deceive us on the overarching matters. That human evolutionist likely does possess a pet, though its quality may not be as high as suggested. After all, divine creatures exist only in legend. However, a pet capable of forming a contract with an evolutionist at the onset of this myriad races competition would, at the very least, be of the overlord grade. Upon hearing this, Xiao Yunjia's eyes sparkled with intrigue. Are you implying that within the Tower of Awakening, there may be a young overlord creature hidden? Precisely, Xiao Su nodded slightly. Even the most rudimentary overlord-grade pet would be worth its weight in gold. Lord Leijin is currently exploring the Tower of Awakening. The Palace Master can command him via the Jiuxiao Ling to search. If we could indeed obtain a young overlord, our Jiuxiao Palace would be poised for a monumental leap. Excellent. Xiao Yunjia's eyes gleamed with fervor as he turned towards Aelrose. Aelrose, should there truly be a young overlord creature within the Tower of Awakening, your contributions to our Jiuxiao Palace will be monumental. The rewards from the Light Eye clan will undoubtedly be substantial. Aelrose, upon hearing this, hastily shook his head in protest. No, that is not the case. It is not an overlord-grade pet. It is genuinely a divine-grade creature. Recalling the terrifying scene of Lu Chen attacking Terrayen, Aelrose quickly added, furthermore, Lord Leijin, he cannot possibly defeat that human. Although that evolutionist is merely in his 20s, he is truly formidable. It would be wise for you to personally lead a team there. However, his words elicited another round of raucous laughter within the hall. Haha. Oh, the light-eyed boy. Do you have any idea of Leijin's prowess? Xiao Yanba's eyes brimmed with arrogance. Leijin, like myself, is a level 50 awakening tier powerhouse. The strength of the awakening tier is beyond the comprehension of your feeble race. Ha ha ha. The Light Eye clan has never produced an awakening tier powerhouse, so they cannot fathom its might. To think they would believe Leijin could be outmatched by a mere level 20 evolutionist. How naive. Xiao Yunjia, smiling, waved his hand. Let us not speak too much. Our friend from the Light Eye clan has come to provide us with invaluable information. Internally, he found Aelrose's words utterly ridiculous. The minister of the Zixiao department of the illustrious Jiuxiao Palace, a level 50 awakening tier boss. How could I possibly be at a disadvantage against an evolutionist of merely 20 levels? Is he some sort of freak like the Overseer who can battle across levels? Chapter 210, A Blessing or a Curse? With this thought in mind, Xiao Yunjia flipped his right hand, and a silver-white token floated gracefully into the air. This was the Jiuxiao Ling, a token held solely by the powerful ministers of the Jiuxiao Palace, used for communication across realms. As his internal energy surged, the token radiated a brilliant white light, but after a while, the light failed to coalesce. What is happening? Xiao Yunjia furrowed his brow, perplexed as to why Leijin had not connected through the Jiuxiao Ling. Just as his impatience grew, the white light suddenly flickered, unfolding like a scroll, revealing a clearer scene. Leijin, what are you? Xiao Yunjia's reprimand was abruptly cut off. For within the image, Leijin's left arm was severed, his body covered in wounds, skin charred, hair disheveled. A pitiful sight as though struck by lightning. Upon noticing Xiao Yunjia, he desperately cried out, Palace Master. Save me, Palace Master. In that moment, he glanced back at the black-eyed youth behind him, his eyes filled with terror and despair. This human is a monster. His voice trembled with a hint of a sob. It's utterly humiliating. I am a level 50 awakening tier powerhouse, yet I cannot defeat a mere level 27 evolutionist. What's more, this demon, upon realizing I possess lightning affinity, attacked me with lightning as well. But why can't my lightning overpower his? This is illogical. How long has he been training? Why does his perception surpass mine? Lei dire plight silenced the once boisterous Grand Hall, leaving the assembly in stunned silence, their eyes wide in disbelief. Lei, the leader of the Jiuxiao Palace's Zixiao department, a being of awakening tier strength, capable of single-handedly annihilating the novice seas, was now crying out for help, tormented by a lowly evolutionist from a lesser world. The absurdity of the scene was staggering. Yet, no matter how unwilling the assembly was to accept this reality, the unfolding image served as a stark reminder that this was indeed happening. Elros, observing the Jiuxiao Palace's members' transition from arrogance to astonishment, could not help but sneer, "Ha, a bunch of arrogant fools, and yet they doubted my words. Now, they are dumbfounded, aren't they?" However, when Elros's gaze fell upon the Jiuxiao Ling, his expression shifted dramatically. In a corner of the image, he spotted the trembling forms of Leos and Leona, along with the shocking sight of gruesome corpses strewn about. Panic surged within him. Oh no, my brother and sister have been captured. This human, capable of absorbing talents, will undoubtedly not spare Leona. As this thought struck him, Elros's face betrayed his overwhelming anxiety. Just then, an unexpected turn occurred within the Jiuxiao Ling's image. A thunder dragon descended from the heavens with a resounding crash, engulfing Lei. As an A-grade lightning affinity user, Lei was struck, his body convulsing violently, eyes rolling back in his head. Clearly, the adversary's perception and mastery of lightning far surpassed his own. "Save me," were the only words Lei could muster before a bloodied sword pierced through his left eye. As Lei's body slowly crumpled to the ground, the figure of a strikingly handsome youth with black eyes was revealed. The youth raised his gaze slightly, surveying the crowd with eyes as cold as ice blades, instantly instilling dread among the members of the Jiuxiao Palace. With Lei's demise, the image within the Jiuxiao Ling plunged into darkness, leaving the hall filled with stunned, bewildered faces. "Lei has perished just like that," Xiao Yanba murmured, struggling to grasp the reality before him. The realization that a level 50 powerhouse had been slain by a lowly evolutionist who had only arrived in the world of Tianyu a mere 7 days ago sent a tremor of fear through him. If this evolutionist could slay Lei, did it not also imply that he could slay him? As the thought struck him, Xiao Yanba found it increasingly unacceptable that he should be considered an invincible presence before these evolutionaries hailing from lower worlds. However, in just 7 days, how could such a freak emerge? If all evolutionaries possessed such strength, what was the point of engaging at all? We might as well pack our bags and flee. Not just Xiao Yanba, but all the powerful figures of the Nine Skies Hall who witnessed this spectacle appeared utterly bewildered. Was it not said that evolutionaries from lower worlds were weak? Mere fodder for our evolution? Who the hell made such a claim? Stand forth. In merely 7 days, surpassing over 20 levels, he was able to slay a level 50 awakened boss. Is this what one calls weak? This has transformed into a monstrous aberration. Yet, while everyone was momentarily at a loss, Xiao Kai suddenly stood up, bowing to Xiao Yanche with a congratulatory gesture. The gazes of the crowd were instantly drawn towards him. Xiao Yanche raised his eyes. "I have lost a capable aide and gained another enemy. Where's the joy in that?" Xiao Kai stroked his beard and replied with a smile. Has the Hall Master ever considered that this individual, emerging from a lower world, must possess inherently weak foundational attributes? Yet, he has managed to bridge a gap of over 20 levels to slay Lei. What force is at play behind such a remarkable transformation in such a short span of time? Upon hearing this, Xiao Yanche raised an eyebrow. Are you suggesting that this human-s pet might be of a grade far exceeding the Dominion level? Precisely, Xiao Kai nodded, a glimmer of excitement in his eyes. I have a slight understanding that creatures capable of assisting others in plundering attributes, possessing such extraordinary abilities, could only be the legendary cubs of the North Sea Giant Demon. The adult North Sea Giant Demons possess unfathomable strength, often at the saint level, with the elite possibly reaching the divine level. As he spoke, he turned towards Alos. Therefore, our friend of the Light Eye clan is likely not deceiving us. This human-s pet could very well be at the saint level, or even the divine level. The moment these words fell, it was as if thunder had struck, freezing the atmosphere within the hall, with the sound of racing heartbeats echoing in unison. Each individual's eyes betrayed an unmistakable greed. A saint-level, or even divine-level creature cub was unimaginable in this remote area of the first level sea. Should they obtain one, each of their fates would undergo a monumental transformation. Ha ha ha, splendid. Xiaoyan Che suddenly rose, laughing heartily. Fate has been kind to our Nine Skies Hall. If we acquire this cub, we shall defy destiny and escape this desolate place. Seizing the moment, Xiao Kai urged, Hall Master, given the high grade of this individual's pet, its strength must not be underestimated. We should immediately rally the 9 departments, prepare our forces, and annihilate it at once. However, Xiaoyan Che's eyes were alight with greed. Rallying the 9 departments and preparing our forces will take at least a day or two. I cannot wait. Besides, a mere 26th tier evolutionary, even with a high-level pet assisting, cannot awaken S-level talents if he is not yet awakened. He is simply no match for me. With a decisive wave of his hand, he issued a command. All crew members of the Arrow shall prepare to set sail. Destination: the Tower of Awakening. Chapter 211. The News of the Malevolent Spirit. As he spoke, he gazed towards the Tower of Awakening, his eyes narrowing slightly. The Arrow is our 9 Skies Hall's swiftest vessel. It will reach its destination in just 2 hours. By then, this saint-level or even divine-level pet shall belong to me. Hall Master, take me with you. I know the way and have seen him, Alos implored, his face a mask of urgency, filled with concern for Leona and Rayo's safety. At the Awakening Tower in the 8th District, atop the frigid ice plains, Leona gazed at the head of Lei Zhan. Pierced through, her beautiful eyes filled with disbelief. Lei Zhan, after all, was a minister of the 9 Skies Hall, a formidable awakened warrior. She had assumed that such a powerful figure would undoubtedly defeat Lu Chen or at least be evenly matched, thus saving her and her brother. However, as the battle commenced, the tide turned overwhelmingly in Lu Chen's favor. The awakened Lei Zhan was utterly suppressed across all attributes. Even more astonishing was the myriad of advanced talents manifesting from Lu Chen: necromancy, spatial manipulation, poison, water, thunder, and crystal. Lei Zhan was rendered defenseless. Leona had never imagined that one individual could possess so many advanced talents simultaneously. Yet, beside her, Rayos felt no surprise at this outcome. Alas, even the first layer's guardian, the intermediate awakened Shara, perished at this person's hands. How could a mere initial awakened Lei Zhan stand a chance? As Lu Chen advanced towards Leona, Rayos steeled himself, stepping forward to shield her from Lu Chen, shouting, Leona, run. As long as there is a glimmer of hope, we must fight with all our might to survive. He understood well that, against the remarkably agile Lu Chen, who wielded spatial talents, Leona's chances of escape were minuscule. Yet, this was the last thing he could do for his sister. Brother. Leona's tears streamed down her face, her mind racing as she desperately sought a way for both herself and her brother to survive. Lu Chen looked at the brave Rayos and the tear-streaked face of Leona, and his eyes twitched slightly. Why does this make me appear like the villain in a wicked tale? Despite feeling a pang of regret, Lu Chen sighed. Do not blame me. I am also striving for the survival of myself and the human race of Blue Star in this brutal game. Rest assured, you will not feel pain. As soon as the words left his lips, Lu Chen flipped his dragon's roar sword, the blade aimed directly at Rayos' neck. Just as the situation reached a critical point, Leona's voice rang out. Observer, I have information that may interest you. Lu Chen's movements abruptly halted. The dragon's roar sword emanating a chilling aura, its tip barely a hair's breadth from Rayos' neck, the coldness making Rayos tremble uncontrollably. Oh, the captain hasn't even judged yet, and this little girl has guessed that he is the observer. Quite clever, Jack remarked, scanning Leona from head to toe. Yinting, meanwhile, fixed his gaze on Leona's terrified expression and the rapid rise and fall of her chest, speaking in a low tone. Senior. She is likely just making a wild guess in a moment of desperation. However, if she can indeed share information of interest to the master, perhaps the master might spare the lives of the siblings. As it turned out, Yinting's words rang true. Leona's mind was a tumult of confusion at that moment. Just moments ago, as she witnessed her brother's life hanging by a thread, Leona was consumed by anxiety. For reasons unknown, the legends of the overseers suddenly flashed through her mind. Perhaps it was only the overseers who could possess such astounding combat prowess at over 20 ranks. When she observed Lu Chen's sword come to a halt, a glimmer of hope surged within her eyes, only to be swiftly replaced by astonishment. The overseer, this human was indeed an overseer. It was unimaginable that this evolved being from a lower realm could pass the overseer's trials. At that moment, Lu Chen's figure moved with blinding speed, appearing before Leona in the blink of an eye. His right hand reached out like an iron claw, gripping her chin and drawing her face closer to his. He spoke in a cool, measured tone. What news do you have? In that instant, Leona's face was nearly pressed against Lu Chen's sharply defined features. The fierce and chilling aura emanating from him enveloped her. A masculine scent mingled with a faint trace of blood wafting into her nostrils. In this life-and-death moment, a blush involuntarily crept onto Leona's cheeks. "Oh, Overseer, you wish to kill me merely to obtain the talent within me," she stammered. "But I know of a monster," Leona continued, her voice tinged with urgency. "It possesses an A-grade visual talent and is a malevolent being not tolerated by the celestial mandate." Malevolent being? Lu Chen's eyes brightened suddenly. His execution value as an overseer had accumulated to 500. He merely needed to execute one more malevolent being of around 50 ranks to level up. What power does it possess, and where? "Overseer, I would never dare deceive you," Leona swore. Just then, regaining his composure, Rayos interjected. "In the gathering place of our Light-Eye clan, on Guanghuan Island, there is indeed a sealed malevolent creature. Its name is Imai, and it is of 50 ranks." Lu Chen scrutinized the two of them before solemnly declaring, "If what you say is true, I shall spare your lives." However, he shifted his tone, a murderous intent surfacing. "Should you dare to deceive me, I will annihilate your entire Light-Eye clan." The chilling words caused both of their faces to blanch. Subsequently, Lu Chen released Leona, stating nonchalantly, "You shall accompany me for now. Once I have dealt with the matter at hand, I will take you to Guanghuan Island." "Why, yes, sir." The two exchanged glances and promptly bowed, relief evident on their faces. "Master, I have gathered all the corpses of the Frost Wyvern and the 4 bosses," reported Tongzi as he stepped forward, eager to inform Lu Chen. Tongzi, you shall have to work hard again." Lu Chen nodded, gently stroking the little Tongzi perched on his shoulder. "Goo-goo-goo." Tongzi's big eyes crescented joyfully as it chirped, delighted to be of assistance to its master. Moments later, the notifications rang out. "Ding, successfully absorbed Wild Leader Ragnar, 48 rank boss. You have acquired A-grade talent, Power Surge, increasing strength by 52 points. Ding. Successfully absorbed Earth Guardian Tager, 50 rank boss. You have acquired A-grade talent, Avatar of Earth, increasing constitution by 54 points. Ding. Successfully absorbed Flower Spirit Fiola, 47 rank boss. You have acquired A-grade talent, Avatar of Plants, increasing perception by 51 points. Ding. Successfully absorbed Frost Wyvern, 50 rank boss. You have acquired A-grade talent, Avatar of Ice, increasing perception by 54 points. Chapter 212. The Objective, Teleportation Temple. With Tongzi's casual absorption, Lu Chen gained an astonishing total of 211 attribute points, equivalent to consuming 21 bottles of the exorbitantly priced potions from the fleet shop, not to mention the 4 exceedingly precious A-grade talents. Ha ha ha, delightful. Gazing at his panel, Lu Chen was filled with elation as he now possessed 4 additional A-grade talents. Following this battle, the number of A-grade talents in his repository had swelled to an astounding 13, truly remarkable. Of course, what pleased Lu Chen the most was that the Frost Wyvern he had slain with his bone spear possessed the A-grade talent of Avatar of Ice. An A-grade ice talent, combined with the 200-point ice amplification from the Frost Dragon's Roar Sword, would render his attack power terrifyingly formidable. Regrettably, the A-grade ice talent had been directly absorbed, meaning he had not comprehended the corresponding ice skills. Otherwise, his strength would have escalated to new heights. However, time was on his side. There was no need to rush. With this thought, Lu Chen waved his right hand, storing the corpses of the Elf, Elven, and the Thunderstorm in his storage ring. He already possessed A-grade talents for Speed Surge and Avatar of Lightning, identical to those of Elven and Thunderstorm, but since he had yet to awaken, he could not further evolve them into S-grade talents. Thus, Lu Chen intended to wait until awakening before absorbing Elven and Thunderstorm as corpses, hoping to evolve the talents directly to S-grade. At that moment, Leona was staring at Lu Chen in sheer astonishment, her shock evident. Noticing her reaction, Rayos whispered to his sister, "The Overseer's pet is divine, possessing the ability to absorb talents and attributes from corpses. There's no need for such theatrics." Leona turned to her brother, perplexed, and asked, "I am well aware of the miraculous abilities of the North Sea Giant's cub. Do you think the Overseer's power relies solely on the North Sea Giant's assistance?" Rayos glanced at Lu Chen, envy filling his eyes as he quietly remarked, "Of course, that is a divine species. If I had a North Sea Giant pet, I would undoubtedly be immensely powerful." Clearly, Rayos believed Lu Chen's might was entirely due to Tongzi's support. However, Leona shook her head, her eyes filled with awe as she gazed at Lu Chen, whispering, "No, that is not the case. Brother, even with the same North Sea Giant's assistance, given your aptitude, you could bear at most 2 or 3 talents." Rayos was taken aback. "Is that so? There's a limit?" Leona shot him an exasperated look. "Of course. In our first-level ocean, nearly everyone possesses only 1 talent. Yet in higher-level oceans, some powerful factions or advanced alchemists have ways to awaken or plunder more talents. However, Even those with exceptional potential can only bear 4 talents at most, or their souls will shatter. At this point, Leona's voice trembled slightly, but look at the Overseer. He had just absorbed 4 A-level talents. Yet his complexion showed no signs of change. At this moment, Rios also came to a realization, his eyes widening in astonishment. The talents displayed by the Lord Overseer alone numbered no less than 10. Who knows how many more talents he had yet to reveal? If that is the case, my goodness, the potential of the Lord Overseer is indeed terrifying. Leona took a deep breath and slowly nodded. It is likely that the potential of the Lord Overseer is beyond our comprehension. Perhaps this is also why he was able to acquire the offspring of the North Sea Giant. At this point, Leona suddenly recalled something, her beautiful eyes sparkling. Brother, I've heard that the Overseer has the authority to accept vassal races. Once we become a vassal race of the Lord, our light-eyed clan would have an immeasurable future. Brother, we must seize this once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. Upon hearing this, Rios could not help but display a hint of yearning on his face. If the light-eyed clan could become a vassal race of the Overseer, it would be akin to boarding the Overseer's ship of destiny, evolving and growing alongside him, with an infinite future ahead. With this thought, Rios nodded vigorously, like a chick pecking at rice. Yes, 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 sister. We must perform admirably to earn the Lord's recognition. As he spoke, Rios leaned closer to Leona and whispered, Sister, you should chat with the Lord Overseer whenever possible. Perhaps give him a shoulder massage or rub his legs. If he takes a liking to you, our light-eyed clan would prosper. Hearing this, Leona's cheeks turned slightly red, and she bit her lip, saying, I will do my best. However, it's clear that the Lord Overseer values the assistance we can provide more than my appearance. What nonsense is that? Rios tilted his head back, speaking confidently. My sister is both beautiful and powerful. Look at your age. You're already at the 50th tier. I've trained for so many more years and am only in my 40s, not to mention the boss template. That fellow Ila's is even worse, barely in his 30s. At this moment, Lu Chen stabilized the turbulent energy within him and spoke in a deep voice. All right, the spoils have been properly disposed of. Next, follow me as we seek the Temple of Transmission. As commanded, Master, Yinting replied, then suggested, Jack and I should search separately. Jack glanced around, clicking his tongue, saying, In this icy wilderness with poor visibility, it will surely take considerable effort to locate this Temple of Transmission. Just then, Leona's beautiful eyes lit up as she proactively offered, Esteemed seniors and Lord Overseer, I possess an A-level visual talent that allows me to see great distances, and I am willing to assist in the search for the Temple of Transmission. Rios quickly agreed, nodding in affirmation. Indeed, I also have a B-level visual talent, and I'm quite adept at finding things. Lu Chen cast a glance at the two of them and said coolly, Very well, give it a try. Yes. Leona respectfully bowed, her eyes sparkling as she began to survey her surroundings. Soon, a look of joy appeared on her face as she pointed north, exclaiming, Lord Overseer, I have discovered a temple constructed of ice and snow to the north of the frigid ice plains. Lu Chen looked at Leona, a glimmer of approval flashing in his eyes. Well done, let us proceed. Thus, the group set off resolutely into the biting cold wind, heading northward. Amidst the snow-laden winds, Askar's eyes widened, filled with an uncontrollable dread. He had originally assumed that Lu Chen was no match for the awaken-level thunderstorm. Yet, reality dealt Askar a harsh slap. Lu Chen had decisively slain Thunderstorm with overwhelming force. The Overseer, he truly is an Overseer. Askar murmured to himself, shocked, as everything suddenly made sense. No wonder he possesses such formidable strength. No wonder he shows no fear even in the face of awaken-level adversaries. An Overseer, a divine North Sea Giant pet. What manner of monster has appeared in this sea region? Suddenly, Askar froze in the swirling snow. Wait. Why aren't they undertaking the trial task, but heading directly towards the Temple of Transmission? They must have received the guidance of the Celestial Edict. They should first complete the trial before I can allow them entry into the Temple of Transmission. Given the Overseer's strength, completing the trial of the frigid ice plains should be trivial. You must complete the trial before I can let you in. Otherwise, if I defy the rules, my role as a guardian will come to an end. As Askar pondered, an unsettling thought flashed through his mind. Could it be that he is too lazy to even undertake the trial task and plans to force his way through? The moment this thought arose, Askar's expression changed drastically. He suddenly recalled that the Guardian Tarion possessed an A-level crystal transformation talent, and the first-level S-Guardian, Shara, had an A-level venom transformation talent. Yet, both of these talents had been displayed by the Overseer during his battle with Thunderstorm. The most critical point is that he clearly had not reached level 50. How did he pass Tarion's trial? Then, an extremely horrifying thought flickered through Askar's mind. Could it be that this newly appointed Overseer has been on a killing spree? Perhaps both Tarion and Shara have already fallen victim to him, granting him the talents of poison and crystal. With this thought, Askar stared blankly at Lu Chen as he strode towards the Temple of Transmission. His eyes filled with an uncontrollable fear. This means he never intended to undertake the trial task, but rather plans to deal with me directly? The moment this thought crossed his mind, Askar felt a chill run down his spine. What? Such audacity? I have to take this risk as a guardian? When those bastards recruited me, didn't they say this job was easy? Is this what they call easy? If I hadn't reacted quickly and figured it out, the overseer would have come knocking at my door. Though he considered himself stronger than Shara, recalling Lu Chen's ever-evolving techniques and astonishing attack power, Askar felt no confidence in overcoming Lu Chen. More importantly, he was an overseer. The mere thought of the terrifying exploits he had heard about overseers extinguished any spark of fighting spirit within him. Although this overseer was only at the 27th tier, significantly lower than himself and considered a newcomer among overseers, he was still a genuine overseer. He had the authority to judge him as evil. With this thought, Askar shook his head vehemently. No, I can't stay in this awakening tower any longer. If I abandon my role as a guardian now and leave the awakening tower, I might only lose some attribute points. However, if I attract the attention of that overseer with the North Sea Giant, my life could very well be forfeit. Meanwhile, within the Blue Star chat channel, Arcadia sneered disdainfully and sent a message. Heh, look at the time. Less than 8 hours remain today. I specifically directed this at Yang Zimo, your so-called Lord of the Underworld. Did he not boast that he could retrieve all the members of the Divine Summer within a single day? Almost a day has passed, yet there is still no sign of Lu Chen. Could it be that he is merely blowing hot air? Haha. Upon Arcadia's words, a group of vampires from the Blood Moon Dynasty immediately began to mock in the Blue Star channel. Heh, is this the so-called number 1 of Divine Summer? All he can do is brag. Huh, what a disgrace. That Lu Chen fellow has only managed to get ahead through despicable means with his frail body. Can he possibly level up faster than the ancestor? What a dream. Indeed, levels are merely numbers. Perhaps Lu Chen's true strength doesn't even match that of a level 10 evolver. If our ancestor were to confront the Lord of the Underworld with just a word, he could reduce him to a desiccated corpse. These words incited a furious rebuttal from those Divine Summer powerhouses who regarded Lu Chen as a national pride. You wretched vampires. What audacity do you have to speak of the Lord of the Underworld? The Lord is the unequivocal strongest recognized by the Divine Mandate. And the Underworld is the foremost power acknowledged by the Divine Mandate. You despicable vampires have no right to point fingers. Yes, the time has not yet reached its conclusion, and yet you dare to gossip wildly. Heh, if you vampires are so formidable, why did you not establish your faction first? I see nothing but envy, pa? Yes, I believe in the Lord of the Underworld. He will surely fulfill his promise and bring us back. Arcadia replied, haha. These ridiculous ants still fantasize that Lu Chen can retrieve you. To accomplish such a feat within a day, there is only one possibility: defeating the level 50 Guardian. If he can overcome more than 20 levels to defeat the Guardian and enter the Awakening Tower, I, Arcadia, shall eat 2 pounds of dung on the spot. Haha, these Divine Summer folks are laughably foolish to believe such nonsense. I eagerly anticipate the moment Lu Chen is slapped in the face. Subsequently, an intense verbal clash erupted in the Blue Star chat channel between the foremost faction, the Underworld, and the second faction, the Blood Moon Dynasty. Countless powerhouses from Blue Star observed the altercation with varied expressions. In the Blue Star Zone 658, Siam Region 763, the champion of Muay Thai Alliance, the leader, exclaimed, "Look! The Underworld and the Blood Moon Dynasty are at each other's throats in the Blue Star channel." A crew member pointed at the panel in front of him, eager to join the fray. Pava surveyed the chat channel with a dismissive smirk. Humph, I previously thought Lu Chen was a figure of note. Now it appears he is merely a mediocre individual fond of grandiloquent speech. Upon hearing this, the surrounding crew members nodded in agreement. Indeed, to enter the Awakening Tower and use the regional teleportation array within a day is nearly impossible. This Lu Chen, though powerful, speaks so unreliably for someone hailed as the strongest in Blue Star. Heh, he likely was an ordinary person before crossing over, casually boasting without understanding the stringent conditions of the teleportation array. Humph, this sort of blusterer and their faction still refusing to accept our Siamese people. I dare say they won't last long. Yes, just seeing their bonus attributes makes me uncomfortable. Listening to the surrounding mockery, Pava glanced around. We can chat here. But in the Blue Star chat channel, keep your mouth shut. Whether it's the Underworld or the Blood Moon Dynasty, we Siamese have no need to offend them. Clearly, many in the Blue Star battle zone shared the sentiment of the Muay Thai Champion Alliance, yet some lacked Pava's discernment, joining in the ridicule of the Underworld. After all, many were envious of the Underworld's substantial attribute bonuses. Argon, Zone 906, Java Region 489 Heh. In my opinion, Lu Chen is nothing but an arrogant fellow. His previous success was merely a stroke of luck. How dare he refuse to recruit us Javanese? I say, with our superb lineage. It won't be long before a strong individual surpasses Lu Chen. Chapter 214, completing the hidden task, gaining access to the Awakening Tower. However, this message was swiftly countered by a new, vehement response. Hassan, Zone 8, Java Region 831 shut up. The Lord of the Underworld not recruiting us Javanese signifies we are not yet exceptional enough. The Lord is undeniably the strongest in Blue Star, unmatched by anyone. We Javanese will forever support the Lord and the Underworld. Upon seeing this combative message, Argon frowned, initially believing it to be from someone in the Underworld. But upon closer inspection, he realized it originated from his own fellow Javanese. Confused, he quickly replied, Hassan, you are also one of us Javanese. How can you defend them after the way the Underworld treats us? Your rapid ascent to level 10 indicates you are among our best. We Javanese must unite. Hassan firmly responded, Argon, everything I do is for the future of Java. The Lord of the Underworld is the only overseer of Blue Star, possessing the supreme authority to oversee all and judge malevolence, a messenger and enforcer of the divine mandate. You dare to show disrespect to the overseer? Apologize at once. This proclamation instantly drew the attention of countless individuals, and the entire Blue Star chat channel fell silent. All eyes fixated on the exchange between Hassan and Argon, processing the shocking information. However, some evidently could not accept this. A vampire from the Blood Moon dynasty immediately leapt into the fray, exclaiming, Heh, what a noble existence the Overseer is. How could the Divine Mandate possibly select an evolver who has only been in the Divine Mandate for 7 days to serve in such a capacity? Exactly. This Lu Chen fellow is becoming increasingly absurd in his boasts, even recruiting a stooge. Arcadia, upon witnessing this explosive news, could not fathom the situation. As the strongest in Blue Star, he had not received the Divine Mandate's recognition as an overseer. How could Lu Chen possibly merit such distinction? It must be false. Reflecting on this, Arcadia's expression turned grim, and he scornfully mocked in the chat channel. An overseer? Huh, if he truly were an overseer. Why has he yet to return the other Shinhai people? What sort of incompetent overseer is this? Yet, amidst the chorus of derision, an edict from the heavens suddenly resounded, leaving everyone astonished. Blue Star Warzone announcement. The Shinhai evolver Lu Chen has slain the guardian of the Awakening Tower, Tarion, level 50 boss, initial awakening. He has vanquished the guardian of the first layer of the Awakening Tower, Shara, level 53 boss, intermediate awakening. He has repelled the guardian of the second layer of the Awakening Tower, Askar, level 56 boss, intermediate awakening. Having completed a hidden task, I am the law. I am the law, hidden task within 10 days of the commencement of the multi-species war, slay or repel all guardians within the Awakening Tower subtower. This can only be completed once within the Blue Star War Zone. Rules? My rules are the rules. Task reward, 1 Awakening Tower, subtower, special item, 16 evolution points. Blue Star War Zone announcement. Blue Star War Zone announcement. The celestial proclamation reverberated like thunder in the ears of the Blue Star inhabitants, echoing thrice and leaving them utterly dumbfounded. In this moment, all Blue Star people, upon hearing this shocking announcement, were rendered speechless. Wait, aren't the elites of Blue Star only around level 10? What does it mean that he has slain several level 50 bosses? And they are remarkably awakening level super beings. We don't even know what an awakening level individual looks like, and Lu Chen has already breached the Awakening Tower? Is he even from the same world? Is the disparity between individuals so vast? Could it be that Lu Chen is a superhuman vacationing on Blue Star? Are we ordinary people to be cast aside? After a significant pause, the previously silent Blue Star chat channel erupted in chaos. Oh my god, did I hear wrong? Did the Lord of the Underworld just breach the Awakening Tower? Incredible, utterly incredible. Lord of the Underworld, you are our deity. What the heck? Did I hear correctly? The Lord of the Underworld actually defeated a level 53 intermediate awakening boss. I can hardly imagine how powerful he must be. Alas, forget about defeating a level 50 awakening being. Even a level 15 sea beast would be beyond my capability. The Lord of the Underworld clearly came to this world alongside us. How can the gap be so immense? I can scarcely believe it. Did the Heavenly Edict really grant the entire Awakening Tower to the Lord of the Underworld? If so, can he not utilize the sea area teleportation array to allow people to enter awakening at will? Upon uttering these words, fervent glimmers ignited in everyone's eyes. Lord of the Underworld, we, the people of Goryo, shall forever be loyal to you. We are your most steadfast supporters. Baka, you Goryo people, do not compete with us Fusang people. We Fusang are the most loyal servants of the Lord of the Underworld. Brother Lu Chen, I love you. You are the god of the Shinhai people. Ah, tears of excitement are streaming down my face. Does this not mean that the underworld will soon send someone to retrieve us? Absolutely. Now that the entire awakening tower belongs to the Lord of the Underworld, utilizing a sea area teleportation array is a trivial matter. Ah, I long to see the Lord of the Underworld. He must be extraordinarily handsome. Oh, great Lord of the Underworld, I beseech you, in the name of the divine, have mercy on us Americans and take me with you. I dread facing the executioner in 2 days. I envy the Shinhai people for the emergence of such a genius as the Lord of the Underworld. Wow, what the Javanese just said must be true. Only an overseer possesses such strength to slay awakening-level guardians and complete hidden tasks. Long live the overseer. Long live the Lord of the Underworld. Long live Shinhai. Huzzah! We, the people of Grey Bear Country, shall forever be allies of Shinhai. Blood Moon Dynasty. The echoes of the celestial announcement had faded, yet Arcadia remained frozen like a pillar, the words of the proclamation reverberating in his mind. Slay intermediate awakening boss. Complete hidden task. It truly is the overseer. How is this possible? How can this be? Arcadia murmured, repeating in a daze. How is this possible? I, Blood Moon Arcadia, have always been the mightiest on Blue Star. How could this sudden emergence of Lu Chen surpass me by such a margin? This must be the result of Lu Chen seizing the opportunity that rightfully belonged to me, the strongest on Blue Star. It must be. It must be. Everything Lu Chen possesses should belong to me. Mine. At that moment, a notification sound chimed from the chat panel. Arcadia looked up and saw someone addressing him. Tang Hong, level 15, Underworld, Captain Arcadia, old man. Didn't you just say that if my adoptive father could defeat the Guardian, he would enter the Awakening Tower? Did you eat 2 pounds of dung on the spot? Come, it's time to fulfill your promise. Li Ming, level 15, Underworld, Captain Hahaha. No worries. Eat freely. We Underworld people are plenty, more than enough. Zhou Yu, level 15, Underworld, Captain. These brainless vampires just love infighting. Facing a great enemy, they still do not know to unite. What a disgrace. Li Sini, level 16, Underworld, leader. In these chaotic times, the lives of our billions on Blue Star are at stake. If you dare fight among yourselves again, we Underworld will show no mercy. Seeing this, Arcadia abruptly closed the panel, his eyes bloodshot, veins bulging on his forehead, and he roared with thunderous fury. Lu Chen, I will definitely kill you. I will kill every one of you Underworld people. Beside him, Van Payne furrowed his brow and hastily advised, Ancestor, the Underworld's momentum has become established. We should not continue to be enemies with them. Uniting with them to confront external foes is the urgent matter. However, before he could finish speaking, Van Payne suddenly spewed a mouthful of blood, his body crashing into the sea like a kite with a severed string, creating a massive splash. Collaborate. Arcadia clenched his right hand tightly, veins bulging, his face contorted with rage, and he bellowed, if it weren't for that bastard Lu Chen seizing my opportunity. Relying on my advantage as Arcadia, how could I possibly be only at a mere level of a dozen? I must reclaim everything with my own hands. Van Payne's chest bore a deep palm print, and he coughed up blood again, mixed with fragments of internal organs. He gazed despairingly at the frenzied Arcadia, trembling as he spoke. Ancestor, this path you are taking will lead our vampire clan to extinction. Extinction? Why those ants? Arcadia sneered coldly, his eyes filled with disdain. They are only worthy of being our food. With that, he viciously commanded, immediately send a message in the chat channel of District 8765, instructing all evolvers who have exited the Novice Sea area to gather at my Blood Moon Dynasty, stating that we can protect them from the threat of the executioner. The surrounding vampires were momentarily taken aback, their expressions filled with perplexity as they inquired, Ancestor, our Blood Moon Dynasty has yet to ascend to the 2nd tier. How shall we contend with the executioners? Arcadia, with a bloodthirsty grin, coldly replied, while it may seem impossible, I can indeed shield them from the menace of the executioners. After all, I could simply eradicate them in advance. In the 8765 district, amidst the myriad novice seas and millions of evolvers, even if merely 1/10 were capable of constructing a single-masted sailboat to set sail, that would still amount to 100,000 souls. Arcadia mused inwardly, contemplating the prospect of absorbing the attributes of these 100,000 individuals. How could he possibly fear Lu Chen? At that time, the opportunities that rightfully belong to me shall be reclaimed, one by one. Lost in such thoughts, he let out a sinister, triumphant laugh that echoed ominously. Keek. Lu Chen, I shall drain every drop of blood from your body. In the water, Van Payne's countenance shifted dramatically as he cried out in anguish, Ancestor, this must not be. If our bloodline forcibly enhances its power through the absorption of blood, we shall surely lose our sanity and descend into the realm of demons. However, Arcadia, blinded by jealousy and resentment, disregarded Van Payne's counsel. In the 8th district, within the Tower of Awakening, as the celestial proclamation concluded, Lu Chen and his companions exchanged bewildered glances, their expressions a tapestry of astonishment. Did that edict just announce the captain receiving a Tower of Awakening? Jack exclaimed, his eyes wide with disbelief. Indeed, it did. Yunting responded, equally astounded. Just moments prior, they had been advancing towards the Temple of Evolution when the announcement rang out, declaring that their master had completed a hidden task and was rewarded with a Tower of Awakening. Could this mean? Jack surveyed the surroundings, his face suddenly alight with joy. This world belongs to us. By heavens, how magnificent! Our master is truly formidable. Jack and Yunting erupted into jubilant cheers. Nearby, Leona and Laos were equally astonished. Is this what it means to be an overseer? Truly, they enjoy the privileges befitting a child of destiny. Having slain 2 official guardians and frightened away another, the edict offered no punishment. Instead, it granted him an entire Tower of Awakening without hesitation. Such a treasure, akin to 2 miniature worlds. To simply bestow it so readily? This is blatant favoritism. Is this the treatment reserved for overseers? Exchanging knowing glances, both understood that this opportunity was rare and invaluable. The Light Eye clan must seize it and become Lu Chen's vassal race. Yet, in stark contrast to the elation of others, Lu Chen furrowed his brow upon hearing the announcement. The guardian of the 2nd tier has fled? Did that frost giant, Scar, witness my battle with Lei Jun and the others? Has he thus been frightened away? Does he now know of the existence of Tuanzi? Shaking his head, Lu Chen sighed. The abilities of the strong in this world were indeed varied and peculiar. No matter how cautious he was, the moment Tuanzi appeared to absorb corpses, exposure was inevitable. By now, the entire Nine Heavens Palace must be aware of Tuanzi's existence, compounded by the hidden Scar. Henceforth, concealing Tuanzi would likely prove impossible. In the days to come, this ocean would undoubtedly be engulfed in a tempest of blood and chaos. Yet, despite the unfolding events, Lu Chen felt no regret. The power structures in this sea were not particularly formidable, and news would take time to spread. As long as he could grow stronger at a swift pace, those who coveted Tuanzi would become mere nourishment for his own acquisition of talents and attributes. True strength has always been unyielding in the face of any storm.